Chapter 1, Daddy is always right. Your daddy will beat you if you're useless. Kyoto, Central Station. Dear viewers, welcome to the show Happy Parenting. I am Xiaosa. The purpose of the show is to share various parenting methods so that expectant parents can learn. The camera slowly zooms in. Host Xiaosa stands in a beautifully decorated studio, wearing his signature gentle smile. This time, we will take you into 10 different families to see how parents interact with their children in everyday life. In this first episode, we want to show everyone the homework time that gives parents headaches. So, let's start with the first family. Soon, the screen displayed the family introduction. Mother, Zhang Ting, 33 years old. Daughter, Xiaoman, 8 years old. The scene switches. A simply decorated room appears on the screen. Mom Zhang Ting sits at the side of the desk. Sitting beside her was her daughter Xiaoman, with a ponytail, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Zhang Ting's expression was focused, and she spoke softly. Xiaoman, this problem is actually very simple, let's take a closer look again. Zhang Ting's voice was very gentle. Upon hearing this, Xiaoman looked up, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. But she soon lowered her head again and began to think seriously. Zhang Ting did not rush to give an answer but patiently waited. Occasionally, she lightly sketched a few strokes on the paper to guide her thinking. A child's growth requires time and space. And her role is that of a companion, not a leader. Mom, am I very stupid? The little girl suddenly looked up, a trace of unease in her eyes. Zhang Ting smiled gently and lightly held her hand. Baby, you are not stupid at all. It's just that some things require a little more time to understand. Just like when Mom was little, she often encountered difficult problems. But as long as you take it slow, you will definitely be able to solve them. Xiaoman seemed to be moved by her mother's words. She lowered her head again and began to think seriously. In response, the viewers in the live stream room discussed it heatedly. This kind of education method is really enviable. The child must feel very secure. A gentle mother, patient education, this is true wisdom. This kind of companionship feels very sophisticated. The child will definitely learn to think independently in the future. Such a warm scene, I wish I had such a good mother when I was a child. The scene shifts to the second family. Mother, Lu Xian, age 34. Son, Zishuan, age 8. A stark contrast to the tranquility of the first family. In the living room, Lu Xian, dressed in a sharp professional outfit, stands in front of the desk. Hands crossed over the chest, a hint of seriousness in the eyes. At the desk, Zishuan was buried in his homework. The pen tip moved quickly on the paper but occasionally showed a trace of anxiety. Hasn't this problem been explained many times? Why is it still wrong? Lu Xian's voice carried a hint of sternness, with urgency in her tone. Hurry up, don't dawdle, time waits for no one. Zishuan looked up, a trace of grievance flashing in his eyes. But he quickly lowered his head again and kept trying. He muttered softly, I know, Mom. Although he said that, Zishuan's movements were still very slow. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Lu Xian couldn't help but urge him. Hurry up, don't waste time. You must finish your homework today before you can rest. There was a hint of unquestionable tone in her voice. Zishuan sighed. Biting his lip, he continued to work hard with his head down. He knew he had to complete the task or his mother would not let him off. Viewers in the live stream also felt a strong sense of empathy. This mom is so strict, the child looks really stressed. Although this parenting style is strict, it might help the child develop a stronger sense of responsibility. However, the mom's tone is too harsh. Could the child develop resistance? It feels like this kid is under a lot of pressure. I'm sweating for him. The scene switches again. Father, Zhang Dawei, 45 years old. Son, Zhang Xiaowei, 8 years old. This time it is a spacious and bright living room, luxuriously decorated and full of modern atmosphere. On the sofa, Zhang Xiaowei is sitting, holding a tablet, focused on playing a game. Next to him, a well-dressed middle-aged man is leaning on the sofa, smiling as he looks at his son. Dad, where are we going to play tomorrow? Zhang Xiaowei looked up excitedly, his eyes sparkling. Zhang Dawei smiled and said, Son, I've booked the plane tickets to Hainan. Tomorrow we're going to the beach to sunbathe. Live viewers in the chat room were filled with envy. Wow, this family is so wealthy, the child's life is so comfortable. This kid is so lucky, no need to do homework, just play games. Although this kind of life is enviable, it still feels like something is missing. Is the child being spoiled too much? However, it seems the father and son have a great relationship. That's great, thank you, Dad. Zhang Xiaowei's laughter echoed through the room, while his father looked at him with a doting gaze. The camera cuts at the end. A family introduction page appeared on the screen. Father, Zhang Yong, age 28 years. Son, Zhang Chen, age 8 years, 3rd grade in elementary school. The scene shifted to a room flashing with LED light strips. 2 computers placed side by side, their glass cases emitting brilliant lights. On the screens, passionate scenes from CF. The sound of keyboard typing and mouse clicking alternated continuously. The room's lighting was dim, with only the glow from the computer screens illuminating the faces of the father and son. Kid, your dad got sniped by that guy again. What are you doing? That's the man who killed your father. A young father in his 30s, wearing a loose black t-shirt, his face flushed with anger. Then look at the little boy Jiang Chen beside him. Dad, you should have said earlier not to duel head-on with people, that's how everyone dies. Can't you learn a little from it? Jiang Chen said irritably. If you don't play well again, I won't take you with me next time. The passionate gaming session between father and son was witnessed by the audience. The live stream chat exploded instantly. What's going on? Everyone else is studying, but this father and son are gaming together? Still playing CF. Like tigers fighting side by side, father and son soldiers on the battlefield. This is what a real father-son match looks like. Son taking his father to play games? That's way too abstract. No nonsense. Dad is right, you noob, dad gets beaten by your dad. Jiang Yong glared fiercely at Jiang Chen, then stared intently at Jiang Chen's screen. Hurry over to the other house, aren't you the breakthrough player? Is this how you break through? Your father has been broken through. Hurry up and avenge your old man. Jiang Yong spat wildly. Looking at Jiang Chen again, he stared at the screen expressionlessly. Control the character to pass through a path and encounter enemies head-on. Bang! Headshot. Simple operation, cleanly and swiftly completed the kill. Seeing the ID on the other side, Jiang Yong was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. Yes. It's him. Son, you played really well. Dad will give you an extra chicken leg tomorrow. Looking more closely, there was an ACE symbol in the corner of Jiang Chen's screen. At this moment, the live streaming room was completely blown up. Chapter 2, Vacation means playing. Who said it's for doing homework? Is this dad playing games with his son? It's clearly the son leading the dad. Never seen this before. How come there's a dad playing games with his son like this? Playing games is one thing, but this kid's shooting skills are so sharp. I've never seen such a fierce kid. Did the console next to him get unplugged? Very fast. A game ended quickly, and Jiang Chen's total kills have already surpassed 30. Now look at Jiang Yong. Kills are still in the single digits. Son, you played well this round. Your dad didn't do well this time, just watch me in the next round. Jiang Yong said excitedly. Just at this moment. Ding dong. A mechanical sound rang beside Jiang Chen's ear. Immediately after, a translucent blue interface appeared in his field of vision, flashing with various strange symbols and characters. The learning system has issued a task. Task, complete today's math homework. Task reward, math thinking ability +1, mul points +1. Seeing the text on the system's bright page, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Tasks related to studying have finally arrived. He had long lost interest in playing games. He was originally a traveler from another parallel world. After dying suddenly from overwork, he crossed over to this world and became a third-grade elementary school student. Fortunately, heaven did not fail him. Jiang Chen awakened the learning system. It can help the host improve various learning abilities. By completing daily tasks and challenges, experience points are gained to level up abilities. Simply put, the learning system randomly issues tasks every day. As long as the tasks are completed, corresponding abilities can be improved. Although the tasks are issued randomly, the probability will be appropriately increased based on the host's behavior. In other words, if Jiang Chen is studying every moment, the randomly issued tasks are very likely to be related to studying as well. Who asked Jiang Chen to end up with an internet-addicted dad? In this family, studying is actually a luxury. This is the first time Jiang Chen has had such a thought. He really wants to study. Jiang Chen fell into thought, unsure how to bring this up with Jiang Yong. At this moment, Jiang Yong also noticed that his son seemed a bit distracted. He asked puzzledly, Son, what's wrong? You can't not focus when playing games. It's normal to be distracted at school, but why aren't you focusing when playing games? Focused? Playing games? Is this still human language? This dad is something else. While other parents pull their kids to study, he pulls his kid to play games. The school cares about grades, the family cares about battle records. The teacher tells me to study hard, dad tells me to kill enemies on the battlefield. Dad, I want to go do some homework for a while. I haven't finished today's math homework yet. Jiang Chen said tentatively. But as soon as he said this, Jiang Yong's face immediately turned stern. Doing homework? It's Friday, what homework is there to do? How about spending some time playing games with your dad? Didn't I save you Sunday evening to do your homework? Aren't 2 hours enough? Hearing this, Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. If it were in a past life, having a dad like this would be a dream come true. But now it's different. He wants to study. He wants to reach the peak of life. He really doesn't want to play games anymore. Dad, 2 hours is enough, but as a student, academics come first. You can't just focus on playing, right? Jiang Chen still wanted to persuade his father. How can I just focus on playing? Is playing games for 12 hours and 1 day of vacation a lot? Jiang Yong frowned deeply. Isn't the exam coming up soon? I also want to review more. Jiang Chen looked troubled. Otherwise, if my grades drop next time, Mom probably won't let me play games anymore. Hearing this, Jiang Yong immediately shuddered. He nodded. That's right, then I'll give you an extra half hour of study time, and the rest of the time you can play games with me. Can't you study now? What a joke. It's vacation time, meant for playing. Who said you have to do homework? Listening to this bizarre father-son conversation, the audience was completely stunned. No way, is this even human speech? The child isn't allowed to study, only to accompany dad playing games? What a great dad like this. Mom has to move out before dad agrees to let me study for an extra half hour. Looks like the family hierarchy is pretty clear. What has said isn't wrong? Holidays are for having fun. Who said it's for doing homework? Seeing the content in the camera, Xiao Sa's expression was very strange. Dad pulling his son to play games? After hosting for so long, this was the first time he had seen such a bizarre way of educating. Everyone in the live stream room, you must understand that the way parents educate greatly affects the child's future. We must respect children's choices and not impose our own wishes on them. It is a good thing when a child takes the initiative to learn. As parents, they should respect the child's choice and provide a good learning environment. Xiao Sa said earnestly. The audience could all tell. Xiao Sa's words are still too restrained. This is clearly pointing at Jiang Yong in the scene. His way of educating will only make his son worse and worse. Many viewers in the live stream room also echoed Xiao Sa's words. That's right, how can parents be like this? Pulling their own son to play games, not caring about the child's studies at all. It's such a good thing when a child takes the initiative to want to study. If my child took the initiative to study, I would be happy all night. Parents like this can only spoil their children. I really don't know what they're thinking. Many viewers have already started to condemn, and public opinion has also shifted. But Jiang Yong in front of the camera was completely unaware. It was at this moment. Ding dong. The system has issued a random task. Task, CF personal battle, requiring a kill count in the triple digits. Task reward, game reaction 1, mul points 1. Seeing this task, Jiang Chen sneered. Another game task. It's precisely because he played so many games that these random tasks are related to gaming. However, completing system tasks can increase mul points, which can be exchanged for rewards in the system mall. There are many rewards inside besides material rewards. There are even ability rewards. Most of Jiang Chen's learning abilities were bought from the system mall. So, although this task is not appealing. But for the mall points, let's play some games anyway. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, a plan forming in his mind. Dad, how about we make a bet? What bet? Let's bet on the personal battle. If I use your account to get a triple-digit kill count in the personal battle and help you complete the achievement, you have to let me study for half an hour. Triple-digit kills in the personal battle? Jiang Yong was a bit surprised. The father and son often played team games together, but they had never played a solo match. Not to mention the elusive triple-digit kills. How about this? Dad, your highest solo kill count is 20. I'll break your record right now. Jiang Chen said with determination. Although it was a bit difficult, Jiang Chen was confident in his gaming skills. Jiang Yong, however, looked doubtful. Son, are you serious? If you don't want to study, just say so. Don't play games with your old man. Chapter 3, Bro, you opened it. As Jiang Chen made the bet, the livestream chat instantly exploded. Kill 100 in CF solo? Even I, a 5-year veteran, can't do that. I actually think Kid Bro doesn't want to study at all. Saying he was going to do homework was just an excuse. I thought the kid really wanted to study, but it turns out he just wants to play games. This old man sees right through it. He knows his son just wants to play games. Jiang Yong was very clear about this. Although the two usually played demolition mode, Jiang Chen could kill 20 to 30 enemies each round. But in individual competitions, getting over 100 kills is definitely not an easy task. By this calculation, assuming from the start of the game, you need to take down at least 8 enemies per minute. That means you have to take down 1 enemy every 7 seconds. Subtract the time used for resurrection. There's even less time left. Alright, then use my account. If you don't get enough kills, play 3 more rounds of Gun King ranked with me. Jiang Yong nodded, basically agreeing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen grinned. Alright. No backing out. Whoever backs out is a loser. Nonsense. Whether you back out or not, you are still my son. Jiang Chen. For Jiang Chen. He was extremely familiar with the game CF. Moreover, having completed so many game missions, his gaming skills and reaction speed had improved. So for him, killing over 100 enemies was just a passing mark. Too abstract. This father-son communication is really interesting. Whether he regrets it or not, he's still his son. There's nothing wrong with this statement. Only a bet like this can truly be called a father-son match. But killing triple digits in a solo match is simply impossible. This kid is probably just aiming to play ranked games with his dad. On the live broadcast screen, Jiang Chen was already sitting in front of Jiang Yang's computer. Opened the inventory, matched the firearms. The firearm setup was very simple: a stock AK-47, a Desert Eagle, and a beginner's knife. Whoa! A stock AK, kid is pretending to be a pro. Aren't there plenty of legendary weapons in the warehouse? Why doesn't kid use them? True experts all use these stock AKs. So do you think kid is a pro? Retract that. With the firearms configured, Jiang Chen opened the channel and casually selected a room. Since he was going to kill in the triple digits, he had to enter a room that was in preparation. If you join the game midway, the game duration cannot be guaranteed. No matter how strong Jiang Chen's skills were, if the time was too short, he was powerless. Soon, Jiang Chen found a room that was preparing, 15-16, just one person short. Jiang Chen casually clicked to enter. In the upper left corner of the room, there was also the room name. Experts enter, professionals practice shooting. The homeowner's name is Black Shark Electronic Club. Some sharp-eyed viewers noticed this ID. Immediately, they warned in the bullet comments. Black Shark Esports Club? Isn't this Black Shark's account? I heard Black Shark hasn't streamed for a long time, I'll go check it out. Brothers. Just got back from a home visit. That's Black Shark's account. He's in the live room. Kid's luck is incredible. Just randomly picking a room, and he runs into such a star player. Lucky? This round has Black Shark, how many do you think he can kill? Guya live streaming platform. Black Shark Esports Club live room. Black Shark, who just went out to attend the official CF event, started streaming as soon as he got home. After all, the event lasts for several days. He promised the live streaming time, so he has to make it up today. Brothers, let's practice shooting in the first round today, get the feel right, and then continue ranking matches. Black Shark stretched as he looked at the game room filling up with more and more people. Experts like to play solo matches to warm up before ranked games. At the same time, seeing the room was full, he clicked to start the game. The game loaded quickly and started. Black Shark used his favorite AWM sniper rifle. Just as he was about to go on a rampage. Bang! I killed you with an AK-47 while playing a game with my son. At a nearby corner, a figure flashed by and casually fired a shot. A bullet to the head. A bullet per second? Black Shark was a bit surprised, but he thought it was just luck. Besides, the spot where he just respawned was not good. What's up with the streamer? Died right after entering? Got instantly killed by someone. Streamer is really bad. What has the streamer been doing these past 2 days? Probably up to no good. Women only slow down the streamer's shooting speed. This is supposed to be a former pro player, and this is it? The barrage of sarcastic comments is normal, it's all part of the show. Black Shark grinned and said casually, "Don't worry, brothers, I just woke up. Let me find my touch again." But in the notification bar at the top right corner of the game, I killed the one waiting under the Manhwa bridge with an AK-47 while playing games with my son. I killed the one blowing up balloons by farting with an AK-47 while playing games with my son. I killed the bot that was being bullied with an AK-47 while playing games with my son. The game had just started less than a minute ago. The player with this ID has already reached 12 kills. Whoa! Looks like there's a pro in this match. Seeing someone dominating the game like this, Black Shark immediately got serious. He started to focus completely. After all, he was a former professional player, so his skills were still there. Black Shark found an excellent sniping spot, in the middle door at a distance, allowing him to watch multiple points at once. His kill count also rose to second place. Triple kill. The sound effect of a kill streak came through the headphones. While switching guns, he saw a familiar figure outside the middle gate, about 100 meters away from him. It was the very person who had just killed him in seconds. Brothers. It's him, watch me finish him off with one shot. Black Shark smiled and said. Mid-door sniper duel, the opponent was using a mid-range AK, so he definitely had the advantage. Moreover, he had spotted the enemy's position first. However, at the very moment Black Shark aimed down sights, the game character let out a scream. I killed you with an AK-47 while playing games with my son. Hey, no. Black Shark was instantly stunned on the spot. At such a long distance, you can still get a one-shot kill. Bro, you should start now. One shot to finish? That's true, but the one getting the one-shot kill is the opponent. Gotta say, being able to use AK bullets to get kills from such a long distance is pretty impressive. Could it be that some pro is using a smurf account? After 2 consecutive waves of deaths, Black Shark finally realized that either he had encountered a master or he had run into a hacker. Alright, let me see how accurate your gun is. Black Shark tensed his face, his expression serious, even regaining the feeling he had when he played professionally before. He started running around the map frantically, wanting to duel with that person. But every time, before he even aimed down sights, the opponent had already fired the pre-aim shot. I killed you with an AK-47 while playing a game with my son. In just 5 minutes. Black Shark was killed 6 times by this mysterious gamer. He just felt a bit dazed. Whether it was at close to medium range or long distance, the moment I saw the opponent, they had already opened fire. An AK headshot is just a matter of 1 bullet. At the same time, the viewers in the livestream also noticed Black Shark's repeated failures and immediately erupted in excitement. What's going on? Is the other side a cheater? How could they treat Black Shark like a dog and kill him? What cheater? Isn't that the ID of that kid's dad from earlier? The kid is still playing games in the livestream. The kid? How can there be such a fierce kid? Which livestream is it? Send a link so I can check it out. Chapter 4, Strike while the iron is hot, then lose momentum, and finally exhaust. Brothers, I must be off my game, let me have a sip of water first. Hi Shark said he was going to drink water. But in reality, he was wiping the sweat off his forehead with a tissue. The last time I was sweating so profusely during a game was on the professional stage. Ha! Black Shark is panicking. What's going on, caster? How can you get treated like a dog even in a solo match? Is this what a professional player looks like? Playing like it's a fixed match. If little kid brother starts recruiting disciples in the public chat later, that would be quite a show. At this moment, Black Shark had completely lost interest in watching the bullet comments. He was fully focused and immersed in the game. Just like before, he began a frantic search across the entire map, trying to find that ID and redeem himself. In solo matches, if you want to maintain your KDA, the best way is to hold your position well. Then pre-aim at other spots where enemies might appear. If you choose to roam the entire map, it will greatly increase your death rate. After all, you will be actively exposed to the enemy's line of fire. But to avenge the previous humiliation, Black Shark couldn't care about much else. In the top right corner, the player using the same game ID as my son and me was still rampaging wildly. Black Shark's skills were still very sharp. Even when choosing to roam the map, he could aim down sights and snipe a kill before others even had a chance to pre-aim. But he couldn't find the player staring at that ID. Wow, the streamer is serious about this. Running across the whole map and still killing like this. Of course, joking aside, the streamer is a professional. If it were me running all over the map like this, I'd have died 20 times by now. It was at this moment. The Black Shark's game character passed around a corner. A shadow flashed by. The sound of the game character's death echoed in the ear. I killed you with a knife while playing games with my son. Not cool, man. Seeing this, Black Shark immediately lost it and stood up. Getting killed instantly isn't a big deal after all, everyone has moments when their aim is on fire. But this time, the one who killed him was a beginner's knife. The most humiliating thing in a solo match is not being instantly killed upon meeting someone. It's being sneak attacked and stabbed to death. What is even more infuriating is still using such a rookie knife. One shot to the head, instant kill. Just as Black Shark was about to say something, he saw something even more humiliating. In the death animation, after that player knifed himself to death, he quickly dropped an AK-47. Then switched to his own AWM. Damn, you're out of bullets, huh? Black Shark couldn't hold it in on the spot. So this guy was crouching in the corner to ambush, not because he enjoyed the thrill of the knife fight. It's just because the gun ran out of bullets. The viewers in the live stream were already laughing their heads off. Ha, this is killing me. A former professional player getting knifed to death in a solo match, can anything be more humiliating than this? Yes, there is. Didn't you see that person switch to his gun? Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen someone run out of bullets in a solo match. In solo matches, don't you usually have to wait to respawn after firing a single magazine? Next. That player got the AWM, and the kill notifications in the top right corner increased even more. This game is nearing its end. Checking the stats, my son and I have already killed 140 people, ranking first. As for Black Shark, only 106 kills, ranking second. Although 106 is also impressive, compared to the first place, it's like a small wizard facing a great one. I can't play anymore, bro, I'm dizzy. 1 second after the game ended, Black Shark decisively took off his headphones. Lying back in the gaming chair like Guyu, with a look of utter despair. What's going on? Did the streamer shut down after getting beaten? That person must be cheating, right? How could someone kill so many in a solo match? Exactly. Even Black Shark was killed like a dog, that person must be cheating. Not cheating at all. If you don't believe me, go check the livestream on CCTV. That kid streaming his gameplay clearly shows whether he is cheating or not. CCTV? Streaming games? Is the person upstairs even speaking sensibly? At this moment, Black Shark also noticed the communication in the barrage. They were also watching in stunned silence. Playing games in the CCTV live room? No other streamer has this kind of scale. And who is playing the game? Kid bro? A kid beat him up? Black Shark was a bit skeptical, so he followed the guidance from the comments and opened the CCTV livestream. At this moment, the camera angle in the livestream had already switched. Xiao Sa is explaining a new family. In the thumbnail of the side channel, Black Shark immediately recognized the one that looked like a streamer's live room. He clicked to enter it. On the screen, two computers were placed side by side. Zhang Chen sat in front of the computer, which was still on the results screen of the last game. Kills, 140. Behind Zhang Chen, Zhang Yong was sprawled over the gaming chair, staring at the computer screen in disbelief. Son, you're really something. Zhang Chen's entire set of moves just now completely stunned him. It's the same computer, how can the difference in operation be so huge? Dad, I finished this game too, can I go study now? Zhang Chen chuckled and got up, ready to go study. Seeing Zhang Chen about to leave, Zhang Yong grabbed his shoulder and pressed him down. Son, haven't you heard that saying? What saying? Strike while the iron is hot. The first effort is strong, the second weakens, and the third exhausts. Zhang Chen had a strange expression, staring at Zhang Yong with a suspicious look. Dad, you're not thinking of going back on your word, are you? No way. Zhang Yong glared and said irritably. Does your dad not keep his word? He said you'd study for an extra half hour, but he never said which half hour it would be. While you're still on a roll, quickly play a couple more rounds. Later when you go to bed, stay up half an hour later, that'll give you some study time. Hearing this, Zhang Chen was instantly stunned. You can still do it like this? At the same time, the viewers in the live room were also stunned. It was agreed to give half an hour of study time. So it turns out they want to deduct it from sleep time. This dad is way too abstract. Promised to give the son study time, but ended up cutting into his sleep time. The son's head must be buzzing right now. All I can say is, this dad sure is full of tricks. No matter how strong you are, can you still outsmart your dad? At first, Black Shark didn't even know what kind of livestream this was. It was only after seeing the viewers' comments that he realized. This was actually a livestream for teaching how to take care of kids. Looking at the gaming setups of this father and son, as well as the professional ambient lighting arranged in the room. This doesn't look like a home. It actually looks more like a private room in an internet cafe. A dad who actively pulls his son to play games. If I had a dad like that when I was a kid, I would have gone pro long ago. Black Shark sighed. At the same time, staring at the settlement page on the computer. Black Shark's expression also became very strange. Was the round he just got killed in a burst actually killed by such a kid brother? Isn't it true that with such strength, instead of going pro to make a name for yourself, you just stay at home studying? Is talent meant to be wasted like this? Chapter 5, as everyone knows, videos cannot be edited. They're only in 3rd grade. Do you really want to sign someone like this? The streamer is really something. Want to sign someone? Wait until they're an adult in 10 years. Honestly, Kid Bro's skills have already reached the threshold for going pro. Upstairs, is the threshold for going pro really that high? Staring at the live stream screen, Black Shark shook his head helplessly. What a pity, this skill is more than enough for youth training. If only the thinking process could be further developed, there would be another fierce player in the professional arena in the future. If he were 10 years older, no matter how much it cost, he could be signed. Black Shark said this. The viewers in the live stream were also taken aback. As an official CF professional player, Black Shark has a very sharp eye. Even from just an ordinary individual match, Black Shark could see Zhang Chen's skills. Is the streamer just doing this for show? Although the kid played well just now, maybe it was just that one good game? Exactly, everyone has their moments of brilliance. After playing for so long, who hasn't had some highlight moments? Don't take the moment as forever, maybe the kid will pull it off in the next round. Seeing the audience and the comments rebutting him, Black Shark shook his head. No, brothers, I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, I'll show you the replay. While speaking, Black Shark pulled up the previous game footage. He directly locked onto Zhang Chen's game character. Only in first-person view could one see how terrifying Zhang Chen's skills were. Almost every enemy was shot as soon as they appeared on Zhang Chen's screen. AK-47 precise one-shot kill. Such precise shooting micro-operations, even professional players can't achieve 100% accuracy. And Zhang Chen's hit rate is almost over 90%. Especially after all the bullets in one gun are used up. Zhang Chen directly hid in a rather tricky little corner. Then he switched to a knife. Obviously, he intended to ambush someone and then switch to the opponent's gun. Soon, the game character controlled by Black Shark appeared. A heavy headshot, switched to a new gun. The crazy killing spree begins again. The whole process flows smoothly, like a highlight reel. Brothers, did you see that? Is this just a game? This is a highlight reel. Black Shark exclaimed in amazement. And the audience watching from the first-person perspective only then realized how terrifying Zhang Chen's control was. He made a highlight reel in just one round. This round alone is worth a whole day of a streamer's gameplay. With skills like this, I wouldn't believe it if someone said he's not a professional player. How strange, kid brother is playing so fiercely, yet he hasn't encountered any game features? After all, according to CF game tradition, if the skill gap in a game is too large, the stronger player will usually be consciously asked by other players to leave the room. But this game didn't have that at all. It's probably because the black shark is also in the game. I'm afraid those teammates might think this is some pro player's alternate account. Game features? Non-existent. If you can't win, you just can't win. The streamer might talk tough, but still really enjoys sparring with such experts. Black Shark waved his hand, looking serious. Sparring? They've been beaten up like this? You call this sparring? Exactly, streamer, isn't sparring supposed to be between players of similar skill? Getting slaughtered like this and still calling it sparring. The streamer didn't manage to kill kid brother even once, he doesn't have my approval. Seeing these comments, Black Shark just put on a serious expression and immediately broke down. No, the streamer really just woke up and this is the first game, can you not be so demanding? The streamer already admitted that Xiaohaigu is an expert, isn't that enough? Do you want me to solo Xiaohaigu so you can see my real skill? Ha, the streamer is getting anxious, the streamer is getting anxious. The streamer is a retired professional player, going solo against a kid, have some shame. The streamer has no chance now, the kid is going to do homework. At this moment, Black Shark instinctively looked at the screen. Only the scene was visible. Dad, if you keep this up, I'll tell Mom. She's been away on a trip these past couple of days. Wait until she gets back and see how she teaches you a lesson. Jiang Chen suddenly changed his tone and turned to threaten Jiang Yong. Hearing this, Jiang Yong's eyes widened, he opened his mouth to speak, but didn't know how to refute. Unlike him, the child's mother still cares a lot about the child's studies. She just occasionally likes to go on trips with her group of close friends, going out to play more than 20 days a month. You little brat, your wings have hardened, huh? You even dare to threaten your old man. What do you mean by threatening? Your son likes to study, and you're not happy about it? Studying? So what if the grades are good? Can good grades always stay good? Can you guarantee your performance won't decline? Why can't you understand your old man's good intentions? Saying this, Jiang Yong sighed, shook his head, and said, can't control him anymore, the child has entered the rebellious phase. Rebellious phase? Why do I feel like it's the dad who's in the rebellious phase? The son doesn't listen and goes to study, and this is called rebellious? If I loved studying like this, my dad would have started writing the family tree from my generation. Next, Jiang Chen then returned to the room under Jiang Yong's worried gaze. He began to continue studying. Host task completed, reward obtained, game reaction speed 1, mol points 1. Back in the room, Jiang Chen opened the system light page. First, he claimed the rewards he had just earned. Unfortunately, the game's reaction speed only works within his own game progress. Otherwise, to some extent, it could have helped him learn. During this period, Jiang Chen accumulated quite a few mol points. With a thought, the system mall opened. All-Purpose Learning System mall. Mall categories: 1. Scientific research and learning abilities, physical thinking ability, chemical thinking ability, mathematical thinking ability. 2. Medical science learning abilities, surgical operation skills, basic medical theory, advanced medical theory. 3. Buff items, mental focus potion 60 minutes, stamina enhancement potion 60 minutes, speed enhancement potion 60 minutes. 4. 5. Unknown. Random draw 100 points per try including thank you for your patronage, a 10 draw guarantees a prize. Remaining store points, 110. Jiang Chen repeatedly looked over the other items in the store. Except for the 100 points from the random lottery, the minimum for other mole points is 200. I don't know how long it will take to accumulate. Actually, when Jiang Chen's mole points reached 100, he already had the idea of trying the lottery. After all, if he happened to win other items in the system mall, wouldn't that be a huge gain? Just that. There are also consolation prizes among them. After working hard to save up 100 mole points, if you draw a thank you for your patronage, wouldn't that be a total loss? That's why Jiang Chen has never chosen to try the lottery. However, at this rate, who knows when I'll be able to save enough mole points. So, after the mole points reached triple digits, Jiang Chen started to have the idea of trying the lottery. How about a small try? Take a chance, turn your bike into a motorcycle. At worst, I can save up again. Jiang Chen steeled his heart and focused his mind. System, start the lottery. As the system light page flickered with a burst of light, a voice came to Jiang Chen's ear. Wow! Golden Legend. Congratulations, host. Obtain mental focus potion 60 minutes, after use, gain double learning happiness, double concentration, and double memory. Chapter 6, Raise your son frugally, spoil yourself richly even the old man needs to grow strong. Open the warehouse. Jiang Chen looked at the mental focus potion emitting a faint blue glow in the warehouse, firmly making up his mind. Let's try the effects of this potion first. After all, Jiang Chen's mind hadn't yet adjusted after just finishing the game. Besides, it's already late today, and Jiang Chen still wants to study a bit more. This focus potion should help him stay more alert. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look around. The cameras of the production team were facing every corner of the room. Of course, he couldn't take medicine here. Jiang Chen really didn't expect that their family would be selected to participate in the show. The production team will install hidden cameras in areas of the home that can be observed. Of course, it will not affect the normal life of the family. Originally, I thought that under the cameras, my old man would behave himself. But unexpectedly, Jiang Yong didn't take it seriously at all. Treat him the way you usually do. Consistently. After a moment of thought, Jiang Chen stood up and walked toward the restroom. After all, there are no cameras from the production crew in the restroom. Taking the medicine there can avoid unnecessary trouble. Walking into the bathroom, Jiang Chen gently closed the door, cutting off the outside view. With a thought, the potion appeared in his hand. He had no idea what the taste was like. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and, without a word, directly twisted open the bottle cap. A burst of fragrance wafted to his nose. Jiang Chen hesitated not at all, tilting his head back and drinking the medicine in one gulp. In an instant, a warm current flowed down his throat and quickly spread throughout his body. For a moment, he felt as if a layer of fog in his mind was instantly dispelled, and he became exceptionally clear-headed. His thoughts also became increasingly active. This is the effect of the potion. The effect of the potion lasts only 60 minutes. Jiang Chen did not dare to delay and hurriedly walked out of the bathroom, returning to the room. He sat back down at the desk and opened the textbook. After reading just a few lines, he was shocked to discover those knowledge points that originally required a few extra readings to remember. At this moment, it was as if it had grown legs, naturally flooding into his mind. Recalling it was effortless. Every word, every sentence, seemed to come to life. A complete knowledge system quickly took shape in his thoughts. A surge of wild joy rose in Jiang Chen's heart. His hands uncontrollably flipped through the pages rapidly, his learning speed more than several times faster than before. And in the eyes of others, Jiang Chen kept flipping through the book, spending less than 10 seconds on each page. This crazy feeling of studying made him somewhat unable to stop. He became increasingly immersed in his studies. When the college entrance exam comes, he gulped down a bottle of focus potion. Wouldn't that make me the first to leave the exam hall? Focus potion enhances mental agility. Just like tonight's math homework, which originally took 20 minutes to complete. With enhanced mental agility, it can be finished in just 5 minutes. Ding dong! Host has completed the math homework, task accomplished. Reward obtained, math thinking ability +1, mul points +1. System rewards have been credited again. Although in the previous life Jiang Chen was an ordinary undergraduate, after so many years, he had pretty much forgotten the math he should have forgotten. Fortunately, after completing the tasks multiple times, now Jiang Chen's mathematical thinking has reached a university level. He is even at the top student level in university. By completing more tasks in the future, his learning ability can be further strengthened. Although Jiang Chen was having a great time studying here. But the viewers in the live stream room looked at Jiang Chen on the screen with puzzled faces. What is this kid doing? He came back from the bathroom and started flipping through the book like crazy. Is he really studying or just putting on a show? Exactly, flipping so fast, what can he possibly absorb? I think he's just pretending to do something here. I seriously doubt he actually studied properly. He must be pretending in front of the camera to fool us. Who reads a book like flipping through a calendar? This is just ridiculous. The production team wouldn't be acting out a script here, would they? The audience's suspicion skyrocketed. None of them believed that an elementary school student could learn this fast. Also, the scene of him just doing his homework. In the eyes of the audience, the pen in Jiang Chen's hand hardly stopped. The speed was so fast that it even left after images. In less than 5 minutes, he finished the homework. How is this possible? Even if he copied the answers, it couldn't be this fast, right? Give it up, give it up. I originally thought Kid Brother liked studying, but now it seems just so-so. I guess Kid Brother just doesn't want to play games with Dad, so he lied about studying. Studying? Kid, is this what you call studying? I can flip through books just as fast. And as for that homework, even when I copy from the answers, I can't write as fast as he does. It seems you can't have your cake and eat it too. Kid is great at gaming, but his grades, well, time flies. The duration of the mental focus potion was only 60 minutes, and the time quickly came. The moment the potion's time passed, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness, his mind becoming hazy and sluggish. This was not a side effect of the mental focus potion. It's because it's already 11 o'clock at night, which is also Jiang Chen's bedtime. Closing the textbook, Jiang Chen stretched lazily. At this moment, there were not many viewers left in the live stream room. After all, the program ended at 10 o'clock in the evening, and although the live channel remained open afterward, there was no one hosting. The purpose of the production team is to let the audience see the family situation within 24 hours. Netizens naturally won't question the script. Wow! Is the kid finally going to sleep? To be honest, even if he didn't study, flipping through a book for an hour is still impressive. Exactly. I don't know if Kid Bro is bored or not, but I watched him flip through books for an hour. Hey guy upstairs, I don't know if Kid Bro is bored or not, but you sure are pretty bored. After tidying up his desk, Zhang Chen was about to wash up and then have a good sleep to properly recharge. Kiddo, finished studying? That was tough. Dad just ordered some takeout, go downstairs to get it, and while you're at it, buy me a pack of cigarettes. Zhang Yong's voice came from outside the door. Hearing this, the audience felt quite relieved. TSK, this old man is pretty good, knowing his son is tired from studying and even ordering him a late-night snack. That is to say, parents all over the world care deeply about their children. Actually, having a dad like this isn't bad at all, usually playing games together and still knowing how to care for his son. But the next second. In the scene, Zhang Yong's voice was heard again. Oh right. I ordered a burger, so don't you dare sneak a bite. And my chicken nuggets, don't forget to ask him for some ketchup. Didn't you finish eating tonight? If you're hungry, make yourself some instant noodles. Burgers aren't good for your health. Zhang Chen seemed to have expected this and just sneered. Got it. Upon hearing this, the barrage of comments instantly fell silent for a moment. After a few seconds, it immediately exploded with excitement. Ha! So it was Dad who wanted to eat, ordering for himself. You're not hungry, let Dad eat, this must be a biological child. As expected of parents born in the 90s, raising their son frugally but spoiling themselves, Dad needs to grow too. Chapter 7, The Show Trends on Social Media, The Boss Calls. After helping Zhang Yong pick up the takeout, Zhang Chen washed up and could finally go to sleep. Not only did he study all day at school, but when he got home, he also had to accompany his internet-addicted dad playing games. So as soon as Zhang Chen's head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. Although the show has already ended, some keen-scented marketing accounts have sniffed out business opportunities from it. Whether it's Zhang Chen, who just dominated the live broadcast, or Black Shark. Their live broadcast clips can be made into replay highlights and edited for posting on short video platforms. It will definitely attract attention. That night, many marketing accounts worked overtime. They posted the edited videos online. The focus was mainly on the interaction between Zhang Chen and his father Zhang Yong. There was also the scene of Zhang Chen rampaging through the game. Some marketing accounts even turned Black Shark's reaction into a meme. The video was quite entertaining. The title was even more shocking. An 8-year-old kid brutally defeats a retired professional player. If you can resist clicking on a title like this, you're a rare one. In just a few hours, the comments section of the video has already exploded. Netizens are discussing heatedly. What is going on? Is this video photoshopped? Why do I see a retired pro player being abused to despair? That's Black Shark. How could he be treated like a dog by a kid? This video must be fake. As everyone knows, videos can't be photoshopped, so this is real. Every single second, if someone told me this was played by a professional player, I would believe it. A retired professional player getting backstabbed in a solo match? You call this kid brother? The next morning, just as Black Shark woke up, he saw the overwhelming flood of messages on WeChat. He usually has the habit of putting his phone on silent when sleeping. So these messages did not wake him up. Black Shark had a strange expression, thinking that something major had happened overnight. He hurriedly opened each chat window one by one. But the messages he received all conveyed similar meanings. Black Shark bro, what's going on? After a few years without playing professionally, has your form really dropped this badly? Bro, do you know you're trending? You're still in the top 10 on the trending list. Even though it's trending, bro, you're just a background character. I'm speechless. Bro, why don't you come to our youth training club for a couple of days and practice your skills? These are the people sending messages to themselves. They are basically teammates and coaches from the Black Shark professional arena. They stayed up late at night and came across a video of Black Shark. They originally thought it was a marketing account with a wrong title, it should have been Black Shark Thin Veil Kid Brother. But they never expected. In the video, Black Shark was instantly killed by Kid Bro every time, and was even stabbed to death once. Is this reasonable? A dignified retired professional player, being killed like this. Seeing these messages, Black Shark was still a bit dazed just now. Suddenly, I felt energized. My mind was filled with just one sentence. The clown turned out to be myself. Of course, he couldn't swallow this grievance. Clicking on the chat box one by one, start voice replying to messages. Bro, stop talking. If you think you can do it, go ahead. Do you really think that's Xiaohaigu? Don't just stand there talking without feeling the pain. Xiaohaigu is even tougher than you. If you go up, you're probably not as good as me. So what if I got stabbed? It's like you haven't been stabbed by me before. Retreat. 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 After replying to the message, Black Shark hurriedly opened the latest trending search list. At number 9 on the trending list, Black Shark saw his own name. Shocking. CF retired professional player Black Shark was brutally defeated by Kid Brother. Seeing this headline, Black Shark's mouth twitched slightly. As a Hall of Fame level player in CF, with the game's popularity declining, Black Shark hasn't been on the trending list for a long time. Now, finally making it once again. Only to end up as a mere backdrop. Is this reasonable? Good news, it's trending. Bad news, it's the backdrop. Black Shark hit his head hard and sighed helplessly. Now this is bad, I guess all my teammates saw it. Even the coach is concerned about why his recent performance has declined so much. This doesn't seem like his usual level. Black Shark thought about last night. He even wanted to find that kid and solo again. Just to clear his own name. However, Black Shark thought it over carefully. A retired professional CF player going to solo with an 8-year-old kid? Isn't it embarrassing? Even if you win, so what? That's just bullying kids. But if you lose? Black Shark didn't want to just become someone else's background. If the background hits the trending list, then he'd rather not be on it. After thinking it over carefully, Black Shark still found the coach's WeChat. He took the initiative to send a voice message. Coach, save me a spot at your youth training club today, I'll come over to practice for a while. Maybe I've been joining too many events lately, my form has slipped a bit. Although Black Shark has already retired. But after all, he's a CF tech streamer. Being completely destroyed by an 8-year-old kid already says a lot. It shows that his condition has seriously declined. If he doesn't start training soon, others will probably have even more doubts about his abilities. On the other side, backstage of the Joyful Parenting show team, the director is reviewing the plan for the new episode. This director Yen has some reputation in the directing circle, mainly because he produced a variety show that became popular all over the country. It's called Extreme Challenge. Now the TV station's upper management has a demand for parenting programs. So they called Director Yen. Before each episode starts, Director Yen has to analyze in advance, which is also to ensure higher program ratings. Director Yen. At that moment, the producer beside him suddenly walked over holding a phone. Have you seen this? Taking the phone, it was the latest trending list. The producer clicked on the entry titled Shocking. CF retired pro player Black Shark was brutally killed by Kid Brother. Director Yen thought it was just the concept idea for the new episode. But after a glance, Director Yen's expression immediately changed. How come the live broadcast footage looks exactly the same as his own program? Suddenly, Director Yen's eyes widened as he remembered yesterday's show. There was indeed a competing family at that time, with the father pulling his son to play games. Director Yen felt that this kind of trend was not very good for public opinion, so he just skipped over it directly. He didn't really give it much thought. How did this suddenly become a trending topic? I spent some time reading the comments. Director Yen finally understood the sequence of events. Thanks to Jiang Chan and his family. Their show Joyful Parenting also trended on social media. But the way it trended. Director Yen, people online are saying that this kind of educational approach, where a father plays together with his son, is more suitable for the new generation's family atmosphere. However, it seems somewhat different from the original intention of our program. The producer paused in his tone, sounding somewhat helpless. Director Yen had a strange expression, as if his mind couldn't quite grasp it. He had come up with many ways to promote the show. But he never imagined the show would go viral in this way. This is not scientific. Just as Director Yen wanted to say something, the phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, the contact name was Minister Zhang. Director Yen immediately sat up straight. This person is the head of the Central TV Publicity Department. Chapter 8, Studying? Don't even mention that buzzkill. At this critical moment, Minister Zhang is calling me? Director Yen had already guessed something. Holding the phone, he went aside to answer the call. The producer only saw Director Yen's face turning pale and then flushed. With one hand holding the phone, he still wore a humble expression. Yes, I also think this affects the atmosphere. Rest assured, the latest episode will definitely be adjusted slightly, and similar behavior will not happen again. Exactly, after all, we are an educational program, and this kind of atmosphere is not suitable to prevail. Director Yen spoke for a long time into the phone. Finally hung up the phone and came back to sit down. Seeing Director Yen looking a bit embarrassed, the producer couldn't help but speak up. Director Yen, what did the higher-up say? Director Yen glanced at him, then shook his head. Expression serious and solemn. Just now the leader also learned about the trending topic, saying that ours is an educational program, meant to promote a proper social educational atmosphere. Not this kind of unhealthy trend. Moreover, on our official website platform, Jiang Chen's family actually surged to the top of the support rankings. This does not align with the promotional style of the show, and the leadership has ordered us to make immediate corrections. At the beginning, setting up the family support rate was just a gimmick for the show. It was meant to let the live stream audience participate as well, increasing interaction. But we didn't expect that after the first episode aired, the support rate for Jiang Chen's family has actually surged straight to the top of the rankings. What kind of show is this? It's meant to promote education and guide the correct social atmosphere. A family where the father plays games with his son took first place. What kind of social atmosphere is this promoting? Rectification? Do they want to change the format of the show? The producer frowned. Before the show started, they had already planned each episode. How could they make changes at the last minute? No need, the format of the show will remain unchanged. It will still be a live broadcast of various families' educational methods, but Jiang Chen's family's support rate can't be allowed to stay this high. Director Yin frowned and said. He fell into deep thought. The producer also thought for a moment, and the two stared at each other. A moment later, the producer's eyes lit up, and he suddenly spoke. Hey, Director Yin, I have an idea. Director Yin cast a glance, while the producer continued speaking. I also watched the replay of Jiang Chen's family's livestream yesterday. Although Jiang Chen said he was going back to study, in the end, he didn't show the slightest bit of attitude towards studying. Replay of the livestream. Jiang Chen clearly flipped through books for an hour, but where was the studying? We can bring forward the theme of the third episode. Isn't our third episode going to be a competition centered around poetry? Ranking will be based on reciting poems, and the first place can receive a 500 yuan exercise subsidy. The producer spoke calmly and unhurriedly. That boy Jiang Chen only knows how to play. He definitely won't study well, and when the time comes, he won't be able to memorize anything, so his ranking will definitely be low. This way, the show can have a cultural atmosphere, and the audience can see that this kind of teaching method simply can't teach children well. Hearing the producer's words, Director Yin's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Through the first episode, the audience all admired the educational atmosphere of Jiang Chen's family. Then he has to let the audience know. Such an educational atmosphere cannot produce outstanding students. It both fits the theme of the show and promotes a proper educational atmosphere. Alright, let's do it your way. Director Yin nodded. Now have the production team call the families participating in the show to inform them about tonight's program. At the same time, Jiang Chen's family. Dad, can you play more seriously? The opponent is guarding the package right in that corner, and you still went straight over like that. I didn't know someone was there? Wasn't that just a premature shot mistake? You can't mess up completely in this round either. Sigh, Dad, haven't you seen you play like that? You can even throw your gun to someone and get killed, why can't I? Look at what you're saying, Dad, can you compare to me? Son, watch your tone, after all, I am your dad. Jiang Chen and Jiang Yong were still sitting in front of the computer. After losing a game, the father and son began a battle of wits, making the live stream audience laugh uproariously. This father and son duo is killing me with laughter. So this is what it means to be a father and son team on the battlefield. If you ask me, the son is right to scold, and this old dad still dares not to listen to his son. This old dad is about to lose his mind, unable to argue back, now resorting to bloodline dominance. I'm not a bro, I just entered the live stream room. When did this father and son start playing? They started at 8 in the morning, the plan of the day lies in the morning. Just as the father and son were passionately playing ranked matches. Ring ring ring. Jiang Yong's phone suddenly rang. He answered the call while holding a cigarette in his mouth. Crooked? The caller was a staff member from the program team. Mainly to inform about changes to tonight's program. They want their child to recite a poem in front of the camera. At that time, based on the recitation performance, online viewers will vote in real time. The one who gets first place will receive a 500 yuan performance subsidy. Although the money isn't much. But fly meat is still meat. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yong had an excited expression. Son, I have some good news for you. Jiang Chen cast a glance. Dad, do you want me to go study? Sigh, don't even mention that disappointing thing. Disappointing? Studying is disappointing? This dad is really something. I wish I had a dad like that too, am I dreaming? If you were to be reborn, maybe you'd have a chance. On the screen, Jiang Yong waved his hand and began to explain. Here's the thing, the program team is holding a poetry competition tonight, and all the children have to participate. If you win first place, there's even a 50-point performance subsidy. Hearing this, Jiang Chen also became interested. Dad, if I can get this 50-point achievement bonus, can you buy me 2 exercise books? Son, do you have a fever? Talking nonsense in broad daylight? Jiang Yong had a concerned look on his face. Then he changed the subject. With this 50, you can top up and buy good guns. The directing team said performance bonuses aren't your game records, your achievements? Spending money to get good guns, having better control, and better performance every game, that's the original intention behind the show's activity. Jiang Yong's forced explanation. It left Jiang Chen stunned. The live stream audience was also left stunned. What this old man said makes sense. Battle records are also a form of achievement. What use are achievements? They only matter at school. Now we're at home, and at home, we look at battle records. Wait, I just saw the official announcement from the production team. The performance subsidy is 500. What's going on? This old man is still taking kickbacks. What do you know? When the kid brother attends events at night, doesn't his game time get reduced? He should at least compensate the old man a little for the mental distress, right? The old man is speaking on his main account. Chapter 9, the words are rough but the reasoning isn't wrong, though these words are really too rough. Ding dong. System task issued, recite preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang during tonight's program. Complete the task to receive rewards, memory +1, mul points +1. Jiang Chen, who was passionately gaming, suddenly heard the system's random task. A bright light appeared before my eyes. Tunwang Pavilion Preface? This is a high school classical Chinese essay, reputed as the greatest parallel prose of all time. For other elementary school students, this is a difficult task. But for Jiang Chen, it was very simple. The reason was straightforward. In terms of learning, the systematic tasks Jiang Chen had completed before had almost comprehensively reinforced him. Moreover, Jiang Chen had some familiarity with this classical text. It takes about a few minutes to be able to recite it fluently. Dad, since you have an event to attend tonight, can I play a little lesson read for a while? Although poetry competitions and the like are a piece of cake for him. But this can also serve as an excuse to study a little longer. But as soon as he heard this, Jiang Yong refused to agree. What reading a book? Kid, with your level, just memorizing a poem is enough. Dad doesn't expect you to win first place, as long as you're happy. Have you forgotten how Dad taught you? Study when you should, and if you can't learn it, then we'll eat well and drink well. Tuition isn't money wasted. As soon as these words were spoken, the viewers in the live broadcast room immediately exploded. What kind of words are these? Is this how parents educate their children? If you need to study, then study. If you can't learn, just eat well and drink well. Is this something a normal parent would say? But it makes sense if you don't study well or eat well, isn't the tuition just wasted? The words are blunt but true, though they are a bit too blunt. Jiang Chen felt his vision go dark. Jiang Yong's way of thinking is indeed hard for ordinary people to understand. Dad, when you say that, don't you care about my studies at all? Jiang Chen couldn't help but say. From childhood to now, it seemed Jiang Yong never really cared about Jiang Chen's studies. For a long time, Jiang Yong was busy teaching him how to play games. After teaching Jiang Chen how to play the game, the father and son then started an intense duo queue. As for studying, they only followed 4 words, learn if you can. Sigh, Dad was like that when he was studying. How could I have given birth to a child who studies well? If he really studied well, would he still be my son? Jiang Yong retorted. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. That makes sense. Dad, you actually have quite a bit of self-awareness. Try saying that again? I'm saying, Dad, you really do care about me. Of course, otherwise, you might as well call me Dad. Listening to the conversation between father and son, the audience in the comments section was completely stunned. The kid is right. This old man has self-awareness. If the kid says 2 more words, Dad will bring out all 7 wolves. No wonder the kid reacts quickly, changing his words right from the start. Even Jiang Yong said that. Jiang Chen could only obediently play the game. However, where there is a will, there is a way. While playing the game, Jiang Chen also switched to the browser. Search for Preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang. During the loading period after each game ends, Jiang Chen would always switch screens to take a quick look. This screen switching speed left the viewers in the comments section far behind. What's going on? Little brother isn't playing the game properly. Is Dad just watching helplessly? Playing a game and still being so distracted. It's one thing to zone out while studying, but how can you zone out while playing games? What is Kid Bro reading? Preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang? Can Kid Bro even understand it? Could it be that he wants to memorize this at night? No way. Normally, Kid Bro squeezes game time out of study time, but now it's the other way around, squeezing study time out of game time. An entire afternoon of duo queue gaming. The study time Jiang Chen finally squeezed out was less than 10 minutes. Fortunately, Jiang Chen used this fragmented time to read through the entire Tingwan Pavilion preface several times. Relying on the memory enhanced by the system, he could already recite it backward flawlessly. The time reached 7:30. Jiang Yong glanced at the time on his phone and patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Kiddo, it's almost time. In a bit, go memorize a poem. 3 minutes should be enough. Don't mess up our game time. Jiang Chen nodded, waved his hand, and left the room. Don't worry, Dad. At our rank, it doesn't matter if we're late or not. According to the program team's arrangement, Jiang Chen needs to go to his own room to recite. And no one is allowed nearby to prevent others from giving him prompts. Jiang Chen also remembers to take a phone to watch the live broadcast in real time. At this moment, in the main live broadcast room, Xiao Sa is ready and begins hosting. Alright, everyone, welcome to the live broadcast of Happy Parenting. I am your old friend Xiao Sa. At the request of the director team, today we are holding a special program, a poetry contest, and all participating families can join. This morning, the directing team has already issued the notice, so I believe all the participating kids are ready. I'm from Jiang Chen's live stream room, and I can prove that he's ready to fight at any moment. I see other kids are studying, and Jiang Chen is kind of studying too. He's researching the parabolic trajectory of grenades. Backstage at the production team, Director Yen began giving orders. The order will be arranged according to the support rate from the last episode, starting from the last family. Jiang Chen's family is ranked first on the leaderboard. According to Director Yan's idea, Jiang Chen is unlikely to be able to recite much poetry. And also based on what is said in the comments, Jiang Chen spent the whole afternoon playing games with his dad. In this state, can he still recite poetry? If he can recite Ode to the Goose, then he's impressive. Then let Jiang Chen go last, as the grand finale. In this way, the gap between him and other children can be seen more intuitively. Like in the previous episode, the trend of fathers playing games with their sons can also be greatly curbed. The task assigned to him by the leader, wasn't it completed so smoothly? The next second, Xiao Sa received the director's instructions and changed his script. Dear audience, today's poetry contest lineup is arranged according to the support rates of the 10 families from the first episode, starting with the family in last place. Now, let's welcome the Zihan family. As Xiao Sa finished speaking, the large screen behind him immediately switched scenes. The screen changed to a small room. Inside the room, a short girl wearing thick framed glasses was standing. In front of her, there was a mobile phone placed. On it was the live streaming room's screen. Through zero delay live streaming, you can connect remotely using just one phone. Hello, Zihan. I wonder what poems Zihan has prepared for us this time. Xiao Sa spoke softly, asking. But Zihan in the scene looked a bit nervous. One hand was rubbing the corner of the clothes, speaking in a weak voice. I prepared Spring Dawn. Xiao Sa smiled knowingly. This Spring Dawn is an ancient poem learned as early as first grade in elementary school, and Zihan looks only 7 or 8 years old. And it's in front of the camera. Being able to recite such an ancient poem is already very impressive. Alright, let's welcome Zihan, dear audience friends. Chapter 10, Is This Damn 8 Years Old? Spring sleep unaware of dawn, everywhere the sound of birds singing. At night comes the sound of wind and rain, who knows how many flowers have fallen. In the picture, Zihan recited the poem very quietly. Although she looked nervous, there were no mistakes in her recitation, and it was very fluent. The viewers in the live stream room were also discussing it. How can she recite such a simple ancient poem? Boring. I can recite it too. Reversing the heavenly gang. Who's the elementary school student here? The little girl can recite this in front of the camera, which is already very impressive. That's it. If you're good, you go. Maybe you won't even be able to speak well up there. The program's poetry contest has also sparked a lot of controversy online. The main one is that it's too childish. But they seem to have forgotten one thing. The children in this program were basically all 8 or 9 years old. The oldest was no more than 10 years old. They were all children in elementary school. How many ancient poems could they memorize? Besides, this is still in front of the camera. How can an elementary school student have such a strong mental capacity? The next kids on stage were all pretty much the same. Basically, they were all in the first or second grade of elementary school. The effect of memorizing them was similar. It didn't take long. There was only one family left before Jiang Chen started. Nanyang Lu Ziji, the noble scholar also. He heard about it and gladly planned to go. Unsuccessful, looking for the end of the disease, after the latter then no one to ask. A little girl in a red dress stammered. She has memorized the tale of the peach blossom garden. As the last word landed, that little red-skirted girl breathed a long sigh of relief. A relaxed smile followed. It could be counted as having finished memorizing. At the same time, a stir was caused within the live broadcast room. Good fellow. I remember this little girl is only 8 years old, but she can actually memorize the Book of Peach Blossoms. This is a middle school text. So powerful? Although she stammered a bit, it's pretty good. When my kid was this young, he had a hard time memorizing a poem. She deserves to be second in the polls. I remember this little girl's mom was very gentle. Only a family like this can raise a child like this. The first place this time will definitely go to Xiaoman's family. Inside the live broadcast room, little Sam also nodded with a face full of approving expressions. Let's give Xiaoman an encouraging applause across the screen. This Peach Blossom Garden Journal is a junior high school literary text, and Xiaoman was actually able to recite the whole thing, so it's obvious that he's put in some effort. Next, let's welcome the number one in support from the last program, Jiang Chen's father and son family. The moment these words came out, the live broadcast pop-ups instantly exploded. Oh, it's finally the kid's turn. Just came and don't know, has Jongchen finished his game yet? Suggest to end it directly, after playing the game for an afternoon can memorize what poems are? That's right. I watched Zhang Chen's family's channel half an hour ago, still with his old man in a university. Looking at the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Director Yen in the background smiled and nodded. This was the effect that was wanted. What kind of ethos does the program want to promote? Definitely good home education. Homeschooling like Zhang Chen's, although it had a high vote rate, it was absolutely impossible to teach children who studied well. Just now, Zhang Chen was even playing games with his old man. He wasn't even interested in memorizing poetry. When Zhang Chen came on later, he would be able to show the audience how big the gap was between different family education styles. As the guide camera switched, the screen switched to Zhang Chen's room. Zhang Chen stood in the center of the screen, already a little drowsy from waiting. Zhang Chen, little friend, hello. It was still Little Sa's voice that came out of the cell phone that woke Zhang Chen up from his daze. Oh, hello. Zhang Chen was slightly dazed, and then replied with a confused face. It gave the impression as if Zhang Chen would fall asleep in the next second. What the hell? Is Zhang Chen sleepy? It's normal to be sleepy after accompanying Pops to play the game for the whole afternoon. If a child is sleepy, he should sleep. You have to make them memorize poems. At home, my dad abuses my child to play games, and the program team abuses my child to recite poems. Guess what poem Jiang Chen is going to memorize? He was reading the preface to the Tingwang Pavilion when he was playing the game this afternoon. Preface to the Tingwang Pavilion? That's all he can do? It's enough to shock us if he can memorize a goose. Zhang Chen, I don't know which poem you're going to choose to memorize, come and introduce it to our viewers. Xiao Sa still has the professionalism of a host. No matter what situation he encounters, he won't laugh out loud. Preface to the Tingwang Pavilion. Okay. Let's welcome Zhang Chen to recite it to us. Little Sparrow's hosting was still passionate. But halfway through his speech, Little Spar suddenly froze. What is Zhang Chen going to recite? The preface to the Tingwang Pavilion? The words that Little Caesar had just uttered were forcibly swallowed back by him. Zhang Chen, tell the audience and friends again what you are going to memorize. Xiao Sa thought he had heard wrong and asked again. Tingwang preface. Zhang Chen's expression remained unchanged as he slowly opened his mouth. Buzz. Xiao Sa immediately felt that his brain had received a shock. Tingwang preface? This was a literary text that was only learned in high school. How old was Zhang Chen now? 8 years old. He can memorize the preface to the Tingwang Pavilion? What does that mean? Zhang Chen wants to memorize the preface to the Tingwang Pavilion. The first parallelism of the ages? Zhang Chen is going to memorize this? Are you serious? I'm in high school, but I can't memorize it. Zhang Chen did cut the screen to read the preface to the Tingwang Pavilion when he was playing the game this afternoon. Cutting the screen while playing a game? What's the use of that for just a moment? Maybe Zhang Chen was just talking, how could he memorize it? Little Sa was a bit confused. Even those families that emphasized on home education. It's impossible to force their children to memorize the Tingwang preface, right? Not to mention, Zhang Chen had still played the game all afternoon. Xiao Sa calmed down a bit and continued to start hosting. Okay, kid Zhang Chen is going to bring us the Tingwang preface, so stay tuned. The image of Zhang Chen's channel screen immediately zoomed in. He then looked around. Can I start now? Yes. After receiving an affirmative answer, Zhang Chen closed his eyes, prepared to give his full attention. Tingwang Pavilion preface, Wangbo. The former county of Yuzhong, the new capital of Hongdu. The stars are divided into wings and square, and the land is connected to Hanglu. With 3 rivers and 5 lakes, controlling the barbarians and thorns and attracting Oua. While memorizing, the entire preface to the Tingwang Pavilion seemed to appear before his eyes. Without deliberately thinking, one was able to recite what came next. It was as if one was staring at the verse and reciting it. The recitation was fluent, and the Mandarin was standardized. It was called a smooth flow. The last second, Xiao Sa, who was still thinking about how to host the closing ceremony if Zhang Chen couldn't recite it. He was suddenly wide-eyed. Backstage of the program group. Director Yen, who had just put on his headphones, froze at this time as well. Said being Tingwang preface. You really memorized Is this ing 8 years old? Chapter 11, reciting the Tingwang preface, shocking the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Chen's recitation continued. The falling sun and the lonely ducks flew together, and the autumn water shared the color of the long sky. The mountains are hard to cross, who is sad about the people who have lost their way. The people who meet each other are all guests from other places. The whole process of memorization was crisp and clean, without any delay. It's even a bit different from that mechanical memorization. More feelings in it. In response, little Caesar had long been dumbfounded. With a dumbfounded face, he stared at Jiang Chen in the picture. The effect of Jiang Chen's recitation could no longer just be described as good. It was more like reciting. How could an 8-year-old elementary school student understand the emotions of this Tengwang preface? This left him puzzled. However, what made Xiaosa even more unexpected was that Jiang Chen could really memorize it in its entirety. For a child of this age, even if he was asked to read aloud from a book, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to read so well. While Jiang Chen was reciting, the audience in the live broadcast room was very taciturn. The pop-up screen was a series of idle clouds and pools of shadow day long. Things change a few degrees of autumn. Where is the emperor's son now? Outside the threshold, the Yangtze River flows freely. Finally, Jiang Chen's recitation ended. The entire studio was silent. After the screen was quiet for 3 seconds, the Xiaosa, who was immersed in Jiang Chen's recitation, came back to his senses, suddenly awakening. If he didn't speak up again, he was afraid that there would be a performance accident. Strangely enough, there was no urging from Director Yen in the headset. After all, in a live variety show like this, there was a director's control at all times. According to Xiaosa's estimation, I'm afraid that Director Yen was also shocked. Just as he expected. The directors group backstage. Director Yen looked at the camera screen with a dumbfounded expression. The scene where Jiang Chen had just recited the preface to the Tengwang Pavilion. It was followed by him the entire time. Originally, he thought that Jiang Chen's comment about reciting the preface to the Tengwang Pavilion was just a gimmick. But he didn't expect. He really knew how to do it. The producer on the side raised his eyes to look at Director Yen. The expression was very odd. Wasn't the purpose of them advancing the poetry conference event to dismantle Jiang Chen's family? But in the end, it produced an effect. Yet it was somewhat unexpected. The second-ranked family, Xiaoman, who was only 8 years old, recited a poem full of Peach Blossom Garden records. Although he stuttered, he at least memorized it. At that time, the backstage directors team all thought that the first place vote of this program would definitely be Xiaoman's family. But who would have thought? Jiang Chen, who had just played the game for the whole afternoon, could actually memorize the entire Tengwang preface. Let's give a fierce applause to thank Jiang Chen for his poem recitation. It wasn't until Xiaosa's voice appeared in the headset. It was only then that Director Yen came back to his senses from the shock he had just experienced. Taking a deep breath, Director Yen and the producer beside him exchanged glances. Each other's expressions were very elusive. And the audience in the live broadcast room had completely exploded. Nyo Boi. This kid brother really gave back down. He is usually dragged to play games by his father, but he can still memorize the complete Tengwang preface? Is this kid cheating? I suggested drug test. An 8-year-old student can memorize the preface to the Tengwang Pavilion? Is he 8 years old? Could it be that he's memorized it before and that's why it's so easy? Your kid learned the preface to the Tengwang Pavilion when he was 8 years old? That's high school stuff. Look at the way his dad plays games all day. Do you think he'll let his kid learn? Active learning? That's no good. At his age, he should be devoted to games. It's not recommended for such a young child to have such a good memory. It's easy to stimulate the older kids. Audience members, from Jiang Chen's recitation, we can see that he must have put a lot of effort into his studies. The educational atmosphere of Jiang Chen's children's family is suitable for our viewers and friends to learn from. Although the development of the situation was unexpected. But Xiaosa was a professional host after all, and quickly stabilized the live broadcast scene. Unbeknownst to him, his words exited and immediately caused a furor in the audience. Suitable for the general audience and friends to learn? This can still be learned? Other people's old man pulling his son to play the game. The battle record will not speak, do not know. The results will certainly speak for people. When the child's academic performance drops, he'll be honest. I also want to take my son to play the game, to get rid of his internet addiction, but it seems that the internet addiction is getting bigger and bigger. What to do? Upstairs, you really learn. According to the program flow, Xiaosa has to interview Jiang Chen next. Jiang Chen children, now the majority of viewers and friends are very curious. How is your state of learning? After all, Tengwang Preface, an ancient text, cannot be learned in school. Whose good school teaches Tengwang Preface in the 3rd grade? Hearing Xiaosa's words, Jiang Chen looked down and thought for a moment. Want to be honest? Jiang Chen asked. Little Sam first froze, then smiled faintly and nodded. Of course, our program aims to be truthful. How you usually study can be shared with us. Jiang Chen nodded and began to answer. In fact, there was no deliberate study, except for the half-hour of homework time every day. The rest of the time was spent accompanying his old man to play games. The good thing is that the computer can cut the screen. Usually I will use the game loading time to cut the screen to study, although the time is a little short, but the efficiency is very high. Jiang Chen said in a serious manner. The smile that Xiaosa just revealed instantly froze on his face. Half an hour of homework every day? Cutting the screen to study during game loading time? Is this something a human being could say? Ha! Only those who have watched Jiang Chen's family channel know that he's not lying. I've been watching the live broadcast this afternoon, and I saw the kid brother cut the screen to memorize. Pops is still sitting next to me, and my son doesn't even know. Dad's in the middle of the A game, and his son's memorizing the Tangwang preface? He's not even concentrating on the game. If he's not serious about the game, how can he be successful in the future? Upstairs, your kid brother's father is possessed. At the same time, Xiaosa's brain was working fast, thinking about how to take Jiang Chen's words. His head was filled with one thought. Think fast. Dead brain. The atmosphere was awkward for a few seconds before little Caesar slowly opened his mouth. It seemed that Jiang Chen's children were still very serious about their studies, able to squeeze out all sorts of fragmented time from their lives to study. Such a love of learning character is worth learning from all the kids. Any more words, Little Sparrow could no longer make them up. In the studio footage, you can even see his eyes asking for help. Director, why don't you go to commercial? Such an embarrassing scene. Naturally, it amused the audience. Brothers, look at Little Sa's expression. Is he about to lose his hosting skills? The last time I saw this expression on Little Sam's face was when a certain entrepreneur said he wasn't interested in money. Why do you always let Shusa come across this? Career Scene 1. It can't be helped. Who can resist when a live program encounters such a kid brother? Fortunately, Director Yan also saw the discussion in the pop-up screen. He picked up the walkie-talkie and promptly saved the day for Little Sam. Guide, cut the commercial. Chapter 12, Ignoring his son's money. This father is even more ruthless than the middleman. Below, let's go into a commercial. All viewers can choose your favorite family to vote for through the time-limited voting section of the live broadcast. The time limit is 5 minutes. Which family will come out on top in today's poetry contest? Stay tuned, viewers. After saying those words, the camera in front of him closed. Little Sam then breathed a long sigh of relief. It could finally give him a reprieve. Although the hosting just now was less than an hour. However, Xiaosa felt that this was a rare challenge in his career. The last time he felt this way, or in front of a certain Ma entrepreneur, originally thought that after years of practicing, his professionalism was already enough. Now that he ran into Jiang Chen on the program, he went back to his pre-liberation days overnight. There really weren't many program guests who could make the program host confused. The 5 minutes passed quickly. After the commercial break ended, Little Caesar also got the latest family ranking. Seeing the ranking, Little Caesar let out a bitter smile. It was pretty much the same as he expected. The program started again. Okay viewers, the 5-minute time-limited voting, the results have been freshly released. Please look at the big screen. First place, Jiang Chen's family 31,451 votes. Second place, Xiaoman's family 23,589 votes. Third place, Zihan's family 21,548 votes. Fourth place, XX family 19,353 votes. Fifth place, Triple X family 16,666 votes. Eighth place, Zixian's family 8,725 votes. Jiang Chen's family, without a doubt, won first place in this family vote. And Jiang Chen still had a breakneck lead. It was nearly 10,000 votes ahead of the second place. There was certainly no disagreement with this voting result. Other people's children couldn't even memorize ancient poems. Jiang Chen can already recite the Tangwang preface backwards. With a hang, how can this be compared? The children of other families were like just stepping out of a novice village. They met the big brother who had passed the plot. Besides obediently giving way to the big brother, is there any other choice? Seeing the rankings in the screen, the audience instantly exploded. Shady. Shady. How is it shady? Isn't it normal for kid brother to be in first place? He's actually only 10,000 votes ahead of second place? That's not shady. What a great guy. I was falling asleep while the others were memorizing the poem. Hey, guess what? The kid recited it for me. After all, it's a variety show, so the difference in votes can't be too outrageous, right? In front of the screen, Jiang Chen was relieved to see that his family had won first place. Winning was fine. According to his play just now, it would be a bit unreasonable not to win. It was just that. This achievement subsidy money wasn't much. Jiang Chen really didn't want to rush into the game. Thinking about it, Jiang Chen planned to discuss it with his old man. There was a creak. Jiang Chen pushed open the door to the room where the computer was placed and walked in. Jiang Yong was still fighting fiercely, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Jiang Chen walk in. Finished memorizing Child Smash? How's it going? Got first place. Oh, not bad for my son. Did all the other families abstain? Dad, do you talk to your son like that? You're the opposite of the Big Dipper. I can talk to you as much as I want, and you still have a problem with that. The father and son's bickering amused many viewers. This father and son are really funny. The kid brother is even lecturing his father. What can I say? The other family is looking at the results, but this family is looking at the record. The son won the MVP, and the father is a lying dog, right? So what if he has bloodline suppression? I've even got a level suppression. Dad, can I discuss something with you? Jiang Chen said coldly. I don't know what to do. You're still treating your dad as an outsider, aren't you? You can say anything you want, you're all buddies, you're all fathers and sons. The $50 achievement grant, can you use it to buy books for me? Jiang Chen thought long and hard and spoke again. Dad, I'm almost done with that workbook, I want to buy some new ones. What the hell? Jiang Yong immediately widened his eyes. Buy books? Son smashed now addicted to reading, in the future you are not going to read Why don't you play a good game and read a book? Who has a child like you? Jiang Yong reprimanded Jiang Chen in a serious manner. Dad, isn't my love of learning a good thing? Jiang Chen said in a good-natured manner. Learning can be heavier than a feather, can also be lighter than a mountain. The moment Jiang Yong said this, the audience in the live broadcast room instantly understood. Heavier than hair, lighter than Tarzan? This old man doesn't have a lot of culture either. No wonder this old man said he couldn't give birth to any children who study well, not without reason. I'm crying, the father gave in so much to keep his kid from getting addicted to reading. Upstairs, report to the UC personnel department. Seeing that the old man was dead set on not giving in, Jiang Chen was also filled with helplessness. There's no way out. If you are a son, don't you have to put up with your willful father? In the end, he was the one who took it all on. But at this moment, Jiang Yong's cell phone suddenly vibrated. Direct debit has arrived, $500. The sound was so clear and loud that not only Jiang Yong and his father and son heard it, even the audience in the live broadcast room heard it. The scene was quiet for 2 seconds. 500? Jiang Chen's expression was odd, as if he had discovered some unsettling secret. And Jiang Yong? Just smoothly stuffed his cell phone into his pocket and didn't forget to turn on the mute. Son smash, you listen to dad explain. Ha! Laughed me to death. So soon to be demolished. I should have said, the program is still very fast in giving out money, this old man is totally unprepared. I've seen people take money from their bosses, but I've never seen anyone take money from their sons. Look at the look on the kid's face. Is he thinking of stabbing his dad? We all understand, the middleman is making a profit. You call that a 90% cut in the price? Even an unscrupulous broker wouldn't dare to do that. Son, I'm not afraid that you'll spend the money in your pocket, that's why I said the subsidy is only 50%. You have to understand dad's good intentions. It's all for your own good. Jiang Chen stared at Jiang Yong with a scrutinizing gaze, that look, as helpless as it could be. Always without a word. Harm, it's okay, you can spend less money on this game, but you can't delay my baby boy's studies. This 50 you take, you want to buy what books to buy it, dad certainly do not interfere with you. This time, Jiang Yong's movements were very fluent. From the side of the wallet to pull out 50 large bills, stuffed to Jiang Chen. Afterwards, he pretended to be fine. Continuing to play the game. Shocked. Pops actually gave the kid brother 50 to buy a book and encouraged the kid to study. This is a discovery of conscience. Conscience discovered? Isn't this a discovery of conscience? The middleman made 90% of the difference, it's impolite to make more. It's good enough. When I was 8, I didn't have more than a $10 bill in my pocket. The kid brother must be thinking in his heart, I'm lucky to have you. This don't know enough, this old man can take the initiative to give money to buy books, to change before not on a few big paragraph, can see money shadow? Chapter 13, Learning tired to play, with your father still polite what? Dad, then you play the game well, I should go study. Jiang Chen made a request to his old dad. The moment these words came out, Jiang Yong, who had just been a little embarrassed, instantly furrowed his brows and quit. Study? Didn't you learn today? Just now, I asked you to memorize the poem, isn't that learning? And it was more than half an hour. The study time Jiang Yong had arranged for Jiang Chen every day was only half an hour. That's the limit of Jiang Yong's regression. This counts as Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and said in an unfavorable manner. Of course it counts. Did you say that you played games just now? Jiang Chen shook his head. Then it doesn't count. Jiang Yong slapped his thigh. Anytime you weren't playing a game, Dad truly thinks you were studying. As soon as these words were uttered, the audience was also completely sensationalized. How does it sound so familiar? It should be the time when you are not studying, you are playing all the time, right? You don't understand, that's how people's family philosophy is. The Big Dipper. Really, I'm crying. This old man would even let his son study less so that he can play more. How many other fathers are there in the world who are so good at caring for their sons? Don't say it, you really can't find many of them. On the screen, Jiang Chen was completely speechless. How many sins did he commit in his past life before he met such an internet-addicted father? If it was just a normal situation, Jiang Chen would have happily accompanied his old man to play the game. But now, Jiang Chen's mind was filled with thoughts of completing system tasks. He had just recited the Tingwang Pavilion preface in the program, and the system rewarded him with Memory 1, as well as Mole Points 1. It wasn't too much of a boost for Jiang Chen. Ding dong! The system releases a time-limited reward task: read and study for half an hour. Task completion countdown, 6 hours. Mission completion reward, full learning ability 10, Mole Points 10. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded beside Jiang Chen's ears. He instantly brightened up. A system reward mission? This type of quest was unattainable, and the rewards were even more generous than normal quests. However, there was a mission requirement, which was time. If you want to get the mission rewards, you need to hurry up and complete the mission. Dad, stop talking, I'm going to study now. Jiang Chen didn't want to miss out on this rewarding mission and turned around to leave. But before he could take a step out, Jiang Yong directly reached out and pulled him back. Wait for me. If you're tired of learning, then play. What's the point of being polite to your father? Although Jiang Yong was an internet-addicted father, his hand strength was not small. Tugging on Jiang Chen's arm, he pressed him onto the gaming chair. If he had more strength, he could have picked Jiang Chen up like a chicken. Dad, I'm not being polite to you. I really want to study. Being forcibly pressed here, Jiang Chen only felt his eyes go black. Harm. Your father has raised you to such an age, doesn't he know you? You are just thin-skinned. You want to play the game, do not tell your father, have to let your father guess, is not it? It's okay. I'm sure a father understands his son's mind. It's too abstract. He's the boss, they're the bossy dad. What's the saying? You don't say you're tired, you say you're tired, and then you look at your dad and see if he thinks you're tired. A family can't say that, no problem. I'm sure he still wants to play the game. Am I the only one who can tell that he's being forced to play? There's an honest man upstairs, let's bully him. Where do you think he was forced? Ask him. If he wasn't forced, he'd have blinked. If he wasn't forced, he would have blinked. The way Jiang Yong and his father and son get along makes many netizens feel envious. What's not to know when you have a father like that? Meanwhile, backstage at the director's office. Director Yen, we still have one more interview session. This event got first place and we need to introduce our parenting experience to the other families. Should we let Jiang Chen's family be interviewed? The producer stood in front of Director Yen and asked with an odd expression. This was designed before the program started. The main purpose was to have the first place vote share their parenting experience. But who would have thought that the one who finally got first place could be Jiang Chen? He had been playing games with his dad all afternoon, not to mention reading, he didn't even have time to study. If he were to be interviewed, he'd have to talk about playing games with his dad a few more times. The atmosphere of the program will be ruined by Jiang Chen's family. But this was arranged in advance after all. Director Yen took a deep breath and opened his mouth to ask. Guide, tune the screen to see what Jiang Chen's family is doing right now. The guide heard the order and immediately operated. On the big screen in the backstage of the director's group, the real-time monitoring of Jiang Chen's family immediately popped up. Son, the man who killed your father is hiding behind that box, don't be afraid. Dad, don't rush me, that guy is holding me up, I can't just go out like this. I'll go. When did you become such a coward, son? Have you forgotten what your father told you? You have to keep fighting every day. But you can't give away your head like you did. Are you itching to say one more word, or I'll show you why you call me Dad? Hearing this conversation between father and son, Director Yen in front of the screen only felt a black eye. What's going on? Wasn't he on the program just now? A few minutes gone, how come he's on again? It's a farce. The producer's expression also froze on his face, and then he let out a bitter laugh. Director, I don't think they're available. The many staff members behind them also nodded their heads. Director Yen stared dead on at the father and son who were passionately hacking in the screen, took a deep breath, and sighed out heavily. Alas! There was a change of plans, the interview was cancelled. Of course, Jiang Chen's father and son didn't know what was happening in the background of the director's office. They were still immersed in the game and couldn't help themselves. Some experienced marketing numbers, after the last time the program was on the hot search because of Jiang Chen's family. It paid extra attention to the program's live broadcast. Today was still a special program with a poetry competition. Of course there was a lot of material to edit. The most important material had to be the footage of Jiang Chen reciting. Not only that, but there was also the famous scene born when Xiao Sa was interviewing Jiang Chen. Some marketing numbers even had Xiao Sa's reaction at the time made into emoticons. It left a colorful mark in his career. Multiple videos were released as soon as they were released. Rapidly caused a hot discussion on the internet. An 8-year-old elementary school student who can memorize the Tengwang preface? Are you kidding me? This kid brother. Although the Tengwang preface is memorized, it's better than my reading. Did you see the scene where Little Sparrow interviewed Kid? That look was amazing. Why do I feel like I've seen this face before? CA has shown this expression before in front of a certain chairman named Ma. I've heard that after that program, he opened up his second chakra. What do you guys think was on Little Sa's mind when he was hosting? I wanted to escape so badly, but I couldn't. Chapter 14, What are you doing when everyone else is trying? For a while, the fame of Jiang Chen's family began to grow big online. It even gave birth to an exclusive phrase. Kid brother. Jiang Chen's name wasn't mentioned much, but the name Kid Brother, the search volume had already broken 100,000. This Kid Brother has something: martial arts can hang the pros in the game, literature can memorize the Ting Wangu preface with his eyes closed. This was just born at full level, right? His mom probably plays CF, and he's been learning it since he was a baby. Other people's fetal education is to listen to songs, but theirs is to listen to the sound of footsteps, isn't it? Today is Sunday, a lot of idle and bored netizens see the Kid Brother of these comments. They flocked to the live broadcasting room. Basically, they all ran to Jiang Chen's family's channel. When the viewers clicked on the channel's live broadcast, they only saw this scene. Jiang Chen was lying on his back in front of the computer desk, huffing and puffing. Jiang Yong, on the other hand, was leaning on the gaming chair, taking off his shoes and leaning his 2 feet on the keyboard. Both people's computers had blue-screened and flickered. Just came in, is there a big brother to explain? How does it look like this father and son are playing games all night? I'm staying overnight with my brother in an internet cafe, and the next day is like this. This dad's posture is exactly the same as my roommate's. I can smell his feet through the screen. I watched the live broadcast last night. They played until 2 a.m., and their computers died. No wonder it's blue. It's no wonder the computer is dead when a father and son are playing a game. I saw the kids studying. After dad fell asleep, he sneaked back to get a book and studied for half an hour. Studying in secret? What a strange word. How could Jiang Yong have known that he would have so many people cricketing behind his back when he took his son to play the game? Ringing. Suddenly, Jiang Yong's cell phone ringtone suddenly rang, and he, who was asleep, woke up with a jolt. Crooked? Oh, takeout ah. Family members who can explain how this old man ordered takeout when he was asleep. I can do this. Last night, before he went to bed, this old man already ordered breakfast for this morning. Really, I'm going to die crying. Dad is charging in the battlefield and still not forgetting the food supply. I'm envious. It's not bad to have a dad like this, playing games with his son and still remembering to order takeout for him. The viewers were talking in the comments section. A number of people expressed envy. Not only could this old dad bring his son to play the game, he didn't even forget to order his son breakfast for the next day. Dads who cared about their son's gaming skills like this and also cared about their son's diet were not common anymore. Picture. Jiang Yong hung up the phone and reached out to pull up Jiang Chen's arm. Son of a 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 son, still sleeping. Jiang Chen, who was sleeping soundly, was shaken awake by Shui Ling Ling. Opened his eyes, a blank face. Son of a, your father's takeout has arrived, the elevator is broken, and there is a delivery fee of $5 to send upstairs. You go downstairs to get a takeaway for dad. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen reacted. The expression on his face immediately pulled down. Dad, isn't it just $5? Our house is on the 7th floor. What kind of words are these? Jiang Chen glared. You think your father cares about this $5? Isn't this for you to exercise? Sitting here all day playing games, how can you be fit? Then aren't you, Dad? Is your dad like you? Don't you see me lying there playing games sometimes? Jiang Yong is sitting on a gaming chair, which is 4 figures up. As for Jiang Chen sits on an ordinary study bench, not even a backrest. So he can only sleep on his back. Dad. Jiang Chen even looked aggrieved. Whoever got into such a father, it is really a lifetime blessing. Son, why don't you listen to Dad? Age older began to rebel, right? Jiang Yong eyes glared, said seriously. Rebellion? Why do I feel it's this old man who's a rebel? If you want to save the $5 for delivery, just say so. Yesterday, I had to pay $450 for the child, but today I don't even want to pay $5 for the delivery fee. This is the first time I've seen it. Who's the father? I suggest you go back to your old man and learn how to be a father. Indeed, to learn, he's a dad enjoying himself as much as a son. Jiang Chen, of course, was not able to annoy Jiang Yong. He had no choice but to go downstairs to get takeout. Fortunately, the usual system mission release rewards were numerous, and Jiang Chen's physical ability had been strengthened. If a normal person made a trip down from the 7th floor, I'm afraid they would be tired and unable to catch their breath. However, Jiang Chen didn't even start panting heavily after one trip. Just as Jiang Chen had just returned to the 7th floor. Ding dong! The system releases a randomized task, cleaning the household. Mission reward, Housework Ability 1, Mul.1. Seeing this randomized task, Jiang Chen's eyes went black. How can the system be more of a dog than his old man? Accompanying his father to stay up all night to play games, but also climbed the 7th floor to get takeout, and finally had to clean up the family hygiene? In order to earn the few mall values, Jiang Chen can only bite the bullet. Returning to the house, Jiang Chen handed over the takeout in his hand. Dad, you go out and eat, I'll clean up this house. Hearing this, Jiang Yon was a little surprised. Oh son Smash, why are you so diligent today? If you want to increase your study time, that won't work. Ha! This old man is too abstract. If his son takes the initiative to clean the house, he thinks he has something in mind. How normal is that? Who'd want to clean up after their son? If you don't have anything to offer, you're a thief. I can only say that this old man knows his son too well. Why am I so saddened by my son doing chores just to buy time to study? Upstairs, the sour buddy, let you have a father who takes you to play, you are still sour? Forget I said that. Jiang Chen's family channel live room, the atmosphere is very relaxed. Jiang Yong's alternative way of bringing up children made many viewers call out that they had learned. On the contrary, the other family's live channels were not very hot and the atmosphere was very serious. Xiaoman family. Yesterday in the live channel, although Xiaoman had recited the entire Peach Blossom Garden Journal, he did not receive any encouragement from his mom, Zheng Ting. Simply because he didn't get first place. In order to make his mom happy, Xiaoman even went out and prepared a gift. Mom! With her hands behind her back, Xiaoman bounced into the kitchen. Mom, come and try this, it's delicious. Saying that, Xiaoman took out a cup of milk tea from behind her back. Seeing this, Zheng Ting first frowned. Xiaoman, where did you get this milk tea? I bought it with the pocket money I saved up, it has a lot of little ingredients in it, it's very tasty. Xiaoman said happily. But Zheng Ting's frown tightened. She sighed and shook her head. Mom doesn't like milk tea, it's better for Xiaoman to drink it. Next time, don't spend money on these irrelevant things, your mind should be on your studies. Didn't you see that boy yesterday? He's about your age. He can recite the preface to the Tengwan Pavilion. How about you? You can't even memorize the Book of Peach Blossoms. Everyone else is working hard, what are you doing? Chapter 15, you can get system rewards for doing chores too, hee hee hee. As soon as those words left her mouth, Xiaoman's expression froze. The camera even managed to catch the tears that surfaced in the corner of Xiaoman's eyes. She was full of anticipation for the milk tea she bought for her mom, but she didn't expect that what she got in return was an education. Xiaoman's heart had been enveloped in sadness. Mom! Xiaoman's tone was tinged with tears as she whispered. Seeing Xiaoman's aggrieved look, Zheng Ting sighed. She then squatted down and said in a serious tone. Xiaoman, you also know the situation of our family, why did your father go to work overseas, isn't it because he wanted to earn tuition for you? In the future, do not buy milk tea, you see, a cup of milk tea money can buy how many mineral water? Besides, we have water at home. Drinking milk tea is not good for your health. You have to understand your mom's good intentions. Xiaoman heard this and couldn't help but lower his head. Aha! The viewers who saw this scene in the live broadcast room had split into two factions. Xiaoman's mom is too responsible for educating her child, taking care of every aspect of her life, much better than that Zheng Chen's dad just now. It's like a heaven and a hell. This is what a qualified parent should look like. Xiaoman's mom is really good at teaching her children, teaching them this way will make them understand. That's right, Xiaoman can learn a lot from the little things in his daily life, and this will also help him develop a good habit of learning. Xiaoman's mom has taught her so well, and Xiaoman understands her parents so well, so much better than my child. I've learned a lot about parenting in Xiaoman's live broadcasts, so it's so easy to bring up a child. Really, we can all learn from Xiaoman's mom. As for the other camp, the voices are different. This is called good education? The atmosphere is so depressing that it can suffocate people. Who on earth thinks this kind of education is good? Let them be kids for 2 days and they'll be honest. What's the difference between a child raised in such an environment and a robot? They can only listen to their moms. They're too strict. I can see that Xiaoman's mom is doing this for her child's sake, but who educates their children like this? It's not like she can't afford milk tea, so she's not suffering. Let's go to see Zheng Chen's family's live broadcast. His father is so nice, he treats his son like a brother. Upstairs, do you think their family is not a son who lives like a father? The Zixian family's live broadcast room. Although the time is close to noon, Zixian is still under the supervision of Lu Xian's mom to complete his new homework. In addition to the homework assigned by the school, there was also a problem set that his mom had bought for him. Mom, I've already written 2 pages, can I play a game today? Zixian looked up pitifully and asked in a small voice. Play? You still want to play? Lu Xian glared at him fiercely and then said. Last night I asked you to memorize a poem, what did you do? Even if you stuttered, you actually memorized it wrong. Look at other kids, they can memorize a whole Tengwang preface, so they don't put in a lot of effort. How about you? What else can you do compared to other kids? Write 2 more language exercises later, when you're done, you'll have lunch. Hearing this, Zixian's face suddenly became more aggravated. Ever since the program held the poetry contest last night, Zixian had been lectured by Lu Xian all the time. The reason was simple: Jiang Chen had memorized the complete Tengwang preface in front of the camera. This scene had undoubtedly irritated many parents in front of the camera. They were all jealous as to why their own children were so inept. It looked like it was the other parents that Jiang Chen was striking at. It was actually the other children. This is too hard. Zixian's mom is too strict, isn't she? I think it's still Jiang Chen's memorization of the Tengwang Pavilion preface yesterday that gave her a boost. Zixian's mom is probably thinking, why should other kids be able to do it, but not theirs? Every kid has a rival, and that's someone else's kid. This kid doesn't know how to be satisfied. If Jiang Chen next door could study like this, he'd be happy to death. Is there really a parent in the world who encourages his child to study? Seriously, kids who love to learn like brother kid are a rare species. Give Jiang Chen a good match. Give Jiang Chen a mom like this, supervise his studies during the day, and play games with his dad at night. Upstairs, even the production team's donkey wouldn't dare to use it like this. The live broadcasts of other families were almost all images of parents educating their children. Some parents even thought what Jiang Chen's family showed in front of the camera was definitely not real. Could a father who only knew how to play games every day educate such a child? How many years have they been parents? Could they not know if there was a father like Jiang Yong who pulled his son into playing games? Back to Jiang Chen's family's live room. At this time, Jiang Yong was lying on the sofa in the living room with a small blanket covering his body. It was called a moisturizing. As for Jiang Chen, he had a broom in his left hand and a rag in his right. Still doing the housework. People are more angry than people. If other parents saw kid brother like this, would they want to practice a trumpet again? With that kind of education, practicing a trumpet won't help. Look at Jiang Chen doing his chores, he's doing a great job. The kid brother looks like he's worked as a janitor. Did his dad send him out to work before? Don't be ridiculous, he's only 8 years old. What kind of parent would send a kid that young to work? Hey! You're right. I think his dad is capable of this. I think so too. The kid cleans the house, the dad sleeps. The roles are almost reversed. The father is still living like a son. Luckily, Jiang Chen's housework wasn't unrewarding. When he finally finished sweeping the last patch of floor. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewarded, Chore Ability 1, Mol.1. This system is also too much of a dog. You can't fool around with housework, you have to let me finish it, right? Jiang Chen stretched helplessly. Although his physical ability was strengthened, doing housework pressed wouldn't consume too much energy. But after all, it was a waste of time. With this amount of time, it would be better to let himself study properly. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen suddenly saw a bright light in front of his eyes. Looking up, Jiang Yong was catching up on sleep on the sofa at this time, and was even snoring. Good chance. There's always a time to fall asleep, right? Jiang Chen sighed in relief and tiptoed back to his room. Then he started writing this week's homework. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast audience exploded. Why did Pops fall asleep? Your son is secretly studying. It's really chilling. While dad is asleep, his son is actually sneaking off to study. He's addicted to reading at such a young age. What's going to happen to him in the future? It's harder to watch a kid study than to see him play games. The back teeth are still firing steadily. Chapter 16, While I Sleep, Actually Dare to Study IU. It was a good thing that Jiang Yong made up for his nap in the afternoon. Only then did Jiang Chen have enough time to study. Not only did he finish his homework for the weekend, but he even took the time to learn 2 more books. A few hours later, Jiang Chen closed his textbook, and the whole person looked very satisfied. It's been a long time since I've had such a good time learning. Ding dong! Detected the host completing a deep learning task. Awarded, Learning Ability 10, Mol.10. The system's prompt came from beside his ears. Jiang Chen instantly spread a smile. Fong was in the middle of his studies, and the system had detected that he was learning, so it had dispatched a deep learning task. As long as 1 hour of continuous learning passed, he would be able to complete the task. And the rewards were rich. Opening the system light page, Jiang Chen checked out the system Mol points, 32. In the past 2 days, in addition to the learning tasks, Jiang Chen had also completed quite a few other tasks. According to his estimation, after school started tomorrow, it wouldn't take long for him to save up 100 Mol points again. By then, he would still be able to take a chance and draw another lottery. In addition, Jiang Chen also discovered. With his first lucky draw, the number of Mol points that the system missions could reward was also increasing. The previous quests had all increased the Mol value by 1 point. But since he had drawn the lottery, there were a few more quests with more generous rewards. It seemed that he would have to spend more with Mol points in the future in order to randomly get missions with more generous rewards. It was at this moment. Jiang Chen's heart suddenly thumped. He only felt a cold feeling at his back and had a bad premonition. Having done more quests, Jiang Chen's reflexes had also improved. Although Jiang Chen couldn't see it. However, the audience in the live broadcast room could see it clearly. Behind Jiang Chen, the door to that room had opened a crack at some point. From inside, a gaze poked out. It was a gaze filled with scrutiny and suspicion. It's finished. Kid brother secretly studied and was discovered by his old man. I knew this would happen. If you're studying secretly, you should go out every once in a while to see if your dad is asleep. If he finds out he's studying, he should reward him with a few games. It's hard to imagine that the eyes outside the door are those of a real father. Just when the audience was talking about this, Jiang Chen's room was suddenly pushed open. Good eye you! Jiang Yong's face was filled with anger, both eyes staring at Jiang Chen. Taking advantage of my sleep, how dare you study, you little brat! If you don't take advantage of the good time to play the game now, when you can't play anymore and your gaming skills regress later, you won't have a place to cry. Knowing that I'm sleeping, do not call me up to play the game, even so, actually dare to sneak their own study? You simply let me down. Jiang Chen, who had just been immersed in his studies. After hearing this, like a startled bird, he was instantly startled and jumped up. Leaning tightly against the study table. Propping his body up with both hands, he stared at Jiang Yong with a blank expression. Say something, little brat, why don't you reply? Jiang Yong wrapped his hands around his chest and stared coldly at Jiang Chen. After several seconds, Jiang Chen reacted. With an awkward smile. Dad, you're awake. Can I not wake up? Jiang Yong didn't hesitate and continued. How can I possibly sleep with that noisy sound of you flipping through books? Next time I go to sleep, you go play games, at least the sound of the keyboard crackling a little less. But you are here studying, so loud, how can I sleep? The words came out. The audience in the comments section was instantly delighted. The sound of the keyboard is crisp and clear, the sound of turning the pages is deafening, this old man has a point. I'm a college student, this old man is just like me, I can fall asleep with the sound of my roommate's keyboard every night, but he dares to secretly flip through a book. No wonder Dad woke up. His son is making so much noise in the house, how can he not wake up? Let's go. I can't let you off the hook today. Come over here and play the game for me. If you don't score 300 points, you won't be allowed to sleep tonight. The words just fell. Jiang Yong directly pulled Jiang Chen's arm, forcefully pulling him from the study table. All the way to the room where the computer is. Dad, you can't be like this, I'm still starting classes tomorrow. Classes? I'll send you to school in the morning, but you have to give me this grade tonight. Dad, there's no such thing as a dad like you. Didn't you see it today? The way Jiang Chen was pulled over the study table by Jiang Yong. Many viewers are experiencing déjà vu. Grasping the grass? How is this scene so similar to my old man going to the internet cafe to catch me? This father and son are really something. The old dad pulling his son away from the study table actually has a vestigial feeling of catching his son in an internet cafe. I suggest you treat your son better, or else he'll end up sleeping at the library every day. I can see that this kid's brother will have to take up both the addiction and the doctor's degree in the future. Jiang Chen naturally knew Jiang Yong's temperament. Of course, he couldn't stand the old man. Was Jiang Yong pulled to the computer table, can only on the number. Dad, tomorrow is really going to start classes, now it's 6 o'clock, play until 10:11 on the line. Jiang Chen was full of pleading expression. But Jiang Yong shook his head. Now no time is tight? What did you do just now when you were studying? Time is money, the time you wasted on studying, now you have to make up for it on the game. I'm going to have to change this bad habit of yours. Studying in secret is a bad habit? I've learned. This dad's parenting style is the opposite of normal parents. Although it's the other way around, it's good to see a human child. This shows that there is a need to learn this kind of education. It's okay to suggest learning, but don't stay up all night with your kids, it's not good for your health. Of course, I also do not like overnight, next time to take with my son to play the morning market. And so it is. In the eyes of the netizens in the live broadcast room, father and son began to passionately hack again. Jiang Chen's wonderful operation, but also again and again to the audience of the live broadcast room to see dumbfounded. Headshots in seconds, a sniper through the box are commonplace. Compared to the daily life of Jiang Yong's father and son. What the audience wanted to see more was still Jiang Chen's gaming skills. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was just holding the mind to go to bed as soon as possible to play the game. Father and son played for less than 7 hours, not counting the time they took to eat in the middle, until nearly 1 o'clock. Only then did they get enough to score 300 points. Looking at Jiang Chen again, he already had dark circles under his eyes. Dad, it's almost time to go to bed. I still have to go to class tomorrow morning. Although elementary school classes start at 8 o'clock, according to the distance from Jiang Chen's home to the school, you have to leave at 7:30. Otherwise you'll be late. After playing the game for so many hours, Jiang Yong still had an excited expression on his face. But looking at the time on his cell phone, it was already close to 1 o'clock in the morning. Tomorrow, he still had to get up at 7 or so to send his son to class. Indeed can't play anymore. Alas, okay, set an alarm for you for 7 in the morning, and Dad will send you to school at that time. Jiang Yong said with a smile. But Jiang Chen had a skeptical look on his face. Dad, can you get up in the morning? Jeon Young made an okay gesture. The package. Chapter 17, Monday, school day, going to be late. Early the next morning. Many viewers had just gotten up and skillfully flooded into the live broadcast room. First was Xiaoman's family. Mom, let's eat breakfast together, it's still early for school. Xiaoman sat at the dining table with a plate of breakfast in front of him. Inside were fried poached eggs, toast, and a cup of hot milk was placed next to it. As for Zhang Ting, still going in and out of Xiaoman's room. Tidying up Xiaoman's room for a while, helping Xiaoman take out his backpack for a while. Although she didn't know what she was busy with, she looked busy. Only when she heard Xiaoman's words did she put down her backpack and come to her. Xiaoman, Mom got up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and while cleaning up the house and helping you make breakfast, she didn't have time to make breakfast for herself. Moreover, this milk is specially bought for you by Mom to supplement your nutrition, and I also hope that you can grow your body after drinking it. Mom is not hungry. If you feel sorry for your mom, study hard in the future, and when you are successful, then let your mom enjoy her happiness. After saying this, Zhang Ting turned around again and started to busy herself. As for Xiaoman, after hearing these words, the toast bread in her mouth was a bit hard to swallow. The look on her face was also a bit more despondent. Such a scene was naturally captured by the audience in the live broadcast room. Xiaoman's mom is too good to be true. Getting up at 6 in the morning to do chores, a child raised in such a family will definitely be able to excel. That's right, this is the right way to educate a child, letting them grow up inside care. Yes, I admit, we all know how hard Xiaoman's mom works, but have you ever considered Xiaoman's feelings? A shikawa? How much can a child think? All she should be thinking about now is gratitude. She should be grateful for what her mom has done for her. Man's mom feeds and clothes her, and her dad works to pay for her schooling, so man should be grateful. Grateful? Don't you guys think this kind of caring is a bit too depressing? That's right. From the beginning, I thought there was something wrong with a shikawa's mom's education. If I were a shikawa, I wouldn't feel grateful, I'd feel guilty. Isn't this just a case of guilt-ridden education without suffering? The viewers in the live broadcast room were in an uproar, already divided into two factions. One faction thinks that Xiaoman's mom's education style is worth learning from the public, and that only children raised in such a family will have future success. One faction was of the opinion that Xiaoman's mom's education was too heavy for the average child to accept, and that there was no gratitude to their parents, only guilt. The two sets of people quarreled in the pop-up screen. One person upstairs is so right. I've always felt that the atmosphere in Xiaoman's family is depressing. If I were to live in a family like this, I'd definitely get yuck syndrome. That's it. Didn't you see that? Didn't you guys see how moved Ashikawa was when her mom finished her speech? She was so aggravated that she wanted to cry. We're all adults. Why can't you think about it differently? Think about the role of Ashikawa. Who wouldn't feel depressed by this kind of guilt-ridden education? How can this 8 or 9-year-old girl withstand such a blow? Many people left the live broadcast when they saw the cursing in the comments section. It was early in the morning, and the viewers wanted to watch something lighthearted. But seeing the way Xiaoman's mom educated Xiaoman, most of the viewers straight away called out that they couldn't stand it, so they went to the other family's live broadcast room to take a look. On the other side, Zi Xian's family. The viewers here are clear. The temper of Zi Xian's mom, Lu Xian, can be described as a little bit explosive. Whenever Zi Xian did something a little bit wrong, Lu Xian would criticize her words. Compared to Xiaoman's mom's education style, it's simply two extremes. On camera. Pack up faster. I told you to pack up faster last night and you dawdled. Now it's time to pack in the morning when you have to leave. Are you wasting my time or yours? Lu Xian stood aside and watched Zi Xian pack up there. Zi Xian's little face was red, and he occasionally rubbed his stomach as he packed his backpack. After Zi Xian packed his backpack and zipped it up, he took a deep breath and gathered his courage to say, "Mom, I feel a little sick to my stomach. Can you call the teacher and say that I should go later?" Before Zi Xian could finish his words, "Tummy ache? I think you are pretending." Lu Xian directly interrupted him. "You say you have a stomachache. Why didn't you have a stomachache last night when you were playing the game? Do you still remember 11 o'clock last night? I came to check your room and found you still playing with your cell phone. I've caught you several times. What else do you have to say? Tummy ache, right? It's all from playing with your cell phone." Lu Xian roared. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room were a bit scared. A harsh mother like this was unknown to be the childhood nightmare of many viewers. Zi Xian grimaced in aggravation and rubbed his stomach with his hand, only able to carry the heavy backpack on his body. In the pop-ups, there were quite a few viewers who were speaking on his behalf. It's natural for little kids to love to play, and sometimes they pretend to be sick, but parents can't just ignore it like that, right? I was sick once when I was a kid. My mom didn't believe me, and I ended up with a fever of 39 degrees. Parents should care about their children's health, no matter what. It's easy to hurt a child's self-esteem to say that he or she is faking an illness. I really don't understand what parents are doing by pushing their children like this. Is it possible for a child to study well by forcing him or her like this? Obviously, for Zishuan's mom's educational style. There are still many people who say they cannot understand. And even very resistant. Forget it, let's go see Jiang Chen's family. Although their family's education style is also a bit worse, at least it's not so depressing. I haven't seen Jiang Chen's father put pressure on Jiang Chen except for playing games. That's normal family education. Quite a few viewers went to Jiang Chen's family's live room. The viewers who had just flooded into the live broadcast room saw Jiang Chen's room. The time was already 7:30, and it was already time for Jiang Chen to leave for school in the morning. As if realizing something, Jiang Chen on the bed jerked straight up. Seeing the time on the alarm clock. 7:30. Finished. Jiang Chen on the bed immediately broke out into a cold sweat. It was going to be late. After sleeping so late last night, I knew I wouldn't be able to get up this morning. Jiang Chen hurriedly picked up the clothes on the side and put them on in a hurry. It took less than a minute to put on a set of clothes. Then he got up and rushed to Jiang Yong's room. Seeing Jiang Yong, who was still huffing and puffing in his room, Jiang Chen immediately had two black eyes. Sure enough, things were still going according to the script. No, Dad, didn't you say you were going to yell at me to get up and still send me to school? Why are you still sleeping? It's already 7:30 now. I'm going to be late soon. Chapter 18, Then My Son is Handsome Too. Although Jiang Chen was in a hurry. But Jiang Yong on the bed was still in a daze, sleeping. Not daring to delay, Jiang Chen immediately reached out and shoved up. Dad, get up, I'm going to be late for school. Jiang Yong, half asleep, half awake, turned on his side and broke free from Jiang Chen's hand. Honey, stop it. Instantly, 3 black lines appeared on Jiang Chen's forehead. What with what? Ah! At this time, the live broadcast audience had already laughed their asses off. Ha! Sure enough, Kid Brother's family really won't let me down. Listening to Kid Brother's father's words, there's a story here. Harm, those are all VIP episodes. Jiang Chen shook Jiang Yong again in disbelief. Dad, hurry up and get up, I'm going to wash up. Later on, you'll send me straight to school, and you can go back to sleep when you get back. This time, Jiang Yong finally had some realization. He nodded his head in a confused manner. Seeing that his father had woken up, Jiang Chen turned around and rushed into the bathroom in a puff of smoke. Then he looked at Jiang Yong. On the bed, his eyes were tightly closed, and he reached out his hand and kept groping. After fumbling for more than 10 seconds, he was able to get his cell phone. Afterwards, both eyes squinted out a slit and began to pound the phone like muscle memory. The audience watching the live broadcast was confused. What's the situation? Kid Brother is almost late, why isn't Pops up yet? That's right, no matter what, children's studies are still very important, how can you not send your child to school? The kid is all washed up, but the dad is still not up yet. Soon, in less than 5 minutes, Jiang Chen rushed out from the bathroom. He took 3 steps and ran to Jiang Yong's room. Dad, why are you still sleeping? I'm going to be late for school. Jiang Chen let out a bitter smile and urged on. Hearing the voice, Jiang Yong spoke breathlessly. Son of a, it's still the same old recipe. When you come home from school, bring me 2 starch sausages, 1 cumin and 1 spicy. While saying this, Jiang Yong also fumbled for $5 from his nightstand. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chen was first stunned, then instantly understood. Bang! A knocking sound suddenly came from outside the house. Hearing the sound, Jiang Chen hurriedly went out and picked up his school bag, running to the door. Hello, UV errand boy, I see here that you still have an errand order, I wonder what to deliver? The UV errand runner outside the door opened his mouth and asked. Me. Deliver me. Send me to school. Jiang Chen said in an anxious tone. When these words came out, the UV errand boy froze. The audience in the live broadcast room also froze. Runner? It turns out that just now the Kid Brother's father took his cell phone and drummed it up. It was a point to run errands to send his son to school. Ah. Ha! This family is so funny. No, seeing as how dad can place an order when he's half asleep and half awake, he's been running errands a lot before. It's muscle memory. If other people saw this, they'd say the kid's parents send him to school every day. If you look at it this way, this errand boy is more responsible than kid's dad. I'm worried that I won't be able to get up to take my kids to school, so I'll call an errand boy to take my kids to school. The UV errand boy standing at the door was slightly fazed at this point. Little kid, sending you to school? What about your mom and dad? My dad is still sleeping inside. He was playing games too late at night and couldn't make it to send me to school. Jiang Chen said somewhat anxiously. Hearing this, that UV errand boy was slightly stunned. Dad playing games too late to get up to take his kid to school. There was actually such an old dad under the sky? It was thanks to the fact that the industry was now advanced. If it was in the past, this child wouldn't be late every day? The UV errand boy was still very dedicated and picked up his cell phone, taking a picture of Jiang Chen. It was then uploaded on the cell phone platform. Remarks, pick up photo. Ha laughs not live. You guys guess what the UV errand boy's backstage review will think when he sees it? He must be thinking, when did we expand this business to the point where we can deliver living people? Where is the kid going to sit, in the back seat of the errand boy or in the box? Don't you know that UV errands are deliveries, so we'll have to put the kid in a box. Luckily, he's not so tall now, or else he wouldn't fit in that box. After reporting to the backstage, the UV errand boy said, "Okay, little friend, let's go." Jongchen picked up the key and rushed out the door. All he could think about was hurrying to school. In the live broadcast room, although most of the audience was amused, but there was also a part of the audience that instantly sniffed. Humph. I really don't know why a family like this was able to take first place in the last program. Such irresponsible parents. Only people who are equally irresponsible would vote for this kind of family. That's it. This is a typical irresponsible parent. It's the parents' job to send their kids to school. How can parents be so lazy and not get up? Also, on the way to school, it's a valuable opportunity for parents to communicate with their children. It's a great opportunity to bond with your child. If you're not willing to do that, you're irresponsible. It's not as bad as Xiuman's mom. I can't believe there are people in the comments section who want to learn this kind of parenting. This is an educational program, not a program to play with children. Parents like this are not qualified. As soon as these comments were exited, more viewers instantly disliked them. Zhang Yang, such a way of education is not to say that it is very good, at least the child will feel very relaxed. The only 2 times the child was nervous at home. It was either Zhang Yang taking Zhang Chen to play games. Either that or just now, it was going to be late for school. The children who grow up in such a family, at least everything is easy. And will also have good self-care skills. This sleep, Zhang Yang slept for a long time. When he woke up, the time had already come to 10 in the morning. According to the usual practice, Zhang Yang went out to wash up and sat down at the computer desk. Good, although the son goes to school, Pops is still at home weight training. It's a torture to watch Pops play games without Kid Brother with him. Only when Kid Brother's dad is playing the game by himself can you see how gold Kid Brother's skills are. While waiting for the game to open, Zhang Yang clicked on his computer's Weixin. He found that there were a few messages from himself in the Ho Primary School's 3rd grade class parent group. It seemed to be Zhang Chen's homeroom teacher, He Hui. Zhang Yang directly clicked to view the message and saw a photo. In it were several children, standing in the hallway outside the classroom for morning reading. Zhang Chen was among them, and was standing in first place. Seeing this, Zhang Yang couldn't help but smile, picking up his cell phone and sending a message to the parent group in passing. "My son is so handsome." A few seconds later, Zhang Yang was about to close the chat box. However, he found that underneath, class teacher He Hui sent another voice message right after. Zhang Yang immediately turned up the audio to listen. "Parents, the photo posted above is the photo of the student who was late in the morning in our class. I hope that parents of other students will take this as a warning and urge their own children to study seriously to avoid tardiness and other similar phenomena." Hearing the class teacher's words, the live room exploded. Ha! Sure enough, Kid Brother is still late. It can't be helped, the errand boy probably did his best, but the order was placed too late, right? It's okay, the Kid Brother's father also don't have pressure. Elementary school is late a few minutes is not delayed anything. But the picture of Zhang Yang, after hearing the teacher's remarks, immediately frowned tightly. Immediately picked up his cell phone and replied with a voice message below. "Then my son is also handsome." Chapter 19, Let You Learn, Didn't Let You Surpass off. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room was not calm. My goodness. There's still a father who defends his son like this. Although the father usually looks unreliable, once he hears that his son has been aggrieved, he immediately rises up. When his son was criticized by the teacher for being late, the father didn't blame the child, but defended him like this. Can I have a dozen of such fathers? Whoever has a father like this will be happy in this life. That's it. If my dad heard I was late, he'd probably treat me to bamboo shoots and fried pork. Is it possible that dad knows that the kid is late because he didn't wake up his son in time? Then his son is handsome too. After replying to this voice message, there was no response from the parent group for a long time. Apparently, even the class teacher was surprised by Zhang Yang's behavior of defending his son. For a while, he was speechless. However, Zhang Yang didn't care about that. Seeing that the homeroom teacher didn't respond to himself for a long time, Zhang Yang directly closed his cell phone. Started playing the game again. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room was filled with emotion. Take a look at this old man, open his mouth to defend his own son, much better than the average parent. That's right. Other people's families have a repressive education, and it's the child's self-confidence that's hit. A father's education like this can make a child more confident. My son was late today, and I just followed his father's example, saying my son is handsome, and that it's okay to be late. Upstairs, that teacher how to say. Harm, nothing, noon after school teacher let me go to the office. Ha! The upstairs is also too real. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get away with it, but I'm sure you'll be able to get away with it, too. You're not just provoking the teacher, are you? The Jang Yong could not see the comments of the netizens in the live broadcast room. He was just playing the game on his own. Even if there was such a hiccup, it didn't affect his enthusiasm for the game. Of course, the gaming skills were still there. It wasn't as fun as it was when he was playing the game with Jiang Chen. All the other live rooms are live streaming the kids going to school. How come the Kid Brother live room isn't there? That's right, I still want to see how Kid Brother is punished. I didn't realize that Kid can beat pros online, but offline he's still standing for being late. Black Shark has been whipped by you again. Black Shark family, I'm crying my eyes out. Didn't you say the internet has no memory? If you go to the program's general live room, you'll be able to find out. All the other live rooms are showing scenes of children going to school, with the staff standing outside the classroom, capturing the children inside with their lenses. This also avoids interfering with the child's class. It was able to let the child's truest state be presented. Then look at Jiang Chen's family's live room. There was only a scene of Jiang Yong sitting at the computer desk, passionately playing. Not long after, on the screen of Jiang Chen's family, a sentence slowly surfaced. Please be less restful, viewers. The program's camera boy failed to catch up with the runner, and is now running to the school, and is expected to start the live broadcast in 5 minutes. Seeing this sentence, the live broadcast audience instantly tensed up. Ha! I thought the director's team had given up on Jiang Chen's family. At the end of the day, it turned out to be the camera boy who failed to catch up with the errand boy. Just kidding, that speed of the errand boy, the camera boy wanted to catch up. Do you have that strength? As we all know, the speed of the errand boy and the delivery boy depends on whether the delivery is with or without soup. How easy it is to deliver a child, just twist the gas to the bottom and you're done. I thought of the scene where the camera guy carries the equipment and chases after the errand boy. It's so comical. I've heard that these cameramen are all athletes, but no matter how athletic they are, they can't outrun a delivery guy who's going overtime. They are conceptual gods. What are you comparing them to? The program group in order to allow viewers to carefully observe the child's usual state. After a child starts school, they will arrange for a body camera. These body cameras are professional and can record the current situation of the children in various environments as much as possible. It also allows the audience to better observe the child's usual state. Jiang Chen's live broadcast at the school hadn't started yet. So in order to relieve their boredom, many viewers flocked to the live broadcast rooms of other families. Xiaoman's family live broadcast room. At this time, Xiaoman had already followed his mom Zheng Ting to school. But instead of going to the class, he followed his mom to the teacher's office. Mr. Sun, our family Xiaoman will need you to be more attentive in the future. If there is usually a careless teacher, you must talk to me. Zheng Ting had a serious expression on her face. Don't worry, Xiaoman's mom, Xiaoman's performance in school is very good, and there is no need for us teachers to worry about it, Mr. Sun said with a smile. Mr. Sun said with a smile. Teacher, that's just superficial. In reality, how do you know what this girl is thinking? Zheng Ting frowned. She then looked at Xiaoman again and opened her mouth to educate. Xiaoman, you have to know that you have to be serious in your studies. You can't do superficial work. That's just fake studying. Mom and dad usually work so hard. You must understand mom's good intentions. Xiaoman stood by the side, head lowered, nodding silently. Seemingly seeing Xiaoman's emotions, Mr. Sun smiled awkwardly and comforted. Xiaoman, it's okay, mom said this also so that you can relax and study, don't have a psychological burden. But the moment these words came out, Zheng Ting immediately said, Teacher Sun, don't be fooled by that look of hers, it's just pretending for us. Who knows how crazy she plays with her classmates in private. Our family has put a lot of effort into this child, but unfortunately she's just not getting the hang of it. I'll have to ask the teacher to supervise her more in the future. Hearing this, Teacher Sun nodded helplessly. There were some words in her heart that she wanted to say, but seeing Zheng Ting's appearance, she swallowed her words hard again. She had seen many parents like this when she was a teacher. It was true that parents worked hard, but parents couldn't use their hard work as a reason for education. This will only lead to more and more internal conflict. Xiaoman's mom, you see it's getting late, the school should be in session, why don't you let Xiaoman go back to class? Teacher Sun smiled. Zheng Ting nodded, the child's class is a big deal, it can't be delayed. Do you hear me, Xiaoman? Go back to class, remember to listen attentively. Xiaoman nodded and left the office as if fleeing. The camera boy followed suit. In the camera, the audience could see Xiaoman's aggrieved expression. This is so uncharacteristic. How can you talk about your own child like this in front of the teacher? Isn't this a blow to your own child's self-confidence? The child is obviously studying well, and the mother has to say she is pretending. What can the child do? I think the teacher wanted to say something just now, but she swallowed her words. Can the teacher say something? If I say this out loud, I think Xiaoman's mom will report her later. This family atmosphere is nothing but depressing. Chapter 20, standing there, you know he's strong and scary. Then look at Zi Xian's family. At this time, Mom Luxian had already brought Zi Xian to the school. In front of the classroom door, Teacher, this child today you will watch, do not let him steal play. Today also said that the stomachache does not want to go to school, surely it is pretending. Lu Xian said to the class teacher, Mr. Li. Mr. Li, a tall young male teacher, nodded his head and echoed Lu Xian's words. Zixian's mom, the child said his stomach hurts, it is not necessarily faking, or else take the child to the hospital? Teacher Li opened his mouth to ask. Lu Xian, however, shook his head and picked up his cell phone to look at the time. It's okay, he must be faking not wanting to go to school. Teacher Li, I'm late for work, so I don't have the time to take him to the hospital. Hearing this, Teacher Li was filled with helplessness. Alright, Mr. Li, you take care of him, I'll leave first. Lu Xian is still in a hurry to go to work and doesn't have time to chat here. After briefly explaining a few sentences, he hurriedly left. Only Teacher Li and Zixian are left. Looking at Lu Xian's hurried back, Teacher Li sighed and then looked at Zixian. Zixian, are you alright? How is your body feeling right now? Zixian looked at Teacher Li, bit his lip, then shook his head and said. It's fine Teacher Li, I'm fine. It's almost time for class, I'll go over to class first. After saying this, Zixian carried his book bag and quickly walked into the classroom. As for the staff, they stayed outside the window and continued to observe Zixian. This Zixian's mom, on the surface, seems to be in charge of Zixian, but she doesn't care at all. That's right. Why doesn't she care about Zixian's health when she only cares about Zixian's studies? If a kid says he's not feeling well, they say he's faking it. How can there be such parents? Aren't there more parents like this? They don't care about their child's health. Forget it, let's go see Jiang Chen's family. The photographer on the kid's side has arrived at the school. Many viewers then noticed that the live channel of Jiang Chen's family had appeared on the school screen. In this way, many viewers exited other channels. Came to Jiang Chen's family's live broadcast channel. On the screen, Jiang Chen was standing in front of the classroom door with a few other late students, holding a textbook in his hand and memorizing. However, due to the fact that the camera boy had just run wild, the camera, at this time, was still shaking up and down. Ha! I'm laughing my ass off, the camera's going up and down. I'll let you run after the tram for 10 minutes, just try it. Hasn't anyone thought about the camera guy's job? Who said that? Isn't that camera guy very considerate? I have to say, this photographer is still very strong, chasing the tram all the way, and now he's still standing there with his equipment. Photography guy, after all, I'm the one who took it all on. Although he was standing outside the classroom for the morning reading, Jiang Chen didn't feel the slightest bit strange. Holding his textbook in both hands, he was in full voice. The reason was simple. When he was just punished, Jiang Chen received a system task. System task, seriously read for 10 minutes in the morning. Reward for mission completion, memory 1, mul.1. As expected, when he arrived at school, the random tasks handed out by the system were all about learning. Jiang Chen naturally immersed himself in it. And compared to him, the other students beside him were the ones with a look of shame. Some students with weak mental capacity already had tears in the corners of their eyes. This was also very common. But like Jiang Chen, the students who could still read seriously in the morning while standing outside, it was really uncommon. Kid brother is really different, all the other students are still emo, and he's still able to be so into his morning reading. What's wrong with that? It shows that brother kid loves to learn, even if he stands in the school corridor and memorizes, it's still better than following his old man on the path. Look at kid's posture. Just by standing there, I know he's scary strong. I guess the teacher didn't think he'd be able to read like this when he sent him out to stand. Suggest that he keep his voice down, I can hardly hear the children crying next to me. Upstairs, are you damaging? Soon, the time for the mission has come. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the rewards, memory 1, mul.1. Hearing the sound of the mission completion, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The system was categorized into top level, high level, intermediate level, and low level based on various human abilities. The low level of memory ability, on the other hand, was equivalent to an ordinary person. The intermediate level was equivalent to an ordinary person after doubling the memory power. Although the memory power was doubled, sometimes it would be forgotten, only the speed of memorization became faster. The advanced level of memory power was equivalent to a fast memory, which could memorize a large amount of knowledge in a short period of time, and Jiang Chen was at this stage now. Last time, during the game loading interval, he had memorized the Tingwang Pavilion preface through quick memorization. But although advanced was able to memorize quickly, it would have a stage of forgetting. Only when one's memory was raised to the top level could one have the ability to forget. Luckily for the current Jiang Chen, the advanced level of memorization was completely sufficient. After 10 minutes of immersive memorization just now, Jiang Chen had already memorized an entire book. All of the contents could be memorized backwards. It was also at this time. The class teacher, Li Duo, walked out of the classroom and came in front of those punished students. Li Duo is completely in line with the image of a young and beautiful class teacher, wearing a casual dress, but also wearing a black framed glasses. Okay, I'll go back to the classroom and sit down. Let you out of the penalty station is not the purpose, mainly to let you develop good habits. You can't be late for school. If you're 10 minutes late a day, what about 10 days, what about 100 days? You guys are getting older in the future, you have to think about your studies. Lee Duo said in a serious tone. And seeing this class teacher's look and dress, the live broadcast audience instantly boiled. I Lua go. This kid brother's class teacher so young. I thought the elementary school class teacher is like my childhood. At first I thought it was wrong for the teacher to let the students stand outside, but now that I've seen this teacher, what makes those students late? That's right. If you have such a beautiful teacher, you don't want to go to school every day, isn't that not doing your job? Seeing this class teacher of the kid brother, I feel I'm in love. Can a 300-month-old child still go to elementary school? Upstairs, I'm not even happy to point you out. Do you want to go to elementary school then? Hearing Lidwa's words, the students moved their feet and walked towards the classroom. Just by the looks of it, they were all blushing, looking like they had done something wrong. On the contrary, Jiang Chen, with his textbook behind him, he bounced around and was about to enter the classroom. Just as he was about to step through the door and walk in, Li Dao suddenly glanced at him. Wait a moment. Jiang Chen, come over here for a moment. Chapter 21, I can see that he really likes to study. Hearing this, although Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled, he obediently retracted his steps and came in front of Li Duo. The other students had returned to the classroom, and Li Duo was about to open her mouth to speak when she inadvertently glanced at the camera boy not far away. She instantly remembered. It seemed like the great director had explained this matter to her in advance, saying that Jiang Chen's family had been selected to participate in the recording of the program Joyful Bringing Up Baby. The school would also cooperate with the recording of the program. The camera boy was professionally trained, so of course it wouldn't affect the students' daily studies. And those of them who were teachers would need to take it extra seriously. After all, this was also a way to make their school famous. Although her every word and action would be recorded live. But Lito's nature was to do what she felt was right no matter what. Nor would she intentionally indulge her child just because she was in front of the camera. Done and done. The homeroom teacher is looking for kid brother, surely because kid brother's dad just talked back in the parent group. He'll be at school by noon. He's the one who got in trouble, but he's the one who has to be reprimanded. What's wrong with that? It's not a bad idea to be lectured by such a pretty teacher. The human kid brother is probably happy right now. What's wrong, Ms. Li? Jiang Chen took the initiative to ask. Li Duo silent and tangled for a while, before he could not help but ask. Jiang Chen, how is your family these days? Hearing this question, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be stunned. What was the meaning of asking this? Seemingly afraid that Jiang Chen would misunderstand, Li Duo quickly waved her hand. Jiang Chen, don't misunderstand, as a teacher, I must be concerned about the situation inside my students' homes. Has anything happened in your home recently, or is it that your parents have quarreled, so your parents are a bit unhappy? Jiang Chen scratched his head, confused. Parents quarreling? Of course this is impossible, his own mother is still traveling abroad, it's too late to play all day long, how can he have the time to quarrel? Moreover, people's couples love each other very well, there is no need for Jiang Chen to worry about it. No teacher, my mom is still traveling abroad, it will probably take 3 or 4 days to come back. Jiang Chen said in a serious manner. Hearing this, Li Duo breathed a long sigh of relief. That's good. Li Duo's expression suddenly became very relaxed, then said, Jiang Chen, I didn't expect your father to favor you so much, it must be very easy at home, right? Easy? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen's head immediately had a few more black lines. Easy my ass. Instead of staying at home and playing games with that internet-addicted old man, he might as well do a couple more exercises at school. Oh, it's okay. Jiang Chen smiled perfunctorily. In fact, there is nothing, you see. Li Duo took out her cell phone and let Jiang Chen take a look at the replies in the parent group. My son is really handsome. Then my son is also handsome. Seeing these two comments, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Then he released a smile. This was like something his own old man could say. Although normally at home, this old dad of his wasn't very reliable. But in this situation, his old dad would still take the initiative to defend him. Jiang Chen also understood why Lidwa had just asked like that. It should be because she was afraid that her own old dad replied like that because something had happened at home, causing her heart to be unhappy. Teacher, I'm sorry, don't worry about it, my old man is like that. Think of it as him farting. Jiang Chen said casually. Li Duo was serious and shook her head. Jiang Chen, how can you say that about your father? He is also for your own good. And the one who should apologize should be the teacher, not you. Looking at your father's response, I also thought a lot. Directly send the picture of the late classmate in the parents group, indeed to hurt the child's self-esteem. In the future, the teacher will definitely look for more euphemistic methods. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately felt some emotion. Teachers who were as understanding as this were indeed uncommon. The live broadcast room even exploded. Good guy. I originally thought that the class teacher was going to put small shoes on kid brother, but I didn't expect to be looking for kid brother to apologize. After being told off by his father, the teacher actually reflected on himself and apologized to him. If my kids have a teacher like this, I'll feel relieved. I'd like to invite her to dinner. Are you going for dinner? Brothers, the game is real, put me on top, I want to marry her. If I could have a date like that, I'd be so happy. If I could have such an object, I would agree even if I were given another $100,000. Upstairs, both want and take, right? Teacher, don't think too much. My dad was just saying that. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to class first. Jiang Chen smiled and said. Li Duo nodded in agreement, and only then did Jiang Chen quickly walk back to the classroom. The little photography brother, on the other hand, held up his equipment and looked for a suitable position. Li Duo, on the other hand, answered a phone call and headed out of the school building. The picture was fixed in the classroom. With the homeroom teacher gone, the other students certainly wouldn't study obediently and began to talk to each other and discuss. Jiang Chen was in the middle of it, but he wasn't affected in the slightest. He sat in the third row against the wall, and the seat next to him was an empty table. It was also commandeered by Jiang Chen and set up his textbooks. He then supported his head with one hand while writing exercises. Lo and behold. Look at that. This is the kind of place that kid brothers like. Everyone else's kids are chatting, but only kids studying. It's obvious that he really likes to study. How could he not? There's only so much time to study each week, so you have to make the best of it. After all, once you get home, you'll be dragged by your dad to play games. Not long ago. Li Duo returned to the classroom, and as soon as she entered the classroom door, the classroom instantly quieted down. All the students started to get busy. It was just like that saying. People become busy when they are embarrassed. Beside Li Duo, there was a little girl. She was wearing a customized English-style suit, and on top was a small slim navy blue suit. The exquisite cut flattered her tiny figure. The bottom was paired with a short chevron skirt, and her feet were wearing a pair of small black patent leather shoes. Her hair was a natural chestnut color, slightly curled and combed into a fluffy half ponytail. Her features were very delicate, and as soon as she entered the room, she attracted the attention of the class. Classmates, be quiet for a moment. Li Duo slowly opened her mouth. This is the new student in our class, called Yu Yao. Everyone get along well in the future. Good, delicate little girl. She looks like her family is willing to dress up. She's more than sophisticated. Her clothes cost tens of thousands of dollars. Really? Children's clothes are so expensive now? Expensive? Of course it's customized. Jiang Chen, there's still a seat for you, let's give it to the new student later. Li Dao lightly shouted. Hearing this, Jiang Chen didn't raise his head, but just gave a smoothly taking back the textbook on that table, his eyes still kept staring at the exercises. And no, what's the situation? Such a pretty little girl, kid brother doesn't even look at her? Without a woman in your heart, you will naturally be able to study. What's wrong with that? You're just too lucky, aren't you? Why do I see the envious gazes of the other boys? Not only envious, I think there are those who want to cut the kid brother. Chapter 22, Cute female classmates are not as good as writing 2 more questions. Under the gaze of the whole class, Yu Yao sat down next to Jiang Chen. As for Jiang Chen, he didn't notice those strange gazes, and was still writing his own exercises. When one was immersed in study, the effect was indeed like this. It was also at this time. A tall man in a suit suddenly walked in outside the classroom. He carried a backpack in his hand and came all the way to Yu Yao's side. He began to organize Yu Yao's desk. Seeing this, the surrounding students all looked on with curious faces. The teacher also had a helpless look on her face, obviously she knew something. The audience was also confused at first. However, as the sharp-eyed spectators explained, it dawned on them. Did you guys see that? The logo on that man in the suit is the logo of the Starfield International Bodyguard Company. What? That man is a bodyguard? Not only is he a bodyguard, but you see the gold flower on his chest? It's also the butler's logo. My God, what kind of family is this girl from? What kind of family is this girl from? This is a real rich girl, isn't she? Why would a rich girl like this come to an ordinary elementary school? Maybe to experience life? The viewers in the live broadcast room were talking a lot. And on the screen, that butler consciously walked out of the classroom after organizing the desks for Yu Yao. Only then did Li Duo say, "Everyone, let's go to class first, pay attention to discipline." After saying this, Li Duo also walked out. As she left, the gazes of everyone in the class coincidentally looked towards Yu Yao. Of course, except for Jiang Chen. And for this kind of stunning gaze, Yu Yao seemed to have gotten used to it a long time ago. The expression was also one of indifference. But as she glanced over, she saw Jiang Chen, who was doing exercises beside her. His mind seemed to be full of the exercises, and he didn't look at her at all. Seeing Jiang Chen with such concentration, Yu Yao couldn't help but be a little surprised. What's going on? Could it be that she wasn't as good looking as that exercise book? Yu Yao's heart, inexplicably, developed some sense of triumph. This student, what kind of problem are you writing? Yu Yao took the initiative to come over and asked. Zhang Chen just casually glanced at her and withdrew his gaze. Don't look, you can't learn. Zhang Chen was telling the truth. What he was writing wasn't a third-grade problem, but an Olympiad problem. Ordinary third-grade elementary school questions were really meaningless to write. One look and you know the answer. It's the more difficult questions that are challenging to write. Furthermore, the more immersed in learning, the easier it would be to trigger system tasks. Ding dong. Random reward task dispatched by the system. Complete 10 OU questions, time limit 30 minutes. Reward for completing the task, learning thinking 10, mul points 10. Another reward task. As long as one finished 10 OU problems within 30 minutes, one would be able to obtain so many rewards. Wasn't this challenge a breeze for Zhang Chen? Without wasting any time, Zhang Chen immediately immersed himself in it. As for Yu Yao, she froze in place. The words Zhang Chen had just said still echoed in her mind. At once, it caused Yu Yao's heart to develop a stubborn mentality. Classmate, don't underestimate me, okay? Before I transferred to another school, I was also in the top 10 of my class. What questions did you write? Let me see. Yu Yao was very angry. She talked to someone and the other person actually ignored her. This was the first time in her life. Who knows, Zhang Chen didn't pay any attention to her. He was still writing his homework. What are you looking at? Don't disturb my study. Zhang Chen said casually. He didn't notice the hateful gazes of the boys in the class. He was still immersed in the joy of brushing up on his problems. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room was already going crazy. What's the situation, kid brother? Such a beautiful little girl to talk to you, you so watery perfunctory people? Is this a perfunctory behavior? He's actually being mean to the little girl. This is too much. No, buddy, you're really learning. Is that your dad or your mom in the book? This kid brother, he won't even treasure the opportunity to come to me. Yu Yao's brain was buzzing. Growing up, this was the first time someone had spoken to her like this. Since she was a child, which one of her male classmates was not pleasing in front of her? This is the first time that someone has spoken to her in an unfriendly manner. Classmate, I'm just. Yu Yao was still planning to say something. As a result, Zhang Chen directly turned around and made a hush gesture. Hush, don't say anything yet. I'm writing a question. Now, Yu Yao's eyes went completely black. What kind of person is this? Yu Yao lightly grunted and turned around with a huff. If he didn't want to talk to him, then he wouldn't talk to him either. What's the big deal? Although Yu Yao thought like this. But still, she curiously glanced in Zhang Chen's direction. Although the clothes on Zhang Chen's body weren't any famous brand, they were very clean and tidy. A head of short black hair was fresh and sharp, and there was a standard melon face with fair skin and decent features. From the inside out, there is a sunny and handsome feeling. Although this little boy's temperament is not too pleasing. But his looks were still good. He was not the same as the boys Yu Yao had seen before. He had a mature flavor that did not belong to this age group. While angry, Yu Yao was also a bit curious. Couldn't help but take a couple more glances at him. Did you guys see that little girl is still peeking at kid brother? Not to mention, the kid brother is not bad looking, quite handsome, but his brain is almost meaningless. If he's so impolite, the girl won't be interested in him. You've never been in love, upstairs. I've never been in a relationship. Maybe this is the type of girl she likes. It's only third grade, what's there to like? Soon. Before the bell rang, Zhang Chen finally finished the 10 OU questions. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Received rewards, learning thinking 10, mul points 10. Putting down his pen and closing the problem set, Zhang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. It was finally done. Sure enough, studying deeply in school would unlock many tasks on learning. The mul points accumulated quickly as well. It was then that Zhang Chen noticed Yu Yao sitting beside him and scratched his head, remembering what had just happened. So it was a new transfer student. Surveying Yu Yao's dress and that exquisite face, Zhang Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised. This little girl belonged to the beauty type, no matter what she was wearing or her features. When she grew up in the future, she might even be at the star level. In their small school, there could still be girls with this kind of foundation. Noticing Zhang Chen's gaze, Yu Yao was instantly a bit haughty and puffed out her small chest. But in the next second, Zhang Chen withdrew his gaze. Forget it, there's nothing to see. What's the point of being a little girl? It would be better to write 2 more questions. Chapter 23, Shocking, Textbook Catch. Classroom. Zhang Chen spun his pen with one hand while writing exercises. In normal classes, Zhang Chen didn't even need to listen. The content of this third-grade elementary school, even without the various types of attributes reinforced by the system, he was completely able to master it. The exercises that he was writing today were all specially prepared for the higher grades in order to trigger the system quests. Seeing Zhang Chen's appearance in his studies, the live broadcast audience was even more dumbfounded. Family members, I don't know if you can see it, this kid brother really likes to study, either looking at the podium or reading the exercises, not glancing to the side in the slightest awe. If my elementary school classmates were this good looking, I wouldn't even glance at the podium. That's right. What's so pretty about a teacher? This kid brother, little Jiang who doesn't care, middle Jiang who regrets, and old Jiang who's upset. He'll regret it when he grows up. Soon, 2 classes passed. For more than an hour, Jiang Chen didn't even glance in Yu Yao's direction, completely immersed in his studies. And when the first class ended, many male students came over and struck up a conversation with Yu Yao. Even though the environment was so noisy, Jiang Chen didn't move a muscle. A child's game of playing house was of no interest to him. And in front of the other male classmates, Yu Yao also put on a high and mighty demeanor. All of them looked like they were in love with each other. Soon it was time for the big classroom. After recess time ended, there was still a 10-minute break. Most of the students would run around and play at this time. At the playground, Yu Yao's side was followed by a few little girls. Although she was a new transfer student, she inexplicably walked in the middle of the few little girls. The topic of discussion was nothing but their own experiences. Regardless of whether it was her home or the places she had been to, Yu Yao drew gasps from the surrounding girls as soon as she exited her mouth. There were also some envious looks. In this regard, Yu Yao seemed to have gotten used to it long ago. After all, their family backgrounds were different. Just as a group of girls passed by the soccer field, a soccer ball flew out towards the outside of the field. It went straight towards the girls. Classmate, take cover. Someone next to them reminded Yu Yao and the girls realized it. But how could a little girl have such a fast reaction speed? When Yu Yao saw the soccer ball flying towards her, her mind had gone blank. She only felt a buzzing. Just in the nick of time, a sturdy figure suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Yu Yao. Seeing the side face, Yu Yao couldn't help but be shocked. Wasn't this Jiang Chen? The soccer ball that flew here was still carrying the sound of whistling wind. Jiang Chen reacted extremely fast, his left leg quickly raised, drawing a sharp arc in the air. The soccer ball was steadily caught by the arch of his foot. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen launched his force smoothly. The soccer ball's impulse was skillfully removed. The soccer ball stayed briefly on Jiang Chen's foot. Immediately after, Jiang Chen's foot gently shook, and the soccer ball rolled down to the ground obediently. But it was only a slight pause. In the next second, Jiang Chen leaned forward, his supporting foot firmly planted on the ground, and his right foot raised high. He riveted his feet and fiercely shot. The soccer ball was instantly like a discharged cannonball, wrapped in whistling wind, whistling towards the goal. The soccer ball drew a nearly straight trajectory in the air. Bang! The soccer ball smashed heavily into the dead center of the goal, and the net was viciously propped open. It quickly bounced back, making a buzzing sound. The ball went in. At this moment, the camera boy standing not far away to follow the shot froze. A face of dumbfoundedness. What's the situation? Standing outside a soccer field and still able to shoot from a super long distance? This was something an 8-year-old elementary school student could do? He was not the only one who was shocked. Those senior students who had just been playing soccer saw Jiang Chen casually pump out a ball. All of them froze in place. Dumbfounded, they looked at the soccer ball that slid out from the goal. Completely dumbfounded. Even if some of them were taller than Jiang Chen, and some of them were stronger than Jiang Chen, they couldn't do it at such a distance. But they couldn't hit the goal with a single kick from such a distance. The netizens who saw this scene had already exploded. Grass. A powerful shot. So it's a watery goal? Can you score from so far away? No, where was the kid brother just now? Why did he suddenly run over there? I was just passing by from the restroom, and that was a great shot by the kid. It's hard to tell. I can't believe you have a talent for soccer. That kick just now, even I, a college student who's been playing soccer for 3 years, can't even hope to make it. Am I the only one who thought that kid's stop was cool? A soccer ball of that speed was just stopped by his foot? If this scene was in the World Cup, it would be a famous scene. There's hope for our national soccer team. I just sneezed and didn't see that scene. I'll give you your money back. As for Yu Yao, who just narrowly escaped being hit by the soccer ball, her eyes were even wider. Her eyes were filled with shock and surprise. Originally, she thought that Jiang Chen was so focused on his studies that he must be a nerd. Unexpectedly, he actually played soccer so well too. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden achievement mission, Heroic Rescue. Reward, Reaction Power 20, Mol Points 20. Reward, Reaction Power 20, Mol Points 20. Congratulations! Beside Jiang Chen's ears, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Hidden Achievement Task. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was instantly a little surprised. The system still had hidden quests. There were also unexpected rewards. A hidden achievement mission was even more generous than the rewards of a time-limited mission. With a thought, the system mall light screen instantly appeared before his eyes. Remaining mall points, 78. It wouldn't take long for him to save up 100 mall points, and he could continue the lottery. It was also at this time. Yu Yao slowly walked over. Classmate, thank you, if it wasn't for you just now, I would have been smashed. Jiang Chen looked towards her and waved his hand. It's alright. No need to take it to heart. Bye, I'll go back first. He was just passing by and unintentionally glanced at the soccer ball about to hit someone. Jiang Chen's sports skill ability was intermediate, which was already far beyond 100% of his peers. Although he wasn't tall, a soccer ball of that strength like just now could be stopped by skill. After a brief farewell, Jiang Chen ran towards the school building. He still had to hurry up and study. There was no time to stay outside and play. If he didn't want to go to the restroom, Jiang Chen would probably have gone back to the classroom after recess was over. Looking at Jiang Chen's back, Yu Yao's expression was a bit strange, with a few moments of curiosity. But this scene made the live broadcast audience furious. No, kid brother, you really don't know anything. Such a good opportunity is in front of you, just go back and study? I realize why his father doesn't like him to study. If I were his father, I wouldn't let him study either. What's so great about studying? If his father saw this, he'd probably be so angry he'd punish him all night. Learning. You just know how to study. Chapter 24, Yu Yao, how are you like a human machine? Jiang Chen ran very fast, only leaving Yu Yao with a back shadow. He turned around and left, as if he had made up his mind somehow. Only Yu Yao was left standing in place with a dumbfounded look on her face. She still wanted to say a proper thank you to Jiang Chen, after all, her tutelage was here. But Jiang Chen just turned around and walked away in a watery manner, leaving her hanging out to dry. How in heaven's name is there still such a person? Looking at Jiang Chen's back as he left, Yu Yao, instead of being thankful just now. Instead, she stomped her foot in anger. Who was she to ignore her like that? I counted to see that kid brother is not interested in heterosexuals, not interested at all. Upstairs, it's heterosexual, not alien. All she knows is studying. What's she going to be like? If you don't control this kid, he'll never learn. If I had the skills of my brother, would I still be alone today? Anyone who wants to tear up his homework, let's form a team. Upstairs, let's go together. Let's show kid brother the evils of society. Soon, the bell rang. All the students returned to the classroom. In the classroom, Jiang Chen spent a few minutes previewing the content of the lesson before lowering his head and starting to write practice problems on his own. The content of the class was very simple for him. Generally speaking, one could grasp the knowledge of the lesson after only a few minutes of previewing before class. The rest of the time was the effort Jiang Chen left for himself to write his homework. The teacher lectured normally at the top. Jiang Chen was normally writing questions below. But Yu Yao looked in Jiang Chen's direction from time to time. From time to time, she looked like she wanted to speak. It looked like she wanted to talk to Jiang Chen, but never found the chance. Hello? In the end, Yu Yao seemed to be unable to hold back any longer, and took the initiative to come up to Jiang Chen. Thank you for just now. Jiang Chen didn't even raise his head. If it wasn't for you just now, my head would have been smashed. Mr. Jiang Chen. It's hard to tell, but you can still play soccer. Aha! Can you say something else? Aha! The chat between the two was recorded by the portable microphone on Jiang Chen's body. Hearing these words, the viewers in the live broadcast room were already overjoyed. Ha! What's going on? Is brother kid too nervous? How do I feel that kid brother is like a human machine? It's the same word over and over again. If I were this girl, I'd slap him on the spot. In front of my brother, there's only the difference between playing and studying, there's no such thing as homosexuality. There's no woman in my heart, and I can draw my sword naturally. I think I know the reason why brother kid is so good at playing games. Do you know how anxious I was in the live broadcast room? If I were kid brother, I'd be holding hands by now. What is this? What's this? You're great. Jiang Chen kept answering mechanically like this, even the best-tempered person would break down. Yu Yao skimmed her mouth and couldn't help but ask, can't you say something else? Aha! Now, Yu Yao was completely out of ideas. As he looked at the OU problems that Jiang Chen had written so lovingly, he couldn't help but feel a pang of skepticism in his heart. Could it be that this OU problem was even better looking than his own? Can you stop writing it? Yu Yao's pretty eyebrows frowned slightly, and she couldn't help but open her mouth. That won't do. At this time, Jiang Chen had just finished writing a page of OU questions, and then flipped to the next page. Taking advantage of this gap, Jiang Chen had the time. His eyes looked at Yu Yao beside him. Classmate, I'm studying now, so please don't disturb me. Otherwise, I'll tell the teacher that you shouldn't sit here in the future either. It wasn't for no reason that the seat next to Jiang Chen had been blank before. When many students sat here, it would affect Jiang Chen's studies. Jiang Chen would occasionally talk to the homeroom teacher. Nay, the number of times was a bit much. That was why Jiang Chen's deskmate had never been chosen. Hearing this, Yu Yao was once again dumbfounded. How did she feel that the Jiang Chen in front of her was even more capricious than her? One word and he was going to ask the teacher to replace his own desk? Is there such a student? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately had two black eyes. I counted out, this kid is oil and salt ah. Suggests that the kid brother's father go back to the whole rehabilitation therapy. Overnight a few days of treatment should not be too much, right? A small child of 8 years old, the brain is loaded with learning, this is not a horrible thing? It's not easy for the little human girl to take the initiative to talk, this kid brother just wasted it. It's okay. He'll regret it later. Yu Yao exasperatedly turned her head and gave a light grunt. Not willing to talk to her? Then she wasn't happy to talk to Jiang Chen either. What's the big deal? Only. Although she thought this in her heart, Yu Yao still secretly glanced at Jiang Chen from time to time. Like him, he could be so capricious for the sake of his studies. Yu Yao had never seen that before. Yu Yao had also never heard of words like replacing her deskmate since she was a child. Time passed quickly. After recess, there were only 2 classes left, and then it was lunchtime. Some students would choose to go home to eat at noon, while some whose homes were farther away would stay at school and eat in the cafeteria. Jiang Chen was like this. Just after class, Jiang Chen left the classroom in a hurry, his footsteps flying. Those who didn't know thought that they were starving to death. In fact, only Jiang Chen knew the gold content of grabbing a meal at noon. If you went late, you'd have to wait in line for 10 minutes alone. Wasn't this a waste of study time? In order to be able to study for a while longer and trigger more system tasks, Jiang Chen had already practiced the good habit of getting out of class at the right time. Looking at Jiang Chen who hurriedly ran out of the classroom, Yu Yao opened her mouth but realized that he had already run away. She was so angry that she stomped her foot and then chased after him. The live broadcast audience, at this time, also noticed Jiang Chen's speed. The camera kid brother was carrying his equipment and chasing after him. Should I say no, kid brother is still normal in this aspect, not active in eating, brain problem. Although kid brother's classroom isn't on the first floor, the students on the first floor can't outrun kid brother. That's like when we were in school. I didn't expect that kid would be so good at playing games, but he's also so good at stealing food. I knew he'd be so strong when he stood there. The photographer can't catch up with kid anymore. You're telling me this is a nerd? Kid's talent isn't just in gaming and studying, it's also in running. It didn't take long. Jiang Chen sat down in the cafeteria with a big bowl of rice. At the same time, there were still quite a few students who had just rushed into the cafeteria and had just started lining up. Jiang Chen started drying his rice without looking away. Yu Yao, accompanied by her housekeeper, came outside the cafeteria. Miss, I've already arranged for lunch, this kind of place really doesn't fit your status. The butler was full of helplessness. However, Yu Yao didn't care and also pushed her way inside the cafeteria. I'll go in and look for someone. Chapter 25, wow, it's so nice to be rich, it's so luxurious. Yu Yao insisted on doing so, there was nothing the butler could do. He could only follow behind. Jiang Chen was also good at finding him. Yu Yao entered the cafeteria and looked around for a week before she spotted Jiang Chen who was sitting there inhaling madly. Yu Yao immediately ran over. Jiang Chen student. The sudden shout startled Jiang Chen. He had just eaten half of the rice in his mouth when the rice tray was pulled over by Yu Yao. Don't eat, I'll treat you to dinner. Jiang Chen's eyes, still staring straight at the rice tray, opened his mouth in disbelief. Treat me to dinner? Yes, you saved me, I want to treat you to dinner, as a thank you. Yu Yao said with a serious face. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then shook his head. I appreciate the thought, but forget about dinner, I don't have time. This scene was perfectly captured by the camera boy hiding not far away. The audience in the live broadcast room was instantly stunned. No, this kid brother has a problem with his head. He was so indifferent to the fact that the little girl was kind enough to invite him to dinner. If it were me, I'd eat it. What else is there in the eyes of a kid's brother besides studying? And he doesn't want to play games with his dad. I can't imagine how pissed off his dad would be if he saw this. If his father saw this, I can't imagine how angry he'd be. Such a good opportunity is in front of him, but the kid is still thinking about studying. The live broadcast audience's team rarely reached a consensus. Seeing Jiang Chen who does not understand the situation, they all think it is a great pity. But for Jiang Chen, he had to take advantage of his time at school to do more things related to studying. Only then could the system refresh the quests about studying. Before, he didn't have the chance to study at home, but now that it was hard to get to school, he must seize this hard-won opportunity. Seeing that Jiang Chen was so disrespectful, Yu Yao was out of options. What kind of person was this? She had kindly invited someone to dinner as a way of saying thank you, but it turned out that he wasn't the least bit interested. It was at this moment. Yu Yao suddenly smelled an aroma, and when she looked down, the aroma was coming from Jiang Chen's plate. Jiang Chen's lunch was very simple, crispy skinned chicken with rice. The top layer was fried crispy chicken breast and underneath was rice. Jiang Chen noticed something strange and frowned, decisively pulling back the dinner plate to the chest position. And then said, "Nua, that window is for sale. If you want to eat it, buy it yourself." Upon hearing this, Yu Yao's face suddenly burst into a blush. How could she eat food from such a place? The housekeeper had already said that the hygiene of the food in the school cafeteria was not guaranteed. It was all junk food. Her daily lunch was customized by a nutritionist. These foods, not to mention eating them, Yu Yao had never even seen them before. Even though it was junk food. But looking at the way Jiang Chen was eating it, it seemed quite tasty. At this time, the butler also came beside Yu Yao. "Miss, it's time for lunch, let's go?" She turned her head towards the butler and said seriously, "Butler, I want to eat here, right now." When the butler heard this, a difficult look appeared on his face. He just wanted to open his mouth to discourage her, but when he met Yu Yao's stubborn gaze, he swallowed his words. After hesitating for a while, he sighed helplessly and could only compromise. "All right, miss." After stepping aside, the butler hurriedly pulled out his walkie-talkie. "Emergency, Miss is going to dine in the school cafeteria. Immediately arrange for manpower to transport the dishes over." A noisy response came from the other end of the intercom. Yu Yao looked at Jiang Chen, who was wolfing down his meal and couldn't help but gulp as well. However, she quickly withdrew her gaze and let out a light hum. In less than a few minutes, a dozen or so waiters wearing chef's uniforms appeared at the entrance of the cafeteria. They neatly pushed the food carts at a hurried pace, walking towards the direction where Yu Yao and Jiang Chen were. The food cart was covered with a delicate silver-colored cover, and it was still bubbling with the slightest bit of hot air. Coming to the front, the waiter unveiled the cover in turn. On the first food cart, there was a piece of steak that had been fried to perfection. The oil was sizzling on the surface of the steak, emitting a tantalizing aroma. On the second food cart was an exquisite French foie gras, golden in color and melting in the mouth. An Italian seafood risotto followed, as well as a Japanese sashimi platter, French-baked escargot, and caviar with pancakes. There was so much to choose from that the students in line were dumbfounded. Also dumbfounded were the viewers of the live broadcast. What kind of divine platoon is this? I really can't imagine the life of a rich man. This is not a meal, this is simply showing off the wealth. Poverty limits my imagination. It's just a meal, why make such a big deal out of it? This is too much. I'm sore. It's the same meal at school, but there's such a big difference between people. What kind of luck did kid have to be treated by a rich girl and to eat so many fancy dishes? The cost of this meal is probably enough to pay my salary for a few months. It's good to be rich. I envy you, I've never even seen this kind of food before. Yu Yao looked at the dishes with a satisfied look on her face. Turning to Jiang Chen, she said, "Jiang Chen, don't be polite, feel free to eat. These were specially prepared for you." Jiang Chen raised his eyes and swept the dishes. Although he was also a little surprised in his heart, the surface was unperturbed. Just nodded, "It looks okay." While saying that, the rice in Jiang Chen's dinner plate was already close to wrapping up. He slammed a few more mouthfuls of rice, then burped. "I'm full, I'll go back to study first." After saying that, Jiang Chen directly got up. After placing the dinner plate at the recycling place, he ran out of the restaurant in a huff. Seeing this scene, Yu Yao couldn't help but be stunned and froze in place. The live broadcast room was also quiet for a moment. Afterwards, the pop-ups began to scroll frantically. No, with so many delicious food in front of him, kid brother just left? If this were me, I would have to try a few bites. Even if I'm full, I'd still have to try it. I can see that brother kid is also a straight man of steel, and he just walks away with so much hospitality from a rich woman. Seriously, all of you who have been on the air in the past have already had their fill of food. The kid brother's determination to learn is really so strong? If you don't say he's a kid brother. Yu Yao looked at Jiang Chen's departing back, her heart actually had more than a touch of faint loss. The butler carefully walked to Yu Yao's side, pointing to those exquisite food carts, and softly asked, "Miss, which one do you want to eat first?" Yu Yao gently shook her head, "I'm not hungry, share all of these with the other students." After saying that, she stood up and walked towards the outside of the cafeteria. This scene instantly made the audience in the live broadcast room drop their jaws once again. "My goodness, so many delicacies, said to give them away, this is also too luxurious. I don't understand the world of the rich, I'd be heartbroken to death. Upstairs, why don't you say you're not rich? Wouldn't it hurt if it was you? I'm not rich either. Is this the spirit of a rich girl? If it were me, I'd pack it up and take it home even if I didn't eat it myself." Chapter 26, No, I have to buy starch sausage for dough. Ding dong. System unlocked random task, lunch break immersion writing questions for 30 minutes. Reward for completing the task, thinking ability 1, mul.1. Jiang Chen, who had just returned to the classroom, heard the system's prompt next to his ears. He immediately brightened up. His efforts all morning hadn't been in vain. Another new system quest had been unlocked. There wasn't a definite category for the lunch break. After classes ended at noon, and before classes started in the afternoon, it was all considered lunch break time. Jiang Chen could also take advantage of this time to complete his system tasks. In the staff's camera, Jiang Chen had just returned to the classroom and couldn't wait to take out the workbook. Plopping down on the table, he began to study immersively. There were almost no extra movements, and apart from eating all day long, it was all about studying. My God, kid brother really loves to study, he doesn't delay a moment. If I had this attitude when I was in school, I would have gotten into a good university long ago. I'm now convinced that he really loves to study, he's not faking it. If he was faking it, he'd be a movie star. At that moment, Yu Yao walked into the classroom and returned to her seat. She was originally full of anticipation, thinking that she could talk to Jiang Chen and have a good exchange. But as soon as she saw Jiang Chen was concentrating on his desk and writing questions, she swallowed back her words. She just sat there, gazing at Jiang Chen with a curious expression. Yu Yao's heart rippled. She herself was also a bit puzzled. Obviously Jiang Chen was so unforgiving when he rejected her before, but for some reason, she didn't hate him at all. On the contrary, looking at Jiang Chen so focused on his studies, that kind of capriciousness actually made her feel somewhat attracted. This Jiang Chen was different from all those people she had seen before. Without realizing it, Yu Yao fell asleep on her desk. The elementary school student's schedule wasn't intense. At 5 in the afternoon, it was time for school to end. The school bell rang right on time, and Jiang Chen packed his book bag, ready to go home. When he walked out of the school gate, a shiny Rolls-Royce was parked in front of the school. The luxurious body glittered in the sunlight, attracting the gazes of many students. At this time, Yu Yao walked over to Jiang Chen with a brisk pace. Mr. Jiang Chen, you're going home alone, why don't I ask the butler to give you a ride? At the same time, the butler had already started the Rolls-Royce and drove to the two of them. Jiang Chen slightly shook his head. No thanks. I still have to buy starchy sausages for my dad, so I can just go back by myself. Starch sausage? A curious look appeared on Yu Yao's face. What is that thing? Jiang Chen thought for a moment and replied, it's a snack, sold on the side of the road. Following the direction of Jiang Chen's finger, Yu Yao nodded indistinctly. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but sigh with emotion when they saw this scene. The rich man's world is really different from ours, he doesn't even know about starch intestines. This is just like the ancient emperor not knowing about the commoner's coarse grains, it's outrageous. Starch sausage is the representative of common people's food, but Yu Yao has never heard of it, that's a gap. I've seen how rich people's kids live differently from us. At this moment, the butler got out of the car and walked to Yu Yao's side. Miss. It's getting late, it's time to go back. Yu Yao nodded slightly and looked at Jiang Chen. Then next time I have a chance, I must try the starch sausage you mentioned, I'll go home first. After saying that, she got into the car with the butler. The Rolls-Royce started slowly. Inside the car, the butler looked at Yu Yao through the rearview mirror and asked cautiously. Miss, what do you think of this school? If it's not to your liking, we can change it again. After all, after going to so many schools before, Yu Yao felt that it was not good enough. This school is not even related to the nobility, in his opinion, Yu Yao should not like it either. Yu Yao leaned back on the soft seat and gazed out the window. The corners of her mouth rose slightly as she couldn't help but picture Jiang Chen's focused study in her mind. This school is quite interesting, I want to go to school here first. The housekeeper couldn't help but stare in surprise at the words. Miss, are you sure? Previously you went to so many schools and none of them were satisfactory, how come this time? Yu Yao gently waved her hand and said with a smile. I'm sure, let's just stay here for now, I'm quite happy today. Although the butler had doubts in his mind, he didn't dare to ask more, he could only answer and continue to drive forward. On the other hand, Jiang Chen returned home with 2 starch sausages. As soon as he entered, Jiang Yong, who was lying on the sofa and swiping his cell phone, stood up. Jiang Yong received the starchy sausages while asking with a smile on his face. Son, how was school today? Jiang Chen deliberately sighed, a look of chagrin on his face. Alas, Dad, today at school I was so focused on playing that I didn't study much, I feel like I wasted too much time. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene and flirted. Funny, this kid is obviously immersed in learning all day, lying to old dad has a hand in it. This kid brother, he can really say anything for the sake of learning. You don't think if you say that, dad will stop dragging you to play games, do you? Playing at school is playing at school, but are you playing at home? When Jiang Yong heard this, he froze for a moment, then waved his hand. Oh, just play, children, once in a while to relax and relax is normal. Just right, son, hurry to play a game with dad, I have been itching for a day. Jiang Chen went to school, Jiang Yong also did not play the game of mind. After all, playing games alone and losing was the norm. Jiang Chen frowned and said with a serious face. Dad, I still have to do my homework, why don't you play something else for a while, and then stay with you after I finish my homework, okay? Upon hearing this, the smile on Jiang Yong's face instantly froze. It was followed by a serious face. Son, how did dad educate you? When you finish your homework after school, shouldn't you finish it at school? You study at school, don't write your homework by the way, and study at home, isn't this a waste of game time? How many times do you want me to tell you that before you grow a memory? Jiang Yong is also a rare image of a strict father. Just this said words. Ha! Son said homework, see to old dad angry. That's it. At home is to play games, you do not work to learn how to count off. I like watching this father and son more and more, I've never seen such an interesting way of education. When are you going to start playing? I'm still waiting to learn how to play. The child smashed, you first go to write homework, half an hour to arrive, immediately come over to accompany me. Zhang Yong said with a serious face. You have to know that if your grades go down, people will only say that you didn't study hard enough. If your grades are bad, how can you protect your family in front of your teammates? Chapter 27, 1v5 Professional Team, Shocking Live Streaming Room. Black Shark Electronic Club, Training Room. The place was brightly lit and the atmosphere was slightly tense. Black Shark was concentrating on the game, the mouse and keyboard in his hands were being maneuvered by him, and the game picture on the screen was constantly flashing. Playing games here is also considered rehabilitation training. On the side of the current team member Wu Nan sat on a chair. Watching Black Shark train, there was a hint of helplessness on his face. He couldn't help but say, "Brother, it is not so bad, it is not a big deal to be crushed by a kid brother, there is no need to train so seriously. Besides, at that time, it was estimated that you were gullible, and it was definitely no problem to go on again." Hearing this, the Black Shark glanced at him. Fart, playing so many years of professional, that kid brother level I cannot see? The video is not for you to see, that kid brother what level, you do not have a little bit of heart? Wu Nan shrugged, at most, the level of the king of the road, it is quite reasonable. After all, he is still active professional players, technology than compared to the Black Shark, but also a little stronger. Brothers, you're good, you're on. Black Shark retracted his gaze and continued to immerse himself in the game. Although it is in the base training, but the Black Shark is still open live. Hearing the words of the two, the audience in the live broadcast room has long been happy. What is the situation? How come Black Shark is still gambling? I watched that kid brother play the game live, and his skills are really good. It's not a shame to lose to him. Black Shark is a retired professional player, so it's a bit unfair to be beaten up by a kid, isn't it? It's a beating, but it's not a technical reason. Black Shark inadvertently glanced at this pop-up screen. Air management to come for a moment, those mocking in the pop-up screen first shut down the small black room. Just at this time, a member of the team hurriedly ran to the side, with excitement on his face. Brother, the kid brother is on the air. Black Shark's eyes, which were originally still focused on the game, instantly lit up at this moment. He violently put down the mouse in his hand and stood up from his chair. Really? That's great. These 2 days of rehabilitation training haven't been in vain, I can finally find a chance to wipe the slate clean. Saying that, he turned his head to look at Wu Nan at the side. Wu Nan, hurry up and get on the number. Wu Nan looked at Black Shark with a puzzled expression. What am I doing? Black Shark glared at him and said, let you see the strength of the kid brother, then you will know why I am so serious. Although Wu Nan was a little reluctant, he sat back in front of the computer. Started to log in the game account. At this time, the audience of the Black Shark live stream saw the scene and flirted with it on the pop-up screen. Two professional players, going to touch someone else's kid brother, disgraceful or not. That's it. Black Shark, even if you go, how can you pull on an active professional player? Is there any suspense in this game? I've watched the kid brother abuse so many people, and now I'm finally going to watch the kid brother get abused. Professionals are too vindictive, aren't they? I don't think this has anything to do with the pros, it's purely because Black Shark's heart is too small. Management, seal another one. And at Jiang Chen's home. Jiang Chen and Jiang Yong, father and son, had already opened a game room and selected the blasting mode. While waiting for other players to join, Jiang Chen looked at the book to study while keeping an eye on the game interface. Suddenly, there were two more high-level accounts on the opposite side. The segment levels displayed were both King of Guns. The highest segment. When Jiang Yong saw this, a hint of worry appeared on his face and he turned his head to Jiang Chen and said, Son, why don't we retreat and create another room? These two guys are not easy to deal with. Jiang Chen did not raise his head, still focused on the book, said lightly. It's okay, Dad, just fight, don't worry. Ha, the kid brother does not know it, opposite those two is the Black Shark and Wu Nan, later have him to suffer. Kid is going to be kicked in the teeth this time. Kid is going to be taught to behave by the pros. He's had a great time abusing others before and now he's getting his comeuppance. I can only say, when is the time to pay back for the wrongs done to you? How did Kid abuse Black Shark in the first place? Now he's going to be abused back. After waiting for a few more minutes, the room was full. The game officially started. This game is a 5v5 demolition mode, and the same rules as the professional tournament. The game just started, Black Shark and Wu Nan together began to guard the spot, after all, they are the defense side. Jiang Chen was still picking out his guns, not knowing if he was going to play a mid to close range breakout, or a mid to long range sniper. Bang! A gunshot came from his side, and Jiang Yong's gaming character fell to the ground obediently. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was helpless. Dad, I told you not to snipe with people in the middle, you can't beat them even if you snipe 10 times, can't you be a breakthrough player honestly? While saying that, Jiang Chun changed to a sniper rifle. Or the most common AWM. They are the attacking party, either kill everyone on the opposite side, or plant a bomb at the point. But what people didn't expect was, just a minute after the opening, Jiang Chen's teammates on his side were all wiped out by the opposite side. Only Jiang Chen was left alone. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had long been accustomed to playing such a wreckage. In Black Shark's live broadcast, the screen switched to Wu Nan's perspective. When Wu Nan saw that only one person was left on Jiang Chen's side, a disdainful smile appeared on his face. In a relaxed tone, he said, "This is nothing, it's easy to win this game." "Brother, you were talking about that kid brother as if he was a god before." Black Shark frowned and said seriously, "The remaining one is the kid brother, you first kill him before saying such things." Wu Nan nodded his head uncaringly, then chose to guard the point where the bag had just been dropped. "That kid brother, as long as he dares to come to pick up the bag, I can hit the advance shot. At his level, he definitely cannot beat me." However, just as his words fell, a figure suddenly flashed in the distance, and a big jumped out. Wu Nan's reaction was quick, his finger was already on the mouse shooting button. Unfortunately, the character on the opposite side had already pressed the shoot button while jumping. A series of movements as smooth as flowing water. Bang! "You have been killed by playing the game with your old man." Before Wu Nan could react, his character had already been killed and fell to the ground. No. Wu Nan's eyes widened and he stood up on the spot. His face was filled with shock, muttering out of his mouth, "How did kid brother know I was at this point? How is this possible?" The moment Jiang Chen came out, he seemed to have already aimed at his position. So, although he was able to shoot ahead, Jiang Chen was faster than him. Perspective. That kid brother must have been using perspective. Otherwise he couldn't have known my position. Wu Nan thought about it and immediately had an answer. There were so many spots to crouch next to him, why would kid be able to spot him straight away? What is this if not perspective? Alright, stop bickering. Black Shark couldn't help but get serious and started running towards Wu Nan's death spot. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. Chapter 28, Playing a Child Brother Still Whole on the Tactics? Wu Nan did not believe it, directly clicked on Jiang Chen's live broadcast. On the screen, Jiang Yong, who was on the side, had blacked out and was now watching his son's operation. Jiang Chen took the bag and went to the nearest point to plant the bomb. Point B. Point B. That kid brother is at point B. Wu Nan shouted. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he was suddenly stunned. Is he counting himself as screen peeping by doing this? As he expected, the audience in the live broadcast room exploded when they saw this scene. Ha laughed me to death, professional players playing kid's brother, how to still bring peep screen. Too old brother, so much pressure? That's right. Even if you can't beat the kid, you can't peek at the screen. This is it, you're still a professional player. Seeing these comments, the Black Shark on the side immediately glared at him. Close. Shame on you, you're still peeking at the screen when you're fighting a kid brother. Upon hearing this, Wu Nan's face was filled with black lines. Brother, wasn't it you who told me to take a look? It's true that Jiang Chen didn't turn on the perspective in the screen. While saying this, Wu Nan resentfully closed the live stream. Looking at the game screen again. Jiang Chen hit at a tricky spot to crouch after he placed his bag at point B. This spot could see people coming from 3 places at once. Although it was a good spot, if people came from all 3 directions at the same time, they would face the scene of being surrounded by multiple gun lines at the same time. Jiang Chen kept rotating the screen, running back and forth between the 3 spots. The audience of the live broadcast are a little dizzy. Ilu a day, kid brother, so play the game? Dizziness is not dizzy. The kid brother is now playing the game, you ask his head is not dizzy? I think this game is gone, 1v4, opposite there is a Black Shark, how to play That's not necessarily true. Didn't you see Wu Nan get sniped by kid? Good, now the active professional players have become a backdrop too. Although several of Jiang Chen's teammates were nervous within the game, Jiang Chen looked like he was on cloud 9. However, Jiang Chen looked like he was on cloud 9. Just then, a silhouette appeared at one of the spots. As if Jiang Chen had expected it, he opened his lens, fired, and hit. Another kill. It looked like a smooth flow without any delay. Watching his teammates die another death, Black Shark frowned and immediately launched a team voice. Brothers, don't go over there together. Let's charge all 3 points together, don't be afraid. After all, their advantage was in the number of people. With 3 points going in at the same time, even if Jiang Chen was able to kill one, the other 2 would be able to finish him off. Got it, bro. Right away, I'll go around. A teammate's voice came from the headset. Hearing Black Shark's arrangement, the live broadcast instantly exploded. What's the meaning of Black Shark playing a child brother also on the whole tactics? That's right, it's obviously a 5-to-1 handicap, but still playing so cautiously. I can't help but be cautious, the kid's marksmanship is such that he'll take seconds if he shows his head. But you can't bully kid brother like this, there is no one who knows how to play on the opposite side of kid brother, how can kid brother win with this kind of tactical play? Black Shark had no time to pay attention to the pop-ups at this point. He has devoted himself to the game. In place, brother. I'm also here. With the voice coming from the headset. Black Shark nodded and gave an order. Go! Charge together. Saying that, Black Shark had already taken the lead and rushed into the point. The other two teammates were also obedient and rushed into the point. Bang! Gunshots rang out. Jiang Chen casually solved one, but unfortunately it wasn't Black Shark. At this point, Jiang Chen's position had been exposed to Black Shark. Black Shark was perfectly capable of hitting the advanced shots. I've finally caught him. The corners of Black Shark's mouth rose. However, the next second, as Jiang Chen finished the shot and changed ammunition, he jumped forward, higher and faster than a normal jump. Super jump? Black Shark couldn't help but be stunned. Although he also knew this technique, it was without a running aid. Super jumping on flat ground was a bit more difficult. To be able to super jump and change position at the moment of shooting someone was already at a professional level. For this reason, Jiang Chen hid behind another box. Bang! Another shot was fired, and Black Shark's other teammate rose to the sky one after another. It was a good thing that he grabbed the opening and gave Jiang Chen two complimentary shots. Crippled blood. One shot and he was dead. A teammate's voice came from the headset. Black Shark immediately had confidence. This time he was playing assault, holding an AK in his hand. As long as he hit it, he would be able to seconds. Next, just wait for Jiang Chen to come out from behind the box. If he rushed up, he would appear under Jiang Chen's gun line first. According to Jiang Chen's marksmanship, one sniper shot was enough to send him away. So, crouching was a good choice instead. Just as Black Shark watched from left to right, not knowing which side of the box Jiang Chen would come out from. Swoosh! A black shadow suddenly appeared on the left side of the box. Black Shark didn't hesitate and shot directly. Bang! However, no head was produced. It was also during this gap. Jiang Chen's game character drilled out from the right side, carrying a small pistol in his hand. Black Shark instantly had two black eyes. The shadow he had just seen was the gun that Jiang Chen had thrown out. He was a retired professional player, and he would be teased by such a simple maneuver? Not waiting for Black Shark to think more. Bang! You've been killed by a headshot with Pops playing the game. The game ended. Black Shark sat in front of the computer with a dumbfounded look on his face. A 5-to-1 handicap, and in the end, he lost a kid brother again? And the way he died was still so ridiculous. The audience in the live broadcast room had long since looked dumbfounded. Afterwards, there was a burst of intense ridicule. Ha, I'm laughing my ass off. A retired and active killed by kid brother as a dog. Did I see it right just now? Kid brother threw a gun. Look how scared Black Shark was. How can such a simple trick be scored? I can't tell you how well Kid has thought this through. I can't believe he can win a game like this. It's a shame, too. It was just one shot short. I could have killed Kid. In the training room, it was very quiet at this time. It's okay, brother, we lost this one, we'll get it back next time. I didn't have the feel for it just now. Seeing the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Wu Nan immediately became angry. The active professional player can be beaten by a kid like this? That's too embarrassing. Come on, I saw it all just now, a big jump out of someone else, and the air is all lit up for you. A voice came from behind. Wu Nan realized that at some point, there were several club players standing behind them. All of them are also active professionals of a team. Bull, that was Kid Brother's luck. Start trying this round. Wu Nan clenched his teeth, bound to get himself back. And after adjusting his mindset for 2 or 3 seconds, Black Shark was also enraged. I just don't believe it, come again. The commotion here also attracted the club coach. What's going on? Listening to them, did you guys get abused in a road game? Chapter 29, No humiliation, only more humiliation. Wu Nan's old face red, quickly waved his hand in defense. Coach, just now that was purely accidental, this kid brother is a bit evil, I and Black Shark brother did not play well. Black Shark opened the performance overview, pointing to the screen and said, Coach, this is the kid brother, operation is really something, just that game we careless. When the coach heard it, he was interested. Closer to the screen, carefully looked at Jiang Chen's game data, slightly surprised. 50. Kind of interesting, a kid can wipe out your team for you guys. Seeing this, Wu Nan's chest puffed out and said confidently, Coach, you will see well, this I seriously play, certainly hanging children brother, just really is a mistake. The coach gave him a blank look, okay, no more nonsense, this is already open, if you still lose, cannot be justified. Wu Nan took a deep breath, his hands gripped the mouse and keyboard tightly, and his eyes revealed a fierce energy. Black Shark also adjusted the state, put on the headphones again, ready to get back in this game. The game began. Both of them were 100% serious, staring at the screen with a grave expression. This time, the two started directing their teammates in the opening round. Wu Nan brought a teammate to defend point A, and Black Shark brought a teammate to defend point B. The centered door was given to another teammate. The centered door was given to another teammate. According to the tactical planning in the professional field, as a defender, you will guard every point. If the opposite side showed their heads, they could shoot in advance and get seconds. Unless the two sides were unequal in strength, only in the case of one's own early shooting would one be killed by the other side in seconds. Playing cautiously does have an effect. The opposite side can't defend themselves, and just showing their heads, they have been seconded in droves. The opposite side's tactics were disorganized, so naturally they were powerless. In a short while, only Jiang Chen was left. Point A. Point A. Point A is occupied. Point B. Point B was also occupied. The voices of his teammates came from the game headset. At the same time, Jiang Yon looked at his darkened screen and then at Jiang Chen. Son of a, there's someone at the center door. Pops hasn't been right about sniping. Less than a minute into the opening, it became a 1v5 stalemate. Familiar opening, familiar recipe. Jiang Chen also noticed that there was a hint of something wrong, and then silently closed the textbook on the side. Just now, while playing the game, Jiang Chen even glanced at it from time to time. But seeing as this game had just started, Jiang Chen realized that the opposite side didn't seem too simple. It's fine, I'll play seriously. Jiang Chen said casually. The good guys. The kid brother has closed the book. He's reading a book while playing the game. Why didn't his old man stop him? How can you be so distracted when you're playing a game? That's right, a game is a game, studying is studying, you can't study while you play. Wait a minute, are you saying that in the first game just now, Brother Kid annihilated Black Shark and the others just by looking at the book? Kid Brother is a werewolf. A little more than a ruthless man. Although Jiang Chen didn't like playing games much, since he had started the game, he didn't want to lose if he could. It was already annoying enough to accompany his old man to play the game, but if he still lost every single time, wouldn't that be like going to jail? In the game screen, Jiang Chen roughly understood the opposite side's tactical deployment. Point A and Point B were not good breakthroughs, it was easier to break through the center door. He switched to a smoke bomb and threw it into the crack of the center door. When the smoke spread out, Jiang Chen instantly drilled in. Sticking to the side and circling around, he instantly looked around when his vision was clear. The collimator seemed to automatically fit, and when it shifted to the enemy side, it automatically aimed for the head. Bang! The first kill arrived. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and went straight back the way he came. Meanwhile, noticing that the center door had been breached, Black Shark and Wu Nan were nervous. Kid Brother was coming. The two of them had crouched at the two spots that would come over from the center gate. However, they didn't expect Jiang Chen to return straight back the same way. From the trail stairs, he circled around to Point A. It was just in time to see Wu Nan's game character, fully focused on aiming at the point. Seeing this, the corners of Jiang Chen's mouth rose, and he directly took a quiet step forward. At the same time, in Wu Nan's perspective. Ah! The game character emitted a kill sound effect, and the screen instantly turned black. Taking Pops to play the game with Klein has killed you. Seeing the kill body type, Wu Nan froze. Then both hands slammed the keyboard and stood up in a miso. Not buddy. You can still come around and knife me now? The Black Shark at his side had observed Wu Nan's screen and didn't know whether to laugh or sympathize. He had also been knifed by Jiang Chen, but that was a personal battle. Individual battles had randomized resurrection locations, and technically speaking, knifing someone wasn't too difficult. But this was a demolition match. Being knifed by someone in a demolition match was a disgrace. At this moment, the audience of the Black Shark livestream couldn't help but burst out laughing when they saw this scene. Haha, laughed me to death. A professional player playing blasting and being knifed by a kid brother? This is too humiliating. That's right, it's already humiliating for Black Shark to be knifed in an individual match, but I didn't realize that there's a phoenix chick after the crouching dragon. Upstairs, are you whipping Black Shark's corpse again? This one is the shame of my career. Suggest that the video be made into a QR code after death and put on the tombstone. The coaches and professional players behind Wu Nan, the expression at this time is also very intriguing. They had undergone rigorous training, and no matter how funny it was, they wouldn't laugh out loud. Unless one couldn't help it. What's the situation, brother? What's the situation, brother, getting knifed for a blast? If you dare to do this in the competition, it will be on the highlights in a minute. Highlights? It's someone else's backdrop, right? I don't have to say it, but the kid brother does have something. I didn't even expect this. The coach's expression was strange, but he was also staring at the screen as if he had found a treasure. Just from that wave just now, he could see Jiang Chen's tactical thinking. Although it was a 1v5 stalemate, Jiang Chen didn't panic at all, and his thoughts were clear. In today's professional arena, there was a lack of such players. However, he still had to see how Jiang Chen's marksmanship was. In the next second, the teammate who was crouching at point A with Wu Nan was taken away by Jiang Chen with an AK shot to the head. A shot to the soul. Immediately afterward, Jiang Chen got off the bag and crouched at point A. Quick! Kid brother is down at point A, hurry over and kill him. Wu Nan couldn't help but want to open the next hand already and hurriedly urged. However, Black Shark looked at him with an odd expression. Go over? Kid brother's shooting skills are so hard and he can watch multiple points by himself. What's the point of this fight? After the end of the first hand, Black Shark had developed a fear of Kid brother that originated from within. It was like bloodline suppression. Although they were still 2 against 1, it seemed like there was no suspense in this game. However, the game still had to be played, so Black Shark could only hold his head high and lead his teammates to point A. Good. Now it's the other way around. Kid brother is guarding point A, and the opposite side is going to attack. Now that Kid is guarding a few points, if the others come over, won't they just show up and get seconds? Didn't you love to guard just now? Now Kid is guarding too. Kid's heart must be thinking, come over here. Chapter 30, Professionals, Too Good to Fight. The arrow was on the string and had to be sent. Black Shark took the only remaining teammate and could only rush to point A with a stiff upper lip. This time, Black Shark decided to take a gamble. And teammates, since there is no tacit understanding, at the same time rushed 2 points, then at the same time from a point rushed out. If the Kid brother can guard 1, can he still guard 2? After Black Shark communicated with his teammates about the tactics, the 2 of them resolutely prepared to rush the point. Black Shark brought his best AWM. After his teammates were killed by Jiang Chen's crouching seconds, Black Shark was able to immediately find Jiang Chen's position. That was the time to test his reflexes. He hadn't been fooling around during these 2 days of rehabilitation training at the base. It was time to prove himself. Charge! At Black Shark's command, he and his teammates rushed out from the point together. At this time, he purposely slowed down his teammates by 1 body position. It was guaranteed that he would appear in Jiang Chen's field of vision first. Just as Black Shark expected, Jiang Chen's gunshot sounded when his teammate had just revealed half of his body. Bang! The teammate was shot in the head and killed in seconds. Black Shark decisively jumped out of the wall in a big way, opening his lens in the air. He had a roughly clear idea of where Jiang Chen was. Just as he was about to complete this beautiful landing kill. Bang! Bang! I killed you with an AK-47 while playing a game with my old man. Black Shark's screen went black again, and the game character was accurately shot by Jiang Chen before he even landed. And on the other side, Jiang Chen's home. Son of a, what happened to these 2 people across the street? Why do they keep sending them one by one? Jiang Yong scratched his head and couldn't help but ask. From his point of view, it looked like the 2 people on the other side had come out of the wall one after another. Then they were put down by Jiang Chen with a few simple shots. To him, it seemed like a very easy operation. Jiang Chen shook his head. I don't know, maybe his mind is broken? When will I ever hear this father and son conversation without laughing out loud? God, the opposite. Black Shark played sweaty, to the mouth of the Kid brother. How did it become a mentality collapse? I don't know, but I don't think Black Shark is in a stable state of mind right now. Who can be stable here? Before the gun can be shot on the ground, the air will be used by the Kid brother. The professional players have to say hang on when they come across this kind of operation of the Kid brother. If I hadn't watched him play live, I would have thought he was hanging. A few families were happy and a few were sad. At this time in the Black Shark Esports Club, the air was very quiet. Everyone saw the scene just now. Black Shark and his teammates decided to fight hard against Brother Kid, but the result was that before they landed, they were taken away by Brother Kid with 2 shots. This kind of operation, in exchange for any person present to come, are not necessarily able to play out. If Wu Nan just died of suffocation, then Black Shark's death in battle can be the heart of the conviction. I'm really convinced. I'm not going to believe this one. Wu Nan rolled up his sleeves and sat heavily on the gaming chair. His eyes seemed to be shooting flames. As an active professional player, he was silently stepped and knifed in a blasting battle. This was simply too humiliating. Not to mention, it was still being broadcast live. This had become a black spot in his professional history. How about ordering it? Black Shark let out a bitter smile and said coldly. When these words came out, Wu Nan's eyes widened. Pointed out? How can this work? Brother, we cannot admit defeat. This is only 2 games, it does not mean anything. Wu Nan clenched his teeth and said indignantly. It's only 2 losses, how can we let the Kid brother go on like this? Look at me this time. I'm sure I'll be able to get the Kid back and relieve my anger. At this time, those professional players behind them had not said a word. After all, the strength of the Kid brother they see in the eyes, strong or not only they know. At this time, the coach also put on a serious expression and said, stop it, this is a serious fight. I would like to see that Kid brother's marksmanship is really hard, or are all blindfolded. If it is a hot hand, there is a continuous highlight situation. But it definitely won't last long. The coach was concerned about more things, such as which level Jiang Chen's strength could reach if he could stabilize. Through a game, it could all be seen. The 3rd game soon began. There was absolutely no tactical arrangement for this handful of games. At the beginning, Wu Nan rushed out, bound to find Kid brother and avenge the revenge of the silent step knife man just now. He squatted at a spot for a long time. Finally, a figure appeared in front of him, dressed exactly like Kid brother. Wu Nan's eyes lit up. Finally, he had caught him. Switch knives, heavy hit, kill. Revenge. Wu Nan laughed out loud. But in the next second, Wu Nan's screen went black again. Look at the kill alert in the upper right corner. You have used the Nepalese saber to kill. Bring your son to the game. Playing games with your old man killed you with knife. Other side. Son of a, this person is also too shady, actually squatting here to knife your old dad. Zhang Yong slapped his thigh and was furious. Zhang Chen then opened his mouth and comforted, "It's okay, Dad, don't you see that I also gave him a knife to death?" Wu Nan also did not expect Zhang Chen and Zhang Yong used a completely set of dress. He just knifed off just the kid brother's father. And himself, he was knifed once again by kid brother. Bro, I'm numb. Wu Nan instantly pushed away the keyboard and mouse and held his head in his hands. This one was even less suspenseful. Zhang Chen took a few teammates and charged straight into the B-pack point. Although his teammates were seconded by a few, Zhang Chen named the opposite side one by one with his superb marksmanship. Without even having to plant a bomb, the game was already over. After the end of the third hand, Wu Nan also had a lifeless expression on his face. Brother, why don't we quit? At this time, the live broadcast screen had already exploded. What is the situation? The professional player was beaten and wanted to surrender? I didn't see it wrong, did I? Black Shark wanted to surrender just now, but he's not playing with Wu Nan again. Is Kid's skill that good already? Can you beat a professional player out of the game? Who dares to say there are no geniuses in Chinese CF? Isn't Kid a genius? Genius? I don't think so. Genius is just the threshold to meet Kid. If you don't play professionally, you'll see me as a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. If you play professionally, you'll see me as a mayfly in the sky. I've seen what is called a dimensional blow. I thought a professional player beating an ordinary player is a dimensional blow, but I didn't realize there are still people who can beat a professional player like this. You can't back out, keep fighting. The coach suddenly opened his mouth, his tone carrying a few points of urgency. Although Black Shark and Wu Nan were being abused in front of him. But the coach had an excited look on his face. Wu Nan looked at the coach with a lifeless expression, and in return, he only received a stern look. There was nothing to do but to keep playing. But the gap in strength was not something that the number of innings could make up for. Next, Zhang Chen showed them more and more tricks. Super jump landing seconds, small step backstabbing knife man, ghost jump spiral shot. When the last sadistic game ended, Wu Nan directly pushed the keyboard. Can't fight a little. Chapter 31, Rounding Up, Pops also abused professional players. After a few games, Wu Nan only felt confused. He was abused all the time, how can he still play? Except for when he first started to contact this game, he was abused like this in the novice stage. Later on, even in the professional arena, he had never played such a suffocating game. As for the few professional players behind the gaming chair, they were now looking at me and me looking at you. The mocking voice of the party had disappeared. After all, they could also see Zhang Chen's strength. Bad, Kid Brother has silenced someone else's club. At the end of this game, it looks like Wu Nan is the only one who was autistic, but he's definitely not the only one. There's also Brother Black Shark, I guess he doesn't even want to touch this game anymore. Black Shark has been training hard for 2 days, but he has become the backdrop for the kids. I can't help it, as you can see from the game just now, Kid is almost invincible. Several waves of Black Shark's early shots, and guess what? I'm not going to be able to do that. He's letting Kid fight his way back. That's why, in front of strength, all skills are superfluous. At this time, in front of the screen, Black Shark is full of hopelessness, scratching his head. How can not understand how he will be a child brother beaten into this? Could it be that the new number was just this strong? But when he was the age of a kid, he didn't have this kind of talent. After a long period of silence, it was the coach who took the initiative to speak up and break the silence. Let's download this video and see Kid Brother's first view. As soon as these words came out, the other professional players also nodded their heads. They couldn't wait and wanted to see Kid Brother's maneuvers. Wu Nan sighed, and with a face full of helplessness, he downloaded the video of the match. He began to view Zhang Chen's maneuvers. The first hand. In the remnants of the game, Zhang Chen still maintained his sanity, and was able to win with his thoughts even when faced with multiple people surrounding him. Watching Zhang Chen's operation, those pros only had one thing to say. Grip the grass, bullseye. Grasping grass? Cow pie. Just a few minutes of video, can already listen to grip grass apiece. This scene, see the live audience cannot tense up. You see the reaction of these professional players, laugh not live. If you are a professional player, your reaction is probably even stronger than theirs. But I have to say, Brother Kid's strength is online, this is too fierce. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, isn't it just a hang up? I think this video can be used as publicity by those who sell hangs, it's even more fierce than Brother Hang. After they watched the video from beginning to end, Wu Nan slowly closed his eyes, seemingly unwilling to recall the game in which he had just been abused. The other professional players looked at each other, you looked at me and I looked at you. No one could say anything. Compared to Jiang Chen's awareness, what he was stronger it should be his marksmanship. After all, although Jiang Chen was very strong, there were many times in this game where he was the one who took the initiative to appear in someone else's gun line. In other words, the opponent shot ahead of time, but Jiang Chen was able to backhand his opponent in seconds. This wasn't about awareness, but hand-eye coordination, testing a player's reflexes. Jiang Chen's reflexes were at the top level. I counted on it. The coach shook his head and said helplessly. This kid brother's awareness isn't as good as yours, but his marksmanship is just too hard. If you guys shoot in advance, in the event that you can't second him, you'll definitely be backhanded by him. There were too many situations like this in this game. It can't be helped, coach, several times it was his luck, or else he could really give him seconds. Wu Nan spread his hands, his face full of bitter smiles. Luck? Luck more often than not, that's also part of strength. The coach glanced at him. However, after looking at Wu Nan's somewhat dazed face again, he sighed. Forget it, I don't blame you. Even if we let other people from our club on, it's probably the same. With that, the coach turned around thoughtfully and left slowly. Before leaving, he still didn't forget to give a command. Oh yeah, send me this video, it's useful. On the other side, Jiang Chen's home. Jiang Chen had just finished this handful of games, so he stretched his back. He breathed a long sigh of relief. Somehow, this game felt extraordinarily laborious, probably because it was all against the wind. Luckily, Jiang Chen's skills were still online. His gaming ability had now reached advanced. It wasn't too far from the top tier. It was also at this moment. Ding dong! Congratulations host, you have successfully unlocked the hidden game achievement, defeating an active professional player. Reward, gaming ability 10, mul points 10. Active professional player? Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stare. In this game, there were actually active professionals? He just felt slightly pressurized by this game, but he didn't expect that he was actually encountering such an opponent. There are professional players, I didn't feel it either. Jiang Chen muttered in a low voice. Son, what did you say? Jiang Yong vaguely felt Jiang Chen muttered something, curiously asked. Jiang Chen immediately shook his head. Nothing, I said that this game is quite easy to play, those two people although the level is high, but it is not great. Harm. Jiang Yong waved his hand. This is not because your old man is too powerful? Those two high levels don't work either. As soon as these words were uttered, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't hold back. Not, this kid brother say out can, his father is how to have the face to say out? I've played a few games without a single head, how can I still call this performance? His dad died less than Black Shark in the other game. Wasn't it because his dad followed Kid's footsteps and made it to the end? Don't ask how he survived, just tell me if it's less than him. Okay, let's conclude that Kid Brother's dad is better than the pros. Rounding up, Kid's dad also beat up the pros. Upstairs, you're rounding up too much. With a thought, Jiang Chen opened the system light screen. Mul points, 109. Enough for another draw. Seeing the balance, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Immediately looked to Jiang Yong beside him. Dad, let's take a break after this game, I'm a little hungry. Jiang Yong bristled, but we've only played one hand. Jiang Chen knows this old man very well, as long as you do not mention the matter of study, he guaranteed to talk. Then it's not suddenly hungry, hungry affects the state How can I play the game with my dad? Jiang Chen said helplessly. Looking at his son's pitiful appearance, Jiang Yong was also stunned. Then nodded, good, there smash you ate, dad went to give you some good food. I heard that there is a new crayfish downstairs, the flavor is quite good. Jiang Yong also felt a little hungry. Without delay, he put on a jacket and went out. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, went back to his house without stopping. Preparing for the lottery. Chapter 32, System Lucky Draw, how much did you win? 5 digits? The system light page opens and enters the lottery page. System random draw, 100 mul points a time. Started the lottery. Jiang Chen's mind moved, and the huge system lottery carousel began to rotate. Soon, the system's prompt sounded beside his ears. Congratulations to the host, spending 100 mul points to complete the lucky draw. Reward, fortune card low level. Fortune card low level, within 24 hours, the host can obtain 1.1 million random fortune rewards. Seeing this system draw reward, Jiang Chen immediately brightened up. Random fortune reward? Although this fortune card was only low grade, it could obtain up to 100,000 fortune rewards. To Jiang Chen, this was a huge amount of money. Only, how was this random fortune reward to be triggered? It was within 24 hours after all. Opening the system warehouse, the empty system warehouse only contained a red low-grade fortune card. With a click of his mind, a button to use it appeared at the bottom. Jiang Chen intended to try it out. Click on Use. Miso. The low-grade fortune hunt card in the warehouse suddenly trembled for a while, before it disintegrated in the warehouse and turned into a ray of red streaming light. A brain surged into Jiang Chen's body. The red light entered his body, but Jiang Chen didn't feel anything strange. Compared to just now, there was no difference. How was it alright? Jiang Chen was puzzled, then looked himself up and down. Inwardly, he couldn't help but wonder if money would suddenly fall from his body. This so-called random fortune reward definitely wouldn't turn out money for Jiang Chen out of thin air. After all, even if the system did change out new coins, those coins out there were all numbered, and even if these money were real, they would still be fake. There could only be one possibility. Pie in the sky. Jiang Chen scratched his head and began to think carefully. Inwardly, he calculated the efficacy of the fortune card. At first, when the viewers of the live broadcast saw Jiang Chen return to the house, they thought that Jiang Chen was going to take advantage of his old man going out to buy food and was going to secretly study at home. However, they didn't expect Jiang Chen to sit on the bed, so he began to dawdle. Little brother actually didn't take advantage of old dad going out to buy dinner to secretly study? Did the kid brother wake up? This is like a normal child, take advantage of your father's absence to take a break. Is it finally too much for you to learn? Can't you enjoy yourself after studying at school for so long? Jiang Chen didn't choose to study secretly. The audience in the live broadcast room even felt doubly relieved. This was the state that a normal child should be in. After thinking for a long time, Jiang Chen still hadn't figured out how to trigger this fortune card. If he didn't take the initiative to do something, when the 24 hours passed, would it expire? In the end, Jiang Chen shook his head. Forget it, if you can't figure it out, just forget about it. If the system gives you money, you can take it, and if it doesn't, you can't beg for it. I'm tired of playing just now, so I'll take a break from studying. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen flipped out a new exercise book and sat down in front of the desk. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast audience instantly quit. This kid brother, how can he not be praised? That's it. Just now he was praising him for not taking the initiative to study, but now it's good that he's actually writing up problems. He still can't break his bad habit of studying. If he keeps this up, what's he going to do in the future? If dad knew that he went out to buy food while his son was secretly studying at home, I don't know how much his heart would be broken. He's already forgotten that he's worked so hard to make his life easier for him. He's simply betrayed his father's trust. Less than 30 minutes. The sound of the door opening came from outside the house. Jiang Chen's ears twitched, and he decisively packed up his exercises, not forgetting to fan himself a few times with his book on the stool, pretending to look like he hadn't studied. Afterward, it was directly lying on the bed. Only, this time, Jiang Yong did not directly push the door in, but did not know what he was doing outside. A full 5 minutes passed before Jiang Yong's voice came from outside. Son, it's time to eat. Come out. Hearing this, Jiang Chen scratched his head and rolled over to sit up. Going out the door, he found that the packed takeout was still sitting unopened on the dining table. Jiang Yong, on the other hand, was sitting on the sofa with a whole sad face. Seeing Jiang Yong's face look bad, Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask, "Dad, what's wrong?" While asking, Jiang Chen approached. Only then did he see that in front of Jiang Yong, there were many scratched scratchers placed. Damn old Lu, he said that this book of 500 bought over, at the very least, can be doubled. Jiang Yong gritted his teeth and opened his mouth. As a result, I'm almost done scratching now, and I want a few $dozen. Now even the capital is not enough. Ha! This old man is really easy to be fooled. Can I get my money back from scratching? There's a saying about buying scratchers, you can give them money, but you have to go in and scratch them. Look at Pop's face, he's lost a lot of money this time around. There are a lot of people who want to buy scratchers and get rich overnight, but how many of them can do it? It's all just a trust. He scratched another one, and there were only $10 in it. Jiang Yong sighed, looked at the remaining one scratch, and casually handed it to Jiang Chen. Son, you scratched this last one, I'm going to have a bite to eat first, said Jiang Yong. Saying this, Jiang Yong had gotten up and shoved the scraper and the scratchers into Jiang Chen's hand. Then he went straight to the dining table. Looking at the scratchers in his hand, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the low-grade fortune card he had just received. Could it be that random fortune reward? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen didn't delay and picked up the scraper and scraped it. There were a total of 20 options, and as long as the number of money appeared, it meant how much money had been scraped. Jiang Chen's hand rose and fell, simply and roughly scraping away. Inside the first box, there was a striking number. 88,888. Due to the angle, the audience in the live broadcast room wasn't able to see the contents above. However, they saw the scene where Jiang Chen froze in place. What's the situation? Pop's sitting there scraping half a day with no money, the kid brother has money as soon as he scrapes? Normal. Newbie welfare period are like this, I first went to buy scratchers, but also won $50 it. I laughed my ass off just now. The kid's dad's face is all black. What kind of pain is he in? I wonder how his dad would feel if he saw the money he scratched off. What will he think? He wouldn't dare to think anything. Jiang Chen carefully looked at it a few times and realized that he hadn't made a mistake. He had indeed won the prize. Only then did he slowly open his mouth. Dad, I won the lottery, it's quite a lot. At this moment, Jiang Yong was at the dining table, unwrapping the bags of dinner. Hearing this, he couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen and muttered, "Brat, not bad luck, how much did you win?" Jiang Chen slowly stretched out 5 fingers. 50? Jiang Chen shook his head. Jiang Yong's hand that was unwrapping the bag trembled and asked with slight surprise, 500? 5 figures. Chapter 33, Some people are born with their own scripts. Quiet. As quiet as dead silence. Not only at home, even the live broadcast room, at this time also instantly quiet. Originally, the pop-up screen was still rolling, but at this time, like an empty live room, it instantly calmed down. Jiang Yong's expression was stunned, his feet were a bit weak, and he took 3 steps to come in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, handed over the scratch card in his hand. Seeing the numbers in the first frame, Jiang Yong's expression froze even more. He couldn't help but blurt out, 88,888. Gulp. Jiang Yong heavily swallowed a mouthful of saliva, rubbed his eyes again, and looked again. Realizing that it was indeed this number, he hadn't misread it. As for Jiang Chen, at this moment, he nodded in realization. This fortune card wouldn't turn out money out of thin air, but would instead send that money into his hands by way of luck. Scratching the lottery was just one of the ways. It wasn't like this was the only way to make a sudden fortune. Son, you are truly a blessing to our family. Jiang Yong slapped his thigh, then grabbed it with both hands and directly lifted Jiang Chen up. This is over $80,000. Even after deducting the tax, that still left $60,000 to $70,000. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room completely awoke. First, there was a clear screen of question marks. Are you sure this isn't a lottery store looking for a trust? Scratch a random one and make $80,000? It's a dog. I'm sure it's a shill. How can this be? A kid scratches one scratch and wins $80,000? It's still live. It must be a script. I've been working hard all day, and I thought I'd watch a live broadcast to relax. And you let me watch this? It's no fun to go to work. I'm going to buy a couple of scratch-offs, too. Upstairs, why don't you just throw the scratch-off money directly at the door of the lottery store? It's not enough for a kid to play games every day to enjoy happiness, but his luck is still so good. Some people are born with their own scripts. Some people are happy and some are sad. Jiang Yong happy turned the sky, but at this time to watch the live broadcast of the netizens, but a face of black line. Seeing someone else scratching a lot of money, then their own loss of money is even more difficult. This is not ATO as what? Son of A. This time you have made a great achievement. Say it, what reward do you want? Jiang Chen was on the verge of passing out from Jiang Yong's shaking. When he heard this, he said in a daze. Dad, buy me some exercise books, not too many, 20, enough for me to write for the next 2 months. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure I can do it. Jiang Yong did not hesitate and directly agreed. Even if he used the money to buy exercise books for his son, he didn't feel pity at all. What's going on? Dad actually agreed to buy his son an exercise book? And still buy 20 books at a time. I'm not charging the game anymore. If you scratch out $80,000 for your father, he'll agree to anything. Money makes the world go round, not to mention the kid's father. I want to go downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes, not to take the stairs, but to take the window. I'm really happy to see others doing well. Gnashing of teeth. Upstairs, you're not alone. Although usually Jiang Yong is not very supportive of Jiang Chen's studies. But now that 80,000 scratch-offs are in hand, even if Jiang Chen proposes to go to the library for a chartered stay, I guess Jiang Yong will be able to follow him. Okay Dad, don't be so excited, let's just eat first. Although he won so much money, Jiang Chen didn't show too much excitement. After all, this was just a low-level fortune card. There were still intermediate, advanced, and even top level on it. Sooner or later, he would be able to draw out all of these things one day by himself by completing the system mission draws. The good days ahead are still long. Okay. I'll listen to you. At this point in time, no matter what Jiang Chen said, Jiang Yong would be able to listen. Jiang Yong walked directly to the dining table and closed the box he had just opened. Son of A, don't eat these things, this is nothing. Go. Dad led you to eat good. If we don't eat tonight, we won't go home. Seeing this father and son like this, I am really red. Damn it. I can see the kid's dad is really high. Yeah. The kid's father could have lost $450 on his $500 bonus, and now he's suddenly giving him so much money, how can he not be excited? I've been watching the live broadcast today. Today I swiped through the live broadcast, and there's one more case of red eye in the country. Upstairs, are you sure there's only one more case? Jiang Chen looked at his exuberant old man. Jiang Chen looked at his exuberant old man and was filled with helplessness. But he had studied hard all day, so it was good to have a good meal to reward him. Okay, Dad, I'll listen to you. The two of them simply cleaned up and dressed to go out. It was called a dash. Only leaving the audience in the live broadcast room, secretly biting their back teeth. The father and son's live broadcast this evening was also promptly edited and distributed by various marketing numbers. After watching their live broadcast, quite a few marketing numbers sent out emotions. This plot can't even act it out. An 8-year-old child first violently beat up an active professional player, as well as a retired professional player in the game. Then he casually scratched a lottery ticket and won tens of thousands of dollars. Who could have written such a script? The live broadcast highlights that appeared this evening alone were enough to feed a large number of marketing numbers. For a time, in the top 100 of the hot search list, there were instantly many more hot search phrases. 8-year-old kid brother, CF violently beat 2 professional players, one of them is still in service. Well-known CF player Black Shark, arrested by 8-year-old kid brother again in the game. Famous active CF player Woonan, the game was 8-year-old kid brother wildly abused, incompetent rage. 8-year-old kid brother casually scratched the lottery ticket and won the $80,000 jackpot. Once these videos were online, they instantly gained tens of thousands of likes. There were also tens of thousands of comments. Many netizens couldn't help but leave comments below after seeing them. What's the situation? Is this the 8-year-old full-grade kid brother? The game was actually able to violently beat a professional player. I saw the first game Black Shark played with kid brother, and he was killed as a dog. This is even more outrageous, even worse than a dog. Woonan is an active CF professional. Even he can't beat this 8-year-old? Scratch out $80,000? I don't know if I'd be able to get my money back if I bought $80,000. This 8-year-old kid is too strong. Suggested that the major domestic CF clubs to pay attention to, this can be recruited into the youth training even if it's to train their own players. Letting an 8-year-old kid train club players? Listen to this. Is this still human language? What's wrong with being 8 years old? Even a few more 8-year-olds won't be able to do what he's doing. Chapter 34, don't follow his example, you'll have a better future. Compared to the hanging professional players, Jiang Chen more let the network viewers impressed, is that he is a great hand. Dad had scraped a book of scratch-offs, but in the end, the money earned was not even as much as a fraction of one of Jiang Chen's tickets. For a while, Jiang Chen's fame on the internet also gradually grew. My wife is pregnant, I am now praying every day that I can have a child like kid brother in the future. Upstairs, you're out of luck, brother kid is still far from being reincarnated. I suggest we take brother Shu in a sack, it's more hopeful than praying for a child to be born. Do you think all kids are like Shu Shu? Whoever has a child like Shu Shu will be lucky to have a child like him in his life. The internet spreads quickly, and the families that participated in the same program also learned about what had happened to Jiang Chen's family through the internet. Xiao Man's family. Mom, when I went to school today, I heard from my classmates that there's a boy on the program who's awesome, playing games even better than those pros. On the way out of school, Xiaoman sat in the passenger seat and couldn't help but say. Zhang Ting usually didn't give Xiaoman a cell phone to play with. So what happened on the program, Xiaoman also heard from her classmates. Today, she heard that one of the boys on the program was actually better at playing games than those professional players. So it gained the unanimous esteem of the boys in the class. They even said that this was their role model in the future. Hearing Xiaoman's words, Zhang Ting frowned and reprimanded, Xiaoman, in the future, don't talk nonsense with other people at school, what's there to discuss about this kind of thing? Those kids of theirs are all the same, they only know how to play all day long. Being reprimanded by Zhang Ting like this, Xiaoman, who was still excited, immediately lowered his head. It used to be the same, there were many times when Xiaoman wanted to communicate with her mom. But his mom always used his studies as a reason to either reprimand or educate him. Over time, in addition to academic matters, Xiaoman did not even know how he was going to communicate with his mom. See this scene. The audience in the live broadcast room is talking a lot. How long has the program been live? Xiaoman's mom is still acting like this, the child is kindly chatting with her mom, but her mom chatted her to death that day with one sentence. The boy in Xiaoman's mouth just now, if my guess is right, it should be brother kid, right? It's got to be the kid's brother. The kid's brother is the only one who's hotter than the rest of the families in the contest. Higher? Upstairs, who are you comparing to? The heat in the live broadcast room of the kid's brother is probably less than a fraction of that of the other 9 families combined. Xiaoman's mom's style of education, over time, Xiaoman will definitely become more and more rebellious. That's right, it's hard to tell now, but when Xiaoman reaches his rebellious stage, Xiaoman's mom will know she regrets it. Regret? If she knew she regretted it, she wouldn't be doing this to Ashikawa right now. Noticing Xiaoman's somewhat low mood, Zhang Ting sighed, and then said in a serious tone, Xiaoman, mom is doing this for your own good. Do you know the boy who participated in the program with us? It's the one who won you over at the poetry competition last time. Xiaoman looked at Zhang Ting with a weak gaze and nodded. Originally, mom thought that boy's home education must be very good, and mom thought about learning to learn. Unexpectedly, that boy just plays games at home all day long. You say he plays games better than other professional players, so what can be done? He'll never amount to anything. Xiaoman, you're not like him, you study so hard, you'll get into a good university, find a good job, not much better than him? Although Zhang Ting's tone of voice eased a little, but in Xiaoman here, still feel uncomfortable in the heart. She could only nod her head in agreement, Mom, I know. Seeing this, Zheng Ting smiled with satisfaction and then said, Xiaoman, if you can understand your mom's good intentions, mom will be very happy. Don't look at how other people's lives are going. It's better to be a man than a woman. It's okay to suffer a little bit now in order to enjoy happiness in the future. Some netizens in the broadcasting room agreed with these words. That's right. Xiaoman's mom's education is really good, so that Xiaoman from a young age to develop a good habit of down-to-earth. Unlike that Jiangchen family, the child is so educated, the future is certainly waste. That's right, who's ever seen a father who plays games with his son every day? Isn't this completely ignoring the child's education? If you raise a child like Jiang Chen's family, he'll regret it someday. Parents have to take half the blame for their children's lack of success. There are those who agree with Xiaoman's mom's education, but of course there are also those who deny it. In the live broadcast, both sides directly dislike each other. The family members, who understands Who says Xiaoman's mom's education is good? Who said Xiaoman's mom's education is good? Can't you see the aggrieved look on Xiaoman's face? Is that what you call a good education? If I'd been raised like this, I'd have been a rebel for over a decade. Man is under so much pressure now, and the parents don't know how to share the pressure with the child, but give the child more pressure. Is there such a thing as a parent? If you like this kind of parents, you can take them away yourself. I don't know anyone who owes me that much. People's kid brother can scratch out $88,000 with a scratching machine. Isn't it good to have a kid like that? The heat of the Xiaoman family's live broadcast was maintained by the viewers who disliked each other. Although the wind direction was a bit off, at least the heat was up. On the screen, listening to Zheng Ting's education, Xiaoman had long buried his head in his chest. The staff carried the equipment and sat in the back seat. That high-definition camera steadily captured the tears in the corners of Xiaoman's eyes. Although she was aggrieved inwardly, she didn't dare to confront her mom on the surface. She could only bear it silently like this. The camera boy who was responsible for recording the shots was also looking at Zheng Ting with slightly impatient eyes. With parents like this, how could they possibly teach their children well? There were several times when the photography junior brother was following Xiaoman alone for the shoot, he discovered Xiaoman secretly wiping tears from his eyes. Wasn't it just because of the stress? When shooting for Xiaoman's family, the photographer has to be mentally strong too. Otherwise, he'd have to get depressed sooner or later if he watched Ishikawa's mom raise her kids like this. Families, guess what kind of expression photography guy has on his face right now? I know, the last time Photo-chan accidentally photographed himself reflected in the mirror, I saw anger in his eyes. Who can't be angry when you're shooting with such a parent all day long? I still envy the photographer who can follow Jiang Chen. With Jiang Chen, every day is very exciting. Envious? He won't be envious when his dad pulls the camera boy to play the game. Chapter 35, Zhuizhangnan, I still like cafeteria flavors. On the other side, Jiang Chen's family was live. When the time came in the morning, Jiang Yong still didn't get up on time and ordered errands for Jiang Chen according to his muscle memory. Then huffed and puffed to sleep. Jiang Chen casually ate some breakfast and followed the errands to school. Kid brother, every day this life, every day can sit in a different car. Upstairs buddy, is a different tram also a car? At least the errand boy is more responsible than kid's dad, rain or shine. Nonsense, if it wasn't for the deduction of money, who would help others to deliver their children in rain or shine? As he grows up and remembers, he'll have a different uncle to take him to school every day. At the same time, with the previous experience, everyday camera boy has experience, will also be ordered in advance a runner. Thus, a scene like this can be seen on the street. An errand runner in front is delivering a load, and there is a child sitting in the back seat of the car. Behind a runner chasing, the back seat of the car sits a small photographer carrying equipment. It was kind of a rare sight. Soon, before the bell rang, Jiang Chen arrived at the school smoothly. Returning to the class, Jiang Chen directly sat back in his seat, took out the problem set, and was ready to continue his immersive learning. It was also at this moment. A small boy who was not tall and had slightly messy hair came in front of Jiang Chen. Boss. Jiang Chen couldn't help but look up. This boy was slightly thin, and the school uniform on his body was loose, like it was a few sizes too big. The few strands of hair on his head were still stubbornly standing up. Meanwhile, his nose was twitching, a strip of snot looming in his nostrils, squirming up and down as he breathed. Every now and then, he even sucked it back in with force, making a snorting sound. What's wrong, Jiang Nan? Although Jiang Chen knew the reason why he came to find himself, he still opened his mouth to tease him a bit. The boy was called Zhuizhangnan, a classmate of Jiang Chen's in one of his classes. The two were still at the same table before. Boss, can you let me copy your homework? Last night I just focused on playing games and forgot to write my homework. Before that, Zhuizhangnan often came to copy Jiang Chen's homework. And in return, he brought Jiang Chen a lot of delicious food. Boss, this is the Kentucky Fried Burger that my mom bought in the morning, try it. Saying that, Zhuizhangnan handed out the wrapped burger in his hand. Jiang Chen handed it to him while pulling out his homework. No need, I've eaten in the morning, you eat. Upon hearing this, Zhuizhangnan brightened up and happily took the homework. Boss, I knew you were the best. Zhuo Zhengnan hemmed and hawed and laughed. Then, Zhuo Zhengnan couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen's seat at the same table again. His eyes flickered and he said slightly shyly, "Boss, your deskmate Yu Yao looks really pretty. Every time I see her, I feel like she's a little princess that walked out of a fairy tale." Saying that, his cheeks flushed slightly, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, revealing 2 incisors that were missing a corner. Jiang Chen looked at Zhuo Zhengnan with a helpless expression, then said, "Not bad." Yu Yao's looks were indeed good, but Jiang Chen always felt that this little girl wouldn't be able to stay in school for long. With her family status, how could she choose to attend such a school? With so many noble schools, shouldn't Yu Yao be left to pick and choose? In the next second, a crisp footsteps came from the classroom door. Yu Yao walked into the classroom with a brisk pace. She was wearing a delicate white dress today. The hem of the dress was embroidered with small pink flowers, and a light blue ribbon was tied around her waist, fluttering gently with the wind. A head of long, shiny black hair was draped over her shoulders, the tips slightly curled. On her neck, she was also wearing a small diamond necklace. Yu Yao's appearance instantly attracted the gazes of many students in the classroom, brightening people's eyes. When Zhuo Zhengnan saw Yu Yao walk into the classroom, his eyes instantly glazed over and he almost jumped up in excitement. His feet moved back and forth in place, and his hands nervously clutched the corner of his coat. Yu Yao returned to her seat with a light demeanor. Just as she sat down, she heard Zhuo Jingnan's voice with a thick nasal tone and slightly trembling from excitement. "Yu Yao student, I treat you to a Kentucky Fried Burger." Between the words, he also did not forget to sniff hard. Snot was violently sucked back, let out a snort. "The appearance is quite funny." Yu Yao slightly turned her head, her gaze landed on Zhuo Zhengnan, a polite smile on her face. But deep in the bottom of those eyes, a trace of imperceptible rejection flashed vaguely. She first gently blinked those big watery eyes, and then gently opened her mouth. "Thank you, but I've already had breakfast in the morning, so you can eat by yourself." Her voice was crisp and pleasant, her tone soft. Both rejecting the good intentions, but also letting people not feel cold. "Ha, Zhuo Zhengnan, this is also too cute, chasing girls like I did back then." The little girl's way of rejecting this is too level, neither accepting nor offending. A rich lady is different. "I feel the girls in her OS, I don't dare to eat this burger, in case it smells like snot." I have to say, the little girl's polite refusal is really cool, and she handled it so skillfully. I really admire this little girl's upbringing. Her parents must be very polite too. "Then, I'll eat by myself." Zhuo Zhengnan didn't sense anything wrong, and retrieved the burger, so he hugged his homework and hopped away. Seeing this, Jiang Chen also withdrew his gaze and began to study seriously. Ding dong! The system releases a time-limited task, class immersion study for 30 minutes. Reward for completing the task, learning thinking ability 5, mul.5. The system's prompt sounded beside his ears, and Jiang Chen immediately brightened up. However, the task was written as class immersion learning, which was right up Jiang Chen's alley. Jiang Chen classmate. Suddenly, Yu Yao took the initiative to come over at some point, blinking her big eyes and asking with a smile. "Classmate Jiang Chen, do you have any favorite flavors? French? English style? American style? Or is it Chinese food? Our family's chefs will be many, which ones you like, I'll let them make." Hearing this, Jiang Chen was a bit surprised and couldn't help but say, "I don't need it, right? I still like cafeteria flavors." It's not that Jiang Chen is pretending to be cold, it's just that he helped her block the ball yesterday, and the price of a meal for this little girl is afraid to be more than the money he scraped out yesterday. There is no need. Cafeteria flavors? Yu Yao frowned with a puzzled expression. "What kind of cuisine is that? I'll ask the housekeeper later, the housekeeper will definitely know." Looking at Yu Yao's serious face, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a laugh. This little girl, she's really well protected by her family. Goodness, this little girl wouldn't have never eaten in a cafeteria before, would she? How normal is this? People's families have chefs for all kinds of dishes, so they can't cook what they want to eat. Why go to the cafeteria? If she wanted to eat in the cafeteria, she'd probably just buy it. So this is a rich girl? But why does she favor the kid brother? Chapter 36, Music Class Performance, Chopin Nocturne. "Mr. Jiang Chen, can I ask you a question?" Yu Yao timidly spoke in a small voice. Jiang Chen nodded. "What?" Yu Yao looked at Jiang Chen's desktop, which had a spread-out exercise book on it. "Why do you study so hard every day? All day yesterday, I saw you studying." Yu Yao had been to quite a few schools. People her age, like her, usually played around every day. How could there be someone like Jiang Chen, who only knew how to study all day long? Hearing this, Jiang Chen had an odd expression. But in the next second, he looked at Yu Yao again, and immediately put on a serious expression. "Classmate Yu Yao, have you forgotten what the two of us are like?" Jiang Chen's sudden square look made Yu Yao a little confused. Shaking her head. "I, having grown up with a small family, have no choice but to study hard to ensure success in the future. What about you? What can you do if you don't study well? Besides being able to inherit an unknown amount of money from your family, dozens of houses, dozens of cars and real estate from your father, what do you think you have? What are you?" It's not that Jiang Chen is a good teacher. It's just that Jiang Chen's mind recalled a classic bridge from a TV show. These rich people, they often didn't know the purpose of the poor people's endeavors. However, upon hearing this, Yu Yao was first stunned, then suddenly lowered her head. An expression of having done something wrong. Fellow student Jiang Chen, I don't have a talent for learning, so I can only do what you said in the future. I'm sorry to my mom and dad. Saying that, Yu Yao even took out tissue paper from her accompanying bag and began to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was stunned. You're really crying. I'm just kidding. Now this little girl, is her mental capacity so weak? Isn't he just playing wave abstract? Why are you still taking it seriously? And this scene was also captured by the live broadcast audience. Good guy. The kid brother also educated people. Little girl, the first time to see poor so justified. I've never seen a rich person so lowly before. Is the kid not joking? He even made the girl cry. I've never seen Fu so lowly. Let's start coaxing, it's a good way to get a head start. Men have been pissing off girls since they were little. It took Jiang Chen a long time to coax Yu Yao back. But Yu Yao's eyes still looked red. Jiang Chen sighed, really, no matter if it's a little girl or a big girl, they all look the same. You made me cry, what should I do? Yu Yao stared at Jiang Chen with slightly complaining eyes, while Jiang Chen scratched his head. Why don't I treat you to a meal at noon? The meal in his mouth was naturally restaurant flavors. After all, that lunch of Yu Yao's was estimated to be more expensive than the scratch-off that he had scraped a few days ago. Jiang Chen couldn't afford it. Well, that's it then. Yu Yao nodded. Jiang Chen was a little surprised, he didn't expect Yu Yao to agree just like that. Obviously a rich lady, but without the slightest bit of aristocratic demeanor. Jiang Chen grunted and nodded. Alright, then you'll go to the cafeteria with me at noon. Jiang Chen didn't have many friends at school on weekdays. One was that he was focused on his studies and usually didn't have that much energy. The second was that he was mentally mature, and he wasn't interested in getting involved in things that kids played with. Although Yu Yao was a rich lady, she didn't have much of a stance in front of him, which made Jiang Chen feel a bit better. I'll go. A rich lady wants to follow a poor boy to the cafeteria? How come I've only seen this plot in TV dramas? Is this little girl so easy to coax? I've learned. Upstairs, you don't need to learn this, it's not how you can coax a good little girl, it's who you can coax. I suspect you're accusing me, but I don't have proof. I also suspect. Because I have a friend. Soon, the first class began. When the bell rang, Jiang Chen started writing questions. Regardless of whether it was the practice problems in class or the practice book he had bought separately, as long as he could put in the effort to study, it was immersive learning. Once one entered the state of learning, time passed quickly. Not much longer. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Awarded, Learning Thinking Ability 5, Mall Points 5. Jiang Chen quickly completed the task that had just been handed out by the system. The task was over, and Jiang Chen had to continue learning. The system tasks were dispatched in relation to what Jiang Chen was doing. So if he wanted to refresh the quests related to learning, he could only study desperately. According to the current frequency, about 3 or 4 quests could be refreshed in a day. With 3 that could be related to studying, Jiang Chen would be satisfied. The first 2 classes ended, and the third and fourth were music classes. The music teacher called away a few students, and carrying an electronic piano, he came to the classroom. After the music teacher had just entered. Ding dong! The system releases a time-limited reward task, play Chopin's Nocturne in music class. Mission reward, world-class piano playing ability, Mall Points 20. Mission time limit ability, world-class performance level of Nocturne. Suddenly, the system's voice rang beside Jiang Chen's ears. In an instant, a large wave of memories instantly flooded into Jiang Chen's mind, and the sheet music of the piece, as well as various playing techniques, appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Chen was first stunned, then with a thought, the system light page appeared before his eyes. Seeing the reward mission this time, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be ecstatic. The so-called reward quests were considered to be the system's benefits to the host, and the difficulty of completing them was almost zero. Those that directly provided mission abilities like this one were even rarer. It's not just playing a piano in music class, it's not just a matter of having hands. Moreover, the mall points were also directly increased by 20. This was even more generous than the usual reward missions. The music class started soon. The music teacher first talked about some music theory. Yu Yao seemed to be more interested in music, and was attentive in class. Unintentionally, she swept a glance to her side and realized that Jiang Chen had also straightened his back and was looking at the teacher seriously. Seeing this scene, Yu Yao couldn't help but be a little surprised. He actually stopped writing questions? Could it be that he was also interested in music? Everyone, now that music theory has also been taught, is there anyone in our class who knows the piano who can demonstrate to the class? The music teacher said smilingly. Demonstrate on stage? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately brightened up. Isn't this a good opportunity? Just as he was about to raise his hand, Yu Yao beside him suddenly raised her right hand high. Teacher, I will. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and looked towards her with an odd expression. You want to grab this too? Then let's ask this student to give us a demonstration. The music teacher took the initiative to give way. Yu Yao, on the other hand, got up and came to the podium with a big smile. This student, what is the name of the piece of music you are going to demonstrate to everyone? The music teacher asked gently. Polish virtuoso Chopin's piece, Nocturne. Yu Yao said with a smile. Hearing this name, Jiang Chen instantly frowned. You also play Nocturne? Is this right? Chapter 37, he's going to play nocturnes too? On the podium. Yu Yao stood in front of the electronic piano, the music teacher stood behind her. Hearing that Yu Yao was going to play Chopin's Nocturne, the teacher was first slightly stunned, and a hint of surprise that was hard to hide flashed across his eyes. This piece was quite challenging for an adult. Not to mention this still young student in front of her. She couldn't help but look Yu Yao up and down, secretly pondering in her heart. This little girl looks so delicate and weak, could she really have such profound piano skills? Yu Yao took a deep breath to calm down her nervousness. Afterwards, her fingers gently rested on the keys. As Yu Yao pressed the first note, a melodious melody rang out. She played this soothing and slightly sad tune. At first, Yu Yao's playing was quite smooth. Every note was clearly recognizable. However, gradually, her fingers began to be a bit unruly. At some of the more complex sections, there was a slight stutter. The originally coherent melody was like a silk thread that was suddenly torn off, appearing to stagnate for a short while. But Yu Yao did not panic. She bit her lip and quickly adjusted her state, trying to make her fingers keep up with the rhythm. Despite the lag, she still insisted on playing the entire piece. The music teacher stood at the side, her face gradually turning from initial surprise to a smile. She nodded slightly, her eyes full of praise. Although there were some pauses in the playing process, and there were even wrong notes and missed notes. But for a child of this age, especially playing under the gaze of others, there was a great deal of mental pressure. It was not easy for them to play like this. The students under the stage were mesmerized, their eyes staring at Yu Yao without blinking, envy written all over their faces. Zhuo Zhangnan was even so excited that his face turned red and his hands clapped hard. Yu Yao student, you're too good. Hearing this, the other students also joined in the applause, and the applause rose like a tidal wave. Yu Yao slightly blushed and smiled shyly. Inadvertently, she looked over in Jiang Chen's direction. At this moment, Jiang Chen was also staring at Yu Yao. The two of them looked at each other, and Yu Yao immediately withdrew her gaze. There were a few more points of arrogance on her face. The viewers in the live broadcast room were similarly deeply shocked when they saw this scene. My God, such a young girl actually knows how to play the nocturne. This tune is difficult. Education in a rich family is different, cultivating artistic literacy from a young age. This little girl will definitely be great in the future. It's a bit jerky, but it's great that she can play like this. When I was her age, I was still playing with mud. Yu Yao's temperament, the way she plays the piano, it's like she's from a rich family. She's really good. I can see she's put in a lot of effort. That's what you call winning at the starting line. Some people are born in Rome, some are born as cows and horses. Yu Yao finished her performance amidst the warm applause of her classmates. She bowed slightly to her teacher and classmates, and then walked quickly back to her seat. At this time, the music teacher walked up and praised. Yu Yao played very well. The piece Nocturne is difficult, and it's not easy to play it like this at this age. Everyone should learn from Yu Yao and cultivate their own artistic hobbies. After returning to her position, Yu Yao sneaked glances at Jiang Chen from time to time, but found that he didn't have much of a reaction. For some reason, there was a slight loss inside. It was also at this time. The music teacher continued to ask. Student Yu Yao's playing is great, are there any other students who would like to show off as well? The moment these words came out, the class was suddenly very quiet. The students looked at me and I looked at you. No one raised their hands. After all, the nocturne that Yu Yao had just played was almost the ceiling for piano students at this age. There were also piano students in the class. But what did they play? Little Star, Two Tigers. Who would dare to go on stage with this? Seeing that the other students didn't respond, the music teacher smiled helplessly and prepared to continue the lesson. Just at that moment, a small hand slowly reached out. Teacher, I want to try. The eyes of the entire class converged at once. The person who had just opened his mouth was none other than Jiang Chen. Yu Yao looked at Jiang Chen with a surprised gaze. The music teacher was also a bit surprised. After all, in the previous music class, Jiang Chen had never taken the initiative to raise his hand. Even from beginning to end of a lesson, he had kept his head down and wrote questions. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, the pop-ups instantly rolled. My God, Kid Brother actually knows how to play the piano too? Seriously. I've never seen him demonstrate it before. Look at Brother Kid's confident look, maybe he really does have some skills. Maybe he's just itching to play after seeing his classmates on stage? But that little girl's playing was so good that I don't think he'll be able to reach her level even if he learns more. Maybe he wants to show off in front of the girl. Showing off? This is what I would call a demonstration. I'm kind of looking forward to the Kid Brothers show. Don't turn it over, or I'll feel embarrassed through the screen. The music teacher smiled and said, Zhangchen students also want to show? Then please come up to the stage. Zhangchen stood up, steadily walked to the podium and stood in front of the electronic piano. The music teacher looked at Zhangchen and asked again, Student Zhangchen, what piece are you going to play? Teacher, I'm going to play Chopin's Nocturne. The moment these words came out, the whole room instantly exploded. The music teacher's eyes were wide open. How could she not have expected that Zhangchen would want to play this difficult piece as well? Yu Yao was even more surprised. She knew the difficulty of the nocturne. Zhangchen actually wanted to challenge it as well? But at the same time, Yu Yao also had some other thoughts in her heart. She had just played the nocturne, why did Zhangchen want to play it again? The viewers in the live broadcast room were equally stunned, and the pop-up screens were frantically refreshed. What's the situation? What's going on? Is this a fight with his classmates? Is this kid really confident, or does he really have the power? From what I know about him, he won't do anything he's not sure of. He's not really hiding something, is he? Maybe he's hiding something from us. Zhangchen gently placed his hands on the keys and slightly closed his eyes. For a moment, the playing techniques of Chopin, as well as the meter of the music, instantly appeared in his mind. The moment his fingers fell and the first note sounded, it was as if his body was out of control, and he naturally knew how to play it. The sound of the zither fluttered. Zhangchen's playing seemed to carry magic, each note precise and emotional. The original complex section that was slightly obscure when Yu Yao played it. Under Zhangchen's fingertips, it became effortless. The melodious, soothing and slightly melancholic tune of the nocturne was interpreted by him to the fullest. After Su Chen had just played for more than 10 seconds, the music teacher stood aside, his mouth slightly open. There was disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 38, Zhangchen student, is this really your first time playing the piano? Zhangchen's playing continued. The music teacher stood aside with a face full of astonishment. She had been engaged in music education for many years, so she could naturally hear the high level of Zhangchen's playing. Where was this like something an elementary school student could achieve? It was simply a world-class level of playing. Although the students under the stage couldn't hear the level of playing, they could hear the smoothness of the music. They stared at Zhangchen without blinking, the envy on their faces instantly turning into admiration. As for Yu Yao, the expression on her face was even more shocked when she heard that Zhangchen was able to interpret the nocturne so perfectly. Because I'm afraid that even her private piano teacher at home wouldn't be able to play at this level, right? As for the audience in the live broadcast room, the question marks had long since brushed the screen. No, kid brother, you're really good at this. Give me some face, will you? Is this kid brother a hanged man? Even an amateur can feel it. His playing is unbelievable. I'm getting pregnant from this level of performance. This kid's musical talent is really something. I'm convinced. I'm really convinced. I'm convinced. He's a total genius. He's good at school, he's good at games, and now he's even good at the piano. It's hard to tell, he's good at everything. What's going to happen in the future? At this moment, Zhangchen was already completely immersed in it, his fingers jumping around on the keys. As the piece entered its climax, his playing became more and more impassioned. The notes echoed continuously in the classroom, and everyone was mesmerized. When the last note fell, there was a brief moment of silence. Everyone was still immersed in that wonderful melody, unable to extricate themselves. The music teacher was the first to come back to her senses, her eyes filled with awe and appreciation. The shock on her face had not completely faded, and she murmured softly, This is simply too incredible. She had been practicing for many years and had taught countless students. Yet she had never seen a child like Zhangchen, who could interpret the nocturne so perfectly at such a young age. No, that's not right. Even if it was her, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to play this song so perfectly. Only the international masters could have this level. The students under the stage were also waking up from a dream. After staring for a moment, deafening applause erupted instantly. They might not be able to professionally judge the level of playing like a music teacher. However, they could truly feel the fluency and dedication of Zhangchen's playing. Everyone's gazes were locked onto Zhangchen, and the admiration in their eyes grew stronger. Yu Yao sat in her seat, her eyes wide open. Her mouth was slightly open, incredulity written all over her face. She originally thought that she was already considered the best among her peers in terms of piano. But compared to this performance by Zhangchen, she was simply like a newcomer who had just started. The viewers in the live broadcast room were already too shocked to speak. Was that just played by the kid brother? Are you sure it wasn't the accompaniment? I thought I was listening to a professional recital. This is the legendary child of another family who can do anything, so envious and jealous. You're wrong upstairs. I don't think other people's kids can do what kid brother can do, only kids in TV dramas can do it. He's going to be a world-renowned pianist in the future if he can play at this level now. If this were my kid, I'd wake up laughing. It's amazing. The music teacher managed to regain his senses from the extreme shock. With his eyes on Jiang Chen, he couldn't help but ask, Jiang Chen, when did you start learning the piano? How long did the teacher teach you before you were able to learn like this? Jiang Chen raised his head, his eyes gurgled, and said calmly, Teacher, I just learned not long ago. When the music teacher heard this, a hint of shock flashed in his eyes, and he asked after him, You can play like this even though you've just learned it? Then the teacher who taught you must be a master. Can you tell me who it is? An ordinary teacher would definitely not be able to teach a student of this level. As for her, she didn't even have this kind of ability. Jiang Chen gently shook his head and said seriously, I don't have a teacher, I just practiced blindly by myself looking at books. The music teacher's eyes widened, disbelief written all over her face. Continue to ask, practiced at home? Is it because the piano at home is more expensive, that's why the practicing effect is so good? Jiang Chen scratched his head and answered with some embarrassment. Teacher, I don't have a piano at home. I just look at the knowledge of music theory and the diagrams of the keys in the books to figure it out, and this is the first time I've ever touched a piano. The music teacher was completely stunned by these words. She opened her mouth, but could not speak for a long time. How is this possible? The first time you touched the piano, you were able to play at this level? Jiang Chen was simply a musical genius. Yu Yao was sitting in her seat, and when she heard Jiang Chen's answer, she was struck by lightning. She was already shocked by Jiang Chen's performance, but now she was even more shocked. She had received professional piano education since she was a child, had a private teacher to guide her, and spent a lot of time practicing. But compared to Jiang Chen, the gap was so huge. Moreover, Jiang Chen was actually self-taught and had never touched a piano before. How could she not be shocked? The audience in the live broadcast room was also shocked to the point of exploding. I'm going to go, this is too much of an exaggeration from the kid brother, isn't it? He's never studied or touched a piano, and he's playing like this for the first time. Is he still a human being? I can testify that kid brother really doesn't have a piano at home, he's broadcasted his home before, and he doesn't have any musical instruments. This is the legendary talent, God is chasing after him for food, it's so desperate. Who knows what the music teacher is thinking? How can she teach such a student? Not to mention the music teacher, the level of the piece the kid brother just played is totally world class. I'm a professional pianist, grade 9. I can't play at the level of brother kiddo just now. The music teacher slowed down for a while. Only then did he nod at Jiang Chen and said with emotion, Jiang Chen, you're too marvelous. After teaching for so many years, this is the first time I've seen you like this. You go back to your seat first. I hope that you will continue to study in music in the future, and you will definitely have great achievements. The music teacher didn't want to say too much anymore. After all, in her opinion, with Jiang Chen playing at this level, she had absolutely nothing to teach him. If he himself wasn't at this level, what was there to teach? Jiang Chen bowed slightly, then quickly returned to his seat. After returning to his seat, only then did Yu Yao look at Jiang Chen, a little nervous. Student Jiang Chen, is this really your first time playing the piano? Jiang Chen didn't hesitate and nodded. Before this, he hadn't even touched a piano. Of course, I've never touched this before. What? Doesn't look like it? Chapter 39, Eating a Cafeteria, what's your personal doctor following for? Yu Yao's expression was a bit wooden. Jiang Chen's behavior, where did he look like he was touching the piano for the first time? But looking at him, it wasn't like he was lying. Could it be that there really was someone who could learn to play the piano just by reading in a book? How is this possible? The little human girl is also confused, learning the piano all day long, but it turns out to be not as good as what the kid brother reads in his book. The little girl's mind must be filled with thoughts like, fight with them talented players. I thought the educational environment was already very important, but I didn't realize that talent is even more important. I don't think we can find anyone with the talent of a kid like you, even if we go through the whole country. You still want to find one? I don't even think it's realistic to have a talent like kids. At this very moment. Ding dong. The host has been detected completing a mission. Received mission reward, world-class piano playing ability. The system's prompt echoed in his ears, and for a moment, countless piano playing skills and knowledge flooded into Jiang Chen's mind. His understanding of piano playing also instantly soared. Student Jiang Chen, you're really something. I practiced that nocturne with my teacher for a long time before I could barely learn it. You actually managed to learn it so well by looking at the book and studying it. How on earth did you practice? Yu Yao was a bit deflated. Compared to Jiang Chen, she indeed had no talent. Even if a child who played the piano well enough stood in front of Jiang Chen, who could feel that they had talent? At those words, Jiang Chen waved his hand and smiled helplessly. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao immediately brightened up. Really? Jiang Chen shrugged. Wait for the time. Anyway, with his world-class piano playing ability, if he wanted to teach a little girl, wouldn't it be easy? Soon. The morning class had ended, and it was lunchtime. The bell rang for the end of class, and when the teacher just walked out of the classroom, Yu Yao instantly looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, student, don't write, have you forgotten what you promised me just now? Jiang Chen thought about it and came to his senses. He had also promised to treat Yu Yao to dinner. I didn't expect her to remember so clearly. A rich young lady, why would she miss this meal? Jiang Chen was filled with helplessness and nodded. Okay, it's time to eat, let's go. The two walked out of the classroom side by side. The corridor is bustling with students who are going to eat after class. Just out of the classroom door, he saw a middle-aged man dressed in a black suit with a straight body walking quickly. It was Yu Yao's housekeeper. The butler was full of smiles and said to Yu Yao, "Miss, lunchtime is here. The car is already prepared downstairs." At the same time, he turned slightly sideways, nodded politely at Jiang Chen and addressed, "Jiang Chen, young master, how are you?" Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, not quite used to this kind of address, and just smiled awkwardly. Inadvertently glancing in Yu Yao's direction, this butler would address himself this way, probably because of her as well. Good guy. The kid brother has followed the little girl to the same place, and he's all mixed up into a young master. I guess this is what the little girl ordered the butler to do. He's the little girl's personal butler. How could he call someone a young master for no reason? It seems that the little girl has gone to great lengths to get closer to the kid brother. The world is getting more and more crazy. I don't recognize it. How come brother kid is so lucky? Yu Yao, however, didn't respond directly to the housekeeper, but turned her head to Jiang Chen and said, "It's all right, student Jiang Chen, let's go to the cafeteria." When the butler heard this, the smile on his face instantly froze. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at Yu Yao. "Miss, this can't be allowed," the butler urged in an urgent tone. "The food in the cafeteria is not to your liking, it's not hygienic and the ingredients are not as fine as what we usually eat. If you want to eat something, tell me, I'll order the chef to make it right away." Yu Yao, however, shook her head gently with a firm face. "No, I just want to eat in the cafeteria today. Don't try to persuade me, I've promised Mr. Jiang Chen." Looking at Yu Yao's determined expression, the housekeeper was first stunned. Then he sighed helplessly. It seemed that no one could reverse what Yu Yao had decided. Although Yu Yao's temper was good, she was a little too willful. "All right then, miss." The housekeeper sighed helplessly and compromised. "But if the cafeteria's food is not to your liking, you can't force yourself, let's go outside to eat any time." Yu Yao nodded, then looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Jiang Chen, student, let's go." Jiang Chen then took Yu Yao and walked towards the cafeteria. Just as he stepped into the cafeteria, the aroma of the food hit his face. The cafeteria was bustling with students lining up, talking and laughing as they waited for their meals. The butler also made a call to the private doctor. Within a short time, the two men were cautiously following a short distance away. The personal doctor was standing by, his medical kit held tightly in his hand. The camera captured this scene, while the viewers in the live broadcast room spat out. This rich lady went out to eat at a cafeteria, the battle is too big, and even brought a private doctor to stand guard. It's true that we don't understand the life of the rich, and we're all so careful when we eat a meal. Look at the doctor's expression. Look at the doctor's expression, he's like a bomb disposal. Jiang Chen told Yu Yao to sit in a place to take up space, and went to buy dinner himself. He thought about it and bought Yu Yao a pancake and a noodle mix. Same for himself. "Mr. Jiang Chen, what's this?" Looking at the pancake in Jiang Chen's hand, Yu Yao was filled with curiosity. "This is called a pancake, and this is a cold noodle mix, it's delicious together. I won't tell ordinary people." While saying that, Jiang Chen handed the plate over. Yu Yao looked at these two foods curiously, her eyes full of novelty. In her past life, these ordinary foods almost never appeared on her table. Yu Yao picked up the pancake and gently bit into it. In the next second, a look of surprise appeared on her face. The crispy texture of the pancake and the unique flavor spread out in her mouth. It made her unable to resist taking another big bite. "Classmate Jiang Chen, this is too delicious. I've never eaten anything like this before," Yu Yao said excitedly as she ate it. The viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but sigh with emotion when they saw Yu Yao's reaction. Is this a rich lady? Using a single pancake to make happy? People have never eaten a pancake in their lives. It's true that being rich has its troubles. You can't even taste the flavor of ordinary food. It's better to be ordinary. Upstairs, you can fool your buddies, don't fool yourself. That's right. If people want to eat pancakes, they can buy a pancake stand. Jiang Chen watched Yu Yao eat with gusto, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. Is this the rich family's young lady? Growing up, she hadn't even eaten a pancake? But on the other side, the housekeeper and private doctor were standing far away, and when they saw Yu Yao eating, the two of them became more and more nervous, their hearts pounding. Their young lady was usually not considered pampered, but she was also very demanding in her life. What's going on today? How come she still has to go to the cafeteria to eat? Chapter 40, Black Shark comes to the door, inviting to be a pro? After eating, Jiang Chen took Yu Yao back to the classroom. After all, he still had to continue studying, and the lunch break was very precious and couldn't be wasted. Sitting in her seat, Yu Yao had a happy smile on her face. She looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen student, I'm really too thankful to you for letting me eat such delicious food today. By the way, where is your home? Why don't I have the butler drop you off at home after school later as well? Hearing this, Jiang Chen had an odd expression. Then he lowered his head and thought for a moment. Normally when one woke up early to go to school, either Papa Jiang Chen himself would send them off, or he would call an errand boy to do so. Though many times it was the errand boy who went to deliver it, right? When school was over, Jiang Chen squeezed the bus home, and it took half an hour on the way. It was indeed not very convenient. So he nodded and agreed, all right then, thank you. Hearing Jiang Chen agree, Yu Yao immediately brightened up. A sweet smile appeared. Good, then let's make an agreement. The afternoon passed quickly, and in a flash, it was time for school to end. Yu Yao brought Jiang Chen to the entrance of the school, where a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom was quietly parked. The butler was waiting by the car early. Seeing Yu Yao coming over, he immediately opened the car door respectfully. Butler, I'm going to send Mr. Jiang Chen home today on my way, too. Yu Yao arrived and said with a smile. The housekeeper was surprised and looked at Jiang Chen with a surprised expression. The eyes were a bit odd. But Yu Yao was a young lady after all, what she said was what she said. The housekeeper nodded, yes, miss. It was also at this moment that a weak shout came from behind Jiang Chen. Little Jiang, look at this. Jiang Chen turned around and looked. The one who said this was none other than little brother photography, his face full of embarrassment. It's fine, just sit in the front. Yu Yao naturally knew what he wanted to say and spoke in advance. During lunchtime, Jiang Chen had mentioned to Yu Yao about his participation in the program. No matter where he went, the camera boy would have to cooperate with the shooting. Hearing this, the camera boy let out a long sigh and had a relieved expression on his face. Jiang Chen followed Yu Yao into the back seat. The little photography brother, on the other hand, was full of excitement and slightly nervous. He sat in the co-pilot's seat, ready to continue shooting. While getting into the car, Jiang Chen held the equipment for him. As a result, the camera boy's face of impatience and nervousness was also recorded. The viewers in the comments section instantly exploded when they saw this scene, and the pop-ups rolled wildly. The camera boy's expression, he probably has never been in such a luxurious car in his life, it's too funny. Ha, it feels like the photographer is getting nervous, this treatment, I envy it. The kid brother is the kid brother, can go out to rub the luxury car to sit, this luck has no one. The photographer probably never dreamed that he would be able to experience sitting in a luxury car with the kid brother, this program is not in vain. On the way, the photographer was very nervous. But Jiang Chen was very calm and relaxed, not at all overwhelmed. He talked and laughed with Yu Yao. Even managed to have a few words with the housekeeper. Although Yu Yao wasn't very old, her eyesight was wide enough. Communicating with her, on the contrary, was not quite the same as communicating with other children. Through the exchange with Jiang Chen, the housekeeper also changed from being skeptical at first to being surprised. It was unthinkable that even though this Jiang Chen was only 8 years old, his eloquence and emotional intelligence was alive and well like an adult. He probably understood why Yu Yao would take the initiative to send Jiang Chen home. This little boy did have a different kind of charm. In this matter, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room rolled wildly like a tidal wave. This eloquence and emotional intelligence of kid brother is simply heaven-defying. Even the housekeeper can chat easily, this is not like an 8-year-old. I only knew brother kid was good at games, but I didn't expect him to be so good at interpersonal interactions, this is an all-around genius. He's only 8 years old, his IQ is unbeatable, he'll be great in the future. Other housekeepers are now talking to kid's brother on their own initiative, and it doesn't sound like there's a generation gap. I guess the butler was confused too, he's never seen such a mature kid brother before. Soon, the housekeeper drove to the entrance of Jiang Chen's neighborhood. Jiang Chen and photography little brother got off. Yu Yao also opened the window, said goodbye to Jiang Chen. This scene was the envy of the live streaming netizens. God, how come I didn't have such a tablemate when I was a kid? Upstairs, even if you have such a tablemate, it's useless if you're not a kid brother. That's right, do you think everyone is as charming as kid brother? The photographer followed Jiang Chen, and soon returned home. Turning the key, Jiang Chen reached out and pushed open the door. As he entered the house, he turned his eyes and realized that there were two strangers sitting on the sofa. Jiang Yong was sitting on the side, looking slightly restrained. Son Smash? You came back? Hearing the commotion, Jiang Yong immediately got up with a look of surprise. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, looked at the two strangers. He only felt that one of them looked familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was for a moment. Those two also noticed Jiang Chen and stood up. The viewers in the live broadcast room were sharp-eyed and instantly recognized the two. The pop-ups instantly rolled wildly. I'm going. Isn't this Black Shark and Club Coach? How did they run to Kid Brother's house? Ha, Black Shark was beaten up on the line, so he's coming off the line to seek revenge, preparing to kill Kid Brother alone? I know. Black Shark must think that Kid is a script, and he's looking for Kid to prove himself offline. He's been beaten up so badly that he's come to his home. The coaches of the club are here. It's a big battle. Kid, please help yourself. Why do I have the feeling that Black Shark was bullied and brought his parents to the opposite house? Maybe they are here to learn from the master. Kid brother beat Black Shark so badly, they are here to learn from him. Black Shark looked at Jiang Chen with a complex look on his face. There was surprise and also a few moments of defiance. The coach, on the other hand, had a smile on his face and a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Jiang Yon looked at Jiang Chen and smiled. Son, these two are here to see you. Black Shark cleared his throat and took the lead. Jiang Chen, kid, I'm Black Shark, we've fought in the game before, I guess you still have an impression. Hearing this, Jiang Chen scratched his head. Black Shark? I seem to have heard of it, but I don't have any memory of fighting. At these words, Black Shark's face immediately froze on his face. The live broadcast audience burst into laughter. Ha! Too much of a loss of face. Black Shark probably thought that Kid brother remembered him. To brother Kid, aren't all opponents the same? What's there to remember? Isn't this embarrassing? Look at Black Shark's expression, he can't tell you how much he's suffering. The club coach stepped forward immediately afterward, a professional smile on his face. Hello kids, I'm the coach of the Black Shark Esports Club, responsible for the team's training and match arrangements. Jiang Chen nodded as he heard their self-introductions. Then with a puzzled face, he asked, then what are you guys doing here looking for me? Black Shark opened his mouth and just wanted to speak, but hesitated. Subconsciously, he looked at the club coach with a hint of help in his eyes. The coach gently patted Black Shark's shoulder, signaling him to relax. Then he looked at Jiang Chen again and said solemnly, little friend Jiang Chen, we came here this time to specifically invite you to join the Black Shark Esports Club and become a professional player. Chapter 41, Jiang Chen, should I ask my mom if she agrees? The moment the club coach's words left his mouth, the live broadcast room was instantly triggered by this news. The pop-ups frantically refreshed, so fast that it was almost impossible to read the content. What? Inviting brother Kid to play professionally? This is too much. Kid brother is only 8 years old, is this coach serious? Black Shark Club's coach has a good eye, he's discovered this genius at such an early age. Can't we not realize it, buddy? 2 people in the club have been abused by Kid, if we don't realize it, can he still be the coach? This is too sudden. Kid is still in school, can he go pro? An 8-year-old kid in a professional match? I can't imagine this scene. I can't imagine it. Other pros were killed by Kid as a dog, I can't imagine this scene. But Kid loves studying so much, can he say yes? Why not? It's great to be a pro and make a name for yourself. At this moment, Jiang Chen was stunned when he heard the coach's words. He didn't expect that the other party would come to invite him to join the club and become a professional player. He subconsciously scratched his head and said with a confused expression, become a professional player? I'm only 8 years old, and I still have to go to school. Although his ability on CF was already at the top level. But Jiang Chen didn't intend to take this path in the future. After all, studying was the main business. How much money could you make as a professional player? Besides, it was already enough to play games at home with his old man. Did he want to make a living playing games? Do you want people to live? Seeing this, the club coach was in no hurry and patiently explained. Little friend Jiang Chen, the talent you've shown in gaming is just too amazing. Our club is willing to provide you with the best training conditions and resources. You can receive gaming training while continuing to complete your studies through online courses. For the specific arrangements, we have already discussed it with your father. Black Shark also chimed in. Yes, little Jiang Chen, if you join our club, you might be able to compete for your country in the future and gain both fame and fortune. What a good thing. Jiang Chen frowned, he really didn't have any thoughts of playing professionally. But Jiang Yong, who was standing at the side, was full of excitement, his eyes glittering. Son, this is a rare and good opportunity. Not only can a professional player earn a lot of money, but you can also make a name for yourself, letting the whole country and even the whole world know about you. If you succeed, you'll honor your ancestors. There was no doubt about Jiang Yong's internet addiction. Of course he knew about Black Shark and this club coach. He didn't expect that now, Black Shark and the coach would actually find his house at the same time, wanting to sign his son. How could Jiang Yong not feel excited? Dad, why are you following along to join in the fun? Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Yong with a helpless face, then asked, did you discuss this with my mom? Even if you agree, Dad, what can mom do if she doesn't? Jiang Chen mentioned his mom, Jiang Yong subconsciously a jolt. Fonsai's attitude was swept away, and turned to a serious and grave expression, looking at the Black Shark duo. The two of you, I think the child's education is also very important, this matter is still to discuss with the child's mother. The audience in the live broadcast room saw the change in Jiang Yong's attitude, and all laughed out loud. Just now was excited, a mention of the child's mother, instantly honest, proper wife control. The father of the kid's brother has changed his face too fast, it seems that his status at home is not high, and he is afraid of his wife, so it's true. Just now he said he'd let his son play professionally, but now he's convinced by his wife. I'm laughing. Wife a roar, the husband shakes 3 shakes, this kid brother his father are not the same, 3 shakes is just the beginning. Jang Yong took out his cell phone and dialed the number. After the phone rang a few times, it was finally connected. Jang Yong said in a hurry, "Honey, I'll tell you something." However, the words were not finished, the voice came from the other end of the phone. "I just got off the plane, has taken a taxi home, a moment to home, what is the matter waiting for me to go back to say?" Jang Yong heard, immediately wide-eyed, full of shock, stammered, "Ah, good received." The audience in the live broadcast room laughed their heads off when they saw Jang Yong's face. "Ha, kid brother his father this is too funny, usually so big internet addiction, in front of his wife how so honest." Received? Isn't it only the employees who say yes to the boss? This is a very humble position for a kid's dad. He's a man, but he doesn't have any skills at home, so he doesn't know how to learn from me. Upstairs, you've sent a screenshot of your comment to everyone you follow. Buddy, I'm just going to have a mouthful, just now there are a lot of people outside, now I'm going to give you an E, okay? One phone call and you'll know who's in charge of this family. The kid's mom is finally coming home. If she knows that the kid's dad is playing games with her son every day, she'll be on her knees. Kneeling instant noodles can't fall off the scum, kneeling remote control can't be adjusted, kneeling electronic scale, daughter-in-law said a few pounds, a few pounds, a few pounds, a few pounds, a few pairs of knees. Upstairs, you're still tough. Come on. All the family members should give him a nod of approval. Black Sharky coach saw Jang Yong this look, the two looked at each other, a trace of embarrassment on the face of the odd expression appeared. The atmosphere in the room instantly became somewhat subtle. The coach coughed lightly to break the embarrassment. He then looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Little friend Jiang Chen, putting aside your mom and dad's opinions, what exactly do you think about joining our club as a professional player?" If Jiang Chen also had the idea of becoming a professional player, then this matter would be much better. Jiang Chen thought about it and replied with a serious face. "I think studying is the most important thing for me at the moment, although playing games is fun, but going to be a professional player will definitely require me to spend a lot of time training every day, and I'm afraid that this will delay my studies. So I think it's better to forget about it. Once you become a professional player, your daily practice time will definitely be longer than your study time." He still had to study, so he wouldn't have time to train. Besides, with his gaming prowess, why would he need to train? Hearing Jiang Chen actually open his mouth to refuse, the live broadcast audience was stunned. It's not true. This is the Black Shark and the club coach took the initiative to invite how many people dream of the opportunity, the kid brother actually because of the fear of delaying the study to refuse. Other people can't even beg for the treatment, but brother kid is so calm, only thinking about learning. Studying. What else do you know besides studying? He also knows how to invite girls to dinner. Yuck. The kid's brother is having a pretty good time day in and day out. Chapter 42, you can play professionally, but with conditions. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Black Shark and coach also froze in place. Actually refused? They had traveled all the way from the club to here without stopping in order to find Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's home address was easy to find. After all, Jiang Chen went home and went to school all live. It was easy to find Jiang Chen's home address. But this journey was troublesome. After the long journey down, it was hard to convince Jiang Chen's father, but Jiang Chen was unwilling. With Jiang Chen's strength, if he stood on the professional field, he was destined to make a name for himself. Little friend Jiang Chen, don't give a reply so quickly first, we still want you to think about it. The coach sank his breath and slowly spoke. Jiang Chen's talent was in his eyes, and if he underwent systematic training again, then his future achievements were unimaginable. Their Dragon Country CF's battle team was lacking such a strong player. Hearing this, Jiang Chen scratched his head with a helpless expression. Playing professionally? If it was in his last life, when he had accomplished nothing, and there were anchors and coaches with this kind of volume looking for him, then Jiang Chen wouldn't have hesitated and would have definitely agreed to play professionally. But now was different. Jiang Chen had enough time to make it to the top level in all walks of life, so why stick to being a pro? I can see that coach really likes kid brother, and this is too much to want him to play professionally. There's no way. He can abuse Black Shark and Wu Nan in one game by himself, one retired professional and one active professional, who wouldn't want such a sharp kid? The Dragon CF is not doing so well right now, we haven't won an international tournament in a long time. If we had a player like Kid in the league, we might even win the championship. Let me think about it. Jiang Chen scratched his head and said. Seemingly sensing the awkwardness of the atmosphere, Jiang Yong gave a dry laugh and took the initiative to speak. It's fine, it's normal for a child to have a little bit of their own thoughts, but you have to listen to the child's opinion as well. Let's sit there and rest for a while, in a while the child's mother will be back. Unable to do so, the Black Shark and the coach can only sit and rest first. And Jiang Yong began to discuss the treatment of becoming a professional player in the future. Jiang Chen did not go back to his room to study, but lay on the coffee table, completely shielded from their conversation, immersed in learning. About 10 minutes passed. The sound of a key being inserted into a door hole came from outside the house, and with the sound of the door opening, Jang Yong Miso stood up. Outside the house, a young woman pulling a suitcase walked in, looking just under 30 years old. She was wearing a simple white dress, with a pretty face and decent features, a sun hat on her head and a big bag in her hand. It was Jiang Chen's mom, Yi Lin. Seeing the scene of Yi Lin entering the house, Zhang Yong immediately walked over and took the things in her hand. Agu, wife. If I had told you that you had brought so many things, I would have gone down to pick you up. Why bother carrying it up? Yi Lin smoothly handed over the things, then looked to the sofa and smiled gently. Isn't this a guest in the house? How can I let you go down? Hearing this, Zhang Yong couldn't help but stare. Honey, I didn't say that there are guests in the house either. How did she know? Yi Lin didn't say a word, she just silently took her cell phone out of her bag, and inside was the live channel of Jiang Chen's family from Joyful Bringing Up Baby. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yong froze. Then he was filled with an awkward smile. Wife, I didn't expect you to be quite concerned about our masters after you left. In that case, the previous live broadcasts. I watched it all. Yi Lin gently smiled. Hubby, I just went out and traveled, not died. In these few days, you've taken good care of your son. Although the smile was gentle, some cold sweat inexplicably broke out behind Zhang Yong's back. The live broadcast audience also saw Zhang Yong's strange expression. Ha ha. It's over, the kid's mom is watching the live broadcast. The other day dad took the kid to play the game, his mom saw it. Now there are mainly outsiders here, inconvenient, wait for these two people gone. This is domestic violence. Domestic violence. This family is a good family. Every day is a program. Seeing Yi Lin, Jiang Chen, who was writing his homework, looked up with a smile on his face. Mom, you're back. Seeing her son, Yi Lin's expression was only a little relieved as she smiled and opened her mouth. Son, you've been doing well at home these days, you've been able to take the initiative to study every day, if it wasn't for your father's initiative to delay it. The more this was said, the colder Zhang Yong's back became. Jiang Chen also bloated and smiled, sneaking a glance at Zhang Yong. That Jiang Chen's mom. Black Shark and Coach rose with him, with Coach being the first to speak. Yi Lin nodded and laughed. I've already heard clearly in the live broadcast room about what happened just now. You guys are looking for my son to play professionally, right? Coach nodded repeatedly and said, yes, your son's talent is obvious to all, and our club's professional players have all praised it. According to your son's strength, he only needs to train systematically for a period of time. He is guaranteed to make a name for himself in the professional arena, and his influence will not only be domestic, but even worldwide. Hearing this, Yi Lin raised an eyebrow, but wasn't too surprised. After all those pop-ups had already said what kind of gold these two personally came to invite. Yi Lin walked forward and put one arm around Jiang Chen, helplessly saying, the two of you, although I'm Xiao Chen's mom, but for this kind of thing, I think it's better to let the child decide for himself. How will the child's future path go? When the parents at most play a guiding role, the specifics still depends on the child. When these words were spoken, they instantly made the audience in the live broadcast room boil up. Reasonable. Good damn reasonable words. Although the child's father is unreliable, his mother seems to be very educated. Upstairs, I suspect you're cursing. Don't be such a ing asshole. The couple's education of their children is completely polarized, and the mother is too responsible. It's hard to imagine how a mom who cares so much about her child's education could choose such a father. The kid's mom looks like a successful person. Do you think his father is a softie? It's possible. It's very likely. Hearing Yi Lin's words, the coach once again looked at Jiang Chen. Then he said bitterly, Jiang Chen kid, the reason why we want you to play professionally is mainly because we see your talent. We, Dragon CF, haven't achieved good results in the World Championships for a long time, and now we need a strong player like you to join us. The coach's tone was sincere, not like he was telling lies at all. Jiang Chen also fell into deep thought. The highest hall of the CF profession was definitely the World Championship. From a certain point of view, it was also considered to be competing for the country's glory. In these last 2 years, the Dragon Country CF team players were, indeed, a little downtrodden. It would also be a good thing if he himself could take back the title. One could go and play professionally. After a long period of silence, Jiang Chen nodded, and Black Shark and Coach were delighted with it. However, I still have conditions. Chapter 43, Promise to sign and hiss a black gold level contract. Jiang Chen's words turned, and both Black Shark and the coach froze in place. What conditions? There are still conditions? Little friend Jiang Chen, whatever concerns you still have, you can raise them with me. The coach said with a serious face. Jiang Chen's strength was here. If other professional players had his strength, there would definitely be quite a few conditions, and the coach could understand that. It was just that what surprised him was that Jiang Chen was only 8 years old and would actually bargain? Coach, in fact, there is no big requirement, mainly I am still a student now, I have to focus on my studies. Jiang Chen was full of sincerity and said unhurriedly. So, I may not be able to go to the club to train, but if there is something on the competition, I can participate. Jiang Chen's words meant that he normally didn't participate in club training, but could play in matches. Hearing this, the coach couldn't help but stare. Not going to club training? With Jiang Chen's talent, if he could go to the club to train, he would definitely have a much further path in the future. If he agreed to sign but didn't go to the club to participate in professional training, wouldn't that be a waste of talent? For a while, the coach fell into silence. And the request made by Jiang Chen also shocked the audience in the live broadcast room. What's the situation? Kid brother doesn't want to participate in club training, so he wants to go straight to the field. This is too crazy, isn't it? Crazy? This is called confidence. He's got one retired pro and one active pro, who can do it? That's right. If I had that kind of power, I'd be even crazier than he is. It's the original sin to be a novice in esports. If you're a novice yourself, don't blame others for being crazy. But honestly, even though Kid's sense isn't great now, his shooting skills are definitely good enough to go pro. Upstairs, you don't have a good sense? Now everyone dares to criticize Kid brother. Black Shark looked at coach and realized that he was still in deep thought. Then he touched the coach and whispered something in his ear. Hearing this, the coach was instantly enlightened and nodded. Little friend Jiang Chen, I can agree to this condition. The coach then opened his mouth. However, in addition to the subsequent professional matches, it is also necessary for you to participate in our club's training matches 2 days a week, about 1 or 2 hours each time, which can be arranged according to your time. Feel more of the rhythm of the professional field, so you can know your own shortcomings. Training matches are created for this reason. Now that Jiang Chen would mention the conditions, it was only because Jiang Chen was strong enough. But the coach knew deep down that if he wanted Jiang Chen to collect himself and calm down, then he had to make Jiang Chen realize the gap between himself and the mature professional players. If you were so arrogant after just defeating a professional player, sooner or later you would pay the price. This could be. Jiang Chen lowered his head and thought for a while, nodding his head in agreement. Participating in a training match was just a matter of 2 days a week, and he could completely put it on Saturday and Sunday. It wouldn't waste his study time. Seeing Jiang Chen agree to it, the coach and Black Shark couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. It was finally signed. The coach revealed a few relaxed smiles and turned around, taking out a contract from the backpack he was carrying. On the first page of the contract, a few large words were very clear. CF Black Gold Level Player Contract. Although it was impossible to see the content of the contract, the audience in the live broadcast room, however, saw the cover of this contract. Many viewers, at once, were stunned speechless. Black Gold Level? Isn't this a CF top salary player? Kid brother's first time as a professional, he actually got a top salary contract. How much is a top salary player? Is there anyone out there to explain it? Let's put it this way, there are less than 5 active CF pros in the Dragon Kingdom who can get a top salary. Less than 5? That's good, now it's less than 6. I don't think Kid signing salary should be that much. After all, Kid doesn't go to the club to participate in training. Right, Kid should be considered a foreign player, and will only be paid when he's on the field for a match. How much would Kid be paid if he plays in a match? It should be as much as a few regular players, right? Jiang Chen, let's leave the matter of signing the contract to your mom and dad. The coach said with a smile, and then handed the contract to Yilin. As a minor, anything regarding the validity of the contract should be left to the guardian. Yilin opened the contract and began to look at it carefully. When she saw some of the benefits inside, she was also a little surprised and nodded her head. It looked very satisfied. In less than 10 minutes, Yilin finished reading the entire contract and then closed it. The contract is fine, we can sign it. The coach released a smile, then looked at Jiang Chen. Little friend Jiang Chen, if you want to come and visit our club when you have time in the future, you are welcome to come and visit. At that time, the club can cover your food, clothing, and transportation. Soon after, the two sides completed the signing of the contract. Black Shark and coach, this trip mission is considered complete. At the same time, the news was sent back to the club at the first time. Inside the Black Shark Esports Club. Grass? Really? It's really signed for Kid brother? Wu Nan received the call and was filled with shock. A few days ago, the coach took White Shark and mysteriously left with an airplane ticket. Only after going there did Wu Nan hear that they had found out Jiang Chen's home address, and that the club's leadership also had the idea of finding Jiang Chen to play professionally. It was only then that the two thought to try their luck. At first, Wu Nan thought it was a long shot. After all, he was only an 8-year-old kid, and studying was his main job. How can he find the time to play professionally? Besides, even if the child wants to play, will the parents be willing? How to convince the parents? However, I never thought that these two people would really succeed. However, the Kid brother is a foreign aid player, in the future will only participate in our training matches, twice a week, as well as the main event in the future. On the other end of the phone, Black Shark added. The Kid brother this strength, participate in a training match is enough, that is not Gaga mess kill? Ever since that day when he was bloodily abused by Jiang Chen, Wu Nan became Jiang Chen's fan. especially after watching the video a few more times. Only then did he deeply understand just how terrifying Jiang Chen's awareness and marksmanship were. Hanging up the phone, Wu Nan immediately shared it with the people around him. Brothers, Brother Black Shark and Coach really signed Brother Kid. The player they signed is also a black and gold level player. Is Kid Brother a good one? Hearing this, a bunch of people around us were instantly shocked. What? Really? He's signed Kid Brother over. Then we'll be able to play in tournaments from now on, so we won't have to be afraid of him. I just watched the video of Kid's game, and I can only say that it's impossible to beat it if it's not hanging. The crowd was buzzing with excitement. Who wouldn't be convinced after watching the video of Jiang Chen abusing Black Shark Wu Nan? A black gold level contract? Suddenly, a questioning voice came and a round-faced man sitting in the middle of the club twisted his face. He was none other than the Black Shark Professional Battle Team's commander, Ninjo. He had only been out traveling the other day and had just returned to the club today. In the entire Black Shark Esports Club, he was the only one who was a top-paid player. And now there were two. On what grounds? I also watched that video. Isn't that kid's operation at a normal professional level? Nianjiu frowned. Signing an 8-year-old kid to a top salary contract? What was the coach thinking? Chapter 44, Top-Paid Player Nianjiu, Solo Kid Brother. It wasn't long before Nianjiu's phone call reached the coach. When he answered the phone, he expressed his dissatisfaction. Coach, is this top salary player's salary something you can just say you can give? That kid is only 8 years old, and his strength is at a normal professional level. Giving him a whole top salary contract, is this appropriate? After all, Ninja was the only top salaried player in the Black Shark Esports Club, and now that there was suddenly one more, of course he would have a problem with it. Plus, suddenly recruiting a newcomer into the team, more or less have to discuss with him as the commander. It's just that Nianjiu accompanied his girlfriend on a trip 2 days ago, which is why he wasn't at the club. Nianjiu, I know what you mean, but don't get excited yet. On the other end of the phone, the coach patiently calmed down. It was after careful consideration that I gave this contract to Nianjiu. First of all, Brother Kid's strength has passed our approval. Upon hearing this, Nianjiu immediately quit. Strength? Passed your approval? Then did he pass my approval? There is an unwritten rule in CF professional battle teams. Every newcomer who joins the team has to receive education from the commander. This so-called education is actually CF Transporter 1v1. Every player who can be a conductor is a player who has reached the top of the current club's awareness and operation. In the Black Shark Esports Club, there was no doubt that the years were long, and all aspects were the best. That was why he was able to be this conductor. Hearing this, Coach and Black Shark glanced at each other with a slightly odd expression. The two of them counted on hearing that Nianjiu was unconvinced. Nianjiu, we also know what you mean. If you want a solo with Kid Brother, we can go back now. The coach said in a nonchalant manner. After all, the two of them had just come out of Jiang Chen's house and had only just arrived at the bottom of the building. It was possible to go back at any time. Coach, it's not that I'm bullying the kids, but mainly when we have new people in our club, we have to let me, the commander, get to know them first. As long as you play a handful of games with the opposite side, I will know what position he is good at and what firearms he is good at. On the surface, I say I understand. In the world? It's just a matter of not being convinced by the old ways. Haha, good. Coach nodded, full of helplessness. Then we go to the Kid Brother. With you on a hand, you properly measured his level. For Nianjiu and Jiang Chen's competition, the coach not only didn't call it off, but even looked forward to it a bit. The reason was simple. Nianjiu was one of the best shots in their club, so if he was up against Brother Kid, who would be the better shot? The coach definitely wanted to know. Wait a minute. Nianjiu suddenly spoke up. Since it's a quiz, it has to be a bit more realistic, so don't use their family's equipment for the new equipment you guys are taking him to. Hearing this, both the coach and Black Shark were stunned. Soon after, they understood what Nianjiu meant. Jiang Chen's level was so high, there was no lack of possibility that there would be scripts, and their family's computer, perhaps, had been tampered with. Although the possibility was low, it wasn't absolutely zero. Good, this is simple. The coach nodded. Just find a gaming hall in the neighborhood, and I guarantee that you will be able to detect the strength of the Kid Brother. Soon after, the coach hung up the phone. The two of them looked at each other and smiled, both somewhat helpless towards Nianjiu. Coach, this guy Nianjiu is still a bit wary, he's actually afraid that Kid Brother will open up. Black Shark laughed helplessly. Coach nodded and echoed, now the game script detection is so strict, if the Kid Brother hangs every day, then how can it not be detected? However, what Nianjiu said is also reasonable, there is a little bit of scripting may also be possible, let's go up first. Soon the coach and Black Shark came back to knock on the door. It was Zhang Yong who opened the door, and the coach made a concise statement, explaining his purpose for coming back in 3 words. Hearing the coach's words, the audience in the live broadcast room was immediately shocked. What? Nianjiu wants to solo with Kid Brother to see Kid Brother's level? How good is this? Nianzhou's marksmanship is so good, I don't know how much better he is than Wu Nan, so he finally has a decent opponent. Upstairs, how much do you despise Wu Nan? I remember Ninjiu is a top-paid player, why would he want to play against Kid? Have you forgotten? The rules of a professional team: before joining a team, you have to play with the team's commanding officer. I know, it's to sharpen the newcomer's spirit. This is a good matchup. Both sides are my favorites, hurry up and fight. Zhang Yong was also a bit surprised, but he still called Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen had just finished his homework and had some time to spare. Little friend Zhang Chen, our leader wants to see your level of marksmanship, as well as your gun usage habits, so there's going to be a solo phase. We're going to go outside to the gaming hall, no one will bother us. The coach said unhurriedly. Zhang Chen thought slightly for a moment and knew what the coach was thinking and nodded. Yes, let's go then. Before leaving, the coach didn't forget to assure Zhang Yong. Zhang Chen's father, don't worry, we will definitely bring the kids back within an hour, don't worry. However, Zhang Yong had a bitter expression. Just at this moment, Yilin suddenly walked over from inside and said with a smile. The child has you guys taking care of it, I am relieved. It is not necessary to take an hour, take the child to play more, after all, it is in the team to understand it. I'll be back at 11 p.m. tonight, I still have something to discuss with my father. Hearing this, combined with the bitter expression on Zhang Yong's face, Coach and Black Shark, who were adults, instantly understood and consciously pulled Zhang Chen. Little friend Zhang Chen, it seems that your mom and dad still have to study the contract they just signed, so let's go ahead and play the game. Take a break and rest for a while tonight, and play a couple more games. The coach said with a smile. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were also very understanding. Good guy. Seconds understand. Am I hopeless? This floor, all the seconds to understand the pull-out to shoot. I'm telling you, his father's face has been sullen since Kid Brother's mom came back. Kid Brother is in danger. The family's real estate seems to have suddenly moved. Kid Brother is already so good, does he still need to practice trumpet? I don't dare to think how powerful the trumpet will be. Zhang Chen could only act like he didn't understand and nodded. Good, let's go then. Black Shark and Coach led Zhang Chen and quickly went downstairs. After sending them off, Yilin smoothly pulled Zhang Yong's collar and headed for the inner room. Go! Follow me into the house. My son followed you for a few days, see what kind of fun you've had with your son. If I don't educate you properly, you won't know what family rules are. This sentence just exited. The live camera of Zhang Chen's family suddenly went out, and even the sound came to an abrupt end. It only showed one sentence: anchor deserted to go. The show's crew, too, were very watchful. Pay for the following episodes, don't allow to see it, right? I recharge, okay? Desertion? Are you sure you're not driving a small car? You're a real talent upstairs. I really regret knowing words. It's okay if you don't watch it live at home. Where's the camera guy? Why don't you follow Kid? I still want to see the kid solo. Chapter 45, Teach the Kid a Good Lesson. Although the majority of netizens were not interested in the small theater inside Zhang Chen's house, they were still interested in Zhang Chen and Nianzhou's solo. After all, these two were both the top-paid players of the Black Shark Esports Club. The confrontation between the two was definitely confrontationally drawn out. But it was helpless. Little brother photography wasn't there, nor did he expect Zhang Chen to suddenly go out at this time. As a result, quite a few live streaming netizens rushed into the live streaming rooms of the other people in the Black Shark Esports Club, wanting to see the current status of the two exchanging blows from the other professional players' live rooms. Many people came to Wu Nan's live broadcast room. Host. Quickly, let's see Nianzhou and Kid Brother solo. Yes, anchor, don't hide this. Where's the anchor? How come the anchor is gone? What's going on? The anchor has gone AWOL? Many of the viewers who rushed into Wu Nan's live room were dumbfounded when they entered the room. After all, there was no Wu Nan's figure in the live room, only an empty gaming chair. Only the background of the live broadcast room still can see something. Quite a few professional players had now left their live broadcast rooms, converging somewhere in the center. From the viewpoint of the viewers in the live broadcast room, it was all of them surrounding behind one person, blocking that person's computer screen tightly. Obviously, that must be Nianzhou's position. Knowing that Nianzhou was going to solo with Zhang Chen, everyone else had gone to gather around. Don't just watch, save us a spot. Yes. Nianzhou didn't open the live broadcast, it's better to open the live broadcast to fight. Who's the best of the two? I'm very curious. One is the commander of the Black Shark Club, the other is a kid with great marksmanship. It's going to be an interesting solo. We're not the only ones who are curious, look at these pros, they're all curious as hell. I think I've only seen this scene in an internet cafe in the last few years. Although the spectators were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, they couldn't do anything about it. They could only stare at the backs of the professional players. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Chen followed the Black Shark duo to the nearest high-end gaming hall. After opening a 3-person box, Black Shark and Coach didn't turn on the computer but instead pushed the sofa and sat behind Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, kid, this environment is not bad, right? Later on, you just let go and play, you don't have to save face for Nianzhou. Black Shark said with a smile. At the same time, it was also observing Jiang Chen's movements at the same time. Jiang Chen only pondered slightly for a while before he understood and let out a light laugh. Dare I say that he was observing himself so carefully because he was afraid that he would secretly insert a USB flash drive into his computer. That's right, how could an 8-year-old kid like himself be that strong? Anyone would suspect that their gaming skills relied on scripts. Jiang Chen was at ease, booting up the computer, opening the game, and going on the number. Any one of these actions could not be seen to be broken. At this time, the coach's side also received a message from Nianzhou and immediately spoke. In Team Athletics I, Channel 3, Room 29, the room password is 1234. Jiang Chen simply operated and entered the room. He was about to prepare, when he suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth to ask, by the way, are there any rules for this solo? Black Shark and Coach looked at each other, then shook their heads. The coach opened his mouth and said, there is no rule, the common gun is completely enough. AK and M4 for rifles, AWM for sniper rifles, and others at will. Hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded. Entering the warehouse, he began to equip himself. In Jiang Chen's warehouse, there were also quite a few hero-level weapons. Now that the game was convenient, these weapons didn't need to be recharged. As long as there was enough game time, they could be picked up directly. Jiang Chen's old man brought him to play the game from time to time, so these heroic-grade weapons, too, had accumulated quite a lot. Seeing that Jiang Chen's common column of firearms only had those simple AKs, M4S, and other rifles, the coach couldn't help but ask. Jiang Chen, kid, you have so many hero-level weapons in your warehouse, why do you need to use these original leather firearms? Aren't the other firearms of higher value? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled faintly and shook his head. I'm not used to using other guns, but these guns are just right for me. Then, Jiang Chen began to equip the firearms. The coach was, however, full of emotion. Usual personal habits were very important. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen was actually used to using these normal versions of weapons. It was important to know that in domestic tournaments such as the CFPL, hero-level weapons were available. It was just one more game mechanic. Players who used hero-level weapons, after they were killed in battle, the hero-level weapon they belonged to would drop as the corresponding prototype weapon. Therefore, for the sake of hand feeling as well as game experience, many professional players will choose to use hero-level weapons. However, in international professional tournaments, heroic weapons are not allowed to be used. For example, in international competitions such as the WCG, professional players can only use the normal version of weapons, and such competitions are also more focused on fairness and consistency. That's why the use of hero-level weapons is restricted. But these domestic professional players, usually playing professional use of hero-level weapons, used to get used to. Once they came to the international arena, their hands would become a fatal weakness. A player like Jiang Chen, who was already used to using the normal version of the weapon and had such good marksmanship, was simply a treasure. The eyes of the coach looking at Jiang Chen were getting more and more joyful. It was like digging up a treasure. And as Black Shark looked at Jiang Chen, he was also filled with a pleased expression. With a player like this, they, Black Shark Electronic Club, had future successors. Soon, Jiang Chen finished equipping his weapons. Coach directly asked him to send a game message to Nianzhou, and after Jiang Chen prepared, the game officially began. Black Shark and Coach couldn't help but sit upright, wanting to take a closer look at what kind of maneuver Jiang Chen would play out. And on the other side, seeing that the game was about to start, the other professional players were also excited. Brother Nian, don't let go of the water later, this kid brother is sweating like a pig to Wu Nan, only Brother Nian can have this sense of oppression. I'm sure we can't let him off the hook. He was recruited this way, so Nian will have to give him a hard time, or else he won't be able to manage him. If we don't educate him now, he'll be even more disobedient in future training matches. That's right, kid doesn't come to our club to train, he only participates in training matches, this is too crazy, Brother Nian will teach him a good lesson. Being surrounded by so many teammates behind him, Nianzhou wasn't the least bit nervous. In his opinion, as long as he played normally, he could show Jiang Chen what it meant that there were mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. And in Wu Nan's live broadcast room, the audience had long been impatient. This is all about to start, Can you please give way? I can't see it at all. What's going on? Do we have to hide our solo? There is no one to let Nianzhou open a live broadcast. I will first give him 10 sports cars to see the sincerity. Chapter 46, Good Guy, actually hit the silence? The audience in the live broadcast room is far away and can only see the professional players surrounded by a bunch of them, but could not see the screen inside. Naturally, they did not know how the battle between the two was going. One could only hear those professional players' exclamations of surprise. This kid brother. How did he shoot that gun just now? Why can't I see it? The kid is flying? What flying? That's called body movement. Brother Nyen can do it too. Brother Nyen, let's give him a spiral body shot. It's done. It's done. Ouch. This reaction from the kid brother. Many netizens in the live broadcast room could only hear the professional players shouting and screaming. Each one of them was itching to get into the screen to watch. You guys can watch, but can you not make this noise? Even if you do make some noise, you can have some commentary. What's going on in the battle? There's no live feed. Is there a group that's going to blow up Black Shark Club? Upstairs, 1. A game of Transporter solo added up to just 15 minutes. The professional players slowly turned from exclamations of surprise at the beginning to silence, and in the end, even one by one, they went silent. Standing behind the aged gaming chairs, they watched in silence. The expressions varied. Soon, the solo time ended, and Nyenjo stared blankly at the screen with a wooden expression. As for the other teammates around him, they occasionally looked at the screen and occasionally looked at Nyenjo. Not a single word dared to be said. Wu Nan stood directly behind him, looking at the battle results on the screen and scratching his head. Opening his mouth, he wanted to say something, but looking at Nyenjo, whose mood was a bit off, he closed his mouth. Silently, he sighed. Then, Wu Nan saw the teammates converging beside him and hurriedly waved his hand. Alright, I'll go back to training, don't get involved here. There are so many of us here, how much pressure are we putting on Brother Nyen? Let's go back to training. Only after Wu Nan said this did the others come to their senses and hurriedly ran back one by one. Although the screen was exposed, Nyenjo downloaded the video and turned off the computer. Noticing that there was something wrong with the atmosphere, Wu Nan quickly ran back to his position. Seeing the sudden spike in popularity to tens of thousands in his live room, Wu Nan was also startled. Anchor, just now Nyenjo and Kid Brother solo, who actually won off? Anchor also, why not directly next to Nyenjo live, we still want to see the two people solo it. What's the details of the solo? Tell us about it, Anchor. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that, but I'm sure you're going to be able to do that, too. I'm a member of your club anyway, so it's okay to say something. Is it because you've been losing for a long time? I feel like there's something wrong with your club's atmosphere. Seeing these pop-ups, Wu Nan's face tightened and he made a shushing gesture. Clearing his throat, he then said, Cough this well, it's our club's private training match, this result naturally can't be announced. Therefore, everyone should stop asking, at the very least, don't ask me, wait for Brother Nyen to start broadcasting, you guys go to ask Brother Nyen is also okay. In a couple of words, Wu Nan had left this matter clean with himself. But looking at Wu Nan's attitude, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately understood something. Understood. Anchor, no need to say more. Anchor must not dare to say it directly, that's why he said these words to remind us. I'm not sure if you're a good person, but I'm a good person, and I'm a good person. I'd like to suggest that you take the public exam. Brothers have heard the words of the anchor, hear applause. Seeing these pop-ups, Wu Nan's face changed. What the hell? He didn't say anything. You people, don't slander me. I'll sue you for slander. You guys are slandering me It was also at this moment that Nyenjo just got up and happened to walk to Wu Nan's side. When Wu Nan turned around, his face stiffened and he subconsciously said, Brother Nyen, going out to eat? Nyenjo glanced at Wu Nan and shook his head. Nothing, I want to be quiet. Looking at this state of Nyenjo, the audience in the live broadcast room already understood. Alas, at the beginning, Nyenjo was also the team's leader now is also old, the decline in status is too serious. Upstairs, people also did not say Nyenjo lost now jump to conclusions a little early, right? No one said Nyenjo lost, they just said he's in decline, what's wrong with that? I get it, Nyenjo wanted to go out and be quiet. He must have felt that there was no sense of accomplishment in bloodily abusing an 8-year-old, so he went out guiltily. Upstairs, out of the hospital. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiangchen took off his headphones and stretched. Behind him, Black Shark and Coach were dumbfounded, staring at the screen with eyes that couldn't remove their gaze for a long time. The entire time Jiang Chen and Nyenjo were soloing, the two of them were paying attention to Jiang Chen's maneuvers. Any detail was captured by the two of them into their eyes. Because of this, they were so shocked. Jiang Chen then prepared to send out a friend invitation to the opposite side. However, he found that Nyenjo's avatar had turned gray. The other party had gone offline. Coach, Brother Black Shark, do you need a second hand? Jiang Chen asked as he stretched his back. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's voice, Black Shark and Coach reacted with a bewildered look. Still want to come back? Black Shark gulped a little nervously, then turned his head to look at the coach. There shouldn't be a need for this to come a second time, right? Nyenjo had already retired from the game. Cough. The coach coughed somewhat awkwardly, then asked with a smile. Little friend Jiang Chen, you still want to come for a second game? What's going on? Is there anything wrong with this hand? Jiang Chen scratched his head, and then said, there's nothing wrong, it's just that this keyboard seems to have poor contact, high latency, and a bit of a bad feel. Upon hearing this, Black Shark immediately stared with wide eyes. Then he quickly stepped forward and tried Jiang Chen's keyboard. The keyboard had a delay? How was this possible? While saying this, Black Shark opened the game and entered the training camp. Pressing the forward button, the game character didn't directly advance, but there was a noticeable delay before it took a step forward. Not only the forward button, but all the other buttons Black Shark tried as well. The delay was all exactly the same. Seeing this, Black Shark immediately straightened up and fumbled around behind the computer mainframe for a while. Fixed his eyes, the keyboard plug actually some loose. Black Shark hurriedly reached out and plugged the keyboard back in. In making the attempt, the party of those obvious delay which disappeared. Coach, just now this keyboard really has a delay. Black Shark's face was full of disbelief. In the solo match just now, could it be that Jiang Chen was using such a keyboard? What? Hearing this, the coach was also shocked. Although the network didn't have a delay, if the keyboard was delayed, every stance maneuver needed to be prejudged in advance. Otherwise such a delay was fatal. As a former professional player, Black Shark gave professional insight. And the coach heard this. The expression on his face instantly changed from shock at the beginning to elation. There was only one thought that filled his mind. This money was worth spending. Chapter 47, once the kid's mom came back, his dad became honest. The next time, Black Shark and the coach did not rush to send Jiang Chen back. After all, those who understood understood. Plus, Black Shark and coach wanted to see more of Jiang Chen's strength. The three of them then boarded their respective accounts and started matching. In response, Jiang Chen was filled with helplessness. After avoiding his old man, I didn't realize that these two goods were also so addicted to the internet. One is a former professional player, whether or not he has an internet addiction, it's obvious at a glance. One is a professional team coach, if he doesn't love the game, can he be this coach? Simply put, they are all game monks. If they didn't take into account that Jiang Chen had to go to school the next day, they both estimated that they could pull Jiang Chen to wrap up the night. And in the game, Black Shark and coach also finally realized how happy it was to be teammates with Jiang Chen. Their task was simple. Report points to Jiang Chen and remind him to be safe. Then Jiang Chen went over with his gun and killed all the enemies on the opposite side. Game over. Let's put it this way, even the professional players from the same club didn't have the adequate sense of security that Jiang Chen brought. Even after 5 consecutive blasts, Black Shark still felt unfulfilled. The game turned out to be able to win like this, so let's do it again. Black Shark said with a face full of excitement. The coach opened his cell phone at this time and realized that the time was approaching 11 o'clock. It was almost time to send Jiang Chen home. Cough. The coach coughed twice and said, Black Shark, it's almost time, the human child still has to go to school tomorrow. Send him back first. Hearing this, the Black Shark only counted a little convergence, picked up the cell phone and looked at the time. 10:49. Alas okay, although just play to the vigor, but cannot delay his learning the next day. Black Shark sighed, said. The two of them did not waste time, quickly got off the plane and took Jiang Chen back home. The house was quiet, Su Ming and Yilin seemed to have fallen asleep. Jiang Chen then went back to the house by himself. Black Shark and coach had booked a high-speed train for the next day and had to return to the club. So they didn't stay too long. That night, many editing and marketing numbers picked up the lights and started slicing and editing the live footage on the internet. Many videos were issued in bulk and posted on various platforms. Some night owls who hadn't slept at night hardened these videos and topped the top 100 hot searches. Shocking. 8-year-old kid brother, signed to become a CF pro. Black Sharky Sports Club, Black Shark and coach now raid kid brother. Black Shark was crushed by Kid Brother online and suspected to be the real Kid Brother offline. Kid Brother joins Black Sharky Sports Club and PKs with Nianzhou Imperial City. Kid Brother solos with Nianzhou, Nianzhou leaves in disillusionment. 8-year-old Kid Brother, enjoy CF top player treatment. The live replay of that day, casually intercepting a piece of footage, that's a program. And it's a program that can be on the hot search. Many netizens saw these videos, and people went numb. An 8-year-old kid could actually make Black Shark and the coach pay a visit to his store and offer a top salary deal just to let Kid Brother go pro? Throughout the history of CF, there is no player with this kind of treatment, right? What's the situation? The Kid Brother who bloodily abused Black Shark 2 days ago has now become a professional player of Black Shark Club? This is too fast, right? There's not much new blood in the CF professional ranks now, and Kid's potential is so high that many clubs will surely compete for him in the future. That's right. He's just being forward-thinking, so he's getting a head start. I thought Black Shark had been beaten up and brought their coaches offline to get to the real Kid. I heard that Nianzhou from Black Shark Club had a solo with Kid Brother. Is there any live video? There is no live video, but there is a video from Moonan's live room. Have you seen Nianzhou's face after he fought with Kid? I know that look. That's the same look Ninja had after he lost the final match. Did Ninja lose to Kid? That's impossible. No matter what, Nianzhou is the commander of the Black Shark Club. He's a top player in every aspect. Top notch? Didn't you see Kid playing before? Isn't Kid's gameplay top-notch? Maybe Nyenjio won. But there's not much of a difference in his record, so we can't teach him anything. Upstairs, you're kind of right. Regarding the outcome of the solo between Nyenjio and Jiang Chen, there are many different opinions on the internet. There was no definite answer. The only clue that could be found was the disillusioned expression after Nyenjio and Jiang Chen's solo. Moreover, between Nian Lao and Jiang Chen's solo, the other teammates also went from being uproarious at the beginning to slowly not speaking up. Couldn't this indicate something? Of course, before the officials came out and took a stand, all the discussion was just speculation. However, such a topic was what made Jiang Chen's family's heat unprecedentedly high. The next morning, Jiang Chen's family's live broadcast, less than 6 o'clock in the morning, the audience waiting for the live broadcast has broken 10,000. This is the Kid Brothers live room? I'm a newcomer, I want to see the Kid brother play the game. Don't be anxious, the Kid brother's father is not yet anxious. What are you anxious about? We'll see the errand boy later. He has to be delivered to school every day. This family has plenty of programs, just watch them. Just as the live broadcast was abuzz with talk, the door to the master bedroom was suddenly pushed open, and Zhang Yong walked out of the house. His body was somewhat unkempt. Only to see him arrive in front of Jiang Chen's room door and reach out to pat the door. Child smash, child smash. It's time to go to school, get up. It was still early. It was still 20 minutes short of Jiang Chen's normal wake-up time. Why is he so active today? What a great guy. Kid brother's father is actually awake? I'm not dreaming, am I? Kid's dad is sending Kid to school? I've watched the live broadcast for so many days, but I didn't know his dad was so responsible. What's going on today? I know, Dad. In Jiang Chen's house, Jiang Chen's slightly lazy voice came out. Hurry up, our child smash, cannot be late for school, or the teacher will also send you to the parents group. The last time the teacher sent you to the group is not that you got up late? Outside the door, Zhang Yong is still urging. Such a dutiful scene has left the audience in a state of shock. Hey! What's going on here? I've never seen Kid brother's father so active. Is he on the wrong medication? Kid's dad, I don't know what you're doing today. Is it possible that his mom taught him a lesson last night? Look at his dad's leg, there are still keyboard marks on it. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. He's been treating the kid like this, so he'll be honest when his mom gets back, right? Chapter 48, Want to be a pro? Dad supports you. Not much longer. Jiang Chen packed up properly and followed Jiang Yong out the door. The viewers who often watched Jiang Chen's live broadcast saw this scene and felt unfamiliar. When has Jiang Yong been so nice to his son? I haven't seen it before. In the comments section, it was a clear pop-up. Unfamiliar. Strange. Strange one. Meanwhile, Xiaoman's family was live. Xiaoman had just gotten up and washed up under his mom's urging. Zheng Ting had prepared breakfast for Xiaoman, and while Xiaoman was eating breakfast, Zheng Ting was still doing her chores on the side. Sweeping the floor for a while, mopping the floor for a while. Looking at the busy Zheng Ting, Xiaoman wanted to open her mouth to say something. But thinking about the reply she had gotten before, Xiaoman still closed her mouth. She ate her own meal. Xiaoman's mom is too diligent, cooking for Xiaoman in the morning and cleaning up the house on the side. Isn't this more tiring than going to work? Xiaoman is really something. When she sees her mom working so hard, she doesn't even say a few words to comfort her. Upstairs, are you sure Xiaoman dares to speak? If she says something, I don't know how long she'll have to educate her mom. What's wrong with a little education? Children need parental intervention to grow up. If parents don't educate, then who else will? Education is right, but Xiaoman's mom's education is too suffocating. If parents are like this, then it's better not to educate. In the comments section, both sides have long been quarreling. This is also the norm in Xiaoman's family's live broadcast room. Many viewers sympathized with Xiaoman's suffering, and even pitted Xiaoman a little. Of course, there are also some parents who think that Xiaoman's mom's education is very good and should be continued. The two parties can't convince anyone, just like a turn-based game, they are bickering every day. Mom, I'm done eating, let's go to school. After drinking the milk, Xiaoman consciously went to get his backpack. Only by doing every detail well can you not let your mom get angry with you and not let her down. Now that Xiaoman is staying in this house, she is even careful when she takes a step. Xiaoman is too sensible to have packed her backpack by herself. But why do I get the feeling that Ashikawa is still a bit formal in her own home? Restrained? I don't see it. Xiaoman is obviously happy. Xiaoman's mom has worked so hard, how can Xiaoman be so formal? It's because of mom's hard work that she's like this. I'm really laughing. Is it wrong to be nice to children? What kind of thinking is that? Soon. Zheng Ting took Xiaoman out the door and got into the car. Walking on the way to class. Along the way, Xiaoman did not take the initiative to say a word, looking lonely and forlorn. Seeing this attitude of her own daughter, Zheng Ting frowned, but still patiently said, Xiaoman, what's wrong? Aren't you happy today? Hearing this, Xiaoman immediately looked shocked and hurriedly said, "Mom, I'm fine, I was thinking about the topic, that's why I was a bit distracted." Hearing this, Zhang Ting nodded and didn't ask more questions. Instead, she changed the topic. "That's good, Xiaoman, in the future, if there's anything you need to tell Mom in time, Mom will definitely help you make the right decision. Do you know that little boy who came in first place in the last poetry recitation? I heard that he was signed up by some club for playing games." Hearing this, Xiaoman's eyes widened. "Mom, then this is too awesome for him, isn't it?" "Awesome?" Zhang Ting frowned, then her tone became serious. "Xiaoman, how can this be called awesome? What is playing games? Can that be a job in the future? That's just not doing your job." Zhang Ting's tone was suddenly stern, startling Xiaoman. There are so many jobs out there, and the boys' parents are so good that they actually let their kids become some kind of game pro. What kind of career is this? If your relatives ask you what kind of work you do when you get home later, will they just say he's a game player? It's a disgrace to the parents. "Xiaoman, don't be like him, you can't be like him, you can't be like him, you can't be like him." Hearing this, Xiaoman nodded her head repeatedly, fearing that if she was a little slow, her mom would educate her 100 times again. And in the live broadcast room, the two sides of viewers with different opinions immediately began to argue. Xiaoman's mom is right. Such a young child, letting a child become a professional player? What kind of success can he have? Upstairs, don't be so sour when you can't eat the grapes. His kid went pro, and he signed up for a top salary. Do you know how much the top salary is? Top salary? What's wrong with top salary? It won't stop people from saying he's not doing his job. That's right. How can a kid who loves to play video games be successful? Don't talk to the bulls. A top-paid player makes more money than they do in 2 lifetimes. What's wrong with making more money? Can a child really be happy making such a choice? Hey, you're right. If kid wasn't happy, why did he agree to sign the contract? Although this matter had absolutely nothing to do with him, Xiaoman was still educated all the way by Zhang Ting. Of course, this time, Zhang Chen was used as a negative example. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaowei's family's live broadcasting room. Zhang Dawei was driving a Big Ben, and on the passenger side sat Zhang Xiaowei. He was still holding his cell phone in his hand, swiping the video. "Dad, look at this person, just like us, he is participating in the program." Zhang Xiaowei held his cell phone and showed his old dad on the side. He has signed up as a CF Pro, still a top salary contract. Zhang Dawei drove with one hand and had a cigarette in his mouth. "Oh, this kid is quite okay. How much does it cost to sign a pro?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaowei shook his head, not sure about this. However, when he opened the comments section and saw the interpretation of the top salary contract by the netizens in the comments section, he instantly understood. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Dad, this is a top salary contract. People say that if you play well, it can be $10 million a year." Zhang Dawei immediately widened his eyes, and the cigarette in his mouth almost didn't spit out. Taking less? $10 million? Although their family was a thug, Zhang Dawei was well aware of the importance of making money. Even with his family's wealth, he was busy with business all day long. This 8-year-old kid, he has the ability to make money like this? "Dad, if I grow up, I want to be a professional player and sign a top salary contract," Zhang Xiaowei said smugly. Hearing this, Zhang Dawei revealed a pleased smile. "Good. If your son has this kind of idea, he will definitely be able to excel in the future. Dad supports you." Hearing this, the live broadcast netizens instantly boiled over. "I just came from a small full family's live broadcast, this is proper family education. That's it. The parents are too enlightened to support a child who wants to play professionally. What's the difference between good and bad? In this day and age, if you can make money and don't do anything bad, that's good. I've just started my first year, I don't know when my parents will be so enlightened. Upstairs, which school are you from? I'm going to report you for stealing a cell phone." Chapter 49, Mom at Home, Dad Trained Like a Grandson. Jiang Chen Family Live. Zhang Yong drove the car and took Jiang Chen to school. Plenty of time, and on the way, he didn't forget to take his son to have a breakfast. A whole image of a good father. The netizens in the live broadcast room all had a dumbfounded expression. Watching Jiang Chen's family live for so many days, when has Zhang Yong ever been so good to his son? He took the wrong script. TSK, I can see that the kid brother's father's status in the family is not high, I guess it's the third in line. Third? How can he be third? He should be on top of the kid brother, right? He's second. Didn't you see how his dad was like a grandson when his mom came back? What's the third place? It's a good thing they don't have a dog, or his dad would be behind the dog. After the meal, Zhang Yong took Jiang Chen to school, followed by the photographer. Zhang Yong cared more words. "Son of a, go to school and study hard, don't just focus on playing. Mom and dad are looking forward to your success. And go to school, also have to respect the teacher, respect your classmates, respect." These words in Jiang Chen's ears, simply incomparable strange. He couldn't stand it, so he said, "Dad, it's almost time, Mom is not awake yet, so she definitely won't watch the live broadcast. Let's be normal, okay?" Hearing this, Jang Yong was first stunned, then reacted. His attitude suddenly reversed, and a smile of embarrassment appeared on his face. "Hey, I forgot, I thought your mom was watching the live broadcast." Subsequently, Jang Yong dug into his pocket, then took out $5 and handed it to Jiang Chen. "Son of a, after school as usual, 2 starch sausage, 1 to be spicy and 1 not spicy, and must be packed separately. Your mom can't eat spicy food, so remember that." Jiang Chen took it with a helpless face and nodded. "Remember." There were only about 50 meters left from the school, and Jiang Yong saw that the distance was about right, so he planned to let Jiang Chen go over by himself. Anyway, with Photography Junior following, nothing would happen. But just as he was about to open his mouth, a Rolls-Royce suddenly drove up and stopped at the side of the road. Looking at this brand new Rolls-Royce, Jiang Yong was instantly filled with shock. "I go? Son of a, there are still rich people in your school? This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, almost tens of millions of dollars." Jiang Chen's school was an ordinary elementary school, whose family was so powerful. The driver's door opened, and the person who came down was Yu Yao's butler. The butler came to the back seat of the car, reached out and opened the door, his face full of helplessness. Yu Yao directly got out of the car and looked towards where Jiang Chen was, then beckoned. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was filled with helplessness and waved in response as well. Seeing the scene, Jiang Yong couldn't help but widen his eyes. "I'm going? Son of a, you know this noble lady?" Jiang Chen nodded casually. "Aang, I'm at the same table." In the next second, Yu Yao came bouncing to the front, and behind her, the butler held a backpack and followed closely behind. "Jiang Chen classmate, good morning." Yu Yao greeted happily. And the butler behind him, similarly greeted with a smile. "Young Master Jiang Chen, good morning. Our young lady just saw you and is clamoring that she wants to go to school with you." The butler then looked at Jiang Yong beside Jiang Chen and couldn't help but ask, "This person is?" "This is my father." Jiang Chen opened his mouth and introduced. "So it's uncle, good day uncle." Upon hearing that he was Jiang Chen's father, Yu Yao excitedly greeted him. Jiang Yong, on the other hand, was somewhat at a loss for words, and could only accompany him with a smile in agreement. "Hello, hello." Seeing this nervous scene of Jiang Yong, the netizens in the live broadcast room exploded. "Ha! Look at how nervous the kid brother's father is. He can't even speak properly. Only an adult like him would know the gold content of the little girl's identity. I guess his dad is still wondering where his son knows such a girl. Why do I get the feeling that the kid brother is standing on the side so unnaturally? It's normal. If I let you go over there, you'd probably be the same way. I was 18 years old, and I stood like a servant. Father Jiang Chen, if you're busy, I can take young Master Jiang Chen to school on your behalf," the housekeeper said with a smile. "How can this be good?" Jiang Yong was a bit overwhelmed and scratched his head. "It's fine, Father Jiang Chen. Before going out, the master has already explained that the young lady's best friend must be taken care of," the housekeeper said with a smile. Not to mention Jiang Chen, since childhood, Jiang Yong has never seen this kind of scene. "It's okay, Dad, you go home. Later when Mom gets up, you still have to bring Mom a breakfast." Jiang Chen opened his mouth and reminded. As soon as he said this, Jiang Yong instantly jolted and reacted. "Then thank you very much, thank you." Jiang Yong briefly thanked him twice, then quickly turned around and went to buy breakfast for Yilin. The housekeeper, on the other hand, smoothly carried the school bag behind Jiang Chen. Yu Yao and Jiang Chen were shoulder to shoulder, talking and laughing together, walking towards the school. This scene envied quite a few live broadcast viewers. "I'm going to go. If only I had a rich friend like this, even if my good friend gave me a car and a suite, I'd still be willing to do it. Upstairs, you don't give a hard to It's all in the hands of fate. Those who don't have it can't ask for it. If my kid brother could marry into this family, he wouldn't have to worry about anything in the future. Upstairs, I don't think I'll be able to get married. Today is Friday, and tomorrow will be a vacation, so the students in the class are quite restless. The classroom is also messy. But for Jiang Chen, is not Friday all the same? It was still time to study. In class, Jiang Chen was always repeating the process of writing questions, and from the time he went to school in the morning, there was nothing else to do except for lunch and chatting with Yu Yao at noon. In the afternoon after school, as usual, the butler drove and sent Jiang Chen home in passing. When he arrived home today, the atmosphere was very different from previous days. Inside the home, Jiang Yong was wearing an apron and cleaning the house. Yilin, on the other hand, was lying on the sofa next to the washed fruits. As for Jiang Chen, as soon as he got home, he could go straight to his studies, not worrying in the slightest that his dad would drag him to play games. Ding dong! The system releases a task to immersively study at home for half an hour. Reward for completing the task, study thinking 5, mul points 5. As soon as he entered the house, Jiang Chen's ears rang with the system's prompt. He immediately said, "Dad, Mom, I'm going back to study." After giving an explanation, Jiang Chen went straight back to the house and started writing questions. Jiang Yong didn't come to harass him either. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast audience lamented. Kid brother's old man is too tolerant like this. Kid brother has been back for a few minutes, why don't you start the battle? Fighting? As long as the kid brother's mom is at home, I guess the computer can fall layer of dust. I don't see his father being educated like a grandson, how dare he bring his son to play games? I can't believe I'm so unbalanced when I see my kid brother studying peacefully. I suggest that his father should be a bit more tough, and if he wants to take his son to play games, he can play games. If his mom gets mad, why don't you go up and take care of him? I'm sorry. Chapter 50, Black Shark, let me control the kid brother? Do I deserve it? Ding dong. Detected the host completing the mission. Received rewards, learning thinking 5, mul points 5. Jiang Chen stopped when the system's beeping sounded beside his ears. With a thought, a system light screen appeared in front of him. It contained his personal information. Host, Jiang Chen. Age, 8 years old. Ability, gaming ability top level. Learning mind advanced. Soccer talent advanced. Memory ability advanced. Cooking ability advanced. Piano talent advanced. There were quite a lot of system tasks that one had completed, and all types of system tasks increased all types of attribute abilities. By completing these system quests, Jiang Chen's various abilities were also raised. Among them, the game type quests had been triggered many times, so the game abilities had long been raised to the top. Now that he was completing game type quests again, Jiang Chen's gaming ability boosts only continued to raise the upper limit. After all, the maximum of each ability was only the top level. After reaching the top level, any completed quests would raise the upper limit without limit. In other words, in the future, if he triggered another game-type quest, then Jiang Chen's gaming ability, too, would continuously increase. Only, right now, Jiang Chen's gaze wasn't on his gaming ability. He also didn't know when he would be able to raise his learning ability to the top. It was easy to raise abilities from beginner to advanced, and the number of quests that needed to be completed was small. However, going from advanced to top tier was particularly difficult. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. It seemed that it was still necessary to study seriously for the system to trigger more learning-type tasks. It was also at this time. Ding dong! The system releases a random welfare task, please go to bed immediately. Complete the task, and you will receive a welfare reward, memory ability 10, mul points 10. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Chen immediately widened his eyes. Sure enough, it was a welfare mission. Sleeping could be considered a mission? Isn't this just shoving rewards hard into your mouth? Although it wasn't even 8 o'clock yet, since it was a system mission, Jiang Chen complied. He packed up his desk, went out and went to the restroom to wash up. Dad, Mom, I'm a bit tired today, so I won't eat tonight. I'll go to bed first later. If it was before, Jiang Yong was afraid that he would have snatched Jiang Chen's toothbrush cup and dragged him inside the computer room to hack. But today is different. Is it so tiring to go to school today, son? Then it is better to forget about it. Originally I still want to taste the meal made by my son. Yi Lin's voice came from the living room. It's okay, Mom, wait for tomorrow at noon, I'll go down to the kitchen and cook. Jiang Chen shouted towards the outside. He had a helpless expression on his face. Who's a good person to let an 8-year-old kid go and cook off? I still remember back in the day, there was a time when Jiang Yong was playing a game, and he couldn't stand being hungry himself, so he went to make a bowl of instant noodles. Who knows, inadvertently triggered the cooking class quest. From the initial bowl of noodles, to the later stir-fry dishes, Jiang Yong kept on completing the system tasks, and the cooking ability also improved. Every time Yi Lin goes out and comes back, she has to taste the meal he made. I know you are the best, son. Listening to the conversation between mother and son, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately exploded. What's going on? Let the kid brother cooking? The family is no one to cook? Letting an 8-year-old kid cook, how dangerous. Don't get excited upstairs, it's not like we're cooking a full banquet. At his age, it's good enough for him to make instant noodles. Maybe mom just wants to practice her kid's hands-on skills, so making noodles is also cooking. As a parent, it's important to encourage your child, it's for the child's sake too. Is the kid's mom really willing to let the kid open fire and cook? Maybe it's just noodles or something. The audience in the live broadcast room was buzzing. A lot of viewers also felt that they were a bit stressed out. How could Jiang Chen possibly cook? An 8-year-old child, not even as tall as the stove, not to mention cooking, boiling water was a difficult task. After washing up, Jiang Chen went back to the house and lay down on the bed to sleep. Some of the viewers who were waiting to see Jiang Chen play the game were a bit discouraged. What's going on? What's going on? What time is it? How can you sleep at this age? How can you sleep? Family, according to elementary school students, it's time to go to bed. Don't try to compare your hellish routine to the kids. He's 8 years old. His father didn't treat him like a human being, and you don't treat him like a human being either. An 8-year-old student can't afford to be like this. I thought he had the same routine as me, but I'm better. The netizens who were originally squatting in the live broadcast room were all here to watch Jiang Chen play the game. However, they didn't expect that Jiang Chen actually slept so early tonight. One by one, they complained in the live broadcast room. They flocked to Black Shark's live broadcast room. At this time, Black Shark had already returned to the club, opened the live stream, and conducted rehabilitation training. Originally, because of the signing of Jiang Chen, Black Shark's live streaming room heat had increased. Now that Jiang Chen had gone to bed early again, all those viewers flooded into Black Shark's live room. There was a flurry of suing up. Black Shark, look at the kid brother you signed 2 days ago, too crazy, this is only a few o'clock can go to bed? There is no professionalism at all. That's right. Which professional player doesn't train until 10-11 at night and no one sleeps so early? Black Shark should call kid's dad and tell him to get up and train. He's just become a pro and he's slacking off, he's going to be great. Seeing these pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Black Shark smiled awkwardly. Let him control Jiang Chen? Just kidding, he has no such qualifications. Esports relied on strength. Even in a professional team, it relies on strength. Why was Nianzhou able to become a commander, and why did the entire team respect him? It's not like there aren't people with more seniority than Nianzhou. It was just because he was strong enough. Of course, Black Shark was aware of the gap between himself and Kid Brother. Letting himself control Jiang Chen, was he worthy? Ahem brothers, Kid Brother is only 8 years old now, it is the age of rest, there is no need to force him to train, right? Besides, we have privately tested the strength of the Kid Brother, with his technical sense nowadays, to play professionally enough. This light sentence, but in the live broadcast room set off a storm. Enough? What does it mean that Brother Kid's strength is enough? Don't you understand? If Kid Brother is crushing Black Shark Wunan, is he also crushing others? I think what Black Shark is saying is that Kid's strength profession is enough, and any profession is the same in front of Kid. I'm going to go? Is Kid really that strong? Then the club has found a treasure. We'll never play Kid Brother without scripting. Chapter 51, Mom's best friend's visit to the door has become a competition. The next morning. At 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Chen woke up early, and after washing up, he sat back inside to study. Those netizens who woke up early in the morning and stayed at the live broadcast saw this scene instantly break their defenses. Not Buddy, who is a good person to get up at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning to study. Can you not roll? Now elementary school students' learning pressure is so big is because someone in the secret inside roll. I just want to say one thing. Rolling dogs will die. Not only does my brother study, he even plays games. At this age, how many people can become professional players? Brother Kid is breaking history, isn't he? Saturdays and Sundays are for you to play games. The kid's father is really not educating his kids properly, so they'll be honest if they turn into nerds later on. We're raising money online to go over there and tear up Kid Brother's homework. Anyone want to join? Upstairs, 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. The audience in the live broadcast room was talking a lot, itching to rush into the screen and tear Jiang Chen's homework to shreds. Jiang Chen knows nothing about this, and is still studying on his own. Outside the house, Jiang Yong and his wife also got up in a short while. But see Jiang Chen in the house to study, so the couple's movements are very gentle, for fear of disturbing the study of Jiang Chen. When Jiang Yong passed by Jiang Chen's room, his expression suddenly became very bitter. He also sighed heavily. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast audience instantly reacted and laughed out loud. Did you see Kid Brother's father's expression? This is a net addiction offense. Believe it or not, if Kid Brother's mom goes out, his dad will directly pull Kid Brother into the computer room. Of course. Of course. I've never seen him so relaxed. Is Saturday just for him to relax? If you can't help it, go in and take your son to the computer, you can't compromise yourself. Upstairs, can't you see his dad's legs are still shaking? He doesn't want to kneel on the keyboard anymore. Shaky legs? Are you sure it's because of the keyboard? How could his mom not want to do that? Upstairs, I suspect you're driving, but I have no proof. Hubby, wash some fruit later, Man is coming to visit. After washing up, Yellen lay down on the sofa and started playing with her cell phone. She didn't forget to tell Jiang Yong. Okay your honor, I'll go now. Jiang Yong nodded his head and responded to the drink, and then he went to the kitchen with his ass in the air. This kind of family status is simply obvious at a glance. Not long after, Jiang Yong carried 2 plates of washed fruits out and placed them on the living room table. Your honor, what else do you want? Jiang Yong said with a smile. Looking at the washed and cut fruits, Yilin nodded in satisfaction. Again, she looked at Jiang Yong with a scrutinizing gaze. Go and change your clothes, at least look a bit more refreshed. Yes. Jiang Yong immediately went to the inner room, the attitude was as good as it could be. See the scene, the audience of the live broadcast a whole dumbfounded. What is the situation on this, the husband raised like a grandson, this how to adjust to this? I thought that the child brother his father is a family disciple position. I did not think that even this is not as good as it. I can't imagine how cheerful I'd be if I had a husband like that. I've found out one thing. The kid's father stays home all day long. Who makes the money in the house? Is it his mom? That's not strange, that's not strange. Whoever makes the money at home has the most power. Upstairs, you're withdrawing your words, I don't get it. Yes. That's it. Who says whoever makes more money at home has more say? That's not true at all. Hey. You've blown up a lot of wife phobes with that one. This is the first time I've ever seen a wife beater like you. Soon, Jang Young changed his clothes and came out. Change clothes, Jang Young whole person's temperament seems to have changed. Although he is in his early 30s, he looks like a young man in his 20s. Usually at home and not going out, Jang Young's skin is white, if not said. Who can imagine that he has an 8-year-old son? Seeing this appearance of Jang Young, Yilin couldn't help but smile. Reaching out, she patted the spot beside her. Not bad, this is like my husband, come and sit with me for a while. I didn't expect that once these words came out, Jang Young's face had a few more moments of hesitation. He looked around and couldn't help but say, "Honey, this is still live. Be a little more reserved." Hearing this, Yilin looked around before she let out an "oh." But the live broadcast room has exploded. Ilue, kid brother is father, this moving shyness ah. I now seriously doubt that you two are serious place to know? I have to say, the child brother is father clean up, indeed, human like dog. Upstairs, did your mom teach you to compliment people like that? Upstairs, I suspect you're cursing him, and there's proof. Now I can see what's going on in this family. The wife is responsible for supporting the family, and the husband is responsible for looking beautiful. Why do I feel that the couple's identities have been swapped, kid brother and mom? The husband is so shy. It's a long way to go. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. The door to the house was knocked on. Jang Young, who was cleaning up outside, immediately went over to open the door. Yilin also stood up. Outside the door stood two people, is a brightly dressed young woman, accompanied by a chubby little boy. It looks like he is only 8 or 9 years old. Man came? Seeing the person standing outside the house, Yilin immediately opened her mouth in surprise. Then she patted the door of Zhang Chen's house. Son, don't study, there are guests in the house. Quickly come out and meet your auntie Man. A mopping sound of packing came out of the house first, and in a short while, Zhang Chen walked out of the room. This is your auntie Man, and her son Zhang Chao, you call him Chao brother on it, now people in 4th grade. Yilin smiled and introduced. Auntie Lu Man is my college classmate, just we are not in the same city. Your little super brother recently came to us to participate in an Olympiad, which has the time to come to our home to sit down. Mentioning this matter, Lu Man suddenly some pride. Then she looked at Zhang Chen and said with a smile, Linlin, what time is it now? Your son is already studying at home. If it were my son, he would probably still be asleep at home right now. Hearing this, Zhang Chao bristled, more or less unconvinced. Man, don't praise my son, so that he won't be proud. Yilin said with a smile. I heard that Xiao Chao's academic performance is very good. If our son doesn't know any topics, he can still let Xiao Chao tutor him. But the words came out. Zhang Chao skimmed his mouth and casually said, and Linlin, let's forget about it. I'm in 4th grade now, and 3rd grade questions are too easy. The air was suddenly a bit silent. The smile on Yilin's face also became a little more awkward. Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, then let out a light laugh. Mom, it's fine. The questions I'm writing now aren't simple either. If little brother Chao can't write them, I might as well just read the answers. Chapter 52, you're only 8 years old learning calculus, what the hell? Don't be ridiculous, what kind of questions can I not know? Zhang Chao scoffed a bit at Zhang Chen's words. He was here this time, but he was here to participate in the Olympiad. How could a 3rd grade problem still be difficult for him? How was that possible? Really? Just now, I just wrote a question halfway through. Can little brother Chao help me look at it? Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. Of course you can, bring it over and let me take a look. Zhang Chao skimmed his mouth and casually said. Zhang Chen immediately went back to the house. That's a big help, man, your son is so good at studying, he'll definitely have a great future. Yilin said with a smile. Lu Man also smiled, quite proudly said, that is of course, my son this time to participate in, is the Youth Primary Olympic Mathematics Competition. Don't just look at the primary, other experts have said that within 100 children, only 4 or 5 can participate in such a competition. Hearing this, Zhang Yong laughed dryly, opened his mouth and said, come in first and sit down, there are washed fruits in the house. My son is also stupid, he can't even meet a little problem, don't waste Xiao Chao's time. Zhang Chao, however, was not happy, patted his chest and said, do not worry, no matter what problems his brother encountered, I can teach him. Soon, several people came to the house and sat down. Zhang Chao then followed to Zhang Chen's room. Zhang Chen sat in front of his desk and pointed to a half-done question and said, little brother Chao, look at this one, I've been writing for 5 minutes. I guess I'll write for another 5 minutes before I can finish this question. Hearing this, Zhang Chao immediately came over. Come on, what's so difficult? Let me see. Zhang Chao picked up the exercise book and looked at the questions Jiang Chen had written with confidence. However, after just a few glances, Zhang Chao's expression suddenly changed slightly. The confident look that had just been swimming with ease froze in place at this moment. He licked his lower lip, revealing an unbelievable expression. Finally, he coldly asked, "What is calculus?" The moment these words came out, the live broadcast room was suddenly flooded with pop-ups. Calculus? What does it mean? What does it mean? Kid brother has started writing calculus now? Isn't this something you only learn in college? What's kid brother doing reading calculus now? What college? You'll be exposed to calculus in your freshman and sophomore year of high school. Upstairs, what's the difference? I'm only in 3rd grade. What's the point of studying calculus? I thought he'd be doing OU problems, but I didn't realize he's already learning calculus. Calculus is now out, so what's the point of letting him do it? Calculus is an advanced math subject, it's not even worthy of the Olympiad. Xiao Chao, these are just some basic questions from the 1st and 2nd year of high school, but this one is a bit tricky, so the solution process is quite long. Jiang Chen said casually. Gao. Zhang Chao's eyes widened with an incredulous expression. Wasn't he only in the 3rd grade of elementary school? How could he be writing questions from the 1st and 2nd years of high school? How was this possible? It was simply unimaginable. Did you write this? Zhang Chao looked at the exercise set with a confused face, not just the one in front of him, but all the other topics that he had written had complete solutions. Although Zhang Chao couldn't understand it, right? When I have nothing to do, I write for fun. Jiang Chen said casually. Zhang Chao stared at Jiang Chen with a shocked gaze, but soon, he reacted. These topics were written by Jiang Chen? How could that be? It must have been Jiang Chen who copied the answers and deliberately pretended to have written them himself. He couldn't even understand the solution process himself, so how could Jiang Chen have written it? Brother, I have to say something to you about this. Zhang Chao had a serious expression on his face. Learning is a good thing, but you cannot learn blindly. How can you learn this high school topic? These are copied answers, right? Learning has to be down to earth, you can't be so faked. Listening to Zhang Chao's words, Jiang Chen was first stunned and just laughed in agreement. The live stream audience had already exploded. He's teaching kid brother to be down to earth? We don't know if kid brother is learning to be down to earth or not, don't we? That's right. We watch brother kid study every day. When has he ever flipped an answer? I must say, this kid is a bit of a teacher. Look at him, he just smiles and doesn't say a word. At the same time, Yilin and Luman were sitting on the sofa chatting. Zhang Yang was also sitting on the side. Linlin, since we graduated from college, it's been many years since we've seen each other, right? You didn't know to visit me either. Luman said with a complaining face, you don't know my husband opened a hot pot restaurant in our place, now the business is very good, when you go over remember to come and sit down. Yilin smiled in agreement, then looked at Zhang Yang and joked. Man, you married well unlike me, spread such a husband, do not know to go out to work, all day let hold the family. Upon hearing this, Luman instantly became interested and reminded, Linlin, then you have to pay attention, working for a long time will damage your skin. Yilin waved her hand and casually picked up a set of cosmetics under the coffee table. It's okay, last time someone came to me for business, the boss across the street gave me a few sets of cosmetics, which are good for the skin. Anyway, I can't use them all, man go back and remember to take a set. Seeing the cosmetics on the table, Luman's eyes went straight, and the live room instantly boiled. This brand. I know. Isn't it known as the Golden Cosmetics? Just this set, it must be tens of thousands of dollars, right? The boss across the street is really generous. It seems that the kid's status is not ordinary. Of course, Luman knew the price of the cosmetics, his expression was a little embarrassed. With a dry laugh, she then said, Linlin, you're busy with business, but you need to pay attention to your child's education. Now that the child is still young, it is the time to have parents with them. Mentioning this matter, Yilin sighed, alas, it is not the company's business is too busy, often out on business trips, there is no time to accompany the son. Man, or you to the child education is good, now the child to participate in the Olympiad, the future is certainly a bright Mentioning the child, Luman's bottom line has been strengthened. Casually said, Linlin, who can say about the future of the child? As long as the child is happy in the future, it's fine. We are the parents, do not seek to be rich and famous in the future, as long as the future happy, annual income of 1 million or 800,000, enough to spend on the line. Speaking of which, Luman took a piece of mango. Inadvertently saw the fruit plate pressed a contract. Open to remind, Linlin, this contract how to put under the fruit plate, dirty how to do? Seeing this scene, Yilin immediately frowned and looked at Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang immediately got up, full of embarrassed smile, I forgot to forget, son's contract must be put for him, cannot get dirty. Upon hearing this, Luman raised his eyebrows, son's contract? What contract? Nothing. Yilin harmed a sound, said casually. It is a game-playing club, looking for my son to sign as a professional player, but also said that it is a top salary contract. Sounds bluffing. In fact, nothing, said usually have a game when let my son go up to play a game, I give 1,000,000 or 800,000. Although the money is not much, but the key is the child happy. Chapter 53, it doesn't have to be too complicated, 9 dishes and 1 soup is enough. When these words came out, the atmosphere around them was a bit quiet. Luman's expression also froze, staring dumbfounded at the contract that Su Ming had started to pack. A contract? A professional player? $1,800,000 per match? What's with what? Seeing Luman fall into silence, the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't hold their breath first. I'm laughing my ass off. I think the kid's mom choked this girlfriend to death with one sentence. I don't think the kid's mom did it on purpose. What's intentional about intentionality? Isn't this a normal thing for a kid's family? Who's going to say anything about this? That is, who would talk about how good the kid is every day? Upstairs, you're not letting her off the hook either. This girlfriend is probably blinded, hoping her own child will earn $1,000,000 to $800,000 a year, but the kid's brother is good, he can earn so much in one game. If it's a big game and a top-paying player, it's not a problem at all to get this kind of money. This is what I call a kid's kid. This is someone else's kid. My best friend's kid is going to get another lecture when he gets home. He's the one he's comparing himself to. In the future, if anyone is going to compare kids, they should single out the kid brother first. Luman was silent for a long time, and finally managed to squeeze out a smile on her face. Lin, the child is so young, let the child to play games, will not be too good Yilin leaned on the sofa, stroking her chin in thought. And then said, this matter I really considered, after all, now the child should be mainly study. But usually my son's performance in school is okay, plus playing games cannot waste time. Anyway, it is our children's own choice, children happy on the line. As soon as Yilin's words left the airwaves, the audience was instantly gratified. Parents who know how to respect their children's choices like this can't be found. God, can I use my best friend's 10-year life expectancy in exchange for me to have such a parent? BFF, what did I do to you? Upstairs, don't think about it, it's fate, the kid brother can have such a parent, from the day of reincarnation. Parents such a way of education, if in the eyes of other parents, I guess it is called irresponsible. Some parents are like this, they just want their children to grow up under their control, they don't listen to their children at all. Xiaoman's mom, I suspect you're scolding me, but I have no proof. Linlin, I didn't realize that you're quite spoiled for your child. The smile on Luman's face was a bit bitter. Although the two of them are BFFs, right, there is a saying called plastic sisters, like paper BFFs. It is impossible for a best friend to be the person in this world who wants you to have a good life the most, but the opposite is definitely possible. The saying, fireproof against girlfriends, is not without merit. Man, I think it's still because I'm not usually at home very often that the education aspect of my children will be lacking. But then, although my husband looks unreliable on the surface, he is still trustworthy when it comes to matters of right and wrong. Yilin said in a serious tone. At these words, Zhang Yong, who had just gotten up, also revealed a concurring smile. My wife is right. However, I still think that exposing a child to the esports industry at such a young age will have an impact on the child's future development. Luman frowned and said, Linlin, or else when will you discuss with your child and see if this contract can be returned? You have to think about the child's future development, don't you? Yilin was first stunned, then she let out a light laugh and nodded. Okay, I've remembered this matter, in the future, when I have time, I'll talk to my son again. This time, Luman was relieved. Seeing this bosom friends game, the audience in the live broadcast room had long been taught. I testify. This is how it is between girlfriends, I feel sorry for you if you're not doing well, but you can't really do well. It's bad, this one upstairs really has a bosom friend. I'm afraid of my best friend suffering, and I'm afraid of her driving a Land Rover. I have to say, this Xiaochao's mom fits my image of a girl's best friend perfectly. But I'm sure the kid's mom is sensible. How could she possibly back out of the contract? If Xiaochao's mom would do that, she wouldn't have agreed to sign with Xiaochao before. To summarize, it's like saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Then, the two girlfriends talked about everything. A little bit of this, a little bit of that. They can't escape the word comparison. The time was approaching noon, and it was also lunchtime. Luman has already felt hungry, then took the initiative to say, Linlin, do you have any good restaurants here? We haven't seen each other for such a long time, we must have a good meal at noon. Hearing this, Yilin waved her hand, no, we eat a meal at home on the line, do not need to go out. The hygiene of the restaurant outside is not hygienic, but the taste is not as good as the one at home. Do it yourself at home? Luman raised an eyebrow, then revealed a relieved smile. Opened his mouth and advised, Linlin, this I have to say a few words about you, at home is to enjoy the blessings, how can you personally cook and cook? Like my husband, usually do not want me to cook, every day with me to fight for cooking it. When Zhang Yong heard this, he had a more embarrassed smile on his face. Although Jang Yong also cooks at home, but the flavor is more or less worse. Still, your husband is good. Look at my husband, all day long no form. Cooking is also a mess, not good at all. Yilin glared at Jang Yong and said in a bad mood. Hearing this, the smugness on Lu Man's face increased. Finally, she had found a place where she could crush Yilin. Lin, it's not just my husband, my son is also very capable. Didn't I have a fever the other day? My son cooked me a bowl of noodles, and it was the best bowl of noodles I've ever had in my life. Why don't I ask my son to show you how to do it later at noon? Yilin shook her head with a smile and waved her hand. No need to be so troublesome. Saying that, Yilin shouted towards Jiang Chen's room. Son, the learning is almost done, hurry up and come out, it's time to cook. For a moment, Lu Man's expression was stunned. After freezing for a moment, she opened her mouth and asked, Lin, you're talking about letting your son cook? Yilin nodded, her face full of helplessness. So what else? My husband's cooking isn't good, how can I let you suffer? When he said this, Jiang Chen had already walked out of the room. Behind him was Zhang Chao, who was somewhat disoriented. Just now, under his supervision, he realized that Jiang Chen was actually able to solve the problem without looking at the answer. Moreover, the process of solving the question was exactly the same as the answer behind it. The result arrived at was also the same. It even made Zhang Chao have a deeper thought, whether Jiang Chen had memorized the answers. Seeing Jiang Chen go out, Yilin took her cell phone out in her hand. Son, I'll leave the cooking to you at noon. No need to be too complicated, 9 dishes and 1 soup is enough. Chapter 54, Kid Brother This Knife Skills, Come to the Back Kitchen Interview. 9 dishes and 1 soup? Hearing this, Lu Man's entire body was dumbfounded. Even if it was a normal family banquet, they wouldn't even see the whole 9 dishes and 1 soup. By now, Yilin actually wanted Jiang Chen to make a 9-course meal? Was this still human language? However, although Yilin said this, both Jiang Chen and Jiang Yong had a normal expression. Only on Jiang Chen's face, there was more helplessness. Inside the home, one still had to work in order to eat na. As for the audience in the live broadcast room, at this time, they had already been shocked for a long time. What the hell? 9 dishes and 1 soup? You're being funny here. Letting an 8-year-old prepare a 9-course meal? Is this still Chinese? When I was 8, I wasn't even allowed in the kitchen. It's too hard for a kid to cook when we have guests. I'll have to break up the family if we don't have a family. Playing and fooling around, but really letting my brother cook? That's right. I don't think he's tall enough for the stove, is he? How can he cook? Even if Jiang Chen's behavior in front of the live camera was great. In the end, he's just an 8-year-old elementary school student. How could he possibly cook? However, what the live viewers didn't know was that before, when Yilin was away on a business trip, only Jiang Chen and his father and son were left at home. Jiang Chen was the chef, responsible for cooking. Jiang Chen has long since perfected his cooking skills. Okay, what do you want to eat for lunch later? Jiang Chen asked. While saying that, he also went up to take Yilin's cell phone and started buying food. Eat anything, as long as it's healthy and hygienic. Yilin said casually. There is no need to deliberately arrange so grand, you man ant are your own people, play appropriately. As for the 9 dishes and a soup, there are meat and vegetarian, steaming, cooking, stewing, frying, baking, frying and deep frying, this kind of handicraft casually show on the line. Upon hearing Yilin's words, Lu Man's eyes widened and she stared straight at Jiang Chen. She hadn't even heard of so many crafts. Jiang Chen actually knew all of them? How was this possible? Those who were equally dumbfounded were not only Lu Man, but also the many viewers in the live broadcast room. Family members, what did the kid brother's mom say just now? I didn't even hear it. I don't think she said anything about steaming, boiling and deep frying, so if there's a chef out there, say something. It's the chef's cooking techniques, each of which corresponds to a type of meal. What does that mean? Is it for kid brother to show them all? Upstairs, although you're not cursing, but you're cursing. I've been discovered. I'm not being serious. Can kid really cook and have so many cooking skills? No way. Mom, does Auntie Man have any dietary restrictions? Does she eat cilantro, green onions, ginger and garlic, and all kinds of seasonings? Jiang Chen took his cell phone and started shopping for food while not forgetting to ask about Lu Man's taboos. Now, Lu Man was even more confused. What was this situation? Wasn't she at her best friend's house? How did it feel like she was in a private kitchen? No, your Auntie Man had a good appetite when she was in college, there are no taboos. Yilin answered for her. Lu Man also nodded woodenly, apparently not having recovered from the shock she had just experienced. No, kid brother, you also asked on the person taboo, the whole like really. You're not really going to cook, are you? Even if brother kid really cooks it, will anyone dare to eat it? How can a 7 or 8-year-old kid cook? Isn't that a drug dispenser? I know his mom wants to raise him to be a cook, but at this age, 9 dishes and 1 soup, forget it. Maybe it's just a joke. Maybe it's a pre-prepared dish. Prepared food? The kind that can be eaten once it's warmed up in the kitchen? It's possible. It's ridiculous that kid can cook. I'm still convinced that sows grow trees. I think it's more reliable to believe that the kid brother will fall into a tree. Then, Jiang Chen began to place an order on his cell phone. After placing the order and handing the phone to Yilin, Jiang Chen turned to the dining table and put on his apron. It was worth mentioning that the apron seemed to be a child's model that was tailored just right for Jiang Chen to wear. After putting it on, it did look like it had that flavor. Jiang Chen tied the apron tightly and went into the kitchen. Many of the live broadcast viewers were looking straight ahead, wondering what Jiang Chen was doing in the kitchen. Only to see that he first moved a chair, which was then placed in front of the stove. Then, Jiang Chen used his hands to support the stovetop and barely stood on the chair. Only then was he able to reach the stovetop. Jiang Chen's scene was hilarious, amusing the live broadcast audience. Laughed me to death. I knew that kid brother wouldn't be able to reach the stove. I was wondering how kid brother would cook, but I didn't realize it would be standing on a chair. This is too abstract. Why don't we give him stilts? It's more effective than a chair. That's it, that's enough for the show. Does he really want to cook? How can I cook with a chopper that's bigger than my face? That's right, kid brother, come down, I believe you can cook. The audience thought that Jiang Chen was just doing a program effect. But they didn't expect Jiang Chen to pick up the onion, ginger, and garlic with his left hand, pick up the kitchen knife with his right hand, and start cutting up. When? A very regular sound of cutting boards came out from the kitchen. Although onion, ginger, and garlic were the simplest kitchen seasoning ingredients, different cutting methods were attributed to different meals and served different purposes. Sliced garlic, minced garlic, sliced green onion, sliced ginger, shredded ginger. In Jiang Chen's hands, onions, ginger and garlic were cut into various shapes. Jiang Chen also brought plates with him and neatly yards the prepared seasonings in them. Hearing the commotion inside the kitchen, Lu Man also curiously walked over. Seeing Jiang Chen standing on the stool cutting done, Lu Man was initially a little worried, but before she could say anything, she saw the scene of Jiang Chen using the kitchen knife with a pure fire. She completely froze in place. The kitchen knife that was bigger than Jiang Chen's faceplate, how was it that he used it so skillfully? It wasn't. He really knew how to do it. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw this scene, and the netizens who were originally worried about Jiang Chen were instantly sensationalized at this moment. I closed my eyes when the kid brother picked up the chopper just now. The kid brother didn't get hurt, right? Hurt? You think he's going to get hurt with this knife? Look at this onion, ginger, and garlic. You call this an 8-year-old? Flat knife, chopping knife, slanting knife, swinging knife. The kid's knife skills are like those of a professional chef. I'm a cutter in a hotel kitchen, and this knife skill of the kid's brother can even come to me for an interview in our kitchen. Chapter 55. I can see that the kid brother has worked in the vegetable market. A few short minutes. Jiang Chen was in front of the camera, showing off several of the most basic knife skills. The netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but be dumbstruck. It was also at this time that Jilin walked to the kitchen door. Son, remember to cut the ginger a little thicker. Your auntie Man doesn't like to eat ginger, so that she can pick it out at that time. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. By the way, the fruit plate your father cut in the morning is gone. Come and cut another fruit plate. I'll be right there. Yilin's words of command were as if they were commonplace. Jiang Chen seemed to be used to it. The conversation between mother and son sparked a hot debate. No, she's really using her son as a waitress. You're treating your son like a waiter. It's my own son that I'm comfortable with. I now have a reasonable doubt that the kid's mom sent him out for a summer job if he knows so many things. If you haven't worked in a hotel kitchen for a few years, you won't be able to master the art of knife fighting. Seriously, I'm looking for a cutter for my hotel when he graduates. Good guy. This is the first time you've applied for a job, isn't it? After the other dishes were cut, Jiang Chen jumped off the bench, changed the chopping board, and brought the knife to cut the fruits. Another bunch of fruits were held. Next, Jiang Chen began to operate again. Using that tiny fruit knife, he cut the fruits into various types of shapes. The various types of fruits were matched, and eventually 2 fruit plates were cut out. It looked even more exquisite than those professional hotel fruit plates. Seeing this scene, Lu Man and Zhang Chao's mother and son looked at each other. Appalledness filled their eyes. Let alone them, even if a professional chef came, they wouldn't be able to see such good knife skills, right? Dad, you take it. Jiang Chen handed over the fruit plate. Seeing this, Jiang Yong immediately stepped forward and took the fruit plate. Living like a handyman. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room was confused again. What's going on here? Inverted Big Dipper ah. The kid brother is cooking, and dad is the one who's doing the cooking? I don't want to say it, but the 2 fruit trays cut out by the kid brother have something on them, so I guess he's worked in the back kitchen of a bar before. I wouldn't even want to eat this fruit plate. Kid brother has been through a lot. Other people go around on summer vacation, but kid brother is working part-time. It's said that children from poor families are early starters, but I can see that my brother's family isn't poor either. Upstairs, that's not bad, but have you ever seen an 8-year-old student become a family man? If my son were to cook, I'd be afraid he'd blow up the kitchen. When Jiang Chen finished chopping all the side dishes needed for cooking, that was the end of it. He had only just cleared his mind. The sound of knocking came from outside the living room. Jiang Yong immediately opened the door. It was the dishes Jiang Chen had ordered online that had arrived. There were 2 large bags. Inside, there were all kinds of meat and vegetarian dishes, vacuum-packed live fish, whole racks of ribs, and just slaughtered chickens. Dad, you wash the vegetables and don't worry about the rest. Get me that fish, and yes, the knife. Hearing this, Lu Man froze. The viewers in the live broadcast room also froze. What was Jiang Chen going to do? Hearing his son's command, Jiang Yong nimbly picked up all the vegetables and dumped them into the dishwashing basin with a brain. The vacuum packaging of the live fish was opened again. That one carp was still flopping around, looking as long as Jiang Chen's arm. Jiang Yong handed it over and said, "Be careful, son." Although Jiang Chen's arm looked thin and weak, his strength was actually not small. No matter how much the carp flopped around in Jiang Chen's hands, it couldn't break free from Jiang Chen's grip. Jiang Chen then pressed that fish towards the stovetop. Lu Man instantly thought of something and looked at Yi Lin with a confused expression. "Lin, your son isn't going to kill the fish, is he? This is also too dangerous." Zhang Chao also looked on with a confused face. Killing a fish? That carp was thicker than his own arm, and he couldn't even catch that carp. Jiang Chen, who was a year younger than himself, was actually going to kill a fish? Who knew? But Yi Lin waved her hand. "It's fine, of our family of 3, only our son can kill fish, and he's good at it. There's no need to worry." Hearing this, Lu Man's expression became even more confused. Only son can kill fish? Letting an 8-year-old elementary school student kill fish? Jiang Chen nimbly placed the fish on the stovetop, then with his right hand, he raised the rolling pin high in the air and struck it heavily on the fish's brain. Bang! The carp that had been tossing and turning just now was directly knocked unconscious at this moment, not moving at all. Afterwards, Jiang Chen brought a plastic bag to the side. With a knife, the carp was disemboweled crisply. Fish intestines, internal organs and other dirty things were thrown into the garbage bag by his hand. The whole process, no more than 30 seconds. Lu Man's eyes widened. Jiang Chen actually killed the fish so skillfully? As for Zhang Chao on the side, he felt that it was a bit unrealistic. Such a big fish, Jiang Chen killed it just by saying so? It's a joke. Seeing this scene of the live broadcast audience, the pop-up screen crazy surging. Good. The kid brother has done a lot of work. Fish stalls also mixed, right? I'm not as good as you are at killing fish. I'm ashamed to say I've been killing fish at RT Mart for 10 years. I didn't realize the kid was such a ruthless person. 30 seconds to kill a fish, you call that an 8-year-old? This family of 3, the one who kills fish is actually an 8-year-old? The fish is longer than the kid's arm, right? How did he hold it down? Don't worry about how he killed it. Just tell me if he did it. Dad, wash the fish and scrape the scales. Jiang Chen handed that fish out smoothly. But Jiang Yon looked at the bloody carp, but his face showed embarrassment. Cough cough child smash, this fish should be washed by you otherwise. When I washed the fish last time, the fish came back to life after being disemboweled, leaving me with a shadow. The fish had just been killed not long ago, and the nerves in its body hadn't been severed yet, so it would still react when it encountered external stimuli. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was filled with a disdainful expression. Alright then, move it over for me. Jiang Yong immediately complied with the order and walked over to carry the stool, lifting Jiang Chen to the place where he washed the vegetables. Jiang Chen then continued to deal with the fish. Holding a finger-length knife, he began to scrape the fish's scales. In less than 3 minutes, the fish had been processed. No, the kid brother has killed the fish, and his father doesn't even dare to scrape the scales? Scaling a fish is also a technical skill. It doesn't take 3 to 5 years of work. It's true, he's done it before at the market. It's normal for his dad to be scared. Even if it's dead, it's still jumping around. It's scary. Why isn't he scared? If he was scared, he wouldn't be called kid brother. The scene in Jiang Chen's kitchen has completely shocked the netizens. At the beginning of that fabulous knife skills, to this handy fish killing techniques. Who dares to believe that this is an 8-year-old? After the carp was dealt with, Jiang Chen smoothly soaked it in the water. Again, he began to deal with the other things. Jiang Yong carried another stool and moved him to the stove. Dad, carry over that half fan of ribs for me. Right, there's also the bone chopper. Wash it and bring it over as well, so I can make a sweet and sour pork later. Chapter 56, even if he cuts the ribs, he can actually turn the pot upside down. What's that? Chopper? Sweet and sour ribs? You are an 8-year-old child, kill fish is already unscientific, and now you want to cut ribs? Well done. Perhaps thinking of the flavor of Jiang Chen's sweet and sour pork, Jiang Yong happily made preparations. Not a moment's work. Jiang Yong will carry the half-fan ribs, looks like more than 10 pounds. There was also a large chopping knife. General kitchen knives will not be used to chop and cut the ribs. Chopping knife is specially used to deal with the ribs of the knife, so it looks more heavy. The shape is even a bit like an axe, and the weight is also a few pounds. Come on, child smash. Jiang Yong handed the chopping knife to Jiang Chen's hand with an expression that didn't seem to take it seriously at all. However, Lu Man had an odd expression and couldn't help but say, Lin Lin, just let him handle the ribs? This is too dangerous. As for Zhang Chao, who was standing on the side, his expression was even more wonderful. If it was himself, it was still a matter of whether or not he dared to take that bone chopper. Jiang Chen was directly chopping ribs with this thing? They are all children, how can the gap be so big? It's okay, his father also wanted to help, but his son said that the length of the cut ribs has a relationship with the final flavor. He also said that his dad was clumsy, so he might as well let him do it himself. Yi Lin said casually. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also shocked at this time, not believing their eyes in the slightest. Kid brother is going to chop ribs? This is also too dangerous. That chopping knife can cut off an arm in one go. Kid's skinny arms and legs, it's too much for him to use this, isn't it? Don't make yourself so dangerous just for the sake of the show. That's right, it's enough for the show, don't go too far. Don't do this, it's easy to have a safety accident. The audience in the live broadcast room was anxious like ants on a hot pan, itching to rush to grab the bone chopper in Jiang Chen's hand. However, on the screen, he squared the ribs on the plate. A chopping knife followed. To Jiang Chen, the few pounds of weight of this bone chopper was nothing in the slightest. Don't look at his skinny arms and legs, but he had done quite a few tasks to strengthen his physique before, and now his body was only in the mold of a third-grade elementary school, but his strength was comparable to that of an adult. It's just that the body hasn't developed yet. Pressing the ribs with his left hand, his right hand gripped the bone chopper tightly, finding the right moment. When a regular chopping and chopping sound came out from the kitchen. Under Jiang Chen's chopping, the half-fan of ribs turned into thumb-sized chunks. Moreover, Jiang Chen's chopping was so regular that he didn't cut his fingers at all. This level of skill was unbelievable. Was this really an 8-year-old child? Lu Man's eyes widened. This chopping technique was something that had been practiced for a long time. Even an adult would not be able to chop ribs that easily. Zhang Chao only felt a wave of dizziness in his brain, he even thought that everything in front of him was a dream. Jiang Chen, who was a year younger than himself, was standing on top of a stool and chopping ribs? He wouldn't even dare to dream of doing that. But the reality was really happening in front of his eyes. Son, your knife skills are getting better and better, even faster than the last time you cut. Jiang Yong stood aside and couldn't help but praise. Dad, if you have time to talk here, why don't you bring me a basin and fill it with water? These chopped ribs need to be washed properly. Hearing this, Jiang Yong nodded repeatedly and hurriedly went to do it. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, continued chopping the ribs. The netizens in the live broadcast room were already numb. He's really chopping ribs. Isn't that chopping knife very heavy? In the hands of a kid brother, why is it like a toy? How can he use the knife so well with such a skinny arm? I don't get it. I think he was a butcher in his past life. Watching the kid chopping ribs is a real treat for the eyes. In addition to the ribs. Next, Jiang Chen also showed them many knife skills. For example, the slicing and shredding of the meat, the deboning of the whole chicken. Jiang Chen's technique was skillful, and it looked like he was a regular cook. In less than 10 minutes, the preparation of the dishes was completed. All types of ingredients had been processed. Looking at those dazzling knife skills, the netizens in the live broadcast room rarely fell silent. This was the skill that an 8-year-old child could have? Even if you start learning from your mother's womb, you won't necessarily be able to learn to this extent. Dad, the dishes are all ready, move them there for me. Jiang Chen spoke again. Jiang Yong immediately took action, lifting the stool with both hands and carrying Jiang Chen to the gas stove. He also thoughtfully placed the freshly prepared ingredients over so that Jiang Chen could get them at his fingertips. Looking at this posture, there was indeed an intention to cook. I don't think so. Just now kid brother showed off his knife skills, and now he's going to show off his cooking skills again? I'm already sitting here getting ready, I won't be surprised no matter how brother kid shows off later. Look at the beautiful dishes that kid brother cuts. Even the back of the kitchen doesn't look as good as you do. Seriously, I'm a hotel chef too, and with this level of skill, you'll be the boss of the food preparation area. Anyone who owns a hotel, isn't this a good opportunity? They'll pay you well. Upstairs, do you mean to say that we should let other hotels pay a high salary to poach a CF pro as a cook? A CF pro who can't cook is not destined to be a good student. After watching Jiang Chen's wonderful knife skills, what Lu Man originally wanted to say had been swallowed back into her stomach. Jiang Chen's maneuver, what qualifications did she have to say anything about it? Besides, even Jiang Chen's parents were at ease, what else could she not be at ease about? Zhang Chao reached out and pinched his arm, realizing that it still hurt. This was not a dream, it was reality. But in reality, how can it be even more outrageous than in a dream? Not to mention that the Jiang Chen in front of him was only a year younger than himself. Even if he gave himself a few more years, he probably wouldn't be able to do what Jiang Chen was doing now. Are all the kids out there so nurturing now? Soon, Jiang Chen, standing on the stool, began to operate. The iron pot that weighed 5 or 6 pounds was completely inconsistent with Jiang Chen's size. But in his hands, he fiddled with it like a toy. After the pot was hot, the hot pot of grain oil, into the onion, ginger, garlic and other side dishes began to stir fry. While Jiang Chen was stir frying, he also didn't forget to turn on the range hood at the same time. The fluency of his movements was beyond the reach of even some people who had been cooking at home for a few years. Not only that. After adding in the other side dishes, there were gradually more ingredients in the pot. Jiang Chen directly increased the fire, and the stovetop's fire was turned up to the maximum. The fire was fiercely stir-fried. In full view of everyone, Jiang Chen didn't feel the slightest bit nervous. The pot in his hands pushed forward and retracted violently. The ingredients in the pot began to toss up and down as if they had heard the order. Without using a spatula at all, Jiang Chen was able to do a fierce stir-fry. Lu Man couldn't believe the scene he was seeing. He actually knew how to turn the pot upside down. Chapter 57, 9 dishes in 1 soup, make do with what you've got. Chapter 57, 9 dishes in 1 soup, make do with eating. A pot of vegetables was dry and crisp. In less than 3 minutes, it was already out of the pot. Take the empty plate to serve the dishes. Taking up the empty plate, Jiang Chen pushed it to his side, and Jiang Yong took it and carried it out of the kitchen. Immediately afterward, Jiang Yong walked back, took the frying pan, scrubbed it clean in the sink, and handed it back to Jiang Chen. He then started frying the second dish. The entire process flowed without any delay, as if many tedious steps had been omitted. In the view of the live audience, it is so pleasing to the eye. Lu, a dear mother Lu, the child brother will also upside down the pot. I've been cooking at home for a few years, but I haven't been able to learn how to turn the pot upside down. I've been cooking at home for years, but I've never learned how to turn the pot. See, the pot that the kid brother turns upside down, after frying a dish, the stovetop is all clean. Unlike me, I know how to turn the pan, but I don't. Every time I turn the pan, half of the pan is left. It's a waste. I suggest everyone who doesn't know how to turn the wok upside down should not use it. It's a waste of food. The kid's technique is so professional. Did he go to elementary school or New Oriental? All kids are kids, but my kid can't cook. No, I have to send my kid to learn how to cook. Upstairs, the child will be honest if he gets hurt. In the live broadcast room. Although he was going to make 9 dishes in 1 soup, Jiang Chen was not flustered. 9 dishes in 1 soup only. Even in Jiang Chen's previous life, he had often cooked at home, only that he hadn't cooked when he was 8 years old. Even without those memories, Jiang Chen was still able to whip up a 9-course soup. And with the improvement of his cooking ability, all those recipes for various types of dishes were clearly imprinted in Jiang Chen's mind. To make a dish, one almost didn't need to think about it, and all by virtue of one's muscle memory, one could finish a dish. The various types of cooking techniques in the kitchen, as well as the knife cutting methods, were all muscle memory as well. Today's culinary ability was advanced, already comparable to the head chef of many high-end hotels. It was just that advanced was still some room for improvement from top level. The cooking was 9 dishes in 1 soup, so Jiang Chen directly used both stoves together and stir-fried them at the same time on a fierce fire. Sometimes, even 2 hands were used together to turn the spoon upside down. This magical scene had made people look dumbfounded. Who would an 8-year-old elementary school student turn a spoon upside down like this? No. What kind of good family lets an 8-year-old elementary school student in the kitchen to cook? I am a professional chef in the back kitchen of a hotel, and this craftsmanship of kid brother is already not too far from ours. That's right. Look at his cooking skills and habits. They're the habits of a veteran chef. What do you mean? What do you mean? Brother kid has been cooking for years? Is the Mona soup unclean or what? Seeing how skillful brother kid is in cooking, I dare not think when he started cooking at home. Coward, I dare to think. I've never seen such a skillful cook. When I was a kid, I played with cars and excavators, but I guess I played with spatulas. I've never seen parents who are so willing to give up their children. How can they make their children suffer so much pressure? Upstairs, I'll let you have a kid like this one. I didn't say that. While the live broadcast audience was talking, Jiang Chen had already made dish after dish. The hot meals kept coming out of the pot, and except for those that needed to take a long time, the other books were all within 10 minutes of each other, and they were freshly cooked. Jiang Chen's cooking had already reached the top level, no matter if it was his technique or speed. In less than an hour, the table of Jiang Chen's family was filled with steaming meals. 9 dishes in 1 soup, one not too much, one not too little. Seeing that colorful and flavorful meal, many of the audience in the live broadcast room had already shed their harumphs. Not buddy, let the kid brother cooking talk about it, how also really do it. This is not pure blow people? How can the kids of the same age as kid brother be embarrassed? No matter how much they learn to cook, they probably won't be able to surpass kid brother, right? Surpass? How can you think of surpassing someone your own age? Even if they're a decade older than you, are you sure they can cook as well as you? No matter what, I've never seen anyone cook so cleanly in all my time in a hotel kitchen. No kidding, I run a hotel, I want brother kid to come to our hotel to try out the food. Not only does the game club want Kid, even the hotel kitchen wants him. Is this the look of admiration that clan seniors show when they see a promising junior? Seniors? Come on, who's the senior in front of Kid brother? On screen, Jiang Chen's family and Lu Man's mother and son were already seated. Looking at the table in front of them, neither mother nor son could believe that this was made by Jiang Chen. Zhang Chaoli felt a bit groundless at this moment. People can make 9 dishes in one soup at the age of 8. He is 9 years old and has not even been in the kitchen a few times. Man, come and make yourself at home, don't be polite. My son is a very good cook, feel free. Yilin chucked a piece of ribs into Lu Man's bowl and said with a smile. Looking aside, Jiang Chen didn't think this was anything, and picked at his own bowl of rice. Linlin, is it really good to let a small child cook like this? With an odd expression, Lu Man couldn't help but say. After all, the child is still young, cooking such a dangerous thing, how can you let the child get involved? I was scared half to death just now, what if something happens while cooking? Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room chimed in. That's right. No matter how good he is, he's still only an 8-year-old elementary school student. Letting such a young kid cook in the kitchen and play with swords and guns, there's no such thing as an irresponsible parent. Upstairs, if your kid can be like Kid's brother, I don't believe you can't help but post it on your friend circle. I'm not sure if you're not going to post it on your friend's blog if your kid is like that. Saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them is so classic. The kid's ing best friend is probably pissed off, right? Seeing her give birth to such a good son, how can he still feel balanced? What can he do? Why don't you wait until you get home and ask for a little number? Hey, that's a good idea upstairs. Listening to Lu Man's persuasion, Yilin sighed, shook her head and said, Man, how could I not be worried as a mom? Every time my son cooks, I've been hanging on to this in my heart. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's expression was a little odd. Missing? Then who was the person who made himself cook yesterday? You forget the cook when you're full, don't you? But well, many times before, it was the child himself who asked for the cooking. Although we are worried, we can't dismiss the child's idea, right? Yilin continued. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, revealed an awkward smile. There were a few times before when he had taken the initiative to request to cook purely because of the system tasks. Yet, he didn't expect that both mom and dad thought that he liked to cook. Man, no matter what, we as parents have to respect our children's opinions. So what if my son can cook? He's just a good cook. 9 dishes in one soup is nothing. Alas, let's make do and eat. Chapter 58, when it's safe, the old man is the most dangerous. 9 dishes in one soup, you call this make do to eat? Lu Man already can't tell the difference, his girlfriend this is showing off, or her daily life. Good man. 9 dishes in one soup to make ends meet? How do these Chinese characters make up a sentence? The Hushin family wouldn't dare to say that. I can only say that it's a blessing for this family that Kid was born into this family. I'm sure the kid's best friend will have to educate her kid after this trip. That's true. People are more angry than people. That's true, but I've never seen anyone so angry. In the future, if you compare your kids, you'll have to single out your kid brother and you'll be able to compare yourself to him. Help me ask, what color sacks does brother Kid like? The audience in the live broadcast room was talking a lot. Looking at the 9 dishes in one soup on the table, who wouldn't be envious? However, perhaps in strong contrast, the atmosphere at the table was a bit quiet. While Lu Man was eating, he also felt more and more unbelievable. After all, this meal was colorful and flavorful, and the taste was even comparable to those hotels. Even adults may not be able to make this kind of meal, but an 8-year-old child did. How in the world did you raise such a child? Xiao Chen, your cooking is very delicious, where did you learn this? Lu Man couldn't help but ask. As far as she knew, although Yilin and Zhang Yong's husband and wife were not considered completely incapable of cooking, they were similar. It was absolutely impossible that they taught them. Could it be that they educated their children and got them a chef as a teacher? Auntie Man, I learned to make these from recipes. I used to hide from my dad and sneak into the library in the afternoon, and I've read all those interesting books. Jiang Chen said with a smile. And upon hearing this, Lu Man's expression was instantly filled with doubt. Going to the library and sneaking around? What kind of situation is this? This child of yours, don't go to the library when you're not doing anything, read too many books, don't become myopic. If you still sneak to the library in the future, reading books and wearing glasses will be honest. Zhang Yong said in a bad mood. But in the next second, he saw Yilin's sharp eyes, and immediately closed his voice. Lu Man smiled awkwardly and said, unexpectedly, Xiao Chen's cooking skills are all learned by himself, it's really not easy. To learn so many dishes just by looking at the recipes, I guess I won't be able to learn it in my life. Yilin waved her hand, said casually, nothing man, these jobs my son are scrambling to do, I suspect that he was a cook in his past life. However, there is a skill in hand, even if the future is down and out, the child can also have a living skill, is not it? Listening to their conversation, the live broadcast instantly exploded. What does it mean? Kid brother looked at the recipes and knew so many skills? He can also cook so many meals? I think it's more likely that kid brother will take the initiative to become a cook than be forced to do so. Just a contract as a top-paying CF pro can feed him for the rest of his life, right? Only this life? Less. His son won't have to worry about anything for the rest of his life. As long as the offspring doesn't start a business, he'll always be the second generation of the rich. It wasn't long before everyone was full of wine and food. Lu Man brought Zhang Chao and bid farewell to Yilin. They also had to take advantage of the afternoon to check out the venue for the Olympiad. However, to the many viewers in the live broadcast room, it looked more like fleeing. Especially Zhang Chao, knowing that he was leaving from Jiang Chen's house, he couldn't mention how happy he was. After they left, the matter of cleaning up the house was given to Jiang Yong. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, went back to his house and started studying seriously. As long as mom was home, Jiang Chen had plenty of reasons to study. Jiang Yong could only look at the dry hard energy. Seeing Jiang Chen go back to his house to study, a whole bunch of netizens quit. What's the situation with kid brother? After eating and drinking, sure you don't want to come to a tense and exciting CF blasting competition? I've really seen through kid brother, a person without the soul of a game. If you say one thing to me, even if his dad risks kneeling on the keyboard, he'll probably play the game with you. Unfortunately, he loves to study, so what can we do? Is there a group out there that's going to tear up my brother's homework? I can't watch this anymore. How can other kids be embarrassed by this? Please, just play for a while. 1 point for the nesting group. Taking advantage of this free time in the afternoon, a number of marketing numbers on the internet began to make their presence felt. The video slices of Jiang Chen cooking in the morning were quickly publicized and distributed to all the major platforms. In just a few hours' time, a few new phrases appeared on the hot search list. 8-year-old kid brother, live streaming demonstration of various types of slicing knives. Master Zhang, the Dragon Kingdom Palace cuisine, highly recognized kid brother's cooking skills. 8-year-old kid live streaming cooking, fancy upside-down spoon, all kinds of skill. 1 hour and 18 minutes, the 8-year-old child made 9 dishes in one soup. Shocking. 8-year-old kid kills fish live. Hot search phrases such as these instantly rushed up the list. It attracted the widespread attention of many netizens. And the one with the most heat was the video of Jiang Chen slaughtering that carp live. That carp was even longer than Jiang Chen's arm. But when it was clutched in Jiang Chen's hand, it was powerless to resist. Jiang Chen, who was so sharp and clean, took care of that fish, and some of the people who sold fish in the vegetable market began to recognize the relatives. Kill fish so skillfully? Must be my long-lost son. Let him come to me soon. Nonsense. It's clearly my son. I can't live without him in my fish stall. I can't live without him in my family. Upstairs, 2 more scheming fishmongers. Kid brother, this is raised from childhood, right? Suggested to arrest, now dare to kill fish, later still can get it? You haven't seen the video of the kid chopping ribs, have you? That chopping knife in his hand, it's more slick than a pen twirling one. The comments section has those who marveled at Jiang Chen's craftsmanship and those who questioned Jiang Chen's family's education methods. Such a small child, let the child jump up and down, but also stood on the stool cutting vegetables. This is simply to not take the child's safety seriously. That carp is longer than the child's arm, isn't he afraid of any danger? You don't take the child's safety seriously. I don't know how painful it would be for a child to be born into a family like this. I think this child's wish since childhood is to escape from his family of origin. Underneath these opposing comments, there were also those who refuted. Painful? You haven't seen how happy the kid is when he's studying. And running away from the family of origin? With such a family of origin, some people can't even wait to laugh. Didn't you see his father watching him? When there's danger, the father is the safest. But you have to be careful at other times. After all, when it's safe, dad is the most dangerous. Chapter 59, What's wrong with giving kids more time to study? On the internet, Jiang Chen's heat was like a wave, one wave higher than the other. At first, the netizens were still stuck on the news of Jiang Chen signing up with the CF Black Shark professional battle team. In the next second, they saw the video of Jiang Chen upside down at home. Dare I say that this kind of professional player was still multi-talented. The video spread quickly, and some of the pros from the Black Shark Esports Club, too, swiped the videos. Inside the club, Wu Nan sat on an esports chair and looked at his cell phone with an odd expression. In the cell phone, Jiang Chen was nimbly cooking, and his handiwork of chopping vegetables and turning the spoon upside down was professional at first glance. Brother Black Shark, didn't we sign Brother Kid? When he comes later, there will be someone else to cook for us. Wu Nan handed over his cell phone. Seeing the video of Jiang Chen cooking, Black Shark was dumbstruck. The game was like that, and even the cooking was so unbelievable? This was the full-grade kid brother? But then he recalled Wu Nan's words and immediately opened his mouth to retort, bull. We used the top salary contract to sign the kid brother, is it to let him cook? But the kid brother is really evil, look at this cooking method, I guess it is also a professional. Why does he look like a professional in everything he does? They were getting more and more confused. Their future teammate, in the end, what other skills he would have. Jiang Chen, who had exploded on the internet, had an extremely wide radius. Other families who also participated in the program also learned about Jiang Chen's fire out of the circle while brushing their cell phones on a daily basis. Xiaoman's family live broadcasting room. Although today was Saturday, Xiaoman still had to dutifully study after having lunch. She sat in her house with her desk full of homework. They were all new exercise books that her mom had bought for her. At such a young age, she was almost out of breath from all these study tasks. However, in order not to let her mom down, Xiaoman always gritted her teeth and persevered. In the afternoon, it was easy to get sleepy. But Xiaoman was yawning while writing her homework. This scene was seen by the netizens in the live broadcast room and hurt in the heart. In the middle of the afternoon, the child is sleepy like this, and the mom actually doesn't let the child rest? The child does not have the energy, which can study properly. This mom doesn't know how to be considerate of her child. Xiaoman's learning style is not scientific, we have to change it. Change? I suggest we change it for Xiaoman's mom first. Meanwhile, the camera switches. Xiaoman's mom is still cleaning up in the living room. When the table is dirty, Xiaoman's mom wipes it with a rag, and when there's trash on the floor, Xiaoman's mom sweeps and mops. All day long, Xiaoman's mom has endless chores. Seeing this scene, many viewers in the live broadcast room are also a little soft. They just complained about Xiaoman's mom's words, but also put them back. I didn't expect Xiaoman's mom to work so hard, cleaning up every day, just to give her child a good learning environment. But why do you have to clean up after a while? Can't you wait 2 days to clean it? It's not that dirty. Ashikawa's mom is trying to give Ashikawa a good image. She wants you to learn like her. It's the best intentions of her mom. I pity the poor parents. Are you sure it's a good intention? I feel like I'm putting on a show for the kid, just to make him feel guilty, so he'll do it every day. Who feels good about this kind of guilt-based education? After half an hour, Xiaoman's mom cleaned up the house. Just after sitting down to rest for a while, she opened her cell phone and swiped to the video of Jiang Chen cooking at home. Although Jiang Chen ended up making a table full of delicious food, 9 dishes and 1 soup. But it failed to get Jiang Ting's approval. How dangerous for such a young child to go and cook. What a waste of study time. This family's education is just out of order. Either the child plays games or cooks. Can't you do something for the kids? What's wrong with giving the kids some study time? After watching this video, Jiang Ting turned off her cell phone in anger. Of course, she knew that Jiang Chen's family and theirs were involved in the same program. However, Jiang Chen's family's popularity was much higher than theirs. It was simply a breakneck crushing. Jiang Ting of course felt unconvinced as to why such a bad education for her children could still gain so much heat. The best and right way to educate a child like her was the best and right way. It was also at this time that Jiang Ting saw the fruit on the table. Without thinking, she thought of the fruit plate that Jiang Chen had just made in the video. My daughter had also studied hard for so long, so I should prepare something delicious for her. Thinking of this, Jiang Ting took the fruit and went to the kitchen to cut it up. Only by accident, her fingers were cut by the fruit knife and bled a little. But Jiang Ting didn't complain. She took a band-aid and wrapped it around her finger and went to serve the fruit. Xiaoman, are you tired of studying? Come and have some fruit. Jiang Ting came to the room with a tray of fruit. Thank you, Mom, I'm not hungry now, let's eat later. Xiaoman responded. But when she heard this, Jiang Ting's face suddenly looked a bit wrong. Still, she placed the fruit on the study table. Xiaoman, it's okay for you to try a bite first and study later. You don't know, Mom even cut her finger in order to cut the fruit for you. Saying that, Jiang Ting intentionally or unintentionally stretched out her finger with a band-aid on it. Seeing this, Xiaoman immediately showed a worried expression and said somewhat guiltily, Mom, it's all my fault. If I didn't have to cut the fruit for me, Mom's hand wouldn't have been injured. Hearing this, Jiang Ting's face only slightly eased. Leaning down, she began to comfort Xiaoman. It's okay, Xiaoman, Mom is doing this for you. Even if Mom suffers more, she still wants to give Xiaoman a good learning environment. Xiaoman doesn't have to worry about her mom. Hearing these words, the netizens in the live broadcast room were abuzz. Xiaoman's mom is too dedicated to prepare a fruit plate for her child even if her fingers are cut. Gratitude-based education like Xiaoman's mom is what we should learn from. That's it. Only children raised this way will have a future. I don't think so. Didn't you see that Xiaoman didn't want to eat the fruit? It was Mandy's mom who cut the fruit to show her how hard she worked, so who can blame her for cutting her fingers? Isn't that why she did it, to make Ashikawa feel guilty? I still suspect that Mom cut her finger on purpose. Who would cut their fingers on purpose? If you think that, you're underestimating a mother's heart for her child. It's not that I'm underestimating, it's that Ashikawa's mom would do it. Can a child raised with guilt really be successful? Chapter 60, New Program Family Swap? Xiaoman, who had been educated by Jiang Ting, was at this moment filled with a small expression of aggression. She clearly didn't want to eat the fruit yet, and if she could, she wouldn't even want her mom to cut the fruit. But little Man understood. If she said these words out loud, she was afraid that her mom would use more words to educate her. So she chose to keep her mouth shut. After educating for a while longer, Zhang Ting then felt satisfied. After leaving the fruit plate here, she walked out of the room. She had just sat on the sofa to rest for a while. The cell phone dinged. Fixing her eyes on it, it was a call from the program team. Zhang Ting picked it up smoothly. Hello? Xiaoman's mom, this is the program team of Joyful Bringing Up Children. I'm the program planner of the director's team. The reason for this phone call is because the program has a brand new segment, Bringing Up Baby Swap, and we're here to ask for your parents' opinions. Hearing this, Zhang Ting was filled with doubt and couldn't help but ask, swapping with children? What does it mean? The planner patiently explained. Tomorrow Sunday, the program team intends to have two families whose home addresses are close to each other to swap, so that the children can go to different families and experience a different educational atmosphere for one day. At the same time, it will also allow viewers to see more precisely what kind of home education is better. This segment is still in the idea solicitation stage, and it mainly depends on the opinions of the parents. Listening to the planner's explanation, Zhang Ting understood. Simply put, it is to let their children go to live in other people's homes for a day, to feel the educational atmosphere of different families. Upon hearing this idea, Zhang Ting initially wanted to reject it. After all, Xiaoman still had to study hard. Wouldn't it be a pure waste of time to participate in such a program activity? But on second thought, Zhang Ting had other ideas. In the past few days, Xiaoman's learning state was obviously not as good as before. This was also a problem. In order to make Xiaoman's learning state better, wasn't this really an opportunity? Let Xiaoman feel the educational atmosphere of other families and see how parents in other families treat their children. After seeing it, Xiaoman will realize that only he, his mother, is serious about treating him well. What's more, the exchange is only for one day, and she wouldn't be willing to do it for a moment longer. Xiaoman's mom, the program team will take into account the distance between the families and will match them to the most convenient family swap. The expenses incurred when the children travel to the other family will be fully covered by the program. On the other end of the phone, the planner continued. The program group's move is also to publicize the education methods of each family and to start ranking points, which will give votes based on the education methods of each family and will affect the program's final evaluation of the preferred family. Hearing this, Zhang Ting immediately became interested. There was a voting section. Then this was indeed a good opportunity. Seeing that Zhang Chen's family's live broadcast was so hot, Zhang Ting's heart was naturally filled with dissatisfaction. How could such a misguided way of educating children be esteemed by the public? What could a child educated in this way be able to achieve in the future? Zhang Ting wanted to show the audience in the live broadcast room what was the best way to educate. No matter what kind of child it was, it would be able to be transformed when it arrived at his home. As for Xiaoman, it's just in exchange for a day, it won't have much impact. I agree. Zhang Ting nodded, her tone tinged with anticipation. Xiaoman's mom, thank you for your support. This link, if it can be passed, will be announced on the live broadcast this evening. The specific swapping of families will also be announced in the program. After the planner finished, he hung up the phone. Zhang Ting's face showed delight, then she turned around and walked into Xiaoman's room. Xiaoman, mommy wants to talk to you about something. At the same time, Zhang Chen's family broadcasted live. What? Family swap? Zhang Yong also received a call from the program team with an odd expression. After hearing the explanation from the planners, Zhang Yong resolutely refused. This won't work. My son has just learned one day today, and I'm still waiting to hack with my son tomorrow, so I can't let him take part in anything. Zhang Yong was just in the middle of his sentence. Yilin on the other side of the sofa cast a glance. Zhang Yong was stunned. What's wrong, husband? Zhang Yong smiled awkwardly, and then briefly talked about the family swap session that was planned. After hearing the explanation, Yilin was a bit surprised, then nodded with a smile. Sounds pretty good, should be quite interesting. For the child, it is probably a good experience. Tell him that our son went. Now, Zhang Yang was dumbfounded, with a sad expression. But wife, didn't you promise me just now that you could let our son play the game with me for a while tomorrow? Just now, in order to solicit the opportunity to play games with Zhang Chen, Zhang Yong had taken over all the chores in the house. As a result, he had only gotten an hour of game time in exchange. Although it was only an hour, Zhang Yong was already satisfied. The game can be played at any time, and such a meaningful part of the family swap is not always available. Yilin said in a serious manner. Besides, letting the children from other families come to our home will also give them a taste of our family's tutelage. Other than that, I think our family's tutelage is still very good. Yilin's words carried some elements of confidence. It instantly caused the live broadcast audience to hotly debate. This is the right thing to say. Your family's tutelage is indeed very good. Parenthetically, it would be good if only the kid brother's father was at home. If it's just the kid brother's father, I can't imagine how happy I can be in this family. That's right. That's right. You can play and eat all you want. What kind of family can have that? But the kid's brother doesn't want to be satisfied. Anyone who can get into his family's house will be lucky. Upstairs, you can't just hit your lucky streak. If you do, you'll end up with a piece of something. Seeing Yilin's sure look, Jang Yong lowered his head, a little discouraged. Alright, then. Let your son participate in this session and play the game later when you have time. Saying that, Jang Yong passed a message to the planner on the other end of the phone, indicating that they would also participate in the program. Thanks to Zhang Chen's father's support, if the session is prepared smoothly, the details will be announced on time at 8 o'clock this evening. Please pay attention to the parents on time. The planner also sent inquiries to other families, and all received responses. 8 o'clock in the evening. The program Joy of Bringing Up Baby started as usual. Inside the studio. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your old friend Xiao Sa. Welcome to the program Joy Bringing Up Children. In today's program, the director team would like to announce a new segment, Family Swap. Families who have signed up for the swap will send their children to the other family tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. so that they can experience a different educational environment. Next, let's look at the specific swap list. Chapter 61, I'm bringing up the kids, are you still not at ease? Upon hearing Xiao Sa's hosting speech, the live broadcast audience exploded. Family swap? This thing is interesting. Is it just letting your own child go to someone else's house for a day? Whoever came up with this idea, come up to the stage and receive the prize. This is great. I can finally get out of this house. As long as no one makes me play games, it's the best home ever. This is a good exchange. You can see who's a better educator. I want to see whose house he can go to. He's suffered so much at home, it's time for him to go out and enjoy himself. Suffering? Upstairs, you call playing games at home suffering? At the same time, on the big screen at the back of the studio, the family matches for this family swap appeared. Zhang Chen's family, Xiaoman's family. Zishuan's family, Zhang Xiaowei's family. Seeing the two sides of the family swap, the reactions of the families varied. Xiaoman's family live broadcasting room. The mother and daughter of Xiaoman who were guarding the front of the live broadcast room, Zheng Ting froze when she saw the families to be exchanged. Jiang Chen's family? That was the kid who liked to play games? Letting herself come and teach him for a day? Xiaoman, on the other hand, opened her mouth wide and kept recalling the information about Jiang Chen's family. It seemed like this family's education was very relaxed, with mom and dad never restricting their children from doing anything. If he went by himself, he should have a good time. Although she thought this in her heart, Xiaoman did not say it out loud. Xiaoman, have you seen whose house you are going to study at tomorrow? Zheng Ting looked at Xiaoman, her tone filled with admonition. When you go tomorrow, remember to study and don't let people look at you and laugh. Even without mom believes that Xiaoman has good self-control, and since it's a home exchange, don't embarrass mom. Hearing this, Xiaoman's expression was a bit bitter, and she silently nodded. I know mom. Afterward, Zheng Ting looked at the screen again and let out a light laugh. I heard that this boy loves playing games. Humph. If he comes to our home, I will definitely give him a good education. Help him change his bad habit of loving to play games. It is because of the lack of education in some homes that causes children to get into these bad habits, and mom still wants to prove to the netizens that my way of education is the best. Listening to Zheng Ting's words, Xiaoman sat timidly on the side. Did not open his mouth to concur. It only silently sweated for Jiang Chen in the bottom of her heart. When the family swapped tomorrow, this boy named Jiang Chen would also be tormented enough by her mom. The audience in the live broadcast room heard Zheng Ting's words, and at this time, they were also talking a lot. Kid brother will come to Xiaoman's house, won't he only be able to study? I'm going. Then won't kid brother be able to enjoy himself for a day? Suggesting the program team to switch the order again, we can't let kid brother have such a good time. Xiaoman's mom said that he likes to play games. She really doesn't know him. When kid brother comes tomorrow, Xiaoman's mom will be honest. Meanwhile, the Zishuan family. Mom Lu Xian started to educate Zixian immediately after seeing the exchange of families. That Zhang Xiaowei's family is a big family. When you go there, you should know how to open your mouth and speak. Don't shut up all day long and make people think you have no family education. Listening to his mom's lesson, Zixian nodded silently. I know mom. The softening of Zixian's attitude didn't make Lu Xian quiet down. She changed her perspective and continued. This family swap is to let you see the gap. Our family's conditions are not as good as others, so you have to work hard and study hard, and when you earn a lot of money in the future, you will be able to have a bottom line when you walk in society. Do you hear me clearly? Zixian's expression carried a slight bitterness as he nodded. Inside this home, listening to his mom's reprimands every day, Zixian even felt very depressed. He didn't know if he would be able to relax after going to his new family tomorrow. Looking at Lu Xian who reprimanded the child, the live streaming netizens felt a wave of empathy. Alas, I grew up under this kind of education, and when I go to other people's homes, I have to be more energetic so that I don't disgrace my family. I wondered why I had to be more energetic when I went out, and whether other people's families would look down on me because of it. Parents are just not open-minded. Who would look down on a child for being out of sorts? I hope Zixian will be happy for a day after the exchange tomorrow, but for him, a day is a day. On the other side, Zhang Xiaowei's family. Hey son, I heard that the one you're going to, his mom is very strict nah. Zhang Dawei looked at the assigned list and smiled from ear to ear. This is good, the family is used to living a good life, you also go out to see what kind of life people your age live every day. Zhang Xiaowei didn't feel anything, scratched his head and said, Dad, then can I bring my cell phone tablet tomorrow? I'm afraid I won't have anything to play with after I go. Zhang Dawei nodded and said with a smile, of course you can, but when you go there, you have to listen to auntie, and at the very least, you have to be courteous, and you can't be like this at home anymore. Getting permission, Zhang Xiaowei immediately revealed an excited expression. Okay, I'll remember, thanks Dad. Such a relaxed and pleasant family atmosphere, it made quite a few live broadcast viewers envious. Whatever the child says, the dad respects the child's opinion, that's a good way of education. If I were born in this family, I'd be willing to pay $1 billion. Upstairs, you're too greedy. If I were born into this family, I'd only need $500 million. Good guy, this is also on the inside of the volume on the right. Jiang Chen family live room. Jiang Chen's family of 3 sat in front of the sofa and watched the live TV broadcast. After seeing the family that Jiang Chen will exchange tomorrow, Jiang Yong scratched his head and opened his mouth. Son, just now I searched, this Xiaoman's mom seems to be quite responsible for her child, so you're going to enjoy your blessings tomorrow. You're leaving me alone at home with no one to play games with. Just after hearing this, Yilin glared at him and Jiang Yong hurriedly shut his mouth. Son, when you go to someone else's house tomorrow, don't be nervous, just relax. Yilin then opened her mouth to urge. Don't worry mom, I'll just be studying one thing when I go, I won't delay others. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Not in their own home, how to study, to learn how long is not their own decision. This is not a home exchange, it's clearly a vacation for himself. Right. Yilin's words changed and she looked at Jiang Yong again. Hubby, tomorrow I have an appointment with a client, I have to go out and won't be able to come home until the evening. When the little girl comes to our house, you have to teach her well, don't disgrace our family. Jiang Yong nodded repeatedly, his face full of agreeable smiles. Don't worry, wife, I'll take care of the kids. I take the child, you still do not worry about it. Chapter 62, Give 2 steamed buns, mineral water can also live a day. The program group also has a lot of considerations when it comes to swapping families. For example, the distance between the 2 families, how to safely send the children to each other's families, as well as the time spent on the road. In the end, the 2 families that came out of the swap are after careful consideration. The next morning. Depending on the distance between the families, some children were called up early to get into the car prepared by the program team and head to the other family. Xiaoman's family. Xiaoman had just been woken up from his sleep. After washing up, they will be ready to go. Ashikawa, how can you be sleepy now when you're going to meet the other family's parents? When you go to someone else's house, you have to listen to their parents, you can't be lazy or you will be laughed at by others. Looking at Xiaoman's sleepy look, Zheng Ting said seriously. In addition, you have to pay attention to manners, how does mom usually teach you? Even if mom isn't around, Xiaoman will still be able to look after herself, right? At this time, Xiaoman's entire body was enveloped in sleepiness. But still nodded obediently, Mom, I know, I will remember. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ting only nodded with satisfaction. However, the audience of the live broadcast saw this scene through the camera and sympathized with the poor Xiaoman. Isn't it still a while before we leave? What's the big deal if the child wants to sleep for a while? That's right. If he's not energized in the morning, he won't be energized for the rest of the day. Can't we just let him sleep a little longer? Xiaoman's mom is too concerned about face. I don't think his father cares at all. Look at the other side. Jiang Chen has already packed up at home. Yilin had left at 4 or 5 in the morning because she had to go across the city to talk about business. Jiang Yong, on the other hand, was lying on his bed, still huffing and puffing. After cleaning up, Jiang Chen walked into the house, looked at his dad who was still asleep, and with a helpless expression on his face, reached out and pushed Jiang Yong. Dad, just don't sleep first, the staff will be here in a while. You know that you have to get up early this morning, but you were still playing games so late last night. Is it because mom went to bed early last night that no one can control you? In a daze, Jiang Yong was shaken awake by Jiang Chen and opened his eyes. Then he said breathlessly, Who told you not to play the game with me? Yesterday, I had already sworn that I would not go to sleep until I had killed 100 heads. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was filled with a surprised expression. Kill 100 heads? Dad, have your skills gotten better? Harm, playing the human machine. Jiang Yong waved his hand. Listening to the father and son's conversation, the live stream audience immediately became a little tense. Scared me. I thought the kid brother's father's skills had really gotten stronger. It turns out that he's playing a human machine, so I'm relieved. Ha! Kid brother knows too much, don't know you, and still don't know your skills? I just come from the little man's live room. Shouldn't I be the one who's sleepy? How come Pops is sleepy? The Big Dipper. Look at his dad. Let's educate the kid for a day. Who's the son and who's the father? But a moment later, the staff of the program arrived at the home of both parties. In addition to picking up and dropping off their children, the parents have to give the staff instructions on their children's daily habits. The staff will be responsible for passing on the message. Xiaoman's family. Xiaoman's mom, anything that Xiaoman needs to pay attention to in her usual life, you can tell me. The staff member said with a smile. Zhang Ting thought for a moment, then earnestly instructed, our family Xiaoman has been weak since childhood, so he needs to be taken care of with emphasis. The child's stomach is not good, those raw and cold things, like ice cream, fresh fruit from the refrigerator and so on, must not be given to her to eat, once eaten is bound to have an upset stomach. Also, when eating, let her chew slowly, don't rush her. She eats love to lose focus, you have to remind from time to time, or eat half of it left. Vegetables should be combined with meat and vegetables for her to eat, meat alone cannot, vegetables must also eat, she does not like to eat vegetables, you think of the vegetables cut into pieces, mixed in the rice, maybe she will eat. Listening to Zhang Ting's mom's advice, the staff immediately felt sleepy and couldn't help but yawn. This was also too damn hypnotizing. The audience in the live broadcast room also murmured when they heard this. Good guy. There's so much more to raising a child. Why wasn't I so picky when I was a kid? When we were kids, we didn't just have to keep them alive, did we? We weren't so picky when we were kids. Look at the staff. They're all sleepy now. Not to mention him, I'm tired of listening. I don't think Xiaoman himself knows that there are so many things to serve her. You have to be careful with the water. Don't drink anything too hot or cold, just lukewarm water is best. If she is thirsty, you can pour her some warm water and make sure she drinks enough for the day. From eating to drinking, in every aspect, Zhang Ting did not forget to explain once again. The staff couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. Zhang Ting could say so much. He couldn't help but remember it's just raising a baby, how can there be so much to talk about? Did you hear me clearly? Do you want me to say it again? Zhang Ting said with a serious face. The staff member revealed a look of embarrassment, then directly took out his cell phone. Tell me again, I'll record it and give it to Zhang Chen's father when I go back. After all, it was for Xiaoman, so it was natural to explain a bit more. Zhang Ting didn't tire of it and spoke again. The staff recorded all the content. Only then did they take Xiaoman to the car. On the other side, Zhang Chen's family. There was a knock at the door. Dad, people are here, still sleeping. Zhang Chen reached out and shook Zhang Yong, who then woke up in a daze. Oh, the person who is picking you up is here. You first go to accompany the guests, I will sleep for 2 more minutes, immediately get up. Zhang Yong couldn't even open his eyes, waving his hand and said. Seeing this, Zhang Chen was full of helplessness and could only open the door to welcome the staff in. Zhang Yong hadn't gotten up yet, so he could only shoot by the bedside. Seeing Zhang Yong, who was sleeping and whistling, the staff was full of embarrassment, but still asked stiffly. Zhang Chen's father, I don't know what Zhang Chen pays attention to in his normal life, just say it directly, we will record it. Zhang Yong, who was in a daze, scratched his head. What did his own son pay attention to? There doesn't seem to be any. It's just a matter of raising a son, there's not that much to it. Nothing. Give him 2 buns and he'll live for a day on mineral water. Just send him back alive at night. When this was said, the broadcast room instantly exploded. Good guy. This old man is the son as a person to raise? Upstairs, I wouldn't dare treat a dog like this. It's okay, I'll cook when I'm hungry, pour water when I'm thirsty, and play a self-reliant game. I now know why the kid brother has so many skills, in this family, to live as the king. Chapter 63, Education? The opposite of being educated is right. Not long after, Zhang Chen had gotten into the car. On the way from the child to the other family, the staff would also be broadcasting live from the sidelines. The parents who were always concerned about their children were observing them in the live broadcast. Xiaoman's mother was holding her cell phone at this time, looking at Xiaoman in the car. Xiaoman, today we are going to Zhang Chen's home. Do you have any plans, like what are you going to do today? The staff was also in charge of program interaction and asked with a smile. Xiaoman's body sat straight and answered seriously. I went today want to read more books, and also listen to other people's parents. Be sure to be a good boy and don't disgrace your mom. Hearing Xiaoman's words, the live broadcast screen instantly added a bunch of compliments. Xiaoman is so good, I wish I had such a good daughter. As long as you can do what Xiaoman's mom did, you'll have such a well-behaved daughter too. Only with the kind of education that Xiaoman's mom provided could she have raised such a sensible child as Xiaoman. We should all learn from Xiaoman's mom. Seeing these complimentary pop-ups, Zhang Ting instantly revealed a satisfied smile. I knew that if I treated my child well with all my heart, he would definitely be grateful. Even if we go to someone else's house, they can still see our family's shaman's tutelage. Thinking of this, Zhang Ting suddenly thought of Jiang Chen, who was going to be exchanged to her own home. I wonder what state he would be in. Zhang Ting immediately switched the live channel. At this time, the staff was also asking Jiang Chen what his plans were after going there today. Me? Just read some more books. Jiang Chen scratched his head and said, Mom wasn't home today, and if I was at home, Dad would definitely drag me to play games. Instead of playing games, why don't you write a few more questions and go to your aunt's house today and learn as much as you can? Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the audience in the live broadcast room sighed for a while. Still learning? The kid brother in his own home did not learn, running to someone else's home still have to learn? That's right, it's not easy today, it's Sunday, go out and have some fun. What's the point of studying at home? The viewers in the pop-up screen were compelling him to play the game. Although it was just a program effect, Zhang Ting thought she saw the truth. What's the point of reading books? All you can think about is games. I've seen this kind of kid a lot. Zhang Ting cut out and opened her mouth. When you are at home, you have to study hard, there is no such thing as games. In your home there are moms and dads who condone it, it's a disregard for the child's growth. I can't watch my child go astray. As soon as Zhang Ting's words left her mouth, it was immediately recognized by some viewers. Xiaoman's mom's way of educating him is simply too right. I also think that kid is just playing at home all day long, and he surely didn't study well either. Come to Xiaoman's mom and let that kid feel what a good learning atmosphere is. If he's wrapped up in games all day long, he won't make any progress in his studies, but only under the constraints of Xiaoman's mom can he study seriously. Many viewers were looking forward to the fact that when Jiang Chen came to Xiaoman's home, he would be able to feel what true education was. At the same time, the viewers were curious. Would Jiang Yang care about his son and Xiaoman, who was about to arrive at his home? Many viewers flocked to Jiang Chen's family's live broadcast room, but suddenly realized Jiang Yang, who had just been woken up by Jiang Chen, was still huffing and puffing at this time. Even occasional snoring could be heard. Originally, the viewers wanted to see how he would care for his son. Now it's good. Completely do not care about, pure put up, right? I have never seen such a big-hearted parent. After about half an hour, the program team sent the children to each other's homes. The time is not yet 8 o'clock. Xiaoman's family live broadcasting room. When the staff brought Jiang Chen to the place, Zhang Ting was already waiting downstairs early. Auntie, good day. Jiang Chen followed the staff up and greeted them with a big smile. You are Jiang Chen, little friend, right? Today came to our home, don't be too formal, treat this place as your own home. Zhang Ting smiled and rubbed Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, smiled nicely and nodded, thank you, auntie. Seeing such a well-behaved Jiang Chen, Zhang Ting was a bit surprised. It wasn't quite the same as the video that looked like he loved to play. However, very quickly, Zhang Ting recovered her mindset. He could pretend for a while, could he still keep pretending? Let's go upstairs first. Zhang Ting enthusiastically led Jiang Chen upstairs. When they entered the house, there was no need for the staff to follow, there were invisible cameras everywhere. Xiao Chen, did you eat this morning? Zhang Ting said gently. Not yet. Jiang Chen shook his head. Waking up so early and having to wash up and shout at Jiang Yang to get up, how would I have time to eat breakfast? Just in time, I prepared breakfast for you just now. There's bread, milk, and a fried egg and bacon, so you come and eat first. Saying that, Zhang Ting brought Jiang Chen to the dining table. On top was a steaming breakfast. Thank you, auntie. Jiang Chen wasn't polite and directly sat down. Not treating himself as an outsider in the slightest, he ate unhurriedly. Immediately afterward, Zhang Ting started to go to the kitchen to clean up, and while doing so, she also said, Auntie would usually cook breakfast for Xiaoman like this, and breakfast didn't take long, it was just a matter of getting up early. Although it's a bit hard, it's all for the sake of the child. Hearing this, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow, then nodded and said, Auntie is quite hard. Zhang Ting was a little proud and said with a smile, not hard, we as parents, as long as the view of the child can thrive, eat what kind of suffer what kind of tiredness can be. Even if you are aggrieved, just know it yourself, there is no need to tell your child. When she said this, Zhang Ting was still staring at Jiang Chen. According to Zhang Ting's educational philosophy, when a parent was aggrieved, although they couldn't take the initiative to let the child know, as a filial child, they should be able to realize it on their own. She then waited for Jiang Chen's comfort. Jiang Chen nodded, it's like this, when a parent is aggrieved, if they can't pick it out for the child, they shouldn't pick it out for the child, otherwise it will make the child feel guilty. Auntie, you're quite good at it. Hearing this, Zhang Ting was stunned. Not picking it out for the child? How can that be? If you don't pick it out, how will the child know how much their parents have given? And how will they study well? Xiao Chen, as a qualified child, you still need to sympathize with your parents. Sometimes parents' difficulties, children should also go and share the pressure with parents. Zhang Ting said in a serious tone. However, Jiang Chen took a sip of milk and came to a completely different conclusion than Zhang Ting. Of course, it was fine to sympathize with parents, but parents had parents to solve their difficulties, so what could a child do if he knew about it? Couldn't it even help the parents? Children should be studying hard right now, and if their parents' moods affect their children, then why have children at all? Chapter 64, Kid Brother, never fought such a rich battle before. With the exit of a sentence, the atmosphere of the scene froze. Zhang Ting was dumbfounded, obviously not expecting that Jiang Chen would say something like this. She was trying to educate Jiang Chen, but she didn't expect to be educated by Jiang Chen in turn. In the end, who was educating who? Seeing the scene of Zhang Ting frozen in place, the live broadcast audience laughed out loud. Look at Xiaoman's mom, she doesn't know what to say, she's so dumbfounded by the kid's words. Although kids' words are not very polite, they make sense. That's right. If parents let their emotions affect their children, why have children at all? They're just there to make them angry. If my child is born to be angry, then why would I have it? I can't even find a reason to argue with you. Xiaoman's mom is probably storing up her strength right now, not knowing how to refute brother kid. Looking at Zhang Ting again, after hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zhang Ting immediately took a deep breath. It was as if she wanted to suppress the anger in her heart. After adjusting for a few seconds, Zhang Ting still had a gentle demeanor, but her tone had changed. Xiao Chen, although the words are like this, a child still needs to sympathize with his parents at the right time, that's the only way to live up to his conscience. Otherwise, a child who won't sympathize with his parents, how can he be successful in the future? Jiang Chen didn't raise his head and continued to reply. Auntie, you're right about that, but there's one condition. Hearing this, Zhang Ting couldn't help but stare and asked with a smile, what condition? It is normal for a child to sympathize with their parents, to sympathize with the trouble they bring to their parents. But if the parents don't have any bitterness to suffer hard, or if they deliberately suffer in order to let the child know that it's not easy for them, why should this be sympathetic? Jiang Chen replied in a serious manner. But these words were very ironic when they reached Zhang Ting's ears. Why? Didn't she often eat hard without suffering just to make her child sympathize with her? Jiang Chen saying these words gave her the feeling of looking in the mirror. A fiery pain on her face. It was like being slapped. And in the live broadcast room, those viewers who understood the education of Xiaoman's family couldn't hold their breath at once. Ha! Brother Kid is insinuating, isn't he? The descriptions that he just said, Xiaoman's mom is right on all of them. I have a reasonable doubt that Kid Brother must have secretly watched the Xiaoman family's live broadcasts often, and even the words he disliked Xiaoman's mom were all the same. It's not so much one thing, it's the fact that every single one of them matches. Xiaoman's mom, this is definitely what I said. I can only say that this wave of Kid Brother, I can only say that the face of the open big, too relieved. Usually when I see Xiaoman being educated by her mom, I feel like she's having a hard time. This time, I'm with Kid, it's time to give man's mom some strength since she's under so much pressure in life. I can only give Kid Brother 84 for this one, because he has 16. Then look at Zhang Ting. At this moment, her expression was inscrutable, and her face was a shade of blue. She wanted to say more, but Jiang Chen had already finished his breakfast. Auntie, I've finished eating. Can I go study later? Jiang Chen cleared the table while carrying the dirty dishes to the sink. Consciously, he began to wash them. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ting couldn't help but be shocked and walked over at once. Xiao Chen, you don't need to do this job, Auntie can do it. Just study hard. In Zhang Ting's opinion, Jiang Chen must have done this for show. Who parent would let their child do the dishes? This must have been something Jiang Chen did on purpose in front of the camera. Not only was it done to the audience, but it was also done to himself. But Jiang Chen didn't give way, but continued to stand there and wash the dishes. Auntie, that's how I am at home, why bother my parents when I can do things myself? Hearing this, Zhang Ting froze. She just stared at Jiang Chen dumbfounded. Jiang Chen brushed the bowls with a crisp and skillful technique, not at all like it was his first time to do so. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ting was also a little skeptical inside. Could it be that what Jiang Chen said was true? Soon, Jiang Chen had already washed the dishes and neatly placed them aside. Auntie, the dishes are all washed, can I go study now? Now, Zhang Ting was even more stunned. Not only did she take the initiative to wash the dishes, but she also took the initiative to say that she would go study? Really? From what she had seen in the video, Jiang Chen clearly liked to play games. Zhang Ting's heart was more than a little skeptical. Could it be that Jiang Chen was pretending? In front of the camera, in front of himself, so he deliberately pretended to look like this. Anyway, the home exchange was only for one day today, Jiang Chen only needed to pretend for one day. Thinking of this, Zhang Ting confirmed her guess. Jiang Chen was definitely pretending. How could he possibly take the initiative to study? It must be because he was looking at today's family exchange, so he wanted to act like he loved to study in front of himself. He might be pretending now, but after studying for a while, he would definitely reveal himself. She didn't believe that Jiang Chen would be able to keep pretending. Jiang Chen and Xiao Man were both third graders, so the exercise books that she had prepared for Xiao Man could also be written by Jiang Chen. Plus, these exercise books were all high-level exercises. It was estimated that Jiang Chen would not be able to stand writing for half an hour, right? Thinking of this, Zhang Ting took the initiative and said, "Okay, Xiao Chen, go and study." Zhang Ting brought Jiang Chen to Xiao Man's room, then carried a few exercise books. "These are the questions prepared for Xiao Man. Xiao Chen will write these first. If the questions are too difficult, tell Auntie. Auntie will prepare some simple questions for you, don't scribble in the book." Zhang Ting was all smiles, waiting to see Jiang Chen's joke. It was at this moment that Zhang Ting was full of smiles, waiting to see Jiang Chen's joke in her heart. Ding dong! The system releases a randomized task, immersive writing for 1 hour. Reward for completing the task, learning thinking 5, mul points 5. Hearing the system task prompt, Jiang Chen's excitement pulled up. Excitedly, he took those practice problems and even gave Zhang Ting a heavy bow. "Thank you, Auntie. You are so good to me." In his own home, when had his father ever taken the initiative to take questions and let him write like this? No. Zhang Ting took the initiative to bring these exercise books and let him study at will? He wouldn't dare to do that even in his dreams. Seeing Jiang Chen's reaction, Zhang Ting was a bit confused. "What's going on? Why are you so happy about letting you study? I'm asking you to study, not to play games." Jiang Chen happily sat down at the study table, picked up a pen and wrote. Zhang Ting just stood there, dumbfounded. Seeing this scene, the pop-ups of the netizens in the live broadcast room rushed. "Can't do it, laughing doesn't live," giving the kid brother practice questions and letting him take the initiative to write them? This is not a meat bag to beat the dog. "Kid brother, I've never fought this kind of rich battle in 8 lifetimes. Is Xiao Man's mom confused? Do you really think he likes to play games?" Suggest that Xiao Man's mom wait on the sidelines and fill in these exercises when they're finished. Upstairs, you're using the exercises as a consumable, aren't you? Upstairs, are you treating the exercises as a consumable, right? Chapter 65, Xiao Man, do you know how to play CF? Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Chen's family live broadcasting room. Although it was getting late, the house was still empty, and occasionally one could hear the sound of snoring coming from the house. What's going on? Kid brother's father is still asleep. Go to bed at 1 o'clock and get up at 7 o'clock. The king of hell praises your health. When Xiao Man arrives, he'll still be sleeping here. I doubt if the kid's father will sleep all day. He'll have to fend for himself when Xiao Man arrives. A good family swap, how to turn into a wilderness survival. A little while longer. Knock. There was a knock on the door from outside the living room. But inside the master bedroom, Jiang Yong still didn't move. Immediately after that, ding bell. A sharp ringing of a cell phone rang. Crooked? Arrived? So soon? Oh, get up, come on. Inside the master bedroom, this brought out the sound of rustling and dressing. A few minutes later, Jiang Yong came out of the master bedroom with his chicken nest head, staggering, and without knowing it, one would think he had just woken up from a hangover. He briefly straightened his hair and stretched before opening the door to his room. Outside the door stood the little photography brother, carrying equipment on his shoulder, and Xiao Man stood timidly at the side. Jiang Chen, father, you finally woke up. The photography little brother said with a face full of helplessness. Jiang Yong, on the other hand, was embarrassed and scratched his head. Sorry, the house soundproofing was too good and I didn't hear it. At this time, Xiao Man curiously sized up Jiang Yong, then summoned up the courage and took the initiative to greet him. Uncle good, I am called Xiao Man, today trouble Uncle care. Hearing this, Jiang Yong faintly smiled, waved his hand and said, what take care of not take care of, don't care. My son does not also go to your home, care is also deserved. Photography little brother helplessly looked at Jiang Yong, then said, Jiang Chen father, then it's like this, Xiao Man will be in your hands. By the way, there are some words of instruction from Xiao Man's mom, send you a text message later, you remember to listen. Jiang Yong nodded his head ignorantly, and then got out of the way. Okay, I'll listen to it later. Xiao Man, come in first. Xiao Man nodded obediently and entered the house somewhat nervously. Looking around, the inside of the house was clean, and it looked a bit bigger than their house. Xiao Man took a deep breath and pushed down her inner tension. At this time, Jiang Yong also sent off the photography boy, and in his cell phone, he received an audio from the photography boy. Our family's Xiao Man has been physically weak since he was a child, so he needs to be taken care of emphatically. The child's stomach is not good, those cold things, such as ice cream, just out of the refrigerator fruit and so on, cannot give her to eat will have a tummy. Jiang Yong clicked on the audio and listened to Zhang Ting's instructions, and even couldn't help but yawn. After listening, Jiang Yong scratched his head. What did he say? Didn't understand. Anyway, it means let me take care of you, right? Hearing Jiang Yong's words, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't hold their breath. Too abstract. Why is the kid's dad so funny? Not to mention kid's dad, if I listen to this audio, I'll be frozen for a while too. I can only say that it matches the educational concepts of most post-90s parents. It's okay. Nowadays, children are not so fragile, like us, a mouthful of food and a mouthful of water can feed. I guess Xiaoman doesn't like that kind of child rearing either, she prefers to be free and spontaneous. Uncle, I'm actually not that troublesome, no need to accommodate me too much. Xiaoman stood there, nervously pinching the corner of her coat with her hand. Jiang Yang froze for a moment, then laughed. It's okay. It's just taking care of the kids. How easy is that? Just treat it as your own home, don't be nervous. Jiang Chen walked over to the sofa. Xiaoman, sit down, it's tiring to stand there. Hearing this, Xiaoman nervously walked over and sat down at the corner of the sofa. Jiang Yong, on the other hand, directly laid down on the other side and crossed his legs. Xiaoman, did you eat in the morning? Xiaoman shook his head and whispered, I ate, thank you uncle. Harmful, your age is the time of growing body, breakfast eat a little more is also okay, wait for me to buy you a little more. Saying that, Jiang Chen began to order takeout. Hearing this, Xiaoman bit her lip and whispered, Uncle, Mom doesn't let me eat junk food. Every morning I drink milk and eat bread, plus fried eggs and the like. Jiang Yong couldn't help but frown. Just eat these things? That's not enough. At your age now, it's the time to grow your body, my son can eat 4 big buns in one meal. Besides, I definitely don't give my kids junk food, this has bread, fat and vegetables, it's healthy as hell. Xiaoman showed a puzzled expression and did not continue to speak. Although she had eaten in the morning, those things weren't much. For her growing body, she would be hungry in no time. It was fine to eat some more. Soon, Jiang Yong ordered breakfast. With a sweep of his eyes, he saw Xiaoman sitting in the corner of the sofa. Her hands were on her legs, her body was sitting taut, and she looked nervous. Jiang Yong frowned and couldn't help but say, Xiaoman, no need to be so nervous. This is a sofa, how comfortable is it to directly lie here, aren't you tired of sitting like that? Hearing this, Xiaoman was stunned. Lying on the sofa? This is not good. From a young age, my mom taught me that a little girl should sit and stand. Even on the sofa, you can't lie too languidly, or it will be humiliating. I didn't expect that inside Jiang Chen's house, I could actually lie down so easily. Just think of it as being in your own home, don't feel pressured. Jiang Yong waved his hand and said with a smile. Just lie here directly, it's not in your own home. Xiaoman's heart moved, and she also followed Jiang Yong's example and slowly lay down. Lying on the cushion, it was as soft as lying on the bed. This was indeed very comfortable. Xiaoman's mood also gradually relaxed. Seeing this, Jiang Yong nodded and smiled. This is the right thing to do. At home, if you are still so restrained, how can the child be happy? Seeing this scene, the viewers in the live broadcast room were also very pleased. Xiaoman came to the Kid Brothers family, but he really came to the right place. He's so formal in his own home, but it's his father who's good at educating him. From this point of view, the father's education is not bad, no wonder he loves to learn. I can only say that Ashikawa has never had such a good life. Xiaoman, how old are you now, and what grade are you in? Jiang Yang asked with a smile. At this time Xiaoman's tone has relaxed, slowly answered, Uncle, I'm 8 years old, now is the 3rd grade. Jiang Yang's eyes lit up, you are still the same age as my son. Do you know how to play CF? Chapter 66, Meat and Vegetables with Nutritional Balance, Junk Food? As soon as Jiang Yang's words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the living room froze. The live broadcast room was also rarely silent for a while. Then the pop-ups popped up like crazy. Who said that Kid Brother's father is well educated? Come out. I said it just now, it's been withdrawn. I'm not sure if I'm a good person, I'm not sure if I'm a good person, I'm not sure if I'm a good person. I now seriously doubt that his father's cerebellum is underdeveloped and his brain is completely underdeveloped. It seems that Kid Brother can grow up like this. It seems that it's his talent that made him grow up like this. I'm worried about whether little man will be spoiled by his father if he stays here for a day. Upstairs, Put will not give go. Xiaoman scratched her head. Not to mention if she knows how to play CF, she hasn't even heard of what CF is. Uncle, is this a game? Xiaoman asked in a small voice, while Jiang Yang was stunned. My mom didn't let me play games since I was a kid, saying that playing cell phones and playing computers are bad for your eyes. So I won't play any of those games. Xiaoman skimmed her mouth and whispered. Jiang Yang then frowned and asked, then Xiaoman, what do you usually do when you are bored? Study, inside my house, mom will always supervise my study, there is no time for boredom. Xiaoman's voice got smaller and smaller, as if living inside the home was such a hard thing to do. All day long is studying? Jiang Yang was dumbfounded and shook his head. If you teach a child like this, what can he or she do in the future? They'll all learn to be nerds. Studying every day is not a good habit. Hearing this, Xiaoman couldn't help but stare at Jiang Yang with a puzzled expression. Studying every day is not a good habit? How could any parent still say such words? Her mom's education to her since she was a child was that she should study seriously, and that only by eating the bitterness can she become a human being. Therefore, since childhood, Xiaoman has not had much time for entertainment. But when it came to the mouth of this uncle in front of her, studying every day became some kind of bad habit. Is this still a normal parent? The audience in the live broadcast room was also talking. What kind of good habit can studying every day be? That's something only a kid's father could say. If I had studied every day when I was a kid, my parents would have been overjoyed. Unfortunately, being born is a gift. Do you really think anyone can be born into a family like Kid Brothers? Man is so confused, he wonders if his father is telling the truth. Xiaoman's mom has instilled a lifelong belief in him, but when she heard his father's words, the sky collapsed. Uncle, what kind of CF game are you talking about? Xiaoman was a little curious and couldn't help but ask. Although from childhood to adulthood, Xiaoman has never come into contact with online games. But with the influence of his classmates, he also has some understanding of the game. Curiosity. It is a gun battle game. You take a gun to destroy the enemy. Whoever destroys more enemies wins. Jiang Yong thought about it and explained it in the simplest words. Xiaoman nodded thoughtfully. That should be quite interesting. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yong's eyes lit up. Want to learn? I will teach you. As soon as these words were uttered, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room exploded. What's going on? The kid's father wants to teach Xiaoman to play the game. Is this a serious way to bring up a child? Little Man has never played a game in her life, so she's broken her addiction by coming to her brother's house. I have to tell him that he's got no choice but to play CF with his little girl. That's right. Why don't you take the little girl to play dress up for the princess? Why are you playing CF? Xiaoman probably won't have the heart to continue playing after one game. It's still fun to study. Xiaoman scratched his head with some hesitation, his expression a bit bitter. Uncle, this is not good, right? Shouldn't studying be the main focus at home? Studying? Jiang Yong glared and instantly sat upright, asking seriously. Xiaoman, let me ask you a question. Did you not study seriously in school? Upon hearing this, Xiaoman hastily shook her head and defended herself. No, I studied very hard at school and didn't dare to relax. That's not it then? Zhang Chen spread his two hands. You've already studied hard at school, you'll study hard again when you get back home. Do you still play or not? Don't let the bad habits from school be brought back home. Besides, isn't today Sunday? Sunday is the time to play. Look at your grades at school, look at your record at home. You should really change your mind about learning. Listening to Jiang Yong's education, Xiaoman completely froze in place. It only felt that these words were very strange. Don't let the bad habits at school be brought back home. Could it be that studying hard was a bad habit? This was a far cry from the education that Xiaoman had been exposed to since she was a child. There was almost no similarity, it had been reversed. Xiaoman lay on the sofa, repeating Jiang Yong's words over and over in his mind. It was also at this moment that a knock sounded on the door. Jiang Yong Miso stood up and quickly walked over to open the door. It was the takeout that had just been ordered that had arrived. Jiang Yong took out a burger, a snack, and a cup of Coke from inside. It was placed on the coffee table in front of Xiaoman. Xiaoman, you don't have to be polite, eat a couple of bites first to pad your stomach. Looking at the burger on the table, Xiaoman was a bit hesitant. Uncle, my mom says that burgers are junk food, and usually doesn't let me eat them. She also said it's not as good as mom's breakfast. Junk food? Jiang Yong skimmed his mouth, then walked forward and unwrapped that burger. Xiaoman, look inside, there's a bun, a patty, and lettuce. Which of these things are unhygienic? Ashikawa thought for a moment and shook her head. It really doesn't have any junk food in it. Then wouldn't it be fine? If these things aren't junk food separately, are they junk food together? Jiang Yong said as he handed over the burger. Although Xiaoman was a bit hesitant, he couldn't help but gulp as he smelled the burger's aroma. Then he carefully took it over. Gently biting into it, the aroma hit his nose, the sweetness of the bread, the meaty flavor of the patty, plus the freshness of the vegetables. How is it like the junk food that mom said? And the flavor. Compared to mom's cooking in the morning, it was like a mountain of food. She had never eaten anything so delicious. Xiaoman couldn't help but take an extra bite and feasted on it. Seeing this, Jiang Yong nodded in satisfaction. That's what's right. He handed over the Coke again, and Xiaoman took a bite of the burger and a bite of the Coke. The eating was so cheerful. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room quieted down for a while. Kid Brother's father is right, these things are healthy separately, how come together they are junk food? This is all just an excuse for some parents. Why do I feel so sad when I see Xiaoman like this? It's okay to let the Kid Brother's father take a shikawa for a day. After all, he's never had a good day like this before. Don't end up not wanting to leave. Chapter 67, You're Really a Genius. Xiaoman's Family Live Room. Zhang Chen was lying on his desk, writing non-stop, page after page. What was the difference between being able to study like this and enjoying happiness? Zhang Ting stood behind him, her face full of doubts. At first, she thought Zhang Chen was all for show. But after watching for about 10 minutes, she realized that something wasn't right. It's not that you're really learning. She stretched her neck, wanting to see how Jiang Chen was writing. Turning her head again, she pretended not to care. These questions Xiao Man could only write 2 pages if he wrote them all morning. How could he write so fast? Zhang Ting looked puzzled, then pondered inwardly and nodded heavily. This kid was definitely pretending. She walked over to Jiang Chen's side, pretending to be gentle as she inquired. What is Xiao Chen drawing? It doesn't matter if you can't do the questions, but don't do the workbook scribbling. Oh. Jiang Chen's concentration was interrupted. He raised his little face, a blank face. I'm not scribbling, I'm writing seriously. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ting raised her eyebrows. Is that so? Let Auntie help you check it, right? Jiang Chen smoothly handed over the workbook. There were no traces of scribbling on it, but instead all kinds of problem-solving formulas were neatly organized. The font, even better than my own Xiaoman. She picked up the answers with a grave expression and compared them. The multiple-choice questions at the beginning were all correct. Zhang Ting couldn't believe it and took it closer, itching to stick her eyes on it. She revolved her head, looking at one answer, then another on an exercise. Rechecked the answers to the previous multiple-choice questions again. Still all correct. Zhang Ting smiled grudgingly. The questions in front are easier, let me look at the ones behind. The further back she looked, the darker her face became. In the end, she couldn't even pull out a little forced smile. She clattered and quickly flipped through the exercises in her hand. The questions written in these 10 minutes just now, Xiaoman had to write for 2 or 3 days. How did you write so fast and still get them all right? Seeing this scene, the live broadcast pop-up screen quickly scrolled. Laughing. Xiaoman's mom was so irritated. The kid's brother plays games every day, but he's better at studying than Ishikawa. Who could stand it? She watched her daughter study every day, but she's still not as good as her kid brother who plays games every day. Xiaoman's mom is going to be autistic, that's the difference. If this happened to you, you'd be autistic too. That's why you can't push your kids too hard. It's counterproductive, right? But you can't spoil them too much, right? Like the kid's father, who plays video games with the kid every day. Upstairs, are you sure you're spoiling your kid by playing games with him? Zhang Ting slowly returned the exercises with a bewildered look on her face. She couldn't help but ask, Xiao Chen, don't you usually play games every day? How come you still write these questions? She really couldn't understand. Why would a child who plays games every day write these questions? What are his credentials? Zhang Chen shook his head helplessly and sighed. It's true that my dad drags me to play games every day, but I occasionally read and study while the game is loading. There's also inside the school, where I'm all serious about studying. Saying that, Zhang Chen opened the exercises and continued to write. Zhang Ting hadn't slowed down. Just like this, she was dumbfounded and foolishly watched Zhang Chen do the exercises. Inwardly, she was thinking 1,000 thoughts. Zhang Chen played games every day, but he could study so well. Xiao Man was being watched by himself every day, but his studies were hard to improve. Is this the gap between children? Or is it something else? On the other hand, Zhang Chen's family live broadcasting room. In the computer room. Xiao Man sat in front of the computer, his hands hanging over the keyboard, hesitant to knock down. Mom usually doesn't let me play with the computer. If she sees the live broadcast, she will definitely get angry. The pop-ups all brushed up to sympathize with Xiao Man. The poor kid, what kind of control has he been given? My mom didn't let me play when I was a kid, but I was able to play on the sly. This shows how strict Xiaoman's mom is, and she's still cowering at her kid brother's house. Why do I feel so sad when I see man like this? You're just seeing the person you were before. Zhang Yong pressed Xiaoman's hands onto the keyboard. Children should listen to adults, right? Xiaoman nodded ignorantly. Yes, mom said I should listen. Then uncle wants you to play games, is it also necessary to obey? Xiaoman was stunned at first, then slowly relaxed. Yes. You have to listen to uncle. Zhang Yong touched Xiaoman's head, but accidentally rubbed Zhang Ting's carefully combed hairstyle into disarray. Xiaoman realized something was wrong and reached out to touch his own head. Zhang Yong hurriedly pulled Xiaoman's hand and tried to smooth her hair with his other hand, resulting in a bigger mess. He laughed twice in embarrassment and simply untied Xiaoman's hair. There's a rule in my family that when playing a game, you have to be fully focused, and you have to be at your most comfortable state for every battle. Xiaoman, is it comfortable to have your hair tied so tightly? Xiaoman gently shook her head. Zhang Yong clapped his hands. That's right. So uncle intentionally messed up your hair, now untie these braids, isn't it much more comfortable? The corner of Xiaoman's mouth slightly hooked up, very happy and somewhat converged. Seeing that the muddle had passed, Zhang Yong nodded his head in satisfaction. Then let's start playing the game. Excuses. This is not a pure excuse. I'm really convinced, kid brother is father this rough and clumsy, the people little girl good braid to mess up. He's also trying to fool Xiaoman. Oh, my gosh, my back hurts from laughing so hard. It's just that Xiaoman is simple. If she were naughty, she'd be crying like a baby. A man's mouth is a lie. Xiaoman has never touched a game before and doesn't even know what the buttons do. Zhang Yong can only teach her the basics. Look, Ashikawa, press this button and the character moves forward. If you press this button, you can shoot the gun. Xiaoman was taught by her mother that she must concentrate on what she is doing. That's why she's so focused on learning the game. It didn't take him long to memorize the functions of each key. Okay, let's start. Zhang Yong commanded Xiaoman while manipulating the characters. You've never played a game before, so I'm not going to show you the big game first. Let's go to the training camp and play with guns. Don't be formal, Uncle has a record of 100 kills, you won't be able to beat him, just play casually. Shame on you. Did you beat the 100 kill record? According to Zhang Yong, the son's is the father's. Upstairs, I'm speechless. Usually, I'm bored of being abused online, now I want to abuse Xiaoman, right? This is not domestic violence? Xiaoman stared nervously at the screen, maneuvering her character into the training ground. She muttered softly, this button is to advance, this is to shoot. Zhang Yong knows that he is not a good fighter. But against a little girl who doesn't know how to play the game, it's not easy. He proudly tilted his head and maneuvered his character into the field. Bang! Suddenly, his computer screen turned gray. Zhang Yong's character was shot in the head. He froze in place. He had been headbutted in seconds? The one who fired the shot was none other than Xiaoman. Seeing this, Xiaoman thought he had done something wrong and apologized guiltily. Uncle, I'm sorry, I just tried to shoot. I didn't expect to kill him. Zhang Yong looked at Xiaoman in silence. Only after a long time did he pop out a sentence. Hey! You're a ing genius. Chapter 68, The Child Brother Lao Do was a second doubtful life. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room immediately exploded. What's going on? The kid brother's father was seconded by Dodo? He's been shot by Xiaoman? This distance from the training ground, this headshot, surely a novice shot. Has man never played a game before? He couldn't have done this if he hadn't stayed at an internet cafe for a few nights. I can't see it. Ashikawa still has this talent. It's true that anyone who loves to study can't be a bad gamer. So, whoever plays games can't be a bad student either? How many professional players have you scolded with this comment? A professional player, there's still education discrimination in this game, right? This is intolerable. Zhang Yong looked at Xiaoman with a look of envy. This shooting skill, you say you are the first time to play the game? Is there really a genius? He had been playing the game for so long himself, and as a result, Xiaoman had just gotten started and was able to shoot this kind of marksmanship. However, Zhang Yong scratched his head again and muttered, Xiaoman, don't look at this game as difficult, but there is also a lot of luck in it. That shot just now has a component of luck in it, come on, let's have a good shot. Zhang Yong is still a bit of a disbeliever. The shot that Xiaoman took just now was definitely luck. Seeing this scene, the audience was overjoyed. Ha! Kid brother's father still doesn't believe it and wants to keep fighting. Can you do it or not? It looks like a good match. Let the kid's dad try his luck. If he can get a second out of 10 shots, I'll pay for his gun skin. 10 shots? You think too much of his father. Let's just say we're resigned to our fate. There are geniuses in this world. I'm laughing my ass off. The kid's dad wanted to abuse Ashikawa, so he's not going to be abused by Ashikawa in turn, is he? The game continues. The two of them chose the transportation ship as the practice map. Xiaoman had never touched this type of game before, so he controlled the character and just walked straight forward. Not even familiar with the map. Across the screen, Zhang Yong saw Xiaoman's dull footsteps and grunted. Xiaoman, you can't walk like this in the game, it's too dull. If you walk like that, the opposite side only needs to fire one shot and you're gone. Hearing this, Xiaoman smiled in embarrassment. Uncle, I'm still not very good at the controls, let me skill up a bit more. As for Zhang Yong, he squinted and stared at Xiaoman's screen while moving his character. The audience who saw this scene immediately began to seek injustice for Xiaoman. No, you're still peeking at the screen when you're playing a custom solo, the opposite side is a newbie. You're still not a human being anymore? This is also too doggy, usually how not to see with the kid brother solo it? I think it's possible that his dad can't beat kid brother even if he's soloing with him. That makes sense. Even Black Shark can't beat kid's brother in advance. If his dad soloed with kid brother, that's purely looking for abuse. What do you mean, now he's looking for Xiaoman to solo with him, looking for a sense of existence, right? Zhang Yong didn't see the pop-ups defending Xiaoman. He was only thinking about his own name. After seeing Xiaoman's character round the corner, Zhang Yong immediately rushed out. However, the next second, bang! 3 thin and consecutive gunshots rang out, and Zhang Yong's screen instantly turned black. A miserable scream also came out from the game character. Dead again? Zhang Yong couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Xiaoman had used less than 5 shots to knock himself to the ground. Although Xiaoman hadn't shot himself in the head, every shot had hit Zhang Yong's body. 5 shots were just enough to send it away. As for Zhang Yong, the point of aim didn't even move to Xiaoman's body before he was already killed in action. Jiang Yong stared at the computer screen, already somewhat skeptical. No, that shot just now should still be luck. Jiang Yong nodded, then immediately went out after resurrecting. He intended to finish off Xiaoman and get some face back for himself. However, Jiang Yong had just gone out. Bang! As soon as the invincibility time expired, Jiang Yong was knocked to the ground by Xiaoman with a few shots. Uncle! Xiaoman looked at Jiang Yong with an innocent face and then whispered. Uncle, you don't have to make me anymore. Even though it's my first time playing the game, I can withstand the frustration. Hearing this, Jiang Yong let out a bitter smile. Let her? Where did he get the strength to let her? He was already fully focused, but he didn't expect that the next time he saw Xiaoman, he would be knocked down by her with a few shots. If it wasn't for Xiaoman sitting beside himself, Jiang Yong even suspected that she had opened up. Seeing Jiang Yong's predicament, the audience in the live broadcast room was overjoyed. Kid brother's father is too much of a vegetable, isn't he? Peeping the screen and still can't beat Xiaoman? Although Xiaoman's stance looks like a newbie mannequin, but it should be said that this shooting style is really ruthless. So what if his stance is bad? As long as you can shoot hard, it's enough. Is this the newbie welfare period? The new number is awesome. If I see someone with this kind of stance in the game, but with this kind of stance, I'll report them directly. Xiaoman doesn't know what is called stance, he only knows to shoot the enemy when he appears. The game between the two continued. Strictly speaking, it should be Xiaoman's game alone. Jiang Yong had to resurrect 8 or 9 times before he could take Xiaoman once. The reason was still that Xiaoman's bullets ran out and there was no way to keep shooting. A game quickly ended. Xiaoman's kill count was fixed at 100. And Jiang Yong? The number of kills was only 9. The gap between the two sides had even reached 10-1. Seeing the words, game failure, at the end, Jiang Yong completely froze. Feeling a pang of confusion in his brain. Lost? He lost just like that? Lost to a little girl who was getting her hands on CF for the first time? Was he too good? Compared to Jiang Yong's despondency, Xiaoman beside him was very excited. Uncle, no wonder all my classmates like playing games so much, so games can be so fun. But Uncle should have let me win on purpose, otherwise how could I win so happily? Thank you, Uncle. If you don't want us to play again, don't let me win this time. Hearing this, Jiang Yong shook his head as if in response. He waved his hand. No more fighting, Xiaoman, let's not play solo. Looking at Jiang Yong's scared expression, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were like a tidal wave rushing in. I'm not sure if I'm right, but I'm not sure if I'm right. Did I hear you right? The kid brother's father actually doesn't want to play with Xiaoman anymore? This is still how to play. The number of kill solo 10-1, you say is Xiaoman's talent is too good, or the kid brother his father is too good? I think it's both, mainly the latter. I envy the new number, his reflexes are so fast. I think his dad already regrets teaching him CF. There are so many ways to be tortured, but he had to find the most humiliating one. I thought he came here because he wanted to play CF. I thought Xiaoman came here to experience education, but I didn't realize it was for kid brother's dad to kick his internet addiction. Chapter 69, You really love to learn In just one game, Jiang Yong was almost confused by Xiaoman. And the other side. Xiaoman's family's live broadcast room. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The host receives a reward, learning thinking 5, mul points 5. The system's prompt sounded beside his ears, and Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. The task was completed. Without realizing it, this exercise book in his hands was almost finished. It couldn't be helped. As Zhang Chen's learning mind continued to improve, the time used to think about a question was becoming less and less. So it didn't take more than a few minutes to finish writing a page of questions. In Zhang Ting's opinion, Zhang Chen was constantly writing furiously, and in a few minutes' time, he was able to turn a page. How long had it been? The exercise book in Zhang Chen's hand was already almost finished by him. Although Xiaoman had already written part of it, Zhang Chen's speed in writing his homework, it was too fast. Auntie, I'm done with this one. Zhang Chen closed the exercise book in his hand and then stretched his back. While Zhang Chen was studying, Zhang Ting didn't leave. Instead, she sat on the bed aside and stared. She had always suspected that the reason Zhang Chen wrote so fast was all because he copied the answers. So she supervised from the side. However, it wasn't until Zhang Chen finished writing that she realized. The answer was held in her hand from the beginning. Where did Zhang Chen copy the answer? It was clearly written by himself. Okay, Auntie will check it for you. Zhang Ting's face was more than a little bitter. Usually, helping Xiaoman check her mistakes was the happiest time for Zhang Ting. Because if Xiaoman had any wrong questions, she could educate Xiaoman a couple of times. What to pay attention to your thoughts when writing questions, not to run away from your mind, not to be distracted, and so on. She hadn't said a lot of things. However, in front of Zhang Chen, she didn't seem to have the chance to say these words. Looking at this scene, the live broadcast audience immediately boiled over. Kid brother writes homework so fast? Look at Xiaoman's mom's expression. I think Xiao Man's mom was waiting in front of him when he was writing his homework. I think she was trying to pick on him. What? I don't think she's trying to give him a hard time for writing so fast and correctly. It's always like that with Xiaoman's homework. Even if he's good, Xiaoman's mom can always find something wrong. She's just picking holes in her eggs. Although Zhang Ting was able to find problems in Xiaoman's homework. But when she looked at Zhang Chen's finished exercises, her face changed. She checked the answers, and Zhang Chen had basically gotten all the questions right. Moreover, his handwriting was neat and tidy, and he didn't look like a 7 or 8-year-old child at all. A 7 or 8-year-old child could write such words? Without practicing for more than 10 years, how could he write like that? What kind of trouble could she pick out? This Xiao Chun, your writing is still very good. For these exercises, Xiao Man had to write for more than a week at the very least, but I didn't expect you to finish it so quickly. Zhang Ting's expression was a bit bitter. How can the gap between people be so big? Isn't Zhang Chen an internet addict? How come it felt like his addiction wasn't to online games, but to gaming? Was this a mistake? Got the wrong script. Thank you, Auntie, then I'll continue writing the questions. After immersing himself in a state of learning, Zhang Chen would feel his body energized from the inside out, and was also more capable of triggering more tasks about learning. Therefore, Zhang Chen then preferred to immerse himself in the learning state. It was also at this moment. Ding dong! System releases a random task, host completes a book of practice problems, time limit, 6 hours. Rewards available, logical thinking ability 5, mul points 5. The task is here again? Hearing the system's prompt, Zhang Chen could hardly suppress the rising corners of his mouth. Writing practice problems? Isn't this all practice questions? What's wrong with writing questions? According to his current writing speed, it wouldn't even take him 2 hours to finish writing a book of practice questions. Seeing Zhang Chen turn his eyes and start writing again, Zhang Ting froze. Still writing? Didn't he just finish writing that book? Why do we still need to write it? Zhang Ting couldn't even help but say something. Aren't you tired of studying like this? It was hard to imagine that these words would actually come out of her mouth. Zhang Chen answered while writing the questions. Tired? Thank you, Auntie, for your concern. Of course I'm not tired of studying. On the contrary, studying also makes me feel happy. Usually the most annoying thing is playing games with my old man. Hearing this, Zhang Ting was completely confused. Studying can make you feel happy? The most annoying thing is playing games with my father? How could Zhang Chen say these words? Was he pretending in front of himself? It didn't look like a fake. He can pretend for 5 minutes, from the beginning to now. How many 5 minutes have passed? Do you really love studying? Zhang Ting was dumbfounded, staring at Zhang Chen in a daze. Is there really such a child under the sky? Isn't it a child's nature to play? How could there be a love of learning here? Seeing Zhang Ting's appearance, many of the live streaming netizens cried out in pain. See, Xiaoman's mom froze. She's never seen a kid who loves to learn so much. Don't talk about her, have you seen it? It's rare to see a kid like that in a few hundred years. You're more likely to see a shooting star than a full-grade kid like this. We've met a kid like this, and we've met him this time. It's hard to imagine Ashikawa's mom asking someone if they're tired of studying. What's so hard to imagine? This is a kid, brother. What's the point of having just a few books? The foreigners next door will think we can't afford it. A few more books. 1 book an hour. Zhang Ting stood up and silently walked out of the room. She didn't want to continue supervising Zhang Chen's writing. Because there was no need to supervise. And the longer she supervised herself, the one who suffered was her instead. Also both children, between Xiao Man and Zhang Chen, how could the gap be so big? She lay down on the sofa with a weak body. In her heart, she had already begun to think about how she was going to better educate Xiao Man when she came home. Under the topic of family swapping, all the live channels of Bringing Up Baby with Joy were hot. Apart from Zhang Chen's family and Xiao Man's family, all the other live channels were also quite popular. Zhang Xiaowei's family. Zi Xian was swapped into this home. Seeing the wide array of various game consoles in the house, Zi Xian was a little dazzled. Normally, Zi Xian was strictly managed by his mother Lu Xian, not to mention the game consoles, he hadn't even touched his cell phone a few times. Coming to a room like this, it's like arriving in paradise, both eyes glowing. Ha! Look at Zi Xian's face. If you come to this place once, you probably won't forget it for the rest of your life, right? Don't talk about Zi Xian, let you go over there, go for a spin, you're lucky if you can walk out. Any game console in this house is worth a month's salary. This is a real family swap. Why don't you let me switch for a day? It's not for the console, it's just to relive my school life. Upstairs, you're crushing my face with that abacus. Chapter 70, Uncle, stop taking care of me. Zi Xian eagerly looked at those game consoles. But he was too disciplined by his mom to open his mouth and say he wanted to play. To the side, Zhang Dawei laughed out loud and patted him on the back. If you want to play, treat this as your own home. Zixian froze and said, "My own home does not allow me to play games." The smile at the corner of Zhang Daoi's mouth twitched a little. The smile doesn't disappear, it only transfers to the faces of the live viewers. Xiaowei's father, there are still such perverted families in this world that don't allow games. Ha! Reasonable suspicion that Xiaowei's dad has received a huge shock, although there is no evidence. Zixuan the honest child, if you're not allowed to play, won't you play secretly? You don't have the wit I had when I was a kid. Upstairs, is this your reason for entering the factory? Listen to the pop-ups and live the life of a cow and a horse. The way to enter the factory is right in the middle of it. Zhang Duwei took the initiative to pass a game console into Zixian's hand. It's a family exchange today, isn't it? Zixian, holding the game console, is already in a state of distraction. Right. So I'm your parent today, what are you afraid of if your parent says you can play? Zixian tilted his head and looked at the amiable Zhang Dawei, his eyes flushed with sourness. He thought that parents all over the world were like his mom. It turned out that there were parents like Uncle Zhang. I really envy Uncle Zhang's child, he must be living a very happy life. In order to make Zixian less restrained, Zhang Dawei personally took Zixian to play games. The friendship between the big boy and the little boy is built up quickly in a game. In Zixian's own home, I've never seen him so happy. The sadness of Chinese family education. Don't talk about Chinese education, isn't Xiaowei's father from the Dragon Kingdom? Kid brother's dad isn't from the Dragon Kingdom? His mom is still too strict. Upstairs, I suspect you're cursing, and I have proof. On the other side, in the live broadcast room of Zixian's house, Zhang Xiaowei, who had been switched over, was not as formal as Zixian. He cozily sat on the sofa, holding a tablet and playing a game. During the gaps in game loading, he even picked up his cell phone on one side to brush short videos. Lu Xian, who has always been strict with her children, has never seen this kind of scene on her own sofa. Usually, Zixian would have to be criticized by her even if he didn't sit properly. A nameless fire surged to her heart. Lu Xian opened her mouth to curse. On second thought, this is not her own child, it is better to be polite. She approached, bent down and said gently, "Xiaowei, it is not good to play games all the time. Oh, auntie will take you to study." This perverse appearance, in the live room is like a pot of explosions. "Xiaowei, this turn of voice turn I cannot get out of it. I've never seen her talk to Zixian like that before. If Zixian dares to sit on the sofa and play games, he'll get a beating. Your own kids are just bullied. It's the fault of some parents. If it were someone else's kid, they'd treat him like a human being. Zixian would be sad if he knew that his mom also suppresses her temper and is gentle with others, just not with him. It was only when I grew up and saw how my mom spoke to my friends that I realized she would just treat me that way." In the face of Lu Xian's words, Zhang Xiaowei didn't even lift his head. "Auntie, my dad said, what makes me happy I do. Playing games and playing cell phones can make me happy, but studying won't, so I don't have to study." Lu Xian breathed deeply to suppress her anger. But her tone was no longer as gentle as before. "Xiaowei, that's just not right. Only learning can make people progress. Study hard now so that you can grow up to be successful and let your father follow you to enjoy your happiness." Zhang Xiaowei put down the tablet. Lu Xian just leaked out a little smile of satisfaction when he saw him pick up his cell phone again. The sound of the short video is played out, echoing in the living room. Lu Xian couldn't pretend anymore, her face a black and blue. She straightened her back and pinched her waist. Just like how she usually treats Zixian. "No more playing, give your phone and tablet to auntie." "Why? I brought this from home myself." "Auntie, if you want it, I'll ask my dad to buy you another 100, don't take mine." Lu Xian instantly felt like he had been dealt a blow. Although her own family was not short of money, electronic products like cell phones and tablets that could easily cost thousands of dollars were a big expense for her family. Zhang Xiaowei even said it so easily, the same as buying 100 bubblegum. "I, a poor human being, have received a shock from the upper world. Can I have one of the 100? Just one, just feed it to the dog, woof. The cell phone in Xiaowei's hand is worth 2 months of my salary. The world's wealth is so unevenly distributed. Yo! Here come the rich haters. If people are rich, they're good at it. Why should it be distributed equally to you?" Lu Xian covers her chest and breathes hard. She gritted her teeth. "No, just a little brat, I do not believe that I cannot teach you well." She tries to forcefully draw away Xiaowei's cell phone and is tugged by Xiaowei to death. The two were wide-eyed. "Xiaowei, listen to auntie. Study hard so that you can get into a good university and find a good job in the future." Zhang Xiaowei frowned suspiciously and said with a crooked head, "But my dad said, I don't need to find a job, I just need to live happily. Dad said, when I grow up, the family's 16 companies, 3 mountains, 2 mines, and 32 cars are mine. I just need to enjoy life." Lu Xian was so struck that he wanted to vomit blood, and he suddenly loosened his force. The cell phone was taken back by Xiaowei. He continued to happily sit on the sofa, playing games for a while and playing with his cell phone for a while. Xiao Wei did not have the idea of showing off. He really didn't understand why he had to do something that was useless. But it was this naive attitude that hurt the most. Wait, I'm not good at math. How many companies? And mountains? And mines? How many cars? Shu Wei, do you lack a younger brother? A brother 20 years older than you. Shame on you upstairs. Xiao Wei, don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. Remember me? I'm your half-brother. Mom, I hope you understand that a chicken is better than a chicken. If you're strong, your children and grandchildren will have no worries. Learn from Xiao Wei's dad. Jiang Chen's family live broadcast. Xiao Man, the solo just now was a small scene for you to get used to. I'll show you the big game next. Come on, let's switch to demolition mode. The skin of the kid's father is like a city wall. If you can't beat him in a personal battle, you can take him to a multiplayer battle. I understand him. A man's dignity can't be trampled on. In a multiplayer battle, bring this pervert with you and he can rub it in. What a thief. Even if Xiao Man is good, he just started playing the game, this is blasting away, don't scare the kids again. Zhang Yang pointed to the characters on the screen. Xiao Man, now we are in the same camp, opposite these are our enemies. We have to work together to defeat the enemy. With Xiao Man as a plug-in, Zhang Yang rubbed his fists. I'm going to get the ACE this time. Little man asked in confusion. Uncle, what's an ACE? It's the person who fights the best, kills the most enemies, and is the best in a team battle. Xiao Man nodded firmly. Okay, I'll help Uncle get the ACE. Hey, it's okay, you play your game, Uncle is good too. Not long after. Zhang Yang, who was very good, looked at the screen that grayed out for the 6th time with a bitter expression. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Man, who had been bursting to kill the opposite side. Xiao Man, have you never died once? Xiao Man's eyes didn't move away from the screen. While answering Zhang Yang, he sharply killed another person. Yes, Uncle. She killed one person before looking at Zhang Yang. Xiao Man's gaze was adoring and guilty. Uncle, you don't have to take care of me in such a collected manner, it's fine if I don't take ACE. Chapter 71, System Quests released one after another. Hearing Xiao Man's words, Zhang Yang's face was sad. He wanted to let it go, but he had to let it go. The most detestable thing was that he hadn't collected his strength at all. Xiao Man, nah, you're too high on Uncle. The viewers behind the screen were amused by his expression. Ha! Taking a cucumber and rubbing it twice on the face of the kid brother's father, the cucumber turns into a bitter melon in seconds. Obviously a rookie, others hard think he's a phoenix. Seeing the adoration in Xiaoman's eyes, I can understand the heartache of the kid's father. He's met two little perverts, and the key is that man is a pervert that he developed with his own hands. He's just started his career, and he's just killed his predecessor on the beach, so I won't tell you who died. Xiao Man. 2 packs of chili fries in exchange for you accompanying Uncle to play a game. I don't want ACE, I just want to score some points. Upstairs is too stingy. I'll give you 5 packs of chili sticks. I'll add 2 bottles of Waha. No vicious competition. Xiao Man looked at Zhang Yang with apprehension. The little girl who knows what she's doing is afraid she'll cause trouble for others. Uncle, did Xiao Man do something wrong? Xiao Man apologized. Uncle, do not be angry. Zhang Yang laughed dryly twice. He was suddenly relieved and resigned to his fate. That's the genius of it. What can he do? It's not like he's the one who got hurt, but he was killed as a dog. What's wrong with him? Zhang Yang rubbed Xiaoman's loose hair. No, I'm not mad. Ashikawa is great. Come on. It's not over yet. Let's continue. The game was over in no time. Looking at the shiny ACE icon on Xiaoman's computer screen, Zhang Yang sighed with a bitter expression. Alas. He turned off the computer and said seriously to Xiaoman. Xiaoman, you are a student, you should focus on learning. How about Uncle takes you to study for a while? Just don't play the game. If you continue to play, not waiting for the opposite side of the Taoist heart to break, he is going to break first. Xiaoman skimmed his mouth and looked at the screen, somewhat reluctant to give up. But still nodded his head obediently. Okay then. The pop-up screen was filled with shocked exclamation marks. I heard something. Kid brother's father took the initiative to say study. Tutoring? Does he know how many times 1 + 1 equals? I'm so excited to see his dad tutoring someone else. When will I ever get this kind of treatment? Look at man's face. He clearly wants to play games. What kind of parents are there who want man to study? Upstairs, it's the Big Dipper. Don't let Black Shark see this, or he'll get another kid's sister to abuse. Upstairs, you're not letting him off the hook, either. On the other end, Xiaoman Family Live Room. Jiang Chen successfully completed a book of practice questions. The time used was far less than the 6 hours set by the system. Ding dong. System task completed. Awarded, Logical Thinking Ability 5, Mall Points 5. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Chen put down his pen with satisfaction. At this time, Zhang Ting entered the room with a basin of washed and cut fruits. Although Jiang Chen's performance earlier had left her extremely unbalanced in her heart. The Xiaoman that she had carefully raised was actually no match for Jiang Chen, who played games all day long. But in the end, she was an adult. When a child came to the house, it was still important to take care of it. She hoped that her own Xiaoman, in Jiang Chen's home, would also be well taken care of. Come on, Xiao Chen, don't write first, eat some fruit. This cozy gesture from Zhang Ting touched the live broadcast audience. Don't say, you really don't say, even though Xiaoman's mom is strict, she's actually very good to her child. Yes, Xiaoman's life is always well organized by her, and she cares about food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Upstairs, you're all wallflowers. You're all touched by a piece of fruit. It's not the time for Xiaoman's mom's guilt-ridden education. I don't want to meet such a mom, it's too suffocating. In fact, Xiaoman's mom is really, well, I don't want to either. Jiang Chen politely got up and took the fruit plate. Thank you, Auntie. Auntie, I finished this exercise book, don't you have the answers there, can you check it for me? Zhang Ting suddenly went blank and froze in place. Finished? This entire book of practice problems was Xiaoman's amount for a week. It's only been over an hour and Jiang Chen finished writing it? Jiang Chen stuffed a strawberry into his mouth. Yes, Auntie, I'm done, it's quite easy. Somehow, Zhang Ting felt her chest was clogged. This book of practice problems was something she had specifically found to raise the difficulty level for Xiaoman. It was not written for third-grade students at all. Obviously, Xiaoman had such a hard time writing, almost getting stuck on one question. She used to love taking this book of practice problems to write for Xiaoman. It was because she could take the opportunity to educate Xiaoman. But now, the practice problems that she was most proud of were said to be simple by Jiang Chen, who was also in the third grade of elementary school. The pop-up screen once again laughed out loud at Zhang Ting's shock. What's all the fuss about, so unseen, huh? Xiaoman's mom is probably doubting her life. How can the gap be so big when they're both kids? I guess Xiaoman's mom is wondering if she should let Xiaoman play games once in a while. Upstairs, you bet I don't even dare to think that way. Do you think Ashikawa's mom can change? If she could, she would have done it long ago, why wait until today? Then, Zhang Ting stared blankly at the answers to each question. Yes, yes, yes. All of them were right. Jiang Chen got every single question right in this practice book, which was far beyond the scope of the third grade. Moreover, his handwriting was smooth and nice, not the slightest bit tender like an elementary school student. Zhang Ting put down the practice questions and answers. The bitterness on her face was the same as Zhang Yong on the other side. All right, you got it all right. Jiang Chen didn't have the slightest bit of joy and nodded calmly. That's good, in that case, I can start working on the next book. When he finished the exchange and returned home, he wouldn't be able to fight this kind of affluent battle. Gotta take advantage of this to study a little longer and get caught up. Zhang Ting's eyes glared and she blurted out, you still have to write? It's not over, is it? At this time, Jiang Chen had already picked up another book of practice problems on the desk. Casually flipping through it, he opened his mouth and asked, Auntie, can I do this one? Zhang Ting swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva with difficulty and surveyed Jiang Chen with odd eyes. Is this really an 8-year-old child? Who had conditioned this child to be like this? If he kept writing like this, wouldn't he be oohing and awing over all the exercise books he had painstakingly picked out for Xiaoman? Zhang Ting's brain raced, revealing a few awkward smiles. Xiao Chen, why don't we go out and play for a while, don't write. Whatever you want to play, Auntie can accompany you too. Wait a minute. I have empty ears. What did Xiaoman's mom say? What did Ashikawa's mom say? Let's go out and play? Is this the kid brother? Mom, you're dead, Dad. My God, my land, my aunt, my grandma. How can you say that from Xiaoman's mother? My poor little Mitsuru. How could you miss out on such a good thing? Xiaoman, Mom, you're playing me, aren't you? Chapter 72, Kid Brother First, Kid Sister Later. This family swap has had a big impact. Traffic followed. Countless marketing numbers rushed the slicing and editing. Those who didn't usually watch variety shows were able to brush up on various short videos of Joyful bringing up baby. The top 100 hot search list saw many such phrases. Educating experts against being educated. Shocker. How much can an 8-year-old elementary school student love to learn? Playing games all day long, can still play into the school bully? Casually point in a, netizens' comments are full of exclamation points. Mom. Kid brother proves to you that playing games has nothing to do with poor grades. Is it possible that I am simply stupid? Kneeling in which direction, can beg a kid like kid brother? I'm begging you, a pregnant family really needs one. I'm a college student. I'll kneel first. I'm a college student, so I'll kneel first. My grandma is pregnant too. Uncle Junior. Don't you recognize me? Upstairs, does your grandma know she's pregnant? What an asshole. I thought that the kid's brother was educated by Xiaoman's mom, but I didn't expect him to educate Xiaoman's mom instead. But in a while, a hot search climbed up a few more spots. Not only Jiang Chen, Xiaoman and Jiang Yong's interactions also exploded. First there was kid brother, then there was kid sister. The first time they touched the keyboard they became gods. Is this an 8-year-old girl? Are there so many perverted kids now? I'll trade you a pack of chili fries for the kid's sister to fly with me. The following comments are updated one by one. I used to despise elementary school players, now I'm apologizing on my knees. Mom asked me why I'm on my knees licking my cell phone. Blind spot, I found a Watson. The kid's sister, although study is also good, but far less in the game, so perverted, according to the material, to teach in the end when to be able to exert up. Agreed upstairs. How many geniuses have we missed? Is it possible that both geniuses were discovered by kid's dad? His dad is the CF coach. Black shark. Black shark. Black shark. Ha! What kind of devil is upstairs? Did you call him here to get beat up? Black shark, do you have any manners? One day passed and the swap session ended successfully. This one operation allowed the program to get huge traffic. The number of viewers directly doubled tenfold. The director couldn't even bear to end the session. But it's getting late. Still endured the pain and let the staff depart, sending the children back to their respective homes. After all, everything is too late. Xiaoman's family. Zhang Ting smiled as she delivered Jiang Chen to the staff. She waved her hand excitedly. Xiao Chen, bye-bye, see you next time. Before the words were finished, Jiang Chen's bye-bye didn't even have time to be said. Bang! The door had already been closed by Zhang Ting. Only a dumbfounded Jiang Chen was left standing at the door with the staff. Zhang Ting's stressful reaction instantly hit the audience's funny bone. Ha! Xiaoman's mom has been tortured this day. The kid brother had a great time doing the questions, but Xiaoman's mom's heart was shattered. Xiaoman's mom, it's the first time I've ever felt so satisfied with Xiaoman. The kids are still reluctant to leave, so let's get going. I'm sure he's not going to want to stay. Are you sure he doesn't want to stay at Ashikawa's house? He doesn't want to leave the exercises. Happiness comes too fast and goes even faster. Jiang Chen could only hang his head and follow the staff back. On the other side, Jiang Chen's family. Jiang Yong had a sad look on his face. Although the words about tutoring homework were his own words. But those OU problems, he really didn't know how to do them. Why would he learn something so difficult in the 3rd grade of elementary school? Normally, his son wrote those questions? Knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Jiang Yong opened the door with a bereft face. Upon seeing the staff, he immediately brightened up. Finally, it's here. Xiaoman, it's time to go home. Jiang Yong said happily. Simply packed up, Xiaoman reluctantly walked out of the room. Xiaoman, come visit uncle's house again when you have time. Next time, let my son play games with you. Not long after. The children all returned home. Jiang Chen also arrived home, said goodbye to the staff, and familiarly walked towards the computer room. He had been gone for a day, and his dad was definitely going to be messing around playing games. But when he opened the door, he didn't see anyone. Only when he turned back did he see Jiang Yong, who was paralyzed on the sofa. What's wrong with this? Why isn't Dad yelling at him to play games? It's only been a day since I played a game? Is the excitement so great? The audience in the live broadcast room saw the scene and immediately turned over with joy. Your father has suffered a great deal since you left for the day. Ha! It's a great blessing to play games with the kid's sister. Don't know what's good for you, Mr. Kid. Mr. Kid, I'll give it to you if you don't want it. Having just come from the little man's live room, both parents are irritated by each other's children. Ha! On this side, Xiaoman also reluctantly returned home. His heart was still filled with nostalgia for the relaxed atmosphere of Jiang Chen's house. Zhang Ting was a bit soulful, helping Xiaoman take off his school bag. Inwardly, she began to ponder. Xiao Chen could do the practice problems so fast and so well, Xiaoman was surprisingly so far behind. Gotta make Xiaoman work hard. Without stopping for a moment, she pulled Xiaoman to her desk. Xiaoman, Mom used to think you were okay, but today I realized that you were so far behind your peers. Starting today, you're going to triple your practice problems. Mom is also going to set an alarm for you to finish every problem within the time limit. If you go over the time limit or make a mistake, you'll get 10 more questions. As soon as these words came out, the live broadcast room instantly exploded. Xiaoman's mom is the real pervert. Xiaoman was already under a lot of pressure before, and to double it, why don't you just stay awake? Crooked. Demon spirit, someone here is abusing a child. Xiaoman is so obedient and well-behaved, Xiaoman's mom is still not satisfied. Don't compare yourself to the kids. Compare yourself. My parents told me not to compare myself and to study hard. But when I was a kid, they compared me to my studies, and when I grew up, they compared me to my job, and they thought I wasn't capable enough, and that the phoenix couldn't fly in the rat's nest. Zhang Ting anxiously flipped open a book of practice problems and shoved a pen into Xiaoman's hand. Quickly, write this first. She pushes Xiaoman and sits towards the desk. However, instead of feeling the previous obedience, she felt a hint of resistance. She looked down, and Ashikawa's eyes were burning into her. Ashikawa? Xiaoman avoided her hand and said firmly. Mom, Jiang Chen's father said that as long as you can maintain your academic performance, you can do what you like. This was the first time Xiaoman had disobeyed her mom's orders. Although she looked determined, she was actually nervous. She gripped her clothes tightly and spoke her mind. Mom, I want to go play for a while. Zhang Ting also sensed the change in her daughter and did not react for a moment. Frozen in place. Chapter 73, Can I recognize you as my godfather? Zhang Ting suspected she had heard wrong. The words were much easier to say, and Xiaoman looked up and firmly repeated. Mom, I want to go out and play for a while. Zhang Ting froze with her mouth wide open. This perverse scene caused the live broadcast room to directly explode. Xiaoman's first active speech was deafening. Thanks to Kid Brother's father. Thank you to the program team. Thank you for this swap event. Kid Brother Dad. Do you know what you've done? You'll be remembered for generations to come. Wrong. Ashikawa will remember you for generations to come. What? What's going on? I'm getting a glass of water, and Man is talking back to his mom? Zhang Ting took a deep breath and patiently knelt down to talk to Xiaoman. Xiaoman, you don't want people to tell you nonsense. You can't be greedy for pleasure. You're a student now, the only thing you have to do is study hard. Mom also wants to go out to play, also want to relax. Mom also do not want to get up early to send you to school. Every day so hard to cook and wash the dishes. This is all for you all. Xiaoman, you have to understand your mom. It's selfish to think only about yourself. Xiaoman felt something was wrong and didn't know how to say it. Tears were already bubbling in her eyes, and she lowered her head in resignation, not daring to look at her mom. But I really want to play for a while. It's dark now. Can't I study tomorrow? Zhang Ting said sternly. Tomorrow is another day. How many tomorrows are there? Xiaoman, when did mom teach you that you can procrastinate doing things backwards like this? If you keep this up, you'll become the dregs of society. Is that what you want to become? Xiaoman was crushed by this immense pressure and squatted on the ground, whimpering and crying. Zhang Ting also had red eyes and tenderly held Xiaoman in her arms. Good boy, don't cry. It's mom's fault for not letting you be born into a rich family. But you have to fight for yourself, study hard, get into a good university in the future, find a good job, so that mom can also follow you to enjoy the blessings. Countless people in the live broadcast room rolled up their sleeves, itching to give Zhang Ting a shot across the screen. If you have a serious illness, go to the hospital. Don't torture the little girl here. If you continue to control Xiaoman like this, she'll grow up to be abducted by yellow hairs. Even cooking and washing the dishes are to blame for Man. If it weren't for Man, you wouldn't have to eat. You'd be an immortal. For the first time in my life, a humble parent can feel what it's like to be the leader of her children. She's obviously the one who forced her to cry, and she's still hugging her and crying with her. If this continues, Xiaoman will go downstairs in a moment, directly from the 18th floor to the first floor in 1 second, without taking the stairs or the elevator. This sick family. This sick family. On the other hand, Xiaowei's family live broadcasting room. The time came, and the staff came to pick up Zi Xian to go back to his house. Zi Xian reluctantly put down the game console. Zhang Dawei comforted him. It's okay, if you want to play in the future, come find uncle anytime. Zi Xian nodded listlessly. He knew that his mom wouldn't let him come to Uncle Zhang's house to play games. Walking to the door, Zi Xian suddenly had a flash of insight. I've thought of a way to come to uncle later. With a plop, Zi Xian knelt down towards Zhang Dawei. Alas! Alas! Oh, my God! What are you doing? Get up! Zhang Dawei was startled and hurriedly picked up Zi Xian. The staff at the door watched the scene in disbelief. Zi Xian couldn't let go of the relaxed atmosphere of this family, and even more so, he couldn't let go of those game consoles. As soon as he thought of this, he cried out pitifully. This gave Zhang Dawei a fright. What? Zi Xian, speak up, what's the matter? Zishuan hugged Zhang Dawei's thigh, while crying and said, Uncle, I can't let you go, can I recognize you as my godfather? This dramatic scene gave the live broadcast audience a happy look. Ha! Zi Xian has made a name for himself. If I had been as smart as him when I was a kid and recognized a godfather with a mind, I wouldn't be playing screws in the factory now. He got himself a godfather with a blink of an eye, and the abacus beads are crashing down on my face. Are those game consoles so attractive, huh? Zishuan, I'm not recognizing Uncle Zhang as my godfather, I'm worshipping those game consoles as my godfather. Zi Xian's father, my son went out for a trip, and now he doesn't recognize me? Zhang Dawei naturally saw why Zi Xian wanted to recognize him. But he did like this kid too. He picks up Zi Xian with a funny smile and nudges the other party's little nose. Call out Godfather to hear it. Zi Xian wrapped his arms around his neck and shouted loudly, Godfather. Zhang Dawei was amused and laughed. Eventually, under the urging of the staff, the two could only say goodbye. Before Zi Xian left, Zhang Dawei gave him a phone watch. If you have anything, call your godfather. Zi Xian cheerfully took the watch and followed the staff. The live broadcast did not expect that Zhang Dewei would actually agree. No way, is it so easy to recognize your godfather? I'll go too. Godfather. I'm your stray godson. I even hugged you when you were little. Upstairs, the Big Dipper. I thought that Mr. Wei was just teasing Zixuan, but I didn't realize that he'd given Zixuan a phone watch for real. Zixian took the phone watch and returned home happily. Lu Xian was hit hard by Xiaowei this day. Seeing Zixian back, she couldn't wait to show her authority as a parent. She did not allow Zixian to sit down, sternly asking Zixian about this day. Was he obedient in other people's homes today? Did you help with the housework? How much homework did you do? Bring it out for me to check. Zixian didn't have the fear he had before. He walked over to the sofa, put down his bag and spoke. Mom, I want the latest model of game console. Uncle Zhang's family has many, I want one too. Lu Xian was about to explode with anger. Zixian didn't obediently take out his homework and check it for himself. Nor did he behave in front of her like he used to, letting her gloat about his prowess. Instead, he opened his mouth and asked her for a game console. You're still playing games. Lu Xian is furious and wanders around, trying to find something to take advantage of and properly clean up Zixian. Good for you. You've only been out for a day, and you're already hardened. You want a game machine, the latest model. I'll make you a new one. Let's see if you still want it. Zixuan got scared and hid in the corner crying. He tapped the phone watch on his hand and cried. If you don't buy it for me, I'll ask my godfather to buy it. I'll tell my godfather that you beat me. Godfather said it's not right to hit children. Zixian's own father, who was sitting on the sofa watching the show, was confused. Standing up with a dumbfounded look on his face. No, your real father is sitting here, where did you get your godfather? Ha! I declare that the biggest victim of this incident is Zixian's own father. Enemies come from the sky while you're sitting at home. Zixuan's dad, who robbed my son? Zixuan, for the sake of my dear game console, Dad, you endure. Chapter 74, Send even after school still pick up? The next day. Early in the morning, Zhang Chen shouted for a long time before Zhang Yang got up from his bed. Dad, I should go to school, get up and send me. Zhang Yang's eyes were confused, picking at the cell phone at the bedside. Dad, call the teacher and say you're sick, take the day off. When I've had enough sleep, play games with me. Zhang Chen was quick on his feet and grabbed his cell phone. No, I'm not sick, I don't need to take the day off. I want to go to school. I don't want to play games. At home, I can only be pulled by my dad to play games, and I don't have any time to study. He doesn't want to take time off from school because it's hard for him to wait for school to start. When I was a kid, I tried to get time off to go to school, and my kid brother tried to stop my dad from taking time off. Is this the difference between a mortal and a kid brother? Dad, it's easy to raise a child, you don't have to go to school, you just have to play games with me. Kid brother is obsessed with his studies. The kid's dad is trying to pull him in with a game. I tutored my son yesterday until 2 a.m. and almost spit out blood to my old man. Why can't I have a kid like that? I advise you not to take advantage of the situation. Cherish the kid who loves to learn. Who loves to play games, anyway? After a long time, the father and son finally left the house. Just arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, saw a familiar Rolls-Royce parked there. Zhang Chen inexplicably felt familiar. The line of sight turned to the side of the Rolls-Royce. Yu Yao was standing there, and after seeing Zhang Chen, she excitedly waved at him. Zhang Chen, classmate. The luxury car instantly blew out countless spectators. Does this little rich white beauty have a crush on our kid brother? Not only sending him home, but also picking him up from school? Youth, when I see them, I miss my lost youth. What? Did you have this kind of rich girl in your youth? Kid brother, come on. Be proactive, grab this long-term meal ticket, and you'll be 50 years ahead of the game. Why do I feel that the kid brother is going to be a hard ass? Zhang Yang was sleepy. When he saw the Rolls-Royce, his eyes went wide. Instantly awake. Yu Yao politely went forward to greet him. Hello uncle, I happen to be on my way here to pick up Mr. Zhang Chen to go to school with me. Zhang Yang couldn't wait to go back to sleep, but looking at the Rolls-Royce behind the other party, he was still a bit hesitant. Still no trouble, I'll just send him. People are poor, but their aspirations are endless. Yu Yao smiled sweetly. It's okay uncle, I'm in the same school and class with Zhang Chen, no trouble. This Zhang Yang was somewhat silent. Seeing this, the housekeeper on the side took the initiative to go forward and took Zhang Chen's school bag. It's okay Zhang Chen father, I will send young master Zhang Chen safely to school. He was so enthusiastic, Zhang Yong couldn't say anything. He could only push Zhang Chen at his side. Son of a, don't thank them. Without waiting for Zhang Chen to speak, Yu Yao excitedly pulled Zhang Chen's arm and pulled him over. Unable to do anything, Zhang Chen could only cooperate and get in the car. On the way to school, Yu Yao talked about the hot video she saw on the internet. Zhang Chen classmate. I saw online that you beat a professional player in a game, that's too awesome. Jiang Chen pulled out a book from his book bag and looked at it silently. He didn't even raise his head and said indifferently, "Just playing casually, these things don't matter." The live stream audience had a heart attack. Hanging black sharks, this is called casually playing? Don't be too angry, kid brother. The point is, for brother kid, this is really just for fun. Shut up upstairs, it's even worse. Black shark will be destroyed if kid plays casually. Black shark has been practicing for years, but he can't stand up to kids' casual play. Black shark, the longest road I've traveled is the one where I was crushed by the kid brother's strength. Looking at Jiang Chen just focusing on the book in his hand, Yu Yao's mouth twitched. Why was it that when he was with her, Jiang Chen's attention was always off her? Yu Yao, who had been star-crossed since she was a child, had never received this kind of cold treatment. She couldn't help but open her mouth. Is the book so good-looking? Even better looking than her? A strange sense of competitiveness made her wear her favorite princess dress today. Even the hairstyle was specially done by the hairdresser. Jiang Chen's mouth didn't even open. Yu Yao didn't hold back and rolled her eyes. Can you not always take a to deal with me? Jiang Chen didn't even move a bit, his face didn't change. Poo-ha. This familiar picture, familiar feeling. Kid brother, there's no need to be addicted to mortals when there's a face like Jade in a book. Missy, you're not allowed to deal with me. Kid brother, aha. Missy has suffered the most in her life, and that's brother kid's cold face. And ice Americano. Okay, wrap it up. The topic has gone off topic. If we continue, a cowhorse who even needs coupons to drink coffee, will cry to you all. Yu Yao decided not to talk to Jiang Chen anymore, otherwise it seems like she's more uptight. Unless Jiang Chen took the initiative to open his mouth. But until he got off the bus, Jiang Chen was concentrating on the book in his hand and didn't say a word. When he got out of the car, Jiang Chen turned to look inside the car. Yu Yao, who was still sitting, immediately sat upright. Humph. Don't hurry up and apologize and I'll forgive you. Who knows, Jiang Chen's line of sight crossed over him and bent down to the housekeeper. Thank you for sending me to school, goodbye uncle. Yu Yao was so angry that her little face turned red. I was the one who said to bring you. You should be thanking me. Jiang Chen realized his negligence and hurriedly corrected himself. Thank you classmate Yu Yao. Jiang Chen turned around and was about to go back to school when he suddenly remembered Yu Yao. He turned around, right, let's go back to class together? Yu Yao, who was still a bit angry just now, heard this. Her eyes suddenly became soft. Good. Good. Where is the aura? Where's that attitude just now? You call this coaxing? That's what you call coaxing? When I was a kid, I had such a sincere feeling in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. I'd say if I had to do it again, I'd want to become a genius like kid. Upstairs, don't try to steal it from me. I want it too. Which god can I worship to make it work? I'll give you 50 pounds of my body fat in exchange. Upstairs, you're going too far. I want it and I want it. Soon, the two of them traveled all the way back to the class. Jiang Chen's but just touched the bench. Ding dong. The learning system has released a mission. Task, immersion learning. Mission reward, learning thinking 5, mall points 5. Hearing the system prompt, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Turning over the practice questions, he picked up the pen and swished it to write. Already shielding the external environment, he immersed himself in learning. At this time, there was just 30 minutes left before the teacher came to class. Yu Yao still wanted to say something to Jiang Chen, but as soon as she turned around, she saw Jiang Chen who was writing furiously. She turned away with a sense of humor. Yu Yao. Learning again. Unmotivated to study, she could only dawdle on the sidelines. From time to time, she sneaked a glance at Jiang Chen. He wouldn't notice anyway. Soon, the bell rang. Ding dong. Detected host completing task completion. Received rewards, learning thinking 5, mall points 5. The mission completed, Jiang Chen breathed a long sigh of relief. With a thought, the system light page appeared in front of his eyes. Mall points, 102. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's face burst with joy. It was possible to draw a lottery again. Chapter 75, a new segment of the program, the Public Welfare Poverty Alleviation Project. Jiang Chen decisively used 100 mall points for a lucky draw opportunity. The huge lottery carousel on the system's light screen began to rotate. While waiting, he meditated in his heart. Hopefully, he would draw a skill that would help him learn. Soon, the system voice rang out. Congratulations to the host, spending 100 mall points to complete the lottery. This reward, Joey Bagua Knowledge Specialization. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was first stunned, then sighed in disappointment. Joey Bagua Knowledge? It sounded profound, but he couldn't use it. It was a cold knowledge that was off the beaten path. If it was replaced with math and language knowledge, how good would it be? Or another fortune or wow? Or even worse, add some learning ability to it. For example, to make his reading speed faster, comprehension and so on. At this time, the teacher stepped into the classroom with the bell ringing. Jiang Chen could only put away his thoughts and take out the textbook for the class. Forget it. It was better to continue doing the quests and then proceed to save up the mole points. Next time, I'll make sure to draw a useful one. At the same time, the other side of the city. Coach Lu of the Nanjiang City Football Association was hiding on the side lazily swiping videos. The title of a video attracted him. Elementary school students ferry stopping the ball, the national soccer team has hope. Coach Lu gave a disdainful cut. It was the title party again. How can an elementary school student save the national soccer team even if he's great? And ferry stopping the ball, does an elementary school student know what stopping the ball is? Damn marketing number, count your bad luck, hit my hand, this will report you. He first clicked on the video, has made up his mind, watch and report. At the beginning is a green field. It looks like a school playground. A group of middle school students were running on the field kicking a ball. Coach Ryu said smugly. Sure enough, the title party, didn't they say elementary school students, the size of this group, at least middle school students. He stroked the beard on his chin and commented on the level of the kickers. Pure amateurs, not a single one of this group of people has a level that reaches the passing line. Nowadays, the marketing number, in order to get traffic, really unscrupulous, even a bunch of normal kicking half a big boy took out to consume. Also the national soccer team has hope, if such hope, it is better to raise the white flag earlier. On the video, a teenager kicked the ball off. The soccer ball flew straight toward the field. Coach Lu frowned slightly and yelled. If you don't have that level, don't play the ball in a crowded place. There are so many pedestrians on the road, if you're not careful and smash the next second. He opened his mouth wide in disbelief. The next words could not be said no matter what. Just when the ball was about to hit a little girl. Suddenly, a little boy who looked to be the same age popped up. He gently lifted his foot, and the ball was as if it had recognized its owner. It obediently stopped on his foot. At the same time, the boy took this opportunity to forcefully kick the ball back hard. Coach Lu's pupil stared slightly, his mind quickly analyzing his movements. The movements were very professional, every angle was perfect, without a single problem. Even if the world's top players were to do this maneuver, it wouldn't be better than what he did. This ball, to score. Sure enough. The soccer ball was like a small cannonball, with the sound of soughing wind, fiercely smashed into the goal. The video ended, and Coach Lu was still in a state of shock for a long time. He didn't know when, from lazily lying down, to sitting up. The waist and back collapsed straight. In the silent utility room, there was only the sound of his heavy breathing. It was a long time before Coach Lu spoke. Look at the size of this kid, only a few years old now. And he can have this level? The teenage students in my team can't even stop this kind of ball. This kid was a soccer player in his past life, has he become a spirit in this life? He re-watched the video. His blood boiled. He watched it 10 or so times in a row before he couldn't get enough of it and stopped. Coach Lu had already forgotten that he had sworn to report it before. He not only gave the video a like, but also now built a favorite, specifically used to collect this video. Coach Lu scratched his head anxiously. What exactly is that kid called? Just now that place looks like a school, is it a local school? Ouch, this damn marketing number, why not put out the specific information of this child? I know where to find people. Just thinking about it, Professor Lu clicked on the comments section. That's really an elementary school student, right? It really is, isn't it? This footwork, then I play FIFA also 6. Coach, I want to quit school to kick again. Isn't this a kid, brother? And this skill. I remember he's only 8 years old, right? Either he's a soccer player from his mother's womb, or he's at this level? Is this stopping and goal scoring in elementary school? I was still picking my nose in elementary school. Is this an 8-year-old's brother? Finally, I saw a useful comment. Coach Lu immediately searched for the keyword 8-year-old kid brother. The reason he was so excited was not just because he was shocked at his skills. It was also because at this time, the FA Youth Training was looking for potential seedlings. This wasn't readily available. Must get this kid over, can't be robbed by another coach. At this time, Jiang Chen, who is still in school, is completely unaware of this. Immersed in learning cannot be extricated. After school in the afternoon, still riding Yu Yao's ride. After returning home, Jiang Yong did not pull him to continue playing games. Surprisingly, he let go in his house to study. Maybe it was the shadow left by Xiaoman. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Yong's voice came from outside his room. Son, come out here. We seem to have some new segment in this program. In the live broadcast room, little Sam meets everyone on time. Hello, everyone. I'm the host of the show. I'm glad to see you again. Today, I'm bringing you some exciting news. After the program team's discussion, we have launched a new activity, the Mountain Charity Poverty Alleviation Program. I'm going to explain the rules to you. In the live broadcasting room, little Sam uses pompous expressions and friendly tone to enliven the atmosphere of the live broadcasting room. Children in mountainous areas are usually frugal in their meals due to economic constraints, and meat and fish are rare and lacking in nutrition. As a part of the society, our program team should naturally do our part for the society. So we decided that we would organize an event. Let the parents of various families earn money with their children. Of course, it's child-oriented. Parents, don't overstep your bounds, you're only responsible for keeping watch on the side and making sure your children are safe. We will donate all the money earned by the children to the children in the mountains. Not only can exercise the children's independence, but also let in the mountains their friends of the same age to eat a nutritious meal, 2 birds with 1 stone. What do you think of our program? The comments section is full of favorable comments. Director Yen is a great director, he's full of ideas. I think it's great. It's both exercise and fun for the kids. For children, it's similar to playing house. If I had an event like this when I was a kid, I would remember it fondly. It can also help poor children in the mountains and help the children participating in the activity to establish correct values, 2 birds with 1 stone. I suggest that the kid brother should buy scratch-offs directly so that he doesn't have to work hard if he wins. Upstairs, you call this helping the poor? It's not like going to a lottery store to get money. Chapter 76, Live Writing Homework? You want to do it live? In the main live broadcast room, Xiaosa's new project was introduced. Zhang Yong turned off the TV and discussed it with Jiang Chen, who was sitting next to him. Son, smash. I want you to earn money. Ha! This gloating look of his drew a crusade in the live broadcast room. The child brother father this parent as a good, do not help to think of ways, but also happy to see their own son suffer. Suffering? Who says you have to suffer to earn money? Can't you just go and rob? You're not going to suffer, you're going to eat bullets, right? If you're so smart, you can't make money anywhere. Why don't you come to my place? You can make money playing games with me. I don't want to score points, I just want to play games with you. Upstairs, your calculator is all over my face. Jiang Chen didn't care about his dad's attitude, he was used to it. Just seriously thinking about what he could do. Zhang Yong said cheerfully. Why don't I send you to the construction site and you move bricks? Ha! He suddenly thought of something, his smile withdrew, and he shook his head seriously. No way, no way. Cannot do manual labor. This look of conscience touches some of the audience. The kid brother's father can finally remember that the kid brother is still just an 8-year-old child. He's afraid to let himself be followed to work. Upstairs, you have a point. Parents have to experience it with their kids, and his dad doesn't want to move bricks. I see, I was expecting too much from my father. Jiang Chen naturally saw what his old man was thinking. He shook his head and smiled, not bothering with him. Dad, I've thought of a way. Child smash. Said. Although Jiang Chen's body and face were that of a child, he was covered in a calm and steady temperament. He slowly opened his mouth and said, nowadays, the internet is developed, and the internet related is also very popular, and the operation is not difficult, so you can do it online without leaving home. Zhang Yong nodded cooperatively, and suddenly had a flash of light. E-commerce is not very popular now, why don't we father and son on the battlefield, selling goods to go? Sell goods? Jiang Chen frowned. What to sell, how to sell, where to transfer the source of goods, how to negotiate the price with the express side. Screening goods, how to screen, hanging link as you will or I will. Jiang Chen's series of words directly broke Zhang Yong's fantasy. He felt that he had lost face and grunted lightly. There's smash, you say it. You say what for? Ha! Kid brother deserves to be kid brother. Kid brother father has been educated by his own son. Another day of envy and jealousy. When will I meet this full grade kid? I'd trade my husband for him. Does your husband know you traded him out? The day I threw my husband away for my son. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and spoke. It can be live streamed. 0 cost, easy to operate, just talk to people. I can also do my homework on the side. Zhang Yong pretended to be reluctant and nodded. Fine, you're a little kid, you don't know much else, so this is it. Kid brother doesn't have any skills yet? Kid brother dad, I suggest you watch the live replay and listen to what you're saying as a human being. I feel like I'm being attacked. And I have proof. Live homework? Is that what you're trying to do, kid? I'm not even willing to break you? Isn't that what the kid is doing now? He's even got a condom on. The camera turns. The atmosphere of Xiaoman's family is not as relaxed as Jiang Chen's family. Zheng Ting proposed. You can sell cupcakes to earn money. You were clamoring for cake before, and it took me a lot of effort to learn how to satisfy you. Here we go again, here we go again. Familiar guilt education, familiar flavor, here she comes again. Ouch, headache. Xiaoman's mom comes with a mental attack. I get a headache when I see her now. Xiaoman's mom, I'll teach you a trick. Making cupcakes isn't enough to make Xiaoman feel guilty. You'll only eat fish head for every meal from now on. Don't eat meat or food, just eat the bones left over from Xiaoman's meal. I'm sure you'll make a Shikoa feel touched by your efforts. Xiaoman said softly, clutching her clothes nervously. I want to eat the cupcakes sold in the store. It's mom, you have to do it yourself. Zheng Ting stood up and righteously accused. Can things sold outside be healthy? Of course, it's not as good as the ones you make yourself. I didn't do it for you. Do you know how hard it was for mom to learn how to make cupcakes? Mom even specially paid money to learn from others, just for you to eat healthy. You even now still miss the cupcakes sold outside the store. How much it hurts mom's heart. Xiaoman sighed and quietly stopped talking. Xiaoman's mom also forbade her to go back to the house in order to make her appreciate her hard work even more. You stand here and watch me do it. These are life skills. Mom can't follow you around for the rest of your life. If you don't know how to do it, what if you want to eat a cupcake later? Go buy them if you want to eat them. Don't you think studying is important? Since studying is important, let her study. What's the point of having Xiaoman standing here watching you? On the one hand, you say you're suffering, but on the other hand, you don't want your child to help you, and you're teaching her like this. See you. I don't dare to die for fear of being reincarnated in a family like this. Since Xiaoman grew up like this, we should be concerned about the child's mental health. Although Xiaoman was unhappy, she felt a little guilty watching her mom work. She took the initiative to go forward. Mom, let me help you. Zheng Ting's hands moved faster. No, these hard work mom do on the line, you just study hard. In the future, you can get into a good university, find a good job, and repay your mom. I don't know how many times I've heard these words. Xiaoman suddenly got a little bored. The guilt in her heart also dissipated a little. In a reversal of her usual behavior, she said to Zheng Ting, in that case, I'll go back to the house to study. Mom, you get busy. After saying that, Xiaoman turned around and went back to her room. Zheng Ting froze for a moment. She was also not busy anymore and stood frozen in place. On the other side, Zixian's family live broadcast room. Lu Xian was angry because of Zixian's earlier request for a game console. She was holding a chicken feather duster and was sternly supervising Zixian's homework. This question was just taught to you yesterday, why is it still wrong? Did I not listen carefully when I taught you? Your soul has gone abroad. Add 5 more questions of this type tonight. If you get one more wrong, you won't sleep tonight. Lu Xian was out of breath and went to the living room to drink water. She was about to go back and proceed to lecture Zixian when she saw on the TV the introduction of Xiao Sa in the main live broadcast room. She clapped her palms together and felt that this program came at the right time. It was just the right time to use it to educate Zixian. Zixian, come out. Zixian, who was afraid of being lectured, touched his tears and came out crying. Lu Xian proudly points at the TV. See that? Even the program team thinks you kids are living too comfortably now. Let you all go out and earn your own money. The host of Little Sam has said that the children in the mountains can't even eat a full meal. Look at how fat you are. You're overnourished. You should be sent to the mountains to suffer. Then you'd know how comfortable your life is. So that you don't know how to appreciate it. You want a video game? You can't even eat. Lu Xian is getting more and more angry. Tomorrow you'll go out and pick up garbage. I'll make you realize how hard it is for mom and dad to make money. Although I think it's a bit inappropriate for Zixian to want a game console, but isn't Zixian's mom's reaction too much? Because it poked her poor pride. She's not as capable as Xiaowei's dad, so she can't provide her child with the material conditions he needs, so she can only take it out on her child. Upstairs, you're too blunt. Just tell me if it's right. Zixian was shocked by the fact that he had to go out to pick up garbage. He burst into tears. Wow. I'm going to find my godfather. I'm going to tell him that you made me pick up trash. Godfather. Woo! Unfortunately, his phone watch has been taken off by Lu Xian and he can't call his godfather. Ha! This kid, Zixian, is killing me with laughter. He's really got himself a big backer. He's so young and knows that he'll have a great future. Chapter 77, This father is too ungrateful. The next day after school, Jiang Chen returned home, in accordance with the plan to start broadcasting. In front of the computer, the whole time Jiang Chen was operating. Jiang Yong showed his head on the side and asked from time to time, is it done? Jiang Yong's dumbfounded look amused the live broadcast audience. Someone else's dad, son, dad will always be your backer. Kid brother's dad, son, your dad's backer. Who the hell is the father in this family? Father's love is like a mountain. But his family's mountain was built up by the kid's brother. This dad is so ungrateful. He watches his son work and doesn't even know how to help. What kind of father is that? The Big Dipper. Jiang Chen's operation is complete. The live broadcast has begun. Dad, it's done. It started. Jiang Yong excitedly waved his hand towards the screen. Hello, everyone. Son Smash, meet all your righteous parents. Jiang Chen glanced at him breathlessly and didn't call. The viewers watching joyfully bringing up children exited the program's live room in a swarm and flooded into Jiang Chen's newly opened live room. In a short while, it topped Jiang Chen's live room in the top 10 of the live ranking. Jiang Yong pointed at the numbers rubbing up in the upper left corner and wailed in excitement. Son of a 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 son. Quickly look. There are so many people watching us live. 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 now. Son of a. Your old man is going to be a big star. Jung Young enthusiastically greeted everyone in the live broadcast room. Jung Chen calmly pulled out his homework. Jung Young said in disgust, "Put it away. Don't take out these obscure things when you're so happy." Obscure? Is this a word that can be used to describe homework books? Someone else's chicken baby, kid brother father exorcism. Ha! Mom! Stop saying I look sad when I do my homework because it's bad luck. That's what my dad says. Homework, wrongly paid after all. Jiang Chen responded calmly. It's only 6 o'clock, we're going to be live for at least 3 hours, could you not take a break to chat for 3 hours, Dad? Jiang Yang hesitated. It seems like I can't. Jiang Chen nodded. So I'm sharing the pressure in giving everyone a live broadcast of my homework, so that even if you can't chat anymore, Dad, the live broadcast room won't be awkward. Jiang Yang then reluctantly nodded his head. Okay, you write it. The live broadcast room was not full of viewers who ran over from joyful bringing up baby. There were also quite a few that came in to join in the fun because they saw that a newly opened live room was surprisingly so popular. They didn't recognize Jiang Chen and didn't watch variety shows. Seeing a child take the initiative to take out a workbook, the parents were surprisingly reluctant. The child also had to find a way to convince his parents to let him do his homework. At once, they couldn't believe it. Pretending. It must be a program effect. No wonder the popularity of this live broadcast is so high, so it was attracted by this kind of program effect. Write it. I'm not leaving, I'll just watch from here. Remember to show us what you've done when you're done, and don't sneak around and scribble in your homework book. It's just the deathbed fantasy of a schoolboy driven mad by his homework. Jiang Chen laid the homework flat for the camera, so that the lens could clearly illuminate every word on the workbook. Adjusting the lens, he picked up a pen and swished and wrote. Those unbelieving viewers watched as one by one the spaces were filled in. The whole time, only Jiang Yang was chattering. Jiang Chen didn't even lift his head as he earnestly wrote page after page of homework. Slowly, the live pop-up screen began to shift the wind. No, you really write. Let's not talk about anything else, just this handwriting. If I hadn't watched him write it out with my own eyes, I definitely wouldn't believe that an elementary school student could write this handwriting. He's right about everything. I'm a teacher, and I've just taught a student this OU problem, which is much harder than normal math problems. But he didn't get any of them wrong. I don't believe it. He must have memorized the answers in advance. They'll do anything to make the program work. Upstairs, I was once as naive as you. I suggest you search for the kid's brother. Jiang Yang is not interested in studying. He automatically ignored these pop-ups that involved studying. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was fully focused on his studies, his head lowered and he didn't even show his full face. On the other hand, Zheng Ting took Xiaoman out to set up a stall. Zheng Ting was pulling a cart, and Xiaoman was following beside her. When they arrived at the plaza, Zheng Ting started to take the stuff out of the cart. Xiaoman went forward to help. Zheng Ting pushed her away. You can just watch from the side, Mom can do the work. I just want you to study hard, and I'll take care of everything else for you, so I won't let my Xiaoman worry about it. Zheng Ting was very self-motivated, taking the time to wipe her sweat while she was busy. It looked like a lot of hard work. Seeing this, Xiaoman frowned. She forcefully stepped forward and took the things in Zheng Ting's hands. Mom, a son or daughter is to sympathize with their parents' hard work. This is what you taught me, Mom. As a daughter, how can I watch my mom work hard but not help? How can I tire you out, right? Xiaoman's series of words not only made Zheng Ting's mind go blank. It also stunned a group of viewers in the live broadcast room. Why do I feel like Xiaoman is being conspiratorial? Upstairs, you don't need to feel it, that's it. Ha! Reverse PUA, Ashikawa is too good at it. Blocking her with something that Ashikawa's mom used to say, Ashikawa, you're about to evolve into a full-grade kid, too. Xiaoman's mom, where's the promised guilt? How did it turn into a yin and yang? On the other side, Zi Xian has just gotten out of school. As soon as he left the school gate, he was forced by Lu Xian to change into a small work uniform. In the past, Lu Xian had educated him without moving. If you don't work hard, you will only be like that old man in the future, picking up garbage in the garbage can and eating it. Do not study hard, you will be a bum with no place to live. So Zi Xian began to pick up garbage for this thing, very rejected. But as he watched his mom put on his work clothes one by one, he put on a hat and a mask. And a pair of small gloves. Finally well equipped, holding a handful of clamps, Zishuan feel like the main character in the movie. Cool as hell. He ran around excitedly with the clip. From time to time, he used the clip in his hand as a warrior's sword and waved it in the air twice. Mom, if you look at it that way, picking up trash isn't shameful? The corners of Lu Xian's mouth twitched and he roared angrily. Still playing? What did I let you out for? Go pick up bottles for me. Only then did Zi Xian restrain himself and obediently took the clip and went to rummage through the trash can. But he was still having fun, feeling like he was playing a treasure hunt. Walking all bouncy. What's going on? This is playing? For kids, there's no such thing as shame. Picking things up is so much fun. If I were a kid, I would have gone crazy. Zixuan, playing without homework, is that even a good thing? Almost, just take the kid for a while, don't let him fall in love with this business. Chapter 78, Uncle, I see you are afraid of bloodshed. The other side. Xiao Wei's plan to earn money is much easier than others. After he got out of school, Zhang Dawei brought him directly to the company. Son, today you will be an assistant to Dad for 2 hours. After 2 hours, Dad will take you home after the meeting. Xiao Wei took the tablet and sat obediently in the waiting room. How much will you pay me then, Dad? Zhang Dawei walked towards the conference room with the documents and casually said, 2,000 per hour. This huge number instantly exploded. Raider Xiao. Say that again, Raider. Is that the 2,000 with 3 zeros behind it? Is it? Is it? Young Master Xiao Wei. I'll work for you as an assistant. Not much, just give me 1,000 an hour. I only need 500. No, 300 will do. I'll take 100. No inward scrolling. No competition. Xiao Wei didn't do anything, right? He said he was an assistant. But he was just playing a game and waiting for Xiao Wei's dad to finish his meeting, which is not in line with the program's philosophy. What do you care? People's fathers have money, the son accompanied by the work happy, emotional value is also value. Zhang Dawei has just left in less than 2 minutes. A bald middle-aged man came into the waiting room. He said fawningly, You're young Master Xiao Wei, aren't you? You're really a handsome man. I'm Manager Zhang of the sales department, just call me Little Zhang. Although Xiao Wei was still playing the game, he had already gotten up from the sofa. Hello Uncle Zhang, my father is in a meeting, I will tell him later that someone is looking for him. Manager Zhang waved his hand repeatedly. No need, I just heard that young Master Xiao Wei is here today, so I came to meet you. Come on, I'm older than you, so since you've given me the honor of calling me uncle, I'll shamelessly accept. Manager Zhang slipped a red envelope into Xiao Wei's hand. A thick pile, looks like at least 1,000. Take it as a gift. Without waiting for Xiao Wei to refuse, Manager Zhang went out with his bare head. After that, 20 or so people came one after another. When each person left, they either left a gift. Either that or they left a big red envelope just like Manager Zhang. Xiao Wei was too busy to play the game. There was another wave of envy and jealousy from the live broadcast audience. No wonder those rich young masters and ladies are so naive, so everyone in their world is so friendly. What's wrong with having one more rich person in this world? Lemon fruit on the lemon tree, you and I under the lemon tree. Look at the thickness of those red envelopes, Xiao Wei is the one who earns the most money. Xiao Wei's dad. Xiao Wei can't use your 2,000 an hour. Can you give it to me? When Zhang Dawei returned from the meeting, he froze as soon as he pushed open the door to the waiting room. Only to see the waiting room, the long conference table. It was filled with a large pile of gifts. All beautifully wrapped in gift boxes. Xiao Wei's hand was also stuffed with 5 or 6 red envelopes. At the corners of the conference table, there were also several thick red envelopes placed there. Xiao Wei was well protected by Zhang Dawei and had not seen this kind of scene. He froze and opened his mouth. Dad, it seems like I don't need your salary anymore. On the other end, Jiang Chen's live broadcast room. Jiang Chen froze under the camera and wrote his homework for more than an hour. Nowadays, in this society, there's nothing but mendacity at most. For more than an hour, the heat in the live broadcast room increased rather than decreased. All in order to see Jiang Chen writing homework this matter. In the end there is no insider. Zhang Yang also thought that it was because of himself that the live broadcast room was getting hotter and hotter. Chatting even more on the head. That adult to the side, okay, blocking me to see the protagonist. Father, sometimes people shouldn't be so confident. Father, I'm not interested in your previous heroic deeds, I just want to concentrate on seeing how long the kid brother can make it, so get the hell away from me. It's almost time. Kids on the last page. I'm done. A whole book of math problems. Over an hour and it's all done. Wow. I'm done. 1 hour and 17 minutes. He set a new record. I don't know where the record is, but he finished it. By the time Jiang Chen had finished raising his head, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were all going as crazy as they were. The intensity of the audience was no less than witnessing your favorite team win the championship after staying up late to watch the game. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded. Zhang Yang still remembered that these viewers had just told him to get lost and stared at the screen with an irritated face. He waved his hand, interrupting the audience's cheering. Okay, he's done writing, so let's start the next segment. Jiang Chen asked blankly. What session? Zhang Yang searched the screen. I see other people live streaming, they all connect PK, let's connect one too. Without waiting for Jiang Chen to reply, Zhang Yang had already connected to a random anchor. The anchor over there was outdoors. A young-looking man is walking along the roadside with a live broadcast device. I recognize this blogger. Isn't he the one who specializes in breaking down feudal superstitions, burns incense at intersections in the middle of the night, and is known as Brother Bold? Kid brother dad is lucky, Bold brother has good traffic. I can't believe I was able to connect to him on my first PK. I've seen his preview yesterday. He is going to an abandoned hospital today and sleep there for a night under the live camera. I haven't seen this blogger before, but from what you guys are saying, he's worthy of the name. Daring brother raised his smiling face and greeted from the other side of the camera. Hello guys, I'm heading to the abandoned hospital now, and I'm breaking down the feudal superstitions as usual for you all today. John Yong cheerfully greeted the other party. Hello, this is my son. Son of A, say hello. Jiang Chen quietly looked at him and didn't say anything. Brother Dare was a bit uncomfortable being stared at by the other party's dark eyes. He smiled and opened his mouth to ask. This little friend, what are you looking at? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Uncle, I see that you don't look well. I'm afraid that there will be a bloodbath tonight. Brother Bold froze and immediately laughed out loud. Uncle doesn't believe in these feudal superstitions the most. Little kid, you are so young, don't be poisoned by these things. This kid said those words on purpose because he knew what Brother Bold was doing. I thought he was a good kid, but I didn't realize he had a heart of gold. Don't mock upstairs, he's so young, he knows how to get attention, he's a few decades behind you guys. Jiang Chen didn't care about Brother Bold and the snide comments from the pop-up screen. He spoke in a grave tone. Uncle, I didn't lie to you. You have a robbing curse on your face. The hijacking fury is a vicious god of fate, and it is the master of sudden disasters, most commonly traffic accidents and some violent incidents. And uncle, you're a water offender, you'd better stay away from water. Usually green and black things, try to carry as little as possible. His small white face is full of gravity. Uncle, you'd better stay away from the road now, and walk towards the buildings next to it. The main road is traveled by many people, and other things also pass by the road. Especially now that it's night, the bogeymen are more prevalent. Yang is no match for Yin, so it's better to be careful. Daredevil saw him speak professionally, plus this big night, the cold wind blowing. A trace of cool air actually emerged in Daredevil's heart. But then again, he had been labeled as specializing in breaking feudal superstitions, so even if he was afraid, he couldn't let the audience see it. So he laughed and shook his head to deny Jiang Chen's words. Little friend, you'd better use your heart in your studies. Uncle only believes in science, not feudal superstitions. That's what he said, but he still quietly walked a bit inside. A little further away from the road. The rest of his eyes also observed the surroundings. But on his mouth, he still said that he didn't believe in it. However, the next second, the other side of the camera came the piercing sound of a car siren, accompanied by the sound of wheels rubbing hard on the ground. Bear. P.S. Beg for votes, beg for votes, beg for golden ticket votes. Chapter 79, Uncle, there's a child on your back, it's so scary. Hearing the sound from Bold Brother's side, coupled with the fact that Bold Brother suddenly disconnected, the screen went dark. The live viewers were talking. That sound just now, it seems like it was really a car accident. Brother Bold didn't really have an accident, did he? Did the kid really hit the nail on the head? I don't believe that a kid can be so versatile and good at everything. Is it possible that he is a god? I went to Bold's homepage and not only is PK down, his livestream is down. I went to Daredevil's homepage. My back is so cold, it's so scary at this time of night. I can't. I'm going to quit and watch Macabre. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Take me upstairs, I'll watch Pleasant Goat. Seeing Bold Brother's black screen, Jiang Yong came to the front of the camera. He took up the whole screen. For a while, under the urging of the audience, Jiang Yong backed away, exposing Jiang Chen, who was blocked by him. He slapped Jiang Chen on the back of his head. Look at your crow's mouth. Something's happened now. I didn't even know you could tell fortunes, so what are you talking about? If something really happened, let's both take the silver bracelet and go in for a national dinner. Look. Even my father said that I don't know how to tell fortunes. I have a reasonable doubt that this is an effective Daredevil and Kids program. What does he know about his own son? Hasn't he been hit in the face enough? Anyway, let's hope the people are safe. Yes, even if it's a program effect, we should just laugh at it, but the most important thing is that people are safe. Jiang Yong took the initiative to connect to Daredevil's mic, but failed to do so several times. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was calmly watching from the side. For a while. Just as Jiang Yong wanted to shoot him again, Bold Brother suddenly took the initiative to connect to the mic. On the screen, his clothes were torn and there was a bit of blood on his body. But it didn't look like there were any major problems. When Brother Bold saw Jiang Chen, he immediately became excited. Little friend, you are truly divine. He turned the camera around. A black Buick appeared in everyone's view. The car crashed straight into a streetlight. The front end of the car was dented in hard. A man covered his head and walked down, his face red and his walk staggering. Even through the screen, it was obvious that the man had been drinking. Although Bold Brother didn't show his face, his voice revealed his anger. This guy, drunk driving. I was walking nicely on the side of the road when he suddenly rushed over. If it wasn't for my little friend's reminder to pay attention to my surroundings and I walked a little bit inside, I can't say that I've really fallen here this time. Daredevil redirects the camera again. Kid, I really have to thank you. Don't worry everyone, I'm fine, just a little scratch, nothing serious. Kid, consider these gifts as my thanks. You saved my life. Swish. Suddenly, the live broadcast screen had many more gift effects. The audience was stunned. He had actually swiped a dozen carnivals for Jiang Chen's live room. I knock. This is the first time I've seen a person brush so many carnivals after watching a live broadcast for so long. Oops. This screen is full of special effects that make my eyes blurry. Big brother. I've been following you for a long time. Please, give me one too. No, doesn't anyone care why Kid is still good at metaphysics? Brother Kid, no, master. Please accept my obeisance. Jiang Chen reacted flatly and nodded at Brother Bold. You're welcome, it's good that you're alright. Bold Brother's side still had to call the police to deal with this, it was just a temporary live broadcast to keep the peace. So after swiping the gift, he went off the air. At the same time, thousands of miles away in Kaiyun, a man with a fierce face looked at Jiang Chen's live broadcast on his cell phone. A sardonic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kid, a bit interesting. No wonder on the black market, his price could skyrocket to 10 million. Those bigwigs who couldn't give birth to children had their eyes on this boy. He clicked to connect with the anchor. Come on kid, uncle will get you a good mom and dad. John Yong was bewildered though. But he was still happy when he watched the live broadcast get hotter. Alas! There was another person linking up. John Young didn't even think about it and directly clicked agree. When the man's face appeared on the screen, Jiang Chen, however, frowned. He went against the norm and took the initiative to speak. Good evening uncle, have you eaten yet? The man tried to put on a benevolent look and nodded. Eat, ha! Jiang Chen smiled and took the initiative to ask. Uncle, where are you from? The man immediately glowed and pretended to be mysterious. Little kid, you're so smart, do you want to guess where I am? Jiang Chen frowned and pondered for a moment, shook his head and said bitterly. Uncle, I can't guess. The man laughed out loud and revealed the mystery. Little friend, you should have heard of the colorful clouds. We have 4 seasons like spring here, and there are many ethnic minorities who can sing and dance, and have various festivals. Many people come to visit us here, it's especially fun. Jiang Chen gave a wow. I know about Kaiyun. My classmates went there to play, but I haven't been there yet. This comment could be just what the man wanted. He smiled and issued an invitation. Then how about Uncle invites you to come and play? To tell you the truth, Uncle has been catching up on the program Joyful Bringing Up Children. I'm a big fan of yours. Uncle is willing to pay for all the flights and drinks and invite you to come to Colorful Cloud to play for a week. The audience was shocked by the rich and generous look. Mom! Kid brother meets a domineering fan, running in both directions. Big brother looks at me. I've never been to Colored Cloud either. No, don't you all think this guy looks mean? Even though he's smiling all the time, his eyes are so cold. Upstairs, you're paranoid, there are so many bad guys. Jiang Chen inquired with a puzzled face. Uncle, you are so skillful in introducing Kaiyun, have you brought other children to play before? Hearing this, the man's face was twisted for a moment. But he quickly recovered. Because Uncle is a tour guide. He had introduced his hometown to many people. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth hooked into a smile as he casually pulled over a workbook. He tilted his body, avoiding the camera, and wrote a sentence on the workbook. Then he handed it to Jiang Yong. Jiang Yong took a look and left the room with a stony face. The man was sharp and asked, Little friend, why did your father go out? He seemed to have a bad face. Jiang Chen smiled with innocent simplicity. I asked him to buy me a new book of OU problems, my dad has always hated doing this kind of thing. But I threatened him that if he didn't buy it for me, I would tell my mom. Another giggle from the pop-up. No wonder the kid brother daddy looks bad, because he's going to buy something obscure. I'll say it again, you don't know what's good for you. Don't give me such a good boy who loves to study. God, I give my boss 10 years of my life for a kid like that. Beware of your boss. Seeing these pop-ups, coupled with the fact that the man had previously specialized in understanding the Zhang family's father and son, the vigilance in his heart dissipated a bit. Ha! Looks like you're really a good kid who loves to learn. Jiang Chen had been talking to him about everything in order to stall for time. The man was afraid to cooperate with the conversation at first. But after a while he got a little impatient. Kid, I'm genuinely inviting you to come and play. Uncle isn't bad with these $2, if you don't want to, forget it. Jiang Chen looked at the time and estimated that it should be almost time. He revealed a light smile and said slowly, Uncle, it's not that I'm not willing to go. It's that kid on your back that keeps looking at me, I'm scared. Uncle, you look very attract children's favorite. Chapter 80, letting you livestream the streak, you livestream catching human traffickers? When the man heard Jiang Chen's words, he felt a little chill down his spine. He remembered that in the past, there were a few small children who had broken in his hands. At once, he felt terrified. When he thought about this child, he had just accurately said that an anchor would have a bloodbath. The man gulped. What he said couldn't be true. But in front of the camera, he couldn't show his face. The man laughed nervously twice. Little children, Uncle is indeed very popular with children. In the tour group that Uncle brought, the children all fought to let Uncle hold them. When they finally left, they couldn't let go of their uncle and didn't want to go. At this time, the uncle will give them a small gift, and they agreed to meet again in Kaiyun next time. Wow! This big brother is so nice. Which tour is it? I want to sign up. Brothers, support this big brother's business. Let the good people get what they deserve. Every time I take my kids out, my hair falls out. If I had such a patient tour guide, I'd be willing to pay more. Full grade kid brother meets full grade tour guide, a collision of genius and humanity. A corner of Nanjiang City. Uncle Hat, who was on duty, received a call to the police. He picked up the phone and listened patiently before looking grave. After asking for details, Uncle Hat used his private number to enter Jiang Chen's live broadcasting room. Took a screenshot of the man who was connected to the microphone. Inputting his face into the system for face recognition. Looking at the results of the recognition, Uncle Hat was instantly shocked. Rushed to call the captain. Captain, I have a major discovery on my side, come over quickly. Not long after, a group of Uncle Hats gathered together, staring at the man in the live broadcast room who was linked to Jiang Chen. Our system shows that this man's face is highly similar to that of a fugitive trafficker. There were subtle differences, but there was no doubt about the possibility of plastic surgery. The last trace of that fugitive trafficker appeared in Kaiyun. We traced this person's IP address, also in Kaiyun. The captain's face is grave and he issues an order. Lock down the specific IP address and see which place in Kaiyun. At the same time, notify Tsayun's colleagues for a collaborative inter-provincial arrest. Even if it's a wasted trip, we can't let go of a suspicious clue. I received the order. Hat uncles immediately got busy. Thousands of miles away, the Kaiyun law enforcement team received the order from Nanjiang City requesting a collaborative arrest. They also followed Jiang Chen's live broadcast. A hat with white hair already on his head pointed at the man in the live broadcast and roared angrily. That's him. This face, I remember it even if it turns to ashes. This was a poor and vicious guy who had sold dozens of children over the years through the darknet black market abroad. Some kids even died directly in his hands. Even though he's had plastic surgery, nose pads and eyelids cut, he still can't get rid of those sins. Kaiyun is in the border zone. The neighboring countries are much more chaotic than the Dragon Kingdom. The uncles of the hat here pay a lot to maintain the safety and security of the people. The one thing they can't see is someone hitting their idea on a child. The hats that are thousands of miles away from each other coalesce at this moment. One side provided information, and one side contributed to the arrests. While they were paying, Jiang Chen was doing his best to delay. He acted like a clueless child. Uncle, what do I call you? You can just call me Uncle Kaiyun. I advocate for my hometown at all times. Haha. Uncle Kaiyun, I've never seen a place's name used as a name before. That means he's dedicated. Next time we go to Kaiyun, we'll look for Uncle Kaiyun. How much does it cost to go to Kaiyun? Pay attention to Uncle Kaiyun and ask him in a private message. Jiang Chen dragged him around for a while. Uncle Kaiyun was already a little impatient. Little friend, Uncle is making friends with you and sincerely inviting you to come and play at Kaiyun. But what have you been talking about all this time? If you don't want to come, forget it. Of course he can't give up this big order. It's just an incentive. Sure enough, Jiang Chen took the bait. Jiang Chen was in a bit of a hurry. I want to go. Uncle, I've never been to Kaiyun, and I especially want to go see it. But now that my dad has gone to buy me a workbook, I can't make a decision. Uncle Kaiyun then showed a relaxed look. It's okay, don't worry, little friend. I'm on your father's side. As long as you're willing to come, Uncle Kaiyun will talk to him. Jiang Chen was worried that if he didn't get to the point again, this person would hang up the live broadcast. So he deliberately pretended to be interested. Started chatting with him about how to get to Kaiyun. When it comes to this, Uncle Kaiyun is handy. Uncle said, the plain alcohol all-inclusive, talk is good. I'll buy you tickets and send you the flight information. You and your dad just need to come on the plane. When the time comes, Uncle will pick you up at Kaiyun Airport. Take you to the hotel to stay, and then the next day, we will start our journey to Kaiyun. Jiang Chen was very interested and chased after Kaiyun to ask what there was to do in Kaiyun. Since the trafficker was using the identity of a tour guide as a front, he was naturally well prepared. He spoke at great length. In 2 days, it would be the Dai's Water Splashing Festival. At that time, everyone splashed water on each other on the streets to show their blessings. Many children's favorite thing to play is this. Kaiyun also has a lot of food, which you may not have eaten before. Sayun's mushrooms are the most famous. But be careful when you eat it, or if you're not careful, you'll enter the magic world and meet the elves. The audience in the live broadcast room was touched by him. He's a professional tour guide. He's so good. It's fascinating, I want to go and play. I've always been curious about the fungus that can see little people, and I don't know what it tastes like. I can't stand it anymore. I want to go to Kaiyun to eat mushrooms. I envy you. I'm envious of you. I'm a cow and a horse. I have to work tomorrow, so I can only rely on coffee to keep me going. Upstairs, we're both cow horses. I don't know when we'll be able to leave. Jiang Chen held his chin in his hand and exaggerated. Jiang Chen's hand rested on his chin, exaggerating. So much fun. Uncle Kaiyun was so proud of himself. That's right. Little friend, Uncle will book a flight for you and pick you up tomorrow to play. He just said that. Bang. Suddenly, there was a banging sound. On the screen, Uncle Sayun's room door was violently kicked open. He first froze. The softness on his face was swept away. In its place, there was a deep ferocity. However, the next second, a group of loaded and fully equipped uncle hats rushed in. Do not move. Hold your head and crouch down. At the same time, a hat uncle went to the cell phone that was being linked to the live broadcast. Snapped with a soft sound. Turned off the mic. The screen suddenly turned black and disconnected. Chapter 81, No, really caught human traffickers cattle batch. Seeing the other party suddenly turned off the connecting microphone. Coupled with the black screen before, saw that scene. The live broadcast room instantly boiled. I go. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on across the street? That place in Kaiyun is a bit of a mess. Did Uncle Kaiyun get offended? What offense? Don't you see those people are Uncle Hat? He's in trouble, isn't he? I don't think so. Is the kids' live room so busy today? First a car accident, then Uncle Hat's arrest, too much of a coincidence. Ha! I don't know what's going on, but I'm having a great time today. It's a cosplay, right? It's a deliberate show effect. Now Uncle Kaiyun and Brother Kid can both get the heat, 2 birds with 1 stone. You're forgetting that the bold brother thing was said to be a program effect, but how did it turn out? That's not the same thing as this. This is all about Uncle Hat. I won't believe it unless the official explains it. Not long after. Jiang Yong has come back from outside, radiant, looks very spiritual. He felt that he had done something big and just sat down, immediately showing off with the live streaming netizens. Family members. I just went out, I went to the police with Uncle Hat. I can see at a glance, that guy is not a good person. I did not expect to hear Uncle Hat say he is a human trafficker. Jiang Yong said a lot. Fortunately, I reacted in time, let the child smash drag him, I rushed out to the police. Jiang Chen gave him a look. He was no longer shocked in the slightest at his dad's shameless appearance. He didn't pay attention to his dad's nonsense. As long as the person was caught, it was fine. Jiang Chen casually flipped out another practice book and spread it out on the table. Under the camera, he continued to do it quietly. Some of the viewers were also familiar with Jiang Yong's virtues, and the pop-ups were all about debunking him. Kid brother father, almost enough. If you brag too much, you'll blow your brains out. Do you think we're blind? It's obvious that you went out only after the kid brother handed you a note. And before the note, you were so dumb, you didn't even realize something was wrong. I'm telling you. The kid was so enthusiastic about this guy, he talked too much. So he saw something wrong with him and did it on purpose. No, you've all been drugged by this kid? An 8-year-old kid, even if he's smart and a good student, can he be so sharp that he can tell who has committed a crime at a glance? I'm laughing my ass off. This studio is full of this kid's brainwashed fans. They're all waterbenders, aren't they? If this is true, I'll eat my keyboard live. I guess it's just a program effect, what's true on the internet? Seeing these comments questioning him, Jiang Yong was on fire. Hey! I told you guys, but you still don't believe me. Come on, let me show you, this is the police record on my cell phone, see? Jiang Yong started to prove himself, taking out his cell phone's call records to show the camera. But the audience still didn't believe it. Feeling that this record is also just a full set of drama. Some people even rebuked that Jiang Chen's father and son reported a fake police report for the sake of heat flow. Wasting social resources. Jiang Yong was so enraged that he almost argued with someone. Son smash. You say. Why did you let me go to the police, isn't that guy just a bad guy? Jiang Chen did not raise his head and slowly opened his mouth. That person a company of wheat, I just feel that he is a little out of place. The body is very heavy in chi, not like a good person, so let dad you go to the police, let Uncle Hat check. Jiang Chen in front of the camera, calm and measured. Speaking voice is not big, but firm and strong. More like an adult than Jiang Yong, who was on the side. It is true that children do not know how to lie. You even make up a sentence, previously coincidentally seen this person's wanted, are more reliable than saying what in chi. This live studio is all bot water army, right? Alas. Now this society, really traffic first, for the sake of traffic by any means. What about the officials? If it's true, the officials will definitely come down to explain. Right. If it's not official, I'll never believe it. Looking up, he saw that there were still quite a few people questioning in the pop-ups. Zhang Chen then began to explain in detail. That person was wide-eyed, with very small pupils and more of the whites of his eyes showing. Such a person had an extreme personality and lacked empathy. His eyebrow bones protruded and his eyebrows were disorganized, indicating a short temper and aggressiveness. Zhang Chen analyzed the man in detail as he recalled his looks. In addition, his cheekbones were too high and meatless, representing ruthlessness in his methods. The lips were as thin as a line and sagging. Such a person generally had a solitary and cold personality. So for him to say that he was a tour guide and be so enthusiastic, he was obviously pretending. Zhang Chen took that person's face and analyzed it from beginning to end. My little uncle knows how to read faces, and what he said, my little uncle said. I don't know anything about this, but just now I asked Dun Yang. According to face reading, what the kid brother said is true. Right. I think that guy's pupils are too small, I feel uncomfortable looking at him. Is this the power of a full-grade kid? He can even read faces. Sounds like bull. Program effects are program effects. They're just saying they can read faces. At that moment, the live broadcast room received an application for a mic, with only one other person's ID. South Province Law Enforcement Team official account. Seeing this, Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Zhang Yong froze for a moment, but he hurriedly connected to the link up. Son, this seems to be Uncle Hat's official account. You have to be polite, don't talk about evil things. The connection was made. On the other side of the camera, there were two Uncle Hats dressed in formal attire. They saluted Zhang Chen's father and son. Zhang Yong immediately stood up straight. Zhang Chen also hurriedly stood up from his chair. The two of him responded in unison. Good day, Uncle Hat. The two Hat uncles lowered their hands and smiled in a cute and adorable manner. Hello, you guys. We are linking up this time. One is to announce a good news to you all. The human trafficker Hui, who has been on the run for 6 years, was finally arrested just now. Through his hands, dozens of children were trafficked to foreign black markets. There are even a dozen children who were directly killed by him. We've been looking for him for a long time, and we've been trying to catch him by all means. But there's no way. This man is extremely good at counter-surveillance, and he's even had plastic surgery. But fortunately, on this day, finally apprehended this abominable criminal. The two Hat uncles sounded very excited. Zhang Yong, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed and patted his chest. Uncle Hat, no need to be polite, this is all what we should do. Zhang Chen helplessly blanked his old man and didn't say anything more. But at the same time, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were completely blown up. Chapter 82, a live broadcast of 6 figures, all donated. The official number of the police, just linking the microphone to explain the situation. By the way, Zhang Chen Zhang Yang expressed thanks. Then it sharply went off the air, leaving a group of confused viewers. I realized for the first time what it means to have a blank mind. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Wait for me to run through it. The kid brother only relied on his face to see that the man was a human trafficker. Then he gave Uncle Hat time to stall, and Uncle Hat really went to catch him. He's 8 years old, right? If so, why didn't human evolution take me with it? What about the one who said he ate the keyboard live? Don't pretend you can't hear me, I know you're home. Mom asked me why I'm kneeling down to watch the live broadcast. I'm 38 years old. Would you be interested in taking on a student? I don't want to learn anything, I just want to eat melon up close. He was 8 years old when he helped the police arrest a criminal, and I was 8 years old when I was pulling the pigtails of a little girl. In just a few seconds, the number of people requesting to be connected reached hundreds. The reason is, I want to ask the kid brother to calculate. Seeing these requests, Zhang Chen did not agree and said, please believe in science, don't be obsessed with metaphysics. What did I hear? You say it again? One foot calculated that Daredevil had a car accident, and the next foot caught the traffickers based on their facial features, and now you're telling me to believe in science? I'm not as smart as you, but don't treat me as a cutie. You're fooling me. The biggest joke of the year, kid says he believes in science. Kid brother, fortune telling as a side job, homepage for homework. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I'd believe it. As a result of these 2 waves of tawdry operations, coupled with the Hat official number down instructions. But 10 minutes, a few words and phrases rushed to the hot search list. Kid brother reads faces to help police arrest human traffickers. Kid brother's fortune telling helped Netflix avoid a car accident. The police personally came down to thank. Kid brother says he believes in science. In just 20 minutes, Zhang Chen's live broadcast room was flooded with another 200,000 people. This night, everyone recognized an 8-year-old kid named Zhang Chen. At the same time, inside the Black Shark Esports Club, Black Shark had gotten some confidence back after bleeding C in a handful of qualifying matches. Looking at the battle results on the computer screen, he nodded in satisfaction. Looks like I didn't regress that much either. Must be that kid being too sick. Just waiting for the next handful of games to load, Black Shark casually swiped up his phone. With a glance, he saw the hot search phrase. 8-year-old kid brother assisted the police in arresting human traffickers. Kid brother? Black Shark first froze and couldn't help but think of Jiang Chen. It shouldn't be. Clicking on the video, he saw the cover on the page. Black Shark Tang's eyes widened. It's still really you. He ended the game match, and after watching this video, he tapped on all the related words one after another, understanding this matter from beginning to end. After learning what happened, Black Shark froze and put down his phone. This kid brother is still human? Will play the game, but also ing fortune telling? The camera turns back. On Jiang Chen's side, the live broadcast was still continuing. Jiang Yong stared at the pop-ups on the computer, interacting positively with everyone, talking and laughing. At this time, a bunch of pop-ups related to the hot search popped up. Kid brother. You're on the hot search. We're also the ones who witnessed the hot search with our own eyes. Mr. Kid's father. Your son has brought you to the hot search. Mr. Kid, go visit your ancestors' graves. Go visit your ancestors' graves. If you have a kid brother in your family, your ancestors' graves will be covered in smoke. 10 minutes. It's only been 10 minutes. Kid brother has 3 of the top 10 hot searches. Why do I have a feeling that I'm in on it? Don't doubt it, I do too. Seeing these pop-ups, Jiang Yong took out his cell phone in confusion. What hot search? Opening the short video platform, many of the top 100 hot search lists were about Jiang Chen. Of course, on the internet, no one called him by his name. There was only the title of a full-grade kid brother. After only watching for a while, Jiang Yong shouted in excitement. Child smash! Child smash! We're on the hot search! Famous! He held his cell phone up to Jiang Chen's face. Son of a, look! Jiang Chen leaned back with an expressionless face, which allowed him to read the words on it. He wasn't the least bit excited and nodded calmly. Right. Jiang Chen seemed to remember something, and his face was a bit happy. Dad, I've done a good job, can you reward me with an extra half-hour of study every day? Subway old man looking at his cell phone. My ears are blocked, kid brother, what did you say? Ha! It's true that we love to learn, kid brother. Never forget to study. Wait, someone explain this to me. I just met this kid because of the hot search. Upstairs, just go search for kid brother and you'll understand. He's just an 8-year-old kid who loves to learn, but is always caught playing games by his dad, so he can only sneak around and learn on his own. Upstairs, are you talking like a human being? Mom! The boy of your dreams, he's appeared. Jiang Yong immediately sank his face and taught Jiang Chen righteously. Mom, I'm sorry. How many times have I told you, this study thing, stop at the right time? You can't get addicted. Your biggest problem is that you spend too much time on studying. I'm telling you. Jiang Yong hadn't finished speaking. Swish. A gift special effect flashed across the computer screen. Jiang Yong froze and was instantly attracted to the sight. Fixing his eyes on it, it was actually another carnival. Son of a. Someone gave us a gift. Thank you, family. Thank you, family. Son, why don't you thank your righteous parents? At this time, the live broadcast audience looked at the ID of the person who swiped the gift. They all looked familiar. Hey! This ID looks familiar, I think I've seen it somewhere. Of course it looks familiar. This is the big anchor who has millions of fans all over the net. Oh my god. Kid brother is really on fire, even this big anchor has come to give gifts. Is that a gift? Why do I think it's to rub it in? This is just the beginning. Then, more famous anchors from all over the internet flocked to the live broadcast room. The carnival effects never stopped, making people dizzy. Jiang Yong couldn't be bothered to educate Jiang Chen and kept his palms together at the screen. Thanks. Thank you all family members. Thank you all for the gifts. The gifts were flying all over the place. Not only did it shock Jiang Yong, it also shocked the audience in the live broadcast room. Record the screen. Quickly record the screen. Ah. I know a lot of the anchors who swiped gifts. They're all the big players on every platform. They're all here to get a share of the traffic? What's called rubbing traffic? It's called getting a reasonable share of the pie. Jiang Chen was dazzled by the special effects on the screen. He couldn't read the words on the pop-up screen either. So he spread out his workbook again and continued to write quietly. Only Jiang Yong was left. Excitedly holding up his cell phone and snapping away. I'm going to send it to my wife to see that the two of us are doing something big at home. Nearly an hour passed, and the special effects finally came to a gradual stop. After a pop-up reminder, Jiang Yong clicked on the backstage. He counted through one by one. 1, 2, 3. Jiang Yon looked like he had never seen the world before and excitedly patted Jiang Chen straight on the back. Child smash. Son of a. Quickly look. 6 figures. A 6-figure gain. The live audience can't see backstage, but are equally shocked by the number. Capture less? Tonight, I exposed myself as the most unseen person in the world. Brother Kid, no, Mr. Jiang. Do you remember me, Mr. Jiang? I was your kindergarten classmate. Upstairs is a few years old. You're more like the grandfather of his kindergarten classmate. Jiang Chen raised his head and was also a bit surprised to see this number. Then he lightly said, "There's still a lot of money, donate it all later." Chapter 83, Olive Branch from the Football Association Coach. As soon as Jiang Chen's words left his mouth, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast instantly boiled. Kid brother atmosphere. An 8-year-old kid who can remain unshaken in front of so much money will definitely be a character in the future. He's already a character now. I'm so proud of you. Just for the donations, I'll be your fan for life. At the same time, the backstage crew of joy of bringing up baby. Director Yen made a decision. He cancelled the voting session that was originally scheduled. If a vote was held, Jiang Chen's family would definitely still be number 1. After all, in the live broadcast just now, Jiang Chen had only broadcast one live show, earning hundreds of thousands of dollars. How could the other families even compare this? Director Yen hadn't forgotten. Last time, because Jiang Chen's family was so hot, the leaders above called. It's mainly a matter of ethos. Mr. Yen hated the iron and clapped his hands. Jiang Chen's such a good child who loves to learn. How did he get into Jiang Yon's father? If he didn't always pull Jiang Chen to play games, it wouldn't make the leaders above feel that the Jiang family has a bad learning culture. This is great, such good traffic, but we can't strike while the iron is hot. Director Yen shook his head regretfully. It's better to cancel the voting session. Compared to the heat, it's still more important to have the meaning from above. Don't accidentally block the program again. The planner's eyes lit up. Director, we're the ones who published the voting data, we have the final say on who's number 1. As long as we tinker with the data, we can catch up with the craze and still make the leaders happy. Director Yen slapped him hard on the back of the head. Is that straw in your head? With Jiang Chen's current cliff-like heat, who would believe him if he wasn't number 1? By then, the netizens will be attacking us and accusing us of faking, and it will be easier to cause dissatisfaction from above. This segment was conducted for 3 days. During this event, the money earned by each family was given to the program team. With the income from Jiang Chen's live broadcast topping it off, it wasn't a small amount. There were many public welfare organizations that contacted the program group, hoping that the group would donate the money to them. Director Yen resisted the pressure from all sides. It was hard to directly arrange for the program team to go to the poor mountainous areas. Under the live broadcast of many cameras, discussed with the principal of the local school and planned the use of the money on the spot. The whole thing was broadcast live. Let everyone know where every penny was spent. The whole network is full of praise. Director Yen is awesome. I was worried from the start that if the program team just donated the money to the organization, it would be no different than feeding it to the dogs. This is what we call openness and transparency. Some public service organizations should follow suit. Everyone, check it out. The program has released a list. I counted it all, and it's the same as on the air. Not a penny was wasted. The list also shows how much money each family donated. The kids really donated all the proceeds from the broadcast. Brother Kiddo is so generous. If it wasn't for Kid's brother, the money raised would probably only be enough to buy a loaf of bread for each of the kids. It's all thanks to Brother Kiddo. Thank you, Mr. Kid. Thank you, Mr. Kid. The discussion on the internet didn't affect Jiang Chen in the slightest. He went to school as usual. Another day. Jiang Chen had already had a day of transportation to school. This envied many of the live streaming netizens. This is life. Every day, there was this little rich girl who transported him to school. How can you live so comfortably? I can't even dream of it. Coward, I dare to think about it. Tell me about my brother's luck. A rich girl fell from the sky, he'll never have to worry about anything in his life. If I could live like this for a few days, I'd be happy with a villa and a car. Who's going to wake up the guy upstairs? I'll go first. Diabetes is in the back of the line, don't let this kid get a taste of it. Although Yu Yao was very attentive to Jiang Chen. But except in the morning on the way to school, or after class. Jiang Chen hardly ever interacted with Yu Yao. It was only when it was mealtime that Jiang Chen raised his head. Mr. Jiang Chen, let's go eat? The housekeeper had prepared Cantonese cuisine today. Jiang Chen scratched his head and opened his mouth. Cantonese food is a bit bland, isn't it? It's fine. There's also Sichuan cuisine. Yu Yao smiled and said, I found out over the past few days of eating that you like spicy food. I just asked the housekeeper to find a Sichuan chef. I'm a little embarrassed to be invited to dinner every day. Jiang Chen scratched his head and said with a smile. Let's go to the cafeteria tomorrow and treat you to pancakes. Upon hearing this, Yu Yao immediately brightened up. Yeah, it's my favorite thing to eat. My house is a pancake maker, I have as many as the little rich girl wants to eat. She doesn't like pancakes, she just likes to eat with her kid brother. Upstairs, why don't you stop talking like that? What's wrong with you? You're still picking. This is a typical case of getting what you want and picking what you don't want. Calm down upstairs. The little rich girl didn't say anything. Is this the life of a rich man? I even have to think about a restaurant this directly to find Sichuan cuisine cooks. Soon, the butler took the two of them to a nearby hotel. In order to facilitate Yu Yao's lunch, their family acquired this nearest hotel. In the room, the two sat on one side. Jiang Chen didn't slant his eyes and focused on eating. Yu Yao, on the other hand, took a bite and glanced at Jiang Chen. For some reason, a wave of fulfillment surged through this little girl's heart. It was as if being able to sit and eat with Jiang Chen like this was an extremely happy thing. Looking at the surroundings, many of the live broadcast viewers felt a sudden heart attack. I can't, my eyes are red, why do you want me to see this? The Sichuan food that kid brother eats is definitely sour. Upstairs, you're right, it's probably sour and spicy. Don't say it, a working cowhorse silently broken. After lunch, the two returned to the classroom. During the lunch break, the other students were resting. Only Jiang Chen was frantically doing problems. All day long, there seemed to be nothing else but doing problems. Just as the lunch break was about to end, the homeroom teacher called out to him at the door. Jiang Chen, come out for a moment. Jiang Chen looked up with a confused face, which led him out of the classroom. Coming outside the classroom door, beside the class teacher stood a man in his 30s. Dressed in a tracksuit, he had a stocky body. As soon as he saw Jiang Chen, his eyes rubbed together. Are you Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen looked puzzled and asked back. Hello, may I ask who you are? The man introduced himself. I'm the coach of the Nanjiang City Football Association, my surname is Liu, you can call me Coach Liu. Recently, the South River City Football Association Youth Training is recruiting, I want to ask if you are interested? Chapter 84, The System Comes to the Task. Hearing Coach Liu's words, the pop-up screen brushed up exclamation marks. Ever since I followed Kid Brother, my head is full of question marks every day. And exclamation marks. My sister's kid has been playing soccer since he was a kid, and he wants to join the youth training program, but he can't even get in. I can't believe the kid was invited. My mom spent $300,000 to send my brother to the FA Youth Training Program. My mom spent $300,000 to get my brother into the FA Youth Training Program, and he didn't spend a dime, and he's being approached? How can we justify this? We all know that the national soccer team sucks and it's hard to get in. Kid has been invited, what connections? Upstairs, have you forgotten that brother Kid has missed a kick before, that divine stop? Coach Liu explained with a smile. I've seen one of your videos on the internet. Mr. Jiang Chen, your stopping the ball is very good. I thought at the time that you must be a good seedling for soccer. That's why I've come to invite you to join the youth training of the Football Association and make good use of your abilities. Hearing this, Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he decisively shook his head and refused. Don't. Participating in youth training, it's too time-consuming and will waste my study time. What are you saying, kid? No, we're just saying, is it necessary to love learning to such an extent? That's youth training. I've spent over $100,000 on people, and I couldn't even get my son in. And you still refuse. Kid is a CF pro now, so he doesn't need to go to soccer training, right? Upstairs, are CF and soccer comparable? How are they not comparable? CF has a world champion. Does soccer have one? Who told you to say that? Even though Coach Liu was a jerk, he knew what the outside world said about youth training. So many people have squeezed their heads through the youth training. So he was very confident about this invitation. Who would have thought? Jiang Chen had turned it down. He refused. The reason he used was still delaying his studies. Coach Liu was puzzled. Has he been isolated for too long? Can't keep up with the times? Do kids nowadays like to study so much? Ha! You guys, look at Coach's expression, he probably didn't expect Kid Brother to refuse. Coach, don't doubt yourself. It's because he's so different. Coach. I'll go if he doesn't. Look at me, an obsessive soccer player who has practiced for more than 10 years. Coach is full of confidence. The kid shrugs his head, it's a delay in his studies, so I'm not going. The homeroom teacher came forward in time. Jiang Chen, it's a big deal to be able to participate, go home and discuss it with your parents. Coach Liu immediately followed suit. Right, you should discuss it with your parents. If your parents want to know about youth training, I'm always available. Jiang Chen still shook his head. Thank you, coach, for your kind words, but I just want to study hard. The class teacher squatted down and patiently said, Jiang Chen, you are young and may not understand what youth training means. It's rare to get an unsolicited invitation from a youth training coach. If you follow and train well, you might be able to enter the national team. By then, you can even compete for your country in the World Cup. I think you should reconsider. The national football team had shortcomings in terms of performance, and Jiang Chen naturally understood this. Therefore, he didn't reject it decisively this time. Instead, he looked down and pondered. In the past, the national soccer team's strength was still very good. But over the years, it had gotten worse every year. If it could really stand up to the World Cup, then he might be able to consider it. But the point was, although his ball skills were justified, his soccer ability wasn't top-notch. Trying to take the title with one band is not very realistic. Soccer and CF were not the same. Seeing that the homeroom teacher and the coach had been so hard on him, Jiang Chen was actually still hesitating. The live viewers were all beating their chests. They couldn't wait to climb into the screen and agree for him. What are you hesitating about? Tell me what you're hesitating about. Kid brother. No, kid dad. Grandpa kiddo. I'm begging you, say yes. Teachers and youth coaches are begging me to join the youth program. I can't even dream of it. If I had this dream, I'd have to give myself 2 big slaps in the mouth if I woke up. Why should I wake up? Is this the life of a hanged man? When will it be my turn? Jiang Chen frowned, not knowing how to reply. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, the system has released a random mission, score a goal once on the soccer field. Mission reward, top soccer skills, mul points 10. Hearing the task released by the system this time, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. If he could raise his soccer skills to the top, then participating in youth training wasn't a bad idea. He no longer hesitated and decisively nodded his head. Good, I agree. Coach Lu sighed in relief and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Good brat. Coach will take you flying in the future. Oops. My heart. I've just been hanging in the air, but I've finally agreed. Why do I suddenly feel that we're more worried than the kid's father? I'm afraid he's not paying attention to his son's live broadcast. He's either playing a game or he's not up yet. Don't talk about it upstairs, I want to kill someone. I'm not only not getting the kid brother, I'm also getting the kid brother for me. Not only do I not get the kid brother, but I have to worry about the kid brother's father, for God's sake. What's wrong with that? Next period is gym class. Why don't we play a game on the field? Coach Lu laughed and said, there are 2 students from my youth training program at school, I'll call them over later. Then let the school's physical education teachers get together, and the number of people will be almost the same. Anyway, it was just to see the level of Jiang Chen's kicking, so there wasn't a need for so many people. Jiang Chen thought of the task issued by the system. So he didn't refuse and nodded his head in agreement. Can. Upon hearing this, the homeroom teacher immediately notified the PE teachers with excitement. Upon hearing that it was a coach from the Football Association, the PE teachers swarmed into the stadium. All wanted to play a game of soccer with this coach. They, the PE teachers, were of course a bit distant from the soccer youth training coaches. Not a moment's work. The stadium was bustling with physical education teachers who had classes or not. Even some teachers who love to play soccer have also come over to support the scene. Seeing this group of physical education teachers scrambling, I'm psychologically balanced. This is the attitude of a normal person meeting a soccer coach. Kid brother, you're an anomaly. I'm so relieved. I'm not the only one who hasn't seen the world, everyone is like this. Do you have any chance of winning against this kind of adult? I don't think so. I don't think he can beat them, no matter how good he is. I guess the coach just wants to see how good he is. He doesn't need to show him how to play, the coach can show him how to play. After all, he's a youth coach, he's definitely different from a gym teacher. What? The head coach is warming up? Chapter 85. No way, the kickoff was a straight shot and it went in. On the soccer field. Yu Yao and her classmates were outside the crowd. Bewildered, they looked at the soccer field, surrounded by a circle of people. Yu Yao didn't get into the crowd, and looked curiously for a couple of moments. Then she turned her head and looked around. Where's Mr. Jiang Chen, where did he run off to? At this time, the physical education teacher ran over quickly. Rushing towards everyone, he announced. Dismissed in place, this class is free to move around. In addition, our classmate Jiang Chen is going to have a soccer match with the other physical education teachers. If you are interested, you can watch the match from the side. After saying that, he hurriedly ran over to the soccer field. Hearing this, Yu Yao was first stunned, then her face showed surprise. Jiang Chen was going to play soccer with the physical education teacher? Yu Yao couldn't help but think of that day, when she was about to be hit by a soccer ball, and as a result, Jiang Chen stepped forward and caught that ball. Although Jiang Chen's kicking level might be a bit better, but playing soccer with a gym teacher, isn't that too much to ask? Yu Yao found a spot in the stands and looked towards the soccer field. In the center, there was a group of tall physical education teachers. Jiang Chen, who was only 8 years old, stood in the middle of them, like facing a group of giants. Yu Yao frowned slightly, a little worried. Playing soccer with these gym teachers, did Jiang Chen really have a chance of winning? And on the soccer field, both sides had already assigned their lineups. Coach Lu's main purpose was to see Jiang Chen's strength. So he chose Jiang Chen's opposing side. The teacher acting as the referee took a coin and came to the center of the field. The old rule was to guess the coin to decide which side kicked off, before the others could speak. Wait a moment. Coach Lu took the initiative to speak. Across the white line on the field, he and Jiang Chen locked eyes. Coach Lu signaled the referee to put away the coin. Let's just let Jiang Chen kick off directly. After all, I came here for Jiang Chen, so I don't need to waste time on these links. I want to see how his basic skills are. On a soccer field, kicking off was one of the most basic. A good kickoff will have a huge impact on both sides' offense and defense. The soccer coach had said so, and the other physical education teachers on the field naturally agreed. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth gently hooked up, letting him kick off. Although his own soccer ability wasn't top-notch, it was still pretty good. Wasn't this giving himself a chance? Soon, the matchup began. The soccer ball was placed in the center of the field. Jiang Chen walked up and stood by the soccer ball. As the whistle sounded, Jiang Chen's eyes slightly condensed as he took a step forward. He fiercely kicked a powerful shot. The soccer ball was kicked out by him, drawing an arc in mid-air. This powerful kick was not directed at his teammates, but towards the opposite goal. Seeing this, Coach Lu instantly realized something and turned around in a hurry. Rushed to the goal in front of the physical education teacher, shouted, "Defense, defense." But his words had not yet fallen. "Me so. That ball just now, in the upper right corner of the goal, precise entry. Unbiased, if the angle had been a little more off, it would have hit the ball frame." Although the physical education teacher in charge of goalkeeping reacted in time, he was unable to defend it. He could only stare at the falling soccer ball, face full of shock. This went in? Just kicked off and hit the goal with one kick? Is this something that can be done? Ding dong. System mission completed. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward, World's Best Soccer Ability. In an instant, countless knowledge and skills about the top of the soccer world flooded Jiang Chen's brain like a tidal wave. Coach Lu maintained a twisted turning position. With his toes facing Jiang Chen, his body turned to look at his side of the goal. With his mouth slightly open, he couldn't return to his senses for a long time. The two physical education teachers on the same team as Coach Lu. One reacted quickly by turning around and running towards the goal, and of course the result was that they didn't catch up. Due to too much surprise. He also broke his foot and fell on the ground. His eyes widened and froze as he looked at the ball that went into the goal. An expletive came out. The two physical education teachers on Jiang Chen's side, after a short period of shock, violently hugged Jiang Chen up. "Good boy. Awesome IU. Come on, secretly tell the teachers, how did you practice? This small body of yours, to be able to kick like this, there must be some secret, right?" Jiang Chen smiled without saying anything. Yu Yao looked at Jiang Chen, who was picked up by the two teachers. A burning heat suddenly surged in her heart. Even if she didn't know anything about soccer, she knew how rare and wonderful it was to score a goal in the opening game. For the first time, she didn't pay attention to her image and shouted along with her classmates watching the game on the sidelines. "Jiang Chen! Jiang Chen! Jiang Chen!" The tender children's voices on the field shouted in unison. The live broadcast pop-ups were equally shocked. "I don't know anything about soccer, but scoring a goal in the opening period is a big deal, isn't it? It's not just big. The kid brother is only 8 years old. An 8-year-old scores a goal in the middle of the field, with a shot on goal. Even the myths don't dare to write that. Ha! The goalie's teacher was dumbfounded. I suggest we check the account book. This is like an 8-year-old's game. Ah! It's in. It's in. It's in. Kid brother. I won't watch the national soccer team without you." The crowd cheered for a while before the atmosphere gradually calmed down a bit. The referee came over with the ball. According to the rules, the team that lost points should kick off. However, due to the last time, Coach Lu took the initiative to give Jiang Chen the opportunity to kick off. So the referee was a bit hesitant. "Coach Lu, this time, do you still want to let the opposite side have the kickoff?" Coach Lu said to Jiang Chen. "This time you don't drive, I'll do it." Jiang Chen nodded indifferently. "Whatever, feel free." Coach Lu gritted his teeth. This kid, is he determined that he will definitely lose? The live pop-up screen is aha. Coach Lu didn't dare to give in anymore. Ha! I'm laughing my ass off. The coach of the soccer association is scared. I'm so proud of you. Coach, if I dare to let you play again, I won't even be able to touch the ball by the end of the game. I didn't get into the soccer association, and it's been a lifetime of darkness ever since. Kid brother. Kill them all. As soon as the whistle blew, Coach Lu ran to the edge of the field with the ball. He wants to bypass the 3 men on the other side, using a roundabout tactic. The 2 gym teachers saw what he was thinking. One turned and ran wildly towards his own goal. One followed close behind, looking for a chance to get the ball back. Their goals and motives were clear. Only Jiang Chen neither ran towards the goal nor intercepted Coach Lu. Instead, he ran towards Coach Lu's diagonal front. Yu Yao was sweating as she watched. Was he trying to rush ahead of Coach Lu so he could intercept the ball? How could that be, even if he was a strong shot? But how could he beat a grown adult simply by comparing his speed? Not only Yu Yao, everyone present was thinking the same. The kid has drifted off. He scored 1 goal and doesn't know who he is anymore. He's only 8 years old. That soccer coach's legs are twice as long as his, how could he possibly outrun him? Even the 2 teachers didn't dare to compete with the FA coach's speed. Didn't you see one of them give up on the ball and go back to the goal to defend? Upstairs, you don't know anything about soccer, do you? It's not just a matter of speed, it's a matter of the kid's trajectory going astray. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Kid. Wrong. According to Coach Ryu's trajectory, you should have been a little more off course to meet him. Chapter 86, My God. Canty-style ball break. Bay's arc. On the other side. Coach Lu took the time to glance at Jiang Chen as he advanced with the ball. He could tell at a glance what Jiang Chen was trying to do. But didn't think so. Even if Jiang Chen's shooting skills were superior. But the physical conditions were placed here. His 1 step was as good as Jiang Chen's 3, so how could Jiang Chen run in front of him? Moreover, this kid didn't even realize that he had run off course. Coach Lu snorted. After all, he was a child, even if he had some strength, he was still too naive. Perhaps, he should give Jiang Chen another lesson. Lest he be overconfident at such a young age. The 2 teachers on Coach Lu's side ran up and intercepted the teacher who was in hot pursuit behind Coach Lu. Seeing that there was no obstacle behind him, Coach Lu turned his feet. He was actually heading straight towards Jiang Chen. Wow! This is going to be a match. Why is he going after the kid brother? He's actively feeding the kid brother the ball? The soccer coach is a big man. He's giving the kid a chance to show off. Of course Coach Lu wasn't that generous. He's trying to shoot in front of Jiang Chen. To regain the face he lost in the last game. He watched Coach Lu run over to his side as he had expected. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Coach Lu stopped at a position 3 meters away from Jiang Chen. Kid, watch this, coach's first lesson for you. Don't float. Coach Lu reversed the direction of his body and swung his leg. Prepare to shoot. The touch of a soccer ball did not come from under his feet. Coach Ryu looked down. Where's the ball? Only Jiang Chen lowered his body and with a sharp slide, smoothly snatched the ball from underneath Coach Lu. A Canty-style breakaway. A sports coach shouted in shock. His movements were exactly the same as Cantor's. Coach Ryu felt like his 3 views were shattered. He shouted with wide eyes. How do you know this move? This is the ball-breaking move of the world's top player, Cantor. Not to mention him, no one in China can replicate this move. He's an 8-year-old schoolboy, how could he do it? This familiar stance and move also stirred the memories of the audience in the live broadcast room. In the 2016 World Cup, Canty was the one who helped his team win the World Cup with his divine break. Canty's nickname is still in my mind. 70 of the Earth's surface is covered by water, and the remaining 30 is covered by Canty. Now in the 30 covered by Canty, an 8-year-old schoolboy broke in. Take kid brother to the World Cup. Take him to the World Cup now. Replace that plate of sea cucumbers from the national soccer team. Replace it with kid brother. Replacement. Replace him. Replace him. Some teachers who don't know anything about soccer, under the impassioned explanations of others. They also understood that Jiang Chen's move to break the ball was a move that only the world's top players could do. The class teacher covered her mouth in surprise. There wasn't really a talented player in her class. Jiang Chen's male classmates were all like monkeys on Montame, clapping their mouths and wailing. Jiang Chen. Beat them. Messi possessed. Wrong, it's Canty's body. Teacher. I want to learn this. Don't say that. I can't either. Some of the boys have even called Jiang Chen boss. Boss. I'll pay for your breakfast from now on. Can you teach me this trick? Boss. I'll bring you chili fries every day. Teach me soccer. Boss. My dad just bought the latest game console, I'll sneak it to you, can you take me? Yu Yao didn't follow sports and didn't know the gold content of Jiang Chen's breakaway move. But looking at the reactions of the people around her, she also probably guessed. Jiang Chen must have made a very powerful move. Listening to the others' pursuit of Jiang Chen, Yu Yao was just as happy as she was being courted herself. She smiled smugly. Sure enough, it was worthy of being Jiang Chen's classmate. 1 meter away. Jiang Chen used the flexibility that came with his still young body. He had already smoothly snatched the soccer ball from Coach Lu's feet. Impossible. Coach Lu exclaimed. Your speed just now was clearly not that fast. It was because he was certain that Jiang Chen's speed wasn't fast that he dared to come so confidently to a place so close to him. Jiang Chen's movements were smooth. He turned back and smiled wryly at Coach Lu. Coach, people, sometimes don't be too confident, or else you'll easily be seen through. Wait a minute. Could it be that kid brother did it on purpose just now? Did he guess that Coach Lu would be gullible? Oh my god, if kid brother is the enemy, I can't even imagine how scary it would be. No! Is this really an elementary school student? Even if he's so tough physically, is his psychological quality so horrible? Coach Lu looked at Jiang Chen dumbfounded. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would be able to pull off this move. Although he couldn't control the ball better than the pros, as a youth training coach, he had a knack for it. And yet, he was cut off by Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen didn't care about him, his attention was all on his feet. Generally speaking, after a player got the ball, he should quickly distance himself from the person, lest the ball be snatched back again. But Jiang Chen didn't do that. He didn't move a step. After grabbing the ball, he directly reversed the direction of his toes and shot towards the opponent's goal. His unexpected move directly pulled Coach Lu's soul back from drifting outside. Everyone's eyes were firmly following the ball. The goalie stared nervously at the ball that was getting closer and closer, judging which way it would go. Suddenly, the goalie's eyes were fixed and he had an idea in his mind. With his experience, he lunged to the left. The hearts of the entire crowd were lifted high. With all eyes watching, the black and white soccer ball hooked an arc in the air. Surprisingly, it rounded a corner and flew in the opposite direction of the goalie. Unstoppable, it went in. Ah! It's in! It's in! It's a goal. A full court goal. This is something I can only see on TV. The two teachers on the same team as Jiang Chen screamed and rushed over. They picked Jiang Chen up and threw him high in the air. Then they caught it steadily. The three views that Coach Lu had just picked up were shattered once again. Bay's arc. You actually kicked a Bay's arc. A physical education teacher covered his head in disbelief. Beckham's Baker's arc. Oh, my god. What is this world coming to? The live stream pop-up squealed like a mountain of monkeys. My idol. Beckham. His Beckham's arc has been replicated by an 8-year-old. The most successful star player on the field, Beckham. His moves have been replicated. I have a feeling that Kid will be the next most famous star player. Suggest to check on Kid brother, is he hiding his evolution from all of us? Chapter 87, Youth Training Coach, passed by an 8-year-old? After the referee came onto the field for the third time, the screams from the field still didn't stop. Across the center line of the court, Coach Lu and Jiang Chen looked at each other. Looking at Jiang Chen, who hadn't even broken a drop of sweat on the opposite side. Coach Lu had completely lost his previous contempt and casualness. His sight was grave. It was different from Jiang Chen, who was so relaxed that it seemed like he was just taking a few slow steps. Coach Lu and several other physical education teachers were all out of breath. The referee placed the ball at the kickoff point. Jiang Chen scored and Coach Lu's side lost points. So this round was still Coach Lu kicking off first. Coach Lu stepped forward. As soon as the whistle blew, Coach Lu's body moved. He didn't choose to run with the ball himself like before. Instead, he violently turned his ankle and instantly passed the ball to a physical education teacher. That physical education teacher reacted extremely quickly. With the ball, he ran to the side. Coach Lu shouted as he ran. Pass the ball. Keep passing the ball. The ball can't just fall into one person's hands. Otherwise it would soon be intercepted by Jiang Chen like in the previous 2 games. Passing back and forth between 3 people like this, Jiang Chen had a lot less chances. And Coach Lu took the ball that was passed to his feet. He didn't run towards the opponent's goal at all, but carried the ball as far away from Jiang Chen as possible. Although Jiang Chen was tough, he had one fatal flaw. It was that he was only 8 years old. How could an 8-year-old's physical strength be compared to that of the adults like Jean? Just now, Jiang Chen didn't sweat and looked relaxed. It was also because in the first 2 matches he had barely moved around. But if he ran continuously, Jiang Chen would definitely lose. The livestream audience also saw Coach Lu's tactics. No, isn't it a bit shady to use this tactic on a kid? That's no ordinary kid, that's Kid brother. The Kid brother who used the Bay's arc. The opponent is out of options. I can't think of a move that can restrain Kid brother, other than pushing him hard physically. He's got the professional trainer on his back. Kid, go for it. Kill them all before you run out of energy. Under the interpretation of the onlookers, Yu Yao also understood the situation on the field. She frowned and looked worriedly at Jiang Chen on the field. On Jiang Chen's side, there was absolutely no sense of urgency that others thought there was. Not only did he not seize the opportunity to pursue, instead, he even slowed down his pace, quietly watching the ball being passed back and forth between the 3. Although he had enough physical strength, he didn't want to waste time. It was better to end it as soon as possible. Just as everyone was puzzled by this scene, Jiang Chen suddenly moved. Jiang Chen stared at a target and rushed over at a fast pace. But there was no ball in that direction. Coach Lu was confused. Suddenly, he remembered something. He hurriedly turned his head to look. Sure enough, a teacher hadn't noticed Jiang Chen's trajectory. He raised his foot and passed the ball to another teacher on Coach Lu's team. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, had already arrived behind that teacher. It was another sharp slide. The ball was intercepted by Jiang Chen. The teacher was still confused. The ball was already snatched away by Jiang Chen. While they were in a daze, Jiang Chen had already advanced several meters. The soccer ball was extremely obedient under his feet. He could just shoot from this position. But Coach Lu and the others also reacted and immediately surrounded Jiang Chen after he received the ball. They absolutely couldn't let Jiang Chen have a chance to shoot. He ran towards Jiang Chen's side while shouting at the top of his lungs. Intercept him. Intercept his ball. A physical education teacher closest to Jiang Chen had already rushed over before Coach Lu shouted. The other physical education teacher, on the other hand, was fully focused on preventing Jiang Chen from shooting at all times. They attacked from both sides and surrounded Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was forced to stop his attack and formed a triangle with them. A PE teacher chuckled. Good boy. The movement was fast enough. Jiang Chen moved his feet slightly. Coach Lu and the other physical education teacher immediately bowed down and took a full defensive stance. Only Jiang Chen's feet quickly circled above the ball. Suddenly, his body veered to the left. Coach Lu immediately defended to the left. But for a split second, no one could see Jiang Chen's movements. He then suddenly veered to the right again, breaking through from the right with the ball. Coach Lu's feet slipped and he shouted in shock. Cycling. You even know how to bicycle. And used it so skillfully. Because of this soccer game. A group of soccer-loving viewers flooded into the live broadcasting room of joy of bringing up baby. Cycling is a classic soccer move. A lot of people use it, but not many can use it to the fullest extent. Previously, when this move was mentioned, the one who came to mind the most was Si Luo, Robinho. But now, there's another 8-year-old kid from the Dragon Kingdom. I want to learn from him. I want to learn from him. Brother kid. As long as you're willing to teach me, I'll send you sea cucumbers every day. I suspect that upstairs is a spy. Jiang Chen took the ball and managed to bypass Coach Lu and another gym teacher. Straight towards the goal. Because of Jiang Chen's move, the atmosphere was baked hotter. The live broadcast room was also screaming. Wow, he's gone around. He's gone around. A youth coach, a gym teacher, was passed by an 8-year-old? I'm actually a little excited to stay up and watch the World Cup. Kid, I'll follow you forever. Is this really an 8-year-old? Am I really here to make up the numbers? How old is he? He knows so many tricks? He's been practicing since he was born. Upstairs, I learned to play the game from my mother's womb. I'm sorry. It's not a waste of time. The students on the sidelines are also watching with feverish enthusiasm. Jiang Chen. Charge. Finish off these teachers. I thought the kids had no chance against the adults. Jiang Chen. Win them and we'll recognize you as our boss. Yu Yao was never interested in sports. But at this moment, she experienced the fervor of the green field. Yu Yao's heart was beating fast and she was blushing. Missy, who had always been dignified and mindful of her image, actually shouted along with the others. Cheer up. Jiang Chen student. Go for it. The two teachers who were on the same team as Jiang Chen were also dumbfounded. I remember when I was a child, it seems not so. When you were a kid, you weren't actively invited by the soccer coach either. Right on. I can see why the FA coach rushed up to find him. Jiang Chen was fully immersed in the pitch and wasn't affected by the noisy environment one bit. He managed to get to the opponent's goal. A hard kick. The ball went in. Coach Lu was sweating profusely from running. Seeing the end, he immediately fell to his knees. He was still thinking of pulling out Jiang Chen's stamina, but he didn't expect that he would be the one to be pulled out. The referee announced the final result. 30. The arena was full of chants, cheering Jiang Chen's name. Chapter 88. No more kicks, no more kicks. The other teachers are tired. Jiang Chen kicked the third goal. Only 5 minutes had passed since the first goal was kicked off. The referee came over with the ball and was going to continue. Coach Lu hurriedly waved his hand and called for a stop. Okay. Let's call it a day. I was just trying to feel out Jiang Chen's strength, and the purpose has been achieved. He stood up straight and tried to pretend to be more relaxed. After kicking for such a long time, Jiang Chen was also tired. To go on is to compete in physical strength. I'm an adult, how can I have the nerve to compete in physical strength with an 8-year-old child? Jiang Chen said innocently. It's fine, I'm not tired at all. Coach Lu's face suddenly froze. The pop-up screen poked through Coach Lu's lies without mercy. False excuse, the child is tired. Real excuse, I'm tired. Ha! Not only am I tired, but I can't beat it. Coach, what breed of pervert is this? The coach is so tired that he can't catch his breath, and the kid brother doesn't even seem to be sweating. It's only been 5 minutes. It's normal not to sweat. What? How long has it been? I feel like I've been watching the game for at least half an hour. And it's only been 5 minutes? It's because the kid is playing so well. Base curves, bicycling, half-court shots, full-court shots. In any other game, you can't watch all these in an hour. So Kid Brother actually used so many tricks in just 5 minutes. Also after the referee's reminder. Coach Lu and the PE teachers who learned that only 5 minutes had passed in the game. Coach Lu and the physical education teachers looked at Jiang Chen with indescribable sadness. Still playing? It had only been 5 minutes. After being abused for a few more games, are they still going to fight? The referee asked again. Coach Lu, are you sure you want to stop the match? Coach Lu simply nodded his head. Again, he felt that he couldn't wipe out his face and looked for an addendum. It feels that these few physical education teachers are not in good shape, so let's stop it. The physical education teachers who are not in good condition. The referee blushed a bit green and muttered softly. I think it's you who's in bad shape. The match was so exciting, he obviously wanted to see more. But he had no choice but to announce the result. The match ends here, score, 30. Coach Lu's face darkened when he heard that mid-air 30. Ha! The coach is afraid. The coach of the soccer association is even afraid of our kid brother. He's still in bad shape, he's clearly the one who's panting the most. What kind of monster is kid brother? He loves to study, plays piano, video games, and soccer. He's more than that. He's good at it. He's a master of the game. I feel like Coach Lu has become the second Black Shark, and he has a psychological shadow over kid. Ha! Black Shark, come on. You've got company here. Yu Yao was in the stands and couldn't hear what Jiang Chen and Coach Lu were saying. But the referee announced the score and heard it loud and clear. A bunch of young boys excitedly took off their jackets and held them in their hands to fling them. The little girls who were watching the game, one by one, were also looking at Jiang Chen adoringly. Yu Yao looked at her side, excitedly discussing Jiang Chen's girls. For some reason, her heart actually felt a little uncomfortable. Watching Jiang Chen step by step out of the soccer field. Yu Yao hurriedly ran over with a bottle of water. When Jiang Chen walked to the edge of the field, she was already waiting there. With a slightly red face, Yu Yao handed Jiang Chen the water. Student Jiang Chen, you're tired, drink some water. Jiang Chen politely took it, but didn't drink it. It's only been 5 minutes, I didn't even sweat, I'm not tired. On the side tons of drinking water from Coach Lu. Cough. Jiang Chen worriedly inquired. Coach, what's wrong with you? Coach Lu coughed for a long time before stopping. Nothing, cough. It's fine. He pointed to the open space in the distance, signaling Jiang Chen to go over. You stay away from me, I'll be fine. Jiang Chen looked confused, but obediently walked away. Put. Coach's heart is stuffed. Coach, you pervert, stay away from me, a normal person. Kid brother doesn't know why, but kid brother obeys. Ha! Coach, let me introduce you to a friend. You two will get along great. Upstairs, I'm guessing it's Black Shark. Black Shark. You guys didn't let him off the hook either. This soccer game spread like wildfire on the internet. Some of the marketing numbers are experienced, and they all specialize in keeping an eye on Jiang Chen. Tian squatted at Jiang Chen's home live broadcast and recorded the whole thing. Although it's not known when another thing with heat will come out. But once it came out, it was a nail in the coffin to be on the hot search. So this match had just ended less than 10 minutes ago. There were all sorts of marketing numbers that edited out the highlights of Jiang Chen's goal at light speed and posted it online. This undoubtedly accelerated the speed of network fermentation. Clicking on a random video, the comments below were all shouting for the national soccer team. Recruit this kid in. I'll forgive you for disgracing Dragon Country. Is the National Football League blind? Come and take this child away. Let this kid play instead of the national soccer team. Now. I've never been more confident in soccer. Crow. Messi. Come on. Please save the national soccer team, kid. The kid is scared of being laughed at. Wait, don't get excited yet. This is outrageous. These tricks, these 3 entrances, are they really something an 8-year-old could do? Nowadays, marketing numbers really do whatever they can to get attention. Upstairs, this game is live. 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 Say it 3 times. National Football League is really wasted. A football association coach cannot kick an 8-year-old child. My great country cannot choose a few people who can play soccer? Upstairs eyes if there is no use, this side of the suggested donation The kid brother is automatically skipped by you? About the game in Jiang Chen's hot search phrase, in the hot search list whooshing upward climb. The top 100 on the hot search list were everywhere. 8-year-old prodigy is now alive, the national soccer team is saved. Kid brother kicks out the FA coach. National soccer down, kid brother up. Even the phrase hope for the national football team had rushed up the top 10 list. Netizens who are familiar with Jiang Chen are shuttling through the various comment areas. At that time, I felt that this child had a future. How about that, I got it right. I'm the first one to say that I'm following the kid brother. I'm the first to say I'm following kid. Who watched the variety show from the first day of broadcasting, and who voted for Brother Kid in the first poll? Oh, it was me. Ha! It's like watching your own kid on the big stage. He's doing great. I've been worried about my kid brother when he's just playing games. So, kid brother, can you call me Dad? I've heard all the math upstairs. I don't need to be called Dad. I don't need to be called Dad. Just call me little brother. Chapter 89, Mom, not tired? Cooking to go. After the game, Coach Lu approached Jiang Chen again. Little Chen, go home and tell your parents that you're coming to the youth training camp on Sunday. This is my contact information. Go back and tell your parents to add me and I'll send you the exact address. Jiang Chen took the note and nodded his head in agreement. After school in the afternoon, it was another day of rubbing Yu Yao's car home. Just as soon as he entered the door, Jiang Chen saw a familiar figure in the living room. There was a cry of surprise. Mom? When Yilin saw Jiang Chen, she was so kind that she came over and hugged Su Chen. Son is back? However, Yilin went out and came back, and the big bag on the floor hadn't been cleaned up yet. Jiang Yong squatted and sat on the ground with a bitter face, packing them one by one. Son, Mom went on a business trip for a few days, how are you doing? Jiang Yong was like seeing a ghost. Behind Yilin, he desperately waved his hand at Jiang Chen. Pooh-ha! Look at the kid's father's lack of talent. Kid's dad, son of a. Be merciful, save your father. Father, your family status is obvious. Ouch, I'm laughing my ass off. The kid's father sat on the floor and packed his bags, but he also had to guard against his wife's surprise questioning. Ha! It's like a story of a day. Why do I think the kid's mom is teasing him on purpose? A fun old married couple thing? I think so too. I've been on the air. How can mom not know how she's doing? I don't have the eyes to see it. The dog food was fed into my mouth in an unbelievable way. Looking at his father's plea for help, Jiang Chen suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth. I'm doing fine. Right, Mom. We might have to go out on Sunday. Yilin was much more patient with Jiang Chen than she was with Jiang Yong. She asked while taking off Jiang Chen's school bag. Where to? To the soccer youth training camp. Then, Jiang Chen told the story about Coach Lu going to the school to invite him. Hearing that Jiang Chen was invited to join the soccer youth training, Jiang Yong couldn't care less about packing up his things and stood up and shouted excitedly. City Football Association youth training? This is good. Son of a, think back in the day, your dad I was also a god on the field. Just to accompany you to the youth training camp so that the gang of boys, as well as the son of you to see the strength of my father. The audience guessed what Jiang Yong had been doing all day. Also meet his strength, his son are the FA coach beat up. I know with my toes that not only did Kid Brother's dad not pay attention to Kid Brother's live broadcast, but he also slept in until the afternoon. When will I ever be able to live like this? Father Kid Brother, please go up to the big number to talk. Yilin is on the road today. She didn't have time to pay attention to her son's live broadcast. She asked suspiciously. Why do you want to go to the youth training camp? Son, you are interested in soccer? Jiang Yong sat on the sofa and said in a flat tone. This is not today in class. The Football Association youth training coach Lu took the initiative to find it. See, his attitude is not bad, so I agreed to go ahead. Jiang Yong scratched his head, full of doubts. Son of a, you say that other coaches go to school to invite you? Don't be ridiculous. When did you learn soccer? How come I don't know? If I said you went to the FA youth training to take people to play the game, then I could still believe it. Don't be ridiculous, you're the kid's father. That's what we're saying. Why don't you pick up your cell phone and look at the hot searches? I'm really convinced that the kid's mom doesn't know about it, even if she's busy with her work. What about you? You're busy sleeping and playing games? Yilin coldly glanced at Jiang Yong. Jiang Yong immediately like a quail, shrinking in the pile of luggage did not speak. Mom's a powerful woman. I just can't stand to see my kid brother's father like this. Mom is a real family boss. It's a pity that I can't put my palm on the screen, so I'm going to ask my mom to slap him twice for me. Yilin collected her icy look and looked at Jiang Chen. Son, does the coach know you? Why did he invite you? Jiang Chen talked about the last time he played soccer. And then continued. Also this afternoon, and Coach Lu also played a game of soccer together. Jiang Yong remembered to eat but not to fight, and popped up again. Son smashed. Tell Dad how badly you lost. You got beaten up against the soccer coach. Ha! I can't stand it. How can you be so cheap? I want to beat you up. Come over here, father. I'll treat you to my hometown specialties. Stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots, I guess. And stir-fried big mouth. Jiang Chen sipped his water and said lightly. I'm the one who won. Jiang Yong's laughter, which was as loud as an old duck's quack, suddenly stopped. He skimmed his mouth and gave Jiang Chen a blank look. Just you? I didn't even know you could play soccer and win. Son of a, it's not like Dad is going to laugh at you, just tell Dad how many goals you lost. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. It's true that I won. But it should be the coach letting me. Today's game is not much of a challenge. This anticlimactic word stimulated the live broadcast audience again. Coach Lu, I let him win? How come I don't know? The kid brother even said that today's game is not difficult. Listen to it. Listen. Is this human language? He said it with a sincere look on his face. It's even more heartbreaking. Coach nods frantically. Yes, I let him go. Ha! I can't. I have to go back and relive the coach's face after the game, which was as black as coal. I've found Coach Lu's Facebook page. I've already sent you a screenshot of the game. A bunch of devils. Yilin didn't doubt her son's words and looked a little worried. The coach asked you to go to the youth training camp. It can't be that he wants you to play soccer in the future. Jiang Chen nodded. Yes, Coach Lu wants me to enter the youth training. I've already promised him. Yilin frowned slightly, her tone hesitant. Mom is not against you playing soccer. It's just that, you usually have to study, but also with signing up as a CF pro. Now at soccer, can you keep up with the energy? Kid brother's mom's concern is also reasonable. No matter how good he is, he's still 8 years old. Even adults can't keep up with so many things. It's still the mom. That's right, I'm counting on you, Papa boy. I'm completely disappointed in Papa kiddo. Kneel down. Don't let me see you again. You all yell at Papa, unlike me, who only cares about him. So when are you going to step down, Mr. Kid? Jiang Chen responded with a smile. It's okay, Mom, I'm not tired. Yilin didn't say much and smiled easily. Casually pointed to the kitchen. That's good, son. Since you're not tired, go ahead and cook. The smile at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth stiffened for a moment. It then revealed a face full of bitterness. Skillfully walking towards the kitchen. Kid brother, Mom, I was wrong about you. Kid brother's mom. Kid brother's father. If you don't treasure such a rebellious child, just give it to me, okay? Give me another sweet, and I'll take good care of my brother. Upstairs, I want both. I want to eat kids' food too. Chapter 90, The Stars Come to My Home. Backstage of the director's office of Joy of Bringing Up Baby. Director Yen received a phone call and was obviously a bit surprised. After hanging up, he waved his hand and called for planning. Change the program for the next period, link it up with other programs, and think of a planner to come out. The planning originally thought. It was someone who saw that the heat of joyful bringing up children was so high and came to climb the relationship to rub the heat. Once they heard the name of the other program. Shocked, all jumped up. Stars Come to My Home? Is it the one I know, Stars Come to My Home? Although Joy Bringing Up Baby is hot right now. Jiang Chen kid brother's name was also very loud. But ultimately, it's a vegetarian program. It didn't have a stable and large fan base like the Stars. If it could link up with the Stars. Then for the program group, it was something that had only benefits and no disadvantages. Subsequently, in the main live broadcast room that day, Xiao Sa announced the surprise. Hello? Good evening everyone. What about today, to bring you all a good news? That is, our Joy Bringing Up Baby program group is going to link up with other variety shows. Can you all guess which program group's guests will come as guests this time? Little Sa deliberately made exaggerated expressions to arouse the audience's interest. Looking at the pop-up screen full of anticipation. It was only then that he stopped selling out. That is, the program, Stars Come to My Home. As you all know, it's a variety show where the stars go to a vegetarian's house for dinner. So our next segment is for all of our celebrity friends to go to each of our children's homes. Our kids and their parents will cook a meal together for the celebrities who have come from afar. At the same time, through the cooking session, we can also more closely observe the atmosphere between each family. Xiao Xiao waved his hands and said in an impassioned manner, I'm going. My baby's synthesizer has made a fortune. I've been able to link up with all the major stars. The kid brother is pulling the whole program together by himself. I know that program. 2 of my favorite cooking devices are linked up. I wonder who's going to Kid's house. They must know Kid too, right? I don't think so. Celebrities are so busy with their schedules, they won't pay attention to Kid brother. Zhang Yang was on the TV and saw Xiao Sa announcing the news. He was so excited that he pulled out Jiang Chen, who was quietly working on a problem. Kid brother. There's going to be a star coming to our house. I've seen that program, the actresses on it are all very pretty. If I can see them in real life, it would be worth it for me, your old dad. Jiang Chen sat on his butt on the sofa. He didn't raise his head and said calmly, letting mom know that you praised other women for their beauty, you are indeed worth it. Zhang Yang's excitement instantly stiffened on his face. Ha! This pot of cold water is a good splash of cold water. Mr. Kid's dad, what are you doing? I'm just happy. Mr. Kid's dad should be thanking Mr. Kid for saving his life. After all, his mom can watch the live broadcast. Mr. Kid's dad is as unreliable as ever. Shu Sa is right, letting parents and kids cook together. I don't know about other people's homes, but at Kid Brother's home, it's definitely Kid Brother who cooks for himself. That's fine. Let the stars see the unique educational atmosphere of Kid Brother's family. Jong Yong wanted to get back his offense and said loudly at Jong Chen. Don't worry about your dad, the star is coming to our house for dinner, so hurry up and think about what to cook. We're a family that can get stars to come and eat, son. You've got to do it right. Make a full banquet. Don't be ashamed. Look at this. What did I say? I'm sure you'll let the kid do it himself. But I'm sure he's a good cook. If I had a son like that, I'd show him off when guests come over. You're all just showing off. Dad is just lazy. I'm afraid he still doesn't know how many people want to take him away in a sack. Stop it. Stop it. I hate you even more. Jung Chen knew his dad's behavior. When he found out about this new link, he knew that cooking would definitely fall on him. It's a good thing that the program link is on Saturday. Got it. It's only Thursday. I'll go grocery shopping after school tomorrow. Elementary school students have to cook for guests and go grocery shopping after school? Is this something I can watch without paying? I used to want to be a full grade kid like Kid Brother, but now I want to have a full grade kid like that. Hearing him call me dad, this life is worth it. Kid Brother's father, he's here to steal his son. The next day, Jung Chen had another day of frantically brushing up at school. As soon as the end of the school day came, the students in the class crowded out in unison. Jung Chen was in no hurry to finish writing the question in his hand before packing up his bag. Yu Yao was already used to it, quietly waiting on the side. Only after seeing him pack up did she say, Jung Chen student, let's go. The two walked shoulder to shoulder to the school entrance. Jung Chen saw someone who could never be seen here. Dad? Zhang Yong waited at the school entrance. Seeing Jiang Chen come out, he waved at him with a happy evil. Jiang Chen and Yu Yao walked over. Dad, you've changed your nature today? Did you come to pick me up? Jiang Yong smiled and rubbed his hands together. Tomorrow is not the star will come, Dad take you to buy food. Jiang Chen revealed the right expression. The audience in the live broadcast room was amused. Kid Brother, I thought my dad had been taken over. Hearing that his dad has another purpose, the Kid Brother is relieved. This family, my stomach hurts from laughing so much. My dog ran away from your house. Where is your house? I'll bring it back tomorrow. That's the dog upstairs, isn't it? Did you go for the dog or for the food? I know, but I won't say. Jiang Chen said goodbye to Yu Yao and went to the supermarket with his dad. Jiang Chen pushed the shopping cart and Jiang Yong followed blindly. Parents with kids pushed their own carts. The kids either followed along or sat in the car. Seeing Jiang Yong from time to time, he was still attracted to other things. Jiang Chen had to pull him back. Dad, what are you looking blindly at? The vegetables are over there. Do you have to let me pull you? An older mom shook her head and looked at Jiang Chen pitifully. Poor kid, reincarnated as a cutie. Home, how can you live in the future? Jiang Yong heard her words and looked over with wide eyes. Big Mom sighed deeply and turned around. It's still my Big Mom. Auntie's language skills are something I'll never learn. I'll never learn from her. Father, be nice to my Kid Brother. Auntie is so accurate, Daddy can't refute her. Auntie. Mom. I can't scold him through the screen, so you can scold him more for me. Chapter 91, Who lets 8-year-olds do housework? Returning home after buying groceries, Jiang Chen began to skillfully clean up the dishes. Jiang Chen began to skillfully pack up the dishes. It didn't need to be done today, but it needed to be put away first. Meat and some vegetables needed to be put in the refrigerator. But there were others that were suitable to be put in a cool and ventilated place. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene and had another heartbreaking moment. Heavenly Lord, when my family's rebellious son can be half as good as Kid Brother, I'll be satisfied. I'm 28 years old, and I still only call out to my mom when I go home. Don't mention it. My mom is now chasing after my brother every day. She looks at me dangerously after seeing him. Be careful upstairs, your mom might want you to reincarnate. Wrap up everything. Jiang Chen then went back to do his homework. The weekend homework assigned by the teacher took him only half an hour to do all of it. After spending another hour, he finished a new book of practice problems. Only then did he fall into a deep sleep. The next day, I heard that a star was coming. Yilin hardened herself and worked an all-night shift and came back in the morning to meet the star. Yilin washed up and put on delicate makeup. Just nervously sat on the sofa and waited. At 9 in the morning, the front door was knocked on time. Son, people are coming. Jiang Chen and Yilin went to open the door piece by piece. As soon as the door opened, two familiar faces emerged. Yilin happily covered her mouth and shouted in surprise. Little Yu. Zhen Nailiang. I am your fan, I love listening to comedy. Zhen Nailiang took a step to the side and said with a smile. That seems to be Xiao Yu's fan, I'll step back. Yilin immediately pulled him back. No, also a fan of yours, I love watching all the dramas you act in. Xiao Yu went over and picked up Jiang Chen, a look of not seeing the outside world, waving his hand towards Yilin. You and the child's mom fan idol to go, I play with the child to go. The appearance of the two instantly blew up the live broadcast room. Little Yu. Zhenai Liang. He too is my favorite to watch, humor and fun. Wow. There's so much drama at the door, it's worthy of being Xiao Yu and Zhenai Liang. These two have a higher IQ than one another. I'm envious. Give me some. The resident hot search kid brother meets little Ye who predicts hot searches. I'm going to make a prediction, it's going to be a hot topic again. Kid brother, hurry up. I'll make a girly pink cake for Xiao Yu at noon. Zhenai Liang, yes, I don't exist, everyone ignore me, go love Xiao Yu. Yilin excitedly invites the two stars in. Jiang Chen took the initiative to get down from little Ye's arms. Two uncles, you guys sit down first. I'll go wash some fruits for you. Annie skillfully ran to the refrigerator and took out the fruits. Then ran to the kitchen to wash it. Yilin, on the other hand, was indifferent to this scene and assumed the responsibility of the host, guiding the two of him to sit on the sofa. Xiao Ye and Zhenai Liang stood next to the sofa in consternation. Their eyes were constantly looking at Jiang Chen, who was busy in the kitchen. Then they looked at Yilin, who asked for their autographs. Zhenai Liang cooperated and signed his name, and laughed dryly. Said to Xiao Ye, I've never seen this kind of scene before, ha. Xiao Ye responded. That's not true. Look at this child, really understand. By the way, where is the father? Yelin happily collected her signature and casually said. He's still sleeping. Get this answer. Xiao Ye and Zhenai Liang looked at Jiang Chen with more complicated eyes. Ha! Xiao Ye actually wanted to say, this parent really doesn't know any better, right? The child's mother wants an autograph, the child's father didn't get up, the 8-year-old is busy washing fruit for the guests, what kind of world is this? Little Yu, why don't you put it down, uncle, to wash it? Zhenai Liang looked at the eyes of the child brother mom, laughed dizzy me. Condemned the abuse of underage eyes. If they knew that this family even cooks, they would probably want to faint on the spot. On the other hand, Xiaoman's family live room. Zheng Ting opened the door and immediately gave a close-up of the two stars outside the door. My god. It's my favorite Zhao Xiaodao. And Xia Na. She's in the same group as Zhao Xiaodao. They're good friends. This is something to see. Xiaoman. I'm the godmother you've never met. Help me get a signed photo of Dagger. Godmother, please. Xiaoman. I'm the dog you had in your past life. Master. Get a signed photo of Xia for your cute dog. You guys are really hard-working. Zheng Ting enthusiastically invites Xiao Xiaodao and Xia through the door. Xiaoman greeted them politely. Zheng Ting enthusiastically invites Xiao Xiaodao and Xia through the door. Zhao Xiaodao bent down to touch her head and responded with a smile. Hello, what's your name? Xiaoman smiled with curved eyes, a very pleasing look. Auntie, my name is Xiaoman. Xia also went over and gently pinched her cheeks. Little girl is so pretty and polite, Auntie likes you so much. Zheng Ting closed the door and said in a polite tone. No way, you're all overpraising. This is only because I see a big star coming. This kid is usually so stuffy that he can't talk. The harmonious and beautiful atmosphere was broken just like that. Zhao Xiaodao and Xia looked at each other, not knowing how to reply. This familiar scene poked the audience's heart once again. Ugh, I'm really convinced. Dragon 4. Rice. Hurry up and develop a cell phone that your palm can reach into the screen, okay? I can't wait to hit someone. You're blaming her for being bored? With a mom like you, it's a wonder she's not bored. You're not happy when your kids don't say hello. Say hello, and you're still going to say it. Then what? Let the kid go to heaven. Don't live. Don't lecture your child in front of people. With outsiders still around, you have to seize this opportunity to belittle her. I feel like Zhao Xiaodao's heart is in the right place and he wants to curse. Dagger. As long as you dislike Xiuman's mom today, I'll be your fan for life. Upstairs ID, Zhao Xiaodao's dog. Good man, you're trying to pull the wool over your eyes. Even your own idol is being snubbed. Zhao Xiaodao and Xia were at a loss as to how to react to this scene. Just then they saw Xiaoman seriously questioning. Mom, which time was I rude when we had guests at home? Was it the last time great aunt came, I didn't talk to her? Or was it when little uncle came, I didn't speak? Hearing this, Zheng Ting was stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiaoman, who had always been obedient to herself, would lift her off the stage right in front of the guests. Immediately, she froze a bit. Her face also turned ugly. Xiaoman, on the other hand, was full of innocence. The teacher said that lying is bad. Mom, you shouldn't lie either. Zhao Xiaodao tilted his head to look at the stiff Zheng Ting, then at Xiaoman. Holding back his laughter, he secretly gave a thumbs up towards Xiaoman. Xia, which couldn't even hold it in, although he didn't laugh out loud. But her shoulders were shaking straight. Anyone could tell she was laughing. Xiaoman. You're standing up. I was expecting the 2 stars to dislike Xiaoman's mom, but I didn't expect Xiaoman to come out on top and take it out on himself. Xiaoman's mom, answer Xiaoman's question instead. Tell me. I believe that Xiaoman's mom didn't lie, so Xiaoman's mom, hurry up and answer Xiaoman's question. Chapter 92, Reactions of the Various Incoming Stars. Because of the stars' entry, the heat of each family's live broadcast room went to the next level. Zi Xian's family. Lu Xian was not at home on a business trip, so today only Zi Xian and Zi Xian's dad entertained the 2 stars. The two had brushed up on food bloggers for a few hours the night before. Decided on those few dishes to make. Early the next morning, with the list in hand, they made a mad dash to the food market. Father and son cross-referenced the list gleaned from the food bloggers. Buy a scallion from this stall, half a pound of meat from that stall. Boss, cut the meat into slices for me. Zi Xian's dad muttered in a low voice, I won't be able to cut it at home. Zi Xian suddenly reminds. No, you need green onions to make kung pao chicken, 1 green onion is not enough. Zi Xian's father looked down at the list. It's true. Son, you go buy another green onion, I'll go buy a clove of garlic. Zi Xian's father mumbled as he walked away. 1 garlic clove should be enough. A clove of garlic can be broken into many pieces. I don't think they used that much garlic on the video. The audience was amused by the father and son. I bet 1 packet of chili fries. Neither father nor son has ever cooked before. I'll bet 2 packs. They haven't even been in the kitchen. Even if you buy the scallions 1 by 1, you're buying the wrong ones. For kung pao chicken, you need big scallions, but these 2 bought small scallions. I'm embarrassed for the others. I couldn't even look at the vendor when they paid for a small scallion. The stall owner must have thought these 2 were looking for trouble. Maybe we should order takeout. Don't give a celebrity an accident, and then you'll be attacked by your fans. Right. Agree with upstairs. Don't be so diligent about things you don't know how to do. Although father and son got up early on a rare occasion. But due to too much delay in the food market, it still left the 2 stars waiting for half an hour in front of the house. On camera. The familiar He Ling smiled and rounded off the scene. Just now, the backstage program team said that the owner of this home went out to buy vegetables. For the delicious food at noon, any wait is worth it. Comedian Jia Ling is also laughing. Even though we haven't entered yet, I can already feel the host family's importance to us. It's Mr. He and Jia Ling. 2 of my favorites. Zi Xian. Hurry up and get an autograph for Saber's foster mom. This group is such a high-spirited duo. I want to learn frame by frame how to come back from being shut out. They're waiting at the door. Zi Xian and his dad are still arguing over whether to buy 1 or 2 pieces. Mr. He, you'd better not look forward too much to the noon delicacy. With this frame, it's good enough to eat. With the program's reminder, Zi Xian's father and son finally speed up their movements. Zi Xian's father points to the carp in the pool. I'll take that one. Boss, hurry up, I have guests waiting at home. By the time he returned with 2 big bags, Mr. He and Jia Ling had been waiting outside the door for 40 minutes. But these 2 stars are known for their good character and temper. None of them were angry. Seeing father and son return, they even cheerfully went over to pick up their things. Mr. He, Jia Ling. Just for this, I've been a fan of both of you for a lifetime. Even if it was my parents, I'd be tired of waiting outside the door for 40 minutes. Mr. He and Jia Ling are so happy together, I'm so glad. No one thought the fish Zishuan's dad bought was too big? Do people normally have a pot that big at home? Pooh haha. I noticed it just now. And Zi Xian's dad forgot to ask the boss to kill it. Bringing back a live fish half a man's height straight away, I'll see what the 2 of them will do when they're done. Zi Xian's side was a bit flustered, but the overall atmosphere was joyful. Father and son entered with the star and were also talking happily. But the atmosphere on the other side wasn't so good. Heading to Xiao Wei's house were the famous singers Flower Mage and Mao Easy. The live broadcast had already begun while the 2 of them were sitting in the car. Watching the car drive further and further off course, it all ran out of the city and into the suburbs. Mage Flower frowned tightly, his tone unpleasant. Which ravine is the program group trying to pull us into? I have a commercial shoot tomorrow. If the place is too remote and affects my commercial shoot, the program group can remember to compensate me for the money. He turned his head, turned his back to the camera, and whispered in a disgusted manner. Living so far from the city, what a poor family. Did you invite me to the program just to suffer? This sentence was not that high in volume. But it was still clearly recorded by the microphone. Mao, who was sitting on the side, easily heard his words and frowned slightly. He looked out of the window with interest and said with meaning, "This view is really nice. Away from the noisy city and the messy people, the mind is quiet." When the flower mage heard this, he immediately looked at Mao easily with anger. "Pooh ha ha. Mao easily really has a straight heart and doesn't even act. The messy person isn't talking about Mage Flower. Mage Flower, I'm still here. I'm sitting right next to you. The venerable Master Flower is the one who's not even acting anymore. In front of the camera, he criticized the remoteness of other people's homes and called them poor families. The quality of his character is eaten by dogs. The two of them have had problems before. The program team is really big-hearted. I'm a big fan of Mao's easy life, and I'll remember for the rest of my life how Mageflower made things difficult for my Mao on that show. I've always been a fan of Mageflower. Mageflower was a mentor back then, and Maui was just a student. Now Mao is on the rise. Also as a guest, participating in the same program, Mageflower has a complicated heart, right? Facing Mageflower's anger, Maui easily pretended to be confused with a blank face. Mageflower, why are you looking at me like that? Mao easily didn't name names, even if he knew that he was talking about himself. The program was still being recorded, and Venerable Master Hua was not in a good position to tear his face off. He could only swallow this breath. Mageflower turned to the camera and introduced his new song. Hello everyone, my new song will be released in half a month, so I hope you will support it. I wrote this song especially for the depression group, and I also hope that everyone will pay more attention to this special group. He tried to put on a compassionate yet sensitive and vulnerable face. I have suffered from cyber violence and know the pain of depression well. But the audience didn't eat him up at all. Convinced really? Making $20.6 billion and crying to us who make $3,000 a month about how hard it is for you. Give me all your money and I'll take the netstorm for you. Why don't you tell me why you're being cyber raped? It's all your own fault. What, depression is now a common excuse for showbiz stars to get off the hook? Every star who makes a mistake and gets cyber raped has to come out and say they're depressed. Show me the diagnosis. Otherwise, I won't believe you. After a bumpy ride, we finally arrived at our destination. The flower mage got out of the car with a face full of disgust while spitting in a low voice. Why are we still driving to the mountains? We can't be asked to do public service. However, the words just fell. He was instantly shocked by the sight before him. The portal fence in front of him surrounded a 5-story villa. The large glass curtain wall reflected the colors of the surrounding mountains in the sunlight. In the marble courtyard, there was even a central fountain. A few expensive sports cars were casually parked in the corner. Seeing this scene, Mao easily smiled. Worthy of being a senior, to come to this kind of place is to do public service. Chapter 93, just this box of fatty C, you are still thinking about it. Jiang Chen's family life broadcasting room. Xiao Yeye and Jin Nailiang entered the door. Yi Lin and Jiang Chen, the four of them sat together on the sofa and chatted. A faint snoring sound came from the master bedroom. Yi Lin's eyebrows jumped. However, it was not good to get angry as she was concerned about the presence of guests. She tried to suppress her anger and said to Jiang Chen with a smile, "Son, quickly go get your father up. The guests have been sitting there for half a day, and they still don't get up, what's it like?" She turned her head to Xiao Yeye and Jin Nailiang and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry, I've made you all laugh. I'm done. There are guests here, and when they leave, someone's going to get a beating." The kid's mom's face turned blue. "I'm sorry. If the kid's dad doesn't get up, the house will be burned by the kid's mom's anger. Mrs. Kiddo's mom is still too polite to make a fool of her customers. I don't believe Mr. Boy's dad would still be able to sleep if he just stood in front of the bed with a cold face. Look at the kid's brother's helpless face. It's not easy to bring up two adults." Not long after, Jiang Chen came out of the bedroom with a difficult face. Yi Lin looked at his empty back. "Where's your dad?" Jiang Chen was full of helplessness. "Sleeping too deeply, I couldn't call up." Yi Lin's face instantly darkened. "Son, you come and entertain the guests." She stood up and walked into the bedroom. Then silently closed the door. But in a few seconds, a man's scream rang out in the bedroom. It gave Xiao Yeye and Jin Nailiang a fright. Jiang Chen was calm and composed, still pouring tea for the guests. Xiao Yeye asked cautiously, "Xiao Chen na, your parents are okay?" Zinai Liang followed and chimed in. "Yes, why don't you go knock on the door and ask?" Jiang Chen brought the teacups to them and said with a smile, "It's fine, mom is just communicating with dad." Click. A soft sound. The bedroom door opened. Zhang Yon was wearing a suit and was trying to pull his jacket over his body. His ears were red, and one look showed what had happened to those innocent ears. He smiled sarcastically and headed for the living room. Yi Lin called out to him, smiling, "Hubby, you haven't washed your face yet, go wash your face first." Hearing Yi Lin's voice, Zhang Yon stiffened. Good, I'll go now." The one who was beaten was Zhang Yon, and the ones who didn't know what to do were Xiao Yeye and Jin Nailiang. Xiao Yu and Jin Nailiang both sat up straight. Hands are obediently placed on their knees. "Little Yu's mom, look at how scared you are for the guests." Xiao Yu, this familiar feeling, why does it look like my daughter-in-law is lecturing me? The person most at ease in this house is Kid's brother. He's still calmly making tea. Don't work on the tea, save your dad. In 2 minutes, Zhang Yang washed his face and came out of the bathroom. The family of 3 is now complete. Yi Lin looked at the time and said, "It's time to cook." Xiao Yeye and Jin Niliang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Jilin was going to go to the kitchen. The result was that the person who stood up was Jiang Chen. Only to see a small figure, skillfully put on a small apron and walked into the kitchen. The two of him had a head full of question marks. Jin Niliang looked at the pair of parents who were sitting on the sofa, hunkering down. Then he looked at the child who was busy in the kitchen. He pointed to the kitchen and asked in a puzzled manner. This? Zhang Yang explained, oh, in our family, it's my son who cooks. Don't worry, my son's cooking is delicious. Xiao Yeye did not know how to answer. Only dryly said. Your family atmosphere is quite unique. To ha ha. Xiao Yeye, who never lets words fall to the ground, doesn't know how to answer. Who would let an 8-year-old cook for them? A group of adults are sitting here and letting a child go over to cook? This is more or less a bit too much. Manabu doesn't know where to put his hands. I see both of them wanting to dive into the kitchen. Jiang Chen didn't know the embarrassment of the two guests. He had just walked into the kitchen. Ding dong. The system releases a task detecting the host's existing ingredients. Please cook with the following pairings. Green pepper with fatty seaweed, banana eggs, strawberry pork. Mission reward, random talent ability, mall points 10. Jiang Chen's footsteps suddenly lurched when he heard these words. What the hell? You want to make these things into dishes yourself? And fatty sea? Although I didn't get it from grocery shopping, there was a box left over at home from earlier. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth were flickered, and he secretly spat in his heart. There's only one box of fatty sea at home, and you're still thinking about it. But since it's a task issued by the system, there's nothing else that can be done. Hard head on it. He turned around and went to pack up all kinds of ingredients. Isn't it cooking? What's kid brother doing with strawberries and watermelon? It's normal to give guests a fruit when they come over. That's a good point, but who needs to cut up strawberries to eat them? And they're so chopped up. The kid brother even took out a piece of meat. I'm sure you're not washing the fruit for the guests. Xiao Yeye and Jin Niliang were in the living room, looking into the kitchen. They've been on the show for so many episodes. Having been to so many houses as guests, this was the first time they had seen a child cook. These two were simply sitting still. Xiao Yeye took the initiative to stand up. As guests, how can we watch the host family work? I'll go to the kitchen to help. Jin Niliang followed closely behind him. I'll also go over and take a look. It's okay to wait for the host family to cook. But for this host family, letting an 8-year-old cook. How could they sit down? Jiang Chen was about to cut the meat when Xiao Yeye and Jin Niliang came in. Little friend, let's help you. Jiang Chen didn't understand why they came in. But since they said they would help, he wasn't polite. The green onions over there, please help me wash and cut them. Beat 3 more eggs, and handle the green peppers as well. Thank you two uncles. Xiao Yeye and Jin Niliang, who had something to do, instantly relaxed. Zhen Niliang, who was slowly cracking 3 eggs, was stirring with chopsticks. When he saw Jiang Chen's skillful movements of cutting the meat, his eyes instantly widened. Only Jiang Chen's movements were fast. First, he sliced the meat into thin slices, then into fine shreds. The tabletops were knocked to a bang. The shredded meat on top was thin and even, it looked like it was cut by an expert. Jin Niliang kicked Xiao Yeye, signaling him to come over and look. What's going on? My goodness. Xiao Yeye looked at the shredded meat in shock and let out a question. In the past, in your house, it was really all you who cooked. Jiang Chen nodded, yeah. The shredded meat had already been cut. Uncle Jin, give me your beaten egg. Jiang Chen, who turned his head towards Zhen Niliang, fell silent. Zhen Niliang watched him cut the meat, looking so focused that the egg skin in the bowl hadn't been picked out yet. Xiao Yeye laughed at him. How stupid. Not even as good as a child. Jiang Chen looked at the large onion that was almost peeled clean by Xiao Yeye, with only a single onion core left. He silently sighed. This is to help? You call this helping? Uncles, why don't you two go out first? I can do it myself. Seeing Jiang Chen's scene, the live broadcast room exploded. Laughing my ass off, are these two people serious about their work? Look at the kid brother angry, onion peeled into a small onion, give him a sugar cane, is not able to sharpen into a toothpick? Wu Mofan, upstairs, why am I still involved? No crosstalk. Don't feel sorry for the kid brother, just let him work alone. Chapter 94, this is the proper dark cuisine. At the same time, Xiaoman's family live room. Zhao Xiaodao and Xia which entered the door. Xiaoman understood the situation and poured tea for the guests. Zheng Ting hurriedly took it. Xiaoman, let mommy do it. Xiaoman had to hand the teapot to her mom. She turned around and went to get some fruit. Zheng Ting was halfway through pouring tea for the guest when she hurriedly stopped moving. Snatching the fruit from Xiaoman's hand, she smiled and said, just let mom do it. She turned her head to Zhao Xiaodao and Xia which explained. The two of you are laughing. Our family has always been like this. I gave everything for Xiaoman to grow up healthy. Normally, I can't afford to let her do any work. As long as she can study well and put her heart into her studies, I'm satisfied even if I'm hard and tired. But the audience of the live broadcast, but not eat her this way. She used to think that she was a self-inflicted pain in the ass, guilt-ridden education. I didn't realize there was a performing personality. Now that you know it's funny, don't say anything. No one cares how much you've given. I'm embarrassed for man. Who asked you? I said who asked you? Zhao Xiaodao, I'm so impressed with your acting skills. Xiao Man frowned and retorted. But mom, there are things I can do by myself. I don't need you to help me. Can't I even pour a cup of tea or wash a piece of fruit? Zheng Ting still looked kind and stroked Xiao Man's head. Mom is doing this for your own good, I don't want you to suffer. Mom has taken care of all these things for you, you just need to study hard. Zhao Xiaodao was straight and quick-witted, and immediately retorted. Helping a child to do something she can't do is called helping. Meddling in what the child can do is called adding to the chaos. You're doing everything for Xiaoman now, will you still follow her when she grows up and enters society? Zhao Xiaodao's words were too direct, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Xia which hurriedly came out to round off the scene. Yes. I am also a mother, understand the pain of the mother. But in fact, sometimes you can appropriately let go and cultivate the child's hands-on ability, which will help the child grow. Zheng Ting nodded her head repeatedly. That's right too. It's me who's always been too tense with Xiaoman. Ouch, I'm going to go. If this were someone else, it turns out that Xiaoman's mom would have admitted her mistake. Because they don't spoil her like a shikawa. She doesn't think she's wrong, she just knows she can't afford to mess with these two stars. She only dares to bully the children's goons. Xiaoman. See your mom's true nature. From now on, harden your temper, because your mom is a bully. Zhao Xiaodao, scold Xiaoman's mom more today. Don't make me beg on my knees. On the other hand, the atmosphere in Zi Xian's house was much more harmonious. He Ling and Jiabu Ling are sitting on the sofa chatting. Zi Xian's father and son were busy in the kitchen. He Ling and Jiabu Ling wanted to help, but Zi Xian's father kicked them out. How can we let our guests do the cooking? You guys just sit down, we'll be done soon. After settling the two guests, Zi Xian's dad walked into the kitchen. Only to see Zi Xian looking at the fish on the floor with a difficult face. What's wrong, son? Zi Xian points at the fish on the floor with a blank expression. Dad, do we have such a big pot in our house? Zishuan's father was struck by lightning and froze in place. Zishuan continued his question. And we forgot to ask the boss to kill it. I don't dare to kill the fish, it can bounce off me with its tail. Dad, do you know how to kill a fish? Fish, you guys leave me alone, I'll die later. It's useless even if it's dead. It has to be disemboweled. Neither this father nor son will do it. Zishuan laughed me to death. I'll slap him with my tail. This kid is so funny. Kid, with this head, he can not only slap you with his tail. It can also slap your father unconscious. Why don't we ask Mr. He and Mr. Jia to come in and help? Yeah, at least hold the tail down so you don't lose it. Ha! Zi Xian's dad volunteered to carry the knife. Son, you hold it down, I'll go. Zi Xian holds half of the fish's body with determination. The fish flicks its tail and smoothly slides out of his arms. Son, hold on tight. Zi Xian, covered in water stains, lay on the kitchen floor in a sorry state to catch the fish. Just as he catches it, the big fish escapes again. With father and son working together, they finally got the big fish to behave and not move. But it wasn't subdued by the two of them. Rather, the fish had been out of the water for too long and dried up. My stomach hurts from laughing. I'm going to record this for dinner later. I don't dare to cook it for fear that it will spew out. Fish, I'm not losing to you guys, I'm losing to God. Zishuan's face is red from being slapped by the fish's tail. Ha! Next was Zi Xian's dad's job. He took the kitchen knife and, following the fishmonger's movements, started cutting along the stomach. After a lot of effort, he finally cut the fish open. Son, bring the pot. Zi Xian's father held a large piece of fish belly and tried to put it into the pot. Okay, I can put it down, let's do it. After working for more than 2 hours, Zi Xian and Zi Xian's father finally brought the fish to the pot. Zi Xian and Zi Xian's dad finally brought up the first dish. We've waited so long. He Ling and Jiabu Ling rushed forward to receive the dishes. It's fine, we're not hungry. Looking at the plate of pitch-black dishes on the dining table, the two men fell silent in unison. He Ling hesitantly said. This dish, it's really good. Zi Xian's dad was full of anticipation. This is the fried chrysanthemum I made according to the online tutorial, it's crisp and refreshing. The two of you quickly taste it. What is this? Chrysanthemum? Is this black stuff chrysanthemum? If I remember correctly, chrysanthemum should be green. Which tutorial did I follow? I'll blackmail that blogger right away. Is it possible that this is not the blogger's problem? The corner of Jia Buring's mouth pulled out an awkward smile. She held her chopsticks for a long time and didn't dare to put them down. This plate of fried corns was really chic. He Ling took a deep breath and picked up a chopstick and put it in his mouth. His eyes instantly brightened by a degree. Don't look at the poor selling appearance, but the flavor is actually still vomit. He Ling swallowed with difficulty. The flavor was actually really okay. There was a barbecue flavor that was very special. Low EQ, this dish is mushy. High IQ, it has a barbecue flavor. Ha! It's the first time I've seen someone use chic to describe a dish. He Ling, who says this chrysanthemum is bad? This chrysanthemum is wonderful. Zixian shouted from the kitchen, Dad, the fish is ready. Zixian's dad rushed over to turn off the fire and serve the fish. He brought out the pan directly. We don't have such a big plate at home, so the two of you will just eat. Looking at a pot full of fish. He Ling's face finally looked better. Fish is no longer difficult to eat, how much more difficult can it be? He immediately gave face to the fish and picked up a piece of fish. Aha! This fish, vomit. He Ling couldn't swallow it this time and spat it out at the trash can. He smiled bitterly and said to Zixian's dad. When the fishmonger killed the fish, he broke the guts. It's not your problem, we won't buy fish from that place next time. Mr. He, the man who killed the fish and broke the guts is right in front of you. Mr. Ho has suffered a lot today. Thanks to Mr. Ho for testing the poison. Zixuan's dad can't cook as well as the kid next door. Don't talk too early, I even came from the kid brother's live room, you guess what he did? Chapter 95, Braised Fatty Seaweed, Banana Scrambled Eggs, and more. As a result of that pop-up in Zixian's live broadcast, immediately someone crawled along the netline to Jiang Chen's home live room. Jiang Chen was still busy in the kitchen. Next to him were two plates of dishes that looked as if they were done. The red meat on that plate, is it curd meat? But the color doesn't seem right, what kind of curd did the kid brother use? Would you believe me if I said that red color isn't curd, but strawberries? Don't try to fool me. Don't try to fool me. I've seen you cook, and it's so delicious. I hate that I've never eaten it. But with kids' cooking skills, you'd be more likely to call it homemade curd than strawberries. In this world, no one believes the truth anymore. I've just come from Man's house, and I'm pissed off at Man's mom, so I'm here to have some fun. What's that brown, round thing next to it? The sauce on it looks delicious. If you knew what it was, you wouldn't want to eat it. That round thing is a famous Chinese herb, cool in nature, sweet in flavor, called animes. Wow! Sounds so lofty, kid brother also know medicinal food Upstairs, let me remind you. Ananzi is also known as fatty C. What the hell? Fatty C? What's the sauce on the fat C? It's nothing. It's just plain old barbecue sauce. If that sauce was on a piece of pork, I'd be salivating. Braised malva? Is the kid crazy? Reasonable suspicion that he is a black fan of Xiaoyu or Zhen Nailiang. He's trying to poison them. Come on. It's on camera, brother kid isn't that stupid, if he wants to poison them, he'll do it quietly. So you've already acquiesced to the fact that kid wants to poison Xiaoyu and Zhen Nailiang. Jiang Chen is not aware of the storm of the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room. He was concentrating on the next dish. He skillfully chopped the ribs into small pieces. After blanching and skimming off the blood foam, he poured it into the pot and stir-fried it over high heat. From time to time, there was also an upside-down spoon. The ribs were quickly brown, looking very appetizing. The wind direction of the pop-up screen began to change. The kid brother should be curious about those dark dishes on the internet, so he wants to create an innovative dish. These ribs are not well fried. I can't even turn a pot of ribs upside down, but kid brother turns it upside down like it's a game. Luckily, he knows how to cook something that's edible. The internet is a mistake. At his age, he's curious about everything, so it's inevitable that he'll want to try some strange dishes. Right, just make sure to leave 2 plates of edible dishes. Seeing that the ribs were almost done frying, Jiang Chen picked up the chocolate on the side and poured it all into the pot in a knot. The chocolate melted quickly under the high temperature. A plate full of chocolate tightly wrapped the charred ribs. In the blink of an eye, the pot of ribs turned pitch black. What's that black stuff in the pan? Chocolate. I watched kid brother peel a plate of chocolate and I thought he was going to serve it out to the guests. So are you really a black fan? Tell me which black fan you are. Let Xiao Yeye and Jin Nailiang die a clear death. Black fans? Black fans wouldn't dare to do this. People's black fans always do it silently, how can they do it so close to the face? You know it's against the law to kill someone, you're still young, don't ruin yourself. You're still young, don't ruin your life. After stir-frying for a few moments, Jiang Chen took it out of the pan and put it on a plate. He meticulously wiped the edges of the plate clean. If you ignored that color, it at least looked like a normal dish. After loading the plate, Jiang Chen started scrambling the eggs again. Scrambled eggs shouldn't have to have anything strange added to it. I haven't read any dark dishes about scrambled eggs on the internet so far, so I should be able to rest assured with this one. The cut-up banana on the plate next to me makes me panic. Don't talk nonsense upstairs. The bananas are definitely for the guests to eat as a fruit, not as a dish. I hope so. He poured bananas into the scrambled eggs. Crazy. This sick society has finally driven Kid crazy. He's turning the spoon upside down again. Crazy. It's good to be mad. Let's get crazy. All the dishes are ready. Jiang Chen started to bring out the dishes one by one. Xiao Yeye and Jin Niliang hurriedly stood up and reached out their hands to help. But when they saw the dark, unknown chunks of pancetta that emitted the fresh scent of strawberries, both of them fell silent. It wasn't just the two star guests. Yilin and Jiang Yong also had wooden faces, frozen in place. Looking at the neat table of dishes Jiang Chen had brought up, Jiang Yong asked apprehensively, "Son of a, what is this? What is all this?" Jiang Chen took off his apron. Pointing to the dishes on the table, he began to introduce them. "This is chocolate ribs, this is strawberry stew. This dish is braised fat seawater, moisturizing the lungs and detoxification, very good for the voice. This dish is banana scrambled eggs." The more he introduced, the darker the faces of the four adults present became. Yilin touched his forehead. "Son, what have you been stimulated by today?" She knew that the most unreliable person in this family was her husband. So turned the tables. "Is it that you intentionally let your son cook these dishes?" Innocent Jiang Yong hugged his head and begged for mercy. "It wasn't me." The wife was wrongly accused. Jiang Chen rushed to save his old father who was innocently affected. "Mom, it wasn't Dad who told me to do this, these dishes were something I wanted to do on my own." Jiang Yong frantically complained, "Look. I told you it wasn't me. It's Son." His mind went blank and he turned to Jiang Chen. "Son of a, you're not really in trouble, are you?" "No, let's go to the hospital." Jiang Chen is again half a day to explain clearly that his brain is not wrong. Kid's brother, for the first time in his life, was suspected of having a brain disease. It's going to be a hot search. The kid's brother was suspected of having a brain problem. You can question his character, but not his brain. Upstairs, they're just beating around the bush, saying that Kid wants to kill people. But looking at this table, I also wonder if Brother Kid has a grudge against Xiao Yeye and Jin Niliang. Manailing and you use expressions have never been so ugly. Ha! Kid, next time you want to fry ribs with chocolate, don't buy chocolate, just scrape a little off their faces. Jiang Chen thoughtfully handed the chopsticks to the two guests. Zinai Liang and Xiao Yu looked at the chopsticks in their hands and shivered. Manailing humbly said, You eat first." No, I remember you love pork ribs, you go first." "You remembered wrong, I do not like to eat ribs, you first. You go first." "I'm not hungry." "I'm not hungry either. I haven't digested my buns yet." "You go first." After half a day of humbling, it was Jin Niliang who lost the battle. He shuddered and took a piece of strawberry pancetta. He closed his eyes and put it in his mouth. But the meat tasted back in his mouth for a while. But his expression changed. It didn't look so painful. Hiss. This 5-flour meat. Chapter 96, Dark Cuisine, Jin Niliang eating strawberry Pentecostal meat. Seeing Jin Niliang really eat a piece of strawberry pancetta, the viewer behind the screen showed a pained expression. Really ate it. Comrades. He really ate it. Mana Rio is really desperate. He's risking his life for the sake of the program's effect. I can't even imagine what this bite will taste like. Fatty pork covered in sweet strawberry jam, it's disgusting. Stop it upstairs. I'm going to throw up yesterday's dinner. Magne Rio. I'm ready to call an ambulance for you anytime. Kid, tell me the truth, do you have a personal grudge against Jin Niliang? Kid, you call this cooking? Xiao Yu looked at Jin Niliang with sympathy. Yilin and Jiang Yong were also nervously watching Jin Niliang with twisted and odd expressions. Xiao Yu carefully asked, "Bro, are you okay? Let's go to the hospital if we can't." Xiao Yu thoughtfully drew a tissue and handed it to Zhen Niliang. "If you can't swallow it, spit it out." Zhen Niliang frowned and seemed puzzled. Under everyone's gaze, after chewing for a moment, he moved his throat and swallowed. Xiao Yu looked at the tissue in his hand and then looked at Jin Niliang. Admiringly, he gave a thumbs up. Warrior. The paper towel was handed to his mouth, but he actually swallowed it. This is a true warrior. Jin Niliang, please accept my knee. Kid has been on the hotspot so many times, I hope he won't be on the hotspot for intentional killing this time. Magne Rio, please don't have an accident. I'm still waiting to see Kid brother save the national soccer team. Xiao Yeye's hands were trembling. He and Yilin, and the three of them, Jiang Yong, all subconsciously, tilted their upper bodies towards Jin Niliang's side. Under the tight gaze of the three pairs of eyes, Jin Niliang finally opened his mouth and said his first words. This panko. Not bad at all. Mana Rio licked his lips as if he was reminiscing. It was somewhat similar to the flavor of braised pork, except that the sweet strawberry flavor replaced the sugar flavor that would be used in braised pork. Mana Rio nodded his head repeatedly in approval of the dish. It was new, but acceptable. It's really good and tasty if you look back on it carefully. He pointed at the dish and sincerely recommended it to little Yeye. You taste it, the flavor is really okay. Little Yu shook his head madly and took a few steps back. I do not believe. I do not eat. True Nai Liang wanna pet small Yu. When you are suffering, you must not forget to pull your brother along. Little Yu, I believe you. In other words, to eat this kind of dark food and not change your face, you're really a man. Kid brother, I can't believe I didn't poison him. Shen Nai Liang, we're going to die together. Yilin laughed dryly and handed Manhwa a glass of water. If you can't eat, you don't have to force yourself. Zhang Yong followed suit. Yes. Big deal, let's go out for a meal. My son smashed the treat. Zhang Chen frowned and looked at his dad. I only have a little pocket money, do you have to think about it? Zhang Yong winked at him. The trouble you caused, of course you have to clean it up yourself. Yilin saw that he was still teasing his son at this time and had no form. She pinched him hard on his thigh. Zhang Yong instantly had a distorted expression. Ow, nothing, I'm fine. The miserable scream that exited under Yilin's icy cold sight. Forced to retract. Kid brother's father is miserable. Kid brother's mom. I'm going to clean him up a bit more. You don't know. When you were away, I was the one who worried so much about my brother. I remembered when I was a cyber dad and the kid's dad was just playing video games. I hate that. Over here, Shen Nai Liang is still persuading little Yu. You believe in the friendship between us, okay? I swear in the name of brotherhood, it's really delicious. You taste it. Xiao Yeye backed away repeatedly. We don't have friendship, I don't believe you. Shen Nai Liang pretended to hold his heart. I'm sad. If you don't eat this meat today, I'm really sad. Xiao Yu looks at the dishes on the table with difficulty. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He pointed at the plate of braised fatty sea. You eat this. As long as you take a bite of braised fatty sea, I will believe you. He wouldn't believe it. Shen Nai Liang can say it's good when he eats one dish, but can he say it's good when he eats two? He can't pretend for a while. Little Yu is also quite ruthless. Among these dishes, the darkest dish is this dish of braised fatty seaweed. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Little Yu is smart. Why are you still eating it? You really don't need to go to the hospital? Shen Nai Liang looked at the braised fat sea, some hesitation. Strawberry pork flavor is really good. But the roasted fat sea is not necessarily. Besides, it's a traditional Chinese medicine, it has medicinal properties. What if something happens if you eat it? His hesitation made Xiao Yu more convinced. Shen Nai Liang said strawberry pork is delicious is lying to him. Xiao Yu felt that he had recognized Zhen Nai Liang's trick, smiled proudly. I don't dare to eat it. Still saying strawberry pancetta is delicious, you really did lie to me. Zhen Nai Liang was irritated. Pick up the chopsticks and clip a fat sea. Eat just eat, who is afraid of hua? After stewing, the fatty sea became sticky and gelatinous. When I picked it up, it was soft and floppy, just like a boiled worm. Zhen Nai Liang hasn't eaten it yet. Looking at this look revealed a pained expression. Xiao Yu became even more pleased and bloated. Eat Didn't you say it was delicious? Eat See but little Yu this dejected look. Shen Nai Liang hard, eyes closed, violently the piece of fat sea into the mouth. He frowned tightly and chewed carefully. Suddenly, the frown relaxed. Shen Nai Liang revealed an inquisitive look and savored it more carefully. He opened his eyes and excitedly pointed at the plate of braised fatty sea. Yummy! Sweet, with a texture like bird's nest. Combined with the savory flavor of the braised sauce, it's delicious. Xiao Yu looked at him incredulously. You're crazy. I don't know if he's crazy or not, the pop-ups are going crazy. Shen Nai Liang. I respect you as a god. For the sake of the program's effect, is that so bad? Don't turn around and eat your stomach. Vomit. It's like snot after cooking. Vomit. Stop it upstairs. I'm going to puke. He said it's like bird's nest. I didn't eat it, but I felt a strange sensation in my mouth when I looked at the soft, slimy texture. I can't, it's too disgusting, I'll throw up first. Zhen Nai Liang held the plate of fatty sea pestle to Xiao Yu's mouth. It's your turn to eat. You can't back out. Xiao Yu's inexplicable competitive spirit was aroused. I don't believe it. He painfully picked up a piece of fatty sea and ate it into his mouth. The tangled and painful expression transformed into surprise after 2 seconds. It's really delicious. Shen Nai Liang finally received recognition and shouted out excitedly. Isn't it? What I said is not true. Xiao Yeye nodded repeatedly. It's true, it's really delicious. These two people are crazy. I have to say, for the sake of the program's effect, these two people are too desperate. If I had friends like that, I'd cook them dark food every day. That's not necessary. You'll scare people away. Stop it, the director has already started contacting the hospital. Chapter 97, Dark Cuisine competed for by stars. Zhang Yang watched as the two guests ate with gusto. Curiously, he also picked up his chopsticks and wanted to try it. But the braised fatty he didn't have that courage. In the end, he picked up a piece of banana scrambled eggs. With his eyes closed, he valiantly stuffed it into his mouth. After tasting the flavor, Jang Yong rubbed his eyes wide open. He excitedly pointed at the plate of banana scrambled eggs with his chopsticks. Wife! It's really delicious. You quickly taste it. At this time, the winds of the pop-up screen began to shift. Why do I think that these dishes might be really delicious? If it's not good, he wouldn't dare tease his mom. If it's not good, he wouldn't dare tease his mom. One look from his mom and he's too scared to scream. If it's really bad, he wouldn't dare to let his mom eat it if I gave him 10 more guts. You all have a point, but how can these dishes be good when they're so dark? What you're forgetting is that it's the kid's brother who's making these meals. It's that kid brother. Hiss, that's back to the point. Under Jang Yong's strong recommendation, Yilin frowned and picked up a piece of egg that was stuck together with the banana. After a few hesitations, she finally sent it into her mouth. In the next second, Yilin's frowning eyebrows slowly unfolded. She said in surprise, surprisingly really tasty. Jang Yong stepped forward to curry favor and said, isn't it? I told you it was delicious, how could I possibly lie to my wife? How can a kid brother-father be so cheap and swishy? My slap is itchy. He said this tone of voice inflection into what? That fat didn't make me puke, but I'm going to puke. People are indebted to me for everything. I babysit for guys like this every day. For the last time, send the kid to my house. After confirming that the food was edible and tasted good, the four adults immediately sat down. Chopsticks after chopsticks. The mouths simply couldn't stop. The plate of strawberry pancetta was the most popular. Without a moment's effort, Xiao Yeye chucked away several pieces. Jin Niliang is not satisfied. You are not eating? You're not allowed to grab it. Xiao Yu use chopsticks, move faster. I didn't know it was good. You have already eaten a piece, you do not grab. The most elegant eater in the room was Jiang Chen, an 8-year-old. In less than 20 minutes, all the dishes on the table were swept away. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Awarded, computer programming all around, mall points 10. The behavior of everyone present saying it was delicious and all discs. The audience in the live broadcast room had to believe that the dishes were really tasty. Originally bananas can also be scrambled eggs. My family just happened to have a few bananas left that I do not want to eat. I try to do it today. Suggested that upstairs is best not to try easily. The kid brother can do, does not mean you can also. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm not sure if I can. That said, isn't braised fat seaweed always at the top of the list of dark cuisine? Is it really good? If you're a kid, there's nothing you can't do. I'm so excited to win. We can't play soccer or games, can't we cook? Wait, I'll make strawberry pork tonight. On the other hand, Xiaoman's live broadcasting room. Zheng Ting also served a table of food. Zhao Xiaodao picked up his chopsticks and was about to eat. Zheng Ting then stood at the table and introduced the dishes one by one. Zhao Xiaodao awkwardly put down his chopsticks and listened to Zheng Ting. This dish is steamed chicken breast. I went to the market at 5 in the morning to buy fresh chicken breasts, which is different from the frozen ones. Frozen ones have no nutrition and have a bad taste. Zheng Ting's mouth curled into a satisfied and proud smile. I, for the sake of Xiaoman's health, put a lot of effort into my diet. This plate of steamed chicken breast alone has to be whacked hundreds of times to break up the meat's texture. Then it's thinly sliced and steamed in a pot. This retains the maximum amount of nutrients. Come on, you guys taste it. I've finally finished. Zhao Xiaodao obviously breathed a sigh of relief and picked up his chopsticks to start eating. Zhao Xiaodao's expression was too obvious. A face that says you've finally finished. What the heck, you need to buy a chicken breast at 5 o'clock in the morning? I'm suffocating. I can't even eat without hearing her complain. Xiaoman's mom is a real performer. As long as there are other people around, she'll act even harder. Zhao Xiaodao pinched a piece of chicken breast and only tasted a faint black pepper flavor. She asked suspiciously, "Did you forget to put salt in this dish?" Zheng Ting shook her head affirmatively and said with extreme pride, "No, I intentionally did not put salt, only a layer of black pepper sprinkled on top. The experts said that too much salt is not good. That's why the meals I cook for Xiaoman are all light and healthy green food. And then there's this dish." Seeing that the steamed chicken breast had been tasted, Zheng Ting was excited to introduce other dishes. For this steamed lettuce dish, I only put some soy sauce to flavor it. If it wasn't for the fear that the two guests wouldn't be able to eat it, I usually don't even put in soy sauce. After all, Xiaoman is young, and these condiments are all blended with chemicals, so it's not good to eat too much of them. Zheng Ting began to show off her care. So many young people nowadays don't even look at the ingredient list when they buy things. I must look at, you do not know, soy sauce, oil, these things ingredients list, it is simply a table of chemical elements. Some of the viewers are fans of Zhao Xiaodao and Xia. Some of the viewers are fans of Zhao Xiaodao and Xia's idols. Seeing others educating their idols like this, they were instantly dissatisfied. If you love giving lessons so much, go to school and become a teacher. Being a housewife at home is simply untalented. My sister is here as a guest, not to listen to your lessons. Right. You're the only one who knows. Let those bull experts make way for you, you go be an expert. Zhang Ting inquired with anticipation. How is it? Does it taste okay? Zhao Xiaodao put down his chopsticks and shook his head. It doesn't taste good. Xiaoman's mom, the pursuit of health shouldn't be overdone. Seasonings aren't poison. Should we let our children abandon their sense of taste for the sake of pursuing health excessively? I see that Xiaoman doesn't like these dishes too much either, so it's better to make them tastier so the child can eat more. This is more conducive to health. Zhang Ting did not expect that she would be refuted so directly, and immediately her face stiffened. She continued to explain. Those seasonings are not healthy, that ingredient list. Zhao Xiaodao directly interrupted her. There are healthy seasonings in this world. There is also soy sauce that is brewed from real soybeans, and there is also oyster sauce that is really made from oysters. Only those seasonings are more expensive. Zhao Xiaodao suddenly smiled amiably and said to Zhang Ting, but I think Xiaoman's mom is so good to Xiaoman, she must be willing to buy those seasonings without additives for Xiaoman to eat. Right? These words racked Zhang Ting up, leaving Zhang Ting momentarily at a loss as to how to answer. Xia came out in time to smooth things over. In fact, I can understand Xiaoman's mom's painstaking efforts. When you're a mom, you're all worried about your child. Zhao Xiaodao's blunt words caused a turmoil in the live broadcast room. Sister Zhao, take a bow from me. Oops. The anger I've suffered at Xiaoman's mom all this time is finally over. I'm so happy. Zhao Xiaodao is right. If you don't like bad seasonings, then buy good ones. Why do you have to torture the child's taste buds? If you can't afford it, don't do it. Chapter 98, it's as good as. I'm quitting the program. Xiaowei's family live room. Flower Mage and Mao Easy to eat and drink, bid farewell to Xiaowei father and son. The two of them got on the return car. Mao easily made a video call to Jin Niliang. Hello? Mama, what's wrong? Mao easily said into the cell phone. It's over on our side, brother, what's going on your side? Zinai Liang complained to Maui. You don't know how brother is doing. Xiao Yeye is too fierce, can't grab him at all. Before Mao Easy could reply, Flower Mage showed his head from one side. He grabbed his words. Your side of the meal still rely on robbery What kind of family is this? Venerable Master Hua looked pleased with himself. Do you know what we ate? At noon, it's a 3-star Michelin chef's meal. Hearing the words of the Flower Mage, live audience immediately discussed. Didn't he say that he was from a poor mountain valley before, with a look of disdain on his face? If this is really a poor ravine, even if they are warm and welcoming, Mageflower will only look disgusted. It's easy to play me next to Mao. This is the expression I'm wearing right now. If you look at it this way, that lunch was a waste of time, it would have been better to feed him to the pigs. That's right, it's a waste of food for him. Mageflower didn't know about the condemnation of him by the pop-up screen, and was still talking excitedly. There is French foie gras, caviar with pancakes, Australian lobster, and Wagyu beef steak. Afraid that I'm not used to eating Western food, the host family also specially ordered to make Chinese food again. Venerable Flower raised his eyebrows to the sky. Do you know what was made? Buddha jumps over the wall. The table was so full that there was no need to grab it. There's still a lot left over at the end. Maybe they'll feed it to the pigs raised in the mountain village. Cell phone maker. Why can't my palm reach the screen? Come, Mageflower, come to my house, I'll treat you to a braised ear scraper. When did Xiaowei's family ever say that the leftovers would be fed to the pigs? I was so disgusted before I came here, but when I saw they were rich, I licked their faces and flattered them. Don't be an asshole. Don't torture my Nai Liang and Mao Mao. Don't torture my Nai Liang and Mao Mao. This is the video of Mao Mao giving Jin Nai Liang a beating. What are you doing here? Is this your home turf? Pooh haha. You guys go to Kid Brother's house live. Xiao Yu's eyes are rolling up to the sky. Xiao Yeye couldn't hear it anymore and came to the cell phone as well. We ate well too. This kid's hand-cooked food tastes especially great. I guarantee you won't be able to eat it anywhere else. Hearing this, Venerable Flower didn't believe it. What is it that I haven't eaten before? You guys said that on purpose for the sake of the show's effect. Zhen Nai Liang immediately flipped the camera and shot up at the meal on the table. Come on. Take a look. Which is what you have eaten? When the camera swept over the braised fatty sea, Mageflower was shocked and blurted out a sentence. What the hell is this? It's the same as poop. Jin Niliang and Xiao Yeye immediately turned cold. They had just grabbed it and turned around to be told that what they were eating was poop. Who could stand that? Zhen Niliang brought the camera closer and illuminated the braised fatty sea more clearly. This is fatty sea. Braised fatty sea. Flower Mage makes a vomiting face. That's better than eating. What kind of family are you going to? They're so poor. They even serve it to their guests. Why don't you guys eat dirt? Upon hearing this, Mao easily widened his eyes with a somewhat odd expression. He even took his elbow and touched Mageflower, signaling him to be more restrained. But Mageflower simply ignored his good intentions. Xiao Yeye and Jin Niliang originally wanted to maintain a bit of decency in front of the camera. But Mageflower's words were so excessive. The two of them couldn't care less about decency. Xiao Yeye turned to the camera and became gloomy. Ah yes, you're the one who has seen the world. You only eat abalone and lobster for dinner. You drink water and you drink jewels. When you go out, you wear clothes made of gold. If you're so noble, why are you still on the show? That meal just now are not worthy of your class. Hearing Xiao Yeye's words, the live broadcast audience exploded. Ha. This is the first time I know that Xiao Yu's offense is so strong. This wave of little you won. Xiao Yu is a comedian, and Xiao Yu is more eccentric than Xiao Yu, isn't he? Finished, there is a person's heart secretly broken, who I do not say. The flower mage was infuriated and said angrily. He said, you're eating and you don't admit it. Look at those dishes. Like the leftovers that have been left for 3 days. Xiao Yeye was so angry that his face turned red. He pointed at the camera, said furiously. I dare you to bet on whether these dishes are good or not. Mageflower concluded that those things couldn't possibly be tasty. It must be Xiao Yeye and Jin Niliang who are dead set on saving face. He arrogantly agreed to the bet. Okay. Let's do it. If it tastes good, I'll quit the show right away. But if it doesn't taste good, it's your turn to quit the program. Manhwarecap nodded his head. Okay. Come on, we won't eat. We'll leave the rest for you to try. You come here. After hanging up the video, Mageflower immediately ordered the driver to drive to Jiang Chen's house. The driver asked for instructions from the program before turning around. This is not lively. Is this bet real? There's really going to be a person withdrawing from the program. Even if the other person is cheeky enough not to quit and continues to stay in the program, it'll still be awkward. My brother Niliang and Xiao Yu are so good-tempered, they are all pissed off like this by Mageflower. Mageflower deserves to die. I really don't understand Mageflower's brain circuits, saying that other people's meals are, how low his emotional intelligence must be. Upstairs, he's overestimated. Either he has no IQ, or he's just plain bad. Xiao Yeye and Jin Niliang did not grab the food. Sitting at the dining table, they gasped for air. Yi Lin and Jiang Yong comfort them. It's fine, it's good that we know it tastes good ourselves. Xiao Yeye waved his hand. No way. I have to let him taste it today. Mageflower was quick. Half an hour later, he came. Mao easily followed him awkwardly. Mao is so pathetic. An innocent fish in the water. He's really here. I thought Flower Mage wouldn't dare. He doesn't even think he's going to lose, he just wants Zinai Lian to quit the program. He's so bad. Luckily, my kid brother is strong. I'm waiting to see Mageflower quit the show. Once inside, Mao easily greeted politely. Yu, Niliang. He greeted again with a nod towards Yilin and Jiang Yong. Greetings, you guys. Even Jiang Chen wasn't ignored. Hello little friend. In contrast, Mageflower didn't greet any of them. As soon as he entered, he scanned the environment with scrutinizing yet disdainful eyes. When he saw the meal on the table, he first froze, then covered his nose and said in disgust. What kind of garbage stuff is all this? One by one, it's black, is it for people to eat? Chapter 99, Uncle, what you're eating is actually the fatty liver of a goose. Hearing Mageflower's disparaging words, everyone present except Jiang Chen's face sank. Even Jiang Yong, who had never had a straight face, looked at Mageflower with a gloomy expression. Little Yeye sensed that the atmosphere was not right. Knowing that Yilin Jiang Yong couple must not be able to say anything, they took the initiative to come forward to say justice. You didn't even taste it, how do you know how it tastes? Mageflower scoffed at this. I don't even need to taste, just like this, feed the dog won't eat. Upon hearing this, Jin Niliang was on fire. The dish that he had eaten so happily was said to be uneaten even by dogs. He accused the flower mage. Can you have some manners? At least it was someone else's child who worked hard to make it. Even if you don't think it's delicious, you have to respect the fruits of other people's labor. Mageflower looked like he had heard something heavenly. What? You said this kid cooked the meal. He seemed to have caught something and snorted. Looking at his age, he's just an elementary school student. What kind of serious food can a schoolboy make? He's probably just using the kitchen as a game, just fooling around. You even ate it. I wouldn't dare to eat a dish made by an elementary school student. I don't know if I'll get food poisoning after eating it. I can't help it. Mageflower, stick your face out for me to slap. Remember, kid brother isn't a normal elementary school student, he's a full-grade elementary school student. Don't worry, you won't be poisoned if you eat kid's cooking. Can the food cooked by brother kid be more poisonous than your mouth? The more Mageflower said, the cold sweat on Mao Yi's forehead fell faster. He hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. Mao Yi took the initiative to pick up the chopsticks on the table. I'll taste it, I think it sells just fine. It's not that bad. After saying this, he clamped a piece of blackened pork ribs. Mao Yi, who had already prepared himself psychologically and could never spit it out in front of everyone. Suddenly, he froze. He tasted the flavor more carefully. After spitting out the bone, he stated his feelings. The flavor is very good. I said, why are these ribs dark? So this is chocolate on top. The sweetness of the chocolate and the meaty flavor of the ribs blended well. He turned to praise Jiang Chen. Kid, I didn't realize you were so good. At a young age, you actually have a good cooking skill. Jiang Chen didn't have time to reply. Mage Flower then interrupted with a sneer. Grossly easy, you're a good actor. Enough pretending. Chocolate ribs, I know with my toes that this just can't be good. You've never eaten anything good in your life. You can't even eat 3 dishes in one soup, and you're saying that chocolate ribs are good? Mao easily jumped up and down with his eyebrows. It's really bad luck to be in a group with this guy. The pop-up screen was full of sympathy for Maui. Good guy. Mao is giving Flower Mage a break, and Flower Mage still doesn't appreciate it. He's got eyes in the sky. Flower Mage's wave is really an indiscriminate attack. This whole room is full of hate for Mage Flower. You can send it to Pan Hong. Let him teach him a lesson. He can train a disobedient dog, but not a mad dog. Xiao Ye was furious. He picked up the plate of pork ribs and brought it to Master Hua. Come on. You taste it. Since you think Mao is lying, you can taste it yourself. Flower Mage backed away in disgust. No, I'm afraid I'll have to wash my stomach after I eat them. Fluffy had never felt so tired. He wanted to hurry up and get this party over with. He could only patiently explain again. The flavor is really okay, it's not hard to eat. Flower Mage, on the other hand, had a look of disbelief. Ouch, my fist. I can't restrain it anymore. If you don't believe me when I say it tastes good, then try it yourself. How noble is the venerable Flower Master. He only eats delicacies from the sea. With my temper, I'll sneak into Flower Master's fan base and find out where he's going next. Then I'll beat him up on the road. Add me. Under repeated urging, Flower Mage finally picked up his chopsticks. He said to Jiang Chen with disdain. Kid, do you know what I ate before I came here? He didn't even need Jiang Chen to answer and said to himself. I ate caviar, foie gras and steak. He thought Jiang Chen an elementary school student. He must not have even heard of these, and immediately wanted to show off. But Jiang Chen said with a naive face. I know, uncle, I heard it when you said it in the video before. But uncle, it's better to eat less foie gras. The reason why the foie gras you eat can be so fatty is because during the breeding process, the geese are force-fed. The goose takes in a lot of energy in a short period of time and accumulates fat to make the foie gras fat. In other words, uncle, what you are eating is actually the fatty liver of the goose. Mage Flower's face instantly darkened. But Jiang Chen had a sincere face, as if it was really just a friendly suggestion. He was at least concerned about his image. It wasn't good to curse out at a child. Twahaha. Fatty liver. Let the Flower Mage fool around. Now you know you're eating fatty liver. Is it disgusting? Fatty liver, I'd rather eat chocolate ribs. Knowledge enters my mind in strange ways. The kid is awesome. It's so great to see Flower Mage suffer. Mage Flower, why is your face so dark? Is it from the sun? Be careful with the sun. Mage Flower, still want to eat your fatty liver? Yilin, Jiang Yong, and the other 3 stars. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, their gloomy faces instantly improved. One by one, they laughed. Flower Mage was furious, but couldn't refute it. It could only huff and puff and say, what do you kids know? Zenai Liang signaled him to eat the chocolate ribs. Mage Flower, stop thinking about your fatty liver and try our ribs. Flower Mage had just been taught a lesson, so now he could only obediently pick up a piece of ribs and eat it. After he chewed a few times, the confident and mocking look changed. Spitting out the bone, he pretended to elegantly wipe his mouth. Xiao Ye hurriedly asked, how is it? Isn't it delicious? Manario snapped his hands on the side and mentioned it as if he didn't mean to. By the way, what was our bet just now? The corners of Mage Flower's mouth hooked into a forced smile. It was just average. Xiao Ye had just been exasperated and would not let him off so easily. What's average or not, just say whether it's good or not. Mage Flower put down his chopsticks and pretended not to hear Xiao Ye's words. The director said that there are still tasks in the afternoon. Mao is easy, let's go. This is fleeing. Ha! He's escaped. Goon. He's a wimp. Wasn't he so cocky just now? Why are you running away? Remember to quit the program. Don't let me see you in the next program. The Flower Mage is black for life. Chapter 100, Little Yu plus Kid Brother Micro, to the soccer youth training. After Flower Mage left. Soon, Xiao Yu and Jin Nailiang were also leaving. There were still tasks arranged by the program group in the afternoon. Before leaving, Xiao Ye picked Jiang Chen up in a hug. Xiao Chun, you're the best little kid I've ever seen at cooking. He leaned over Zhang Chen's ear and said surreptitiously. Let's add a contact, you tell me the strawberry pork and braised fat sea practices. How about it? Upon hearing this, Jin Niliang also immediately came over. I also want. Before the two living treasures left. In front of the Zhang family home, there was also another wave of program effects. Under the urging of the program team, the two finally gave up and put down Jiang Chen and walked away with a step and 3 turns back. Little Yu and Jin Niliang will definitely remember this meal today for the rest of their lives. Little Yu, can you share the recipe with me? I want to take it to trick my friends. Upstairs, if you make it yourself, that's what I call tricking. Take the bamboo shoots. I've made an exact replica of what the kid did in the live broadcast. All I can say is, dark cuisine. Even the colors are different from the kids. Sometimes you can't be too confident. Can you study the way a bully studies and get into Tsinghua University? I'm warning you to shut up. You're killing me. Over here, the 2 stars of Zixuan's family are also leaving. Zixian's father had never seen anyone so supportive as He Ling. He grabbed He Ling's hand and couldn't let go. Miss He, when you have time in the future, you must come to my house for dinner again. Zixian also raised his head and looked at He Ling and Jia Buling expectantly. The smile at the corner of He Ling's mouth had a hint of embarrassment. He nodded his head repeatedly. Next time for sure, next time for sure. Jia Buling also cooperated. Right. I'll definitely come over when I'm free, for sure. Both of them couldn't hide their perfunctory. Can't wait to turn around and leave. Amusing. Missy says she'll definitely come next time, while moving her feet outside. It's the first time I've seen Miss He, who is so delicate, show such a difficult expression, how hard it is to eat. It feels like Jia Buling is in a hurry. She wants to run. Miss He, I thank you. One more meal and I'll be in the hospital. Jia Buling, Miss He, stop the pleasantries. Hurry up and go. I want to run. The Xiaoman family's live room. To send Jia Xiaodao and the 2 of them away, Zhang Ting took Xiaoman and sent the 2 of them downstairs. The 2 sisters goodbye. Xiaoman reached out his hand to say goodbye. Jia Xiaodao bent down and patted Xiaoman's forehead twice with his hand. Xiaoman is really good, he must not have suffered much in the past, otherwise it would be hard to have today. Hearing this, Zhang Ting was smug and said to herself. That's true. I've put a lot of effort into Xiaoman. For so many years, I haven't slept a wink. Every morning, I urged Xiaoman to get up and study. Every aspect of her life can't be separated from me. Hearing Zhang Ting start her long-winded speech again, Jia Xiaodao and Sienna both rolled their eyes. With such parents, Xiaoman's daily life must be suffocating. Then in the future, you can properly give Xiaoman a bit of space. Xiaoman is also getting older and doesn't need such a strict education. Jia Xiaodao gave a dry laugh and said. That won't do, Xiaoman just needs someone to keep an eye on him in order to study properly. Zhang Ting turned her words around. My daughter, can I not know her virtues? The atmosphere went cold, and Jia Xiaodao and Sienna's faces, both had more than a little embarrassment. Both wanted to leave quickly. Sienna nodded, Xiaoman's mom, it's fine, educating Xiaoman like this, she will definitely remember it for the rest of her life. Zhang Ting smiled sweetly, as long as Xiaoman can live a good life, it's fine for me to be a little more tired. Xiaoman's mom is too confident. She didn't even realize that Xia was being sarcastic. I feel so sorry for Xiaoman. I've never seen her smile. Who said that? She never laughed at her brother's house? I can't even imagine what a bright and cheerful little girl she'd be if her mom shared some of her confidence with her. Thank you. I'm so tired. I can't do it. I can't do it at all. This is the end of it. This is the end of the linkage between the 2 programs. There were a lot of highlights in the program that were edited and sliced to distribute for publicity. Especially about the flower mage, and Xiao Yu Jin Niliang bet that paragraph immediately on the hot search. Mage flowers failed bet. The flower mage is going to quit the program because of a table of dark cuisine. For a while, short videos about this matter appeared on the front page of all major platforms. Just click on a video. The wind direction of the comments inside, most of them stand on the side of Xiao Yeye Jin Niliang. What is the big disease of the flower mage, right? Either cure or die. Don't disgust people here. What people eat and you have to do with it. Come up and say eat, quality and education by yourself to eat it. I'm on fire. Xiao Yeye and Jin Niliang are still too good-tempered. Didn't you promise to quit the program if it tastes good? Then you ended up changing the subject of what is it good or not? This is the demeanor of the flower mage. If there's one thing that's not good about this dish, he'd like to tell the whole world about it. But if he chooses to change the subject, it means there's nothing wrong with the taste of this dish. Don't quit the program. Mageflower should just quit the show. Retreat. 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 Speaking of which, am I the only one whose focus is on the food? Upstairs, me too. In addition to the flower mage and the bet being on the hot search. Zhang Chen's table of dark cuisine has also climbed up the hot search list. An 8-year-old child giving Xiaoyu dark cuisine. Is braised fat seaweed really tasty? Have you ever eaten strawberry pancetta? Unlike Flower Mage's comment section, there was not as much aggression in the comment section of these videos. I want to try chocolate ribs and banana eggs. My mom shouldn't beat me. She won't, she'll just kick you out of the house. I'm really interested in the strawberry pancetta. I'll make a plate for my roommate tomorrow. Roommate, I thank you. Xiaoyu and Jin Niliang are eating so well. I'm craving. You can't crave everything. I don't care. I'm going to replicate a table at the family dinner the day after tomorrow. If an 8-year-old can cook it, so can I. A bite of strawberry and a bite of braised pork should be close to the flavor of strawberry pork. Is upstairs a genius? The next day, Zhang Chen's family broadcasted live. Zhang Yang was lying on the sofa, reading these comments looking Yi Lin went out to busy herself with company business again. At home he became the boss again. Lying leisurely on the sofa. While brushing his cell phone, he commanded Zhang Chen to clean up the hygiene. Son of a. Don't just brush the dishes, wipe the table too. Zhang Chen sighed helplessly and continued to busy himself. Right. While relaxing, Zhang Yong remembered something serious. Didn't you make an appointment with the coach today to take a look at the youth training base? When you're done packing, Dad will drive you there. Chapter 101, The National Soccer Team Stinks, It is the Sea Cucumber Eat Too Much. When Zhang Chen packed up his hygiene, Zhang Yong then drove him to the address sent by Coach Lu. Showed Coach Lu's message to the doorman. Only then did the doorman let them in. The entrance was a large square with a beautiful fountain water feature. On both sides were brand new high-rise buildings. In the distance there was also a green field that covered a fairly large area. The overall design was very stylish. Seeing all of this, Zhang Yong exited with a sentence of nationalism. At first glance, a lot of money was spent. The audience in the live broadcast room also felt the same way. The treatment of the national soccer team is the highest in all sports, but the results are the worst. It turns out that the national football team's money and energy are spent here. I said, how come they can't produce good athletes? I just want to ask, is there such an environment in women's soccer? Why do so many people still watch the national soccer team? Why do so many idiots give them money? The national soccer team sucks, that's their business. Don't involve us soccer fans. Don't we want to see our country win? They don't have what it takes. After wandering around for half a day, on a green field, I finally saw Coach Lu's figure. He had his back to Zhang Chen and his son and was facing a group of teenage kids. He was sternly scolding them. What's the point of playing soccer with this kind of ability? Take your heads off and kick them as balls. You want to play on the field with this? Go home and grow watermelons. Zhang Chen raised his eyebrows and stopped in his tracks. He did not go forward to disturb. Zhang Yong poked Zhang Chen and whispered, Son of a. This is that Coach Lu? Zhang Chen nodded. Zhang Yong immediately laughed out loud. Then you will have to suffer in the future. The coach is so strict, beware of being scolded home to find Dad. There is no such thing as the cheapest, only the more cheap. When I see a kid's father, my hands itch. But the coach is really mean. Every day in this environment, even if you can't play well, you can still develop a strong psychological quality. When I watched the live broadcast the other day, I thought the coach was a good talker. He's working now. He can't be cheeky. Out of the corner of Coach Lu's eye, he finally noticed two people. Turning sideways, he saw that it was Zhang Chen. The gloom on his face immediately dissipated, immediately revealing an amiable smile. He enthusiastically went forward and took the initiative to shake Zhang Yong's hand. This was Zhang Chen's father, right? Zhang Yong was still adapting to his transformation and froze as he nodded his head. Coach Lu enthusiastically shook his hand up and down. Why didn't you call me when you came? You didn't wait too long. Zhang Yong politely said. No, just arrived. Coach Lu sighed with relief. That's good. He bent down to greet Zhang Chen. Looking at Zhang Chen was the same as seeing a treasure glittering with golden light. The corners of his mouth were grinning from ear to ear. Zhang Chen, it's been a long time. I've missed you to death. Zhang Chen responded. Good day, coach, not long, we just met 2 days ago. Coach Lu laughed with joy. It's like 3 autumns after 1 day's absence. This counts as 6 autumns between us. I remember, coach didn't seem to say that just now. I remember, coach didn't look like this just now. 1 minute he's having his head taken off and used as a ball, the next he's laughing like he's worth nothing. The kids behind him, when they saw this, their hearts were broken. Coach, aren't we all related? Ha! The group of half-grown kids behind the coach were indeed unbalanced. Some are whispering. I heard that there is a special recruited elementary school student today, could it be this kid? A fat kid in blue mocked. The size of all up, so a little bit, in the stadium to do what? Getting beaten up. The others also chimed in with a bad tone. Yes, we're all sent here by our parents. He is a little kid, why let the coach personally special recruited in? The inch-haired teenager in the center of the crowd stared viciously at Jiang Chen. The fat man in blue squeezed through a few people and came over to the inch-headed side. Said curtly, "Brother, in our group of people, you're the most powerful. What do you think?" The inch-head sneered. "Not as high as my waist, kid, skinny. The wind can blow him away. He's not even a soccer player. He doesn't even look like an athlete." I guess, because of his age, he cried on his knees and hugged the coach's thighs. The coach had no choice but to let him in. The little fat guy in blue immediately agreed. Right. It must be so. Otherwise, he is an elementary school student, why can he enter the youth training? Coach Lu exchanged pleasantries for a while. He began to introduce Jiang Chen and his son to the team he was leading. This team is the best one in the youth training camp. The camp has 5 coaches to lead this team, and I'm one of them. Next, Jiang Chen will also enter this team. Jiang Yong's mouth opened wide in surprise. My son can enter the best team? Coach Lu nodded, of course. Hearing this time the original team members couldn't sit still. Coach Lu nodded, of course. I've been in the youth training camp for so long and only entered this team last month. Why should a little raggedy kid, who just came in, get in? I'm not convinced. It's not fair. Luckily, Coach Lu's majesty was still present, so they didn't dare to say it out loud. Hearing the muttering beside him, Coach Lu loudly scolded, "Quiet." The kids had to quiet down. Didn't any of these kids watch the live broadcast that day? They are concentrating on training in the youth training camp, so they shouldn't be paying attention to the outside world. A bunch of poor kids. You'll see why later. Looks like Coach Ryu really values the kids. He arranged the best team right away. He can't ignore the fact that he's been kicking 3 balls in the air. Deterring the noisy team members, Coach Lu continued to say to Jiang Chen's father and son, "For Jiang Chen's strength, I have fully understood." He said this with a bitter smile. Kicking a 30 in 5 minutes, you can't not fully understand it. Coach Lu stated his decision. Therefore, I have decided to let Jiang Chen play as the striker of this team. Jiang Yong shouted in surprise. Striker. The most important thing for a team is the striker. My son can be a striker. His unseasoned appearance angered a group of netizens. So not only did you not pay attention to your son's broadcast, but you didn't even watch it later? Mom. I'm invariably babysitting for someone again. Kid brother's father. I've done more for him than you have. I'm declaring war with you. The winner is the father of the kid. I'm not going to fight you. I don't want to fight you. I'll take you as my godfather and my brother. No scrolling. No malicious competition. As soon as Coach Lu's words left his mouth, everyone's eyes turned in unison to the inch-haired teenager. The little fat boy in blue carefully said, "Brother, if he becomes the striker, won't you have to step down?" Inch was the previous striker of this team. The inch head looked ferociously straight at Jiang Chen and said in a cold voice, "Is this to steal the position from me?" Chapter 102, Warming Up Before the Match. Little Fatty is dumbfounded, isn't he? Inch looked at Jiang Chen with an unkind gaze. Little Fatty's eyes popped up a little excitement, lying on the inch head's ear-arching fire. "Brother, this kid looks like a rookie, why compare with you? His thighs aren't as thick as my arms." The coach even let him be the forward. "Do you want to follow the kid behind you to pick up the ball?" The more the little fat guy said, the more angry the inch head became. After explaining a few more things, Coach Lu invited Jiang Chen to train with him. Jiang Yong, on the other hand, sat in the viewing area. Coach Lu greeted Jiang Chen and introduced him to the dozen or so players on the team. "This is Jiang Chen, don't look at his young age, he can play better than you monkeys." The inch head rolled his eyes in displeasure. "Right, Jiang Chen." Coach Lu pointed at the inch head and introduced Jiang Chen. "This is our captain of this team, called Yi Xing. If you have anything after that, you can talk to him." Coach Lu smiled very warmly at Jiang Chen. "Of course, looking for me is also possible." Look at Coach smiling that worthless look, my kid brother is really a treasure everywhere. Coach is treating my kid brother like a treasure. I can see the sycophancy. I don't think the boys will be happy with the coach's praise of my brother. Didn't you see the captain's eyes rolling up in the air? It's okay, kid will beat them into submission. Captain Yi Xing took the initiative to come forward and said, "Coach, it's time for us to train." He looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. "This new teammate, do you want to join in as well?" Without waiting for Jiang Chen to answer, Coach Lu said excitedly, "Okay. It's time to break through one-on-one with the ball." Jiang Chen also joined. Coach Lu briefly introduced to Jiang Chen, "What is a one-on-one breakthrough with the ball?" "One on defense, one on offense." The attacker tries to break through the defense, while the defender practices defensive positions to stop the attacker from breaking through. Of course, if you can do it, you can also intercept the ball from the attacking side. The players heard that Jiang Chen had to be explained by the coach even to break through with the ball one-on-one. In their hearts, they looked down on the kid even more. Little Fatty muttered, Even this needs to be explained by the coach, and you still want to be a striker. Okay. Coach Lu clapped his hands, signaling everyone to look over. Old rules, draw lots to decide the combination. A few moments later, Jiang Chen looked at the number plate labeled 7 in his hand. Yi Xing walked over and drew Jiang Chen's card. He looked at it and shouted, "Who is 7? Little fatty squeezed out from the crowd. "It's me. Boss, what's wrong?" Seeing that it was his little follower, Yi Xing's eyes lit up. "You combine with your new teammates and practice well." Little fatty understood the captain's unspoken words. Immediately, he nodded his head frantically. "Don't worry, boss. I will definitely communicate well with my new teammates." "No, why does that sound so strange?" "Good man. These two kids are talking about how they're going to get rid of the kid brother in front of them. Look. The better the coach treats kid, the more they hate him. Why should they? Kid brother will teach them how to behave. Kid's father is such a heartless man. Can't even see that they want to get rid of his son. He's still shooting a ball with his cell phone. What? The balls from the youth camp are good looking." Fatty threw Jiang Chen a ball. "Come on kid, you're so small, let me give you a break. You'll be the offense, I'll be the defense." Looking at the overconfident little fatty, Jiang Chen sincerely suggested, "It's fine, you don't have to let me." The little fatty snorted. "He's not a big man, but he's quite ambitious." "Okay. I won't let you. Don't cry later." The audience is looking forward to Fatty's face. "Yo! Don't cry later. Fatty, you're the one who shouldn't cry. Can you run on the track with a big waist? Too much sea cucumber." Sea cucumber. A traditional delicacy of the national soccer team. The secret weapon of defeat. The netizens are so vicious. I'll follow you in my next life. The soccer ball is placed between the two. The little fat man had already bent over in a full defensive stance. He arrogantly provoked towards Jiang Chen. "Kid, as long as you admit defeat and beg for forgiveness, brother will let you off the hook." Jiang Chen had a calm face and said indifferently, "Can we start?" The little fatty nodded his head. "Of course, it's starting. You." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a residual shadow pass in front of him. Jiang Chen had already passed him with the ball. Kid brother is mighty. Little fatty. Who's the one who's going to admit defeat and beg for forgiveness now? He's too fast, isn't he? I didn't even see how the kid went through. Look at Fatty's stupid face. I'm laughing my ass off. Did you see what happened? Fatty, I'm the one who kicked your coach's ass. Coach, don't take me with you. This is the end of the line. Fatty stood still. He slowly looked back. Jiang Chen was standing behind him with his foot on the ball. Jiang Chen casually bumped the ball a few times, then circled the ball twice. He tilted his head and asked suspiciously, "Continue?" The little fatty asked dully, "How did you get past it?" Jiang Chen stopped his work of winding the ball and steadied the soccer ball under his feet. He quickly carried the ball with the same speed and movement. It passed little fatty again. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen appeared on the other side of little fatty again. Little fatty had somewhat broken his defense. "No. You've been talking for half a day, but you haven't said anything." Yi Xing, who had been observing the situation not far away, shouted loudly towards little fatty. "Fatty! You two switch. You take the offense." With the boss's command, little fatty was able to stabilize. "Come on, kid, give me the ball." Jiang Chen had no problem with it and kicked the ball over. "Hey!" With outfield support. Little fatty's expression is so funny. Another one whose defense has been broken by kid brother. The captain doesn't seem to have a good attitude towards kid brother. Kid is now a public enemy. Fatty kept making fake moves on his feet, trying to confuse Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen stood still and didn't follow his fake moves at all. Fatty couldn't guess what was in his opponent's mind. He only thought that Jiang Chen was still young. What's the big deal if he can pass 2 times? As soon as he attacked, he was scared to stay in place and didn't know what to do. Little fatty found his confidence and said towards Jiang Chen, "Kid, watch this." He turned around and suddenly took the ball to the left. Jiang Chen also turned to the left. Little fatty smiled and kicked his foot lightly. The ball instantly turned to the right. Although he was a bit fat, his figure was very flexible. Following the ball also went to the right. But there was a small figure that moved faster than him. Jiang Chen saw through his fake move. Just now, he turned to the left just to confuse him. At the same time, the ball was kicked to the right. He had already turned around and probed his foot towards where the ball would roll. He flew up and kicked the ball. The ball reached the bottom of Jiang Chen's foot. Vomiting roar. I knew it. Prejudgment. Prejudgment again. The last time I played against Coach Lu, kid used this move. Little fatty. You're so dumbfounded. Chapter 103, Half-Court Upside Down Golden Hook, are you kidding me? Since the coach didn't yell stop, Little Fatty and Jiang Chen came back for a few more rounds. Little Fatty's mind had exploded. Whether it was switching to the offensive side or the defensive side, he couldn't get the ball. In the end, Little Fatty sat on his butt on the grass. He waved his hand out of breath, interrupting Jiang Chen, who was about to continue. Stop! 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 No more fighting! I won't fight anymore. Little Fatty's eyes were red as he turned his head and turned his back to Jiang Chen. He was at least a seedling who'd made it to the youth training camp. Although he couldn't beat the boss, but he was also able to easily abuse vegetables outside. Now he was actually beaten up by an elementary school student. The mind was blown. The audience in the live broadcast room was happy, and each one of them was grimacing. Oops. Why are your eyes red? You're not crying, are you? I can't believe I'm being beaten to tears by an elementary school student. So aggrieved. Ha! At such a young age, your heart is broken. Fatty, why are you wiping your face with your hands? Are you too sleepy? I'm rubbing the golden peas. It's so precious. If Fatty saw these pop-ups, he'd cry even harder. Fatty's special artificial rainfall mode is activated. Pooh haha. That's enough, you devils. Training time is over. Coach Lou is coming over to call a halt. You're all warmed up, so let's start the main event. Fatty called out in pain. Just now was just a warm-up. Coach Lou comes over and kicks him lightly. Why don't you get up? What's the point of shedding tears when you've lost? If you're not ashamed, I am. Split team. Coach Lou pointed at Jiang Chen and Yi Xing and said, you two will be on 2 teams, each as a striker. As for your teammates, you're free to choose. As soon as Coach Lou finished saying this, the people in the team all stood behind Yi Xing in unison. The end result was, a few of the strongest bodies on the team were chosen by Yi Xing. The live stream audience was indignant for Jiang Chen. This is considered cheating. The ones that Yi Xing picked are the ones that can fight. The remaining ones are all weak and skinny, they don't work. They're just relying on our kid brother being a newcomer. The rest were picked by Yi Xing, and it's our turn. The ones who didn't get picked by Yi Xing are still crying. Who cares about you guys? Go to the other side if you can. Our kid brother can beat you all by himself. I'm about to bleed from my father's anger. His own kid is being ostracized, and he's grinning with his big teeth. I'm asking you what you're happy about. I want to break your teeth off. Jiang Chen didn't know that there were so many righteous cyber parents who were fighting for him. He didn't care how strong or weak his teammates were. Seeing that the people were divided, Jiang Chen took the initiative to speak. Can we start? Coach Lou could see Yi Xing's small mind, but didn't say anything either. After all, he had seen Jiang Chen's strength before. Even without a single teammate, Yi Xing couldn't win. Coach Lou used a coin to decide who would kick off first. Yi Xing firmly stared at the coin that was spinning in the air. Seeing the falling side, it was the same as what he had guessed. Revealing a satisfied smile, he walked to the center of the soccer field and stepped on the soccer ball. Sorry, little kid, it's Big Brother who kicked off the ball first. Jiang Chen seemed as if he didn't even notice the other party's provocation. Only nodding his head, he responded with a smile. Good you first. Yi Xing disdainfully smiled, and in the next moment, directly in place to a long shot. He was going for a half-court shot just like Jiang Chen before. He had witnessed the entire fight between Jiang Chen and Little Fatty. Jiang Chen was good at intercepting the ball, and also good at carrying the ball over people. Then he wouldn't give Jiang Chen a chance to touch the ball. So what if he's agile? Being so small is a fatal injury on the field. Even if the ball doesn't go in, there's no way he can intercept it. Yi Xing seemed to have seen the victory of this match. The corners of his mouth hooked into a smug smile. It was only at this time. A shadow loomed over. Yi Xing looked up in disbelief, only to see Jiang Chen leaping high into the air, easily reaching the height of the ball. The soccer ball collided in his chest and stalled for a split second. Jiang Chen seized this opportunity and flipped his body in the air. Yi Yong could see what this maneuver was meant to do. An inverted golden hook. Can't be done. He hadn't even finished speaking. Jiang Chen was already in the air in an upside-down position. The foot and wrist viciously shot the ball towards the opponent's goal. Swish! The soccer ball flew straight out like a rocket. Yi Xingfang's goalkeeper was already in a defensive position. Seeing that the ball was about to come over, he swooped down to block it. But his judgment was a split second too late. It was only a split second. The ball grazed his palm and flew into the goal. It's only been 3 seconds since the whistle blew. Jiang Chen not only successfully intercepted the ball from the opponent's hand, he also achieved a half-court shot with a wonderful inverted golden hook. The scene was silent. The most lively thing at this time was the live streaming screen. Ouch me. The kid brother. Brother. Reverse hook. Half-court shot. That's a record. That's a record. A half-court shot with an inverted golden hook has always been a theory. Throughout the history of soccer, there have only been a handful of half-court shots. There's never been a real half-court shot with an inverted golden hook. Not even once. World Cup. Come and meet your king. The national soccer team will step aside. Hope is really here. Mom. I see hope for the national soccer team. The live broadcast is boiling over. But the game scene is like pressing the pause button. Even Coach Lu couldn't speak. For a while. Coach Lu took a heavy breath. He shouted and ran towards Jiang Chen. With one hand, he picked Jiang Chen up. Inverted golden hook. A half-court shot. Jiang Chen. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You really lived up to my expectations. From now on, you'll be my personal disciple. At Coach Lu's shout, Yi Xing and the others finally came back to their senses. Little Fatty dully tugged at Yi Xing's clothes and pulled. Boss. No wonder Coach Lu is so precious to him. Is he really just an elementary school student? Yi Xing had never been held up to the sky. Where had he been hit so hard? The half-court shot he wanted to achieve. Not only was it intercepted by the opponent, he was also given a direct shot on goal by the other side with an inverted hook. He wanted to show his power. But in turn, he gave the other side a graft. Zhang Yong finally got his wits about him. He followed over. Jiang Chen, who had been picked up by Coach Lu, chirped around him. Son of a. You actually shot at the goal so quickly. So far. You even kicked it over. Children's bodies are so flexible. I'm so jealous. No? What did you say? Kid brother's size is a fatal flaw on the field. It's not an advantage. Does my dad think he can shoot because he's too agile? Try a schoolboy. Can't you have a clear idea about your son's strength? Jiang Chen patted Coach Lu's hand, signaling him to put himself down. Jiang Chen, who had made history, was half excited. He just said helplessly, hurry up with the next match. I'm still in a hurry to go back and do my homework. Chapter 104, not convinced? Then kick to serve. Yi Xing hadn't yet recovered from that upside-down golden hook. Then he heard Jiang Chen's words about doing his homework. He immediately felt a million complications in his heart. At this moment, Jiang Chen's identity as an elementary school student became so conspicuous and obtrusive. The guy who had just kicked an inverted golden hook and had a half-court shot. Surprisingly, he was still just an elementary school student who was anxious to go home and do his homework. Yi Xing clapped his hands to boost his morale. It's okay, it's just the beginning. We still have a chance, everyone cheer. Other than that, this Yi Xing is quite the captain. I thought this goal would blow his mind. I didn't expect him to revitalize himself so quickly and encourage his teammates. Not bad. Indeed, he's much better than that little fatso who dropped the golden peas. Little fatty, no malicious pulling and stepping. Yi Xing shouted at the excited Coach Lu. Coach, the game isn't over yet. It's time to start the next game. Coach Lu first asked Zhang Yong to exit the court first and watch outside. Then he slapped Jiang Chen twice on his back. Only then did he joyfully run over and pick up the ball. His favoritism towards Jiang Chen could be seen by a blind man. Immediately, it caused the team members to become even more dissatisfied. It wasn't just the team members on Yi Xing's side. Even Jiang Chen's own team members on his side. All of them were also cold-faced and ignored Jiang Chen. I'm just asking, can this ostracizing be any more obvious? That's enough. Yi Xing's side's ostracizing the kid brother is even worse. Why is your team still cold-faced? It's freezing. Mocking the kid's age is childish. No wonder the national soccer team can't get it up, bringing their grudges to the field. From these youngsters, the roots are broken. Before the start of the next match, Yi Xing pulled the players to discuss strategies. On Jiang Chen's side, the players gathered in unison. It was Jiang Chen who was singled out and left outside. Coach Lu saw this scene and didn't say anything. There were some things that had to be resolved by Jiang Chen himself. After Yi Xing's side was discussed, the two teams were on either side of the center line of the court. Coach Lu put the ball on the kickoff point. Last game, Yi Xing's team lost points. So this time, it was Yi Xing's side that kicked off the ball. Yi Xing walked over and put his foot on the kickoff point. Coach Ryu's whistle blows. He then kicked the ball backward and passed it to his teammate behind him. From start to finish, his eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen moved his feet, trying to chase the ball over. But Yi Xing and another player were dead center on both sides of him. Yi Xing changed his strategy. He directly gave up his chance to score a goal and also defended Jiang Chen. He and that teammate moved in unison. They were guarding Jiang Chen's left and right sides respectively, not caring a bit about their teammates and the ball behind them. And Jiang Chen's side. It was his teammates who didn't care about him at all. Jiang Chen turned around and wanted to tell his teammates to intercept the ball first. But seeing that group of people indifferently holding their arms, coldly looking at him in a predicament, Jiang Chen stopped talking. He turned back and focused fully on how to break through the two men's defense. This scene saw the child-loving hearts of the live stream viewers rubbing up against each other. These brats. I'll remember you all. Dare to bully my cyber foster son, I'll fight you all. Where's the sportsmanship? Where's the sportsmanship? Did you eat it? Did you eat it in the stomach of a dog? Coach Ryu. How can you put up with this? I don't care. That's right. You think you're a treasure, don't you? You let people bully your treasure. I feel like the coach is intentionally ignoring it, trying to train the kid's abilities. I'm counting on kid to save the country. I'm counting on my kid brother to save the national soccer team. If my kid brother is left with a psychological shadow, I will become a sprayer and spray the youth training every day. Yi Xing smiled proudly. Kid, the stadium is not a one-man stadium. It's not a big game for one person. In this regard, you need to learn more. Jiang Chen looked straight at him and suddenly revealed a smile. Is that so? Jiang Chen moved. He quickly ran forward. It seemed like he wanted to go through the middle of the two. Yi Xing shouted, "Stop him." The person on the other side of the defense rushed over. The distance between the three was not far. In just 2 steps, he rushed in front of Jiang Chen. Yi Xing also ran over, reaching out his foot to try and trip Jiang Chen. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth hooked into a light smile. He suddenly spun his body. The rapidly rotating body even left residual shadows in the air. It drew a semicircle in front of Yi Xing's body. But in an instant, he shifted to Yi Xing's other side. And over there, no one was defending. Yi Xing didn't react. The outstretched foot could no longer be retracted. The teammate on the other side of the defense also failed to react and crashed hard into Yi Xing's foot. Yi Xing was brought down by him. Jiang Chen ran forward with the wind. Behind him, the two men fell into a mess in a sorry state. Yi Xing didn't even have time to get up before he shouted at his other teammates. Can't let Jiang Chen get the ball. Rather not shoot. Run all over the field with the ball. He couldn't let Jiang Chen get the ball. But he was too late. Jiang Chen was extremely fast. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashes towards the man with the ball. A beautiful interception. Jiang Chen approached the player with the ball from behind. Reaching out between his opponent's legs, he kicked the ball to the side. Another spin. The ball was hooked onto the arch of his foot. The live broadcast room was once again abuzz because of Jiang Chen's interception. It's a back break. It's a back break. It's a risky move. It's the easiest foul. Because breaking the ball from behind, it's easy to touch the opponent's body. But the kid's move was clean. It doesn't touch the opponent's body at all. Perfect. A textbook break from behind. I declare that kid is the god of ball breaks. Yi Xing had already gotten up from the ground. Seeing Jiang Chen get the ball, he punched the air in a funereal manner. Then he ordered towards his teammates. Together. All go to stop him. Jiang Chen's players went from cold-eyed to dumbfounded. As they watched Jiang Chen smoothly pass one person after another, admiration could not help but rise in their hearts. Yi Xing was about to rush over and block together when he saw a person blocking in front of him. It was one of the team members on Jiang Chen's side. It wasn't just him. The other team members also moved. They were just unconvinced that Jiang Chen, a kid, had gotten preferential treatment from the coach. But now that they saw Jiang Chen's strength, their hearts were still unwilling though. But it was already convinced. One by one, they spread out and went to stop the Yi Xing team members separately. In the second half of the game, they were all centering on Jiang Chen, helping Jiang Chen to stall these players, allowing Jiang Chen to smoothly carry the ball to the opposite goal. These Cubs, at least they're not bad. In the world of sports, the winner is king. So it's understandable that they Muqian only recognizes the strong. Seeing this, I'm a little bit smoother. I was so mad at you just now. That's why Coach Lu doesn't care about their behavior of encouraging the kid brother. Coach instructed these children's virtues, as long as they let them see the strength of the kid brother, they themselves will be submissive. Chapter 105, Son of a, let dad pretend a little longer. With the help of his teammates, Jiang Chen scored faster. Soon, another game ended. A new game started. As usual, Yi Xing's team, who had lost points, kicked off first. He changed tactics again. This time, there was no pass, but he directly charged with the ball himself. The players next to him tacitly stepped forward to stop Jiang Chen. But the players next to Jiang Chen were not as idle as before. Even if the strength was not as strong as the players on Yi Xing's side. But in the end, they were also the ones who had been able to enter the youth training camp and had gone through professional training. It wasn't even close to being bad. With their assistance, Jiang Chen's next goal was even easier. But in just 2 minutes, another goal was scored. Yi Xing was not willing. Breathing heavily, he returned to his camp and shouted. Again! One more time, still Jiang Chen scored. The green field kept echoing with Yi Xing's again-'s voice. Until it was interrupted by Coach Lu. Again, what again? It's over. Your team has 0 points. These players have exhausted their stamina to the limit. As soon as they heard it was over, each one of them leaned back and lay on the grass to catch their breath, including Yi Xing, although he was the strongest. But this game didn't just consume physical strength. His psyche had also been attacked step by step. This would be no strength at all. Wretchedly, he lay down on the field to calm his breathing. The field was now full. Apart from Coach Lu and Zhang Yong, who didn't participate in the match, the only person still standing was Zhang Chen. The live broadcast audience was each like the monkeys on Mount Huagua, jumping up and down with excitement. Now I finally know why people are so excited to watch a soccer game. I'm going to have a kid like Kid Brother in the future. I can also give you 30 pounds of fat from my body for free. Upstairs, you've gone too far. Eating and taking. Father, I'll give you my baby in exchange. I'll give you my baby in exchange. My baby loves to play games. He'll play games with you until the end of time. Grandpa. The national soccer team that disappointed you is really saved. Even though my brother's father is here, I feel like I'm the one who's worried about him. Upstairs. You're not alone. Although there are a lot of people jumping around on the internet, the most excited person at the game is Lu. But the most excited person at the game was Coach Lu. The most shocked is Zhang Yong. Coach Lu rushed over again, picking up Zhang Chen and lifting him high. Zhang Yong's eyes were wide and full of incredulity. Not my son. So powerful. Soon, he accepted this fact. Whimpering and screaming, he rushed towards Zhang Chen. When he ran in front of him, he haughtily stopped. Pretending to be low-key, he said to Coach Lu, "Coach, calm down. It's just a game. You're like this, beware of my son smashing his pride." Coach Lu looked at the other side speechlessly, fast flying to the sky corners of the mouth. Coach Lu's eyes. I'm happy to die. Coach Lu, your son is not proud, I think you're too proud. You're all happy? Why am I not happy? I can't believe my dad didn't realize how good he is until now. It's his dad. Not me. I'm not happy. Upstairs. What are you doing? I just got myself together. I want to cry again. Coach Lu was speechless, but the other man was Zhang Chen's own father. He wants to keep this baby. Of course, he can't clash with his own father. Coach Lu put down Zhang Chen. Said to them, Zhang Chen's father, you've seen how talented this kid Zhang Chen is in soccer. He is only 8 years old now. With more training, I guarantee that he will definitely be able to play in the provincial tournament, the national tournament, and even the World Cup in the future. Coach Lu rubbed his hands together and said carefully, so you guys see, after the training, to not let Zhang Chen to come more diligently at. Zhang Yong has not yet spoken. Zhang Chen directly refused. No, I still have to study. There is no time to come often. What did you say? What did you say? When has a soccer coach ever begged a student to come to training? And you turned him down. I can only see this kind of thing in a kid. Coach, what do you think you're doing? That's what we're saying. Do we have to love learning so much? If my son was half as talented as he is, he wouldn't be in school. I've been pressuring him to practice every day. If my son was half as talented as my kid brother, I'd let him play soccer on my head. Coach Lu saw that Zhang Chen's side was hopeless. He turned to Zhang Yong, Zhang Chen's father. Zhang Yong stroked his chin and furrowed his brows in thought for a moment. Under Coach Lu's expectant gaze, he opened his mouth. No way. The smile at the corner of Coach Lu's mouth went down instantly. Zhang Yong tried to restrain the corners of his mouth so that he didn't smile so obviously. Aya, it's not that we don't want to come to practice. Rather, my son is very busy. Coach Lu, you're so concerned about my son's smash, you should also know. He also signed with CF and has to play in the CF league. Zhang Yong shook his head bitterly. No time at all. My son's schedule is full. The soccer training will have to be moved back a bit. This wave is loaded for him. All right. Hey, kid brother. It's time for me to do an episode. Mr. Kiddo is so talented, he can't even pretend to be a pussy. My hands are itching. I've already smashed the computer desk. Mr. Kid, don't make me get down on my knees and beg you. Don't make me beg on my knees. Let me go and pretend. Mr. Kid is shaking his head modestly, but his tail is turning into a propeller. If I had a son like that, I'd be even more powerful than him. Coach Lu's goal was not achieved. He also watched as others pretended to be in front of him. It's hard to tell if you have a complicated heart. He can't be offended by this person. Not only can he not offend him, but he has to see him off with a smile on his face. When Zhang Chen and his son left, Coach Lu's fire was spread to the players. Get up. One game and you're paralyzed like this. Did you slack off on the physical training before? Extra training. The green field was filled with whales. On this side, Zhang Yong hummed all the way home with Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen returned home. Didn't go straight to study. He had completed the system mission last time and gained the ability to program computers. He hadn't tried it out yet. So as soon as he arrived home, Zhang Chen headed towards the computer room. This perverse scene immediately caught Jang Yong's attention. Ilu A? Son of A, what's wrong with you? It's not a fever, is it? Jiang Chen did not say a word and already sat on the gaming chair. Seeing this scene, Jang Yong was immediately moved. Son Smash. You finally thought about it. You're willing to take the initiative to play games. I'm so happy for your father. The live broadcast audience was also amazed. No, the kid brother has changed his nature? I've been watching live and nothing special has happened. Why did you suddenly start wanting to play the game? Maybe it's today's game, it was too much fun, I didn't get a kick out of it. So you want to play a game? The kid's calmness and my old lady's behavior, where can you tell he's happy? I don't care. Anyway, kid brother is actually playing the game on his own initiative. That's a good thing. What's good about it? Chapter 106, Talent 8 years old, began to knock code? Jang Yong thought Jiang Chen was going to play a game. He followed him over. Son of A. Finally wanted to get away to play a game. He couldn't wait to open his own computer. Commanded Jiang Chen quickly. On the number. His own son took the initiative to ask to play the game. Where has it ever been like this before? Has the sun come out of the west? By this time, Jiang Chen had already opened his own computer. After opening a text editor, he crackled the keyboard. Jang Yong had already been on the number, and seeing that he was slow to get on the game, he asked suspiciously. Son Smash. What's going on? Going on the number ah. Jiang Chen replied while tapping the keyboard. Dad, you can play by yourself first. It's just the right time to practice your skills. A flash of frustration appeared on Jang Yong's face. Before, when he played games, it had always been Jiang Chen who brought him along. What's the fun in playing by myself? I'm just getting shot at. Son, how did you practice your marksmanship? Teach me. The pop-up screen was full of joy. Mr. Big's father has finally reflected on himself. You know you're dragging him down. If you know what's good for you, send him to my house. Papa. They all condemn you, but I know how hard it is to be a father to a child. So can you send the kid brother to my house? I'm willing to share your hardship and difficulties. Upstairs, get out of here. Look, what's the kid brother clanging on? Jang Yong was also curious about what Jiang Chen was doing. He went over, lying behind Jiang Chen. He looked at the screen with his eyes. What are you doing? What are you doing? Jiang Chen carelessly replied. Just playing around. Test the programming ability given by the system. But it's not just playing around. At this time, there are pop-ups that know what they are doing, and they can see what Jiang Chen is doing. Kid brother is knocking on the code. Brother kid. How much do you know that I don't know? I'm numb already. I've learned my lesson. I won't be surprised if brother kid does anything else now. Programming is not something that an 8-year-old student can do. As a programmer for 12 years, I can only say, kid, you've bumped into my iron plate. I admire you upstairs. I'm a junior in college, and I'm already learning to crash. If a kid can program, what's my 3 years of college worth? Well, you've worked hard? I'm afraid you're forgetting that I'm not just any kid. Do people have no discernment anymore? An 8-year-old has a bunch of brainwashed fans. Do you believe an 8-year-old can program, or do you believe I'm the first emperor of Qin? Jiang Chen didn't know about the storm on the internet. He was only concentrating on his code. 5 minutes later, there was a small icon on the computer desktop. Jiang Yong looked at the small icon strangely. Son of a, what is this thing? Jiang Chen clicked on the icon and replied. Dad, just watch. You'll know in a moment. Jiang Yong grunted in displeasure. Still learning to sell secrets. Jiang Che was helpless. It's not a secret. You don't know how to program, so you can't understand even if you say it. Seeing the small icon on the computer desktop, the live room instantly boiled. Program code? A new software was automatically generated. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Kid has designed a program. I thought that even if Brother Kid really knew how to program, he would just write a web page code. Who knew he'd design a program? How long has it been? That's impossible. This kid must have just built a shell. It's point and click, no real functionality. Yoo-hoo! You know what's going on upstairs. A bunch of amateurs are here to see what's going on. Do you know how long it takes to create a program? Even a small program, the simplest command line tool. In a mature programmer's operation, it takes 3 days. With a powerful text editor like Word, it can take years. But what about this kid? It only took him a few minutes. If this program he came up with works, I'll go to his house on my knees and worship him. How can he reward himself for losing? Under the nervous gaze of countless eyes, Jiang Chen clicked on the icon. Jiang Yong came closer, blocking Jiang Chen's line of sight. Jiang Chen frowned and pushed Jiang Yong. Dad, move back a bit, you're blocking my view. Kid brother dad is still so unreliable. The tense atmosphere was instantly dispersed by the kid's father. I can't believe it. I'm laughing. Father, are you nearsighted? Why don't you put the computer in your eyes? Hey! I'm in the way. You're not only blocking my brother, you're also blocking the camera. I can't see. Father, come on, I'll let my son play with you, don't block the camera. Under Jiang Chen's urging, Zhang Yong could finally get out of the way. At this point, the program had entered the loading page. Jiang Chen watched as it was loading and silently sat back in his chair and waited. The loading page on the computer screen also surfaced in the live broadcast. The loading page was simple. A scroll bar slowly advanced against a solid color background. It looked silky smooth. Only that the distribution of the various parts of this loading interface looked somewhat familiar. This looks pretty decent. Does Kid Brother really know how to program? No one thinks that this loading process is similar to CF's loading process. I think it is. Oh, my god. Where's the one who said he's going to learn from the master? Take me with you. Is it possible that the Kid Brother doesn't like to play games, but he's actually interested in them? He's not going to design a game. What are you thinking upstairs? Do you know how hard it is to design a game? The background of the game, the appearance of the characters, the plot of the game, and so on. That's not something you can do with a few codes. Zhang Yong sat behind Jiang Chen and watched the loading values go up bit by bit. Son of a, what the hell is this thing? Jiang Chen replied. Don't worry, you'll know in a moment. A few minutes later, the loading was finally completed. The interface instantly expanded, occupying the entire computer screen. The interface didn't have some fancy decorations. It was very simple black and white. There were only 2 columns on it. Difficulty, easy. Start game. Seeing these 2 options, Zhang Yong scratched his head. Curiously, he asked, "What is this? A game?" Jiang Chen moved his seat out of the way, signaling Zhang Yong to go over and sit. Sort of. Made it for you, Dad. Zhang Yong's eyes lit up. Made it for me? Jiang Chen nodded. An assisted shooting software to help you practice your skills. Chapter 107, your game evaluation is indiscriminate. Zhang Yong poked and prodded the words on the computer screen and asked in surprise. What is assisted shooting? Can it help me while I'm playing the game? Zhang Yong's eyes suddenly lit up and asked aloud. Is not a plug-in. Did you get a plug-in? The pop-ups were also full of curiosity. Assisted shooting? What is the specific function? I don't think he's really written a plug-in. Is the operation highly realizable? How do I do it? Show me how it works. I feel like the kid doesn't want to play games with his dad, so he builds toys for him. The son made toys for his father. It's a reversal of the Big Dipper. Now you know how annoying you are, Dad. Not only do you have to watch the kids for your father, but you also have to watch your brother make toys for him. It's another red-eye day. Jiang Chen clicked start. The computer screen in front of him immediately changed its background. In the center of the screen, a blue circular pattern appeared, roughly the size of an adult's palm. Time is short, so I've only done easy, normal, and hard, the 3 modes. Now it's the easy mode. Look at this blue round box. As long as you maneuver the mouse and click on it, the score in the upper right corner will add 1 point. Zhang Yong grabbed the mouse from Jiang Chen's hand. Manipulate the mouse and click on that blue round box. The score in the upper right corner really added 1 point. Zhang Yong exclaimed in surprise. It can really add a point. Is this the software that helped me practice my gun? Son, get up and let Dad try again. The audience in the live broadcast room received a bigger shock than Zhang Yong. So, this program is not an empty shell, it really works. Kid Brother Dad is still just playing. Do you know what this means? Your 8-year-old son knocked on the code for 5 minutes and came up with a program. Stop playing. Send your brother to a professional programming institute. Don't hold the kid back. No, wait a minute. Which one of you can explain how this is an assisted shooting program? By doing this, you're practicing hand-brain coordination. Reaction can also be well practiced, which in turn enhances the shooting ability on the game. I want to play too. Zhang Yong looked at the computer screen, the blue round box in the center of the hand, and felt that it was not too much. Child smash. This is too easy. Give Dad the hard mode. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes towards the sky. Dad, you should honestly start with easy. Zhang Yong gave a defiant cut. Looking down on your old dad, isn't it? I'll show you what your old dad is capable of. Zhang Yong maneuvered the mouse and shot one blue round box after another. Soon, he got 10 points. Zhang Yong proudly showed off. See, son? You're not allowed to underestimate your old man in the future. As soon as he spoke, he saw the blue boxes appearing faster and faster on the screen. Zhang Yong increased his speed and shouted in surprise. It will also change speed. Son of a, has this gone up to hard mode? Jiang Chen shook his head. No, still in the simple mode, the speed will change. Zhang Yong concentrated on dealing with the blue round box on the screen. Although the speed had gotten faster, the blue round box was still as big as the palm of his hand. So Zhang Yong shot it up, still hitting 10 out of 10. Holy! It can even change speed. The more versatile the program that kid brother made in 5 minutes, the more bald my head will be. I think the guy upstairs is a programmer. Stop coding, kid. This white kid, don't lose your hair. I've studied programming for 3 years, but I can't even create a program like this. If this wasn't a live broadcast, I wouldn't believe that an 8-year-old can do this. Not only can he do it, he can create a functioning program in 5 minutes. Stop it. The heart of an 8-year-old programmer is broken. John Young watched himself get good grades even after speeding up, and immediately drifted away. Son of a. It's not that hard for you. Don't be a pain in the ass. Quickly switch to hard mode for Dad. Dad will let you open your eyes. John Chen took out a book of practice problems. He calmly opened it and did the questions, while casually appeasing John Young. Don't be in a hurry, you have to pass this level first. John Young is getting more energized. Okay. You don't believe your dad, do you? I'll show you what your dad is capable of. Let me tell you, when I played the game before, it was all because my dad let you go. Dad doesn't want to steal your thunder, you know. John Chen nodded casually as he swished through the questions. No, and where did this book of practice questions come from? I blinked and the kid brother started doing his homework. This skillful touching of a book of homework made me laugh. I've never seen such a love of learning in my life. Stop fooling around, will you? This guy's giving the kids a run for their money. He's still giving in to the kids. You're not the one who got carried away by the kid brother. I'll remember that. Next time, don't let the kids let you go. After a dozen more consecutive hits, the blue box suddenly changed from the size of the palm of your hand to the size of a dollar coin. This change caught John Young by surprise. Hey! It's gotten smaller. As the target got smaller, John Young's chances of hitting it also got lower. Probably only 5 or 6 out of 10. John Young called out to John Chen. Son of a. Why did you suddenly upgrade me to hard mode? John Chen was working on his math problems without lifting his head. No, it's still in easy mode. Hearing that it was still in easy mode, a drop of cold sweat fell from John Young's forehead. Haha. I'll let you fool around. I'll let you do it. What did he say before? It's simple. I'll show you what I'm capable of. What's the result? Let's see how bad you are. Ha! Kid brother Dad. Where's your strength? Why can't I see it? John Young soon realized. After the blue round frame became smaller, it also sped up again. It was getting harder and harder for him to shoot. John Young asked again. Son of a. Are you mistaken? How can this be just a simple mode? John Chen sighed helplessly. It really is simple mode. You practice, you'll become skilled after practicing more. In the future, when you play the game's hit rate will also increase. Bouncing off some of the ones who knew how to program, when they saw this, they were shocked again. Surprisingly, there are so many variations. Graphic size and speed, both can increase in difficulty as the shooting time grows. These internal changes look simple, but the actual code behind them is hard to write. Even a mature programmer with many years of experience would take a long time to write a code like this. I'm the one who said I wanted to learn from him. I'm the one who said I wanted to learn from the master. See when it's convenient for me to go over there. Nonsense. I'm the one. It's me. At the back, John Young's hit rate was dismal. He wanted to stop, but he couldn't say anything because of his face. Finally, after the 100th shot, a round ended. John Young breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. He looked at the score above. 60 points. Not bad, it's still a pass. At this time, a line appeared on the computer screen. Your game fear evaluation is indiscriminately, originally refers to the lack of real talent, mixed in the connoisseur inside the number. Nowadays, it is mostly used to describe someone who is not capable enough but occupies a certain position or position. Chapter 108. No, it's so difficult to play a small auxiliary game. Looking at the computer screen on the indiscriminate, John Young's face instantly black. He gritted his teeth and said, also give an explanation, strange sweet ah. He roared at the computer screen. I know what indiscriminate means. No need for you to explain. He turned his head to look at the originator. Son of a. Did you do it on purpose? He felt insulted. Or an insult from his own son. Zhang Chen looked up. Without holding back a light laugh, he said, I didn't expect you to be able to hit this out of the park either, Dad. The audience in the live broadcast room leapt to their feet. It must be that kid brother Dad is too good. Kid's dad. I'm sure I'm better than you. I'm definitely better than you. What did Mr. Kid do in the previous game? You're not good enough and you're blaming the kids. Get up, you little punk. Get up. Let me do it. I promise I'll be better than you. Zhang Yong was not convinced and started another round. I don't believe it. It's just speeding up and getting smaller. I'm sure I can hit it. A few minutes later, Jang Yong looked at the words on the computer screen and fell into silence. Your game evaluation is limited level, describes a person's ability or level as limited and not up to expectations. The pop-up screen burst into laughter when they saw this. Ha ha. It's okay. It's okay. Thinking positively, is limited level better than indiscriminate? Father, don't question your brother, question yourself. But this little program really works. Father has only played 2 games, and his hit rate has improved from the first game. Kid's brother is a kid's brother. Look at my 8-year-old brother, and look at my high school son who still talks about Ultraman all the time. What's wrong with Ultraman? Don't insult Ultraman. I'm 30 years old and I still watch Ultraman. High school is the age to believe in light. At the same time, on the other side, in the Black Shark Esports Club, Black Shark was also watching Zhang Chen's family's live broadcast. Seeing this software designed by Zhang Chen, Black Shark was dumbstruck. Zhang Chen was only a few years old and he was able to design his own software? Also, this software. Black Shark stroked his chin and secretly pondered. This thing, it's very helpful for playing FPS games. If the difficulty level is a bit higher, it can be used for professional players to do training. Thinking about it, Black Shark immediately called Zhang Yong. Zhang Chen's family was in the live broadcast room. Only Zhang Chen was concentrating on writing his homework with his head down when a bell rang. Zhang Yong was playing and impatiently took his cell phone and answered it. Hello? Who is it? Zhang Yong listened for a while, then handed his cell phone to Zhang Chen. Son of a. Looking for you. It's Black Shark. Black Shark? What is Black Shark doing calling kid brother's father? Is he going to take the kid to training? Are there any competitions lately? Is he going to join a competition? I don't see any tournaments lately. Maybe it's just a greeting. Don't forget to play the game. Zhang Chen put down his homework and picked up the phone. Hello? Oh, you want this software? Sure, I'll send it to you. Hang up. Zhang Chen sent the software package to Black Shark. What the hell? Black Shark wants the software? No, is this software really that useful? Even the professional Black Shark wants it? The software that Kid Brother made in 5 minutes, even Black Shark wants it. Why is there such a big difference between people? What can I do in 5 minutes? I can't get anything out of 5 minutes. It's okay. You can eat a melon in 5 minutes. Zhang Yong saw Black Shark called for this software. It's a little bit more confident. Son of a. This is really useful. I can't believe even Black Shark came to ask for it. If I keep practicing, will I be able to casually abuse people in the game in the future? Zhang Chen was silent for 2 seconds and responded. You practice slowly. After practicing the easy ones, practice the normal mode. Finally, practice the difficult mode. There will be results. Twahaha. I laughed so hard at Kid's 2 seconds of silence. Kid brother, pops, some things still depend on talent. Kid's silence is tonight's Cambridge. Kid's dad. Don't embarrass the kid. Kid brother, you practice first. On the other side, Black Shark got the software. It's ready to try it out. The audience in the live broadcast room was also curious. Black Shark first briefly introduced the software to the live broadcast audience. Then he started to try it out. He thought about the simple mode that Zhang Yong played. Then he was a professional player, could he be the same as an amateur? Although he was retired, his strength was still there. So Black Shark decisively clicked on the hard mode. This kind of thing might be useful for newbies. But Black Shark is a retired professional player, why use this thing? That's right, it's easy to get a handle on it. Black Shark has fallen from grace. He's looking for superiority in this area. I wanted to see Shark play, but what's the point? After Black Shark clicked on the difficult mode, he saw a very small blue round box appear on the screen. Black Shark froze. This is much smaller than the Kid Brother father playing. It's not even as big as my thumbnail. I just come from the live broadcast of the kid's family, so the hard mode is so difficult. That kid's dad is a rookie, and he still wants to play hard mode. The blue box in the palm of your hand is so big that you can't even make a dent in it. If it were this way, he'd have to hit the hard mode. Black Shark clicks start. The blue box on the screen keeps appearing and disappearing. Difficulty mode. Not only does the blue box get smaller, the speed also became extremely fast. Even a professional player like Black Shark needed to pay full attention. So far, Black Shark hadn't lost a single point. He gradually also stabilized his heart. This is also okay, not so. A red round box suddenly appeared on the interface that had only had blue round boxes all along. Black Shark reflexively clicked. The result was a counter deduction of 1 point. The Black Shark instantly understood. The red one cannot be clicked, or not only cannot add points, but also deduct points. This thing is interesting, Not only exercise hand-eye coordination, but also practice reaction, accuracy. Why is there a red one? In the original hard mode, not only are the targets smaller and faster, there are other rules too. Let the kid's father see it. He's so confident, he thinks he can play hard mode. Black Shark is starting to lose points. Another point. If the pros are like this, we amateurs will lose even more points. Upstairs, you're overthinking it. If it were us, we wouldn't have gotten a point. Black Shark was all in. When the game was over, Black Shark breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. Okay, here's my rating. Seeing the words on the computer screen, he couldn't read them out. Your game rating is poorly, describes a thing or a person's performance that is still barely acceptable, but not ideal, just getting by. Black Shark. Chapter 109, Kid Brother, only selling for $1. Seeing the big words poorly sold in plain sight on the computer screen. The pop-up screen brushed fast. Poorly. This is probably the first time that Black Shark has been said to be poor in terms of game shooting. A retired player who jumps around on the internet every day, acting like he's so good. This is the end of the line. Black Shark retired from the internet. He's retired, and he's not even good enough to go on the air. How do you make money if you don't go on air? They want to make money. I'm really convinced that a broken game player, retired, has such a big face on the internet all day long. You still look down on Black Shark? Even if he's retired, he can still beat you up. Ugh. It's all about the money. Just money. Black Shark has the ability to make money. Black Shark was still reeling from the shock of his poor performance. He muttered unconvincingly. I'm at least a professional. Even though I retired, I can't be this good. At this time, he noticed the pop-up quarrel. Black Shark gritted his teeth and became even more depressed. One more disc. Still difficult mode. A few minutes later, he got another rating. Your game rating is skill is not as good as others, refers to a gap in skill, ability, or professionalism compared to others. This expression is often used to objectively describe an individual's or group's lack of ability in a particular field, and can also be extended to reflect on the results of competition. Black Shark. Pooh haha. It's not as good as the others. Pass it on. Black Shark can't even pass a little software. Pass it down. Black Shark can't even beat a dog. Pass it on. Black Shark's hands are disabled. He can't even play the game anymore. Black Shark, are you demons? Black Shark looked at the pop-up screen and laughed. A bunch of psychopaths. Let's see how I'm going to turn the game around. I wasn't serious just now, so I'll show you the strength of a retired pro. One more game. 5 minutes later, Black Shark looked at the words on the computer screen in silence. Your game evaluation is powerless, means that although there are strong desires or goals in the heart, these desires or goals cannot be realized due to a lack of power or ability. The pop-up screen saw this evaluation and burst into another fit of giggles. Power is not enough. Black Shark. Resign yourself to your fate. Black Shark. You're getting old. You're getting old. I can't do it. Black Shark. Call the kid brother. He's young. He's got the strength. Black Shark is furious. You're the ones who are old. I'm not strong enough. I'm young. I'm young and strong. What are you talking about? You want to get your number blocked? Okay, stop it. I want to see this joke for a while longer. If you stay angry, the studio will be blocked and I won't be able to laugh. You're not letting him off the hook. Black Shark looked at these pop-ups, the fire in his heart was even bigger. I don't believe it still. Again. A few minutes later. Your game evaluation is unsatisfactory skill, refers to a certain state or performance that has not reached the expected ideal level, and the whole is in an unsatisfactory intermediate state. Black Shark, again. The sound of Black Shark coming back again echoed continuously in the next live room. After an hour, Black Shark went numb. He exited hard mode and clicked on easy mode. Breathless. It's better to start practicing from easy. Egu me. The Black Shark has been convinced. Kid. Your 5-minute software has convinced the Black Shark. Black Shark, I've resigned myself to my fate, please let me go. But while chagrined, Black Shark also realized that this software has a lot of potential. Even professional players can use it for daily training. Even professional players can use it for daily training. It can even be said that after promotion, it can make a fortune. Thinking of this, he dialed the phone again. Stating his purpose. Xiao Chen, I found that this software has huge potential. This is something that even professional athletes can use for daily training. And the effect is remarkable. Can greatly exercise a person's coordination, reflexes, and so on. It just so happens that I know an executive of a network software company, if you guys are willing. I can contact him, should be able to sell a good price. What's that? It can still be sold for money. Why isn't this kid brother my family's? The father is young, and he's living in retirement. He's had a good life for a long time. He has a good daughter-in-law and a good son. He's the worst earner in the family. Stop it. I'm jealous. Jiang Chen was listening to the phone while casually writing answers to the practice questions. He said without a care in the world, "Brother, this is just a piece of software, there are still a lot of imperfections. There's no need to sell it." The black shark on the other end of the phone, the corner of his mouth twitched. He had played so many games but hadn't been able to pass the level successfully. Jiang Chen even said that it was then made. Made at random? Kid brother, you're bolting. No, it seems like it was really done casually. After all, it only took him 5 minutes. He just made a software that Black Shark saw and offered to sell. Kid, how did you sell it? He said there are still a lot of imperfections. Black Shark has been abused like a madman, and he still says there's a lot of imperfections. If it's perfected, it'll be awesome. Black Shark is still trying to persuade him. Xiao Tatsu, this software you made can help many people improve their gaming ability. More than just games, exercising good reflexes and hand-brain coordination will help in many ways. If you're willing to sell the software, you can definitely make a big profit. Jiang Chen held a pen in one hand, swishing and writing on the practice questions. Holding his cell phone in one hand, he returned with a careless tone. There's no need to sell it. If people want it, I'll just put it on the website directly. Black Shark first froze, then explained. Put it on the website, that also needs to be sold, so that others can get this software. Jiang Chen said casually. That's simple, cheaper is not good. $1 on the line. Once this word came out, the pop-up screen instantly boiled because of this number. Rating less? You're selling it for less. $1. I haven't bought anything for $1 in a long time. I've never bought anything for $1 in a long time. An 8-year-old kid with such a big heart. Thank you, Mr. Kid. When Black Shark heard this, he was also very emotional. At such a young age, this child can't be tempted by money. It is really rare. Black Shark suddenly thought of the imperfections that he said before. He couldn't help but ask curiously. Little Chen, you just said that this software can still be improved? Jiang Chen nodded. If I have time in the future, I will upgrade and update it. According to different FPS games with different gun recoils, introduce more modes. This way, players could practice exclusive firearms for all FPS games on this software. Chapter 110, not just programming, even modeling? After hearing Jiang Chen say that it would be further updated and to what extent, the pop-up screen instantly boiled over. Being able to conduct specific training based on different games, different firearms, and different recoils. I don't even dare to think how much of a stir this would cause in the gaming world if it were to be realized. Kid is so whimsical. The calculations of each game's data are the industry's elite, so how can they be cracked so easily? And gun modeling is also a big problem. Even if the kid can program and come up with a software. But game data and gun modeling is not that easy. Don't talk big, kid brother. Jiang Chen didn't know about the skepticism on the internet. Rummaging through a website, he intended to put up the software. But then he realized that minors were restricted from logging in. He pointed at the computer and said to Jiang Yong, Dad, use your identity information to register a number on this website. Jiang Yong froze and came over. What is this thing? Jiang Chen replied. It's a website that sells games. I just wrote out this game and can just put it up for sale. But I'm underage and can't register with my real name. Just use your information to register, Dad. Jiang Yong did not object. Immediately his own identity information began to register. The audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene and immediately wowed with excitement. The first thing I want to do is to get the information I need. Tell me which site. I'm going to squat now. What kid brother just said is actually true. I'm going to hang on to the site. Hey, kid. You're so mobile. I thought we'd have to wait a while. I'm so proud of you, kid. I hope the price is really $1. I can't believe a kid's self-control with money. Other kids are other kids, and kid is kid. Even if the kid brother sells it for more, what's wrong with that? People can get whatever they want for their own stuff. Not long after, Jiang Yong registered his account. The child smashed, well. Jiang Chen logged into the webpage and began to operate it. Entering a series of codes in the background, he transferred the software he had just uploaded. Jiang Yong looked on curiously. Son of a. What are you doing? Jiang Chen said in reply as he continued to tap the code. Enter the code of the software into the website, and then the website can be sold. Jiang Yong nodded thoughtfully and suddenly asked. Son of a, these strange things, where did you learn them? How come even my dad doesn't know you know these things? Jiang Chen didn't panic at all, and answered slowly. I've seen videos on the internet before, so I know how to do it. He said, I'm not sure if I know what I'm doing. He gave Jiang Yong a blank look. Dad, you don't know, isn't it normal? Jiang Yong suddenly froze, then nodded solemnly. Said with sense. But son smash. You actually learned it by watching some random videos on the internet. It's really awesome. Worthy of being my son. You've inherited my good genes. Let's just say, don't be so confident. The kid's genes are more like his mom's genes. If he really got your genes, he'd be useless. Father knows that he doesn't know much about his brother. Father, send him to me. I know more about him than you do. You've all been busted by the kid's dad, but I'm the only one who's been busted by the kid's brother. You just watched a video on the internet and you know it? I've been studying hard for years. You're a hard worker. A famous saying comes to mind, I'm afraid of people who are stupid and hardworking. Stop it upstairs. I'm crying already. Soon, Jiang Chen finished entering the code. After setting the selling price to $1, he put it up on the website. It's done. This way, people who need it can go buy it themselves. Immediately a group of netizens, sniffing around, ran to the website. I knock. It's really $1. Kids atmosphere. It's really $1. It costs me $2 to buy a bun here. Kid. Please accept my respect. After transferring the software up, Jiang Chen planned to go back to the house to study. Dad, just take your time practicing your marksmanship. Once you're past the difficult mode, you're guaranteed to improve your marksmanship. Making this software would help Jiang Yong practice his marksmanship on the one hand. On the other hand, it'll give him something to do, so he won't have to play games. 2 birds with 1 stone. Many netizens from the live broadcast room bought it. In just one day, the sales volume exceeded 6 figures. The next day, Jiang Chen had just returned home from school. Jiang Yong came over excitedly. Child smash. We're rich. Your software for practicing marksmanship was a big seller. Before Jiang Chen could put his backpack, he was pulled to the computer by Jiang Yong. On the screen was the software's sales. It had already surpassed 10W today. At the bottom of the software, there were quite a few comments. Jiang Chen curiously flipped through them. I shouldn't have mocked Black Shark, I was wrong. I now sort of know how rare it is for Black Shark to score a poor hit in hard mode. I'm still stuck in easy mode and can't get out. I've been making fun of the kid's dad, but today I realized that I'm about the same level as the kid's dad. Easy mode isn't easy either. As soon as I start to speed up, I can't take it anymore. Today I realized the difference between a professional player like Black Shark and an ordinary person like us. Kids. It's time for an update. Even the donkeys in the production team don't dare to rest like this. Quickly update. Seeing these comments, Jiang Yong also chimed in. Son, we've made so much money, it's time to update. Didn't you say there were so many guns available? Why haven't we seen any of them here? At those words, Jiang Chen's face was full of helplessness. Okay, just wait a little while. Soon, Jiang Chen had downloaded the special modeling software. If you wanted to enter firearms into the software, you needed the producer to model them on their own. It was also a waste of time. Soon after opening the modeling software, Jiang Chen's fingers quickly struck the keyboard. On the computer screen, a large string of code appeared. There were also some 3D graphics. But it was still in its infancy, and it couldn't be seen what it was. I know this. Some anime movies use the software for modeling. The kid's brother can model. Upstairs, you should say, what else can kid brother not do? Good man. Yesterday we were talking about inputting firearms, and today we're modeling them. In terms of efficiency, it's kid who's the best. My dollar wasn't wasted. A group of viewers in the live broadcast room were jumping up and down. Jiang Chen concentrated on his own business. As time passes, on the computer screen, a 3D gun modeling model began to appear. Looking at the familiar firearm, the live broadcast room once again boiled over. AK-47. Chapter 111, even if the modeling is done, the parameters are still accurate? It's an AK-47. The degree of restoration is so high. The details of the AK-47 are exactly the same as in the original game. The kid's too good to be true. Just a few minutes? The modeling of an AK-47 came out. If it were anyone else, even a skilled modeler would need a few days. Don't get too excited. I'm afraid it's just a look-alike. Right. It may look similar, but it's not easy to adjust the actual data, including the recoil. After all, it's only a few minutes, how can it be the same as in the actual game? Be reasonable. Is real life so boring for you guys if you're so hyped up about an 8-year-old? Jiang Chen, who was being talked about by the audience, continued to be quiet in front of the computer doing his own thing. Jiang Yong had come over. He plopped down behind Jiang Chen's chair and looked at the guns on the computer. AK-47. Sun smash. The update you said was done so quickly. Quickly give Dad a try. Jiang Chen wasn't finished yet. Wait 2 more minutes. Some of the data needs to be adjusted again. With Jiang Yong, an acute person, urging him on the side. Jiang Chen's movements on the keyboard were faster. Egu, I'm going. This kid is in the way. The kid's hands are faster. His hands are so fast that he's making shadows on the keyboard. Kids, parents nowadays are a pain in the ass. They're not easy to deal with. Dad, don't rush me. Don't rush me. Let the kid be quiet. Not a moment later, Jiang Chen stopped moving. He uploaded the updated data to the website. That way all the users who had already downloaded it would also be able to update it in real time. Jiang Yong couldn't wait. Is it done yet? Jiang Chen sighed and nodded his head. Okay, you play. Jiang Yong boarded the software, and the interface on it changed slightly. There was an extra shooting mode. Jiang Yong clicked in. A first-person character appeared. The character was holding an AK-47 in his hand. Jiang Chen introduced it on the side. The shooting mode is different from the previous one. Only when you hit a target will the next target appear. So the score of the shooting mode depends on the time. The shorter the time used, the higher the score. Jiang Yong was eager to try. So that's how it works. Okay. Dad knows, I'll give it a try. Jiang Yong fired his first shot with confidence. It didn't hit the target. The smile at the corner of his mouth instantly fell. Jiang Chen reminded. The gun has added recoil, so it's not the same as before. Kid brother father. Why aren't you smiling anymore? Is it because you don't like to smile? Smiles don't disappear, they only transfer. So kid brother really finished the update in just a few minutes. What's more, he even added recoil. Jiang Yong was unconvinced and continued shooting. Jiang Chen ignored him. Taking out a new book of practice questions, he started doing them. Kid brother. How can you take out your homework anytime, anywhere? People like kid brother are my childhood nightmare. Kid, nothing can stop me from doing my homework. You just know how to learn. It took a while for Jiang Yong to finish the first set. Score, 20 points. A line popped up on the computer screen. The game evaluation you received is useless, depicts a state of powerlessness, referring to a person or thing that is useless and without any value. Jiang Yong's face was green for a moment. But the live broadcast audience was happy. Useless. Ha! Nothing. Kid brother father. Recognize your strength. Mr. Kid, uselessness isn't just your game rating, it's your status in this family. Upstairs is too solid. The kid's father is still very useful. Like giving us laughs. You're not letting him off the hook, either. Is the recoil so different from before? Yeah, before, the kid's dad scored at least 60 points. I'm curious, I'll give it a try. Jiang Yong didn't even have to think about it, he knew that a lot of people in the live broadcast room were laughing at him now. He was so angry that he bit his cheeks. It's all because of the newly added recoil, I'm still getting used to it. One more disc. I still don't believe it. Jiang Yong clicked start again. Not a moment later, a new rating appeared on the computer screen. Your game rating is 100 worthless, means useless, can't do anything. Jiang Yong was so brave that he pounded the table. Again. Your game rating is wine bag and rice bag, a metaphor for a person who only eats and drinks and is incapable of anything. The corners of Jiang Yong's mouth twitched, and he was so angry that his eyes were burning. How could I be so useless? There must be something wrong with this software. Open another game. Your game rating is Simarubasi, describes useless wood like stinky tunes and oak trees, a metaphor for incompetent people. More than an hour later, Jiang Chen was done with a book of practice questions. He looked up. Another evaluation appeared on Jiang Yong's computer screen. Incompetent horse and lead knife, inferior horse and blunt knife, a metaphor for mediocre talent that cannot be put to great use. Looking at Jiang Yong, who was so angry that smoke was rising from his head, Jiang Chen smiled gently. He sat back down in front of his own computer and read the comments about this game software under that selling website. Someone had already tried the updated version. I knock. It really has recoil. I'm switching back and forth between the Kid Brothers game and other FPS games, the recoil is really the same. This mode. This feel. It's more than just like it's exactly the same. As an old AK, I can responsibly tell you that this is the original. The parameters are exactly the same. It's only the AK-47. I'm not used to the AK-47, kid, please come up with other guns. I don't usually use AK-47s. I don't even use AK-47. Look at the poor kid. Look at the poor kid. I don't want the AK-47. When will the other guns be updated? The baby that cries gets the milk. Brother kiddo. I'm crying from the corner of my mouth. Are you sure it's tears? I want another gun. 10,086. ID number. Jiang Chen nodded helplessly when he saw these comments. Sitting in front of the computer, he started anew modeling again. Looking at the familiar screen on the computer, as well as the gun model that was gradually taking shape. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into a frenzy. Unexpected. In my lifetime, I was actually spoiled by a child. Kid brother. Do you lack a son? The kind that eats when he's hungry and knows to come home when it rains. Oh wow. I can't believe I'm being pampered by an 8-year-old child. How many little girls will be charmed by this kid's personality? I won't say Mr. Bully is brain dead anymore. It's nice to have a boss who responds to every request. It turns out the boss on TV is real. I just haven't seen it before. Brother kids. My daughter will be born next year. Don't worry. What's going on upstairs? New era. No arranged marriages. No child brides. Chapter 112, Battle Team Training Match, Kill the Chicken, Kill the Cow. Many people after trying out the updated version all discovered the recoil of the firearms, exactly the same as the original game. Coupled with the fact that the creator was actually an 8-year-old child. Once this news spread, it instantly caused a sensation. After the major marketing number clips. But after a day of internet fermentation, this matter was once again on the hot search. Shocking. 8-year-olds write programming code and develop software on their own. 8-year-old schoolchildren develop gun practice software, and even beat Black Shark to autism. Black Shark, another kid brother? I'm too hard. Click on a random comment section about kid brothers programming. At the bottom are a bunch of netizens who are wowed. Is it really 8 years old? Really? I never watched variety shows before, but for this prodigy, I went and swiped through all the clips of programs about him. I knock. 5 minutes. I knocked on the seconds. I wrote a program in 5 minutes. I just tried the updated version, and all the data, including gun recoil, is exactly the same as the original game. It's not a trick. But it's not. I knew it. I knew it. The software that Black Shark sees can't be ordinary. I can't count anymore. I'm 8 years old. He's also a modeler. Just watch a video on the internet and you're good at it. What about the modeling I spent thousands of dollars on? You're rich. Don't compare yourself to a kid. The more you compare, the more your heart will break. Thanks for the heads up, but you're too late, I'm already on top. Help! What did you do in your life to have a child like this in your next life? So the kid's father saved the earth in his last life? On the other side. Black Shark Esports Club. Black Shark has been paying attention to Jiang Chen's live broadcast. At the first moment Jiang Chen completed his update. He then performed a data update and began to try out the new shooting mode. He was immediately surprised. Black Shark and Wu Nan sat together and trained together on this game software. It turned out that both of them were a bit autistic. Black Shark sighed and said helplessly, "Kid brother, this software still works. It is that the difficulty is too high." Wu Nan looked at the computer screen in amazement. More than just the difficulty is too high. It is also too high. This software can quickly exercise to improve reaction power, hand-brain coordination. The updated shooting pattern was even exactly the same as in the game. Simply put, this is extremely efficient targeted training. Black Shark even decided that afterward, he was going to let the members of the battle team, each of them, train on this software every day. They had live streaming requirements every day. So at this moment, although it was 2 people training in private, but in order to save up enough hours for the live broadcast, they were also broadcasting at the same time. The audience in the live broadcast room heard the 2 professional players, but they actually rated this software so highly. Some people who didn't know the situation, curiosity also rose. What software, Is it developed internally by them? Can you share it? I'm impressed. It's better to take action. You can buy it for $1. I don't need to share it. $1? Are you serious upstairs? Are so many people off the grid? Go check out the Hot 100. I just climbed back from the Hot 100. No, it's really an 8-year-old kid. I can't believe it either, but with all these people watching, I have to believe it. I know kids are smart nowadays, but are they this smart? Finished. I'm not even up yet. I'm going to be smacked to death on the beach by an 8-year-old. I'm out. I'll buy one and try it out. At this point, the coach came over and said something. Everyone, the August team is looking for us for a training match. Prepare for it later. Upon hearing this, Wu Nan said in surprise. Still coming? Didn't they just lose last time? Are they in such a hurry to seek abuse? The other team members also raised questions. Black Shark nodded directly and made a decision. Since they took the initiative to come to the appointment, then let's fight. It just so happens to give the team a little bit of match experience. The coach stroked his chin and questioned. It was only half a month ago that Team August lost to us. Previous training matches wouldn't have been spaced out for such a short period of time. Could it be that they've researched some new tactics? The audience in the live broadcast room was also curious about this. Team August and Black Shark Esports Club have always had a good relationship, so maybe they just want to play a match. They often play together, but this time, the interval is a bit short. It's not possible that they're holding back some big move, is it? It's reasonable to suspect that what coach said is true. Maybe the August team really did come up with a new tactic. So what if they've come up with new tactics? Strength comes first. As long as you're strong enough, all tactics are just clown tricks. Where's Kid? Hasn't Kid signed a contract with Black Shark Esports Club? I want to see him play. Yeah. Kid's on. Tactics are useless in front of kid. Black shark. Call for kid brother. The other players heard the coach's words and had their doubts. It was unlikely that they had really worked out new tactics. Another player snorted in disdain. So what? With the captain leading us, there's no way we'll lose. Yeah. I forgot about Ninjo. He's the only top-paid player in the Black Shark Club besides Kid. Even if we don't have Kid, with Ninju, Black Shark Esports Club can't lose. Tactics are useless in front of Kid, and they're useless in front of Ninjo. It's safer for Kid brother to step in. Wu Nan also had this idea. He asked Black Shark, "Why don't we call brother Kid here? Let him come along for this training match?" Black Shark shook his head decisively. No need. For a match of this level, there is no need for brother Kid to participate. Black Shark absently knocked on the keyboard. He's just a loser, so he's not going to let brother Kid do it. I don't want to use a bull's knife to kill a chicken. This is not a waste of brother Kid's study time. These arrogant words immediately caused a furor in the live broadcast room. I'm knocking. Black Shark is so confident in Kid brother. I know Kid is good, but is he that good? But is he that good? Black Shark thinks too highly of Kid. Because he's been abused before. When I think of Black Shark being killed by Kid, I want to laugh. He's got to look up to Kid. After all, he's the one who's been abused twice. Black Shark, I remember the tragedy of that time. Black Shark laughed in anger when he saw these pop-ups. He maneuvered the mouse and said to the camera, "Look at my joke, right? I won't let you see it, today's live broadcast ends here." Yo! He's pissed off. We got you. Ha! Black Shark, you bunch of devils. Pass it on. Black Shark remembers his tragic experience and retreats from the net with tears of pain. Chapter 113, Go and Ask the Kid Brother for Help. Black Shark Battle Team agreed to AUG's application for a training match. Soon the two sides agreed on a time. Many netizens were also looking forward to it. Black Shark urged the team members while the match hadn't started yet. Hurry up, use this software Jiangchen and practice a few more times. Anyone who can't get 60 points, give me extra training. The members of the Black Shark Battle Team were full of confidence at first. They felt that Black Shark just had a filter on Jiangchen. A software made by an 8-year-old, how smart can it be? 1 hour later. The members of the Black Shark Battle Team were all bereft. Breathless, they sat on their gaming chairs. They issued a soul questioning. Was this really software made by an 8-year-old? A teammate had been driven mad. Ha ha, ha ha, I got the Black Sheep rating. He's laughing like crazy. I'm the Black Sheep, ha. Black Shark shook his head as he watched. With these team members, abused to the point of insanity. Laughing my ass off. Kid brother. Pay for the emotional damage. Look at what the kids have been abused into. I guess from now on, the members of the Black Shark Electronic Club will have a psychological shadow over Kid. This Black Sheep won't want to see Kid from now on. I've balanced my mind. I'm not the only one who's been abused. If the professionals are like this, I can understand if I'm an amateur. It was time to meet with August. Both Black Shark and August opened their live broadcasts. Black Shark has retired and is not participating in the tournament. Nianjiu led the team in. They sat down on the playing field. The match had just begun when they saw two of the opposing team's raiders start to move. They were holding AK-47 fire unicorns. Smoke bombs and flashbangs were thrown at Avenue A. The members of the Black Shark Battle Team's line of sight was obstructed. Nianjiu said calmly, "They are going to forcefully attack Point A." Nianjiu immediately sent out a few members to defend Point A. The audience in the live broadcast room watched with great joy. Team August has been stimulated by their last defeat. They're attacking as soon as they come up. They're in too much of a hurry. I think Black Sharks will win this time. Yeah, they've been trained by Kid Software for a few days. I've been watching Black Shark's live broadcasts every day. I'll be watching Black Shark's livestream every day to see these kids get abused. The one who was rated as the Black Sheep, he's going crazy. The Black Sheep team members smiled disdainfully. Thought they had some secret weapon this time. As it turns out, this is it? The other team members also laughed cheekily. Ninju scolded them sternly. Being gullible on the battlefield is a big no-no. All of you, fight seriously. Otherwise, go back and get extra training. The members of the Black Shark Battle Team instantly put away their smiles. In an instant, the sound of intense firefights and explosions came from the headphones. It was from Avenue A. Black Shark Battle Team had already faced off with August Battle Team on Avenue A. Black Shark, who was sitting on the side watching the match, frowned tightly. He always had some bad premonitions. The members of Black Shark Battle Team who were playing against each other sat on the other side. He muttered softly in a voice they couldn't hear. It's not right, there's always a feeling that something isn't right. The live broadcast audience saw Black Shark's hesitation. What's wrong? How can I not see it? I don't think it's wrong, it's because Black Shark is old. In the end, he's a retired player, he doesn't have the courage to fight as much as he used to. I hope the members of his team won't be as timid as Black Shark. Black Shark. Where's your old swagger? Why are you scared now? Black Shark was fully focused on the match and didn't pay attention to the pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Nianzhou's side. He's taking people to Avenue A to provide support. As a precaution, he left a sniper to defend Avenue B. Does Nianzhou also feel that something is wrong? August is attacking Avenue A. Why leave a sniper at Avenue B? Waste your firepower and move your men to Avenue A. Kill the August team in one fell swoop. Calm down, Black Shark and Nianzhou are professionals, trust them. Nianzhou led his team to fight with August in Avenue A. At this time, the voice of the sniper from Avenue B came through the headset. Captain, someone is coming from point B. AUG's strong attack on Avenue A was a feint. Their main attacker is now at Avenue B. I knock. So the August is really out of shape. Black Shark is still the same Black Shark. A bunch of amateurs dare to taunt Black Shark. AUG's move is so cunning. First they lure Nianzhou to point A, then they run to point B to defend, so even if Nianzhou rushes back, they can't attack. Nianzhou immediately led his team back to Avenue B. The sniper who stayed behind is still there. The sniper who stayed behind had already been taken out. By the time Nianzhou went back, Avenue B had already been occupied by August team. Nianzhou immediately gave tactical orders. Split into two teams. One team shoots from below and pressurizes the sniper line to attract the attention of the August team members. The other team circled back to look for opportunities. With his past experience, Nianzhou commanded his team members to alternate cover. They kept changing their attack positions back and forth. This move made it impossible for the August team to focus their firepower. Nianzhou is awesome. Although he had gotten off to a bad start and fell into AUG's trap, he was able to react so quickly. But it's not easy to react so quickly. In the end, he's the only top-paid member of the Black Sharks other than Kid, so he's still got the strength. AUG's use of the East meets West tactic is very clever. No matter how good it is, it's still a matter of hard power. Now that the Black Sharks have reacted, it's impossible for them to take advantage of the situation. Nianzhou led some of his team members to attract firepower. But on the other side, the teammate responsible for going around the back was killed in seconds just as soon as he showed his head. Captain, it's bad. They guessed that we'd go around the back and they've already predicted it in advance. This time, we're trapped. Nianzhou clenched his back teeth and said with hatred. August has really made an effort to play like this. Black Shark looked at the battle situation on the screen with a grave expression. Although the match hadn't ended yet, he already had an idea in his heart. Lost? No, this is a loss? It's not over yet. Black Shark is also demoralized, right? But it's all come down to this. How can we win with just Nianzhou and the two youngsters? The opposite side is defending at point B. There's no way this situation can be reversed. Nianzhou can see the situation too. But he still wants to fight as hard as he can. In the face of the huge firepower gap, a strong attack is a death sentence. He can only lead his men in a roundabout way, looking for a breakthrough opportunity. But the battle power gap was still a fatal wound. As he took down the other side's 3 heads, the only 2 people left on his side were also taken out. A moment later, Nianzhou looked at the gray screen. The face was expressionless. Coach carefully looked at Black Shark. How do we get this? Black Shark spoke in a cold tone. Again. Wow, they really lost. Team August really came prepared this time. Nianzhou's face darkened. Ha! It's time for more training. Not just for the team, but for Nianzhou's captain as well. If that's not possible, let's bring in Kid. We can't win without Kid. Chapter 114, Getting Beat Up and Looking for a Kid Replacement? In the face of the first round of defeat, the Black Shark battle team members were demoralized. Black Shark and the coach consoled them with a few words and continued the match. But August was obviously prepared this time. In the following rounds, Black Shark battle team still fell into their trap. The players' morale was about to be beaten out of them. It's over, Black Shark battle team has lost a lot of face this time. Being beaten by their last defeated team, their face is gone. The Black Sharks are still suffering from the effects of the first fight, and their morale is gone. If it's a real fight, Black Shark won't necessarily lose. But fighting is not just about force, it's also about tactics. August has washed away its past shame this time. The first game was won by August. August won the first game, with a 6-3 crushing victory. The Black Shark battle team's players were all downcast. Wunan put his hands down on the keyboard and stared blankly at the computer screen. I made a mistake just now. I'm sorry, I'll definitely play well in the next game. The other players also lowered their heads, none of them daring to look towards Nianzhou. Captain, I'm sorry, we didn't play well. We will definitely play well in the next set, we were careless this time. Nianzhou looked at the dull atmosphere and was very anxious. But as the captain, he couldn't show bad emotions. Otherwise, it would only make the mental condition of these players worse. He said quietly. Doing nothing. You're all professional players, can't afford a little defeat? You're going to play well in the next game, listen to the tone of your voice. How can you play well when you can't even speak with any energy? While he was trying to find a way to boost his morale, Coach touched Black Shark with a questioning look in his eyes. Otherwise, Black Shark stood to the side with his arms wrapped around him, nodded, and made a decision. Switch, let Kid Brother go on. The familiar name instantly caused a furor in the live broadcast room. Kid Brother is going on. Black Shark is really sick and desperate. In the end, the Kid Brother is a child, even if there is some technology, but in the case of no preparation directly on the field, the mentality will lose, right? Playing games and competitions are two different things. I'm afraid that Kid's lack of experience will only slow him down. If Ninju can't save the game, how can you expect an 8-year-old to do it? What the hell? I heard that the Black Shark signed an 8-year-old, I thought it was a lie, but it's true. Upstairs, it's true. An 8-year-old student. No wonder the Black Sharks lost so badly this time, the owner is crazy. I can't stand Black Shark anymore. Hurry up and withdraw from the circle. Coach nodded, but was somewhat pessimistic. I don't think there's much hope for the Kid Brother, the opposite side is obviously prepared this time. However, we can use this opportunity to give Kid a little bit of experience in the field. He hasn't had a serious match yet. I'm afraid that if he loses on his first match, it will leave a psychological shadow on Brother Kid. Black Shark shook his head firmly. No, you have to trust Brother Kid. Notify the August side that the match is suspended and we're going to make a substitution. Coach nodded his head. Alright, I'll go and tell them. On the other side, Jiang Chen's home live room. Jiang Yong received a call from Black Shark. What? Letting my son smash up the number match? Ha! You all lost. Okay, I'll let my son save you. Whenever Mr. Kid comes out, he always relieves the seriousness of the situation. Mr. Kid's heart is too big. Mocking a loser in front of Black Shark. What's the difference between this and ting on someone's head? Black Shark, if you don't stop laughing, I'll beat you up. Jiang Chen, who was doing his homework, was dragged up by Jiang Yong. All the way to the computer room. Jiang Chen has gotten used to his old man's jerking off from time to time. He did not resist at all, quiet as a chicken was grabbed by the back of the neck collar to go. Pooh haha. The Kid Brother is also too numb, right? Kid Brother, silence is not a compromise, it's silent resistance. The kid is too good. It's so soft to watch. If it were my son, he would have fought with his father with the dragon's palm. Kid Brother, get used to it, just get used to it. Jiang Yong put him on a chair and opened the computer. Go on the number and smash it. Go play a training match for Black Shark. No matter what, you've signed with someone and are part of the battle team. Let them see how powerful our family is. Jiang Chen asked suspiciously. A training match? What's going on? Jiang Yong only remembered to explain to Jiang Chen at this time. Oh, it's just that Black Shark's club had a match today. They lost miserably. Give Black Shark a beating and cry all, let you go save them. Black Shark, rumor. Slander. I'm not crying. The kid's father is gloating too much. Beware of the Black Shark's people coming over. Jiang Chen was still thinking about his homework. Alright, help them finish the game and let me do my homework for the rest of the day. Jiang Yong nodded his head. Don't worry, son. After this match, I'll see who dares to disturb my son's studies today. Jiang Chen started logging into his account. On the other side, the August team that had just won 2 matches. The team commander, Zhang Shallow, was chatting with his team. The breakout player even complimented him. It's all thanks to the commander's tactics that we were able to win so easily today. Another breakout player, Jiao Wei, cheered along. Those guys from Black Shark must have a broken heart right now. Zhang Shallow smiled contemptuously. It's only natural that their mindset is broken, we've been preparing for so long. Next, they won't be able to win another game. Zhang Shallow received a message from his coach and shared it with his teammates. Black Shark Battle Team's side called a halt to the game, saying that they wanted to make a substitution. August Battle Team immediately erupted in laughter. Black Shark Battle Team is scared by us. Ha! Switch. Let them change. Can they change the king of the world? You guys, the Black Sharks won't be crying in the restroom when the game is suspended. That Nianzhou guy, last time he beat us, he looked at us with his nose in the air. I'll see if he can still hold his head up this time. At this moment, a new number came up from the opposite side. The August team looked over curiously. Is this the newcomer that was replaced? Zhang Shallow learned from the coach who the replacement was this time. Speaking to the team members. Remember that 8-year-old kid that Black Shark signed last time? The players nodded. Remember, it was a big deal before. I remember it went straight to the hot search. I don't know what kind of madness the Black Sharks had, but they even took the top salary and signed with an 8-year-old kid. Zhang Shallow was thinking. The person who changed this time was that 8-year-old kid. The August team members, laughing their asses off. That kid? An elementary school student? Black Shark is being beaten up by us, isn't he? He even dragged in an elementary school student. Does he think that a schoolboy can turn the tide of defeat? Come on. Let's show them what we're capable of. I thought we'd invited some big guns. Ridiculous. Chapter 115, Black Shark, banning repeated whiplash. Black Shark battle team's side. Black Shark asked Wu Nan to leave the field, replacing Jiang Chen on the field. Wu Nan had been abused by Jiang Chen and knew Jiang Chen's strength. He didn't have any objections and painfully stepped off the field to replace Jiang Chen up. Nianzhou saw Jiang Chen on the line. He directly gave Jiang Chen the command. From now on, all listened to Jiang Chen's orders. Jiang Chen was the next in command. This operation directly confused the audience in the live broadcast room. Nianzhou just gave up his position like this? Looks like Nianzhou really lost a kid brother in that last match that wasn't publicized. That's for sure. Wu Nan hinted to us at the time. Wu Nan, I didn't. Don't be ridiculous. I don't think he just lost, he must have lost badly, or else Ninja wouldn't have let Kid be the conductor. Kid brother is awesome. Took the captain of the Black Shark battle team under his wing. Ignited. Get on with it, Kid. I'm going to blow them away. Kid. Let's show those August guys what it means to be a full grade kid. What it means to be a full grade kid. AUG's side. Their internal voice is very lively. They're talking about the new Jiang Chen on the Black Shark side. I think those Black Shark guys are scared of us. They even called in an 8-year-old elementary school student. They're just waiting to be blown away by us. Come on, little brother, I'll teach you how to behave. I hope this kid doesn't cry when he loses. I hope he doesn't cry when he loses. If he cries, you do it. Sing him a song. In this game, Black Shark battle team was the lurking side, responsible for the offense. Jiang Chen entered the team's voice. Kid brother, how do we play this hand? Nianzhou took the initiative to ask. He was also completely convinced of Jiang Chen's strength. Brother Nianzhou led the team and feinted to attack point A. I'll take the pack to point B. Nianzhou asked in shock. You're alone? Jiang Chen responded calmly. Yes, I'm alone. What? Kid brother is alone? Sending out all your firepower, is this still a feint? After all, it's your first time participating in a competition, so you're a bit crazy, aren't you? Kid. Don't be so naive. Don't be like Hurt Locker. Ninju shouldn't have given Kid the command. Strength and leadership are two different things. That's right. Just because he's good in individual battles doesn't mean he's a good commander. Hurry up. Let's switch to Ninju. Don't be like your father. You can't be too confident. My father is going to cry. We'll have to rip him out and flog him. Nianzhou and the Black Sharks heard this order. They all froze. Nianzhou subconsciously wanted to retort. However, he thought of that previous match with Jiang Chen. He gulped and still didn't object. Alright, all listen to the command. Everyone, follow me. The coaches watching the match, once they heard Jiang Chen's plan. He was a bit anxious. He couldn't sit down any longer and stood up violently. Was about to say something. Black Shark pulled him back. Black Shark said softly. It's fine, keep looking. Black Shark has too much faith in the kid brother. Black Shark. You can't trust the kid just because he blew you away. He's just an 8-year-old kid. Black Shark. Calm down. Ugh. I've lost hope. The kid's only defeat is going to happen. On Nianzhou's side, he led his teammates to the A-bag point. The A-bag point was guarded by 2 August team members. Nianzhou led his team to fight against these 2 August players. With a strong numerical advantage, these 2 were quickly killed. However, Nianzhou's side also lost 1 person. Nianzhou led the remaining 3 people and quickly took over point A. Seeing this smooth scene, the people in the live stream audience calmed down a bit. It's still Nianzhou. Unfortunately, if Nianzhou had brought the pack, he would have been able to get off the pack and defend point A by now. Even if he can't beat Kid Brother one-on-one, his commanding ability is not comparable to Kid Brother's. A broken game player has brainwashed fans. There's only 2 of us. That's right. If we can't beat Ninju's 4 players, we should just retire. Don't worry about Ninju's side, but I'm afraid that something will happen to Kid's side. Ninju has made a mistake. If he hadn't given the command to Kid, with Kid's power, he would have won this game. Jiang Chen's side. He came to the B-pack point alone. The B-pack point was guarded by 2 August players. Jiang Chen was still holding that familiar original leather AK. Seeing this, the netizens remembered the fear of being dominated by this original skin AK in the past. Ha! Black Shark. Look at this AK, does it look familiar? Black Shark, you won't forget it, right? I'll remind him. Black Shark. You used to snipe with your arm, and you were killed by this AK. The kid still likes the original leather so much, is this the special of the master? Black Shark, what do you mean? I'm not a master. August team. Some people have already guarded the B window. Looking at Jiang Chen who walked through the B pass, that person mocked Jiang Chen in the teen voice. Ha ha. This kid ran into my hands. A kid is a kid, no heart at all. Surprisingly, he's still only holding a proto-leather AK. Come on. Brother will give you a good time. The man manipulated the gun and aimed it at Jiang Chen. Just a moment before the shot was fired. On the screen, Jiang Chen's game character suddenly turned his gun around. His computer screen went gray. I took my old man to play a game and killed you with an AK-47. The man froze in place. It took a while for him to react. I took my old man to play a game and killed you with an AK-47. He didn't even notice me when I aimed at him. How could it be so fast? The live broadcast room was also in shock. What the heck, that's a second? The kid was too fast. He killed him with a random shot? So the kid had already found him? Ha! I just came back from AUG's livestream, and the guy who got killed is in a daze. 1 second, I swear, I'll give you a hard time. The next second, I've been seconded? After Jiang Chen finished that headshot, he continued to move forward. There was another person guarding the B pack point. After seeing his companion get seconded, that person was even more careful. He hid in the false door, canceling his previous plan of planning to kill Jiang Chen, deciding to wait for Jiang Chen to get closer before making his move. Seeing his companion's misery with his own eyes, a drop of cold sweat fell from his forehead. He couldn't help but complain to the man. You died too neatly. The dead man, who had already taken off his headphones, looked at him incredulously. What, I'll give you another 360-degree pirouette and spit out blood. These two are too funny. Surprisingly, they dislike people dying too sharply. Ha! Kid. This guy wants a 360-degree blood-letting death. Make sure you give it to him. Upstairs is too bad. The man hiding in the false door watched Jiang Chen approach little by little. He slowly raised his weapon and aimed it at Jiang Chen. The moment he showed his head, Jiang Chen flung his gun. Bang! Headshot. Sharp completion of the kill. I'm knocking. That shot. Is this really an 8-year-old kid? Even Black Shark can't pull off a shot like that. If he could do that, he wouldn't have been killed by a kid. Black Shark, repeated flogging is prohibited. Chapter 116, beaten out of shadow by Kid Brother. 2 players in a row had fallen into Kid Brother's hands, and August had to pay attention to this 8-year-old kid. Commander Zhang Xiaolo's face was grave as he looked at Jiang Chen on the screen. No wonder Black Shark wanted to replace him. This kid had 2 tricks up his sleeve. Surprisingly, he had been seconded by 2 people so quickly. The 2 who were seconded lowered their heads guiltily. It was us who were too careless. Zhang Xiaolo comforted them. We were all careless. No one would have thought that an elementary school student would be capable of this. Next, those who went up against this kid must never take him lightly again. You're all being taken lightly. You should. Kid Brother is awesome. Teach them a lesson. How dare you look down on my kid brother? Now you know what I'm talking about. It's understandable that the August is taking this one lightly. After all, what 8-year-old could do what kid did? Is this kid that good? If we can maintain this level of performance, maybe this little student can really help Black Shark Battle Team turn the tide. What are you thinking upstairs? If this kid is good enough to turn the situation around with one person, he's still barely good enough. On the other hand, Black Shark Battle Team's live broadcast room. Wu Nan recalled the tragic past. Pointing at the screen, he said, "This is how I died last time. I clearly shot in advance, but he still gave me a second." Wu Nan said in an aggravated manner. Black Shark eyed him a glance. You also aggrieved on, is it too embarrassing to lose to the kid brother? Wu Nan instantly put away the aggrieved expression. He smiled and shook his head. No, it's not embarrassing. I don't dare to say that it's embarrassing. The Black Shark sitting opposite also lost to Jiang Chen. The coach looked at the screen and said, I knew that kid brother was good, but I didn't expect it to be this good. I thought I'd give him experience this time. I didn't expect to come up and take 2 seconds. Ninja was also in a state of shock for a long time. He had lost to Jiang Chen last time and had been very unconvinced. He had secretly resolved to win it back in the future. But Jiang Chen's hand had made him completely understand. Some people just had talent. The live stream audience also boiled over. Did you see that? This is the true strength of Kid Brother. It doesn't even matter if you're playing a training match. Seriously, Brother Kid's fighting is awesome. Whether it's his reflexes or his marksmanship, it's all top-notch. What do you think? Why else would Black Shark get beaten up like that? Not only Black Shark, but also Wu Nan. Upstairs, you two are whipping the corpse together, right? Oh, my god. Wu Nan looks so aggrieved. Black Shark died before Wu Nan at the hands of Brother Wu. Wu Nan wouldn't dare say it's a shame. It's still my kid brother. Soon, the only person left on the opposite side was also casually killed by Jiang Chen. The first round was over. In just one round, Jiang Chen had captured 3 heads. The August team, who had died cleanly in the first round. They were sitting with black faces discussing tactics. Commander Zhang Shallow boosted their morale. It's fine, this time they were just a fluke. We already know that kid's strength and won't take it lightly. We'll definitely be able to get back in the second round. Breaker Evening chimed in. That's right. Let's fight seriously this time and not take that kid lightly. I don't believe we can still lose. Zhang Asahi began to set up the tactics. One person will guard point A, one person will guard the center door, and the remaining 2 will follow me to point B. Everyone is at the defense point. Yes. Oh, my god. Now they've learned their lesson. They don't think they can beat kid if they're serious, do they? Upstairs, they don't think someone who's never competed before can beat a mature and well-trained team on the first try. Ah yes. It was 2 bugs who got killed by kid brother last time. Not your mature and well-trained team members. A new round begins. Jiang Chen spoke in the team's voice, talking about the tactical pairings this time. It was the same as last time. Nianzhou will take someone to point A, and I'll go to point B by myself. After the last round. This time, Nianzhou and the others did not question anything. Sharply following Jiang Chen's words, they acted. No, still coming? Although Brother Kid is very good, this tactic has already been used before. The August team wasn't a cutie pie. If you're going to use the same tactics against them, you're looking for death. Ninju. Get a grip. Don't listen to the kids this time. The Black Sharks have been drugged by this kid. I admit that kid is strong, but he's no good at tactics. It's no different than a straight-up battle. This isn't a personal battle. Kid's style of play is too unique. Jiang Chen didn't know what was going on outside. As usual, he took his original leather AK and went to point B. On platform B, there were August people guarding there. When Jiang Chen walked to B pass, there was already a scope aimed at his head. Jiang Chen made another familiar move to fling his gun. The person on platform B was instantly pelletized in seconds. Hiss, this death look, so familiar. Here we go again. Here we go again. He's coming with the familiar original leather AK and gun fling. Tears are streaming down the corners of my mouth. When will I be able to use this gun? Kid, do you want a student? Do you want to be a student? No, I just want to learn how to use this gun. I want to learn this gun too. On the AUG side, this is the situation again. Zhang Asahi's face didn't change and he immediately gave a new order. Those who are guarding the center gate, renegade the cave with those in the A-point trail. Go to the back of the B pass to encircle. The reason why the others were put at the defense point was to deal with Jiang Chen first. This tactical arrangement also stunned the live broadcast audience. What the hell? To design the kid brother? It seems that AUG's main target this time is kid brother. Although it's a reasonable and legitimate tactic, the thought of it being used against an 8-year-old kid makes me uncomfortable. If you think about it, this 8-year-old is the same kid who killed Black Shark. Will you still feel uncomfortable? No, it won't. Kid brother deserves all the other side's combat power to surround him. Looks like kid is scared of August with these 3 seconds. We've never had this kind of treatment in the past, using so many warriors against kid. We can't help it. If we let kid continue to play like this, we're going to lose this round. Kid might lose this round. He's just an 8-year-old kid, so what if he's strong? In terms of heart, you have to be an adult. Zhang Shallow, I'll take that as a compliment. Run, kid. The others are coming to outflank you. Jiang Chen, who was maneuvering his character, didn't know this. He was still holding that original leather AK, and continued to walk around at point B. Meanwhile, Nianzhou had already brought his other teammates and searched point A carefully. However, no enemies were found. He immediately felt bad. Little brother, be careful. Nianzhou immediately opened his mic to speak. They seem to have gone to point B. You've already been bagged. Chapter 117, Ceiling Smoke and Knife Man? How dare this kid? Hearing Nianzhou's words in the headset, Jiang Chen was immediately alert. The audience in the live broadcast room were relieved. Fortunately, my kid brother knows. What's the point of knowing? August has already surrounded him. If I give my kid brother a psychological shadow, I'll hack August for the rest of my life. Run, kid. Go meet up with Ninju and the others. Am I the only one who wants to see kid lose? After all, I've never seen it before. Actually, I wanted to. Jiang Chen didn't run like the live viewers wanted him to. Instead, he continued to carry the AK-47 and rushed into point B. He was able to get to point B with the AK-47. Just as soon as he entered, there were 2 people in different directions, shooting at Jiang Chen at the same time. Jiang Chen maneuvered his character to dodge while flinging his gun and firing. But in an instant, one person was shot in the head. Jiang Chen didn't stop and made a sharp turn at the same time. Another shot was thrown out. Bang! Headshots. Not even 2 seconds. 2 people were taken out. But Jiang Chen wasn't able to retreat in one piece either. He was knocked out of half of his blood. Jiang Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the blood bar that had dropped by half. Careless. Seeing this scene, the live stream audience exploded. Careless? Dropping half of his blood and seconding 2 people, what do you call that carelessness? 2 people crossed the gun line. I thought brother Kid was going to die. I didn't think I'd be able to take a second in this situation. That's called calmness. Why don't we check Kid's computer to see if he's checked his flash drive? Upstairs, you suspect that Kid's a hacker, don't you? No, I think he's not. In the August team, those 2 guys were really pissed off. A person pointed at the computer and said hurriedly, "Half blood. The 2 of us knocked out half of his blood. At most 2 shots and he's gone." The other man was in a trance. Just like that? Did I just shoot him? I think I did. How did he hit me? Ha! I'm sorry. I'll laugh a little quieter. Hey, kid. Look what you did. You're in a trance. You guys, you're lucky I'm not half-blooded. 1 dead just now, 2 more now, August is down to 2. Zhang Shallow didn't expect to lose 2 people just like that. He stared at the computer screen and pursed his lips tightly. Zhang Shallow's voice was heavy, and he tried his best to inspire the remaining players besides him. It's alright, that kid only has half blood left. The 2 of us should go over there and take him while he's still bleeding. Zhang Shallow panicked. Congratulations to Black Shark for adding a new companion. There's only 2 of us left. The kid can definitely take them out. But Kid is only half-blooded. Zhang Shallow is the leader of the August team. If Kid is half-blooded, he won't be able to win against him. I don't care. I now have blind trust in Kid brother. On the other side, Jiang Chen exited the B pass and leaned against the corner. He suddenly dropped the original leather AK. Black Shark, who was watching the match, saw the scene and raised his eyebrows. Coach asked suspiciously, "What is Kid brother doing, giving up?" Black Shark sat on the gaming chair with his arms wrapped around him, equally puzzled. Throwing the gun? Or is it the same move that was used against me last time? But the opposite side of the 2 people have not yet arrived at. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's home live broadcast room. Zhang Yong saw Jiang Chen throw his gun away. He immediately squealed. "Hey! Son of a! Why did you throw the gun? You just lost half your blood. Did you just raise the white flag and admit defeat? I don't think so. I still believe in you. Pick up your gun." The pop-up screen is also full of question marks. What's this move? Throw the gun? You're not playing? I told you. The kid's skill is good, but he's too young to have a good mentality. That's right. He's half-blooded and he's dead. He's still a kid, he can't play in a big game. I'll give you all a chance. Who didn't come from a kid? What was he like when he was 8 years old? How dare you mock my brother? Zhang Yong was so loud, it was too noisy. Jiang Chen was speechless and ducked to the side. Dad, watch carefully and learn slowly. This wave will be cool. Only on the computer screen, the character being controlled by Jiang Chen began to move. He walked against the wall. Walking to the corner of B pass, Jiang Chen stopped. Started listening for footsteps inside. Although he didn't hear footsteps, he heard the sound of a gun being cut. Jiang Chen timed it right and threw flashbangs and smoke bombs inside. August sighed. Zhang Shallow and the 1 remaining person had arrived at the B pass. Seeing the smoke grenades flying in the air, they instantly understood. That kid wants to block the line of sight, let's rush out together. He only has half a blood left, so at most 1 person can take a shot. They were both pros, and even if they weren't as old as they used to be, their marksmanship and reflexes were still very good. Plus, going in from this point, there aren't many places Jiang Chen can crouch. And he exploded. The netizens in the live broadcast room also saw Jiang Chen's intentions. No, Kid brother intends to block their line of sight like this and find a chance to finish them off separately? No way, brother Kid. These 2 are together. Even if you kill one, the other will soon realize it. Kid, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Wait for Ninju and the others. Black Shark has the advantage in numbers. Use it, Kid. Naive. So naive. Jiang Chen sighed. He was focused on the computer screen without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. At the instant of the explosion, his game character jumped out violently. At the same time, it switched to a melee knife. If he walked normally, he would definitely make footsteps. It would also make the 2 people in the smoke notice. That's why Jiang Chen pressed the keyboard with a crackling sound, and very regularly. Ghost jump. Jiang Chen's game character jumped forward on the ground. Surprisingly, it didn't make a single sound. Moreover, the forward speed of the ghost jump was even faster than the normal forward speed. In an instant, Jiang Chen had already arrived beside one of them. A heavy blow. Straight to the head. Zhang Shallow's teammate was hit by a single blow and died on the spot. The kid went into the smoke? When did he get in? That teammate was dumbfounded. In his own black screen, Jiang Chen's character Ghost jumped by. Only then did he realize. First you block the smoke, then you ghost jump in and stab someone? Who was this kid to play like that? How did he dare? The sudden and violent death of his teammate also caused Zhang Xiaolo to be startled. He subconsciously looked at his teammate's screen. It was also at this moment that a blade shadow appeared on his game screen. Immediately afterward, the sound of a game character dying in battle came from the headset. The game ended. Zhang Xiaolo had also been shot in the head by Jiang Chen. He looked at the black computer screen with a confused expression. Between his looks, he had become somewhat skeptical of life. Lost again? Chapter 118. Today's state is not good, let's not fight first. I'm not going to fight. Is it over? Dead? Just like that? That's Zhang Asahi, the commander of the August. And he was killed like that? Kid, where did you get that computer? I'll get one too. Dude, recognize the truth. It's not your computer that makes you a bad player. We just came back from AUG's live broadcast and August is in a daze. How can you not be confused? Being pushed to the ground by an 8-year-old. Ninju, it's like being taken for a ride. Quickly. Hot search scheduled. The elementary school students destroyed August. August, I thank you. This will be taken to my child to see. All day long he says I won't let him play games. If he can play like this, I'll force him to play every day. It's another day of trying to get the kid's brother's father to rob the kid. Black Shark saw the scene where Jiang Chen melee seconded 2 people. Dabbing his head, he stood up from the gaming chair. The coach was also stunned with wide eyes. The coach was dumbfounded. This is the end? The August group was destroyed? Kid brother killed 5? 5 people. We won? Black Shark nodded woodenly. Aang, won. Ninjo and the rest of the Black Shark battle team. One by one, they looked at the screen without speaking. Wu Nan, who had been replaced, suddenly shouted. August was completely killed by Kid Brother. Reunion extinguished. Woohoo! Yanjiu came back to his senses at this time, and he said to Wu Nan, why don't you just step aside? Don't come back, just let Kid Brother be here. Wu Nan's surprised and cheering expression paused. He asked in a low voice. Captain, are you serious? Yanjiu nodded his head very seriously. Ha! Poor Wu Nan. Wu Nan, so you don't want me? Kid Brother, not at all. Wu Nan won't really be benched from now on, will he? Kid is so passionate about learning, he's just trying to save the day. Wu Nan's expression instantly turned gray. Immediately unhappy. There's not much time left for the Black Sharks to joke around. A new round is about to begin. Jiang Chen was still fighting on his own. Favorably, August couldn't do anything about him. Another round of siege was tried, but it still didn't work. Zhang Asahi changed tactics. After restarting, he took his team to avoid Jiang Chen. He ended up being caught up by Jiang Chen, who didn't know when. One by one, they were seconded again. Zhang Xiaolo was so angry that he slammed his keyboard. Out of the blue, he blurted out a nationalism. Look at the beatings given to people, all of them. Look at the beatings given to people, they all cursed. I was wrong to suspect that the Kid Brothers' mentality wasn't working. It's obvious that AUG's adults' mentality is not working. Laughing and getting rich. Zhang Xiaolo is hiding, and he's being chased by Kid Brother. Before the game started, Zhang Xiaolo swore that he could hide from the enemy. It turns out, he can't hide. The next few games. Under Jiang Chen's leadership, Black Shark battle team, without exception, with an overwhelming advantage. The score was 6:00. Wu Nan wasn't sad either, jumping up and down like a monkey in the training room. Wow ho! Winning! Kid Brother is awesome. The coach, in a rare loss of composure, slapped Black Shark's arm again and again. You're not wrong about him. He's stronger than Nianzhou. The scariest thing was that he was only 8 years old. Different from their joyful atmosphere. There was a moment of silence from the August battle team. Breaker Evening looked at Commander Zhang Xiaolo's face that was as black as coal. Cautiously, he opened his mouth and said, Still continue? Zhang Xiaolo grayed his face and stared at the computer screen in despair. Tell the Black Shark side that we are in bad shape today. Let's stop for now and play another day. After saying these words breathlessly, Zhang Xiaolo then wobbled and left the training room. I didn't expect August to be the one whose mentality collapsed. It's over. Zhang Asahi's heart is broken. The Kid Brother is really too tough today. We just got on the field and we got a 6:00, isn't that ruthless? Although it's a training match, August has never been beaten like this before. The Black Sharks laughed even harder at the news that August had requested a suspension. The Black Shark battle team laughed even more. One by one, the players pointed at their computers, dejected. What's going on, August? Weren't you so proud of yourselves just now? Your tactics weren't awesome. Why are you suddenly in bad shape? Wu Nan slapped his palm and pretended to realize. He was beaten by the Kid Brother and was in bad shape. I understand their happiness, but these guys are really too much to beat. August lost because they didn't have Kid. Whichever side kid is on, wins. So what are the black sharks up to? On the other side. Jiang Chen's home broadcasting room. Jiang Yon looked at the score of 6 o'clock. He was even more dejected than the black sharks. He excitedly opened his computer. Child smashing. The game is over. Dad on the number, you take Dad to play a few games. Dad's heart is itching to watch. I want to abuse the vegetables too. Ouch. When I see a kid, I want to beat him up. Are you sure you're the one who's abusing? It's still the kid's brother who's doing the abusing, and you're picking up the slack. Question of the day, when will I be able to be abused by the kid brother? Go upstairs and go to sleep, you can dream of anything. Jiang Chen did not fulfill his old man's wish. He turned off the computer and said, "No way. The midterm exam is in 2 days, I have to study hard." Jiang Yong called out to him. "Reviewing isn't urgent for a while. You've done more than enough homework today. You should be having fun. Don't talk about studying. Dad, come learn from your father's parenting style. Help me become a big brother. The Gang family never disappoints me. I can't believe I've heard parents use the word fun to describe learning in my life. What's wrong with these parents? All they do is play games. They don't know the importance of studying. I wonder what my kid brother's midterm grade will be. Although I love studying, this father is always interfering with my son, so don't affect my grades. That's because you haven't seen how perverted kid is." Jiang Chen firmly rejected Jiang Yong. Under Jiang Yong's resentful gaze, he resumed his homework. Just as Jiang Chen was concentrating on his studies, the matter of the training match between Black Shark Battle Team and August Battle Team. It had already rubbed its way up the hot search list. Black Shark Club Kid Brother made his debut and killed it. Kid Brother playing CF training matches, what does it mean to be invincible? Clicking on a random marketing numbers video, the comments below were all exclamation points. Isn't that Zhang Shallow from the August team? Even he was let down in seconds. The point is, he was still seconded by an 8-year-old kid. I remember seeing this kid on the hot search before, and he's on the hot search again so soon. Black Shark will wake up laughing tonight. He doesn't need to sleep at all after finding such a great god. August is still frustrated. If I were August, I'd hurry up and grab him. Chapter 119, Changes in the Various Families. At the same time, Xiaoman's family live broadcast room. Xiaoman was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Zheng Ting was busy mopping the floor on the side. Zheng Ting looked at Xiaoman several times and saw that Xiaoman did not care about working her in the slightest. She could only repeat the same trick. She hammered her waist, showing pain. "Xiaoman, mommy's waist hurts from mopping the floor." Xiaoman gave her a look. Continuing to turn her head back to watch TV, she said, "Mom, this floor has already been mopped once in the morning. You don't have to mop it." Not getting the desired response, Zheng Ting's face stiffened. In the end, she sighed helplessly, showing a bit of a compromising look. "Then Mom will go and cook for you. I Lua go." Xiaoman even has a day to watch TV. In the past, didn't Zheng Ting always control Xiaoman and didn't allow Xiaoman to watch TV? Ha! Xiaoman is not saying that Xiaoman's mom doesn't have the stomach for it. Mom still won't change her ways. But now she's starting to compromise. In the past, she would have just turned off the phone and scolded her. Now that man's talking back to her, she's accepting it. Ashikawa, a master of mom training. Man, you have to teach your own mom. On the other side, Zixian's family live broadcasting room. Zixian saw on his cell phone that Zhang Chen could program, and had made a software that could train games. Immediately holding his phone, he excitedly went to find his mom. Lu Xian was choosing vegetables, and her eyes glazed over when she saw Zixian holding his cell phone. Opening his mouth, he reprimanded Zixian. "The midterm exams are coming up and you're still playing with your cell phone every day. Is it itchy? Put down your cell phone and study. If you dare to let me see you with a cell phone again, I'll kill you." Zixian was admonished and shrank his head. But he still had the guts to show Lu Xian his cell phone. "Mom, look at this." Lu Xian impatiently raises her hand and Zixian instantly ducks back. Zixian's evasive movements are so skillful and heartbreaking. Although Zixian is miserable, it's really funny to watch. What era is this? Still practicing stick education. "Mom! Mom! Mom! Mom!" Zixian leaned back, holding his cell phone up for Lu Xian to see. "It's business. It's really important. You see." Lu Xian impatiently takes the phone. "I'd like to see what business you have." Seeing her take the phone, she was willing to look. Zixian immediately went up and pointed at the phone to explain it to her. "Mom, look. This is another kid who is on the program with us. He's the same age as me. He can program. He even made a software and sold it for money." Zixian looked at Lu Xian with bright eyes. "Mom, I think I can do it too. I want to learn programming too. I thought everyone was a kid." "Zixian, you're still too young to recognize the truth of the world. One kid is enough. If any kid can do what kid can do, we'd all be dead. Zishuan. You can't be too confident. Ha! This kid makes me laugh. Zishuan's mom. Let him learn. If he learns, I'll eat the keyboard upside down. I can't say that. Upstairs, you're so timid, you really think there are kids everywhere. Lu Xian doesn't think it's a good idea, but it's the first time Zishian has done it. But this is the first time that Zishian proposed to want to learn something. And, looking at the cell phone Zhang Chen, Lu Xian smugly hooked the corner of her mouth. She saw that this kid was also very ordinary. What he could do, why couldn't his own Zishian? Lu Xian pretended to reluctantly agree. Okay, if you want to learn, then learn well. Don't be so careless. Zishian opened his mouth carefully. Mom, you need a computer to learn this. Lu Xian is immediately on guard. Zishuan, you don't want to play with the computer, do you? Zishian immediately raised his little hand and swore. Absolutely not. Mom, I really want to learn programming. I want to earn money after I learn it. A hint of relief appears in Lu Xian's eyes. Fine, I'll let you run the computer today. Learn well. Yes, Mom. Mom. Zishian excitedly ran away. He sat down in front of the computer desk and turned on the computer in a serious manner. No, Zishuan really wants to learn? Don't give the kid another blow. Alas, Zishian is about to see, for the first time, the gap between people. You can't learn from anyone, you have to learn from a kid. Don't cry in your mom's arms. Zishian turned on the computer and got busy. After Zishian's mom finished choosing vegetables, she was busy cooking in the kitchen. The sound of the hood and the stir-frying of vegetables completely isolates the kitchen from the outside. When Lu Xian finished cooking and came out, after turning off the hood, only then did she hear the sound of keyboard tapping coming from the room. She walks over with relief. This child, Zishian, is quite serious. Walking to the door, she heard a sound. Double kill. At once, Lu Xian's face stiffened. You call this studying? Even if Lu Xian didn't play the game, she knew that the sound was coming from the game. She violently pushes open the door to her room. Sure enough, she sees Zishian sitting in front of the computer, playing happily. Lu Xian let out a roar. Zishian. She quickly steps over and grabs Zishian's ears, directly pulling the person up. Ah. Ah. Mom. Mom. Bastard. I thought you were learning programming. So it's all for playing games. How dare you lie to me? Let's see what I'll do to you today. Wife. Come and see the kid. Zishuan is so miserable. I want to laugh. Zishuan's mom hit him on the buttocks. There's lots of flesh there, it hurts and it's not easy to get hurt. You've taken all the bamboo shoots on the hill. On the other side. Xiaowei's family live broadcasting room. Xiaowei also saw Zhang Chen's live broadcast. But his focus was on the game. Dad. I want to become a professional game player. I also want to sign up with a battle team and participate in tournaments. Wow. Another elementary school student mesmerized by kid brother. Xiaowei here, I think it's more reliable than Zishian. Right. His dad has the strength to back him up. There's nothing Zhang Dewei won't do for his son. Good. Dad supports his son. Zhang Dewei immediately called the contact person. After all, he had a wide network of people, and Zhang Dewei also knew some friends who were in the gaming industry. He told his friends about it. They agreed. The professional player's work and rest schedule was sent over. Zhang Dewei immediately said, Son, for you to sign up, I see this closed training is also okay. Wake up at 6 in the morning, train until 11, take a lunch break until 1 in the afternoon, and then train until 6 in the evening. At 7 p.m., we'll train until 11 p.m. Son, if you like games, you can train for a few days. As soon as he heard this time that was even harsher than going to school, Zhang Xiaowei's face instantly turned white. He quickly waved his hands. No, Dad, I'm not going. How is this longer than even my school time? Seeing his reaction, the live broadcast screen burst into laughter. Isn't Zishuan going to become a professional player? Since he doesn't have the talent, he'll just have to work hard. You really think it's that easy to become a pro? But it's really too tiring to train so hard every day. This is the only way to see it. This is the only way to see how talented kid brother is. Chapter 120, System Task, Score Control Monster. A few days later, in the morning. It was the last day of the week. Ever since Yu Yao had picked up and dropped off Jiang Chen, Zhang Yong had never gotten up in the morning. Jiang Chen got up by himself and simply made breakfast. After eating breakfast, he walked to Zhang Yong's bedroom door and said, Dad, I'm going to school. Breakfast is ready, you can eat it after you get up and heat it up. Zhang Yong was lying on the bed, his eyes didn't even open. He answered in a daze. Then he turned over and went back to sleep. Jiang Chen himself picked up his school bag and went downstairs. This scene stimulated the live broadcast audience to redden their eyes. Not only do you not have to be sent to school, but you can even make a good meal for your parents before you leave. When can I enjoy this kind of blessing? My son was just born last month, and I've decided to train him in this direction. Son, thank you. Jiang Chen went downstairs and saw a familiar figure. Yu Yao and the butler were standing by the car waiting for him. As soon as she saw Jiang Chen, Yu Yao greeted him with a smile. Jiang Chen student, good morning. Jiang Chen responded with a smile. Wow. Little rich white beauty has come to pick up kid brother again. Worthy of being a kid brother, 20 years less to go. What 20 years? 50 years less. Not only do you not have kid brother's ability, you don't have kid brother's charm, for crying out loud. The butler was driving in front. Jiang Chen and Yu Yao sat in the back and talked about today's midterm exam. Yu Yao was a little nervous. She didn't know how difficult the exam would be today, so she hoped to get a good grade. Jiang Chen was unconcerned. It doesn't matter how much you get. Grades don't matter. It's the biggest lie in the world for a school bully to say that he failed the exam. Ha! The kid brother who loves to learn says grades don't matter. Do you see me as a scum being happy? Kid brother. Don't dare to follow your old man's example. You'll get your ass kicked if you don't pay. Kid. Excessive modesty is pride. Mom. Look, brother boy says grades don't matter. So can I skip next week's cram school? I think you want to eat pork with a whip. We chatted along the way. The two arrived at the school. Soon after, they started to move positions and began to divide up the exam rooms. Jiang Chen and Yu Yao weren't assigned to the same exam room. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the other male students, Jiang Chen waved goodbye to Yu Yao and turned around to enter his own exam room. The teacher hadn't come yet. Jiang Chen sat quietly in his seat and waited. The other students were all chattering and chatting with their new friends. The quiet Jiang Chen stood out among them. Kid brother is a distinctive presence everywhere he goes. Not only is kid brother's IQ superb, but his heart is also much more mature than his peers. Another day of trying to assassinate kid brother's father. Kid brother's father, how can I fall asleep? Suddenly my back is cold. Not long after, the teacher walked in with a bunch of test papers. The teacher stood on the podium and distributed the papers to the students in the first row. Then the students in the first row passed them backward. Jiang Chen took the test papers from the front table and drew one. It was then passed backward. He was about to take a pen and start writing. The system's prompt suddenly sounded beside his ears. Ding dong. The learning system has issued a 6-6 task. Task, 66 controlled scores in each subject during the midterm exam. Mission reward, random talent ability, mall points 20. Mission rule, no empty questions, no random answers, do the questions carefully. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stare. Control score 66? This was just above the passing line. But this score, it was indeed quite auspicious. To Jiang Chen, score control was indeed quite simple. It was nothing more than intentionally writing some questions incorrectly, and in the end, the score held steady. I've got a hand on it. The kid brother froze. What? What's wrong with the first question? He's usually so good, but he's not good enough for the official exam? I thought this kid was so fast at practice questions, he must be faking it. No matter how talented he is, he can't be good at everything. Let's see what his brainwashed fans have to say now. Some people are so mediocre that they don't recognize others' excellence. Don't bite upstairs, wait for the results to come out before you speak. Looking at the test paper in his hand, Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. Jiang Chen picked up his pen and began to answer. While doing each question, Jiang Chen was calculating the topic scores. Question by question, the scores accumulated. It didn't matter what type of question one did wrong, as long as the final score was 66, it was considered a success. Seeing Jiang Chen being so dedicated to the questions, the live broadcast audience murmured, "Kid brother is so serious, I don't know how well he wrote it. It must be good. I'm sure it's very good, I'm sure it's very good, I'm sure it's very good. If I was half as good as kid brother when I was a kid, I wouldn't have to be beaten up by my dad for 3 days." In the morning, 3 subjects were tested in a row. The midterm exams ended here, and the afternoon was a natural vacation. Jiang Chen walked out with his backpack. Yu Yao had also finished her exams, and the two just happened to meet at the school entrance. The housekeeper took over the 2 school bags. Yu Yao and Jiang Chen got on the car. Yu Yao's small face was a bit flushed and she said excitedly, "I was worried this morning that it would be too difficult, but I didn't expect it to be quite easy. I think my grades must be good this time." She changed her head and asked Jiang Chen, "How about you, how did you do?" Jiang Chen, full of unconcern, said, "Just go with the flow, why care about grades? You can't trust the words of a school bully. At such a young age, I can't do anything else, but I'm pretty good at pretending." The black fans are out again. You want to act like a pussy, but can you do it? As the students left the school one after another, teachers stayed behind to correct their papers. In the office, each teacher has a thick pile of papers in their hands, and a thick pile of papers stacked next to them. Everyone was busy with red correction pens. The language teacher sat in one corner. After correcting one, he put one to the side. Looking at the pile that hadn't been corrected yet, the language teacher sighed. It looks like we'll have to work overtime tonight. Hurry up and let me correct one with good grades, so as to give me a pep talk. The math teacher next to me laughed. The questions this time are simple, there must be quite a few high scores. While talking, the language teacher finished correcting one paper. Picking up the next one, she didn't look at the names and directly matched the answers. Yo! This question is well written, and the answer is almost the same. This reading comprehension trivia question, I thought no one could write it. The language teacher was a bit surprised. Although this question was in the front, it belonged to the most difficult category. It was also recognized as a lost point question. Yet, I didn't expect that someone could write this question correctly, and it was not far from the answer. It seemed that the marks for this paper should not be low. But as he changed it, the language teacher's expression changed a little. Just now the difficult question was written correctly, and this bonus question was written wrong? How can it be possible? After correcting it from front to back, the grade was corrected. It just happened to be 66 points. The language teacher frowned slightly, peeled back the side, and glanced at the name. There was a sudden shock. Ha! Chapter 121, Shocking the Teacher's Score. The language teacher's sudden scream caused the other teachers to look sideways. The other teachers asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" The language teacher held up the paper in her hand and said incredulously, "This paper is 66 points. The math teacher was puzzled. So? What's wrong with 66 points? Well, at least pass, my side just changed a little cub, only 5 points. I don't even know how he got a 5. At the mention of this, the math teacher was angry. It's not like he could have guessed a 5 with his eyes closed. The language teacher raised his hand to interrupt him. Do you know who made this 66-point paper? Seeing her shocked look, the other teachers gathered around. Who did it? A teacher started joking. Giving you such a fright, it can't be the principal who suddenly got excited and made a 66-point paper. The language teacher held up the paper with a horrified face. It's even scarier than what the principal did. It was Jiang Chen who did it. What? The other teachers gathered around. The math teacher took the paper incredulously. Impossible. How could Jiang Chen just do 66 points? You might as well say that the principal did it. The math teacher said as he turned the paper over, looking to where the name was. He froze in place, unable to speak. The other teachers also gathered their heads to look over. Looking at the neatly written word Jiang Chen on it, they all exclaimed in shock. How could it be? How did Jiang Chen only score 66 points? The other teachers took the paper and checked the answers question by question. Could it be that you made a mistake in the corrections? Or is there something wrong with the paper this time? All the teachers were incredulous. How could Jiang Chen only score 66 points? But comparing question by question over, they could only come to one conclusion. The language teacher hadn't made any mistakes. Jiang Chen really only scored 66 points. These teachers hadn't even reacted yet. Just then they heard the English teacher exclaim in shock. Not only language, Jiang Chen only scored 66 points in English as well. What? Now all the teachers couldn't be bothered to correct the papers in their hands and looked towards the English teacher. The English teacher frowned and said, "After I saw it was his name, I corrected it again according to the answers. Still 66 points. All the teachers were confused. The math teacher looked at the language paper and then at the English paper. He suddenly remembered something. On his desk, the thick pile of papers rummaged around. Soon, he drew out a paper. Under the puzzled gazes of the other teachers, the math teacher corrected that paper while saying, even if Jiang Chen had missed the exam, he couldn't have missed them all. It also happens to be different subjects, missing the same mark. I'd like to see if he'll still score 66 on this math paper. The other teachers in the office weren't busy either. They all crowded in front of the math teacher's desk and watched him correct one by one. On the last question, after drawing a big mistake sign with a red pen, the math teacher already had a premonition of what was coming. He smiled as he counted the scores, writing the total score to the head of the paper. Looking at that familiar number, the math teacher smiled. Sure enough, this kid is controlling the score. The other teachers also laughed. This little brat, you scared me. He's playing around so much because he's a good student. Do all these schoolmasters have some kind of quirk? Why do you think he's controlling his scores? The language teacher suddenly stopped being nervous and relaxed and laughed. Probably on the internet, see others' control points. Thought it was funny, so he followed and imitated it. The English teacher saw that Jiang Chen didn't just score 66 in English. Math and language were both 66 points as well. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, okay. She patted her chest. I thought it was because the quality of my teaching had dropped during this period of time and I taught Jiang Chen to score 66. The math teacher patted her back. It's okay, when that brat comes, you'll clean him up. inside the serious office. Because of this farce, the sound of playful laughter filled the air. On the other side, Jiang Chen's home live broadcast room. Jiang Chen didn't know about the resentment a group of teachers had towards him. He was busy dealing with Jiang Yong. He came home after 3 exams, and Jiang Yong had only just gotten up from his bed. Jiang Chen was shocked and said, "Dad, you wouldn't have slept until now, would you?" Jiang Yong gave him a brain crash. "It's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Is your dad such a lazy person?" Jiang Yong touched his messy hair. Yawning, he said, "But it's just that he woke up and didn't get up." Jiang Chen revealed an expression that was really like that. "Kid brother dad is living this life, enjoying it. I'm a working cow and horse who relies on coffee every day. I don't know when I'll be able to live like this." "That's easy. If we can't be like my dad, we can be like my brother. Find yourself a rich girl. I've got it all figured out." Jiang Yong went into the bathroom to wash his face. When he came out, he grabbed Jiang Chen and went into the computer room. "Son of a. I've finished my exams, it's time to play games with my dad." Jiang Chen refused. He bent down and escaped from under Jiang Yong's arm. Jiang Yong was prepared and backhanded him. Grabbing Jiang Chen's collar, he gripped it towards the gaming chair. "Brat, what's the point of running? You have to learn to combine work and rest. It's not easy to finish the exams, mustn't you relax? Quickly get on the number and play a game with your dad." "No, is this how to combine work and rest? It's not easy to finish the exams, but you slept the whole time. You talk a good game, but you just want him to play with you. My dad will only be the biggest obstacle in my path. I'm all for children's studies. I'm all for kids studying. I'll never drag you into a game. Why don't you come to my house for a while? Upstairs, the abacus beads are all over my face. If you really go, you won't come back." Jiang Chen sat helplessly on the gaming chair. He turned his head and stared straight at Jiang Yong, asking a deadly question. "That training software, Dad, have you practiced yet?" Jiang Yong's action of opening the computer was stuttering and he didn't know how to answer. Jiang Chen looked at him like this and revealed an expression of hatred. "Dad, that's the software I made especially for you. Why don't you put your heart into practicing properly? If you don't train properly now, how can you play games in the future? Don't play games, just train." Jiang Yong was told off. "Pooh haha. Kid brother has risen to the top. He's been trained to be a fool by his father. This family is against the Big Dipper in every way. The son lecturing the old man, interesting. Now you know we're not to be messed with, Mr. Big Brother. Kid's got something on his dad. You talk about games, I'll talk about training." Chapter 122, thought it was a loss of points, didn't think it was a control of points. Jiang Chen snubbed Jiang Yong. He himself learned peacefully before going to bed. The next day, Jiang Chen took Yu Yao's car to school as usual. In the car, Yu Yao was looking forward to it. "Jiang Chen student, the results will be announced today." Jiang Chen pulled out a book and nodded in response while reading. "Grades and whatnot, just pass. This kid, why is he so unintelligent? White rich beauties are sitting next to each other, don't know to seize the opportunity. Kid brother. I advise you to be smart. You'll regret it later. Do you think he's like you? He doesn't need this opportunity. Kid is the one who signed a top salary with the Black Sharks when he was 8. He's also the one who was invited by the FA coach to join the youth training program. Stop it upstairs. What do you want to do? I can't easily forget." After arriving at the school, Jiang Chen and Yu Yao entered the classroom with their backpacks. 10 minutes later, the homeroom teacher came in with the report card. She first looked at Jiang Chen in a different way. Only then did she stand on the podium. "I saw it. I saw the homeroom teacher give brother Kid a special look. It's not that Kid's grades are good, is it? I'm sure it is. Even if he's a dumb kid, he's still at the top of the class. I think it's a new high for him. He didn't get a perfect score, did he? It's not that easy to get a perfect score in language arts, is it? Anything is possible when it comes to Kid brother. A pack of chili fries, bet on Kid's first place." The homeroom teacher speaks up. "Quiet. We're going to announce the results of yesterday's midterm exams. Let's start with the language results. As usual, we'll start with the first place." The eyes of the entire live broadcast room were fixed on Jiang Chen. The class teacher's voice clearly reached everyone's ears behind the screen. "Lu Xian, 98 points in language, 99 points in math, 97 points in English. HM? I heard wrong? Who is Lu Xian? There's even a better kid than Kid brother." "No, did the homeroom teacher make a mistake?" "The kid made a mistake this time." "It's understandable. People make mistakes, horses make mistakes. I'm fine, 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 I'm fine." As shocked as the audience in the live broadcast room, there were also the students in the class. As soon as the class teacher read out the name of the first place, the students turned their heads. Curious, they looked at Jiang Chen. Whispers came out of the class. What's going on? Wasn't it always Jiang Chen who came first before? Lu Xian was so good that he surpassed Jiang Chen. Did Jiang Chen make a mistake? Yu Yao looked at Jiang Chen worriedly. In the entire classroom, the one with the most muted reaction was Jiang Chen himself. The homeroom teachers signaled the students to be quiet and continued reading down. Li Ziki, 97 points in language, 96 points in math, 97 points in English. This really blew up. The second place isn't even a kid's brother. No way, I think he took the test seriously yesterday. The teacher must have made a mistake. Look at the way the teacher is looking at him. It's not like the teacher made a mistake. What's wrong with him? It's kinda scary. Even a perfect person like you can make a mistake? I think the father should be happy. If he can't learn, he might as well play games with him. You know the kid's father. The homeroom teacher read out several more names. There was no Jiang Chen. The students in the class all looked at Jiang Chen strangely. Yu Yao asked softly, "Are you all right?" Jiang Chen was confused. "Me? I'm fine, what's wrong? I don't feel like I'm being hit at all, kid brother. You look like you're fine. Generally speaking, wouldn't it be hard for a good student to suddenly fail a test? But he doesn't look like he's taking it well. He's taking it well. He's got a mindset that's unlike any other." The homeroom teacher read out 20 or 30 names, and finally it was Jiang Chen's turn. Jiang Chen, 66 points in language. The class instantly erupted in a gasp of surprise. 66? Why did Jiang Chen only score 66? It can't be. Could it be that the teacher miscalculated? Did Jiang Chen not read the questions when he did them? Yu Yao was incredulous. "Jiang Chen, were you unwell yesterday?" Jiang Chen shook his head with a blank expression. "I didn't, I'm fine." In the live broadcast room, a group of cyber-righteous parents couldn't sit still. 66? Is it the 66 that I thought it was? What a joke. The kid brother got 66. It's more reliable than 66 to say that brother kid took the 6006th exam. Not to mention, 66 is an auspicious number. At this point, the homeroom teacher deliberately paused for 2 seconds and said in a heavier tone, "Jiang Chen, math, 66 points." The words did not fall. There was another gasp from the class. "Still so low, what's going on? This is still Jiang Chen's first time taking this score, right?" Yu Yao looked at Jiang Chen with a blank face. 66 in math? How could that be? Jiang Chen had written those OU questions that even he didn't know how to do. How could he only score 66? No, why is it still over 60 points? Just above the passing line, did the kid hit an evil spell? Don't you guys think this number is familiar? Last hand, the language was also 66 points. Is it such a coincidence? On the other side, Xiao Man's house. Zhang Ting was also watching the live broadcast. After checking Xiao Man's study status, she nodded with satisfaction. He clicked on the live channel of Jiang Chen's family again. Just after opening the live broadcast, she saw the teacher announcing the results. Naturally, she stayed to watch. At that time, Su Chen had left a deep impression on her. It was also unknown how his grades were. The voice of the class teacher came out from the cell phone. Language, 66 points. Math, 66 points. Zhang Ting cracked her mouth in joy as she shouted alone in the living room. 66. Only 66 points. I knew it, a little raggedy kid, how could he be better than the Xiaoman I carefully educated? She looked at Jiang Chen in her cell phone and her eyebrows flew up to the sky. Little brat, the last time I came to my house the kid pretended to love learning so much. What a rotten character. You can act at such a young age. Soon, on the live broadcast, the class teacher began to read the last English grade. English, 66 points. The number that appeared 3 times drew the attention of others. Hearing the familiar score, Yu Yao immediately widened her eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. It seemed to somewhat understand. 66 points in one subject and 2 subjects was still understandable. But 3 subjects with the same score, it was hard not to suspect that there was something fishy going on. And the live broadcast audience, too, had noticed the discrepancy. It immediately boiled over. Wait a minute. Still 66. So coincidental? What a coincidence. You're so stupid upstairs. You can't even tell. It's obvious that the kid is controlling the score on purpose. Ha! I'm telling you. How could kid get such a low score? Kid brother is awesome. He's got it right. How can you control your score so accurately? It's even harder than getting a perfect score. Chapter 123, Completing the Task, Getting the Reward. After the teacher finished reading the scores, Jiang Chen's ears suddenly rang with the system's prompts. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for completing the 6-6 task. Receive reward, Omnipotent International Language, Mall points 20. The next second, many national languages and dialects from all over the world flowed into Jiang Chen's brain like running water. Feeling the new extra things in his brain, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. This one was quite practical. In the future, English wouldn't need to be learned directly, so he could spend his time on other subjects. As for the class, they all reacted as well. One by one, they all turned their little heads, looking at Jiang Chen with curiosity and shock. 66? How is it still 66? Did Jiang Chen intentionally score these points? Definitely. They were all 66 points, it must be on purpose. Jiang Chen is so good. Some girls looked at Jiang Chen with admiration. Some male students were not happy and said with a stiff upper lip, "What's so great about it? Isn't it just controlling the scores? Then try controlling one." The male student was trying to save face. "I won't. I don't like to control points. It's no fun. Cut it out. You just won't." Oh, my God. Look what the kid brother did. He's made other boys jealous. Alas, youth. When I was in elementary school, I was also a middle child, trying to attract the attention of my female classmates. Upstairs, you're not the kind of guy who tugs on pigtails, are you? On the other side. Xiao Man's house. Zheng Ting was complacent when she saw the words on the pop-up screen of the live broadcast. She said suspiciously, "Controlling points? Why are they all saying that Jiang Chen is controlling the score?" Zheng Ting shook her head, not believing it. If you can't do well, you can't do well. Still controlling scores, how ridiculous. But thinking about Jiang Chen's scores in all three subjects. And the family swapped that day. Jiang Chen did all those difficult OU problems at her home with ease. If one followed the strength of that day, score control seemed to be doable. Zheng Ting already knew the answer in her heart. However, she still cared about her face and refused to admit it. The corner of her mouth hooked into a forced smile. Impossible, it must be a fake. What score control? If you can do well in the exam, why do you need to control the score? It must have been a bad test, so she deliberately said so. Zheng Ting simply turned her cell phone off. Out of sight, out of mind. Jiang Chen's school. Due to the score control incident. In every lesson, the teacher had to pick him out to talk about it. The math teacher stood at the podium with a point. "There's a student in our class who's really good. He can control his scores. He scored 66 in every subject. Why?" The teacher's attitude is not harsh. The teacher's attitude was not harsh, but more of a tease. Jiang Chen just smiled in embarrassment. The audience in the live broadcast room looked quite amused. Even a school bully has a nemesis. Teacher. This teacher has used yin and yang to the extreme. Applause. Ha! Teacher, say a few more words. I love it when the kid can't hold his head up. It's the first time I've seen a kid with his head down. You're a great teacher. Hey, 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 hey. The teacher said it. Why are you bloating upstairs? Because I'm a schoolboy who's been crushed by the bullies. I hate bullies. Soon after school, Jiang Chen and Yu Yao were traveling together. Jiang Chen, you can obviously get a perfect score. Why do you have to control the score? You even controlled the number 66. This number is quite funny. Jiang Chen smiled helplessly. Of course, he also found it funny. But this was a task issued by the system, so he couldn't not complete it. Yu Yao poked his shoulder. Still curious, she asked after him. Why? Jiang Chen ducked to the side and made a random excuse. I was too bored during the exams, so I casually controlled it for fun. Yu Yao nodded in disappointment. Okay. Brat. People touching you, what are you hiding for? Kid brother. Hurry up and talk to someone more. I'm begging you. What are you hiding for? I'm asking you what you're hiding from. What? It's not like I'm poking your shoulder. Brother kid, take your chances. Seize the opportunity. I'm going to cry. Why didn't I have a rich white girl running after me when I was a kid? No, miss, he doesn't know what he's doing. Why don't you take a look at my son? How old is your son upstairs? 3 months. Shame on you. The next journey's a bit awkward. Until he got off the bus, Jiang Chen realized that the atmosphere was not quite right. He stood by the car door with his backpack and looked at Yu Yao, who was sitting in the car and sulking. Puzzled, he asked, "Are you okay?" Yu Yao turned her head to look at his puzzled expression. The anger in her heart suddenly dissipated. She also followed and got out of the car, sending Jiang Chen to the door of the neighborhood. It's okay. Jiang Chen, goodbye. Seeing Yu Yao dissipate her anger so quickly again, the audience in the live broadcast room didn't agree. Little rich white beauty. Let's not be so worthless. Little rich white beauty. Please take your place. Can't you be a little more proud? I hate that I'm not a kid. Why don't any rich girls come to me? I know better than the kid brother. Jiang Chen returned home. Zhang Yong saw Jiang Chen back, did not ask about the results. The first thing he said was, "Son of a. You haven't played games with Dad for a long time. Hurry up and get on the number." I knew it. Dad never disappoints when it comes to games. No, if it's about performance and win rate, it's a big disappointment. Papa kiddo, upstairs. I'll sue you for slander. Jiang Chen handed him the report card. Dad, this is the grade from yesterday's exam. The teacher asked the parents to sign it. Jiang Chen impatiently took it without even looking at it. Taking a pen, he signed on it. Until he finished signing, he suddenly glanced over. What? 66 points. Although Jiang Yong didn't pay attention to his son's grades. But he also knew that his son was excellent in his studies. He looked up with a beat and asked incredulously. Son of A, this is the first time you've scored this low, right? I said. The kid brother father is not serious, that's because he knows his son is good at studying. If he gets a bad grade, he's still in a hurry. At least he's a decent father. He's finally acting like a father. No one expected it. The next second, Jiang Yong threw the report card into the air. I'm not a good student anyway. I'm not good at studying anyway, so I'll focus on playing games with my dad from now on. Wow, 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 wow. I've waited for this day. If you don't play games with me again, I'll throw this report card in your face. Ha, ha, ha. I shouldn't be so happy. You've got a good heart, Papa. Mr. Kid. Get out of here. Don't make me say it again. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Chapter 124, Yu Yu's birthday party. Dad, this is even more wrong. Jiang Chen turned the tables and said in a serious manner. I got such a score, it means that I've regressed in my studies. If you've regressed in your studies, shouldn't you study harder? How can you still play games? At those words, Jiang Yong couldn't help but stare. That was a reasonable thing to say. But it always felt strange. His own son usually studied so hard, but his grades were just passing? Jiang Yong was even wondering if this kid had intentionally failed the exam. Just as he was about to open his mouth. Besides Dad, if Mom knows that my grades have dropped, you're still dragging me to play games. Jiang Chen didn't continue with the latter words. But Jiang Yong already understood. The expression froze on his face. Son of A, that's back to the point. Your mom is definitely not happy that your grades are dropping, so you'd better go and study. Seeing Jiang Yong's reaction, the live streaming audience was instantly overjoyed. The audience was in an uproar of joy. You were gloating just now. You're on fire. There's a rumor that the kid's dad is behind the drop in his grades. Don't say that upstairs. If my brother's mom sees this, it'll be a disaster. Upstairs, I suspect you're cursing, but I have no proof. Seeing Jiang Yong compromising, Jiang Chen hemmed and hawed and went back to the house with his backpack. Jiang Yong was also very uptight. Consciously, he didn't bring up the matter of Jiang Chen's grades in front of Yi Lin. In case his wife puts the blame on him for his son's declining grades. Then it would be a cap. As for Jiang Chen, he started studying after returning to the house. For one night, Pops didn't even come to disturb him. Learning was a lot of fun. The next day was Saturday. Jiang Chen still had the same routine as he did in school, waking up early. After washing up, he went into the kitchen. Wearing that little apron, porridge and pancakes, all good at everything. I can even make egg pancakes. I can't even do that at 30 years old. I tried the sweet and sour pork last week and the pan burned right through. You're a genius upstairs. I want to eat an egg pancake. Mom. You know how to say mom, can't you say dad? Guess why the kid brother didn't call him dad. Come on, I've got the sacks and knives ready. Who's with me? Add me to the list. Jiang Chen left a portion in the pot for his dad and started eating his own portion at the table. Halfway through the meal, the door rang. Jiang Chen put down his chopsticks and went over to open the door with a bewildered look on his face. Who would come at this time? The door opened. It was Yu Yao's housekeeper. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stare. What was he doing here? The butler smiled and spoke. Young Master Jiang Chen, good morning. Tomorrow is our young lady's birthday. Miss would like to invite you to the birthday banquet tomorrow. Birthday banquet, what a strange word. Is it possible to have a banquet on your birthday? Smithsonian, poverty has limited my imagination. Jiang Chen looked at the butler hesitantly. He still wanted to study at home for the weekend and didn't want to go out for a birthday banquet. At this time, Jiang Yong heard voices. He walked out in a pajama suit, in a daze. Son of A, what's wrong? The housekeeper repeated what he had said to Jiang Chen to Jiang Yong. Jiang Yong nodded his head painfully. Good wow, tomorrow you guys come and pick it up. My son will definitely be on time. Receiving a satisfactory reply, the butler smiled. Then tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, a car will be arranged to pick you up. Do you think it's okay? Of course. As long as it's not too much trouble. Jiang Yong grinned. Seeing that they had hit it off. Jiang Chen was still at a loss. No, what about me? Just agreed for me? For the first time, I'm looking at the kid brother daddy a little bit more smoothly. No prize competition. Kid's dad hesitated because he wanted to study at home. A child who loves to study too much is sometimes powerless. Mr. Kid. Good job. If you can keep up today's standard from now on, I'll be merciful and not hate you. Papa, what are you studying at home? Get out and play. The butler said goodbye and left. He just went down to the first floor. He saw his own young lady looking at the stairway with bated breath. When she saw him coming, she was even more excited and ran 2 steps faster. Full of anticipation, she asked, "How is it, does Mr. Jiang Chen agree?" The housekeeper bent down and was at eye level with Yu Yao. "Miss, young Master Jiang Chen agreed." Yu Yao immediately smiled happily. She coughed lightly twice again to collect her expression. "That's good." The butler's eyes towards Yu Yao were rather helpless. How was it that his own precious young lady was this so worthless once she encountered young Master Jiang Chen's affairs? A hint of crisis appeared in the butler's eyes. The young lady wouldn't fall back on her favor, would she? If this matter were to spread out, it would make people laugh their asses off. On the other hand, Jiang Chen was deeply powerless when his father agreed to this on his behalf. He said to Jiang Yong, "Dad, why did you agree so quickly? I don't want to go." Jiang Yong went into the kitchen, not caring whether his hands were washed or not. He took the egg pancake that was left for him in the pot and ate it. While eating, he accused Jiang Chen. "You don't know what you're doing. He's been driving you to and from school every day for a while. Did he ever charge you a penny? Now it's their birthday and you don't want to go?" He swallowed the egg cake in one gulp. "You have to go even if you don't want to. Not only do you have to go, you have to buy the girl a present. Let's go. Dad will take you to pick out a gift." "Oh, my God. Daddy's got a brain. I was wrong about you, I thought you only played games and ate and slept. Mr. Kiddo, how presumptuous. In the end, you're an adult. Even if you're a loser, you still know a little bit about the world. Are you praising the kid's father? I hear how strange. However, this gift must be carefully selected, no matter how to say is also a rich girl at all things have seen. That's why it's not the gift, it's the thought that counts. I want the little girl to see the heart." Hearing him say that, Jiang Chen also felt that Jiang Yong had a point. He also thanked Yu Yao for the transportation during this time. Although one didn't want to go to the banquet. But it was better to listen to Dad and make the trip. It was more thoughtful to send another gift. Jiang Yong didn't change his clothes, wearing the wrinkled pajamas. He took Jiang Chen out. The two came to a nearby shopping mall. Both men didn't know what kind of gift to buy for a little girl. The live stream viewers had ideas. There were countless types of gifts in the pop-ups. Unfortunately, neither of the two men could see it. An hour later, the two men walked out of the mall door holding a pink school bag. Sure enough, men under the sky have one aesthetic, they are all Death Barbie fans. No, that wall full of school bags, how did they accurately pick a Death Barbie pink? I've finally found the kid brother's weakness. It's aesthetics. Even a kid brother can't escape straight male aesthetics. Chapter 125, Master. Our young lady is dying. The next day, at 10 in the morning, Jiang Chen's fake door was knocked on time. Jiang Chen went over to open the door. Yu Yao went to answer it and appeared in Jiang Chen's line of sight. There was also a housekeeper following behind. Jiang Chen first invited the two to enter. Seeing Yu Yao, Jiang Chen was a little surprised. Originally, he thought that the housekeeper would send a random person to pick them up. He didn't expect the two of them to come together. "What brings you here?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. This was Yu Yao's first time coming to Jiang Chen's house. She curiously surveyed the living room. Only after hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry did she retract her eyes and responded. "I came to pick you up. Didn't I say yesterday that today is my birthday banquet, did you forget?" Yu Yao's expression went down. Jiang Chen went back to find the patch. "I just didn't expect you to come. I thought it was someone else coming to pick up." Yu Yao's face instantly got better, she happily pulled Jiang Chen's hand. "Then let's go. When the fun is over, I'll send you back this afternoon. The little white rich beauty is hooked. She's definitely hooked. She left today's birthday party behind and came to pick up the kid brother. Don't worry about my brother's future. Even if he doesn't go, there's a rich girl who will. If I eat fasting and pray to Buddha in this life, can I be reincarnated as kid brother in my next life? I don't want to be a kid brother, I want to be a kid brother's son. Upstairs is smart." The housekeeper was looking at Yu, who had been in a state of emotional turmoil because of Jiang Chen's casual remarks. The housekeeper looked at Yu Yao, who was happy and unhappy at the same time, because of Jiang Chen's random words. He sighed deeply in his heart. "Miss, young Master Jiang Chen, it's time for us to go. I'm red-eyed. The kid brother is being begged to go out and play. Why is it that I haven't been invited to go out with anyone in months?" "Because you have no friends. Upstairs, send me your address, I'll send you a souvenir." Jiang Yong heard the sound of talking outside and got up from the bed in his pajamas in a daze. "Who is it?" Before Jiang Chen had a chance to open his mouth, he saw Yu Yao walk straight up to greet him. "Good day, uncle. I'm Yu Yao, today is my birthday. I've come to invite Mr. Jiang Chen to my birthday banquet." Jiang Yong's sleepy and confused brain came to its senses. Oh, right. Today is your birthday. Yesterday, my son Smash and I even went to buy you a present. Yu Yao instantly brightened her eyes and looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. What kind of gift did classmate Jiang Chen buy me? Jiang Chen took out that fan book bag from his room. Girls should all like the color pink. What do you think? Bad, bad, bad. The only thing they can't get their hands on, let them get their hands on it. This Death Barbie pink, can people like it? She's happy to be here. Do you have to spoil her fun? If you don't bring your kid brother to the birthday party later, you'll be honest. The housekeeper looked at the bag incredibly. And look at Jiang Chen, Jiang Young, father and son. He hesitantly said, this color. Yu Yao, however, ran over with an excited face and took the bag from Jiang Chen's hand. This color is so pretty. I like it very much. The smile at the corner of her mouth was bright. Jiang Yong nodded with satisfaction. It's good that you like it. No, are you serious, little rich white girl? So what, why don't we open our eyes and take a look? I understand the butler's heart block. This little girl is too sweet. Didn't the Jiangs notice the butler's face at all? Probably because they really think this bag is pretty. Little rich white girl. You've got to get a life. With a face like that, even without a family, there are plenty of people rushing to give gifts. So why are you so humble? Because our kid brother is so charming. Proud face. The butler's face is not right. Ha! How can he look good when his own lady is running away with a poor boy? Butler, master. Our lady is dying. Jiang Yong yawns. The butler, like seeing hope, rushed forward to interrupt Yu Yao and Jiang Chen talking. Miss, let's go. Mr. Jiang is still sleepy, let's not disturb him. Yu Yao nodded, good. Then, Mr. Jiang Chen, let's go. The housekeeper hurriedly rushed at Jiang Yong. Jiang Chen's father, don't worry, I will take care of young Master Jiang Chen. There was a snap. The door was gently closed. Looking at the door that was closed, Jiang Yong was dumbfounded. No, I'm not that sleepy. Ha! The housekeeper can't wait to hurry up and leave. Butler, John's house is a place of wrongdoing, don't come here in the future, miss. If he doesn't leave, his young lady won't be able to leave. Ha! Alas! I can't help it, the kid brother's charm. Yu Yao happily pulled Jiang Chen into the car. The car drove for a long time and came to a luxurious hotel. Jiang Chen looked out the car window in confusion. The banquet was here? He thought it was in Yu Yao's house. The butler opened the car door for the two. Yu Yao pulled Jiang Chen towards the hotel. Yeah. My dad bought this hotel for my birthday. Mr. Jiang Chen, in the future, you and your aunt and uncle will come here for free. Bought? I know this place. The most upscale and luxurious hotel in the city. I'm a middle-class family, it's a pain in the ass to go there for a meal. I know the rich girl's family is rich, but that rich? For a birthday? Buy a hotel. I can't even afford a private room for my birthday. I can't even afford a private room for my birthday. I'm crying. I won't be able to sleep again tonight. I hesitate to buy a cake for my birthday, but they buy a hotel without blinking an eye. Wait a minute. I think I see Goff Field in the distance. It's so big. Tell me how big this place is. 100,000 square meters. For those of you who don't know how big 100,000 square meters is, imagine 14 standard soccer fields. Miss Yu, look at me. Miss Yu, look at me. I'm more obedient than Jiang Chen. I'll do whatever I'm told. I can join your family. I'll give you my child's last name. Happy birthday, Ms. Yu Yao. Perhaps you need someone who specializes in opening presents for you. From someone who's passionate about unwrapping presents. Upstairs, this opportunity was also found for you. Although the live broadcast audience reacted greatly. However, Jiang Chen was expressionless. After surveying the hotel in front of him with a bland look, he nodded his head. It looks all right. The moment these words came out, the butler beside him couldn't help but be stunned. Yu Yao was also stunned. As for the live broadcast audience, it was even more explosive. Looks okay? That's something only brother kid could say. What? Kid brother is also someone who has seen the world? This wouldn't be kid brother saying it on purpose to attract the little rich white girl, would it? I don't think so. He's not interested in anything other than his studies. Mr. Jiang Chen, let's go in first. I've got a lot of friends here, so I'll introduce them to you later. Yu Yao pulled Jiang Chen in the elevator and headed upstairs. When they reached the 36th floor, the elevator doors opened. The others in the banquet hall heard the commotion and gathered around. A handsome young boy, dressed in a Korean suit with exquisite curly hair. Holding a gift box in his hand, he waited expectantly in front of the elevator door. Behind him was a group of noble rich family Miss Young Masters. When he saw Yu Yao, he immediately smiled with joy. But then he saw Jiang Chen, whom Yu Yao was holding. His face instantly stiffened. Chapter 126, Birthday Gift Delivery. The little boy looked at Jiang Chen with a mischievous face. Yao Yao, who is he? Yu Yao led Jiang Chen out of the elevator. It did not take care of him. Instead, she faced everyone and made a grand introduction. Hello everyone, thank you for coming to celebrate my birthday today. Introduce everyone. The words were spoken for everyone to hear, but her eyes were firmly focused on Jiang Chen. This is Jiang Chen, Jiang of River, Chen of Star. It's my deskmate at school. Any blind person could see that Yu Yao was special to Jiang Chen. And then, Yu Yao pointed at the little boy and introduced Jiang Chen. His name is Zhou Lang, he's my former schoolmate. Zhou Lang immediately interjected. He was also a childhood friend who had known him since he was a child. He looked at Jiang Chen with a provocative look in his eyes and continued. The two families of Yao Yao and I have a very good relationship. My father often takes me to Yao Yao's house to play. Yu Yao laughed dryly and didn't pick up his words. Zhou Lang tightly clutched the gift box in his hand. He suddenly took a step forward and approached Jiang Chen. Why haven't I seen you before? Zhou Lang cocked his head as if he was just curious. My dad has a big company and knows a lot of people. My dad said that he knew all the powerful people in this city. But why haven't I seen you before? And Zhou Lang surveyed the clothes on Jiang Chen's body and flaunted his chest, showing off the clothes he was wearing. What brand are you wearing? Why haven't I seen it before? The set I'm wearing, my dad specially hired someone to customize it, so it doesn't have a logo. Is what you're wearing also customized? The gazes of everyone present moved to Jiang Chen's clothes because of Zhou Lang. This kid, intentionally showing off, right? So in the eyes of this level of rich people, those luxury brands are nothing, exclusive customization is the taste? I look at my fake bag and fall into silence. The little boy is taking the kid brother lightly. He's intentionally opening his screen in front of Yu Yao. Kid shouldn't have come, the class gap is too big, it's easy to get hit. I agree with you upstairs, even adults can't cope with the material gap, let alone a kid. I hope the show will intervene and take the kid away. The kid is still showing off his wealth. Get lost. Before Jiang Chen had a chance to reply, Yu Yao smiled faintly and said, It's not important what kind of clothes you wear, it's the fit that counts. I think Jiang Chen's clothes look good and suit him well. Hearing Yu Yao's words, the audience in the live broadcast room burst into jealousy. The little rich white beauty can That's how she knows how to defend the kid brother. This little boy is treating brother kid as a love rival. He's even showing off his wealth. Kid brother. Your clothes are customized by a master. It's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. That's right, you have to give yourself an identity when you're out and about. Zhou Lang's goal was not accomplished, but he also watched a scene where Yu Yao defended someone else. He was so angry that his face was green and white. Suddenly, he remembered something. He proudly walked up with the gift box. Yao Yao, this is my birthday gift to you. He specially raised his voice. It's from my dad who spent $3 million on it from a foreign auction. How much? $3 million. It's still from the auction. He just gave it away. Where is this hotel? I'm picking up trash for Valentine's Day. Which big shots kid is this? I'm envious. When did you get reincarnated into a family like this? There was an instant gasp of amazement around them. Even if their families were all wealthy, they were not much worse than Zhou Lang. But in the end, they are children, and their money is controlled by their parents. The pocket money in their hands was just over $100,000. Where was the qualification to have $3 million at their disposal? Hearing the surprised voices of others, Zhou Lang felt that the face he had just lost was regained. He handed it to Yu Yao. Yao Yao, open it and see, do you like it? Yu Yao gave face and opened it. She looked at the exquisite necklace with large diamonds inside. A female classmate came up and said enviously, Wow! It's so beautiful. The diamonds are so shiny, it looks like the necklace the queen brought in the movie. I'm going to ask my mom to buy me one too. Yu Yao's reaction was very plain. She said calmly, Thank you. The tone couldn't be more perfunctory. Little rich white girl, you didn't look like this when you received your kid brother's pink school bag. It's better than that Barbie pink bag of death. Gift giving is not just about the gift, it's also about the person who gives it. Seeing this, everyone else came forward to give their own gifts. The female student who envied that necklace held a big gift box. Yao Yao, this is the Disney princess dress I gave you, it will look great on you. Yu Yao took it and handed it to the housekeeper behind her. Thank you, I'll wear it and take a picture for you afterward. Yeah. A male student came forward. This is the small backpack my mom picked out for you, Mom said it's a limited edition. Thank you, and thank you auntie. Everyone gives their gifts. These classmates were all either rich or expensive, the cheapest thing they sent was tens of thousands of dollars. The housekeeper all received them for Yu Yao. After the others finished sending, Zhou Lang turned to Jiang Chen and deliberately asked, What about you, what gift are you giving Yao Yao? Without waiting for Jiang Chen to reply, Yu Yao then held the backpack in her hand in her arms. Look! This is the school bag Jiang Chen gave me. Isn't it nice? I've never seen such a nice school bag before. Yu Yao happily hugged her school bag. Anyone could see how much she liked this bag. It's completely different from when she was faced with that necklace Joe Lang gave her just now. Little rich white beauty, you don't lack money anyway, take the time to get your eyes looked at. Look at the looks of the people around. Sure enough, the little rich white beauty is the only one with abnormal eyes. No, there's also kid brother. Yes, this damn straight male aesthetic. I can't believe the father and son picked out a death Barbie powder after half a day at the mall. Seeing this scene, the other students also understood what it meant. It doesn't matter what kind of gift you give, what matters is the person who gives it. Jiang Chen student, ever since Yao Yao transferred to another school, we all miss her. I'm so envious of you, you can still be at the same table with Yao Yao. It's been a while since I've seen Yao Yao so happy, thanks to you. The other classmates all said with a smile. Zhou Lang, on the other hand, had an angry look on his face. He looked furiously at Jiang Chen, who was being held by Yu Yao and standing in the center of the crowd. He couldn't wait to pull the other party out. The viewers in the live broadcast room also saw this scene. Look at that little boy, his eyes are glaring out. He properly likes the little rich white beauty. It's a pity that she doesn't have his heart. He's not even close to our kid brother. Oh, my god. I'll let you flaunt your wealth. Serves you right. My cyber son is a real charmer and a powerhouse. Chapter 127, Your unattainability is in the eye of the beholder. For Yu Yao's birthday, not many people were invited. There were only 7 or 8. Soon, everyone's gifts were finished. Yu Yao signaled everyone to sit down and eat. The banquet hall was surrounded by beautiful dolls, colorful ribbons and balloons. Just looking at it made the girls' hearts flutter. In the center was a large round table made of luxurious small leaf rosewood. Yu Yao led everyone over to sit down. Today she was the main character, naturally sitting on the main seat. There was a girl sitting on her left, who was very close to Yu Yao in her behavior. She should be the one who has the best relationship with Yu Yao among these few friends. Yu Yao sat on the main seat and beckoned Jiang Chen over to sit next to her. There was someone who moved faster. Zhou Lang jumped ahead and sat in that seat. After he sat down, he smiled at Yu Yao. Yu Yao's face showed embarrassment and displeasure. She was thinking about what to say to Zhou Lang to let him up. Just then, she saw Jiang Chen turn around and pick a seat at random. Yu Yao hurriedly stood up. She walked to Jiang Chen's left and sat down. Ouch, 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 ouch. The little rich white girl can't leave our kid brother now. I've never seen the birthday girl sitting after someone else. I've never seen a birthday girl sit after someone else. Worthy of being a child of a rich family, I can't tell what's primary and secondary now. I just took a screenshot of a bunch of dolls in the banquet hall. They're either limited edition or co-branded, and each one costs tens of thousands of dollars. What? Kid brother. Come back and pack up all the dolls. Upstairs, it's too ugly to eat. Kid, bring back the mahogany table. Kid, you're killing me. Zhou Lang's face stiffened, and his face turned red with anger. He also stood up unconvincingly. He wanted to sit closer to Yu Yao. But there were people on Yu Yao's left and right sides. Currently the closest position to Yu Yao was Jiang Chen's right side. But he didn't want to sit with Jiang Chen. Seeing that there were other people trying to come this way, he was worried that there wouldn't even be this seat left. Zhou Lang could only force himself to sit down. Jiang Chen didn't expect him to sit next to him. For a while, the two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes. Ha! 2 love rivals sitting together. Love rivals? Did kid brother treat him as a love rival? Kid is also a bit confused. Just now he was still at loggerheads. How come he's sitting next to me in the blink of an eye? The kid really likes the rich white girl. He'd rather sit next to his rival than to be close to a rich white girl. Soon, everyone found their own seats. The butler stood in the middle of Yu Yao and Jiang Chen, pinching food for the two. Zhou Lang stared blankly and just watched. There was not only envy in his eyes, but also jealousy. Yu Yao's specialness towards Jiang Chen was even more obvious at this moment. Zhou Lang didn't want Yu Yao to ignore himself and took the initiative to find presents. He spun the dial and turned an Eastern Star spot in front of Yu Yao. Yao Yao, this Eastern Star spot is fresh today, try it. Yu Yao was talking to Jiang Chen when she was interrupted. Her face was a bit stiff, but still nodded and said, "Good." Only after she spoke did the butler put a small chopstick of fish for Yu Yao. Zhou Lang looked at Yu Yao expectantly, only to see Yu Yao's eyes light up after she ate it. Before Zhou Lang could be happy, he saw Yu Yao excitedly say to Jiang Chen, "This Eastern Star spot is really good, try it." She picked up the communal chopsticks and took a piece for Jiang Chen. Looking at the fish that landed on Jiang Chen's plate, Zhou Lang was instantly speechless. For the first time, he experienced what it meant to be stuck in the throat. Ha! The dish that he himself recommended for White Moonlight to eat, White Moonlight turned his head and chucked it for his love rival. Miserable. This is really miserable. Little brat, there's no hope for you on the side of the little rich white girl, so don't be so persistent. Ha! The little rich girl isn't hiding anything. She's all about our kid brother. I don't think he'll ever want to see the Eastern Star spot again. The shadow of life has been successfully added. You're unattainable, under the eyes of others. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to Zhou Lang's eyes and picked up the piece of fish and brought it to his mouth. Yu Yao looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. How is it? Is it okay? Jiang Chen nodded, not bad. Yu Yao immediately smiled happily and clamped another piece for Jiang Chen. Then you eat more. Zhou Lang looked at this scene, his back teeth were about to be clenched. The chopsticks in his hand were clenched dead tight. At this time, there were disorganized footsteps coming from upstairs. There was also a burst of clamor. How could there be such sounds? Yu Yao frowned at the ceiling. The audience in the live broadcast room also heard these sounds. What's all the rustling upstairs? In such a luxurious hotel, I thought I wouldn't be able to hear it even if I killed a pig, but it turns out that the soundproofing is also this bad. Which hotel has better soundproofing? They're all like this. I've been traveling a lot, and now I have dark circles under my eyes like a national treasure, because I haven't slept well since I stayed in a hotel on business trips. I'm accusing all the hotels in the world. The housekeeper heard the commotion and immediately made a phone call. Not 2 minutes later, a man in a suit bent over and came in. He respectfully said to Yu Yao, "Hello miss, I am the general manager of the hotel." Yu Yao took the napkin and gently pasted her lips a few times and nodded. The reserve of the rich and noble family was seen between the movements. At the same time, the butler spoke softly and asked, "What's going on upstairs? Why is it so noisy?" The general manager's waist bent even more. A grown man of 1.8 meters could not wait to put his head on the ground. "Mississippi. It's a tour group from abroad. The interpreter couldn't come at the moment, and now we have a communication problem with the tour group. So the tour group upstairs is a bit anxious, and the noise is too loud. I'm sorry to disturb you on your birthday, I'll take care of it right away. I'll go." Is this a rich family? That man is almost on his knees, right? As expected, slavery hasn't disappeared for the rich. It looks like we're distant from this little rich white girl. She's only worthless in front of the kid brother. Zhou Lang's eyes lit up when he heard about foreign countries. Yu Yao originally attended a foreign language school. These former classmates, naturally, were all from foreign language schools as well. Their foreign language skills were far ahead of their peers. Zhou Lang thought that Jiang Chen was just a student at an ordinary school. The foreign language level was definitely not good. He stood up and said, "Since the interpreter can't come, let's go take a look. With our foreign language skills, simple communication shouldn't be a problem." As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen smugly. Ooh. It's finally time for him to perform. This is trying to perform in front of the little white rich girl. The screen is open again. Trying to suppress our kid brother in foreign languages. This kind of rich family will emphasize on their children's foreign language education. Many children also found it interesting and nodded their heads in agreement. Yu Yao frowned and looked at Jiang Chen. There was an inquiry in her eyes. Zhou Lang, on the other hand, deliberately said to Jiang Chen, "We're all going to help. Are you going?" Chapter 128, An Accident. Jiang Chen saw that everyone had gotten up. Then he stood up with the masses as well. He responded to Zhou Lang's line of questioning. Good. Seeing Jiang Chen take the bait, Zhou Lang smugly hooked the corner of his mouth. Hooked. The group walked out of the banquet hall and headed upstairs. The audience in the live broadcast room each shouted across the room, "Don't go. The kid brother back. That little brat obviously wants to perform in front of the rich little white girl and will definitely drag brother kid along, trying to find a way to make brother kid lose face. I don't think we should worry too much. I don't think you need to worry too much. At least brother kid is a schoolmaster, and his English is definitely good. No matter how good he is, he's only at 3rd grade level, but these rich young men are different. These people must have gone to an aristocratic school. The teaching standard is not on the same level as a normal school. Rich people's chickens, their families don't lack money, and they have more than a few private tutors. It's over. Kid is about to suffer his first blow in life. Come back soon. Is it the star spot that's bad or the chair that's uncomfortable? Why did you go and join in the fun? Come back. Kong hands." A group of people arrived upstairs. They saw about 10 foreigners surrounding a few waiters, speaking their own language. The waiter in the center of the surrounded by a difficult face, obviously cannot cope. Among those 10 foreigners, there are blonde Westerners. There were also black-haired Asians. There were even 2 Middle Easterners wrapped in white robes. Zhou Lang was anxious to perform in front of Yu Yao. He walked up and took the initiative to talk to a brown-haired foreigner. "Hello? He confidently spoke a fluent English to the foreigner. "No, this kid speaks English so well. More than speaking well, he even has a little London accent, it's so nice." Once again, he was hit hard. How old is he? What kind of education did he receive? The money he spent on his English studies is enough to support a child in an ordinary family. No wonder he's so confident, he's really strong. This is the end. He's got an edge that comes from his mother's womb. How can he compete with the kid? Listen to me, kid. Go back and eat lobster and abalone. Joe Lang waited confidently for the person opposite to give him a reply. As a result, a few words came out of that person's mouth that were not in English. The smile at the corner of Joe Lang's mouth instantly stiffened. Pooh-ha! What is this saying? The little brat isn't fooling around anymore. Go on. He came forward with his head held high, but the other party didn't understand what he was saying. Failed to act like a pussy. I tried to imitate a peacock opening its screen, but I ended up with a pheasant landing on the ground. Ha! No, what the hell is he saying? Even if I don't speak English well, I can tell he's not speaking English. I think it's Spanish? A female student behind Yu Yao said. This is Spanish. Our school had a Spanish tutor before. But everyone didn't learn it very well. Hearing the words of the person behind her, Joe Lang's face became even worse. Why didn't he learn it properly at that time? The thought that there was Yu Yao watching behind him. And that damnable Jiang Chen. Joe Lang felt even more embarrassed. At this time, a blonde foreigner heard Joe Lang speaking English and took the initiative to come over. Hello? Hearing this hello, Joe Lang's eyes practically glowed. Someone could speak English. This time, he could get his face back. Joe Lang hurriedly responded and asked the other party what was going on. The blonde seemed to have found a savior. Bending down and pulling Joe Lang's hand, he told him. The blonde man seemed to have found his salvation. Although the other party spoke English. But because he was in such a hurry, he spoke very fast. Joe Lang had no time to react. The words he heard went in the left ear and out the right ear, and there was no time to convert them in his head. He tried to make the man speak slower. But the other person was only focusing on his own gibberish. Joe Lang couldn't get a word in. No, this guy is reciting a tongue twister? This is too fast. I feel like the school's English listening has become friendly. Even a native English speaker would have to react for a while to this speed of speech. Little busted boy is still confused. Raggedy, it's so hard to express yourself in front of the white moonlight. Look at how anxious he is, he's about to cry. No wonder he can't communicate with the hotel people. He can't understand them at this speed. The kid's not strong enough. Learning in class is not the same as having a real conversation. I've been looking at this kid for a while now, and I've been fooling around with him for a while now. I don't think he's strong enough either. I don't think he has much strength, so what if the educational resources are good, but when it comes to life, he still can't keep up? At this time, the back of the junction said not slow. That foreigner is saying that he wants to change rooms. He is allergic to pollen, and his current room is on the 3rd floor, with a field of flowers just outside the window. Jiang Chen slowly and methodically translated the man's words without a hint of panic. He said that he was going to suffocate to death if he stayed in that room any longer. I knock? Did kid brother understand? No, kid brother, when did you go into English behind our backs? I've been watching kids' live broadcasts all day, why does he still have so many things I don't know? Kid, I urge you to be honest. Otherwise your cyber father will be sad. No, is there a level like this in 3rd grade now? I'm sure they don't. My nephew in 3rd grade is lucky if he can recognize all 26 letters of the alphabet. Yu Yao, who was standing next to Jiang Chen, looked at him with a surprised face. She knew that Jiang Chen had always been a good student. But she didn't know that Jiang Chen's English was this good. For a while, Yu Yao looked at Jiang Chen with a deeper look in her eyes. The other rich family Miss Young Masters were also shocked as they looked at Jiang Chen. That person spoke so fast that none of them understood. This person was so watery and understood? The general manager hurriedly resolved this matter on the side. We can change the room for this gentleman. To make up for it, we'll upgrade this gentleman's room type for free. Jiang Chen translated all these words to the blonde man. After that man heard it, he covered his chest in an exaggerated manner. Making a relieved expression. He dropped Joe Lang. Walked over and picked up Jiang Chen in a hug. Mouth full of God. Anyone could see his gratitude towards Jiang Chen. I Lu a go. I thought it was the little brat's specialty, but it turned out that the kid brother had a big headache. Brother kid is awesome. It has to be my kid brother. Look at the eyes of the little rich white girl, she's on the ball again. Chapter 129, How many languages do you know? Watching Jiang Chen and the blonde answer each other. Joe Lang's face was ashen. He was confidently trying to perform in front of Yao Yao. It turned out to be so humiliating now. The housekeeper stood behind Yu Yao and looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of surprise. This kid was only 8 years old, how could his English be so good? Joe Lang saw that Yu Yao was so focused on Jiang Chen that she didn't even look at him squarely. Fire sprang up in his heart. He snorted and said with a strong face, English is just English, who hasn't learned it nowadays? My English score has always been the best, just now I just didn't react. And there are so many people here, you've only solved one person's problem, it's useless as usual. You're useful. If you know English, why don't you go? That's right, that yellow-haired guy was talking to you, did you understand a single word? You're not much of a kid, but you're good at pretending. The kid has finished translating, and you've just come up with one sentence. If that's all you've got, why don't you do it? Don't be so embarrassing, kid. Yu Yao saw Zhou Lang say that and took the initiative to stand up for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's students at least helped a person, how is it useless? None of us could understand what that person said, only Jiang Chen did. Isn't that awesome? The kids behind Yu Yao nodded their heads. Being disliked by his beloved so much to his face, Zhou Lang was even more embarrassed in face. At this time, a dark-haired Asian in the crowd saw the blonde's problem solved. Also ran over and said to Jiang Chen in broken English. Zhou Lang was getting angry, but it was not good to lose his temper with Yu Yao. Hearing the man's heavily accented English, he opened his mouth and mocked. The moment you hear it, it's an islander, and English is spoken by them like Thai. Even if the gods came, they wouldn't understand what they were saying. Ha! I agree with you, kid. That's a good description, kid. The islanders speak English like Thai. Can't the islanders keep their tongues straight? How can they have such a heavy accent? Last time I watched an island TV show, I didn't realize the main character was speaking English. Are you watching a proper island TV show upstairs? Dog's head. It's over. It's not. No matter how good my English is, I don't understand this crap. This accent is so bad, I'm a grade 4 or 6 passer, but I don't understand a single word. This guy's English only serves one purpose, to make it clear that he's an islander. It's over, the kid's brother has just made a splash, now the kid should be fooled again. Jiang Chen really didn't understand what the islander was saying. A series of English like Thai came out. He was flabbergasted for a moment. However, he could tell that this was definitely an islander. The islander probably knew he had a heavy accent. He was flabbergasted to see the kid who had solved the problem for the blonde. He sighed in disappointment and turned around with the intention of leaving. But a familiar native language emerged from behind him. It was Jiang Chen who spoke an island language. The islander immediately turned around and stared at Jiang Chen with glowing eyes. The two men conversed back and forth for a moment. Jiang Chen turned his head to the general manager and said, "This guest said that there is a lot of noise upstairs from him. There are always footsteps and the sound of falling things, so I hope that the hotel party can step in and communicate with the upstairs residents." No? What's the situation? Kid brother even knows island language? Kid brother, how many great things have you done behind our backs? I just want to know when you learned it. When? Brother Kiddo has once again changed his mind. Can an 8-year-old child really take in so much knowledge? Upstairs may not be able to handle it, but it's the kid's brother. I'm so impressed. This mustn't mesmerize the little rich white girl even more. Yu Yao's expression could no longer be controlled, looking at Jiang Chen with surprise. The housekeeper's expression was also rarely a little out of control, but quickly adjusted back. However, the way he looked at Jiang Chen was already different from before. The general manager also froze, not expecting such a small child. It was even if he was proficient in English, but he also knew island language. Zhou Lang opened his mouth wide with a stunned look. The blows he received in the previous 8 years combined were not as much as today's one day. But no one cared about him now. Only after Jiang Chen reminded him again did the general manager come back to his senses. He nodded his head in a hurry. Fine, I'll arrange for someone to communicate. Jiang Chen relayed his words to that islander. That islander gratefully bowed to Jiang Chen repeatedly. A grown man, bowing 90 degrees deep to an 8-year-old child. The image looked a little unholy. But it gave the live broadcast audience a happy look. Ha! That's it. Bow a few more times. I'm the father of the kid brother, so bowing to the kid brother is like bowing to me. I love it. Kid's great. These bows are the best of the show. Love it. Come more often. Come on, I'm standing straight in front of the computer, more bows. By default, I'm bowing on behalf of the whole island. Pass it on. Islanders kowtow to our 8-year-olds. Then pass it down. All the people of the island nation collectively bow to the dragon nation. On how the rumor came about. Zhou Lang watched as the islanders bowed and thanked Jiang Chen, his heart clogged with a breath that couldn't come up. He clasped his arms and held his head high. Isn't it just Japanese? Who didn't know that Japanese language many Chinese words? To the Dragon Kingdom people, learning Japanese is as easy as learning a dialect. I was just too lazy to learn it because I didn't find it difficult. Yeah, right. It's not difficult. Then why don't you know how to do it? It's not difficult, that's why I didn't bother. You've got a lot of excuses, kid. Repeat after me, honesty. He's got a good face. Why does a kid have such high self-esteem? Because he's always been treated with respect. The truth. At this time, the tour group noticed that 2 people in a row had solved their problems with Jiang Chen. They gathered around one after another. Separately, in each country's language, they hurriedly spoke of their needs, including the Spaniard who had conversed with Zhou Lang in the beginning. For a time, the hall was filled with the voices of various languages. It was distracting and headache-inducing to listen to. Zhou Lang looked at the person surrounded in the center and smiled smugly. Let you make a splash just now. Let's see how you'll cope this time. What's wrong with these people? Why are they swarming up here? Why don't we do it one at a time? Who understands this? We can't do it one at a time. Some of them speak Spanish, some speak German. No matter how good a kid is, he can't know all the languages. What's wrong with that? There are still Middle Easterners who speak Arabic. Chapter 130, Successfully Solving Trouble. Yu Yao worriedly looked at Jiang Chen, who was surrounded by the crowd in the center. She subconsciously squeezed up, wanting to relieve Jiang Chen. The housekeeper was quick to pull back Yu Yao. Miss, there are too many people and it's too chaotic. You may get hurt if you rush over. Yu Yao frowned at Jiang Chen, who was surrounded by a group of adults in the center and could only vaguely see a little shadow. Then we can't just leave Jiang Chen alone. What if he gets hurt? Yu Yao's concern touched the live broadcast audience. This little rich white beauty is truly devoted to brother kid. This kid brother, who only has studies in his eyes, probably didn't even notice the little rich girl's thoughts about him until now. The friendship between the two 8-year-olds makes my heart ache as a 30-year-old uncle. Little rich white beauty. Just for this wave, uncle will stand by you. The housekeeper calmed Yu Yao down. It's okay, miss. Look, the general manager and the waiter have already gone over to coordinate. And these guests are just looking for someone to solve their problems, they won't hurt anyone. Looking at the general manager and a few waiters, they rushed over to pacify the guests. Only then did Yu Yao put down her heart a little. Okay. Just when the scene was in chaos, a childish and quiet voice came out from the crowd. That voice spoke skillful Arabic. Except for the two Middle Easterners, no one could understand what he was saying. But even so, it could be heard that he was extremely skillful in this language. Soon, the Middle Easterners who heard these two words all quieted down. The two of them also signaled the others to be quiet. But for a few seconds, the restless crowd returned to quiet. The group of tourists were no longer crowded, but lined up in an orderly fashion. Jiang Chen's figure was then revealed. This wave of maneuvering once again made the live broadcast audience boil. What? What did the kid say just now? I don't understand a word. He was speaking Arabic. When did the kid learn Arabic again? Arabic majors can testify online that the kid does speak Arabic. And he's a native speaker. Wow. I'm crying. I can't even understand English, and an 8-year-old knows Arabic. No, it was a mess just now, but the kid calmed it down with a few words. It's more than just language skills. A group of people were gabbing around, and not only did they not panic, but they also calmed them down with a few words. I've been in the workplace for 10 years and I can't even do that. The kid is smart. Some of them speak English, but he chose to calm the two Middle Easterners down in Arabic first. That's right. In a flock of sheep, find the leader first and leave the rest to the leader. That's scary. Is this really an 8-year-old? Why are those two Middle Easterners the leaders? Because they're rich. Hearing Jiang Chen speak Arabic skillfully, Yu Yao looked at Jiang Chen blankly. How come he knows everything? Zhou Lang, at this time, didn't have time to notice Yu Yao's eyes were falling on Jiang Chen. He also looked at Jiang Chen blankly. There was no longer any jealousy or disgust in his eyes, only full of surprise remained. The butler standing behind Yu Yao's face lost control for the first time. He looked at Jiang Chen with wide eyes. This was indeed just an 8-year-old kid, right? The general manager and a few waiters, seeing what had bothered them for half a day. They were instantly pacified by a child. They all looked at Jiang Chen in shock. Worthy of being brought in by a lady. Are all the kids that rich people know so powerful? Other than the foreigners, the only one present who was still calm and composed. It was Jiang Chen. He first used Arabic and asked those two Middle Easterners what their problem was. The two Arabs gabbled in response. Jiang Chen nodded and turned to the general manager. These two guests abstained from pork and drinking alcohol. They said that there was alcohol placed in their room and felt that the hotel should respect the customs of every guest. Only then did the general manager return to his senses. Rushed forward to explain. Wine and drinks are what we give to every guest who visits. All of them will be placed in every room by default and will be freely taken by the guests. There is absolutely no intention of disrespecting you. The general manager immediately gave a solution. Have the people immediately remove the wine and give the two guests the appropriate compensation. The two Arabs nodded. But their problem is not over yet. Jiang Chen translated their words to the general manager. The general manager understood and said, the two guests ate vegetarian food during their stay at the expense of the hotel. As a compensation for the two of you. Jiang Chen translated the general manager's words to the two Middle Easterners as they were. They nodded with satisfaction. The matter of these two people was considered settled. Next, Jiang Chen used Spanish, German, etc. respectively. A few more people had their problems solved. I'm speechless. What kind of god is this kid? My son is still learning Pinyin, but his son already knows many foreign languages. I have a reasonable doubt that kid is beyond the realm of human beings. A certain laboratory. The future man you're studying has escaped. Take him back. So when did he learn it? I'm already scratching my head. Upstairs is too obsessive. After solving the problem, Jiang Chen walked back to Yu Yao under the gaze of the crowd. Can we go back to dinner now? The sudden turn of events caught the live broadcast audience off guard. Eat? You're still thinking about dinner. No, kid brother, do you know what a big deal you just did? After stunning everyone, he calmly went back to eat. That's a great mental attitude. Yu Yao hadn't gotten over it yet. She nodded her head in a daze and said, Yes, then go back then. A group of small children and a butler turned around and walked back. The general manager, on the other hand, chased after them and complimented them. This time I'm really thankful to this little friend, you've solved a big problem for us. Jiang Chen was expressionless and waved his hand, responding calmly. It's nothing. It's just a matter of saying a few words. But, yes, say a few words. Only. The kid brother wasn't wrong, it was just a couple of words. Yeah. It's just a couple of words in 5 different languages, and all at the native level. Gritting teeth. I want to swear. Father. If you don't send my kid brother to my house, I'm going to chop him up. Chapter 131, System releases new tasks. The group of children re-entered downstairs to continue the birthday feast. After what had just happened, this group of high-eyed rich young masters and young ladies had looked at Jiang Chen in a different light. Especially a few little girls. They didn't even eat their meals. One by one, although they were still sitting in their seats, their hearts ran to Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen, how did you learn so many languages? Jiang Chen, you're amazing. Did your dad hire you a private tutor? Learning so many languages, won't you get confused? Your level is so high, did you take the exam? Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. The audience was worried about Jiang Chen. As a result, they saw that not only did he not lose face, but he also made such a big splash. One by one, the cyber-righteous fathers and mothers behind the screen were so excited. No, the kid brother's father won't hire a private tutor for the kid brother. Yes, he will only drag brother kid to play games. So, it's hard for him to learn so many languages in such an environment, right? Upstairs, it's not that hard anymore. So you've managed to do the same? Shut up. Stop it. Ha ha. Now these kids are so mesmerized by our kid brother. Yu Yao looked at the gazes of the others, each one landing on Jiang Chen. Sourness rose in her heart. She greeted them with a forced smile. Everyone, let's eat. This dish is the chef's recent new research, so let's taste how it tastes. Due to Yu Yao's interruption, the scene was finally quiet for a while. Little rich white beauty this is, jealous, right? Be confident, get rid of your question mark. Laughing and getting rich. What kind of a kid is jealous? Children can be very possessive. What's that new dish you've been working on? It looks delicious, I want to eat it. I'll have my brother pack it up for you. Look at the kid. He's being honest. You've been hit, haven't you? You've lost your sense of superiority. Everyone's attention is on the kid, but he's eating quietly with his head down. He's so sad, he won't even raise his head. I guess he doesn't even know what he's eating. Zhou Lang obediently sat in the seat next to Jiang Chen. No matter how noisy the surroundings were, he kept his head down and quietly stuffed rice into his mouth. He only pinched the dish closest to him. He also didn't reach out to turn the dial. He ate whichever plate was in front of him. But no one here noticed him. Everyone's attention was now on Jiang Chen. The butler who was giving Jiang Chen and Yu Yao dishes would always glance at Jiang Chen from time to time. He really couldn't think. How did such a small child master so many languages so skillfully? The scene was quiet for no more than a moment. Another girl couldn't help herself and softly asked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, my mom has always wanted me to learn German. But I've never been able to learn it well. Do you have any unique learning techniques? Can you share it? Jiang Chen was silent for a moment. What to say about this, owning that this was a system mission reward? You should just watch more German dramas. The girl then asked. Then which private tutor do you usually hire? It's amazing that he can teach you so well, I also want to learn from him. Jiang Chen shook his head and denied it. I don't have a private tutor. I just watch phone-in programs in various languages, and I will get it after watching more. That girl didn't expect that she would get such a reply. She felt like she had received some sort of shock. The audience in the live broadcast room also received a huge shock. Kid brother. I don't care if it's true or not, you take back your words. Or else I'll cry to you. Watch more TV, watch more TV. Upstairs is crazy. I'm an English major and I'm having a meltdown memorizing vocabulary. And you say watch more TV. Your English is fine. I'm studying ing Arabic. It's as hard to learn as Chinese. Kid, we can stop talking if we have to. This poor little girl has been hit for the first time in her life. Jiang Chen's words immediately aroused more curiosity. Even a few boys couldn't help but talk to him. But the most enthusiastic ones had to be the few girls. Yu Yao watched from the side as her face turned green. She stood up violently. Everyone's eyes were drawn over. Yu Yao revealed a smile and said, "Thank you all for coming to celebrate my birthday today. It's getting late. Butler, arrange for a car to send everyone back." After the butler answered, he bent down and invited these young masters and young ladies out of the banquet hall. Only Jiang Chen was left behind. Once he saw the others leave, Yu Yao stopped pretending. Sitting on a chair with a cold face, Jiang Chen looked at the sky outside. It was still early. But he didn't say anything either. He didn't understand what was going on, and there were plenty of people in the live broadcast room who did. The little white rich beauty is jealous. Ouch. Look at the little rich white beauty angry, not even 3 o'clock in the afternoon, said it's not early huh? Why is the kid still sitting there? Why are you still sitting there? Although I wasn't there, the ballroom must have smelled like acid. Not for long. The housekeeper came back. Miss, it's all been arranged. Yu Yao stood up expressionlessly. Then let's go as well. Jiang Chen, I'll send you back. Jiang Chen followed and stood up. All the way. The butler drove in front. In the back, between the two of them, Yu Yao and Jiang Chen, an eerie silence pervaded. The butler sensed the unusual atmosphere. Looking back through the rearview mirror, only to see his own young lady sitting in the seat with a puff of anger. Deliberately turning her head to the other side, not looking at Jiang Chen. And Jiang Chen, sitting there in a dignified manner. Regarding the emotions of the people around him, it was not noticed at all. The housekeeper sighed in his heart. When he was almost walking home, the system's prompt sounded beside his ears. Ding dong. The system releases a random task, coax Yu Yao to be happy. Mission reward, random ability, mall points 20. Jiang Chen looked back at Yu Yao in confusion. Coaxing Yu Yao to be happy. So Yu Yao was unhappy? He inquired doubtfully. Are you angry? The little straight boy finally realized it. This pair of father and son, they are really the same in terms of being straight. Only at this time, I guess I'm willing to believe that kid brother is really kid brother's father's son. Hearing Jiang Chen's question, Yu Yao didn't turn her head away from Jiang Chen either. She said in a twisted voice. No. Jiang Chen then felt. It seemed like she was really angry. He'd never done this before. Why don't you? I'll sing you a song. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Only then did Yu Yao turn her head around. Her sulky expression had receded a bit. With bright eyes, she asked. Then what song will you sing for me? Jiang Chen said, birthday song, isn't today your birthday? Yu Yao nodded and looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. Jiang Chen opened his mouth, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Jiang Chen hadn't even finished singing yet, Yu Yao was laughing her ass off. Little rich white beauty. Be a little more reserved. You're not so easy to coax. Let's get pissed off and make it harder for the kid brother, okay? That's it? A birthday song? That's it? Chapter 132, Xiao Yu's invitation, Mushroom House linkage. The person has been coaxed. The system mission was successfully completed. Ding dong. Task completed. Mission reward, handcrafting ability, mall point 20. Soon, Jiang Chen's house arrived. Yu Yao's smile hadn't disappeared since Jiang Chen finished singing. The butler's eyes were full of helplessness. After the car stopped, Jiang Chen got out. Yu Yao followed down. With a big smile, she said to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen student, thank you for coming to celebrate my birthday today. And also singing my birthday song. I gave you a Barbie pink ugly school bag in exchange for a limousine ride and dinner at a luxury hotel, and then people had to thank us again. Look at the mess. Not only that. That Barbie pink school bag was the favorite gift of the rich little girl. Kid brother has the rich white girl's heart in his hands. When I was in elementary school, there was a rich girl in my class. What happened to her? I wiped my nose on her and tore up her workbook, and then I got a double whammy. Talent upstairs. Yu Yao waved goodbye to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen student, see you tomorrow. Jiang Chen nodded his head and responded, see you tomorrow. On the other side. Kyoto de Phone Society. Xiao Yu looked at the next schedule and made a phone call with a sad face. Hey, little dagger aw. Have you seen the schedule? The two of us are going to the mushroom house together as flying guests for 2 days. On the other side, Zhao Xiaodao also looked at the 3 words mushroom house on the itinerary with disgust. I saw it, I didn't want to go. But it's already set, so there's nothing I can do about it. Zhao Xiaodao smiled bitterly. Xiao Yu, the two of us, the 2 days of food should become a problem. Xiao Yu is also a cry and laugh. I am also worried about this, after all, the mushroom house that chef bar. He also did not dare to say straight, can only dry laugh. Alas. Right. Xiao Yu suddenly brightened up. I have an idea. Do you remember the last time we went to a baby program together? The one I went to at the time, that kid's cooking was simply outstanding. Zhao Xiaodao recalled. I remember, it was even on the hot search at that time. She asked curiously, Xiao Yu, braised fat, see in the end what flavor ah? Little Yu smiled mysteriously. Very delicious. But I think only that child can do out that flavor. If I look for two program team to discuss, the Mushroom House and with children program to get a linkage. If we bring that kid over, eating won't be a problem. Zhao Xiaodao was also a bit moved. That's certainly great. But to bring a kid for 2 meals, why not just bring a chef? Xiao Ye sked and explained. Think about it. Just bring a cook, cutie. We all know that we are disgusted with that chef's meal. But bringing a kid is different. This means that it's just a coincidence, it's just that the two programs just happen to link up. Zhao Xiaodao nodded his head. That makes sense. Then it's settled. Xiao Yu said happily. Okay. I'll give the Mushroom House program group a call. After hanging up with Zhao Xiaodao, Xiao Ye immediately called the Mushroom House. After some discussion, Mushroom House agreed to link up with the Bringing Up Baby program. The next step would be for them to communicate with the Bringing Up Baby program. Only then was Xiao Yu satisfied and put down the phone. The camera turned. Zhang Chen was playing a game with Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong dish still loves to rush upwards. Dead and yelling again. Son of a. Give me revenge. Zhang Chen finished off his opponent with a numb face. Ha! The kid is numb. Why do I have to bring up a child when I'm only 8 years old? Kid brother. Take me, too. Kid's mom. Look at this. My dad is forcing my brother to play video games again. I'm amused upstairs. If I can't play one game, then no one can. Size, you two killed me. Ouch. The main man is here. The kid is getting hotter and hotter. Zhang Yong has just come back to life and died again. He's screaming for Zhang Chen to avenge his death. He doesn't realize that the person he just killed is staring at him through gritted teeth. Zhang Yong pointed at the computer screen. Son of a. It's this person. This person just gave me a headshot. You gave him a headshot too. And this guy. He just stabbed me. You stab him too. No, how can you specify the method of death? Kid brother. Don't spoil your father so much. I'm so jealous. He's turned into a ruthless killing machine. Daddy, please. Please. Let me experience this for a day. Dad. Let's have a father-son team up. I want to play a game. My hands are itching. Dad, I think you're itching. Zhang Yong was excited when his cell phone rang. He picked up the phone impatiently. Dad, I think I have an itchy hand. Who is it? Zhang Yong's expression froze when he heard what was said over there. He asked suspiciously. Mushroom House? Looking for my son? You tell my son Smash that he can go if he wants to, or not if he doesn't want to. Zhang Yong directly handed the phone to Zhang Chen. No. Don't pick it up with your hand. Dad, hold it for you, you continue to play the game. Zhang Yong with all the heart is the appearance of the game, amused a group of viewers in the live broadcast. Nothing can delay my son from playing the game. In the kid brother father here, nothing is as important as the game. I'm tired. This is the first time I've been taken care of by my dad, and I didn't realize it was for the game. What did Papa say about the Mushroom House? Are you going to the Mushroom House? I don't think so. Wasn't it just linked with another program? Why are we linking up again so soon? That's not impossible. After all, kid brother is so hot right now. So what if he's hot? Who in the Mushroom House is not a big star? How can they afford this much traffic? Zhang Chen played the game while listening to Director Yen on his cell phone. Going to the Mushroom House with Xiao Ye? I don't want to go. It'll delay my studies. Well, it's on May 1st vacation. That's fine. Good. The call ended with a few words. Neither father nor son took it seriously. They continued to immerse themselves in the game. But it was the live broadcast audience that instantly exploded. It's really linked with Mushroom House. With Xiao Ye. Wow. These two programs are my favorites. Mr. Yen is very capable. It's a link up with Mushroom House. It'll bring in a lot of traffic. Maybe it's because Ye thinks Chef Huang's cooking is bad, so he's trying to bring in the kid brother on purpose. Hey. You can't say that. Wait a minute. Mushroom House isn't in live mode, it's edited and released. If kid brother goes, does it mean that we can see the live broadcast without editing? Watson. You found the blind spot. Chapter 133, it's all about pinching the meal. Early the next morning. Zhang Chen went to school in Yu Yao's car as usual. The netizens were also red-eyed every day. The kid's brother has a lot of luck. He's so young, he's living the life of a car driver. Or a luxury car. This car is enough to buy my life. If you do the math, it's the same as a bunch of cows and horses going to and from school every day. The night shift has just ended, and the cows and horses are crying. When we got to school, Zhang Chen did his usual practice problems before the teacher came. Yu Yao also took out the practice problems in style. But every now and then, she glanced at Zhang Chen. Her mind was not on studying at all. The whole day came down. Jiang Chen had already utilized his spare time after class to finish 2 books of practice problems. Can't laugh. When I was in school, I couldn't even finish the tasks assigned by the teacher, but the kid brother was able to finish 2 books of practice problems. With that kind of perseverance, you'll succeed in anything you do. I can't believe I can look at a rich white girl in the eye. You think I'm like you? After the school bell rang, Jiang Chen rode home in Yu Yao's car. After refusing his dad's request to play games, Jiang Chen was again pouncing into the sea of questions. He had just studied for 3 days. The May Day vacation arrived. After school on this day, Zhang Yong insisted on dragging Jiang Chen to play the game. He said with a strong word, "Tomorrow, Xiao Yeye will come to pick you up to go to the mushroom house to participate in the program. If you don't play a few games with your dad, he won't be able to see you for days." The audience in the live broadcast room pierced his mind. I think he won't be able to play in the game for a few days. That's right. The kid's brother is his hang-up. You know the kid's going away tomorrow. If he doesn't pack his things, he'll be playing games. If he can pack up the kid's stuff, he's not the kid's father. Jiang Chen wanted to refuse. But Zhang Yong had already forcefully put away his workbook. He grabbed the back of his neck with his big hand. Carrying Jiang Chen, he threw him onto the gaming chair. Feeling the familiar choking sensation on his neck, Jiang Chen helplessly compromised. Jiang Chen's numb and helpless, can only accept expression, amused the live broadcast audience. Kid brother, this familiar, faint sense of death. Kid brother father is really not afraid to strangle his own child to death. We are saying, when will this kind of blessing be my turn to enjoy? The blessing of being carried by the back of the neck? I'm talking about being pampered. I'm talking about the blessing of being pampered. When my kid brother gets married, he'll jump off a building when his daughter-in-law's pregnant and about to give birth. Good idea. Accompanying Jiang Yong to play games until the wee hours of the morning. Jiang Chen yawns and asks again and again to go to bed. Dad, I'm still a kid. I have to go to bed early and get up early, or I won't grow tall. You have to trust your body, it's okay to sleep a day late. I have to get up early for the program tomorrow, I won't have the energy. You're just a kid, sleep a little more, those stars won't talk about you. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly. Now you're remembering that I'm just a kid. Jiang Chen decisively exited the game after finishing off one person. Zhang Yong immediately blew his beard and glared. Hey! I'm talking about you. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took out his killer weapon. Dad, if you don't let me sleep again, I'll tell Mom. Zhang Yong's expression choked and transformed. He opened the door to the computer room and bent down to point out the door. Son of a... Don't say anything out of the ordinary. Please go and rest. This change of face was seen in the live broadcast room. Father, I won't say you're useless anymore. You can at least change your face. Don't give in, Mr. Kid. If you have the ability, you can continue to pull the kid brother to fight off. The family is in a position to fight. What do you know about this? It's called being able to give and take. The kid's brother went back to his room and didn't sleep. He had to pack for tomorrow. Ha! What tomorrow? After midnight, it's today. What a sad kid. When other kids go away, their parents can't sleep because they're worried. Dad won't let me sleep for the game. It's hard to sleep, but you have to pack your bags first. I'm with you, kid. I'm going to sue you for this. Father, upstairs, shut up. Jiang Chen was used to waking up early. Even if he slept late, he still got up early in the morning. After washing up, into the kitchen, began to busy breakfast. As usual, he made one for his dad and put it in the pot to keep it warm. Then carry his own share to the dining table to eat. Just after drinking a mouthful of millet porridge, the door was knocked. Jiang Chen put down his bowl and went to open the door. Little Yu squeezed in with a smiling face. Little Chen. Long time no see. As soon as he came in, he picked Jiang Chen up. Wow! Little Yaya is here. I thought a random driver would be sent to pick up the kid brother, but I didn't realize it was really Little Yu. Looks like the braised fat seaweed was really delicious. Little Yaya hugged Jiang Chen and walked inside. He stood in front of the dining table and looked at the breakfast on the table with greedy eyes. Little Chen, did you make these meals? Jiang Chen nodded his head. Thinking of the deliciousness from last time, Xiao Yeye's mouth was already secreting saliva. Jiang Chen saw that he wanted to eat and took the initiative to say, "There is another one in the kitchen, uncle, do you want to eat it?" Yes. Little Yeye answered quickly. Not good enough to let Jiang Chen a child to get. Little Yeye asked where. He went to the kitchen to bring out a large and a small, sitting on both sides of the table. Xiao Yeye took a bite of the egg cake. The fragrance made him squint his eyes. Xiao Chen na, this egg cake is also cooked by you? Jiang Chen swallowed a mouthful of millet porridge and returned. Yes, egg cakes are more time efficient, I often do this in the morning. Xiao Yeye took another sip of millet porridge. The sweetness of the rice instantly filled his mouth. Xiao Yeye devoured it while taking the time to ask Zhang Chen. Xiao Chen, do you have some secret to cooking? This ordinary egg cake and millet porridge, how can you make it so delicious? Zhang Chen slowly and methodically swallowed the egg cake in his mouth before answering. There is no secret, watching online videos, how people do it, how I do it. Little you this eating style, hungry for a few days. This is specifically pinpointing the mealtime, right? Little you, otherwise you guess why I came so early in the morning, not just for this mouth to eat. I've been cooking according to the online tutorials, but no matter what I do, the finished product is a plate of pitch black carbon. Then that's your problem. You can't blame the blogger for not teaching you well. Talent. That's talent. So why on earth would there be omnipotent people? I hate it. No, Kid Brother isn't all-powerful either. Think of that Barbie duster of death. Ha! I can't think about it. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. Even the best of men can't escape straight male aesthetics. Chapter 134, Meeting Zhao Xiaodao for the first time, coming to the mushroom house. Xiaoyu took Zhang Yang's portion of rice and ate it all. Only then did he put down his bowl with a sense of satisfaction. His physique was twice as wide as Zhang Yang. According to the amount of rice Zhang Yang made, of course, it was not enough for him to eat. But little Yeye was also too embarrassed to let Zhang Chen do it again. Instead, he stared blearily at the piece of egg cake left on Zhang Chen's plate. He watched as Zhang Chen finished his millet porridge, put down his bowl, and planned to clean up the table. Only then did he hastily ask, Xiao Chen, aren't you going to eat that piece of cake? Zhang Chen shook his head, no more. Xiao Yeye was waiting for this. He took that plate with one hand. Then I'll clean it, don't waste it. This impatient look of his instantly provoked a burst of laughter in the live broadcast. Xiaoyu, you can't wait. He finished it in 3 or 2 bites, and is just waiting with bated breath for Kid Brother's leftovers on the side. More and more curious. How delicious is Kid Brother's cooking? Little Yu's eyes were almost glazed over when he looked at that egg pancake just now. Little Yu really brings a comedic atmosphere wherever he goes, it's so funny. Kid Brother. Why don't you open an online store? I don't want anything else, I just want to try your egg pancakes. I'm a bit greedy, I want to try the braised fatty sea. Xiao Yeye stuffed the cake in her mouth. Waving his hand, he signaled Zhang Chen to sit still. He started to clean up the dishes on the table. Little Yeye's mouth was still chewing on the egg cake and his speech was slurred. Eat your food, Uncle will clean the dishes. Xiao Chen, just sit down, Uncle will be ready soon. Little Yeye was born in poverty and was very skillful at these miscellaneous tasks. He quickly brushed the 2 bowls and 2 plates cleanly. On the stove, Zhang Chen cooking with 2 pots also did not fall. I love to see sharp people doing sharp work. The action of brushing the bowls alone, how many stars in the entertainment industry have been defeated? Now that the stars are being held up too high, each one living like a god, I love this kind of groundedness. Xiaoyu finished brushing and wiped his hands clean. Xiao Chen, let's go. By the way, where are your parents? Zhang Chen pulled out the small suitcase he had packed. My mom is working, Dad is still sleeping. Xiao Yeye's expression stiffened and she laughed dryly. Ha ha. Your parents are quite relieved, ha. The live broadcast instantly caused resonance. Xiao Yeye actually wants to say, your mom and dad's heart is too big, right? At least you are going out with someone you don't know well, and you have to stay out overnight, so you're not worried at all? The children's brother's mom is also not so bad, they are busy working all day long. But the kid's father. What are you busy with? I'm busy playing games and sleeping. Damn it. I want to hit him again. Little Yu said hesitantly. Since your dad is at home, why don't I go say hi to him? Otherwise, when he wakes up, he won't be able to find you. Zhang Chen was already pulling his suitcase to the door. No need, Dad said yesterday. Let's leave the next morning when it's time to go, don't disturb his sleep. Xiao Yeye had an incredulous face. Okay then. He went forward and took the suitcase in Zhang Chen's hand. The two went downstairs, and there was a car waiting downstairs. Placing the suitcase, the two sat in the car. Started walking towards the mushroom house. Along the way, Xiao Yeye was hinting at Zhang Chen in various ways. Xiao Chen na, you say, we are going to be a guest, right? Yes. Then Xiao Chen, you see, you cook so well, let everyone taste your handiwork, okay? Zhang Chen had already heard Xiao Yeye's meaning and smiled. Good. Xiao Yeye happily clapped his hands. But he remembered that there was still a camera, so he couldn't show it too obviously. So again, he collected his smile and gave himself a compliment. Xiao Tatsua, it's like this. In the mushroom house, there are often guests. Every time, it's Mr. Huang who cooks. Then isn't he very tired? Zhang Chen nodded cooperatively. Yes. So you say we make a trip, how can we bother him again? But Uncle's cooking wasn't as good as Xiao Chen's, so he wanted Xiao Chen to help share Mr. Huang's hard work. Zhang Chen nodded, good. This big detour that Xiao Yeye took gave the live broadcast audience a happy look. Isn't it that you don't want to eat the food cooked by Huang Xiao Chef? I don't want to eat the food cooked by Chef Huang, but I'm not going to let him fool me. I think the kid brother understood what he was trying to do. He's just being nice and cooperating with this childish adult. How much does little you not want to eat Chef Huang's food? A man who gives food poisoning to his guests, no one wants to eat his food. He Ling, who said this bean curd is poisonous? This bean curd is marvelous. It's good to let the kid brother cook, or else we'll have to eat Chef Huang's cooking and then give our kid brother something to eat. What should we do? The mushroom house is in a rustic style. The location is in the countryside. At the entrance to the village, Xiao Yeye and Zhang Chen will get off. Xiao Yeye took the initiative to pull his own suitcase and Zhang Chen's suitcase. Didn't let Zhang Chen make a move. Just as they entered the village entrance, they saw Zhao Xiaodao on the roadside. As soon as Zhao Xiaodao saw the two men coming, he greeted them warmly. Hello? Xiao Yeye. She bent down to talk to Zhang Chen. This is Xiao Chen, right? How are you? Zhang Chen responded, Auntie good. Zhao Xiaodao immediately had a black face and called sister. Sister good. Zhao Xiaodao smiled like a flower. Xiao Yeye said that your cooking is super delicious, this time let sister taste your handiwork, okay? A hint of helplessness appeared in Zhang Chen's eyes. He had already been hinted by little Yeye about cooking all the way. He didn't expect that the first time he met another star, he was still talking about cooking. He nodded and said, good. Hearing him agree, Zhao Xiaodao immediately laughed so hard that he couldn't see his teeth. No, your intentions are too obvious. So it turns out that Xiao Yu is not the only one who dislikes Huang Xiaoche's cooking. Dagger. Can you restrain your smile a bit? Zhao Xiaodao, once I think of not having to eat Chef Huang's cooking, I can't restrain myself a little bit. Xiao Yu and Zhao Xiaodao's happiness is visible to the naked eye. After the three of them converged, they walked towards the mushroom house together. A few moments later, they arrived at the door of the mushroom house. Xiao Yu rushed inside to greet them. Teacher He. Teacher Huang. Is anyone home? The two resident guests, He Ling and Xiao Feng, immediately ran out. Mr. Huang. He Ling smiled happily and took the suitcase in little Yeye's hand. Yu, Xiaodao, hello again. This is Xiao Chen, right? Please come in. Little Feng smiled coyly, squatting down to greet Zhang Chen. Hello Zhang Chen said back, good day, sister. Little Feng held Zhang Chen's hand and entered the door. I will take you to your bedroom to see. Zhang Chen and Xiao Yeye lived in a bedroom. Zhao Xiaodao lived in one with little Feng. After the introduction of the bedrooms, little Chef Huang hadn't appeared yet. Little Yeye looked around. Teacher He, why haven't we seen Mr. Huang? He Ling said. Teacher Huang is cooking. Zhao Xiaodao and Xiao Yeye's faces froze. Chapter 135, Chef Huang, do you know how to cook? Pooh-ha. Upon hearing that little Chef Huang is cooking, little Yeye and Zhao Xiaodao's faces are not good anymore. Little Yeye, I don't want it. I don't want to eat Chef Huang's cooking. Zhao Xiaodao was laughing so happily just now, but now he can't laugh anymore. Kid brother is still confused and doesn't know what's going on. Kid brother, go to the kitchen and grab some work. Otherwise you'll be poisoned. Every time this time, I admire Mr. He. As soon as Xiao Yu heard that Huang Xiaoche was cooking, immediately pulled Zhang Chen toward the kitchen. While walking, he said, too much trouble for Mr. Huang, we can cook too. Especially Xiao Chen, he's very good at it. It's fine for us to do it. Zhao Xiaodao followed and agreed. Right. Cooking is so tiring. We'll do it. Xiao Yu and I will give Xiao Chen a hand. Several people went to the kitchen. Huang Xiao Chef, who was frying vegetables, saw the guests coming in and greeted them with a smile. Yu, knife, you came. Little Yu hurriedly went over and took the spatula in the hands of little Chef Huang. Turning around, he handed it to Zhang Chen. Then madly gave Zhang Chen a wink. Zhang Chen sought his eyes and immediately went forward with the spatula. Just as he touched the pot, the spatula in his hand was snatched away by Huang Xiaoche. Little Yeye still wanted to take it back. Mr. Huang, look, it's always troublesome for you. Just leave it to us this time. Come, let me introduce, this is Xiao Chen. Xiao Yu said while pulling Huang Xiaoche's arm eagerly, trying to pull him out of the kitchen. Xiao Chen's handiwork is excellent. Take a break today. Let Xiao Chen show his hand. Zhao Xiaodao also nodded at the side. Yes, it's fine for Mr. Huang to rest. Who knew that Huang Xiao Chef, who was pulled by Xiao Yu, stood still? He turned around and went back to the stove, pushing Zhang Chen to the side. Where would a kid this young be able to cook? Don't make a scene. What if a little kid gets hurt again in the kitchen? Everyone go out, I've made fresh farmhouse food especially for you today. Xiao Yeye and Zhao Xiaodao look sad. I'm done. I'm a little late, but I still have to eat the food cooked by Chef Huang. My kid brother is going to suffer today. Little Yeye will now regret the delay in eating at kid brother's house. Little Yu is still acting a bit, but Zhao Xiaodao directly stops acting and stands on the side looking at the dishes in the pot hopelessly. Zhao Xiaodao, is it too late to go back? Xiao Yaya, I don't want to be poisoned. At this time, Pang Pang, who was choosing vegetables in the vegetable field, came back. He was holding a basket with fresh yellow cauliflower. Xiao Yu and Zhao Xiaodao saw him. The three of them greeted each other warmly again. After introducing each other, Pang Pang squatted down and enthusiastically touched Jiang Chen's head. Hello, wow, little friend. Jiang Chen responded in a serious manner, good brother. Huang Xiaoqiu saw Pang Pang come back and said, this yellow cauliflower is grown by the farmers themselves, it's fresh. Pumba, boil some hot water and scald the cauliflower. Don't cook it, just scald it in boiling water and fish it out, otherwise it will not taste good when it gets old. Chef Huang smugly said, I'll make you some cold cauliflower today, it's especially delicious. Pang Pang obediently went to boil the water. Jiang Chen heard little Chef Huang's approach about yellow cauliflower and opened his mouth. Uncle Huang, yellow cauliflower can't just be blanched, it needs to be cooked for a while longer. Hearing someone refute himself, little Chef Huang's face was a bit gloomy. But the opposite side was just a small child, and it was still on camera. He could only quickly put away his bad face and pretended to say amiably, little kid, you don't know how to cook, you don't understand. Who doesn't know how to cook? Chef Huang, say it again, who doesn't understand? You're making me laugh. I'm a much better cook than you are. The newbie village is laughing at the full-grade big brother. Chef Huang, don't be so confident. My kid brother is the one who can make a good braised fat sea. You're saying he doesn't understand? You can say brother kid can't aesthetize, but you can't say brother kid can't cook. Chef Huang turns on the dad-flavored explanation. This yellow cauliflower has just been picked from the ground, and it's just crispy. If you cook it for a while, it will get old. Kid, I'm telling you, you can't just instruct people who are more specialized than you. Understand? I laughed. You're the one who loves to instruct others. Chef Huang is so highly regarded, he thinks he's a professional. If you're such a pro, why were you poisoned last time? I'm impressed. You can start talking like a father to a child anytime. If you like being a father so much, why don't you give birth to a few more? Don't hurt other people's children. He's really had more than one. He's paid the fine. Xiao Yeye and Zhao Xiaodao, seeing that this meal is hopeless. They want to take Jiang Chen away. Xiao Chen, let's go outside and play for a while. As a result, Jiang Chen's next sentence made them instantly stiffen in place. But uncle, fresh yellow cauliflower is poisonous if you don't cook it for a while longer. Xiao Yeye and Zhao Xiaodao were instantly stressed. The last time the bean curd didn't reach their mouths, but they knew about that. Pang Pang, who was boiling water, was also stunned. Little Chef Huang also thought of the bean curd thing. That incident had already been put in his black history. At this moment, he was again being pointed out by Jiang Chen, a kid, for his cooking mistakes. There was still the poisonous reason for this. Little Chef Huang's face instantly turned black. Just now when kid brother said that the yellow cauliflower should be cooked more, I felt that something was wrong. I checked on the internet, and it was indeed. Yes, I also checked, the colchicine from yellow cauliflower will turn into dichalcocine when it enters the body, highly toxic. I also went to see that if it's not adequately boiled, it's really poisonous. According to Chef Huang, just blanching it won't work. It's not worth eating, it'll put everyone in the hospital. Oh my. What will happen to Chef Huang if he listens to others? He's turning black on Chef Huang. He Ling and Zifeng also came over and heard Jiang Chen's poisonous words just now. For a while, everyone looked at Yellow Chef with burning eyes. It was true that little Chef Huang didn't know much about the ingredients of yellow cauliflower. But he was good at saving face, and at this moment, he was embarrassed by an 8-year-old child. How could he be willing? Yellow little chef rushed at Pang Pang, who stopped moving. It's fine, Pang Pang, just listen to me, just iron it. After saying that, he turned to look at Jiang Chen. Little kid, have your parents taught you not to talk nonsense, ah? Although the tone was gentle, he looked at Jiang Chen already bad. I'll leave it to uncle to cook. You go out and play. Zhao Xiaodao at this time had already picked up her cell phone and checked it. Looking at the results she checked out, she frowned. She raised her cell phone and said, Teacher Huang, still listen to Xiao Chen. This yellow cauliflower is indeed poisonous if you don't cook it for a while longer. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaochen's face suddenly turned green and white. Chapter 136, The Yellow Little Chef of Cooking Turnovers. Huang Xiaoche looked at the cell phone that was held up in front of Zhao Xiaodao. A little smile couldn't be pulled out. His face was pitch black. Pang Pang, who was squatting on the side boiling water, shrunk himself up and minimized his presence. Zifeng also took 2 steps back, afraid that the flames of war would reach him. Xiao Yeye tugged Jiang Chen towards himself, signaling him to stand a piece with him. He Ling hesitantly looked at Huang Xiaojie, pondering how to open her mouth to defuse the scene. The audience in the live broadcast room similarly felt the awkward atmosphere. What's wrong with Huang Xiaoche? Can't afford to play. He is only allowed to be praised by others, no one is allowed to pick faults. This face is so dark, who can still see him when he stands there at night? I'm so convinced. He's ruining a good healing program. You've got a black face. If it wasn't for the kid brother pointing it out to you, this group would have been poisoned and hospitalized today. Ha! Pang Pang is so scared, he's shrunken into a quail. By then, just the fans of Xiao Yeye and Zhao Xiaodao will be enough for Chef Huang. You're such a big boy, but you're so small-minded. Little Yeye is so warm. He's even pulling the kid to his side. He's afraid that the black-faced yellow chef will scare the kid brother. Probably realizing the presence of the camera. Looking at the reactions of the people around him, yellow chef immediately changed his face. His eyes were full of reluctance, but he still tried to put on a kind face and said, "Then cook it for a little longer. Pumba, cook for a little longer." Good. Zhao Xiaodao took back his cell phone and didn't bother with Huang Xiaoche. Little Chef Huang found himself an excuse. Ha ha. Of course I know that yellow cauliflower is poisonous. I'm just saying this on purpose to tease you. So many people living in the city nowadays lack common sense in life about these things. So I'll take this opportunity to remind everyone. Saying that, he also had the decency to punch the camera. Friends of the audience, remember? Yellow cauliflower should only be eaten after it has been fully boiled in water. Everyone, don't crave for a moment of freshness and spoil your body. Zhao Xiaodao looked at him with complicated eyes. Probably feeling unable to look at him, he turned around and walked away. Zifeng followed. Mister, he gave face and snorted. Right. Teacher Huang even told me yesterday. This cauliflower is poisonous, so you must cook it longer. I wondered why Mr. Huang suddenly lost his memory today. It turns out it's to remind our dear viewers. Seeing someone cooperating, Chef Huang's face then looked better. This wave of nonsense is also to the live audience to see dumbfounded. Believe what Yellow Chef said, or believe that I am Qinshi Huang. I'm really convinced. This find what broken excuse. He himself said to believe it. If I wasn't retarded, I'd really believe it. Mister, he's been a great supporter as always. Mr. Ho can't help it, he's the host, he has to control the show. Chef Huang is shameless. Teaching the audience? Go back and learn it yourself. No matter what the scene is, he can turn it into a fatherly sermon. He's got a lot of talent in this area. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased back a bit, He Ling breathed a sigh of relief. He greeted little Yeye and Jiang Chen. "Yeah, little Chen, I'll take you guys outside to take a look around." Little Yeye looked at the basket of yellow cauliflower with palpitations and shook his head. "It's fine, Xiao Chen and I will stay and help. How can I look at Mr. Huang being busy alone?" Xiao Yeye poked Jiang Chen's back. He pointed at the dishes in the kitchen, signaling Jiang Chen to go over and look. He Ling still wanted to greet them. "It's fine, Mr. Huang still has Pang Pang here to help. You guys." He suddenly saw Xiao Yeye's action of poking Jiang Chen, and only then did he react. He Ling felt funny, and then hurriedly collected his laughter and said, "Okay, then you guys stay here to help." Jiang Chen understood Xiao Yeye's meaning. He pretended to be bored and idly wandering around, scanning the dishes in the kitchen once. Then he shook his head towards Xiao Yeye. Xiao Yeye exhaled with a relaxed breath. "Ha! Koyak is too funny. He shouldn't be moving very stealthily on his own, right?" Deliberately stayed behind, letting kid brother check all the kitchen dishes, fearing that he would poison himself by eating them. Chef Huang's like this, he's not afraid of it. Other people say cooking with poison is a joke, but Chef Huang is for real. Little Yu, I wouldn't dare to eat it without having the kid brother check it out. Zhao Xiaodao is really worthy of her name. She's the only one who dares to fight with Chef Huang. Right. The part where she directly confronts him with her cell phone made me scream. Zhao Xiaodao. You left your dog here. Come and get it. Upstairs, are you sure it wasn't you who said the dog? Another hour of work. Little Yeye was starving, and Chef Huang was ready to eat. Come on, bring the food to the table outside. Under the command of little Chef Huang, little Yeye and Pang Pang and Zifeng carried the dishes outside. Teacher, he ran into the kitchen and exaggerated. Just now I smelled the fragrance, giving me a craving. Huang Xiao Chef loved being complimented and immediately smiled. It's ready, you can eat. At the dinner table. Xiao Yeye, Zhao Xiaodao, and Jiang Chen, three guests sitting in the center. He Ling sat next to little Yeye. Zifeng and Pang Pang sat next to Jiang Chen. Little Chef Huang, on the other hand, sat at the very edge. I realized. Every time, little Chef Huang sat at the very edge. He watches the guests eat, but he doesn't eat himself. Once he eats it, he'll know he's not good. Upstairs, you're so mean. He sits on the edge to hear people praise him. Yeah, look at the past episodes, all he did was greet people and listen to their compliments with his teeth bared. Mister, he caught a piece of meat and brought it to his mouth. He heavily munched. Gave a cry. Yummy. Mister, he grabbed another chopstick of meat and complimented him as he ate. Mr. Huang's cooking skills. It's really a masterpiece. Chef Huang was happy. He also did not care about the matter with the previous yellow cauliflower, greeted others to eat. Xiao Dao, you, eat more. Xiao Chen, try this steamed egg, children eat this good. Jiang Chen came with a spoonful of steamed egg. The moment he sent it into his mouth, he stiffened for a moment, but quickly recovered and continued eating. Zhao Xiaodao heard He Ling say that the meat was delicious and also curiously picked up a chopstick. She chewed with a complicated face and didn't say anything. Turning her head, she locked eyes with He Ling. Both of them laughed. Huang Xiao chef greeted little Yu Yu again. Yu, try that plate of green vegetables. It's grown by the farmers themselves, the flavor is different from the one sold in the supermarket. Little Yu gave face to the dish and picked up a chopstick. After eating it, he stumbled and said, very, very distinctive. Chapter 137, This braised pork, I put 2 bottles of yellow wine. Ha! Characteristic. High IQ, characteristic. Low IQ, not delicious. Chef Huang is still laughing. I didn't realize it was a disservice to you. It's worthwhile to eat with your mouth, little Yu's language skills are great. Who doesn't eat with their mouth? Upstairs, you're not a bad guy, are you? At the dinner table, only He Ling kept talking. The others would only say a few words when they were ordered to do so. Huang Xiaoche looked at He Ling happily, clearly being coaxed to be happy. He turned his gaze to the quiet Zifeng. He only saw Zifeng having chopsticks without chopsticks holding the rice. There were only 2 pathetic grains of rice on the head of the chopsticks. Little Chef Huang opened his mouth with a concerned face. Sister, why aren't you eating? Is it not appetizing? Zifeng quickly shook her head. No. I just drank 2 bottles of milk, I'm not hungry. Zifeng's love of milk was something everyone knew. So Huang Xiao chef didn't suspect that it was a problem with his cooking skills. It was just an elder-like admonition. Although milk is nutritious, it can't be eaten as a meal. In the future, it's better not to drink it before meals, eating properly is the proper thing to do. Zifeng nodded his head obediently. We are saying, is there a possibility? My sister is drinking so much milk just so she doesn't eat your cooking. Yes, I haven't seen my sister enjoying milk so much on other programs. Once she came to the mushroom house, she's been hugging the milk every day. She looks like a good girl, but she's got a lot of ideas. Sis, the food isn't good, so she has to drink more milk to satisfy her hunger. Seeing that Zifeng couldn't get his way, Chef Huang turned to Pang Pang. Pumba, don't eat so much rice, fat man. Eat more vegetables. Pumba had a bright idea and said, No way, Mr. Huang. I'm already eating a lot, if I'm going to eat Mr. Huang's cooking. Have to eat 2 more bowls. Pumba shook her head, I don't dare eat like that anymore. The agent told me to lose weight. This bragging made Chef Huang very flattered. He smiled and nodded, saying, Okay. For the sake of Pumba's career, I won't let you eat anymore. Pumba, okay. I thought he was a bit rash, but it turns out that he has coaxed Chef Huang into being rash. Obviously he doesn't want to eat those dishes, and he says he wants to lose weight. You're killing me. If you really want to lose weight, you should eat more vegetables. If you want to lose weight, you should eat more vegetables. How long will it take you to lose weight if you eat so much rice? Chef Huang believes it. He doesn't necessarily believe it, but he really likes compliments. Since Jiang Chen tasted a mouthful of steamed egg, he stopped eating vegetables. He was also focused on eating only rice. Chef Huang was fair enough to take care of everyone. He said to Jiang Chen, Little Chen, eat more vegetables. You're young, you need to eat more vegetables, it's good for your body. A pop-up screen floated across the live broadcast. It's not necessarily good for the body to eat the dishes you make. Upstairs God comment. Stamped. Whether or not we're on fire depends on you. Kid brother, don't come over. Chef Huang commands He Ling. Mr. He, take that plate of meat over there. Xiao Chen can't reach the meat, so let him eat it too. He Ling had already eaten enough. Once she heard this, she hurriedly picked up the meat and handed it to Jiang Chen. Come little Chen, don't be polite. He looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of good-natured teasing. You also taste this meat, it's delicious. He Ling, I can't be the only one to suffer. Ha! Drag kid brother down with you. Missy looks relieved, so I don't have to eat it after all. Come on. We're going to die together. Jiang Chen looked at the plate of brightly colored braised meat. If he hadn't watched with his own eyes, Chef Huang had poured down 2 whole bottles of yellow wine while making this dish. He probably would have thought that this braised pork was delicious as well. Jiang Chen looked at the braised pork that was handed in front of him and hesitated before picking up a piece. As soon as Chef Huang watched him send it into his mouth, he asked expectantly, How is it? Are you still used to eating it? Jiang Chen's face was expressionless. I'm not used to eating it. But he couldn't say so. After swallowing that mouthful of braised pork, he pretended to say with a blank face, What a great smell of wine. Little Chef Huang had a smug look on his face. I purposely put in 2 bottles of yellow wine without adding a drop of water. Jiang Chen shook his head in ignorance. Uncle, I don't like the smell of wine. I feel dizzy after eating it. Little Ye hurriedly relieved himself. Yes, children can't drink. This dish tastes too much like wine, children can't eat it. He Ling is also concerned. Xiao Chen, quickly eat 2 mouthfuls of rice to suppress it. Huang Xiao chef looks disappointed. Alright, children really can't drink. Zifeng poured Jiang Chen a glass of water. Thank you, sister. I don't know if kid brother can drink, but I know he doesn't want to eat this plate of meat. Chef Huang is sick. Who cooks braised pork and puts 2 bottles of yellow wine in it? He's proud of himself for not adding a drop of water. What? Water is more poisonous than uncooked beans. I don't know if raw bean curd is poisonous. I don't know if raw bean curd is poisonous or not, but the mouths of these netizens are more poisonous than ever. See, kid brother cannot eat. Huang Xiao chef is kinda disappointed. He knew there was a child, and he still put in so much wine. Congratulations to kid, you've escaped. Everyone managed to get through the party of eating vegetables. Before we could breathe a sigh of relief, Chef Huang spoke up again. We should harvest the wheat this afternoon. But the wheat hull crusher is broken, so it's not easy to get it by then. He pointed at Pang Pang, who was struggling to pick up his meal, and said, Pang Pang, you stop eating for now. Go to the utility room and bring out the wheat hull crusher, and I'll think about how to get it. He Ling said. There's no rush on that one, let Pang Pang finish eating first. We'll move it together later. Huang Xiaoko didn't care and waved his hand. Where is the need for mystery? Pang Pang is young and strong, can't he move a small machine? The words have been said here, Pang Pang can only stand up. Zifeng said to go and help. Seeing this, how can others sit peacefully and eat? Little Ye also stood up. My sister is a little girl, she doesn't have much strength. I will go and help. The dining table that was just full, all of a sudden there was no one. The broadcast room is full of accusations. Sick. We haven't even finished the meal yet. No, people don't eat food, but they have to be fed. Pang Pang is eating, would it kill him to let people finish their food and then work? He really thinks he's the emperor. He orders this and that, and he doesn't even let you eat. If you let one person work, how can the others eat? Now we can all stop eating. When is Chef Huang going to quit the show? Get lost. He's giving the guests a hard time. That's right. He's eating, and he said he's going to work this afternoon. He even told Pang to get up and move the stuff. No guest with a thick skin would watch Pang move it alone. Program crew. Director. Change the crew. Chapter 138, Jiang Chen, I'll fix it. Together, Pang Pang and Xiao Yeye carried out the shell crusher. Zifeng took a hand on the side. Little Chef Huang saw that it was moved out. Immediately commanded Jean to put it in the middle of the courtyard. Put it here, put it here. Don't put it there, the sun will shine over there later. Put it here and move it this way. Xiao Yeye and Pang Pang were carrying the machine and their view was blocked. They also had to listen to him and pay attention to where he was telling them to move. Huang Xiaoche was standing behind them. The two of them could not see which side he was talking about. If they were not careful, they would move in the wrong direction and then they would be scolded by Huang Xiaoche. I said it's not that way. The sunlight will be here in a moment. This way, come this way. This scene gave the live broadcast audience angry, each one of them cursed. You go up. You're so capable, you go and move it. Sunshine over here can what? What can I do? Little Yu and Pang Pang are still too good-tempered. Throw that stupid machine in his face. Chef Wang, change your name to Emperor. If you want to tell them where to go, stand where they can see you. They're carrying something they can't see, and you're just standing there. Leave the machine there. Let him move it himself. After half a day of moving back and forth, it was finally moved to a position that Huang Xiaoko was satisfied with. Pamba and Xiao Yeye were out of breath. The two of them gasped for air and headed for the table, wanting to go back and eat. As a result, Huang Xiao chef squatted down next to the machine and began to mutter and study. Where is this broken? Pamba, little Yu, can you two fix it? The two people who were running towards the dining table froze. Looking at each other, they sighed helplessly. Can only resign themselves to going back again. Teacher Huang, we won't either. Xiao Yeye touched his stomach and said, Teacher Huang, your cooking is too delicious. I didn't eat enough, go back and eat some more. Huang Xiaoko called out to him and said with a smile, Little Yeye, you can't eat too much even if it's delicious. Look at your stomach, how many months has it been? He thought he was being humorous and joking. But little Yeye's face darkened. Pamba also looked at the two cautiously. How many months is none of your business? Let people work without finishing their meal, now that it's done, then what's wrong with eating? You are not hungry, other people are still hungry. I can't. My fists are itching. Letting people work hungry, not letting them eat afterward, and saying they're fat, how can you do all the unpleasant things? Little Yu. You've grown so big for nothing. Beat him up. Little Yu. Take it as a favor to me, I'll never cyber violate you. Count me in. Mr. He hurriedly came out to round up the situation. It's okay. We don't need this machine anyway. The wheat hasn't even been cut yet, so what's the point of using a shell crusher? Let's eat first, there's no rush. Zifeng also said. Yes, and I see that the neighbors have a modern machine made of steel. Our wooden ones are too old, so it's okay if we don't use them. Huang Xiaoche taught with a righteous face. Sister, you are too young to know how precious things are. Do you think we can use those new machines whenever we want? You don't have to pay for it. The crew only gives us a small amount of money, and we have to work for it. We'll have to pay for the shell crusher with all the money we've earned from cutting the wheat. Then we'll be working for nothing. Zifeng was stunned by what was said and could only nod dumbly. Zhao Xiaodao frowned and walked over with a bowl of rice. Little Chef Huan loved to give others a lecture and continued to talk about the sky and the earth. This time is the 1st of May. The 1st of May is ripe with winter wheat. After a winter. Zhao Xiaodao held his bowl and interrupted him. Mr. Huang, compared to listening to you talk about this knowledge, I think that everyone might need to eat first. Huang Xiaodao didn't expect that someone would directly interrupt him. His face stiffened. The live broadcast room could be happy. It's still my sister Zhao. Little dagger Zhao. Just for your words, I'll fan you for the rest of my life. Huang Xiaoche. You finally got someone to rule you. Chef Huang is the face of Dad's flavor. He hates to educate others whenever he can. He's a dedicated teacher. Don't tie the profession of a teacher to him. I'm a teacher too, I'm not like him. Huang Xiaoko's face stiffened. But still, he didn't stop. He pulled a smiling face and said, Aya, why is everyone here? Quickly go back and eat, I'll be fine here alone. Look at you all, why are you so formal? Just think of it as going home and eating. You young people don't know much about these things anyway. Saying that, he turned his head back to that old machine. Zifeng and Pang Pang looked at each other, neither daring to go. Xiao Yaya looked left and right, seeing that everyone didn't leave, it wasn't good for him to go either. After all, among the people present, the ones with the highest status were Little Chef Huang and Mr. He. Others, even if the traffic heat is a bit higher than these two seniors. But after all, the seniority was shallow and young. So they had to take into account Huang Xiao Chef. The live broadcast audience certainly understood everyone's concerns and scolded Huang Xiao Chef. He clearly knows that he has a high status. He does not go back, how can others still mean to go back to eat? Served really, watching my blood pressure soar. Saying it as if he's going home, but in reality, this is my place. Chef Huang is really kind and cruel. He talks a good game. He says he wants everyone to go back for dinner, but anyone who really dares to go back will be targeted by him. Obedience test. And bring on another wave of accusations. He's just being an old man, calling young people useless. You're the one who understands. You're the one who understands. A new generation of king of understanding. By this time, Jiang Chen had already finished his meal. He stood up and walked that way. Standing to the side, he looked at the machine. It was a simple old-fashioned shell crusher, and there weren't many broken parts. Naturally, it was hard to defeat him. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and said, Brothers and sisters, go back and eat. I'll do it, I can fix it. Jiang Chen, who suddenly opened his mouth, attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Yaya was afraid that Huang Xiaoko's spearhead would turn on Jiang Chen again and tugged on Jiang Chen's arm. Xiao Yaya said with a smile. Little kids are joking. It's fine, Mr. Huang, you continue your research. Huang Xiaoche still holds a grudge for the yellow cauliflower thing. He felt that Jiang Chen made him come down to the stage. But he is not good at targeting an 8-year-old in front of the camera. So he could only endure this. But now looking at Jiang Chen taking the initiative to come forward. The corners of his mouth hooked into an impish smile. Immediately, he would only Pang Pang again. Pang Pang, quickly go get the repair tools. Since Xiao Chen said he can repair it, we can't afford to discourage the child. Bring the repair tools and give little Chen a try. Chapter 139, really fixed it? This yellow skin, I know what he's thinking as soon as I see him smile. Isn't there some big disease? Bet a dime that he's definitely getting back at the yellow cauliflower thing. Damn yellow pipes. He doesn't want to thank Brother Kid, he wants to take revenge. This kind of person doesn't know how to thank. He'll only think that Brother Kid made him lose face. Don't remind me next time. Don't remind me next time, just don't eat it. Right. Let's see how he'll end up after poisoning a bunch of people. No, there's still Little You. Yeah, Little You is so warm. He even spoke up for the kid. The knife is sharpened. Who's coming with me to the mushroom house? I'm going. Zhao Xiaodao couldn't stand to watch and said to Huang Xiaoye. Kids talk for fun, there's no need to specialize in finding repair tools. Xiao Chen wants to have some fun, so just let him watch and play a little. Zhao Xiaodao switched concepts, referring to repair as play. Huang Xiaochen was unforgiving. It's fine, it's no trouble to get a repair tool. He looked at Pang Pang, who was standing at a loss for words, and ordered. Pang Pang, go quickly. Pang Pang could only obey the order and went. Not long after, he came out with a repair kit. Teacher, he was worried that he couldn't close the deal and stepped forward to be a peacemaker. Mr. Huang is just too serious. It's okay, come on. Pumba, give me the repair kit. I'm an all-rounded person, I know a bit about repairs, I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Mr. He, how come I didn't know you knew how to fix things? Look at you. The kid wants to try, so you let him. Xiao Chen is so smart, he'll be able to fix it. This stance of not stopping until the goal is reached has caused outrage in the live broadcast room. So many people are rushing to relieve you, handing you steps, you'll die if you come down. The mind of a yellow-skinned man is smaller than the tip of a needle. He's got a grudge against an 8-year-old kid. Xiao Yu, Zhao Xiaodao, and Mr. He have all spoken. The guests on this show are all good people, except for the one yellow-skinned guy. Me. From now on, all TV shows with yellow skins will be blacked out. Black out. Why is he so confident that the kid won't fix it? Are you nuts upstairs? Of course he's sure. He's only 8 years old, even if he's all-powerful. How can a city kid know how to fix things? But he can learn Arabic from watching TV. But then again, a few people went at it, but they couldn't get past Chef Huang. In the end, the repair kit was handed over to Jiang Chen by Peng Peng with trepidation. Ha! Peng Peng's hands shook with fear. I announce. The worst pool fish in this scene, Peng Peng. Pumba, don't bring me along when you gods fight. Jiang Chen took the repair box and walked over to the shell crusher. He first squatted down to check it out. His hand also went inside to feel around tentatively, trying to find out where it was broken. Little Chef Huang stood to the side, clearly filled with disdain in his heart. He still pretended to have a look of pride for his own child. You guys see, this is so decent. You guys still don't believe Xiao Chen. Let me tell you, I'm the father of 3 children, I know how children should be raised. Xiaoman's mom. Here comes your rival. This obnoxious track, Xiaoman's mom finally has some company. Yellow skin, don't stay in the mushroom house, go sign up for the baby program. Just because you have a lot of kids doesn't mean you know how to raise them. Right. If you have more kids, you have more money. You pay the fine and contribute to the country. Ha! What a poisonous mouth upstairs. In a short while, Jiang Chen figured out where the problem was. He opened the repair box and took out a screwdriver. He screwed up a screw on the shell crusher. Oi! Huang Xiaochen shouted to stop it. Xiao Chen nah, this shell crusher was not as good as it is now. I was the one who put it together with half a day's effort. It doesn't work yet, but it won't fall apart. If you unscrew it again, what if it falls apart? Zhao Xiaodao has lost all patience with him and said directly. Mr. Huang, weren't you the one who said to trust children? It won't work anyway, what difference does it make if it falls apart or not? Huang Xiaodian probably felt that he was about to see Jiang Chen's joke. Nor did he bother with Zhao Xiaodao. Continuing with a smile, he said. Alright, just think of it as us playing with the kid. Xiao Chen, you continue. Jiang Chen continued to repair. Huang Xiaojie's mouth still didn't stop. Continue to blah blah blah. Alas! Kids nowadays are not the same as we used to be. We used to nah, poor origin, the children of the family one by one honestly. Afraid to give their parents trouble, afraid to give the teacher trouble. They were obedient and knew what they were doing. Unlike today's children are smart. At such a young age, they think they know everything. Zi Feng excuses herself, saying she doesn't feel well and wants to go back for a while. Huang Xiaoko decisively agrees. Good, sister, go quickly. Looking at Zi Feng's figure, he also muttered. Children nowadays, petulant. The viewers of the live broadcast were on fire. Ouch me. The yellow-skinned man is paying for my medical bills. My blood pressure is skyrocketing. This is not a pure accusation. It's not that the kid can't fix it. It's not a big deal. Kids don't know how to fix things. If they want to play, they can play. He's got to raise the bar. He doesn't think we'll join him in denouncing the kid. You said you're delicate. You're the most delicate person in this yard. Is she uncomfortable? I don't want to hear you spouting. He's got a big brain and a big limb. I can't believe you're just looking for an excuse to leave. Ha ha. Look at Mr. Ho's face. Mr. Ho's temper is the best, and you're giving Mr. Ho a black face, you yellow cow. Yellow skin has a talent for making people angry. Program team. If there's any more yellow petticoat in the next episode, I'm not watching. Yellow pie is out. Jiang Chen didn't pay any attention to Huang Xiaoche's eccentricity. He repaired himself. Zi Feng went back to his room. The few remaining people didn't want to pay attention to him either. For a while, he was the only one talking in the courtyard. And the sound of Jiang Chen clanking and repairing. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen stopped moving, taking back the various tools into the repair box. Seeing this scene, Huang Xiaojie hooked the corners of his mouth in triumph. He pretended to ask amiably. How's it going, Xiao Chen, is it too hard to fix? Jiang Chen calmly returned a sentence. Already fixed it. Little Chef Huang burst out laughing. He said while laughing. Xiao Chen, lying is not a good boy. If you don't fix it and say you won't, can we, a group of adults, still laugh at you? You are not laughing now. You did not laugh, that big mouth laughing is a pig. Dead yellow skin, hurry up and roll ah. Chapter 140, is the child brother born with the holy body of agricultural work? Jiang Chen ignored his explicit and implicit ridicule and said, try it. Little Chef Huang couldn't wait to regain the face he lost on the yellow cauliflower. He was waiting to see Jiang Chen make a fool of himself. Little Chef Huang excitedly commanded everyone. Come on, we've finished eating anyway. Let's go work in the field, it's time to cut the wheat. Bring it back after cutting and try the machine. Little Chef Huang smiled and said to Jiang Chen, Xiao Chen, you can come along too. Kids need to exercise more. Going to the ground and touching the soil is also good for the body. The live broadcast audience didn't eat him. I believe in your evil. You just want to toss the kid brother, when who can't see ah. I'm convinced. Who's finished eating? Tell me who's done eating. You dragged me over here to tinker with the machine in the middle of my meal. Who's done eating? Zhao Xiaodao finished his meal. Ha! Zhao Xiaodao's straight temper doesn't care if others live or die. Pang Pang is trembling with fear, and Xiao Yu also looks sad. Zhao Xiaodao, it's important to eat. She's coming over to watch the fun with her rice bowl. Zhao Xiaodao, disliking Chef Huang can't keep me from eating. No, I'm just wondering why the yellow skins dragged the kid into the ground when he's just an 8-year-old. He's trying to get back at brother kids. Xiao Yeye stood up for Jiang Chen again. Xiao Chen is too young, he's not as tall as the sickle. There are still bugs in the ground, don't let him go, we adults can go. Little Chef Huang shook his head in disagreement. That's not right. What's wrong with bugs? There are so many adults here, can bugs still eat Xiao Chen? Little Chef Huang squatted down and said to Jiang Chen. Little Chen, you're a man, you won't be afraid of bugs, right? This hypocritical question made the live broadcast room break into tears. I'm afraid of your grandfather's legs. The yellow-skinned man asked this on purpose. He did it on purpose. A child's self-esteem is stronger than an adult's. If he asked that, no child would say they're just afraid of bugs. Evil of the day, death to Yellow Kitchen. Upstairs, you're called a daily good. Jiang Chen could see what little Chef Huang was thinking. He didn't poke at it. Cutting the wheat was fine, it wasn't that difficult. He nodded his head and said, good. To him, cutting wheat wasn't that difficult. In his previous life, he grew up in the village, and cutting wheat in the fall harvest was a common thing. Huang Xiaoko immediately smiled and greeted everyone. Let's go, take the sickle, let's go to the field. A group of people can only take the tools in a voluminous manner and go to the field not far away. Before leaving, Xiao Yeye reluctantly looked at the dining table. He hadn't eaten enough. This look was captured by the live broadcast audience. Ha! Little Yu is still thinking about his white rice. Little Yu hates it, the dishes he made are inedible, and he doesn't even give him enough rice to eat. De Yusha saw Xiao Yu, who had only been away for 2 days, why have you lost weight? Little Yu burst into tears, hungry. To the ground. Huang Xiuqiu began to command again. Xiao Yeye, you are strong, leave that big piece to you, no problem. Xiao Yu smiles bitterly. Mr. He, you cut that piece. Dagger, you go that way. Right, just the patch where you're standing, you cut that one. Pumba, you go over there. As for Xiao Chen, Huang Xiaochen turned his attention to Jiang Chen. Little Chen, you're young and playful. Let's give you the smallest piece. Little Chef Huang pointed to Jiang Chen. Look, it's the one on the platform, there's a view from up there. The job hasn't even started yet, so I'm going to say that the kid is playful. This wave of demeaning operation is so slick for Chef Huang. Chef Huang is definitely sick. The area looks small, but the terrain is actually uneven. It's not easy to cut, it's full of ravines and ditches. He divided up the bad cuts. He left himself the flattest and best piece of land. And the smallest. Shameless. Jiang Chen had no objections and obediently took the scythe to his own piece of land. Xiao Yeye had a headache looking at the largest piece of land and did not have the energy to take care of Jiang Chen. Teacher, he had already figured out Huang Xiaoche's obstinate temperament. Knowing that it was useless for him to say anything else, he could only sigh helplessly and start working. Everyone bent over and concentrated on their work. In the entire farmland, only Huang Xiaoche's voice kept ringing out. Pumba, do you know? What's ripening now in this season is winter wheat. The winter wheat has gone through a whole winter of patience and hibernation before it can grow into such a vibrant appearance now. Little Chef Huang didn't bend down to work, he held the sickle like a teacher in a classroom holds chalk. What does that mean? Pumba, do you know what this shows? Pang Pang, who was working, froze and looked up blankly. Countless pop-ups with asterisks floated across the live broadcast. Me. What does this mean? Didn't you say you were going to work? Didn't we say we were going to cut the wheat? What's with the smart mouth? Get to work. You've got the easiest job, and you're telling others you're taking advantage of everything. Even the kids are working hard, so why are you slacking off? Where's my gun? 2nd Battalion Commander. Where's your ING Italian gun? Wait, look at kid. while Huang was still lecturing. But in 10 minutes or so, Jiang Chen had already come down from that platform. When little chef Huang took a look at Jiang Chen, his eyes instantly lit up. Little Chen, are you feeling tired? Little children, you can't be too delicate. Uncle set up a separate piece of ground for you, it's for your own good to exercise you. Jiang Chen calmly said. Uncle Huang, I finished cutting my piece. Little chef Huang's smug expression froze. How could it be? He subconsciously looked up, only to see that the terrace that was higher than the rest of the land no longer had any wheat fields. In its place, neat stacks of wheat were placed at the edge of the field. Huang Xiajia instantly couldn't laugh anymore. Nor did he have the heart to lecture. Little Yu looked up when he heard the commotion, and he shouted in surprise. Yikes! Xiao Chen, you're so fast. He Ling was also shocked. Xiao Chen, you're too good. Pang Pang opened his mouth wide and looked at the neat stack of wheat with a dumbfounded face. Zhao Xiaodao, who was panting from his work and had a red face, looked up, letting out a gasp of amazement. So fast. The live broadcast room was also full of neat exclamation marks. I missed something. Kid brother, we said you're omnipotent, you're really omnipotent. No, I was just watching Yellow Kitchen, I didn't pay attention to brother kid, someone tell me what happened. I was watching. The kid is more skillful than my 80-year-old milkmaid. From the beginning to the end, he never stood up straight, he kept cutting the wheat. Not only did he cut the wheat, he even put it in order. What kind of natural agricultural work is that? Brother kid, take my knee. Take my knee. Chapter 141, The First Meal at the Mushroom House. Little chef Huang couldn't believe it. He had wanted to teach Jiang Chen a lesson, but then he saw this result. He felt as if he was the one being taught a lesson. Little chef Huang came back to his senses, puzzled and shocked. He asked, how did you cut wheat? Jiang Chen said, my grandparents live in the rural home, I sometimes go back and help them work. I can repair the shelling machine, also learned from the rural home. Jiang Chen looked at the busy and sweaty Xiao Yeye. Uncle Huang, is there anything else you want to do? If there's nothing, I'll go help Uncle Yu. Huang Xiajie froze and shook his head. It's okay. He looked at Jiang Chen, who had gone over to help little Yeye, and the expression in his eyes shifted. The strange thing was, since seeing Jiang Chen surprisingly finish cutting that entire piece of wheat, little chef Huang didn't continue to output. Instead, he also lowered his head and started working. Xiao Yeye looked at Jiang Chen, who was quickly cutting the wheat in his field, and felt a little embarrassed. Xiao Chen, there's no need. Uncle can finish it by himself, you go and rest. Jiang Chen didn't lift his head and continued to cut the wheat. It's fine, I'm not tired anyway. Little Yeye exaggeratedly showed an expression that was about to be moved to tears. Thank you, Xiao Chen. The audience in the live broadcast room were amused by Xiao Yu's comedic effect. Xiao Yu deserves to be in Diyushi, too funny. Kid brother's movements to cut the wheat are too skillful. The adults next to him can't cut as fast as he can. Have you noticed that Chef Huang has gone quiet? Wow. You're impressed, aren't you? Chef Huang has started working. A few hours later, everyone was finally done. A group of people panted and pulled my back to the mushroom house. As soon as they entered the door, one by one, they all lost their image, holding the water cup, and started to drink water in large gulps. After drinking, they paralyzed and rested there. The only one in the entire room who wasn't in a sorry state was Jiang Chen. While others were gasping for air and paralyzed in their chairs, he sat upright, slowly taking small sips of water. This contrasting scene made the live broadcast room stir again. It's still my kid brother. Kid brother cuts the most. After cutting his own, he even goes to help little Yu. But kid brother is graceful. Other people can barely keep up with their breath, but he's still breathing normally. Crooked. Demon spirit. There are perverts here. You guys don't even think about it, this is the guy who can beat up the soccer coach on the field. He must have extraordinary physical strength and endurance. Why? Is the kid's dad genetically so strong? Is it possible that the credit goes to his mom's genes? I wanted to refute this, but I remembered how the kid's father looked in the past broadcasts, so I couldn't. After a long time, I was able to get my breath back. Jiang Chen took the initiative and said, I'll take the wheat over and try. Huang Xiaoche hesitated and finally opened his mouth. It's fine, this machine has really been sitting for too long. I don't know what nook or cranny the program team moved it out of, so it definitely can't be used. He Ling's movement of drinking water paused, and she looked at Huang Xiaoche in surprise. Xiao Yeye, who had gone forward with the intention of pulling Jiang Chen, also had a movement. Seeing that Huang Xiaoche spoke again, Zhao Xiaodao, who had planned to dislike him again, also closed his mouth. The ones who were shocked were not only these live viewers, but also the countless viewers in the live broadcast room. I go? Yellow Little Chef has been taken over? What happened to Yellow Little Chef? Suddenly figured it out? It's normal, he's a grown-up, even if he doesn't like the fact that the kid brother is making him feel bad, he won't really have to hold on to a kid. Yeah, and just now the kid brother was taken over. Yeah, and he's been working a lot just now. Who doesn't like a hard-working and conscientious kid? I'm sure. My kid brother is the best. How to win the hearts of the people. Jiang Chen took the wheat and continued toward the hulling machine. It's okay, it's been sitting there for a long time, but it's been fixed. The wheat that goes into the hulling machine can't be the whole sheaf, it has to be the grain. So Jiang Chen walked over to the hulling machine and grabbed the straw and slammed it into the ground. He also stepped on it, trying to get the wheat grains out. Xiao Yeye was from the countryside and knew what he was doing. Immediately went up to help. In a short while, a small basin of wheat grains. Xiao Yeye carried the basin and poured the grains into the machine. The wooden hulling machine made a clicking sound. Soon something came out of the two exits below. One exit was the wheat husk, and the other was the wheat grains that had already finished hulling. Jiang Chen had prepared for this and took another basin and placed it under the wheat grain outlet. Yellow and orange wheat grains came out of the machine and fell into the basin. Seeing the machine functioning properly, everyone present had their mouths open in shock. Zhao Xiaodao, He Ling, and Huang Xiaochen gathered around. Successful? Surprisingly, it worked. It was really fixed. It's working. Xiao Yeye put down the basin and happily picked Jiang Chen up. Little Chen, you're too good. Pumba curiously reached out and went over to catch the falling grains of wheat. It's okay. It's really good. Kid brother. You're too good too. I'll ask again. When will a kid like this come home to me? Mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live broadcast. Ha! I'll ask you if you're convinced. I'm asking you if you're convinced. Look at you upstairs. You're just like your kid. I'm the kid's cyber father. I'm the cyber father of my kid. That's too much. The wheat is cut and the huller is done. The rest of the work is easy. After working for so long, everyone was already hungry. Huang Xiaoche walked towards the kitchen and said, I'll cook and treat everyone. Zhao Xiaodao stopped him with a horrified face. If you cook, it's not a treat. Xiao Yu picked up Jiang Chen and ran towards the kitchen, shouting as he ran. No need to bother Mr. Huang, we'll just cook. Zhao Xiaodao chimed in. Yes, Mr. Huang, take a break. We do. We'll do it. I'm sorry for troubling Mr. Huang with the last meal. Xiao Chen can cook, you and I will go and play the hand. Mr. Huang frowned. Are you kidding me? What kind of cooking can a kid that young do? The live broadcast room followed suit. He'll do more than you. Will you rest? Rest, rest, rest. Just let the kid brother do it. That's it. He's young and energetic. Don't worry about him. Just wait. He won't poison you anyway. Ha! He didn't let him off the hook upstairs. He Ling also stopped him and said, You see, we all do their own peace of mind, you just fulfill them. Huang Xiao Chef also really when Xiao Yu and others are embarrassed to always let him cook, only to take Jiang Chen to cook. Immediately compromised with a smile. Alright, then I'll go rest. Waiting to taste how little Chen cooking. Chapter 142, Skillful Knife Work, Shocking Zhao Xiaodao. Little Yu ran into the kitchen with Jiang Chen in her arms. Zhao Xiaodao followed closely behind. Bang! Zhao Xiaodao, who was following behind, quickly closed the door. A pop-up screen, aha. Zhao Xiaodao closed the door so quickly. He's afraid that Chef Huang will follow him in. Look how scared little Yu and Zhao Xiaodao are. The kid running with the calm face in his arms, it's hilarious. Chef Huang, okay, everyone is trying to be understanding. Laughs in relief. Zhao Xiaodao, one more meal of your cooking, and I'll have to ascend to heaven in place. I've never seen little Yu run so fast. I've never seen little Yeye run so fast. Entering the kitchen, Xiao Yeye and Zhao Xiaodao were obviously relieved. Xiao Yeye put down Jiang Chen and said to Jiang Chen with an excited face. Xiao Chen, let's start cooking. Zhao Xiaodao hadn't seen Jiang Chen cook yet, she had only heard little Yeye say it. She looked at Jiang Chen in amazement. Little Chen, you really know how to cook? Before Jiang Chen could answer, Xiao Yeye said proudly. Of course. Xiao Chen is the one who can make braised fatty sea taste good. Zhao Xiaodao took a step back with a disgusted face. Ha! Braised fat sea, that can eat? Xiao Yu smiled confidently. Little Chen's cooking skills, you can rest assured. Xiao Yeye turned to Jiang Chen and said. Xiao Chen, if there is anything you want to help, just order the two of us. Zhao Xiaodao also nodded his head. Jiang Chen swept a glance at the dishes in the kitchen, originally wanting to send them work. But thinking of the last time, Xiao Yeye and Zhen Nailiang gave him a favor in the kitchen. Immediately, he looked at Xiao Yeye with a skeptical gaze. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. No need, I'll do it myself. The live broadcast audience was also thinking about that last time. Ha. The kid brother must be thinking of the last time Xiao Yeye and Zhen Nailiang helped out. Kid brother, useless adults, rest. Kid, I'm thankful you guys don't make a mess. I'd like to eat your cooking, too. I want to eat your cooking too. Give me a bite. I'll feed it to my dog. Upstairs. I've already started recording. If I can't eat the kids' food, I'll make it myself. Don't be too confident sometimes. There are so many cooking tutorials on the internet, why haven't you become a chef? Is it because those people don't teach you well? Shut up upstairs. I've been stabbed like a hedgehog. Little Yu saw Jiang Chen's eyes and immediately reacted to what was going on. He held up his chubby hand and swore. I promise, I won't make any trouble this time. We'll definitely be serious and give you a good helping hand. Zhao Xiaodao asked what was going on. Xiao Yeye briefly gave her an explanation. Zhao Xiaodao gave him a disgusted look. It's useless to mess with a kid. Getting little Yeye's assurance, Jiang Chen then handed out work to the two. Sister, you peel 3 scallions. Uncle Yu, can you chop meat? Little Yeye patted her stomach. Of course, this much meat isn't for nothing. Uncle has plenty of strength. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Good, then uncle, you chop the ribs over there. Little Yeye carried the knife and went over. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, counted up the fruits and vegetables in the kitchen and rummaged through the refrigerator, checking what ingredients were available. He picked a pineapple and took out a piece of tenderloin. While cutting the meat, he heard a dull sound of chopping wood. Turning his head to look, the machete held by Xiao Yeye precisely avoided the ribs and cut deeply into the case. Jiang Chen had an expressionless face. There was indeed plenty of strength. Zhao Xiaodao laughed at him, mimicking the oath he had just made in a conspiratorial manner. I promise. I will never add to the chaos this time. I will be good and serious, and give you a hand. Ha! Ouch! I can't believe it. Little you can't be so funny at this time. I'm used to it. I've gotten used to it a long time ago. I can cut the knife in so deep, little you really didn't eat this meat for nothing. But he can't pull it out. Ha! Little Yu tried hard to pull the knife out, but his face turned red. He still couldn't pull it out. Zhao Xiaodao put down the half-peeled green onion and walked over with a smile. What's wrong? Our incredibly strong little Yu, the knife can't be pulled out? Little Yu smiled awkwardly. Ha ha, cutting too hard. Jiang Chen sighed, stopped cutting meat and walked over. I'll do it. Little Yeye looked at him in surprise. Zhao Xiaodao didn't believe that a child could pull out the knife. Smiling, he stopped him. Xiao Chen, it's fine, we can handle it. Xiao Yeye also said. Yeah, if it's not possible, I'll go out and get Mr. Huang and the others to help. It's okay, Xiao Chen, you don't have to. Jiang Chen didn't even listen to him and walked over to hold the handle of the knife. Seemingly effortlessly, he lifted it upwards. Ka-da! A click sounded, and the knife was pulled out. Xiao Yeye's unfinished words were just blocked hard in his throat. Zhao Xiaodao looked on with a shocked face as a machete was easily held in Jiang Chen's hand. The machete was almost as long as half of Jiang Chen's body. This contrast stunned a crowd of live broadcast viewers. I knock? This kid brother, is his strength so unbelievable? It's a program effect. Definitely a program effect. Xiao Yeye was definitely pretending. Faking it. I didn't see that it was almost chopping through the board. It's a real chop into the wood, and it's so deep. What about program effects? Instead of doubting the effect of the program, we should doubt little Yu's emptiness. Little Yu, we're just netizens. You've crossed the line. You can chop a machete that deep, and that's not true? Little Yu, thanks to the netizens upstairs for doing us justice. Jiang Chen carried the knife, signaling little Yu to get out of the way. Xiao Yeye skeptically looked at his own hand, and then looked at Jiang Chen's small hand that had not yet grown. Jiang Chen pressed down on the ribs with one hand and held the machete in the other. Dang! 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 With a loud sound of the machete chopping down. The ribs were chopped into small, even pieces. And the one holding the machete was actually just an 8-year-old child. Zhao Xiaodao's mouth opened wide in surprise, and his eyes stared roundly at Jiang Chen. Xiao Yeye also had the same shocked expression. There were also countless viewers behind the screen, each one knocking on the keyboard with a crackling sound. I saw something. My eyes. Doctor. Kid brother. I ask you. How many other things do you know that I, Cyber's righteous father, don't know? Kid, please tell me, how do you usually work out? I work out in the game. I kill people like crazy. I'm 25 and I can't even cut a potato with a kitchen knife. He's so skillful at chopping ribs. Reasonable doubt, the kid has practiced before. Crooked. Demon spirit? Apply for a sewer survey of the kid's house. Why do you want to investigate the sewers? Nothing, kid, go play. Chapter 143, 6 dishes and 1 soup, all the people tasted good to prostrate. After sharply chopping the ribs, Jiang Chen poured them into a pot of water to soak. Xiao Yeye wanted to salvage a bit of his image. He followed Jiang Chen and said, is there anything else I can do? A big man being so careful with a small child made the live broadcast audience burst out laughing. You rest little Yu. How dare I use you again? Kid brother, don't, I'm afraid you'll chop me up. Ha! A bunch of waste adults, not as fast as kid brother himself. Upstairs, don't forget, you're one of the losers too. Where's your address? I'll send you a specialty item. Jiang Chen looked at him hesitantly. Xiao Yaya immediately raised his hand again and swore. I promise, this won't happen again. Zhao Xiaodao's voice was next to him. She sprang out in a ghostly voice. A man's mouth, a deceitful ghost. Xiao Yuyu was even more apprehensive. It really won't. Jiang Chen sighed deeply. Heart-tired Not only do you have to cook, but you also have to coax adults to play. He pointed at the lotus roots in the corner and said. Wash those lotus roots. This is not going to cause any more trouble. Little Yaya quickly agreed. Good. You can rest assured. I'll make sure to wash it clean. A few moments later, Jiang Chen looked at the white and chubby lotus root and nodded with satisfaction. He rummaged through another bag of glutinous rice from the cabinet. Cutting a small slit in the top of the lotus root, he said. Uncle Yuyu, stuff this glutinous rice into the hole of the lotus root. Little Yaya didn't know what he was going to do, but little Yaya obeyed. Zhao Xiaodao cleaned the peeled scallions and handed them to Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, what's next? Jiang Chen casually gave her a task. Peel 2 cloves of garlic. Okay. Zhao Xiaodao ran to get the garlic. No, I feel that Brother Kid is just like coaxing a child. Look at the numb expression on Brother Kid's face, he doesn't want these two people to help. Brother Kid, he's young, but he's realized how hard it is to bring up a child. Ha! These two people, they come to ask Brother Kid one thing and ask him another. If I let you do it yourself, it might be faster. Upstairs, be confident. Get rid of the maybes. After working for half an hour, Jiang Chen made 6 dishes. He also brought a tomato and egg soup. Looking at the 6 dishes and 1 soup served on the table, Chef Huang and He Ling and the others, their eyes went straight in astonishment. They gazed straight at the dishes on the table and asked. Really, was it all made by Xiao Chen? Little Yuyu proudly nodded once. Aang. All as small Chen do. Little Dagger and I then hit the ground running. Jiang Chen's face is calm. There is a dessert in the pot, have to cook a little longer. Let's eat first. He Ling's voice has risen. There's still dessert? Zifeng also came out of the house, looked at the meal on the table and subconsciously said. Mr. Huang has done a great job. Little Chef Huang shook his head dumbfounded. No, it's Little Chen who did it. Zifeng looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Little Chen did it? Pumba nodded along. Sister, it was indeed Xiao Chen who did it. Pumba, sister, don't be surprised yet, let brother be surprised first. Huang Xiao Chef, he really knows how to cook. Ha! It's the first time I've seen Mr. He look so unseen. If they see Xiao Chen pull out the machete, their jaws will drop. Our kid brother, he's got a great bone structure. A group of people has never seen a meal, a shocked look at the table of food. Or Xiao Yuyu greeted. Come on, sit down and eat. Only then did everyone sit down, and one by one picked up chopsticks and ate. Huang Xiaoche picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork and sent it into his mouth. As soon as it was imported, the meat flavor and the sweetness of sugar stimulated the taste buds. Huang Xiaoche squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Pointing his chopsticks at the dish, he nodded in satisfaction. This sweet and sour spare ribs was very well done. The way he looked at Jiang Chen had completely transformed. He Ling, hearing him say this, also hurriedly chucked a piece of spare ribs. Wow! It's delicious. This is the best sweet and sour pork I've ever eaten. Little Chen, you're too good. Although He Ling was still as supportive as ever, netizens still found points where he was different from before. Mr. He said it so sincerely this time. Yeah, the tone isn't as exaggerated as before, but his eyes are glowing. Understood. In the future, if you want to see if Mr. He is just a fan, or if you really like him, just take out this video and compare. Ha! Mr. He is just a nice guy who likes to show off. You mean netizens? Mr. Ho, we have no grudges. Zifeng takes a bite of pineapple sweet and sour pork, covering her mouth and grunting. Pumba immediately understood her. I think it's delicious, don't you? Zifeng nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Pang Pang was also curious and chucked a piece. Ow! Teacher He. Mr. Huang. Come and try this sweet and sour meat. It's so delicious. Even Zifeng, such an introverted girl, ate it like this, so it seems to be really delicious. Okay, I've recorded everything the kid brother cooked. I'm going to blow up the kitchen. I hope you make it out alive. Remember to come back and tell me you're safe. Otherwise, I'll have to call the police. Ah! Pineapple and pork. My favorite dish. Kid. We're on our way to the mushroom house. Save a bite for me. Chef Huang also took a piece of pineapple and sweet and sour pork and just ate it in his mouth. He just put another piece in his mouth. That's what we're talking about. A kid's a kid's a kid's a kid's a kid. Even Mr. Huang is convinced. I'm just asking, who else is there? Xiao Yu did not say anything, a mouthful of vegetables and a mouthful of rice, eating happily. Zhao Xiaodao sighed as he ate. When I was in the kitchen, I couldn't help but smell this fragrance. But I was too embarrassed to steal it, so now I can finally eat it. When Zifeng heard it, she smiled sweetly at Zhao Xiaodao and said, "It's really delicious, I wouldn't be able to resist it either." Pang Pang will not talk about dieting anymore. Under on these dishes has begun to serve the third bowl of rice. But the majority of netizens will replace the broker to supervise him. Pumba's manager. Come and see. Pumba, beware of Chef Huang asking you, why don't you lose weight again? I'll see what you say, ha. Pumba, do you remember what you looked like before? Give me back my Pumba. I know why grandma loves to watch me eat when I'm back home. It turns out that eating well can be so delightful. Zhang Chen looked at the time and put down the bowl. He went to the kitchen and brought out the dessert. Xiao Ye ate in her mouth and looked at the one in Zhang Chen's hand. Zhang Chen put down the small white porcelain pot and opened the lid, only to see that the red glutinous rice root was obediently lying in the basin. The contrast between the red color and the white color of the white porcelain made it even more attractive. Xiao Ye swallowed the goo meat in his mouth and looked at the glutinous rice root. He swallowed his saliva again. Chapter 144, Director, want to eat fish? Take something in exchange. Sticky rice lotus root. My favorite dessert. When will there be a cell phone that can smell? Upstairs is no good. I should say, when will there be a cell phone that can eat? Certainly. Rice. Let your researchers get to work. The donkeys in the production team don't even dare to rest like this. What kind of devil is upstairs? I used to feel sorry for my poor sister who had to drink milk, but now I'm drooling over her food. Wipe your mouth, it's called the turn of the wind and water. Xiao Ye couldn't wait and directly clamped a piece of glutinous rice root. Put it in your mouth, don't even need to chew. The sweetness of brown sugar, the aroma of glutinous rice, and the fragrance of lotus root. It filled the mouth in an instant. These flavors blended perfectly and did not feel abrupt at all. Xiao Ye let out a satisfied He pointed at the glutinous rice lotus root and signaled the others. Quickly taste it. You guys try it. It's especially delicious. I usually don't like sweet things, but this is really delicious. Pang Pang had long been craving for it and immediately caught a piece. As soon as he got it in his mouth, he squinted in enjoyment. He huffed it and gave Zifeng a piece as well. Sister, you quickly taste it. Wow. The world owes me a Pumba-like brother. It makes my teeth sore. My brother only steals my food. I'm different. My brother steals my food. Mom. Look at other people's brothers. Look at my brother. Teach him a lesson. You're all craving for your brother, but I'm the only one craving for lotus root. You're such a greedy girl upstairs. I'm a kid, thanks. We had a very satisfying meal. 6 dishes in one soup, including that small pot of lotus root. All cleaned up by these few people. Zhang Chen had long since gotten full. He quietly sat on the side and watched a group of adults devour their food. Kid brother, a bunch of adults who have never seen the world. I now know what kind of heavenly life the kid's father is living. He doesn't have to take his kids to and from school, and his kids keep his food warm, and it's so good. He doesn't even have to go to work. He eats, sleeps, and plays video games with his kid brother. Stop it. I want to kill someone. Ugh. My cleaver is acting up. What's going on here? Are you sure you're not the one upstairs? After eating and drinking, everyone sat down on their chairs to digest. Zifeng asked curiously. Little Chun, you're so small, how did you become so good at cooking? Jiang Chen returned. My mom is busy working, she doesn't have time to cook. What about your dad? Little Chef Huang asked. He doesn't know how to cook. Once these 2 sentences came out, everyone's eyes instantly became sympathetic when they looked at Zhang Chen. Zhao Xiaodao touched Jiang Chen's head lovingly. It's fine, it will all be fine in the future. Jiang Chen's expression was a bit blank. What? Ha! Zhao Xiaodao thought of something. Kid brother dad, I'm just lazy, not dead. I don't blame Zhao Xiaodao for thinking too much, after all, who's a good person to let an 8-year-old cook? And he does it every day. You all condemn such parents, am I the only one who wants to be such a parent? I wanted to. That's right. Chef Huang sat down on the chair contentedly, and suddenly remembered something. We have a rule in the mushroom house that all guests who come can order food. This time, Xiao Ye, Xiao Dao, and Xiao Chen haven't ordered yet, right? Speaking of food, Xiao Ye's eyes lit up. Can also order food ah. He Ling looked at him with amusement and nodded. Right ah. Zhao Xiaodao said indifferently. I can do it, let you and Xiao Chen order. After saying that, she glanced at Jiang Chen. She now believed what little Ye said. Xiao Chen made braised fat sea is also delicious. Blind guessing a wave. Zhao Xiaodao thought to herself, as long as it's made by kid brother, she can eat anything. My kid brother's strength is unquestionable. Congratulations to actress Zhao Xiaodao for being convinced by my kid brother. I can't even imagine how many girls will fall under my kid brother's suit when he grows up. If you can go to the soccer field, you can go to the kitchen. If you get brother kid, you'll get an all-round future person. Jiang Chen also said, I don't have anything I particularly want to eat, anything. Seeing that the arduous task of ordering food had fallen to him, little Yaya wiped the non-existent drool from the corners of his mouth. Then I'll order. I want to eat fish. Pickled fish. And Xiao Yaya waved his hand at Huang Xiao chef. Just provide us with the ingredients, don't bother Mr. Huang. Xiao Chun will do it, and Dagger and I will play the hand as usual. He was worried that his purpose was too obvious, and was looking back to make up for it. We've all worked so hard to cut the wheat today, how can we afford to trouble you again? We'll do it. Little Chef Huang is happy to be free. Okay, I'll try another meal of Xiao Chen's handiwork. Hearing him agree, Zhao Xiaodao and Xiao Yeye were relieved. Pooh-ha! Zhao Xiaodao. Little Yeye. Do you two dare to be more obvious? Xiao Yeye, as long as I don't make it obvious, no one will know that I dislike Huang Xiaoche's cooking. Zhao Xiaodao, a teammate of the gods. The only one who sacrificed in this game is our kid brother. Kid, I thank you for finding me another job. Is it possible that brother Kid doesn't like Chef Wang's cooking either? Ha! Right. I just remembered. Kid's last meal consisted of nothing but rice. He Ling has already started discussing with the program team. Director, the guests want to eat fish. Let's give them a fish. The director behind the camera nods. Before He Ling could be happy, she heard the director's next words. Take the wheat you cut today in exchange. Huang Xiaoche also opened his mouth to condemn the director. We worked hard for half a day, and we're exchanging it for a fish? Director, you're not being generous. The director smiled slightly. I could be more unkind. Not only do you want wheat, but you also want clean, shelled wheat. Now even Xiao Yeye can't sit still. You want us to work for you, to finish shelling, in exchange for a fish? The director nodded. He Ling pretended to be angry and waved her hand. Don't want your fish. Xiao Yu, if you want to harvest you have to give first. So let's go fishing by ourselves. The two half-grown kids, Zifeng and Pang Pang, were instantly excited. Fishing? Yes. I haven't fished yet. Zhao Xiaodao also wants to go play. I'll go too. Is there a river around here? Huang Xiaoche nodded his head once. Yeah, we can fish by ourselves. He Ling said with a smile. There's a river, I went to see it the other day, the water in it is very clear. There are fish. Zifeng cheered and clapped her hands against Pang Pang. We're going to play. Huang Xiaoko calmed them down. Don't get too excited. It's already late, we'll go back tomorrow. Chapter 145, First Night at the Mushroom House. Hey! You've kicked the kid's ass now, right? Right. I don't believe he even knows how to fish. Comrades, get ready to record tomorrow. We're about to witness kid's first blackout. You've taken all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. Jiang Chen, sitting quietly, recalled his last life. Whenever he had time, he drove his car to the mountain nests to find a place to fish. Who wasn't a fishing guy anymore? Zifeng, Pang Pang, and He Ling were responsible for washing the dishes. After cleaning up, a group of people sat in the yard and chatted. The breeze blew by and insects chirped in the distance. Stars twinkle in the sky, evoking memories for many viewers. When I was a child, I lived with my grandparents in such a rural area. Everyone sat in the yard to cool off after eating in the summer. I remember the bugs that always screamed at night and kept me awake. My grandfather would sprinkle medicine to poison the bugs, and my grandmother would fan me. But they're both dead now. They're in heaven. They're in heaven. It's so quiet. They're so loud during the day, but now they're suddenly quiet. In a place like this, anyone would be quiet. I know why I like to watch the Mushroom House. I like the quietness of the old days. We chatted for a while. Suddenly no one spoke. Everyone sat quietly, closing their eyes and enjoying the tranquility of the moment. Huang Xiaoche looked at Jiang Chen, who had closed his eyes, and gently touched little Yu. Yu, Xiao Chen is asleep. You carry him back. Little Yaya responded softly, okay. He gently stood up, and his hand just touched Jiang Chen's shoulder. He met a pair of pitch-black eyes. Ah! To little Yaya's horror, he instantly fell to the ground. This sound startled everyone. Pang Pang was so shocked that he jumped up from his chair. What's wrong, what's wrong? Zifeng was so scared that he looked left and right. Zhao Xiaodao, who was drowsy and about to fall asleep, was woken up at once and looked around blankly. Jiang Chen looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong? Uncle Yu. Little Yaya was shocked. You didn't sleep? Jiang Chen shook his head. No, just resting my eyes. Surrounded by the entire He Ling and Huang Xiaoqi laughed out loud. The atmosphere of the live broadcast audience recalling the past was also broken. How is it Xiao Yu again? I'm convinced. My childhood memories are gone. Xiao Yu compensate me. The kid brother did not sleep, was going to sleep. Zhao Xiaodao was scared awake. Ha! Zhao Xiaodao, who understands the family? Pumba jumped so high. If a star can't do it anymore, he can still go high jumping as a juggler. Pumba, I thank you. Gritting teeth, Healing claps her hands. Okay everyone, it's too late. Let's all go back to sleep. Zifeng stood up with a yawn and said, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Good night. You guys go to sleep, I'm going to steal the kid brother while it's still dark. Then kid brother suddenly opens his eyes and looks at you. Uncle, are you taking a? Ha! What breed of pervert is upstairs? Don't make me laugh. I'm going to bed too. Jiang Chen and Xiao Yeye returned to the bedroom, washed up and lay on the bed. Jiang Chen, who was on the verge of falling asleep with his eyes closed, heard a ghostly question coming from the darkness. Little Chen, do you want to listen to a fairy tale? Jiang Chen, no, thanks uncle. Little Yu sighed regretfully. Okay, then no more stories. Ha! It's the middle of the night, suddenly asking if you want to listen to fairy tales. What's the difference between this and telling a ghost story? A less courageous child would have been scared to tears long ago. Kids, I thank you. Live Dad. You're still in the mood for a ghost story. You want to tell ghost stories so badly. Little Yu, I want to tell a fairy tale. The next day. A few people yawning out of the room. Other people are still confused when washing face and brushing teeth. Jiang Chen has served breakfast from the kitchen out. As soon as Xiao Yeye saw it, she cheered. It's my familiar egg pancake. The live broadcast pop-ups matched. That's right. It's the familiar one from the kid brother's father. The lost breakfast. Kid brother's dad, what's wrong with you today? Why didn't you cook for me? Kid brother, it's been stolen. Little Yu ate it while frantically selling it to others. You guys try this, it's super tasty. Don't look at this simple egg cake, it's definitely the best egg cake you've ever had. Zhao Xiaodao washed up and also went over to take a piece. Just after taking a bite, he nodded his head repeatedly. Aha! It's really delicious. Sister, Teacher Huang, come on over. Zhao Xiaodao looked at Jiang Chen with an adoring face. Xiao Chen, is there a secret recipe for this? How can it be so delicious? Jiang Chen spoke slowly as he ate. There is no secret recipe. Just what I read on the internet. Beat a few eggs, add flour and water. Stir into a batter, add salt, then pour it into the pan and fry the batter into a cake. I think I can do it too. Don't think so. The one who went to fry the kitchen yesterday hasn't come back yet. Reasonable suspicion that he's been killed. I'm alive. Ouch. Who's this ghost? Get him out of here. Ha! It's the devil upstairs. After breakfast, a group of people took fishing rods and buckets and couldn't wait to set off towards the river. On the roadside, Ling deliberately folded a bamboo pole. Xiao Yu asked. Teacher what are you folding a bamboo pole for? Ling said. Those fishing poles are too big for Xiao Chen. I folded a bamboo pole for him and tied a fishing line to make a small fishing rod. Jiang Chen said, thank you, Uncle Ling pinched his cheeks affectionately. No need to thank you. Wow. Everyone is doing well. Look at me, I'm so soft. Yes. That's what healing programs are all about. I don't think we're talking about Chef Wong. Not Chef Wong who cooks. When will he realize he's not that good of a cook? Wow. I see the river. It looks like the river in my hometown. By the time we got to the river, everyone else was running around excitedly. He took the fishing line and tied it to the bamboo pole. Okay, Xiao Chen, here. Take it and play with it. Little Yu also took fish food and hung it on Jiang Chen's hook. No one expected Jiang Chen to catch fish. It was just for him to play with. Hanging up the fish food, Jiang Chen carried his small fishing rod and walked to the side. He found a quiet, unoccupied corner and skillfully threw the fishing rod. No, why do I feel that the kid brother is so skillful in throwing his fishing rod? The place he found is also very good. It's the best place for fishing in this area. I have a reasonable doubt that the kid didn't drink the Mona soup when he was reincarnated. It's not possible that kid is the only one who caught a fish among this group of people, right? Chapter 146, Still Catching Fish? Novice Protection Period. Just as Jiang Chen was quietly fishing, not far away, Xiao Yeye and the others were chattering and playing around. Pang deliberately tricked Zifeng into going down to the river. Sister, there are lobsters here, come quickly. Quickly take a bucket. Zifeng believed it and went down with a small bucket. She went down to the river and the water level line was just submerged to her calf's belly. Where's the lobster? Where is it? Pumba held the water and splashed it in her face. Here it is. Ah! Zifeng was startled. This scene happened to be seen by little Chef Huang. He shouted out, Pang! No bullying your sister. As soon as Pang saw Mr. Huang frowning, he immediately stood obediently. This immediately goated appearance amused a group of viewers in the live broadcast room. Ha! Pang, you keep splashing water. Be brave. Don't be a wimp, Pumba. Splash with Chef Huang. That's right. He is also here. Let's do it together. Pang Pang, if you splash Mr. Huang, I'll follow you right away. Pang Pang, whether or not you'll get another fan depends on your performance. I'm impressed. You're a bunch of people who don't mind watching. On how contemporary netizens pit a star into a ditch. Xiao Yeye is holding the fishing rod in a decent manner, chatting with Zhao Xiaodao next to him. How come I don't get fish here all the time? Xiao Yu looked skeptically at the river. There can't be no fish here. Zhao Xiaodao picked up her own fishing rod and looked at the hook that only had a ball of fish food hanging on it. She nodded her head affirmatively and said, "There are no fish. Otherwise, why wouldn't it even eat fish food? I can see the swimming fish through the screen. Fish, too smart to blame me. I don't think little you will be able to eat fish today. Two chickens who don't know how to fish, and they're blaming the river for the lack of fish. Little you, be quiet, don't talk. Zhao Xiaodao, stop moving your rod. I've been a fishing pro for 10 years, and I'm having a heart attack just watching these two fish. I see the kid brother is quite a fighter." In this group, the quietest one was Jiang Chen. He was standing alone in a patch of grass, holding a ridiculous bamboo fishing rod. Jiang Chen stared unblinkingly at the river. Suddenly, the float made from a goose feather moved. Jiang Chen didn't pull the hook, but continued to watch quietly. The float moved again. At this time, the bored little Yu noticed the movement on Jiang Chen's side. He excitedly pointed at the float on Jiang Chen's fishing rod that was constantly being pulled. "There's a fish." There was a fish on Xiao Chen's side. The live broadcast audience was afraid that he would scare the fish by shouting, and one by one, they all condemned Xiao Yeye. "I'm asking you what you're yelling about. I'm asking you what you're shouting. If you scare the fish away, you won't be able to eat fish today. Kid brother really knows how to fish, doesn't he? He knows you can't lift the rod when the float is moving. He didn't see it, did he? But he's been looking at the river. He's been staring at the river. A child's attention span is low, who knows where his soul went when he was looking at the river." Hearing little Yeye's words, Jiang Chen gazed at the floating goose feathers for a few more seconds without slowing down. Suddenly, he pulled the hook violently. The bamboo pole was bent, and something was obviously biting the hook in the river. Jiang Chen didn't rush to drag the fish out of the water. Instead, he slowly slipped it. Little Yeye had already run over and pointed at the river and shouted, "There are fish. There must be fish. This bamboo pole has been torn and bent, the fish is not small." Huang Xiaoko, Heling, and others heard the commotion, also rushed over. Looking at the fishing rod that was ripped into a crooked hook, Heling slapped his thighs in chagrin. "If I had known that Xiao Chen could catch fish, I would have given Xiao Chen a proper fishing rod. If this bamboo pole broke, the fish would have run away." Jiang Chen didn't say anything, and focused on the fish. Slowly, the fish was pulled to the surface of the water. Several people could clearly see the fish. It was a big fish. Huan Xiaoche looked at the appearance of the fish in the water and said excitedly, "It's still a grass carp. Grass carp had fewer thorns and the meat was okay." The audience in the live broadcast room also let out a gasp of amazement. Surprisingly, it's kid brother who caught the fish. What a big grass carp. Is this the legendary newbie protection period? Why did I only catch a palm-sized carp during my novice protection period? So you all have newbie protection? I don't have it. Upstairs, I don't have it either. Hey, kid. Lend me your grass carp. I want to go around the city 3 times. You're a loser, just go to the market and buy one. Looks like you're an airman upstairs. Chef Huang and Xiao Yeye are in a hurry to go up and help. But they don't know anything about fishing, so they can only circle around at a loss. Soon, Jiang Chen slipped the fish to the shore. Xiao Yu was quick on his feet and ran over and yanked it up. Caught. The fish was dragged ashore by him. Jiang Chen walked over and removed the hook from the fish's mouth. At this time, the system's voice sounded in Jiang Chen's mind. Ding dong. The system releases a limited time welfare task. For a limited time of 1 hour, feel free to fish. Mission reward: the more you harvest, the more mall points you can obtain. Jiang Chen looked at the river and his eyes twitched. Fish as much as you want? Then he would be fired up. Zhao Xiaodao took out his cell phone and excitedly took pictures. What a big fish. This is enough for all of us to eat, right? Heling took Xiao Yeye's fishing rod and handed it to Jiang Chen. Xiao Chen, don't use that bamboo pole, use this one. Little Yeye, Mr. He, are you polite? If this bamboo pole breaks, causing the fish not to be pulled up, Mr. He will regret it to death. I wake up in the middle of the night and slap myself. Why did I give the kid a broken bamboo fishing rod? This rookie protection period can be used to brag for the rest of your life. Kid, for the sake of your father, I'll say I caught this fish. Can you do it? The Air Force guy is probably being driven crazy. After successfully catching the fish, the group gathered around to discuss how to eat it. Huang Xiuqiu asked, Little Yeye, you said you want to eat fish, how do you want to eat it? Little Yeye picked up Jiang Chen and said happily. The fish was caught by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said how to eat it. The others nodded in agreement. Yes, Little Chen decided. Jiang Chen said. Then let's have pickled fish. Huang Xiaochen thought for a moment and said. But we don't have any sauerkraut. He Ling reminded. There were usually villagers in the village that would pickle their own sauerkraut. The flavor of the pickles that you pickle yourself is okay. But, He Ling hesitated. We're not familiar with the village, so it's not too good to ask people for sauerkraut. Jiang Chen had a bright idea and proposed. Let's take something and exchange it with them. Huang Xiaoko was puzzled and said, what should we take? Jiang Chen said. I'll catch a few more fish, take the fish to exchange. Xiao Yeye nodded cooperatively. Can I accompany Xiao Chen fishing? He Ling nodded. That's fine, a few of us will go back first. When you guys catch fish, you can enter the village directly from this road and ask from house to house which family has sauerkraut. If they do, trade the fish with them. Xiao Yeye put down Jiang Chen, and from Pang Pang's hand resulted in a fishing rod and fish food. There is also a net. All right. Then you guys go back first. Huang Xiaoye and the others gradually went away. Chapter 147, Newbie Welfare Period. Is it this long? Fishing this kind of main work, want Jiang Chen to come. That's why little Yaya was extremely eye-catching and took over the chores. Little Chen, you don't need to move the fish food. I'll do it. That piece of weed is in the way, right, I'll do it. This attentive appearance made a group of viewers in the live broadcast room laugh. Xiao Yeye, stupid but hard-working. Xiao Yeye, I don't know how to fish, but I know how to serve the fishermen. Just like Xiao Yu, such a companion, do not know how to do business, just more chores, unlike my unlucky co-workers. I have the same kind of co-workers. I'm envious of little Yu. I'd rather do more chores if I had a big brother to lead me. But this is just a newbie's protection period. It's a miracle that he can catch one. Can he really catch another one? I don't know about others, but that's kid. Hanging up the fish food, Jiang Chen skillfully threw the rod. Then he waited quietly. But in 5 minutes, the float moved. Little Yaya, sitting on a small chair to the side, rubbed his eyes brightly. He wanted to cheer, but looking at the quiet Jiang Chen, he closed his mouth again. Ha! Little Yaya was too amused, and stiffly swallowed the whimper that reached his mouth. Little Yu is really good at reading people's eyes. Did no one notice that kid brother sighed in relief? His afterglow has been watching little Yu all the time. Why do you have to bring a kid everywhere you go? As usual, I waited for the float to move up and down for a while. Watching the float suddenly sink, Jiang Chen quickly lifted the rod. Watching the fish catch up, Xiao Yu then shouted without control. Carp. You can make carp and tofu soup. Jiang Chen reminded. This is what we are going to take for sauerkraut, we can't make carp tofu soup. Jiang Chen mentioned the rod to the shore, Xiao Yu rushed up to take down the fish. Nothing, the villagers also eat. After putting the Christian carp into the net pocket tied to the riverside, Xiao Yeye once again hung fish food for Jiang Chen's fishing rod. As he hung it, he said. I kind of know why some people like fishing. It's so fun to have this full sense of harvest. Is it you who fishes? It's full of sense of harvest. Welcome Xiao Yu to our fishing army. No, he's welcome to join the Air Force. Also, by the looks of it, it doesn't look like he can catch fish either. Xiao Yeye, lawyer's letter. I'm going to sue upstairs for slander. With the fish food hung up, Jiang Chen threw the rod again. This time, it was even faster than last time. But in 3 minutes, the float moved. Xiao Yeye gathered his head to look at the float. When Jiang Chen lifted it up, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Mud loach. It was a loach. Is it even possible to catch loaches? Little Yu ran over and tried to take the loach down. But the loach was too slippery and slipped out of his hand 3 times. Jiang Chen directly put the loach with the hook into the net pocket. Let's take it this way, so that it won't be taken down later and the loach will run away. Good. Little Yeye separated the loach from the net pocket, finally gave to take down. Looking at the lively loach in the net, Xiao Yu excitedly took out his cell phone to take pictures. Surprisingly, even the loach are caught. Xiao Chen, you are also too good. Quickly. In 5 minutes. I want information about this pond. Upstairs, you don't think it's the river's fault that you can't catch it, do you? No heart attack. I know it's the newbie welfare period, but it's too long. I'll take a picture and buy a fishing rod like the kids. Another one who thinks it's the rod. Don't forget, the last pole kid used was a bamboo pole. I'll try a bamboo pole tomorrow. A bunch of crazy airmen. The two continued to fish. Little Yu's exclamations of surprise continued to ring out from the river. Shrimp. Crayfish. My goodness. Surprisingly, there are crabs. Ah. Wait. The crab caught my hand. In the end, it was Jiang Chen who put down his fishing rod and went over to rescue little Yeye's suffering index finger. Although his index finger was honorably injured, looking at the large crab, little Yeye still pulled up the corners of his mouth happily. He urged Jiang Chen. I'm fine, hurry up. I'll hook you up with fish food again and keep fishing. Xiao Ye's excited appearance made the live broadcast audience unable to stop laughing. Gotta Lu. This is sure, little you must have been hooked on fishing. Xiao Yu, family people who understand The last program also developed a hobby for me. Xiao Yu daughter-in-law, what's going on On a program back on the love of fishing, it will not be outside, there is a vix in it. Crabs really can be caught. Reasonable suspicion that the program team below to the kid brother hanging crabs. Ha! That's a big sacrifice for the crew. I don't care if he caught them or hung them, I had a great time watching it. Rookie protection. It must be the newbie protection period. Even fish like kids better. I'm a poor adult crying. At this time, Huang Xiaoche, Pang Pang, and Z Feng returned to the river. From a distance, Yellow Little Chef shouted. How's it going? Did you catch any more fish? If not, let's exchange it for something else in the mushroom house. Little Yaya waved with them excitedly. No need. Tatsu caught a lot. A lot. You guys come and see. Hearing this, Wang Xiaochun and the others accelerated their steps. Here, let me take a look. Yellow Little Chef pulled on the netting and looked inside. Seeing the situation inside, he joined Pang Pang and Zifeng behind him. Let out a surprised shout. So many. Pang Pang pointed at the net pocket and said excitedly. There are also crabs. What's that? Mud skippers. And loaches. The shy Zifeng shouted in surprise. I see lobsters. Crayfish. More than one. Huang Xiaoche was smiling from ear to ear, looking at Zhang Chen with both joy and surprise. Little Chun, how did you do it? Zhang Chen said with a smile. Casually fishing, who knew that I would catch it? This kind of answer made Zifeng couldn't help but look at him sideways. Even more so, countless airmen in the live broadcast room broke their defenses. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this. Then what about the $3,000 fishing rod that I bought? You're rich. I'm buying a fish at the market and pretending to catch it myself to prevent the Air Force guys from being lectured by their wives from bursting into tears. I'm 1,200 kilometers away from this river. Watch me drive for 12 hours. Don't be impulsive upstairs. Fatigued drivers are prone to accidents. Right. You can take an airplane. If you don't advise people not to go, but advise them to take an airplane, I'm impressed. The Air Force guys are the ones who guessed blindly. Who told you to guess? Take it back. You all want the fish in the river, but I'm the only one who's always thinking of the kids. Kid, I thank you. Chapter 148, Limited Time Welfare Task Settlement. Huang Xiaoche looked at the harvest in the net pocket with joy and said, changing sauerkraut with 2 fish is enough. We can eat the rest ourselves. Zifeng applauded happily. Good wow. Pang Pang was also smiling so much that the corners of his mouth were almost grinning to the roots of his ears. Only Xiao Yaya, remembering the meal cooked by Huang Xiao Chef, couldn't smile anymore. Although he had said before that Zhang Chen would be the one to cook. But he was afraid that little Chef Huang had forgotten. He said in a roundabout way. That is, let Xiao Chen show us a good hand today. Little Chen, you say it. Turning his back to Huang Xiaoche, Xiao Yu vigorously gave Jiang Chen a wink. Little Chef Huang smiled and waved his hand. Little Chen fished so much today, it's been hard work. It's better for me to cook and treat our great hero. This dangerous idea instantly caused turmoil in the live broadcast room. Don't. Chef Huang, I know you mean well, but don't be nice yet. Chef Huang, please recognize the fact that if you cook, it's not a treat. That's punishment. Hell of a punishment. Little Yu is so funny, he's making eyes fly out of his head with his winking. Little Yu, it's too hard. Zhang Chen couldn't smile anymore when he thought of that feast. He read Little Yaya's eyes and said, let me do it. Fishing isn't tiring anyway, and I'm the youngest here, so I don't feel like bothering the elders all the time. Look what our kid brother has forced me to do. He's talking too much. Kid, this is the first lesson society teaches you. On the outside, they're all elders. Inside, back off. Back off. Back off. My simple kid brother, he's grown up. Wiping tears. Seeing Xiao Ye and Jiang Chen insisting, Huang Xiaojie could only dispel the idea. That's fine, I'll trouble Xiao Chen today. Xiao Ye snaps and replies, no trouble, no trouble. At this time, Jiang Chen has another fish on the hook. Pulling it up, it was a big grass carp. Just as the crowd was cheering around the fish, the system's voice rang in Jiang Chen's head. Ding dong. Time for a limited time welfare mission. Liquidation in progress. 1 large grass carp, mol.5, 3 crabs, mol.9, 2 loaches, mol.10, 12 crayfish, mol.24, 3 small crushing carp, mol.3. The total number of points gained from this mission is 51. Mol points total, 113. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. It's up to 100, and you can draw another prize. Little Yaya was excited and wanted to continue fishing. Jiang Chen stopped him. It's almost time, we won't be able to eat it all if we keep fishing. Why don't we go change the sauerkraut? Little Chef Huang nodded his head in approval. Yes, this is enough for us to have a big meal. Go back. Xiao Yu said regretfully, alright then. Little Chef Huang picked out the big grass carp. We already have a grass carp, let's take this one for sauerkraut. A group of airmen in the live broadcast room wailed. I'm close by, come to me for it. Upstairs, your IP is at least 300 kilometers away, you call this proximity? I have sauerkraut at home. I'll change it. I don't just have sauerkraut, I know how to make sauerkraut fish. Let me do it. You've hit a brick wall. You can't cook as well as a kid. But I can do the dishes. I can clean the kitchen. I can do anything. It's good. Like Xiao Yu, she's dumb but hardworking. Who told you to bring me along? Sister, if you want to play, go with Ye and Xiaochen to exchange sauerkraut. Pumba and I will take these back. Zifeng smiled and nodded. The group parted ways. The three of them, Xiao Ye, Jiang Chen and Zifeng, took the big grass carp and went to the village to exchange it for sauerkraut. Little Chef Huang and Pang Pang carried the full harvest home. Zifeng was a bit more familiar with this place. Go this way, there are more people this way, she said as she led the way. Many old people here stay home alone and grow their own vegetables. Pickled sauerkraut is also quite common. As she spoke, she reached a house. Xiao Yu, carrying the big grass carp, rushed to the door and shouted, anyone at home? A grandmother with gray hair pushed open the door, looked at the strangers in front of the door and asked, who are you, what's the matter? Xiao Ye immediately pulled out a kind smile. Auntie, do you have any sauerkraut at home? We would like to exchange this grass carp for some sauerkraut. The grandmother looked at the fish in amazement. Sauerkraut is not worth much, exchange it with such a big fish? Xiao Ye nodded, yes, we caught it ourselves, it's very fresh. The old grandmother shook her head. My daughter and grandson came home a few days ago, I gave them all the sauerkraut to take away. Granny smiles happily. My grandchildren love my pickles. You don't know, every time they come, my little grandson asks for sauerkraut. The grandmother's kindly appearance reminds the audience of their own elders. Wow! Crying to be. My grandma is also so mindful to prepare me I love to eat. She looks like my grandma. Unfortunately, my grandma passed away last year, and no one will stand at the entrance of the village waiting for me to come home anymore. My grandpa also pickles sauerkraut, which I don't actually like, but I always pretend to like it, and bring some every time I go back home. Xiao Ye and Jiang Chen, as well as Zifeng, did not interrupt the old grandmother. The old granny spoke for a while before reacting. She smiled in embarrassment and said, when you're old, you talk too much. I've delayed your time. Zifeng shook his head and said, it's fine, no delay. The old grandmother pointed to a courtyard with an open door and said, that family has pickled sauerkraut, you can go over and ask. But Oldly has a weird temper and probably won't be willing to switch with you guys. Jiang Chen smiled. It's fine, we'll try, if we don't want to, we won't force ourselves. Jiang Chen and the others thanked him and left the grandmother's house. They came to Old Li's house. Although the door was open, none of the three entered. Instead, they stood at the door and asked, is anyone there? Hello? A skinny old man was squatting next to his bicycle. He was frowning tightly, his cheekbones were high, and he looked fierce. What's the point of asking? Can't I see a living person? Looking at the fierce old man, Xiao Ye and Zifeng both had their hearts skip a beat. Feeling that this sauerkraut might not be able to be exchanged, Xiao Ye hesitantly spoke. We would like to exchange some sauerkraut with you. Using this big grass carp to exchange, do you think it's okay? The old man raised his eyebrows, threw down the repair tools in his hands and stood up. Pointing at Xiao Yu, he cursed. I lack your fish? No exchange. Quickly go. The sound of the explosion not only scared Xiao Ye and Zifeng. The live audience was also scared. No exchange, no exchange. What's the fuss? Some old people, living alone for a long time, have strange tempers. Hurry up and go, look at this look, here will also be obnoxious, sauerkraut certainly cannot be changed. Chapter 149, Want sauerkraut? Call Grandpa. Zifeng and Xiao Yu were taken aback. The two of him were already ready to beat a retreat. Xiao Ye said, sorry to bother you. We'll just. Jiang Chen suddenly opened his mouth and said towards the old grandfather who was glaring at them angrily. Are you repairing a bicycle? The old grandfather immediately blew his beard and glared. Why do you ask? Are you blind? Xiao Ye and Zifeng's faces became even more unsightly. The live broadcast pop-ups were spitting. The bad old man is bad-tempered. Maybe he's just too straight-tempered. Straight temper and explosive temper are two different things. This is clearly a firecracker that's on fire. He'll explode on his own without anyone else lighting a fire. Let's get out of here. If we can't eat the pickled fish, we can't eat it. Why get scolded again? It's not worth it for a meal of sauerkraut. In the face of the old man scolding, Jiang Chen's face didn't change. I know how to fix a bicycle, why don't I give it a try? Seeing Jiang Chen actually did not cry and did not make a fuss, expression, then the next two adults are calm. The old man raised his eyebrows and came to be a little interested. But his tone was still harsh. You're a little brat who isn't even as tall as my waist, you're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you say big words. Ha. The kid brother is indeed just up to his waist height. It's happening. The only place I can be attacked is my height. Height is nothing. He's only 8. He'll grow into it. The key is that exploding straight male aesthetic. I can't get past the Barbie pink bag. You're all complaining about kids' aesthetic, but some people just love his gifts. Do you get that kind of treatment? Dog's head. Upstairs. Don't force me to assassinate you. Facing the old man's skepticism, Jiang Chen smiled. Don't you know if you try it? I just watched you tinkering for half a day, but you can't fix it. The old man choked and became more aggressive. Okay, you try. His tone. You come to try to say as if you want to die. Xiao Yeye looked at the old man this situation, afraid that he will hit again. He pulled Jiang Chen's arm and tried to drag him back. Xiao Chen, we have so many ingredients, missing a pickled fish is fine. Go back, don't change it. Zifeng also nodded along and whispered. Let's go. Jiang Chen patted the back of Xiao Yeye's hand. It's okay, I will fix it in a while. Seeing Jiang Chen walk past, Xiao Yeye also had to lift the fish and follow the past. Zifeng also lagged 2 steps behind and walked over together. The old man looked at his 2 guarded looks and snorted. What, still afraid that I will hit a little kid? Xiao Yu smiled awkwardly. No. Jiang Chen squatted down and rotated the bicycle tires, carefully observing where the problem was. The old man looked at him and really put up a front. Holding his arms indifferently, he stood aside and said, pretending still has a style. Nowadays, children, one by one think they can get to heaven. These a few words to see what is going on, see the audience of the live broadcast fire. The old man has a serious illness, but also understandable. What are you talking about when a kid is trying to help you? Bad old man. Why do those old people always feel that modern young people are all bad? It has nothing to do with old people. Some people have eyes on top of their heads, and they don't like anyone. When the kid brother fixes it, I'll punch him in the face. If he can't fix it, he'll get hit in the face. Did you forget about upstairs? Kid can even fix a stripper. A stripper isn't like a bicycle. Don't think of a kid as too powerful. Jiang Chen ignored the old man's cold words. After looking at it for a while, he could see what the problem was. Picking up the repair tool that the old man had just used on the ground, he began to fix it. The old man's broken mouth continued. Kid, it's fine if you don't fix it. But if you break my car, I'll press you into debt. Xiao Yeye quietly approached Jiang Chen. If Xiao Chen couldn't fix it, the old man went crazy. He picked up the back of Xiao Chen's neck and ran. But in a few minutes, Jiang Chen stopped his hand movements. The old man smiled smugly. How about that, you know you can't fix it. Jiang Chen put down his tools, stood up and patted his clothes, saying, repaired, you try it. The old man's smug expression froze on his face. He snorted coldly. Little kid, net big talk. Jiang Chen looked at him with a smile. Whether it's big talk or not, you won't know if you try it. The old man said in a loud voice. Okay. Then I'll try. Old man, I don't like lying kids, if you don't fix it. If you don't fix it, I'll leave you here to pay for my car. As soon as this came out, Xiao Yeye and Zifeng's expressions became even more horrified. Jiang Chen had a calm face. The old man lifted his leg and pedaled onto the bike. The bike steadily advanced. The 2 tires turned silky smooth, without a single stuck section. The old man on the bike, his expression became shocked. Countless live broadcast viewers had the same shocked expression. Really good? Kid brother. Just tell me what else you can't do. You can play the piano, you can play soccer, you can play games, you can program. I can't count them all. Are full grade kids so scary? They can even fix bicycles. Question of the day, when is the kid's mom going to lose her husband? I'm ready. What are you ready for? Questioning with a knife. Little Yeye stared wide-eyed at the old man on the bicycle. Then turned his head to look at Jiang Chen. Surprisingly, it's really fixed? Zifeng also covered her mouth in surprise and kept looking at Jiang Chen. She said softly, it was fixed so quickly. The old man rode around the yard and stopped. Jiang Chen asked, is it still good? If you feel laggy, you can put some more lubricant on it. The old man looked at him in amazement. You kid, how can you fix a bicycle? Jiang Chen came up with the same reason as the stripper. My grandparents are in the countryside, I go back to them when I'm on vacation. These were all repaired by watching my grandfather. The old man's expression was a bit nostalgic. Then your grandparents are so lucky. Jiang Chen opened his mouth to say business. We'd like to trade some sauerkraut with you and take this fish. Do you think it's okay? Xiao Yeye hurriedly held up the fish and showed it to the old man. The old man swept a glance full of disinterest and said, Such a big fish, it must cost a lot of money. With this money, you go buy some sauerkraut not on the line. Jiang Chen said. I didn't buy it, I caught it myself in the river. The old man's eyes changed, looking at Jiang Chen with surprise. You can still fish? He looked at Xiao Yeye and begged for confirmation. Really? Xiao Yeye nodded. Really, it was Xiao Chen who caught it. He also caught crabs, loaches. Zifeng added, there are also crayfish. The more the two of them spoke, the brighter the old man's eyes became. He turned sharply and went inside, leaving behind a sentence. Wait. Soon, the old man came back. In his hand was a bag containing sauerkraut. Here, this is my own pickle, the flavor is full. Xiao Yeye happily went over, took the pickles with one hand and handed the fish to the old man with the other. Thank you. The old man waved his hand and didn't take the fish. He just turned to Jiang Chen and said, You're an interesting kid, I've got my eye on you, old man. You recognize me as your god-grandfather, and you can eat as much sauerkraut as you want. He bent down and pinched Jiang Chen's face and said with a smile. Come, call grandpa. Chapter 150, I call you sister, you call me grandpa? I tever? Bad old man, get out of the way. A bag of sauerkraut want to change the child brother? I don't think so. So I hide behind the screen every day and gnash my teeth, what the hell? I'll trade sauerkraut for a kid brother, too. That's not true. You've got the wrong idea. You've got the wrong idea. You have to trade something else for sauerkraut. It's true that in this world, it's the brave who reap the rewards first. Thank you, Mr. Bad Old Man, and thank you, Mr. Kind Old Man. I'll do it. Kid brother likes practice problems, wait. I'm going to the bookstore to buy some. Kid brother. I've got all your homework from elementary school to college. I'll buy as much as you want. So when are you going to recognize me as your father? Upstairs is too greedy. Kid. I just want you to recognize me as your brother. Kid brother. I'm the most different. I'll recognize you as my father. When you're rich, remember me as your godson. Are people so shameless nowadays? Is face or money more important? You have a point. Look at me. Look at me. The old man's words startled both little Yeye and Zifeng. Jiang Chen didn't even react to what he said for a moment. Ah? The old man repeated. Recognize me as your god-grandfather, and you can eat as much sauerkraut as you want in the future. Jiang Chen cried and laughed, and was thinking of politely refusing. Little Yu threw down the fish, one hand sauerkraut, one hand slipped Jiang Chen run. He shouted. Sister! Quickly run! Zifeng reacted and ran right after him. This picture amused the live broadcast audience. Xiao Yu, I have all the strength and means. Little Yu is too funny, lifting up kid brother with one hand. Kid brother, why is the sky suddenly spinning? Little Yu is how much he loves pickled fish. He even remembered to leave the fish behind. Huh? I can't, my stomach hurts from laughing so hard. Zifeng, why is there a gust of wind blowing past? Oh, it's Yu. When it counts, it's up to little Yu. Little Yu's body is working. He did not stop all the way, so Carrie Pickles and Jiang Chen ran back to the mushroom house. Huang Xiao chef, who was packing up the fish, shrimp and crab, saw Xiao Yu's handful of sauerkraut. Seeing Xiao Yeye running into the yard with sauerkraut in one hand and Jiang Chen in the other, panting. They were all startled. He Ling hurriedly went forward and asked. What is it? Xiao Ye only then put Jiang Chen down, tired and out of breath. At this time, the Zifeng in the back only followed. He Ling saw that Xiao Yeye was too tired to speak and turned to ask Zifeng. Sister, what's wrong with you guys? Huang Xiao chef and the others also gathered around. Zifeng gasped for air and looked at He Ling and said. Master. He Ling's expression instantly froze. Ah? Am I that old? Mr. He's expression is so funny. He thought Grandpa was calling him. He Ling, I'm calling your sister, you're calling me Grandpa? Look at Pumba in the back, he's sneaking a look at He Ling and his sister. This little cutie. You don't really think He Ling and her sister are related, do you? Pumba, we've discovered a secret family. And there's Zhao Xiaodao. She's staring out of her eyeballs. Huang Xiaojie asked with a face full of strangeness. What, Grandpa? You guys met a strange old man? Zifeng nodded frantically. This precise guess stunned a group of viewers in the live broadcast room. It's still me, Mr. Huang. How could I forget? Mr. Huang is the strongest brain of another program. Chef Huang's nickname, Old Fox. Chef Huang's a downward spiral. Chef Huang is worried about his teammates' lack of brains. At this time, was pulled all the way. Jiang Chen began to explain. A few moments later, everyone understood what was going on. Zifeng and little Yeye also slowed down. Little Yeye patted his sturdy chest in fear. Fortunately, I brought back Xiao Chun, otherwise how can I explain to his parents? Jiang Chen pulled his own already deformed collar, expressionless nodded and said. Yes, that can do. Ha! The half-dead tone of the kid brother. The kid's brother is probably numb. Little Yu is quite responsible. Little Yu. Although you're very pretty, you have to pay for the kids' clothes first. He Ling, who understood the whole story, patted Jiang Chen's back in amusement. It seems that our little Chen is very popular. Huang Xiao chef was also amused as he went back to continue packing the fish. Alright, the people are back and the sauerkraut has been changed back. I'll continue to pack up, so I won't have to do it again for little Chen in a while. Pumba, come and help. Alas! I'm coming. Xiao Yaya drank 2 big bowls of water and finally slowed down completely. Zhao Xiaodao smiled and asked them to tell the story of how that old man made Jiang Chen recognize his god-grandfather. Just finished speaking. Huang Xiaoko also packed up. Xiao Yaya and Zhao Xiaodao, as well as Jiang Chen, entered the kitchen. Come on, Xiao Chen, feel free to order. Jiang Chen pointed at the bag of sauerkraut that had been exchanged with great difficulty and said, Uncle Yaya, you cut the sauerkraut. Dagger sister, you find where the peppercorns and dried chili peppers are. Good Lu. 3 people are busy in full swing. Soon, a table of river food on the table. Looking at the sumptuous meal on the table, He Ling took out her cell phone to take pictures. Little Chen, your handiwork is too good. Little Chef Huang also looked on with eyes full of amazement and said, There are also many ways to do it, steaming, braising, stir-frying, everything. Pumba inhaled violently. So fragrant. Zifeng could not wait to pick up the chopsticks. However, due to the fact that everyone had not moved their chopsticks, she could only hold back. This scene was seen by little Chef Huang, who greeted everyone with amusement. Hurry up and sit down and eat. Giving his sister the aroma was so fragrant that she couldn't even hold back. Zifeng had always been shy and introverted, and this perverse look of hers made the live broadcast audience speculate. How fragrant is this table of food for kid brother? Tears of envy are flowing out of his mouth. That shrimp. I can already smell the flavor of spicy crayfish. The pickled fish. The kid brother even took hot oil and splashed it with minced garlic and dried chili peppers. It must be delicious. Is it too late for me to go over there with my bowl? Mom, come see how this table is cooked. Chef Huang took a spoonful of carp soup. Aha! He nodded his head affirmatively. It's very fresh and sweet. Xiao Yu, who had just swallowed a mouthful of pickled fish, heard this. He also served a bowl of fish soup. After drinking it, he let out a satisfied sigh. Ha! Little Tatsu. This is too delicious. It's better than all the carp soup I've ever had. Peng Peng even ate so much that he couldn't lift his head up. Zifeng, who always had the smallest meal, couldn't help but eat an extra bowl of rice. The live stream viewers teased her about always drinking milk. It turns out that my sister actually doesn't like milk that much. Chef Huang, now you know why your sister isn't hungry when you cook. Sister, shoo. Chapter 151, Kid Brother Plays Moonlight, shocking everyone. Several people ate a table of dishes clean. Little Yu's stomach got even bigger. He licked his lips retrospectively and wanted to pick up his chopsticks for another bite. He Ling advised him in amusement. Yu, the dishes are almost eaten. A little leftover scraps, not so much, really not so much. Little Yu's eyes swept back and forth across the table, there really wasn't anything left to eat. He could only regretfully put down his chopsticks. The group of people were full of food and drink and did not rush to clean up. Instead, they sat contentedly on the chairs and fumed. Huang Xiaoche suddenly proposed. Let's have some activity. Sitting dry is quite boring. He Ling nodded approvingly. Fine, who's going to perform a program? Sing a song, dance, or? His gaze was pointedly directed at Xiao Yeye and he said with a smile. Come to a segment of comedy is also okay. Xiao Yu couldn't even stand up, where was the energy to say comedy? He immediately looked at others, trying to find a scapegoat. When he saw Jiang Chen sitting quietly, Xiao Yeye's eyes lit up. Let Xiao Chen play a piano. I've seen it on the internet, Xiao Chen plays the piano exceptionally well. The others also looked at Jiang Chen. Zhao Xiaodao was very interested and said, Xiao Chen can also play the piano? Let my sister see it. Peng Peng had already started clapping. Zifeng also had an expectant face. Huang Xiajie and He Ling were also encouraging Jiang Chen to play a section. Jiang Chen nodded and said, Okay, then I'll play something similar to last time. Mushroom House didn't have a serious piano, so the staff only found a simple electronic piano. Some of the audience in the live broadcast room had seen Jiang Chen's performance last time. One by one, they peered at the screen in anticipation. I remember last time Kid Brother played Chopin's Nocturne. If I hadn't been following the live broadcast, I wouldn't have dared to believe that a kid could play at that level. It's finally time to play a new piece. As a piano student, I've already memorized Kid's last video. I guess I'm too late to get into the kids game. I missed the last piano performance. What the hell? What the hell? Kid can play the piano? I've failed in my duty as Cyber's father. It's okay, I'm still more responsible than my own father. Jiang Chen is small, and so are his hands. With his hands on the black and white keys, the contrast wasn't too obvious. Zhao Xiaodao said softly. I feel that Xiao Chen can't even press the keys, can he really play the piano? He Ling said. It's okay, no matter how well he plays, we'll just applaud later. Xiao Yeye relaxed and waved her hand. Don't worry, Xiao Chen can play very well. Zhang Chen pressed the keys and began to play. The sound of the piano flowed out from his hands. It was like a quiet moonlight. Noiselessly silent and alone, it hung high in the sky. Huang Xiaoche's eyes changed, and he looked at Zhang Chen with a straight face. This was Beethoven's Moonlight. And just by listening to this intro alone, Zhang Chen's level was indeed impressive. Although Yiling didn't know music herself, her tasting ability was the same as Huang Xiaoche's. Both were very good. He also heard Zhang Chen's level and even straightened his back. Surprised, he looked at Zhang Chen. Originally, he had thought that this kid was just playing around, and he was prepared to hold the stage. As a result, he was really good at it. There were also quite a few people in the live broadcast room who heard the tune. It's Moonlight. The music students' ears perked up. I've been learning for 3 years, but I can't even play it to this extent. How the hell did Kid Brother do that? I've broken the defense. You've only been learning for 3 years. I've been learning for 10 years. Last week I was scolded by my teacher for not playing this piece well. Crying. A group of students upstairs are following suit. I'm a certified piano teacher and I can't even play this. Don't try to steal it from me. I'll break this defense first. So when did the kid practice? I always thought talent and hard work were the same, but now I realize it's not enough. Kid's talent is such that he doesn't even need to work hard. It's just a prelude, he hasn't even finished yet. I don't know what a bunch of brainless fans are getting excited about. We're excited because we're insiders. One intro already shows a lot of problems. Zhao Xiaodao couldn't understand the difficulty of it, she just thought it sounded good. She closed her eyes in enjoyment and sat on the chair quietly listening. Xiao Yeye also quieted down, her expression all soothed and peaceful by the piece of music. Pumba whispered. It's so beautiful. Immediately was Huang Xiaoqiu signaling not to speak. Sitting on the side of the purple maple hand propped up his chin, completely immersed in the music. Suddenly, Zhang Chen's movements of pressing the piano keys sped up. The entire rhythm became brisk. Huang Xiaoqiu's eyes gradually deepened. This kid's articulation between the two movements was also perfect. He turned his head and Yiling exchanged glances. Both of them nodded in admiration. The musical piece was still continuing. The wind was raging and dark clouds covered the moon. The original tranquility and peace disappeared without a trace. The people's hearts lifted up as they listened. Zhao Xiaodao's closed eyes opened. She was infected by the music and frowned at Zhang Chen. A group of people in the live broadcast room wowed with excitement. The third movement of Moonlight. The emotions in this section were the most intense. An 8-year-old child can interpret it so well. Recording. Music students, record it for me. Teacher. I found a better performance than the demo. Kid, please, come up with a lesson video. I'll pay for it. Please add one to the list. I've already been lectured by my teacher, and I'm desperate to see a kid play better than me. Upstairs, don't compare yourself to the kid. He's not human. Zhang Chen didn't know how others felt, and only played his own quietly. The emotion of the piece changed a little more. Amidst the overcast clouds that covered the sky, there was still a beam of moonlight that firmly pierced through the sinking clouds. It fills the hearts of those who see it with firm hope. Moonlight has always represented gentleness and serenity. But in this song, the moonlight shows a boiling passion. It makes one's heart pound. At the highest point of emotion, the music came to an abrupt end. It only left the crowd with a long fading excitement. Zhao Xiaodao stared blankly at Zhang Chen, hesitant to return to his senses. Huang Xiaoqiu's expression had gone out of control, looking at Zhang Chen with shock. Yiling froze with her mouth wide open. Zifeng stroked her heart, her mood had been infected. Pang Pang exhaled heavily and suddenly applauded and shouted. Good. Giving Yiling and the others a jolt of fear. Huang Xiaoqi was so angry that he slapped him on the back. Bastard, scared me. The frozen audience in the live broadcast room was also forced to return to their senses because of this shout from Pang Pang. Pumba. Listen to me. Go eat some persimmons. It's good for the body. Upstairs, take the bamboo shoots. If I eat persimmons after eating crabs and shrimp, I won't be able to get out of bed in a while. Pumba, how dare you? Chapter 152, and with my. What a great thing to say. The song ended. Yiling listened in fascination, waiting for everyone to come back to their senses. Yiling asked. Xiao Chun, how long have you been learning the piano, and you play it so well? Zhang Chen said. I didn't learn it, I just read it in a book. Yiling was so shocked that she leaned forward, close to Zhang Chen, and exclaimed. What? Huang Xiaoqi also sat up straight and asked. You haven't learned? Zhang Chen nodded and said. Yes, the piano touched a total of 2 times, usually I do not play the piano. Live room instantly a wail. I spent money on private tutors and bought a piano. These are all counted what? Can I have a tenth of your talent? Don't make me beg you on my knees. I want it too. I'll give you 20 pounds of fat for it. Don't go too far upstairs. I want it and I want it at the same time. He Ling flashed an idea and suddenly said, Xiao Chun, you play the piano really well, do you have any idea to come to the entertainment industry in the future? The moment these words came out, Huang Xiaojie and Xiao Yeye and the others all looked over, looking towards Zhang Chen and He Ling. He Ling smiled and explained, I know a lot of singers, and with Xiao Chen's level, there should be a lot of people who want to work with him. What about Xiao Chen? Is there any interest? He Ling deliberately revealed a seductive expression. Maybe there will be your favorite star. Oh. Huang Xiaochen thought for a moment and nodded along. That's right, according to Xiao Chen's ability. After entering the entertainment industry, those singers would definitely rush to work with him. Xiao Yeye had already started to think about the future. Then maybe in the future, Xiao Chen and I will have the opportunity to participate in the same event. Mr. He, the strongest network in the entertainment industry, is starting to come out. Mr. Ho is really warm-hearted, he especially likes to help pave the way for others. He's the best friend of many stars in the entertainment industry. My God. My Cyber Yoshi is going to be a big star. Kid. Your righteous father loves power the most. You work hard. You have to work with her. And your mom. I'm a big fan of Flora. Make sure you get her an autographed picture. I want fats. Remember that. This is a comment section, not a wishing pool. It's reasonable to suspect that Xiao Yu is looking forward to going to the event together, not because of the kid brother. Bet a dime. It's because of the food the kid brother cooks. Under the three people's expectant gazes, Zhang Chen calmly shook his head. Thank you, Uncle He. But I think, at this stage of my life, it's still most important to study. If I enter the entertainment industry, I'm sure I'll have to spend a lot of time. That would leave me with less time to study, so it's better to forget about it. He Ling never expected to hear this answer and his mind was confused. Didn't they say that children hated studying the most? Why was this kid different? The way Huang Xiaoche looked at Zhang Chen was completely different from before. It wasn't even like looking at a child. Rather, it was an adult of the same age who had gained his respect. Little Chef Huang nodded his head with a sigh. It was already not easy for such a young child to look at learning. Not to mention in front of entering the entertainment industry and gaining huge benefits. Even adults could rarely hold on to their beginnings. Let alone a child. This child, not only is he great at playing the piano. In terms of heart, it's also far beyond normal. No wonder he could play Moonlight so well. But the audience in the live broadcast room didn't think so. What are you talking about? Kid brother. I'm asking you. What did you say? That's Mr. He. You know who you're rejecting. Do you know what you're rejecting? Surely, you can't overdo anything, including liking to study. This is the first time I've ever hated a kid who likes to study. Kid brother. Change your mind. Say you agree. Wow. I'm counting on you for my autograph. Say yes. Mr. Kid. Come on. I won't yell at you anymore if you can get kid brother to agree. Don't count on Papa, he's good at respecting children's wishes. Am I the only one who's confused? Why is He Ling inviting him into the entertainment industry when kid brother plays the piano? Upstairs is definitely not a music student. Let me put it this way, for a kid to play the piano at this level is the equivalent of a person drawing the Mona Lisa on the ground with a tree branch. Here's the kicker, this person is still an 8-year-old kid. If you're going to say it like that, I'll understand. Hearing Zhang Chen's refusal, Xiao Yeye looked disappointed. Little Chen, are you really unwilling? After receiving Zhang Chen's affirmative answer once again, Xiao Yeye could only say in a lost voice. Okay. Reasonable doubt, what Xiao Yeye really doesn't want to give up is the rice cooked by Xiao Chen. Chef Huang, have you considered my feelings? A cook who poisons people doesn't have the right to talk. Mister, he's been rejected. You're a kid. I knew you were a kid. Go back. Go back to your practice problems. Disgusted. What? Where's my power? There's still my factory flour. Crying. Sleep, everyone, you can dream of anything. In the afternoon, the sun was setting. Xiao Ye, Zhang Chen, and Zhao Xiaodao, under the watchful eye of Huang Xiaoko and others, pulling the luggage to the village entrance. Watching the trio drift away, He Ling sighed deeply. Sending off another set of people. Huang Xiaoche patted him. It's fine, there will be new guests tomorrow. Right. Give your new guests yellow cauliflower. Ha! You can't get by upstairs, can you? Mr. Ho's tone is just like what happened to the kids. It's a bit strange, huh? On the other side. Just like when he came, Zhao Xiaodao sat alone in a car. Xiao Yeye, on the other hand, was with Zhang Chen, sending Zhang Chen home before he left. Zhao Xiaodao carried her luggage to the car, so she turned around and went back to say goodbye to the two. She bent down and hugged Zhang Chen. Little Chen, goodbye. She lowered her head and whispered in Jiang Chen's ear again. Your cooking is much better than Mr. Huang's. The live broadcast room instantly exploded when they heard this. My sister. Did you forget to bring the mic? And whispered, you have a mic, even if you are breathing, we can hear you. Dagger. Be careful. I hope Chef Wang doesn't see this program. Calling the Mushroom House crew. Cut this out in the editing. I think Dagger did it on purpose. I don't think she forgot she had her mic with her. Don't start a fight upstairs. I'm sure she didn't do it on purpose. Even if Chef Huang's cooking is bad, Dagger doesn't have a grudge against him, so she doesn't have to talk about him in front of the camera. Right. Protect our Dagger. The three of them said their goodbyes and set off on their respective journeys. On the way back to the car, Jiang Chen lay down on the seat and moved his mind. In front of his eyes, a transparent virtual panel instantly appeared. Mole points, 113. Jiang Chen looked at this number, and the corner of his mouth gently curled into a smile. It was time to draw a lottery again. Chapter 153, Son of a is looking forward to you coming back to play games. Jiang Chen clicked on the lottery. Congratulations to the host, spending 100 mole points to complete the lottery. Reward, chess skill proficiency. In an instant, countless knowledge and history about various chess skills flooded Jiang Chen's mind like a tidal wave. Feeling the extra knowledge in his head, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Chess, this was somewhat interesting. Jiang Chen and little Yeye had been wandering on the road for a few hours, but they had finally arrived home. Xiao Yeye reluctantly said goodbye to Jiang Chen. The live broadcast room looked at his reluctance to leave, and one by one, they all began to laugh at Xiao Yeye's lack of talent. Just for a bite to eat. I'll show you what you're craving. Little you, my delicious I may not be able to see it later. Didn't someone videotape the kid brother cooking? How's it going? Did you reproduce it? Don't mention it. Kid is all about experience and feeling. I don't know how much seasoning he puts in, but he's just throwing it in. I accidentally put in too much salt and soy sauce. It's inedible. Ha! Rococo's unique cooking technique, the right amount. This trip to the Mushroom House, in addition to Jiang Chen, there were other major stars adding to the mix. When Jiang Chen hadn't returned yet, a marketing number had already started editing and uploading. With Jiang Chen returning home and sleeping through the night, the internet fermentation had already pushed Mushroom House and Jiang Chen onto the hot search. A few phrases floated brightly on the hot search list. Fishing Big Brother's newbie protection period. This yellow cauliflower is fantastic. If you want to eat sauerkraut, you have to recognize your grandfather. Full grade elementary school students reproduce Beethoven's Moonlight. Zhao Xiaodao sincerely says Huang Xiaoko's cooking is not good. Clicking on a random video edited by a marketing number, the comments are all centered around Jiang Chen. I remember this kid, he's been on several hot searches before. Following the bean curd incident, Huang Xiaoche recreates the yellow cauliflower incident. Moonlight. This piano piece is my favorite. He can play the piano and repair shellers. The kid is putting his hands to good use. Looking at my short schoolboy hands, it's not my hands that are the problem, it's me. I can play, I can cook, and I can program. So am I really here on Earth to make up the numbers? Brother kid, isn't it good for you to be in the sky all the time? Why do you have to come down to irritate us mortals? So how good is Brother Kid's cooking? I can't sleep. I haven't watched a single episode of the show, but I haven't missed a thing. Upstairs. Same thing. I've watched the clips of Kid's brother so many times, but I haven't watched a single episode. Lu Xian stared at the comments on his phone and said in disbelief. You can be so popular just because you can cook? Then my family Zi Xian is a second-grade chess player of the Chess Association. Wouldn't he be even more popular? Lu Xian's face overflowed with a joyful smile. Those netizens don't know that my Zi Xian is great. I usually always talk about Zi Xian's studies in front of the live camera. There was no mention of Zi Xian's status as a second-level chess player at all. Lu Xian nodded his head affirmatively. Right. It's also time for Zi Xian to show his performance. Lu Xian thinks for a moment and has an idea. She took her cell phone and called the Bringing Up Baby program group. On the other side, the Bringing Up Baby program group. Director Yen was thinking, what segment to get next? The planner then came over and said, Director Yen, I just received a call from Zi Xian's mom. Director Yen was puzzled and asked, what's wrong? Is something wrong with Zi Xian? The planner shook his head. No, it's not. It was Zi Xian's mom who made a suggestion. She said that Zi Xian had won the title of second-class chess master of the Chess Association in amateur chess, and hoped that the program team could plan a chess tournament. Director Yen nodded his head decisively in agreement after a little thought. It's possible. It was just about time for the program to come up with something new. On the other side, Jiang Chen was writing his homework. Jiang Yong came over and tried to grip his homework book. It was dodged by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said helplessly, Dad, didn't I play games with you last night? What do you want to do again? John yanked scared. Just played for 2 hours. Son, you don't know how your old man has been these past few days. John Young pretended to wipe his tears. I was looking forward to your return, but I didn't expect you to come back and ignore me. The live broadcast dismantled his thoughts. You're not looking forward to your son, you're looking forward to someone to take you to play games. I'm not looking forward to your son, I'm looking forward to someone taking you to the game. I'm not sure what I'm talking about. This is what happens when a parent is addicted to the internet. Parents, internet addiction? I've never seen these two words together before. Look at how the kid's father is suffocating. He's been getting killed in the game these days, right? If the kid's dad gets killed, he'll come back with the kid. What about you? My heart. It hurts. The two were pulling at it. John Young received a call from the program. Hello? New event? Oh, okay, I'll bring my son to take a look. Hanging up the phone, John Young regretfully said, the game can't be played. The program team said there is a new activity, asked if we want to participate. With that, he took Jiang Chen and came to the TV. At this time, the main live broadcast room of the Bringing Up Baby program, Xiao Sa passionately announced a new news. Good evening, everyone. The audience in the live broadcast room responded. Good evening. I've been watching Kid Brother all this time, and I've forgotten about Little Sam. Little Sam, are you polite? Little Sam. Long time no see. What's going on? I have to go back to see the Kid Brother after I finish. I have to go back to see the Kid Brother. I have to urge the Kid Brother to update the training software. Brother boy, then you shouldn't have come. Xiao Sa said, holding the microphone. After the program team's discussion, we are now going to announce a new segment. That is. Little Sam dragged out his voice to deliberately arouse the audience's appetite. Chess competition. Lu Xian in front of the screen saw this scene and laughed happily. I'll see who can still steal my family's Zi Xian's thunder this time. Xiao Sa on the screen continued. As we all know, what about the kids nowadays, they have more or less learned chess. It's just that the level varies. In our program, there is a child. He is not only proficient in chess at a very young age, but he has also won the honor of being the second-level player of the Chess Association of Amateur Chess. The pop-ups began to speculate that it was that kid. It's definitely my kid brother. I don't think so. Is he the only smart kid in the world? Other kids must have their own skills too. Don't try to be patronizing. I've never seen my kid brother play chess. Don't blame him for everything. Other kids are smart too. Little Sam finally said the name. That is, Zixuan. After introducing Zixuan's honor, Little Sparrow goes on to introduce the flow of the game. The program team, in conjunction with professional chess players, has designed an AI chess player that is trained for kids. The kids will play against the AI chess player, and after the battle, they will get one of the 5 grades A, B, C, D, E. Among them, grade A is the strongest. At the end of the game, the 2 kids with the highest grades will play a real-life final match. Stay tuned. Chapter 154, A few classes are enough to buy my life. After listening to Xiao Sa's introduction, the live broadcast room was abuzz with talk. Zixuan is still a second-grade chess player in the Chess Association. What? That Zi Xian who's always getting beat up? Is it another kid brother coming out of nowhere? I thought he was an amateur. I guess he's just like that. What? That's it? I'm in my 3rd year of college, and I've been studying chess for a long time, but I'm only a 3rd-level chess player. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know what you're talking about. Zixuan? Oh, I remember. The one who recognized his godfather. Ha! Don't laugh. Zi Xian is at least recognizable. Jiang Chen's home. Jiang Yong listened to the introduction and asked Jiang Chen, Son, do you know how to play chess? Jiang Chen, who had already started his homework, nodded his head and said, Not bad. Jiang Yong is more casual than him, patting him on the shoulder. It's okay if you don't know how. What's so important about chess? The game is the most important thing. Go! Son of a. Go play the game. I knew it. Father, you never disappoint. I don't know if he'll make it or not, but he won't be on the rooftop in the future. Although I don't care about my dad, I envy parents like him. Let you make playing games like going to work, you are forced to play every day, and you have to bring a rookie with you. Are you still envious? Not envious anymore. On the other side, Xiao Man's house. Zhang Ting immediately called out to Xiao Man after reading Xiao Sa's introduction. Xiao Man, didn't your school organize chess lessons before? I remember you were pretty good at it then. Xiao Man thought back and said, Yes, I did learn. I was in the top 10 in my class in chess at that time. Zhang Ting smiled reassuringly. That's good. I've always said that children should develop their moral, intellectual, physical, social, and aesthetic skills in an all-round way. Xiao Man, you can't relax. Work hard. You can't be overwhelmed by your skills. The audience in the live broadcast room is going to be sick of hearing about this. Here we go again. Here we go again. She's here with her familiar sermon. My poor Ashikawa. What a hard life she's leading. Little man knows chess? There are so many other kids here. Kids these days are too good at chess. Not only chess, but my nephew has 2 English and German tutors at the age of 3. We were happier when we were kids. Zixian's family live broadcast. Seeing that the program team adopted his suggestion, Lu Xian happily took out his chess set. Zixian, don't do your homework yet. Come over here and practice your chess. Zixian was lying on his desk with a sad face. There are still tear stains on his face, so he probably just got cleaned up again. When he heard that he didn't have to do his homework, his wrinkled little face unfolded for a moment. When he heard the next sentence, it wrinkled up again. This quick change of face amused countless uncles and aunts in the live broadcast room. Zixian, I think you can learn not only chess, but also face changing. Zixian, this little guy, all he can think about is playing. Who wasn't like this when he was a kid? Not a kid's brother. Perverts don't count. At the same time, Xiaowei's family live broadcasting room. Zhang Dawei, who saw the live broadcast, called out to the secretary. Xiaowei is going to participate in a chess tournament. Get the top chess players in the country to play with Xiaowei. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Trenchless. Get the top chess players just to play with Xiaowei? For people, it's just for fun. So why don't I like to watch Xiaowei's family live? Oh. So it's because I hate the rich. I just went to check the fees for top chess players. $5,000 an hour. $5,000 an hour. A few lessons with Wei would be enough to buy my life. Do I look like I'm laughing? I can't even earn $5,000 for a month of hard work. Xiaowei's father. Wait for me. I'm going to learn chess now. Find me to play with Xiaowei. That night, the online chess tournament began. The electronic screen was divided into several boards. In each board was a child from each family right in front of a computer. Click on one of the live rooms to see the corresponding live room. The match hadn't even officially begun. It was Jiang Chen and Zixian's live room that had the most people. In previous live broadcasts, it was always Jiang Chen's family's live room that rode above the rest, leaving other families in the dust. This was the first time that there was actually another child's live broadcast room that had a number of people that could be compared to Jiang Chen's. Lu Xian looked at the number of people in the live room in the upper left corner. She was so happy that she couldn't stop talking. She had said so. Jiang Chen was great, but her son was not bad either. As long as everyone knew about Zixian's strength, Zixian would also receive so much attention. Xiao Sa said joyfully. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Joy of Bringing Up Baby program on time. Next up, the much anticipated chess online competition. The contestants are the familiar children from every family. And the commentator is our favorite host, Little Sam. Xiao Sa's self-promotion greatly enlivened the atmosphere of the live broadcast room. Little Sam is so funny. What kind of person praises himself like that? So he said he has no friends in the hosting world, is that true? Of course. Who doesn't know that he's already offended all the hosts? In all seriousness. Yeah, he's already caused a lot of anger. Dog's head. Seeing that the atmosphere has livened up, Little Sam stops babbling and starts introducing the competition. Okay, let's get down to business. Without further ado, let's get to the point. Today, the kids are not playing against a real person, but against an AI. This AI chess player is specially trained for teenagers. So it's not too difficult. When the match is over, the AI will be based on the strength of the opponent, among the 5 ABCDE grades. One of the grades is given. Among them, A is the highest grade. Xiao Sa's expression was exaggerated, and he introduced it with his hands in the air. The competition is very simple in the extreme and is divided into 2 rounds, the preliminary round and the final round. The match with AI was the preliminary round, and after coming up with the grade division, then the 2 children with the highest grades have a final PK. The winner is the champion. Who do you think will win the championship? The audience in the live broadcast room have started their own guesses. What's the point? It must be Zixian. That's right. Zixian is a 2nd grade chess master. Which kid in the audience can compete with him? I watched Xiaoman's live broadcast the other day, and Xiaoman knows chess, and he's pretty good at it too. Nowadays, a lot of kids play chess. My nephew did. But not many of them can get the title of 2nd level chess player. That's right. Even if the Chess Association's 2nd class is just a competition for amateur chess players, not everyone can get it. What's wrong with kids these days? They're all perverts. Can't people live anymore? Chapter 155, there are actually kids who can't do it. In front of the camera, all the children were sitting upright in front of the computer. Their figures and computer screens were all being played in real time. With Xiao Sa's command, the match began. All the kids clicked on the green box on the computer screen that said start. Chess White goes first. In order to reduce the difficulty, this AI chess players are all playing black. The children will make the first move. Zixian live streamed the game. Zixian confidently played the first move. The AI immediately followed and quickly gave a response. Zixian was not panicked at all and played the second move by controlling the keyboard. Looking at his calm demeanor, the audience in the live broadcast room exclaimed. Worthy of being a grade 2 chess player, his mindset alone is much better than other kids. I just came from Xiaowei's live studio. Although Xiaowei also knows the basic rules of chess, he can't even compare to Zixian. I just came from Xiaowei too. I just came from Xiaowei's place, and he's scratching his head. You have to be a professional to play chess. That's what makes it fun. Zixuan. I'm rooting for you. Upstairs. At least change your ID. You're supporting Zixian under the name of his father? Ugh. I can't help it. I don't know how to play chess. When it's time to climb the wall, climb the wall. I'll support whoever has the strength. Lu Xian, who had been watching the pop-ups in the live broadcast room, laughed happily. Sure enough. Her son was also excellent. At the same time, Xiaoman's family live broadcast room. Xiaoman stared intently at the computer screen. Zhang Ting stood behind her nervously. Her body was about to stick to the back of the chair. She rambled on. Xiaoman, look carefully. You can't be sloppy and make mistakes, you've always been sloppy in the past. Don't get distracted, pay attention to what your opponent is playing. This scene gave the live audience a headache. It's not easy for Xiaoman to do anything. Nonsense. You can't do anything right with such an education expert following you around at all times. Mom. Why don't you go back to your work? Don't distract man, just keep your mouth shut. Man, don't pay attention to her, you're on your own. Xiaoman suddenly spoke up. Mom, you're disturbing me. Zhang Ting's expression froze. Immediately after, Xiao Sa, who had been following the various live broadcasts, also spoke out and reminded. We understand the parents' worries, but we also ask them not to disturb the child. Sooner or later, children have to become independent, and it's impossible for parents to follow them around all the time. Let the children do things on their own, okay? Zhang Ting's cell phone had been sitting next to her. Little Sa's voice clearly reached Zhang Ting's ears. She awkwardly picked up her cell phone and took a few steps back. Sitting on a chair not far behind Xiaoman, she watched Xiaoman's game through her cell phone. No longer opened her mouth to speak. On the other side, Xiaowei's family live broadcast room. Although Zhang Dawei had temporarily hired a top chess player for Xiaowei and gave a 2-hour lesson. However, there was usually no effort put into this aspect. Even if a top chess player taught for a while, that was still not enough. Xiaowei had only played 2 moves. Just scratching his head. Looking at the computer screen, the chess given by the opposite AI chess player. He didn't know how to play. The audience in the live broadcast room was amused when they saw this bewildered look of his. Ugh, hi. Psychologically balanced. Even if it's good to take a master class, it doesn't work. Ha! It's only been 2 hours, what's the point? If a mature player gets 2 hours of instruction from a grandmaster, he might have a chance. That's right. Xiaowei is a kid, he doesn't know a few moves, so if the grandmaster teaches him for 2 hours, it's definitely useless. I'd say it's Zixian's turn. If you give Zixian these 2 hours of lessons, he'll be able to go to the next level. Not everyone can afford a master. How many talented kids are buried because of their family conditions? Zixian is the winner. It's a sure thing. In the main broadcast room, Xiao Sa is explaining each child's competition. First, let's look at Zixian, who is most likely to win the championship. He and the AI player have been playing back and forth. The AI chess player attacked several times, but Zixian blocked them smoothly. He even ate one of the AI player's moves. Not bad for a level 2 player. Zixian's game is secure. I wonder who's going to play the last game with Zixian. I think it's Xiaoman. He's not as good as Zixuan, but he's the best among the other kids. By the way, where's my kid brother? Don't mention it. My kid brother doesn't know how to play chess, he's just playing around. Jiang Chen's home broadcasting room. Jiang Chen casually leaned on the back of his chair, looking very relaxed. He maneuvered the mouse and clicked randomly on the black and white chessboard. The white pieces on his side were going here for a while, and there for a while. There was no pattern to it. The audience in the live broadcast room was in a hurry. Kid. The knight on the AI player's side is on the diagonal of your pawn. Your pawn can directly capture it, you know? Why did you maneuver that pawn forward? You could have captured that knight. Is it possible that the kid doesn't know the rules about taking pawns? Concede, kid. Admit it, kid. We don't compare our weaknesses to others' strengths. Go back to updating your training software. I was already having a headache, but I was even more furious when I saw the kid's father playing games behind me. I'm also pissed off. He's got such an attitude, he's worse than Xiaoman's mom. Although Xiaoman's mom is a nuisance, she at least knows how to control her kids. Why don't you pray that you'll have a mom like Ashikawa in your next life? I'm sorry, Mr. Kid. I still like you as a parent. Upstairs, you're so quick. At this time, Xiao Sa in the main broadcast room began to explain Jiang Chen's chess game. His voice was high. Okay. We see the AI player's pieces coming across to Xiao Chen's territory. Wow. The AI player's knight came to the diagonal of Xiao Chen's pawn. As we all know, in chess, a pawn is a straight and diagonal attack. If there is a piece in the diagonal square, the pawn can take it. So this piece is already in the palm of Tatsu's hand. Little Sam's last word, object. The tone of his voice suddenly rose and fell, taking a mountainous turn. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the pawns advancing straight ahead on the board. Shouting out loud. Xiao Tatsu didn't take that knight. He chose to advance. Little Sam was doing his best to find a way to find a replacement for Jiang Chen. Perhaps, it's Xiao Chun who's laying a big game. The live broadcast audience won't eat this. Setting up a big game? It's really hard for Little Sam. Finding such an excuse. Kid brother can't do it anymore. Zixian will definitely win this game. The perfect kid finally has a flaw, he looks like a human being. Are you praising me or insulting me? Kid is just fooling around. This is a bit of a defeat for kid brother. If you don't know how to play chess, at least learn the rules beforehand. Chapter 156, How did kid brother get an A grade? Many viewers were disappointed to see Jiang Chen play chess and left Jiang Chen's live room. Turning their heads, they went to Zixian's home live room. Lu Xian smiled as she saw the number of live streamers in the upper left corner rubbing up. She whispered, "My son is awesome." The live broadcast audience saw Zixian's board and then breathed a sigh of relief. It's still Zixian. I had a headache just now when I saw Zixian's board, but I feel more comfortable when I saw Zixian's. Even though that second-level chess player is a competition for amateur chess players, it's already considered very professional compared to most ordinary people. I really didn't expect that kid brother would one day be categorized as an ordinary person. No one's perfect. The game is almost over. Betting on a pack of 50 cents of chili fries, Zixian is the winner. I'll bet a $5 bag of chips. The kid brother's glory is gone. As time passes, the competition ends. Little Sam announces each kid's grade. Zixuan gets an A grade. Looking at the excitement of the live broadcast audience, Little Sparrow smiled happily. Looks like Zixian didn't live up to the crowd's expectations. I told you. This one is definitely Zixian's. Zixian. Fight for the championship. Cut. What's the point of fighting for it? The champion is definitely Zixian's. That's right, look at the other kids, which one can compare to Zixian? Zixian's family's live broadcasting room. Lu Xian, who saw the result, was instantly beaming with joy. She fiercely gave Zixian a heavy kiss on the door of his head. My Zixian is really great. Zixian, who was praised by his mom, stood in front of the camera with his head held high. He looked proud. Lu Xian saw that someone on the pop-up screen asked her for advice on how to educate children. She immediately opened her words. Obviously, the smile at the corner of her mouth couldn't even be covered, but she also had to do her best to collect herself and put on a modest look. It caused her expression to look odd. My family Zixian, I taught him from a young age that one must be hardworking. You can't be complacent just because you have a bit of talent. If a person isn't hardworking and acts like a salted fish all day long, then what's the point of living? Zixian stood next to his mom, his head held high. Lu Xian stroked his head in satisfaction and continued. I usually don't let Zixian touch games. Games are harmful. If you only know how to play games all day long, what kind of talent is there? I despise some parents who drag their children to play games all day long and hold them back. Children in that kind of environment have no future. Lu Xian's cell phone was put aside, and Xiao Sa's voice came from inside. Xiao Man, obtaining grade C. Xiao Wei, obtaining grade E. Hearing this, Lu Xian was even more pleased. She vigorously performs in front of the camera how attentive she usually educates Zixian. Zixian is the hope of our family, and I value his education the most. I believe that success is 99% hard work plus 1% talent. There are some kids who look smart but are addicted to games. Parents don't know how to teach them, even if they have talent. They will only end up with a broken heart. At this time, the voice of Xiao Sa reading Jiang Chen's grades came from the cell phone. Little Chen received an A grade. This is the only child, like Zixian, to receive an A grade. Everyone congratulated Xiao Chen. The live broadcast audience was flabbergasted one by one. What? Which grade? Little Sam mispronounced it. How can it be a level? The kid brother doesn't even know how to eat seeds. How could he get an A grade? The show must have opened the back door because he's got too much traffic. It's not fair to the other kids. I demand a rematch. It's okay, there's a real-life showdown coming up. When Kid and Zixuan fight, it'll be all over. Lu Xian, who was proudly sharing her parenting experience with the audience. When she heard the news that Jiang Chen had gotten an A, her expression instantly stiffened. She couldn't believe it and let out a question. How is that possible? That kid was clearly playing games all day long, how could he get an A as well? Zixian was still immersed in his mom's rare good face and the victory of the game. He didn't pay attention to the news. Suddenly he received a slap on the back of his head from Lu Xin. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and go practice chess. Take advantage of this effort to practice more. The corners of Zixian's mouth that were about to fly up into the sky instantly fall down. Lu Xin carries him to the computer. Quickly! If you don't sharpen your spear in the battlefield, you won't be fast enough. Practice more. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were full of questions about this achievement. Due to Jiang Chen's performance in front of him, it caused many viewers to leave Jiang Chen's home live room, going to other live rooms to watch other children's matches. So none of them knew anything about Jiang Chen's situation. Xiao Sa saw everyone's skepticism. After asking the director, he decided to play back the images of Jiang Chen when he was playing chess in the main live broadcast room. Little Sa pacified the viewers who had doubts. It's alright, everyone take it easy. I assure you all that this match is definitely without any insider knowledge. All the matches were played under the live camera. Next, we'll replay Jiang Chen's game for you in the main broadcast room. We'll be sure to answer the questions for you. Xiao Sa's hand pointed to the big screen at the back. Okay, everyone, please look. The screen, from the very beginning of the chess game, began to replay. Everyone was staring blearily at the main live broadcast room, trying to figure out how Jiang Chen got his A rank. On the screen, when Jiang Chen played his first move, there were live stream viewers who were not optimistic. And they said they didn't cheat, who played the first move of chess out of the bishop. Although it is possible to make a bishop in terms of the rules. But a bishop in the first move is the same as playing for nothing. It's not an advantage at all. Anyone who understands the rules of chess should know that the first move is a pawn or a knight. Bringing up baby program. If you don't give an explanation for this, you'll be blackballed from now on. Right. Give an explanation. You can't favor the kid brother just because he has high traffic. What does that make other kids do? Lu Xin, who saw these pop-ups at home, was also furious. That's it. The competition is to be fair. You can't favor some people just because they have high traffic. How can we educate our children this way? Xiao Sa in the main live broadcast room saw the bad atmosphere in the live broadcast room and hurriedly spoke out to appease. Everyone, please don't worry, our program team is absolutely fair and impartial. There will definitely be no cheating. There are no shady practices either. Please be patient and watch on. After watching this game, you'll know how Xiao Chen obtained the A rank title. A bunch of people who run other live streams, who don't even watch kids live stream, who don't even watch the commentary, are here yelling about cheating. Even if you don't watch kids live broadcast, you won't know what's going on if you glance at the commentary in the anchor room. I'm not sure if I know what's going on. We'll talk about cheating after we've watched it all. In the anchor room, Jiang Chen's match is still continuing. Soon came to the much ridiculed, did not eat the hand of the sun. It was here that Jiang Chen's popularity dropped. Many people ran to the Zixian live broadcast room. Seeing this again, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was another burst of mockery. As time passed, everyone saw the end. It's all here, and I don't see where kid brother is playing well. That's right, I think it's the program's crew that's shady. How can this be possible? No, the AI played a move there. What's wrong with the AI? Kid's game is a mess, and he made a bad move. Jiang Chen on the screen seized this opportunity and made a move that sealed the victory. The AI player's king was eaten. The game is over. This is it? Chapter 157, PlayStation? KFC. No, the kid's luck is too good. How can you play chess like that and turn the game around against the wind? Kid's luck is really good, he even ran into the AI's wind. It's not possible that the show's crew is behind this, is it? It's hard to say, but some AIs are really retarded. What kind of luck is this? It's not necessarily a good thing for the kid to get an A. After all, he's going to be competing with Zixian in a few minutes. It's a shame to lose against Zixian. We might as well stop at the AI players, there's still Xiaowei at the bottom anyway. Xiaowei, I'm offended. Xiaowei, take offense. Lu Xin, who saw this, was relieved. So it's all about luck. I told you, how can these kids play chess better than my family Zixian? She looked at Jiang Chen in the screen and snorted disdainfully. A kid who just knows how to play games all day long, how can he compete with my Zixian? The champion is definitely my family's Zixian. After Xiaosa solved everyone's doubts, she went on to talk about the finals. Okay, now everyone knows the truth. Our program team is absolutely fair and impartial. So next, it will be me, Little Sparrow, to introduce the final to you all. The figures of Jiang Chen and Zixian both appear on the screen behind Little Sparrow. Everyone, these are our two children who have made it to the finals. Kids Jiang Chen and Zixian, who both earned a grades. Soon, the two of them will face off against each other in a real-life match. Who do you favor? Zixian's name fluttered across the live broadcast screen. It's definitely Zixian. The kid brother is just lucky, it'll have to be Zixian. Right. Zixian is a second-grade chess player. Against a real person, kid's luck won't work. The AI may have a stroke, but Zixian won't lose to him on purpose. I don't think there's any need for a match. The champion is undisputed. Don't cry in your father's arms if you lose too badly. Don't worry, his dad will comfort him by dragging him to play the game. Ha! Stop taking away the bamboo shoots. The national treasures are all out of food. Seeing everyone's unanimous support, Lu Xin smiled happily. That's what's right. My son is the one with real power. Zixian is different. Zixian didn't win by luck. She wasn't the least bit worried about the upcoming finals. Zixian is a grade 2 chess player, he'll definitely win against Jiangchen. The champion is my Zixuan's. I'll buy him a cake tomorrow to celebrate. Zixian, who heard this from the side, asked in a low voice. Really? Lu Xian has lost his previous anger and happily touches his son's head. Really? As long as you win the game, you can have whatever you want. Zixian's eyes instantly lit up. Then I want a game console. Lu Xian's face immediately darkened as she asked in a deep voice. What do you want? Zixian changed his words with a great sense of humor. Want to eat KFC? Lu Xian gave him a kiss on the head. No problem, son. KFC McDonald's will buy it for you. This pair of mother and son's face changes, watching a crowd of netizens. Ha! Zixian and Zixian's mom are too funny. Game console, KFC, ha! Zixian is so young, he knows how to read people's minds. Zixuan, I don't want to get beaten up yet. Mom, let's go to Sichuan with Zixuan to learn face changing. Right. You mother and son are very talented in this area. In the main live broadcast room, Xiaosa began to announce. So, please get the 2 finalists ready. Our final is about to begin. Lu Xian immediately told Zixian to go sit obediently in front of the computer. She had already taken out her cell phone and started checking which cake was delicious. Jiangchen took the time to write a few pages of practice questions. Hearing Xiaosa's voice in the main live broadcast room, he put down the practice problems and sat down in front of the computer. Kid brother really never forgets to study at all times. If I was half as good as him when I was a kid, my family's ancestors' graves would be smoking. Alas! Brother kids, what time is it? Why don't you study up on chess? At least learn the basic rules of chess. You can lose, but don't lose too badly. Upstairs, it's impossible not to lose badly. Zixuan is a second-grade chess player. Even if I were a rocket, I wouldn't be able to catch up. Forget it, kid, no one's perfect, you have to get used to today's defeat. In the main live broadcast room, Xiaosa began to introduce the rules. Come on, let's look at the 2 sieves on the 2 contestants' computers. Originally, the common method of assigning Othello pieces in a chess tournament is to draw lots. But since we are playing online, the 2 participants are not together. There was no way to draw lots, so we used an electronic sieve. Whoever shakes out the sieve with a large number will use the white pieces. After he finished speaking, Jiangchen and Zixian then pressed the mouse at the same time. The sieve on the computer screen began to rotate. Slowly, the sieve stopped. The sieve on Jiangchen's computer stopped at 3, while Zixian stopped on 5 points. Lu Xian, who had been staring closely, saw this result. She was even laughing so much that her eyes were gone. Her family's Zixian was already stronger, and he was playing white. Wouldn't that be a sure win? The audience also felt the same way. The kid brother is finished, isn't he? Kid is not as good as Zixian, and he's unlucky to get the black pieces. It looks like the last round with the AI has used up all his luck. It's okay, we're going to lose anyway. Black is black. Can I win with white? If he loses with white, that's even worse. I might as well use black. After deciding on black and white, the official duel began. Zixian confidently pushed the pawns on the e-file forward by 2 squares. He occupied the center square e4. At the same time, the pawn's diagonal was under control. This move opened up the position extremely quickly. The audience in the live broadcast room marveled at this move. Zixuan made a good move. Right. Not only did it open up the position, but it also opened up the way for the pieces that came after. Zixian is truly worthy of being a second-level chess player. Even as an amateur, he's beyond the reach of other kids. This is a common opening move, the Italian-Spanish side likes to use it as an opening. Zixuan is really something. I can tell from this opening that kid can't win. I'll remember for the rest of my life the last time I had a bishop first. Kid, why don't we just admit defeat? I'll remember it for the rest of my life. What's the point of comparing the openings? Chapter 158, Son of a, hurry up and finish losing to play the game. Seeing the pop-ups praising Zixian and Jiangchen's disapproval, Lu Xian raised the corner of his mouth in triumph. Just this kid, how can he win over my Zixian? Seeing Zixian walking that infantry, Jiangchen was not slow to get off the foot soldiers. This familiar scene crumbled straight into the live broadcast as he watched. It's the damn bishop again. Kid, do you like elephants that much? Brother kid, promise your righteous father that he can take you to the zoo to see real elephants, so don't hold on to this elephant. Kid, we can lose. But you can't be a loser. Facing a second-class chess player, come to this. What's the difference between that and admitting defeat? Zishuan thought the same thing. When he saw Jiang Chen's bishop move, his face instantly became surprised. Zixian's expression at this moment was the same as his mother's. He slightly raised his chin, looking condescendingly at the black pieces on the computer desktop. Zixian hummed twice in triumph. It's a sure win. KFC has arrived. Lu Xian had also learned some chess in order to better educate Zixian. Seeing Jiang Chen's opening, Lu Xian instantly raised his eyebrows. That's all you've got, and you're still competing with Zixian. Looking at this first move, she knew. Jiang Chen doesn't know how to play chess at all. What's he going to do to win against her son? Zixian relaxed. He wasn't as serious as he was at the beginning. He leaned back against the back of the chair and crossed his legs. Casually holding the mouse in his hand, he squinted comfortably and clicked the next move. Lu Xian, who had always been strict with him. Seeing his messy posture, he didn't say anything. Instead, he proudly said, "Son, cheer up. When the game is over, Mom will buy you a cake in KFC." Zixian was even more excited when he heard this. Good. Let's see me kill him. The live stream audience began to sympathize with Jiang Chen. This isn't the end of the line. We couldn't win, but now that the other team's fighting spirit is up, we'll only lose even more. Ha! Kids are cute. A piece of cake and a meal of KFC is all it takes to get him excited. Who doesn't like cupcakes and KFC? When I'm 30, I still reward myself with KFC on weekends. Ugh. I was blindly rooting for kid brother, but now with this situation, even the gods can't save us. Zhang Yong took a look at the match in the live streaming room in between playing the game. Seeing everyone's pop-ups, Zhang Yong looked back at Jiang Chen. Son of a, you're going to lose. Jiang Chen slowly replied back. No hurry. Zhang Yong didn't care if he won or lost, and in the next sentence, he stated his purpose. Then you hurry Hurry up and lose and come over to play the game with Dad. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. Got it, we'll come in a while. This atmosphere that didn't match the tense game at all caused a turmoil in the live broadcast room. How come the kid brother is still so calm? Does the kid brother still have a backhand? What's the backhand? You're being mysterious. The game has been played like this. And you still have a backhand. Mr. Kid's dad. Your son is about to face his first defeat. What are you doing? I'm going to get on the game and kill you. Yes, kill the kid's father. And then, in a few moments, Daddy will bring his kid brother to kill you. Cracked. Lu Xian watched Zixian play chess while keeping an eye on Jiang Chen's family livestream. Seeing Jiang Yong's demeanor, he frowned in disgust. As a parent, you don't set a good example for your child, and you just know how to play games every day. With that, how could they raise good children? No wonder Jiang Chen's opening game went down like this. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is not crooked. She looked up at Zixian and gloated. It's also because of my good education that I was able to teach a child as good as Zixian. It wouldn't be easy to win against a child like Jiang Chen. On the other side, Xiao Sa in the main live broadcast room was commentating on the chess game. As you can see, in this game, Zixian drew the white pieces and had the advantage. Zixian also used a classic opening and didn't waste this opportunity to prioritize the opening. As for Xiao Chen's side, Xiao Chen Xiao Sa looked at Jiang Chen's side, a mess of chess. Thinking about how to euphemize it. Ha! To our famous host, Little Caesar can't even organize it. This is the first time I've seen Little Sam unable to speak. Kid brother. Reflect on yourself. Look at how bad the kid's game is. He's speechless. Let's admit defeat. Really, let's admit defeat. When we were kids, underdeveloped technology had its advantages. At least we don't have such a high-definition black history. Ha! Save it. Save it. Play it at the kid's wedding. This session of netizens is really damaging. After holding his tongue for half a day, Little Sam finally held his tongue. Little Tatsu is really, out of the blue. This is a very special move. It might bring about an unexpected effect. You're worthy of being Little Sam, you can even say that. Kid brother, kowtow to your uncle Shu Sa. It's really a surprise, who would have thought it? On the other side of Jiang Chen's home broadcasting room, Jiang Chen didn't know the outside world's judgment of him. He was only sitting in his chair at ease, playing his own chess. His eyes swept over the entire game of chess, lightly tickling the corners of his mouth. Then Zixian on the opposite side of the screen suddenly saw an opportunity. He immediately maneuvered the mouse and commanded a pawn over, eating away one of Jiang Chen's pawns. Zixian shouted in triumph. Mom! Get ready to order me some KFC. I want the whole family bucket. Lu Xian, who had been following the game, naturally saw this eaten piece. He nodded his head happily. Don't worry, son. Whatever you want to eat today, Mom will satisfy you. Let's order 2 family buckets. Woohoo! Zixian let out a happy cheer. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also happy for him. Zixian is awesome. A level 2 chess player is no joke. If you can achieve this at such a young age, you have a bright future ahead of you. I don't think brother Zixuan will stand a chance. I don't think he's going to make it. He's not only messed up, he's even lost a piece. Zixian's moves have gone to the opposite side. Look at your king. Look at your king. Zixuan will be close to your king soon. Once the king is captured, you lose. Kid. Don't charge at the other team's position. You can't win anyway. Look at your king. It's almost gone. With KFC's support, Zixuan was more energized. He worked his way into the opposing position with all his might. Even his twisted body sat up straight. His eyes were glowing as he stared at the screen. He wanted to quickly eat the opponent's king and end the game. Then he could eat the KFC that he had been longing for. Jiang Chen, who was being worried by countless people, suddenly changed his eyes. He maneuvered the mouse and landed a stone in a position. Snap! As this sun fell, Zixian, who was originally still victorious and complacent, instantly glared. Chapter 159, breaking the game 1 second and dying the next. Zixian's expression froze, staring blankly at the computer screen. Lu Xian hadn't yet reacted to what Jiang Chen's hand had done. Just then, he heard Zixian shout incredulously. Impossible! How is this possible? Could it be that he had been laying out before? Lu Xian asked anxiously. Zixian, what's wrong? Zixian's mind was pulled by Jiang Chen's move, so he didn't pay attention to what Lu Xian said. Seeing this, Lu Xian couldn't bother Zixian anymore. She frowned tightly and looked at the chessboard nervously. Zixian stared at the chessboard and said, how can it be? With this move, he reversed the entire chess game. All the messy moves he played earlier have come in handy. My advantage is completely gone. Lu Xian's eyes went wide. She moved closer to the phone, suspecting that she had heard wrong. Impossible, how could it suddenly be like this? He was clearly playing games all day. His dad had even dragged him to play games just now. With Jiang Chen's strength, how could he have laid such a big game? Lu Xian's original joy disappeared. She stared at the chessboard with a pale face. Zixian even had a drop of cold sweat falling from his forehead. His mouth muttered. I'm trapped. His pieces have surrounded my king and queen. On the other side, Xiaosa, who was explaining in the main live broadcast room, was speaking with a high voice about Zixian's advantage. As you can see, against Xiao Chen as his opponent, Zixian is simply overwhelmingly strong. Okay, it's Xiao Chen's turn to play again. At this point in the game, the outcome is basically set. I think we can congratulate Z in advance. Seeing the piece Jiang Chen landed on the screen, Xiaosa was instantly speechless. A professionally trained host was shocked into speechlessness at one moment. Little Sparrow stared blankly for a while. Little Sparrow was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Countless viewers in the live broadcast room all let out gasps of surprise the moment Jiang Chen landed his pieces. What did I see? Is it my hallucination? Why do I feel that the entire situation has changed after this move? All the previous messy moves have been put to use. This move connects all the previous moves. What is this? What is this? This is a turnaround. Kid. See this? This is my son. Hoo-hoo. From the first hand. From that bishop. I've had this game in my hands since I was a kid. I've been learning chess for more years than kids' age. But I can't even play this game. Don't be so confident upstairs. Even professional chess players can't pull off a move like this. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You gave the kid too many skill points. You gave him all mine. Give it back. No, I haven't seen him practice any of his skills. That's talent. If you need to work hard, you don't have enough talent. A true genius is a kid like you. Zixian swallowed his saliva and tried to calm himself down. He carefully looked at each piece on the computer screen, trying to find a way to break through. How could it be possible? In terms of playing chess, how could he lose to Jiang Chen? Lu Xian put down her cell phone and came behind him. Her voice was trembling a bit, but she still said softly, "It's okay, son, take your time. You played too fast before, so slow down and you'll definitely be able to beat him." Zixian had always been very proud of his second-grade chess master honor. He also didn't believe that Jiang Chen would win against him so easily. Zixian nodded heavily and said, "Right. How could I possibly lose? He was just a fluke. He is just lucky." Lu Xian cooperated by encouraging him and also encouraging himself. "Right. Just like in the last game against the AI, if it wasn't for the AI suddenly jerking around, he wouldn't even be qualified to play against my son. How could a person who only knows how to play games all day long be better than her family's Zixian? Lu Xian's heart gradually settled. Don't worry, son. You're a second-grade chess player. No one in your age group can win against you. Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room agreed with Lu Xian's words. I think Zixian has a better chance of winning. After all, he's a grade 2 chess master, and he's earned that title with his strength. I've never seen him play chess. He's just lucky. Yeah, it was luck in the last game against the AI. I'd say my kid brother is invincible when it comes to luck. A bunch of grown-ups who don't want to recognize a kid's ability? My kid brother relies on his strength. He made a move that directly connected all the black pieces on the board. You call that luck? The netizens are betting. 1 for Zixian, 2 for kid. 1. Definitely 1. Kid, I'm not betraying you, let's talk about the facts. That's why I'm on Zihin. Zixian, who had been waiting for the game, looked at the computer screen in a state of panic. Suddenly, he found a breakthrough. Zixian laughed triumphantly as he maneuvered the mouse. I thought how powerful it was. To leave such an obvious breakthrough. Let's see me eat one of your pieces. Break your game. As the white arrows moved, Jiang Chen's horse was eaten. The seemingly perfect situation also broke through an opening. Lu Xian hugged Zixian's head and gave him a kiss. Mu Ma. Worthy of being my son. I told you. My son's chess skills are unrivaled among his peers. Lu Xian seemed to have seen victory. She said in an impassioned voice. On. Son. Kill him without leaving a single piece of armor. Zixian also chimed in with excitement. Good. Let's see how I'm going to win. The countless viewers who had pressed Zixian to win in the live broadcast room immediately cheered. Look. Look at that. What did I say? It's not that kid isn't good, it's that Zixian is too strong. An 8-year-old second-level chess player. That's not something anyone can win. Zixian's mom was right, no one in his age group can beat Zixian. Zixian can even break this game, I'm impressed. Zixian. Charge. Your KFC bucket is waiting for you. Something's wrong. It doesn't seem right. And Jiang Chen on the other side. Seeing Zixian break the game, he not only didn't panic, he also showed a satisfied look. Jiang Chen maneuvered the mouse and clicked on White's king. Snap. The game ended. Colorful bars popped up on Jiang Chen's computer screen to celebrate his victory. On the other hand, on the other side, Zixian's computer screen showed the gray color of defeat. Zixian's smile instantly froze. Lu Xian sat beside him, her ecstatic expression disappearing. The mother and son were both staring blankly at the computer. White's king was eaten. Jiang Chen had won. Chapter 160. Who are you calling a dog's fight? Xiao Sa in the main broadcast room was passionately explaining. Good. We see that Zixian has managed to find a breakthrough. The knight on Xiao Chen's side was eaten by 1. Worthy of being a second-grade chess master. Professionals are different. I'm looking forward to seeing what Tatsu will do next. After seeing the situation on the chessboard, Xiao Sa's words were stuck in his throat. He stared blankly at the board and said in a fluttering tone. Xiao Chen won? He just ate the opponent's king and won just like that? Just as shocked as he was were the live broadcast audience. What happened? It's gone? The king was just eaten? No. Did my world fast forward? Didn't Zixian just take a pawn? Why did he suddenly lose? The kid brother won just like that? Oh. I see. That horse was a hole that kid deliberately exposed. I've been around the block. Once Zixian eats the knight, a hole will open up around White's king, and kid will be able to eat his opponent's king and end the game. I'll go. This is the kind of scheme an 8-year-old could come up with? It's like luring a snake out of its hole. Kid, your heart is dirty. Zixian didn't lose this game. Zihin lost to naivety. It's not just a trap. Kid has been playing with Zixian's mind. At the beginning of those messy moves, Zixian was held up to the sky, and then a move was reversed, and then the checkmate crashed to the ground. And then a knight to make Zixian feel hopeful. I'm going to go. Zixian's heart. It's like a toy in a kid's hand. It's over. I have a feeling that Zixian is going to collapse for a while. He's going to have a breakdown if he loses his KFC. Ha! You're so mean upstairs. And you're gloating. Xiao Sa looked at the board on the big screen for half a day, but he finally reacted. He explained to the live audience from beginning to end what was going on. In the end, said with extreme emotion, Xiao Chen played a big chess game. Little Sam announced the result of the match. Well, let's congratulate Jiang Chen for winning the final championship. Little Sam was worthy of being a gold medal host, and he didn't forget to comfort the losers. He gazed gently at the camera and said in a soft voice, "But don't be discouraged, Zixian, you're really good already. It's just that the opponent is too strong. As a normal 8-year-old, your chess skills are way ahead of your peers." His words of comfort made the live broadcast audience chortle. Xiao saw this means that kid brother is not a normal 8-year-old kid. Look at all the things he's done, which one of them is something a normal 8-year-old could do? Not really. If I could do half of what he's done, my dog would run around. What, have you evolved into a crab? Little Sam is really good at comforting people. I don't blame Zixuan for losing, I blame my opponent for being too strong. Ha! Tell me if this opponent is strong. At the same time, Zixian's family live broadcast room. Zixian stared blankly at the computer screen. The smile at the corner of Lu Xian's mouth was still stiff. She snapped closer to the computer screen and looked at the chessboard above without any credibility. Lu Xian stumbled and said, "King, eaten?" Not just yet, but also ate one of his daughters. Lu Xian suddenly got excited. Pointing at the computer screen, he said loudly, "How can it be over so quickly? Is not a computer malfunction. Something is wrong with the system. Just like the AI before. If the AI hadn't suddenly malfunctioned and made a messy move, Zhang Chen wouldn't have gotten an ace." She pulled out her cell phone in a panic. "I need to contact the program team, I need to find the program team." On the other hand, Zixian, who was next to her, was completely deflated. He didn't have the excited look he had before. He bent back and leaned breathlessly on the back of his chair. "I lost, I'm the one who lost." Zixian's face was ashen, looking like he had suffered a considerable blow. "I shouldn't have eaten that sub of his. He was waiting for me to take it so that I would have a hole in my king's side. From the chaotic play at the beginning, he did it on purpose. To the horse that was eaten by me, it was all on purpose by him." Zixuan gradually reddened his eyes. "From the beginning, I was led by him." After Zixian explained this, Lu Xian realized what was going on. She suddenly burst out. "So it was you who fell into the other side's trap before you lost? I thought there was something wrong with the computer." Lu Xian angrily pointed at Zixian and scolded loudly. "Aren't you a second-level chess player? I can't believe you lost. I spent so much money to send you to learn chess. I found a good teacher just for you. Do you know how much that teacher costs for a lesson? Your second-grade exam was a waste of time. I don't think you need to learn chess anymore. With your ability, it's a waste of time. You lost to a guy who plays games all day, what else can you do?" Zixuan's eyes were only slightly red. After being reprimanded like this, tears fell from his eyes. Once Lu Xian saw him crying, he became even more angry. Pointing at him, she reprimanded him even harder. "You still have the face to cry. Hold it back." Zixian was scared and held back his cries, lowering his head and trembling. The live broadcast viewers who saw this were intolerant of Zixian. "It's just losing a game, don't discipline a child like that. Losing is losing. It's just a loss to the kid's brother. What's there to be angry about? Zixian is already a great player at such a young age, earning the honor of second-grade chessmaster. Don't expect too much from him. Go ahead, train him, he'll be honest when he's on the rooftop. It's normal for kids to be scolded when they lose a game or get a bad grade. Kids nowadays are too delicate. If you love the rooftop, go for it. The natural environment is inherently superior. If they can't stand being scolded by their parents, what will they do in society? Nowadays, the technology of birth control is so good that we can save a baby like the one upstairs. If it's really the survival of the fittest, you'd be long gone." On the other hand, Zhang Chen's family live broadcasting room. Zhang Yong saw Zhang Chen put down the mouse. Immediately ran over. The child smashed. "Is it over? Is it over?" Zhang Chen knew what he wanted to do when he saw how impatient he was. It's over." Zhang Yong didn't ask about the battle and results of the match at all. As soon as he heard it was over, he said excitedly, "Great! Come play the game with your dad. A guy came to kill me just now. I still remember his ID, so I'll avenge my dad's death. How dare you kill me? I'll kill you 10 times with my son. I'll make you afraid when you see me." Zhang Yong's arrogant look was clearly printed on every viewer's cell phone and computer. "The kid's father looks so much like the barking chihuahua downstairs in my house. He's a dogfighter. He's a dogfighter. Who are you calling a dog? Who are you calling a dog? I'll kill you with my children. Come on, back off." Chapter 161, Kill Juyao to Tears. This match was immediately edited and released overnight by the major marketing numbers that guarded Zhang Chen's live broadcast. And Zhang Chen was already carrying his own traffic now. Plus the popularity of chess now. Soon, this match rushed back onto the hot search. There were several phrases about this match. Serial game within a game. 8-year-old kid brother has a really dirty heart. On how the kid brother crushed his opponent's mind. The match was lost, and KFC didn't even smell good anymore. Many unknown netizens clicked into the words to take a look. Have been shocked. No, this abduction is even more complicated than my brain circuits. Is it really something that an 8-year-old child can come up with? After reading this, there was only one thought: that child on the opposite side is also too pitiful. What kind of sins did he do in his past life to meet such an opponent in his present life? The kid with the white pieces must be devastated. He'll have to take a long time to recover. On how mental shadows are created. I wouldn't be able to react to a setup like this. Not to mention the kid. The kid's got a good handle on his psyche. It's all up and down. It's hard to see a bit of hope, so people don't think much about it, but who knows that hope is just a bait. Chess student. Remember this man. Pray you don't face him again. I said, where did the teacher get that video from? I thought he was trying to motivate us by deliberately lying to us that it was a kid playing chess, but it turned out to be really a kid. Kids nowadays are so strong, they can't live at all. Kids. KFC still needs to be eaten. Maybe you can get a game console while your mom's feeling sorry for you. One look upstairs is the group of people who were always beaten up when they were kids. All this internet fermentation. Jiang Chen and his dad are not concerned at all. Accompanying his dad to play for 2 days, May Day vacation can be considered the end. This night, Jiang Chen righteously refused his dad's request to play games with him. No way. My vacation is over, I have to go to school tomorrow. I have to go to bed early tonight, I can't stay up late. Dad, you play by yourself. Jiang Yong looked disappointed. School starts again? What a Thai school. Vacation is so little. Jiang Yong courage from the school scolded to the current educational environment. From teachers to leaders, every one of the elders were greeted by him. Even the tutorial teachers have not let go. The words were so dirty that Jiang Chen couldn't even listen to them. He raised his hand to stop Jiang Yong's words and pointed at the camera. Dad, it's still live. Who knows? Jiang Yong turned around and looked at the camera, even more vigorously. He said loudly to the camera. As a parent, I asked for more vacation time for my child. That little bit of vacation, just come back to take a breath. It's gone. What's the rest? Where's the rest? You don't have to push them to study well. If you don't study well, what's the use of holding on to this time? IQ is not enough to go to Tsinghua University. Do you grasp him to study a little longer? He will be able to go to Tsinghua University? Jiang Chen was so worried that he frowned. But to the live broadcast audience, listen to the music. Righteous father. The child brother father. From now on, you're my righteous father. Come on. Forward it to me. Show the leaders. I've amplified the sound for my mom. Upstairs, how did your mom react? I want to show it to my dad too. Don't ask. There's already a slap mark on her face. Then I won't listen to it for my dad. It's just for the sake of the kid's brother to play more games with you. You're so grandiose. It's not easy. For the sake of the game, the kid brother's father has said everything that's left in his head, right? Hey! What are you talking about upstairs? I've got a lot of stuff in my head. Dog's head. Right. In addition to the game is to eat and sleep, indeed a lot. Jiang Chen no longer cared about Jiang Yong. Leaving him alone to squeal, he went back to the bedroom himself. The next morning, Jiang Yong was still huffing and puffing. Jiang Chen had already made breakfast and ate it himself, carrying his backpack to school. Downstairs in the neighborhood, Yu Yao was waiting there as usual. As soon as she saw Jiang Chen, Yu Yao said excitedly, Jiang Chen student. I watched your game, you're amazing. When did you learn chess? I haven't seen you play it before. Jiang Chen replied casually. I've read chess books before. This answer made Yu Yao flabbergasted for a moment. That's it? Jiang Chen nodded his head. The live broadcast audience was speechless at his answer. Kid brother proves once again that I really did come to earth to make up the numbers. Programming can be learned by just reading a book. Chess can also be learned by just reading a book. What kind of godly book did you read, kid brother? Is this a book problem? It's a human problem. The most crucial thing is that brother kid seems to be telling the truth. So many of us have been watching the live broadcast, but we haven't seen him learn to program or play chess. What kind of IQ does he have? Mom! Stop saying I'm stupid. Why didn't you have more talent when you gave birth to me? Mom, you want to get your ass kicked. In my next life, I don't want to be the one to make up the numbers. What's the point of having one more genius in the world? I can still contribute to the country. Breathless, I'm tired, I'm hanging up. After arriving at school, Yu Yao rushed to take out a set of backgammon before Jiang Chen could do the practice problems. Jiang Chen, you're so good at chess. Then backgammon should be pretty good too. Jiang Chen said, not bad. Yu Yao excitedly unfolded the chess cloth and spread it on the table. She handed Jiang Chen a box of green chess pieces. She held a box of white chess pieces herself. It just so happens that class isn't in session yet, let's play a game of backgammon. Jiang Chen was slightly stunned when he saw them. The chess cloth seemed to be woven out of gold silk. Jiang Chen picked up another green chess piece. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it looked. Isn't this emerald? Where did you get these things? Jiang Chen was a bit dumbfounded. Yu Yao casually replied. My dad likes to collect, so I took them from his collection room. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll give it to you. I have a lot more at home anyway. Jiang Chen shook his head and refused. You can't just take it. Then let's play chess. This scene, watching the live audience straight up. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The little rich white girl has brought a disc of chess to play chess with the kid brother. More than a chessboard, look at the color of the pieces, they should be jade. Using emeralds as chess pieces? It's too extravagant. It's a luxury you can't imagine. That and the green one, it's top-grade imperial green. The white jade is extremely pure, and even rarer. And that chess cloth, I'm afraid the gold threads on it are real gold. I'm sure it's real gold. I've used emeralds as chess pieces, what's wrong with that? My god, I can't even imagine the price of this chess set. It's okay, I'll tell you, this set costs over $100,000. I'm having a heart attack. I'm having a heart attack. The rich little girl said she'd give it to the kid. She has a lot more at home. Ambulance. Call an ambulance. I can't breathe. Kid. I'm with you on this one. Let's be ambitious. Your kid brother has already said yes. Kids exercise, so love disappears, right? It's rare to see a kid brother willing to sacrifice his study time. It's true that everyone loves lowly. Jiang Chen said, you go first. Yu Yao nodded and took the lead by placing a white piece on the board. Jiang Chen followed suit and placed a green piece. Yu Yao smiled and placed another moment of white pieces and said briskly, although I'm average at chess, I'm pretty good at backgammon. Jiang Chen gave 2 minutes later. Yu Yao's eyes were red, lost in thought as she looked at the disastrous situation on the chessboard. Jiang Chen was a bit embarrassed to see her like this. Tentatively, he asked, do you want to play another game? Chapter 162, System Task, Solve the Virus Incident. Chapter 162, Reality Mission. Yu Yao nodded heavily. Good. One more disc. Looking at Yu Yao's expression that was on the verge of crying, Jiang Chen was inexplicably a little weak. It was better to let her have this disc. 2 minutes later, Yu Yao's eyes turned even redder. Jiang Chen was also incredulous as he muttered, I did let all. Hearing this, Yu Yao cried out with a wow, giving the live broadcast audience a bitter laugh. Kid brother, I know you're being kind, but you might as well stop being kind for now. It's better not to let it. It's okay, think of the good things, the kid brother at least knows to let it. Yeah. After a morning of awkwardness. Yu Yao returned to normal after the lunch break. She looked at the afternoon class schedule and said, Jiang Chen, the first class in the afternoon is microcomputer class. Don't you know how to program, so it should be easy to take microcomputer class. The little rich white beauty is quite concerned about our kid brother. She's always the first to know what's going on with brother kiddo. She doesn't follow brother kiddo's live broadcast, does she? Kid brother has a great future ahead of him. The little rich girl often goes to brother kiddo's live room? I get it. What do you know upstairs? I'm going to squat in the kid's room. I'm going to be on the screen at the kid's booth. I'll make the rich girl familiar with me. And recruit you as a son-in-law? And then recruit me into her dad's company. I haven't found a job yet. Upstairs, is being a cow or a horse in your genes? All the students in the class got up and headed for the microcomputer classroom. Yu Yao and Jiang Chen also went over. They sat together as usual. Ding bell. The class bell rang. The microcomputer teacher walked into the classroom and stood on the podium. Class, in this class we're going to learn how to use the internet to obtain, process and transmit information. Typically, we can search for information through the internet and send emails. Let's learn first how to pass information to others through email. For Jiang Chen, such knowledge was like a teacher teaching a college student that 1 + 1 = 2. However, Jiang Chen still cooperated and listened to the lesson, making the instructions issued by the teacher. The audience to the live broadcast was bored of watching. Kid brother is so good at programming, come to listen to this kind of class? Isn't this a pure waste of time? A person who can independently write software in a few minutes, the teacher taught him how to send emails? After all, he's not the teacher of one person, so he has to take into account the level of the majority of his classmates. That's right. They don't even know what to be mad about one by one. The one who is powerful is kid brother, not you guys, but you can fool you. Jiang Chen was obediently listening to the teacher's lecture. The microcomputer teacher suddenly exclaimed, "Why is the computer suddenly infected with a virus? Who took the computer to download things indiscriminately?" A chubby little boy, hearing the teacher's words, shivered in fear. Shrinking towards the corner, he minimized his presence. Yu Yao also screamed, "How did my computer suddenly become like this?" Jiang Chen tilted his head to look at it, and then turned his head to look at the same garbled code that appeared on his own computer. The microcomputer teacher shouted in anger, "I told you that you are not allowed to download indiscriminately. Now it's good, all the computers are connected together, and they're all infected with a virus. This sudden accident looked at the live broadcast audience for a while confused. What's going on? Wasn't the class in progress just now? It's probably because one of the students downloaded something randomly, causing all the computers to be infected with a virus. That's what happened upstairs. I did this kind of stupid thing when I was in school. I had to ask my parents for help, and they scolded me. And now it's my kid brother's turn. My kid brother is really the chosen one, even this is in his hands. Zhangchen put his hands on the keyboard and was planning to settle the matter. The system suddenly appeared. Ding dong! The system releases a realistic task: solve this virus incident and build a firewall. Mission reward: programming ability top enhancement, mall points 20. Hearing this, Zhangchen raised an eyebrow. The system could even release a mission based on what happened in reality. It just so happened that this wasn't. He was planning to help anyway. The microcomputer teacher pounded on the keyboard with an anxious face, but unfortunately it was of little use. The microcomputer classroom was a mess, with the students talking in disarray. Who the hell is it? What did they download that they messed up like this? Someone gloated. It's over. That guy's going to get a parent's visit. Hey! Do you think his parents will beat him up? The culprit, Fatty, was so scared he moved away from his computer, pretending it's none of his business. Most of the students are happy. No need to go to class. One by one, the live broadcast room is also following the hilarity. Ouch, now this child is really precocious. This is what is under the unseemly things, all to the computer to get a virus. TSK. When I was this age, I was only competing with my brothers to see who could pee farther. Kid, I'll teach you. It's not appropriate in public. Go home at night and look in your dad's locker. Hey! Don't teach the kids. I can watch the teacher in microcomputer class, why should I teach them? I suspect the teacher you're talking about is a bad teacher, but I have no proof. Yu Yao tapped the keyboard carelessly, but there was no response at all. She turned around and asked Zhang Chen beside her. What's going on here? Zhang Chen tried tapping on his own keyboard, again no response. It's okay, it's just a virus. Because the computers are all connected together, so all the computers have been hit. Yu Yao hadn't seen this kind of situation before and was a bit panicked. What? What should we do? Zhang Chen saw that his computer was out of control and turned his attention to the teacher's main computer on the podium. It's not a big deal, just fix the virus and install a firewall. His glib look stunned a crowd of live viewers. All to the microcomputer teacher in a hurry like that, it's still not a big deal? Microcomputer teacher's hand is almost knocking out sparks. You're still calm, kid brother. Maybe it's not a big deal to you. My heart feels like it's been stabbed by something. Come on then, kid brother. Show me your brilliance. His computer doesn't work. Only the teacher's main computer works now. Then go. What are you waiting for? Zhang Chen really didn't wait any longer. He walked over to the teacher. The microcomputer teacher was even more anxious and on fire, feeling someone coming around him. Without lifting his head, he said, "This class is not going to be able to go on, students go back to the classroom first." Zhang Chen did not go and said, "Teacher, why don't I try?" The microcomputer teacher only looked up, glanced at Zhang Chen and lowered his head. "Don't mess up, hurry back to the classroom." Yu Yao also came over and helped Zhang Chen. "Teacher, Zhang Chen is not messing up. He's a great programmer, let him try." When the surrounding students saw this, they all gathered around. Chapter 163, What's Dad Doing? Playing games. Although the microcomputer teacher knew that Zhang Chen participated in a program and was on the hot search, but usually didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, he naturally didn't believe that a kid could solve such a problem. He frowned, his tone a little impatient. "Teacher is very busy right now, no time to play with you guys. Hurry up, all go back to the classroom. This section is on self-study." The audience in the live broadcast room had shouted across the room. "Believe in him, teacher. Teacher, give kid a chance, he'll give you a piece of heaven. This teacher must not play with his cell phone, or else he wouldn't know about my kid brother's programming ability. Teacher, why don't you search the internet now? Kid brother, there are still people who don't believe in me. Zhang Chen still has a mission, he can't give up so easily. Teacher, I really know how to do it, let me try." Yu Yao also persuaded. "Teacher, Zhang Chen is a great programmer. He even made his own software." Some of the male students who were playing the game followed suit. Yes. I know that one, I even paid $1 for that software. Teacher, Zhang Chen can really do it. The software he made works. The microcomputer teacher was having a headache. At his level, he's a bit too strong to deal with this virus. Seeing Zhang Chen and his classmates insisting, he stood up as if he was compromising. Okay, you try. I can't solve it myself anyway, so it's fine to give it to the kids to play with." The microcomputer teacher moved aside. Zhang Chen sat down, only to see that the computer screen was already occupied by a chaotic code and bizarre pop-up windows. Jiang Chen didn't panic, and his hands rapped rapidly on the keyboard. As he did, lines of code flashed rapidly on the computer screen. When the microcomputer teacher saw his skillful movements, he opened his eyes wide and looked at him in shock. How could an 8-year-old child be so skillful at programming? The students who were densely gathered around. Although they couldn't understand the code on the computer. But they could see that Jiang Chen was awesome. He didn't even look at the keyboard when he struck it. Ugh. That's awesome. This is called blind typing. My uncle can do it too, but not as skillful as him. Mr. Jiang Chen is so handsome. Yes, even the teacher can't solve it. He's really fast on the keyboard. He's so handsome. When Yu Yao heard these words of praise, it was as if she was being praised herself. The corners of her mouth hooked up happily. At this time, the pop-up windows on the computer became more active. The virus encountered resistance and went even crazier. The microcomputer teacher stood behind Jiang Chen and watched in horror. The virus had rebounded, and this would affect the computer's operating speed. After hitting the keyboard, it could take several seconds before there was a response. Although Jiang Chen had shown some ability. Still, the microcomputer teacher didn't believe that an 8-year-old could solve such a crisis. The tone in which he spoke to Jiang Chen had changed, not as impatient as before. Jiang Chen, forget it. This virus is too stubborn, it's better to turn off the computer first. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change a bit. It's fine, it'll be fine in a while. Jiang Chen moved faster, first shielding and isolating the virus. Just as he was on his way to do so, a naive panda suddenly popped out. It was also holding 3 sticks of incense in its hand. Seeing this panda, the microcomputer teacher's face suddenly turned pale. It was a panda burning incense. The students asked, "Why did a panda suddenly come out?" "Teacher, what is a panda burning incense?" The microcomputer teacher explained with a serious face. Panda burn refers to a virus. That kind of virus is extremely strong. It will terminate the antivirus software and firewall software so that the computer security protection is useless. Because the virus computer will pop up a panda holding 3 incense, so-called panda burning incense. The students in the microcomputer room were shocked. The live broadcast saw this familiar panda, recalling that dark moment. I just made a good file that year. Ruined it for me. I'll remember this panda for the rest of my life. On that day, people finally remembered the fear of being dominated by a panda that burned incense. What's that? Isn't it cute? You're too young to have lived through that. The panda appeared on all the computers in our company. The whole company, hundreds of people were in a mess. Jiang Chen didn't care about the people around him. He acted as if he didn't see this panda and continued to isolate the virus. Not a moment later, the panda on the computer screen disappeared. Yu Yao asked, "The panda is gone, is the virus gone? Have you already finished the computer?" Jiang Chen's hand movements were half constant and said, "No. Just isolated and shielded, temporarily invisible." The microcomputer teacher looked at the virus that was isolated in a short while. He looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of shock. He couldn't help but ask, "Jiang Chen, do your parents do programming?" Only if he was exposed to it from a young age first, can it make sense that he would be able to do this at a young age, right? No, even if he was exposed to it from a young age, it wouldn't be at such a high level. Could it be that Jiang Chen's parents were some kind of very powerful programming bigwigs? Jiang Chen said while writing the program. "No. My mom is in business." The microcomputer teacher asked after him, "What about your dad?" Jiang Chen was silent for 2 seconds and said, "My dad is playing games." The microcomputer teacher nodded her head rather profoundly. "Oh, is playing games, eh? Playing games?" The teacher didn't understand, but the audience in the live broadcast room understood very well. "Game playing, kid brother is a decent person, give face to kid brother father. Look at yourself. Look at yourself. I don't even know how to introduce you. Wait a minute. You don't think I learned programming from my parents, do you? Teacher. You're overestimating my dad. As good as brother boy is, father boy is incompetent. Father, son of a. Someone here is slandering me. Come and avenge my father's death." The microcomputer teacher looked at the lines of code on the computer. He realized that he couldn't understand it at all. He opened his mouth and asked, "Jiang Chen, what are you doing?" Jiang Chen said back, "Writing antivirus software." Soon, the antivirus software was written. Running time was only 3 minutes, and the virus was completely eliminated. At the same time, all the other computers returned to normal. Okay. The computers are back to normal. Mr. Jiang Chen is so powerful. The keyboard can be operated now. It's not out of control anymore. Yu Yao asked Jiang Chen happily. "Jiang Chen, the computer is back to normal." Jiang Chen nodded. "Well, the virus has been eliminated." But the keyboarding action under his hands didn't stop. Yu Yao asked strangely, "Then what are you still doing?" "Making a firewall to prevent this kind of virus in the future." Jiang Chen said casually. The microcomputer teacher on the side had long since widened his eyes. Chapter 164. Teacher, why don't you come and talk for a while? Microcomputer teacher stood behind Jiang Chen and watched his fingers flipping on the keyboard. Microcomputer teacher's expression was no longer under control. His mouth was slightly open as he stared blankly at the computer screen Jiang Chen was manipulating. Was this really something an 8-year-old could do? Jiang Chen had engaged in these maneuvers, and he couldn't even understand them. The teacher's lips opened and closed, wanting to ask Jiang Chen for advice. But looking at how busy he was quickly tapping on the keyboard, and being in the way of his status as a teacher, he was too embarrassed to open his mouth. He could only hold back all his emotions and watch Jiang Chen go about his business. The live broadcast audience witnessed a cyber battle, and one by one, they sent out pop-ups in a frenzy. Mom! I saw what happened in the movie. I finally got the coolness of a hacker. You can control the world from a computer without leaving home. My kid brother made the teacher look stupid. I'm sure the teacher wanted to ask, but was too embarrassed to do so. Ha! Emma! I'm so proud of my father. Recording screen recording. 10-year programmers need to learn frame by frame. Upstairs, blind guess your hair is gone. Dog's head. Who says it's gone? There's still a ring of hair. A ringlet? Ha! Mediterranean. Look at those kids, they're all over you like assholes. It's a prediction. After today, I'm going to be the man of the hour in this class. Class? That's too small. It's the whole school. Am I the only one who wants this same firewall? I can't read it, but it feels awesome. Me too. Go to that website that sells game training software and leave a comment. Right. Kid brother doesn't read live feeds, but he reads the comments on that site. Brothers. Come on. The comments are all on me. The kids gathered around, although they couldn't understand what Jiang Chen was doing. But they all exclaimed one by one. It's awesome. What's he doing? I don't know, but I think it's awesome. Look, even the teacher is looking at him with such surprise. Wow, it's so cool. I want to learn this too. A moment later, Jiang Chen stopped moving. The microcomputer teacher asked with a bewildered look. Okay? Jiang Chen nodded. Well, the firewall is ready. Jiang Chen stood up. Teacher, you can have a normal class now. The computer won't have problems anymore. The teacher froze and nodded. Oh, good. Students, all sit back in your seats. The students dispersed, each returning to their own seats. Jiang Chen and Yu Yao also went back. But the teacher on the podium was slow to start his lecture. His face was all confused after a huge shock. The teacher tried the computer. After realizing that indeed everything was back to normal, he looked even more confused. He looked at Jiang Chen, who was sitting in his seat. Standing to one side, he pointed at the main computer and said, "Why don't you come and speak for a while?" This dumbfounded look of the teacher gave the live broadcast audience a lot of fun. Pooh-ha! What has become of the teacher? Kids! Hurry up! Comfort the teacher! Teacher, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Teacher, is this world right? Do I really deserve to be his teacher? Gave the teacher a whole lot of skepticism. Easily crushed by his 8-year-old student in his best field. That's what we're saying. Who wouldn't be devastated? It's okay. Teacher, you seize this opportunity to be near the water. Adopt brother Kid as your godson. You'll be better than Papa Boy anyway. I've been disliking Mr. Kid for a long time. Mr. Kid, why do people want to steal my son every day? Jiang Chen didn't expect to hear the teacher say that. He froze slightly and shook his head. I'm a student, it's better for you to teach the class, teacher. I'll just listen below. The microcomputer teacher nodded sluggishly. This lesson was rough. Anyone could tell that the teacher was lost in thought the entire time. But no one cared. Because the entire student body, except for Jiang Chen, everyone was also running off their feet. Everyone secretly turned their heads to look at Jiang Chen. One by one, they were whispering. But the teacher acted as if he couldn't hear the whispers below. Keeping to himself, he lectured on the lesson he had prepared long ago. Soon, the bell rang for the end of class. The students left the microcomputer room and returned to the classroom, taking advantage of the effort to get out of class. A group of people crowded and surrounded Jiang Chen. There were boys and girls. The girls looked at Jiang Chen with glowing eyes and said, "Jiang Chen, you're awesome. Jiang Chen, how long have you been learning this? Jiang Chen, how can you play the keyboard so fast? Jiang Chen, I don't know anything about computers, can you teach me?" As soon as Yu Yao heard this, she immediately became alert. She looked at Jiang Chen with a nervous face, afraid that he would agree to that girl. After seeing Jiang Chen shake his head and refuse, only then did Yu Yao let out a sigh of relief. But Yu Yao's small mind didn't escape the eyes of the live broadcast audience. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The little rich white beauty is jealous. Look at her wary little eyes, it's like looking at a third party. Little rich white beauty, what civilian, also want to rob my family son-in-law? This straight guy, I didn't notice the waves between the girls. People are still small, the waves have not grown yet. Dog's head. Warning. This is an innocent shuttle bus to elementary school. No dirty adults allowed. The boys are also chattering with excitement. Mr. Jiang Chen, where did you learn that? It looks so cool. I want to learn it too. Jiang Chen, do you have any secrets? Jiang Chen classmate, I'll bring you my game console to play, tell me how I learned it. Jiang Chen said helplessly. Thank you, but the game console is not necessary. As soon as the game was mentioned, the live broadcast audience immediately remembered a certain man who was sleeping at home. Kid brother at home every day by the kid brother father pulled to play games, to the school is estimated to be a little something about the game do not want to hear. Kid brother, I thank you. But you and your video games stay away from me. Elementary school students' greatest sincerity, I can give you my game console to play. Don't tell me, it's true. When I was a kid, I could share snacks with my classmates. But only my best buddy could touch the video game. Hearing so many people ask how they learned, Jiang Chen replied, just read more books related to programming. One by one, the boys were as excited as if they had been passed the secret knowledge by a martial arts master. Chanting, I'm going to ask my mom to buy me programming books. I'm going to the library for the weekend. My birthday is next week, and I want programming books for my birthday present. I don't know how many books I can learn, but I'm going to read them tonight. This excited look made the uncles and aunts in the live broadcast room could not bear to burst their fantasies. The poor kids are about to be dealt a huge blow. After they go through this, they'll understand the horror of talent. Size. It's okay. Think of it as growing up. Kids, they're always going to get frustrated. So, babies, when you're learning to program and you're crying, remember to come and cry next to your kid brother. Let me see. It's poisonous upstairs. Chapter 165, I can't pass, it's your fault for not updating. It wasn't until the next class started and the teacher came in. The students didn't even notice the class bell ringing. The math teacher stood on the podium, clunking on the lectern with a large triangle board in his hand. What's going on? What's going on? All give me back to sit. Hearing the teacher's roar, the students only reluctantly returned to their seats. Gossip amongst elementary school students traveled quite quickly. Jiang Chen's name soon swept across all classes. Even the kids in the upper grades knew that there was a computer genius in the third grade. During the last class of the afternoon, there were already a few students from other classes crowding around the window to see Jiang Chen. Yu Yao inexplicably felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. As soon as it was time for school to end, she pulled Jiang Chen and ran towards the car. The two of them sat in the car while the butler drove in front. Jiang Chen asked with a bewildered look on his face. What's wrong? This sluggishness of his that he didn't notice anything made the live broadcast audience look anxious. Kid brother all good, is too straight man. At such a young age, where did he learn to be so straight? He doesn't know how girls think. Kid, you're just like your father, but you're just like your stupid old man. No. It's better if you don't look like your father. Father, crooked. Demon spirit. There's a ginseng rooster here. It's a pity that the little white rich beauty, jealousy to the blind. Faced with Jiang Chen's inquiry, Yu Yao shook her head, signaling that it was fine. She quickly nodded her head again. A question mark popped up on Jiang Chen's head. Then is it something or nothing? Yu Yao said. Jiang Chen student, can you teach me programming? I'm also interested in programming, so teach me. Jiang Chen felt troubled and didn't want to waste his study time. He said. This doesn't need to be specially taught. You go read 2 programming books, you can learn it quickly too. Yu Yao saw his intention to refuse and said no more. Alright then. This wave of operation gave the live broadcast audience a fire. The opportunity that was sent to the door. You're pushing it out, kid. You are not stupid. Agreed, and then go to the home of the rich little white girl to teach her, and in the meantime, brush up on your favorability in front of your future father-in-law. What a perfect plan. I know with my toes that brother kid is tired of delaying his study time. Studying. You're so full of studying. Can't you think of anything else? Hello? Is that a human being upstairs? When I got home. Just put down his bag and Jiang Yong dragged him to play a game. Son of a. Come on. Jiang Chen didn't want to play with him, so he made a random excuse. Dad, that game training software, did you pass it? How far did you get? You've managed to pass the simple mode, right? Jiang Yong, who is still stuck in the simple mode and can't get through it. Ha! You've been lectured by your son. Serves him right. If you can't even pass easy mode, you don't deserve to play games with your kid brother. I can't pass easy mode either, but come play with me, kid brother. You're so lucky. I've already passed the normal mode. Come play with me, kid. Upstairs, Mr. Big. I'm begging for a ride. Hearing Jiang Chen talk about the game training software, Jiang Yong said with a stiff upper lip. I do not pass is not because of you. Jiang Chen said breathlessly. Dad, what does it have to do with me if you can't pass? Do you still want to blame me for not supervising your training? Jiang Yong stretched his neck and argued. It's not all because you didn't hurry to update the software. It's you who didn't update it properly, causing the current version to be too old. That's why I can't always get past it. Although the live broadcast audience looked down on him for this tough talk. But his words about updating the software spoke to the heart of all the viewers. Right. That's it. Hurry up and urge brother kid to update. Kid brother dad. Even though you said it shamelessly, I'll stand by you this time. Papa, if you can make him update the training software, I won't yell at you anymore. It's not just the training software. And the firewall. Kids' firewall at school today. Right. The 390 antivirus program requires a membership. I can't afford it. Hurry up. Kid. We support you to be the leader of this business. Take down 390. Kid. Even the donkeys in the production team don't dare to rest like this. You have 10 minutes to finish updating the software. And put up the firewall. Jiang Chen listened to Jiang Yong's funny theory and retorted. You can't even get past the old version now, can you get past it with a good update? Jiang Yong waved his hand. Anyway, it's the reason you didn't update. It has nothing to do with your old man me. Row. Jiang Chen walked towards the computer room. Then I'll update it now. After updating, Dad, you can go train by yourself. Jiang Yong was just messing around, trying to get him to play the game with him. But the words had been said. He was also embarrassed to change it. He could only say with some aggravation. That's fine. Endure another day. Today, I can't pull my son to play the game with him, but tomorrow, I will let my son take revenge for him. The audience in the live broadcast room were all cheering excitedly. Woohoo! Thank you, Mr. Kid Smash, for your contribution. Kid brother dad. Don't worry, I'll gather my brothers in the game and have them all help you out when they see you in the game. I'll also tell my friends that I won't kill you if I see you. As long as you can urge brother kid to update the software, my guild will cover you. Jiang Yong found out some time afterward. There were suddenly more helpful and nice people in the game. He sighed even more at his own charm. After deciding to update the software, Jiang Chen went on that selling website, wanting to see what netizens had to say about the software. To see what netizens were hoping to update there. As a result, he saw a large number of new comments that had been posted today. Jiang Chen glanced at it and silently said, Begging for a firewall? Begging for a firewall. He read a few in a row, and they were all about firewalls. Oh, it was about the firewall that was in the microcomputer classroom today? Although the live broadcast room knew that he couldn't see it, waves of pop-ups were still swiped, replying to his words. Right. That's the one. That's the firewall you got at school today, kid brother. Get on it. Kid. I can't afford to use the 390 firewall. Have mercy on him. Firewall. Jiang Chen nodded. Fine, then first put up the firewall. The live broadcast room instantly started cheering. Jiang Chen opened his computer and started writing the firewall. The speed of writing the program this time was much faster compared to when Jiang Chen was in school. But in a few minutes, Jiang Chen clicked upload. As for the pricing, it was still the same as last time, one piece. Chapter 166, being hit in the face is still too little. Seeing that familiar number, the live broadcast audience immediately boiled over. $1. Another $1. I can't even buy an ice cream for $1, but I can buy a firewall from Brother Kid. Brother Kiddo really loves me. Kid brother. Grow up and start your own business. A bunch of uncles and aunts are waiting for you. Dear viewers, you won't find anything cheaper or more affordable than Kids Choice. Let's play Kids Atmosphere. Kids Atmosphere. Kids got talent. That's what I call giving back to the community. All those false propaganda anchors should learn from that. After Jiang Chen finished uploading the firewall, he began to look at the comments section. Everyone's request for updates to the game training software. They were all over the place. There were those who said to update some more firearms. There were those who said to add more games. There are also those who don't like the interface of the software and feel that the interface is too primitive and boring. It's not worthy of the software. After practicing for a long time, looking at this interface is boring. Jiang Chen swept through the comments. In his heart, he probably had a number. It would be a bit of a waste of time to change all these things. And even if it was changed now, the netizens would surely have other needs afterward. Then it would be better to. Jiang Chen had an idea in his heart. He began to crackle on the keyboard. Lines of code came out from under him. Jiang Yong curiously watched from the side. It looked like he could read and understand, and had suggestions for what Jiang Chen had written. He had the decency to point at Jiang Chen's computer and trailed off. You're this. The live broadcast audience knew his virtues by heart. Don't pretend. Children brother father, cannot understand to say cannot understand, and not ashamed. The ability is not half of it, pretending is a must. No matter how much you pretend, you're just a rookie who only knows how to play the game and can't even understand it. Remember, kid brother. Pretending will be struck by lightning. That's not right. Didn't you all say you wouldn't yell at the kid's father? Right, when I was urging you to update, I couldn't wait to get down on my knees and call you dad. But as soon as I started updating, I turned my back on him. I didn't say I wouldn't scold him. I don't know which netizen said that. I didn't say it either. Whoever said it came out and claimed it. Jiang Chen picked up Jiang Yong's words. What's wrong with me? Jiang Yong decisively and quickly said the second half of the sentence. What are you doing here? I can't understand how. Jiang Chen's expression was helpless. He knew it. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and explained. It's too troublesome to update it all at once, I'll program an AI. Jiang Yong asked suspiciously. Could it be that the AI will still update? Jiang Chen nodded and said slowly. Yes. This AI can collect materials from the network cloud by itself to generate firearms and weapons that are exactly the same as those in the original game. The AI could accurately restore the firearm's attributes based on its data in the original game, including recoil, speed of fire, range, damage value, and so on. It can help players to make more accurate gun contact. It could also regularly update the software interface. A hint of relief appeared on Jiang Chen's face. When the time comes, there will be no need for me to come back and update it myself. The AI can directly copy any new firearms that are updated after those games. There's no need for me to spend time on it, save me the trouble. Jiang Yong didn't know anything about these things and listened in confusion. But he wasn't interested either, he just asked casually. But someone in the audience of the live broadcast can understand. I heard something. AI. AI that searches the internet, filters, integrates, and transports the information to the software. No, kid's plan is good, but does he know how difficult it is? If it can be done, then it's really a relief, but the key is, can it be done? He's not afraid of getting his tongue blown off when he talks big. Oops. You're young. You always think you can do anything. It's okay. Think of it as a kid's game. When he realizes he can't do it, he'll give up. Don't be too hard on a kid. When I was his age, I thought the world revolved around me. That's right. Who hasn't had a burst of self-confidence? No, have you all forgotten the slap in the face you gave the kid when he was developing this software? So soon, your face doesn't hurt anymore? I guess I've been punched in the face by kid too little. Kid brother is fast. Get the AI out of there and slap them in the face. I'm speechless. There are so many brainless fans here every day. Jiang Yong was bored and went to play by himself. Jiang Chen sat quietly, concentrating on the keyboard and writing code. On the computer screen, lines and lines of code that flashed with blue light appeared quickly. Some professionals who could see the way issued questions in the live broadcast. This looks as if it's a bit of a looker. I, a 5-year programmer, is here to speak. I don't know if this AI will work in the end, but kid brother is really something. I can't even knock out this code. Kid, are you considering early employment? I've heard of early retirement, but not early employment. Kid, you're good at this. The code is very professional and very difficult. The strongest guy in our company can't even do this. Excuse me, how many hairs are left on that guy's head? Ha! I'm sorry to bother you. Don't ask. This question is off limits to programmers. Don't ask. I suggest you take that back. Take back what you said. It took longer to write the AI than it did to write the firewall. Jiang Yong has been killed 3 times in the game. Looking back, Jiang Chen was still knocking out code. He wailed at once. It's not ready yet. Son of a. Dad has been killed 3 times already. It's the revenge of killing my father. You have to take revenge quickly. Jiang Chen dealt with him casually. Got it. Jiang Yong loudly expressed his dissatisfaction. You dare to be more perfunctory. Jiang Chen, aha.